In a single fateful moment, the soul traversed through time and space, unexpectedly becoming a mere specter within the Soul Clan, a target of relentless oppression. Upon awakening to the fated antagonist system, seizing opportunities and appropriating fortunes, he embarked on a journey of revenge that led him to ascend to the esteemed position of the new clan leader. Initially believing that the destined child, Xiao Yan, would be his greatest rival, he was astounded to discover that with a mere flick of his fingers, he could suppress and devour him. Just as the Soul Clan erupted in jubilation, he gazed up at the starry sky and calmly declared, "Our journey lies within the boundless world." Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Fated Antagonist System. In the depths of a winding, shadowy stone alley, eternally shrouded from the sun's embrace, the damp moss in the corners and the faint scent of decay permeated the air, embodying the perpetual theme of this desolate settlement on the fringes of the soul realm. A slender figure was violently slammed against the weathered wall, producing a muted thud. "Useless wretch, do you truly believe you deserve the Soul Source Dan for this month?" A group of similarly youthful members of the Soul Clan encircled him, with the leader, Soul Peak, displaying an air of arrogant disdain, his foot grinding down upon a coarse porcelain vial on the ground, from which several dull gray pills rolled out, now soiled with mud. The boy, pushed to the ground, curled up in a defensive posture. His name was Hun Sheng, trembling slightly, his tattered clothing revealing several fresh bruises. Bowing his head, disheveled strands of hair obscured his eyes, while his tightly clenched fists, whitening at the knuckles, betrayed the overwhelming humiliation and indignation he struggled to contain. Such scenes had played out countless times in the memories of this body. With meager talent and orphaned at a young age, within the meritocratic Soul Clan, he was nothing but a pitiful creature, trodden upon by all. "Soul Peak is addressing you. Have you gone mute?" sneered a lackey, delivering another kick. Hun Sheng suddenly lifted his gaze, and within the depths of his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of cold, unyielding malice flashed, starkly contrasting with his previous demeanor, so swift that those surrounding him believed it to be mere illusion. At that moment, the soul inhabiting this body had been replaced by one from another world. Ding! A strong sense of resentment and spatial fluctuations detected. Soul compatibility, 100. The fated antagonist system has been successfully bound. Reward: a novice gift pack comprising a Dou Qi Peak experience card, 2 instances, 10 minutes each, the advanced skill soul, devouring finger, and the foundational technique. Soul condensation method. A dispassionate, mechanical voice reverberated within his mind. Hun Sheng paused for a moment, then a wave of ecstasy and enlightenment surged within him. A system, the quintessential feature of a transmigrator. He inhaled the cold, humid air deeply, and when he raised his head once more, the timid, cowering expression washed away like a tide, leaving only an unsettling calm that sent shivers down the spines of those around him. He gradually rose to his feet, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. The leading Soul Peak, taken aback by this sudden transformation, was seized by a fit of rage. "Oh, you dare to stand?" Clearly, the lesson wasn't enough. With that, his fingers curled into claws, imbued with a faint black aura, as he lunged at Hun Sheng's face, employing the basic Soul Clan attack technique, Soul Rending Claw. Had this occurred moments prior, that claw would have undoubtedly shattered the original Hun Sheng's bones. Yet now, Hun Sheng did not even deign to glance at the impending strike. He merely willed it away. Boom! An overwhelming force, far beyond the imagination of all present, erupted from Hun Sheng's frail body. The dark Dou Qi surged forth like boiling ink, enveloping him in a shroud of darkness. The immense pressure caused Soul Peak's soul-rending claw to halt midair, his complexion drained of color, leaving only sheer terror in its wake. "Dou Huang! No, it cannot be!" Soul Peak shrieked, his voice contorted by unimaginable fear. The lackeys behind him quaked, their legs giving way as they collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Hun Sheng reveled in the tumultuous power coursing within him, a force capable of effortlessly obliterating anything in its path, and a cold, sinister smile curled upon his lips. He slowly raised his hand, the index finger gathering a ghostly light, deep and profound as if it could devour souls. "Was it with this hand that you struck me?" he inquired softly, his voice calm, yet laced with an icy chill. "And no, it wasn't me, Hun Sheng. No, my lord. Spare me, please." Soul Peak stammered, his spirit nearly fleeing in terror. Hun Sheng granted him no further opportunity to speak. With a single, decisive gesture, the ghostly light flickered and vanished, embedding itself in Soul Peak's chest. There was no cataclysmic explosion. Instead, his body stiffened abruptly, the spark of life in his eyes dimming instantaneously, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, as if all bones had been extracted from his form. That enigmatic force had obliterated his very soul. Silence, the deathly silence. The lackeys, paralyzed with fear, lost control of their bodily functions, scrambling and prostrating themselves, their foreheads colliding with the frigid stone floor, producing resounding thuds. Hun Sheng did not spare them a glance. As though he had merely swatted a fly, he bent down to retrieve the few soul-sourced dawn, now sullied with mud, casually brushing them off and pocketing them. Begone. With a single utterance, the group felt as though a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders, scurrying away in desperation, wailing and lamenting, leaving behind even the lifeless body of their companion. Hun Sheng remained in place, eyes gently closed, absorbing the vast power within him that began to wane, yet still left its mark, alongside the newfound techniques and insights blossoming in his mind. New mission released. Retrieve the soul-body remnant from the Xiao family ring in Wutan City. Mission reward. Technique soul devouring method. Luck value Jiao 100. Wutan City, Xiao family, ring. Hun Sheng opened his eyes, gazing at the eternally gray expanse of the soul realm, his gaze seemingly piercing through boundless space, landing upon that small city within the Gamma Empire. Xiao Yan, the fated child? He murmured to himself, a wicked smile resurfacing. Your fortune is now mine. That he took a step forward, emerging from the shadows of this dreary corner, his figure melding into the deeper light and shadow of the soul realm, his stride steady and resolute. Thus commenced the journey of the antagonist, now officially set in motion. Chapter 2. Undercurrents in Wutan City, Nalan Yenron's fortunes. Leaving behind the cold shadows at the edge of the soul realm, Hun Sheng stood atop a solitary peak, his black robe billowing in the fierce wind. The fully comprehended soul condensation art flowed effortlessly within his energy sea, manifesting pure and frigid fighting spirit that was exponentially more formidable than the rudimentary techniques he had previously practiced. Although the 10-minute experience had elapsed, it had imparted a profound understanding of power, granting him a vague sensation of higher realms. Wutan City, he murmured softly, his gaze seemingly traversing thousands of miles, locking onto the tumultuous land soon to be engulfed in chaos. System, chart a course, conceal my identity. Path planning complete. Recommended exchange. Low-level illusory, soul, technique, shadow cloak. Would you like to exchange? Fortune value? Hun Sheng cast a glance at his current balance of 0. Exchange. Exchange successful. Fortune value, 100. Warning, negative fortune value will increase the probability of encountering unforeseen risks. Please promptly acquire a positive fortune value. Hun Sheng raised an eyebrow at the notion of negative fortune. This villainous system was rather straightforward. Undeterred by the risk, he focused his thoughts, allowing the incantation of shadow, cloak, to resonate within him. His aura swiftly withdrew and settled. The distinctive chill of the Soul Clan enveloped in a veil of indistinct gray mist, rendering him inconspicuous, his features seemingly ordinary. Without further delay, he flickered, transforming into a faint shadow that melded with the environment, racing towards the spatial passage leading from the soul realm to the outside world. Armed with shadow cloak and the route provided by the system, he effortlessly evaded all scrutiny, silently departing the Soul Clan stronghold. Days later, in the Gamma Empire, Wutan City. The city buzzed with its usual clamor, the marketplace teeming with people. Hun Sheng strolled along the bluestone streets, his presence unnoticed thanks to Shadow Cloak. He accurately located the modest residence of the Xiao family, but refrained from approaching too hastily. Elder Yao possessed considerable soul power, even in slumber. A reckless approach could provoke him. He needed to wait, to seek a flawless opportunity that would arouse no suspicion. His gaze swept over the gates of the Xiao family. Just as a youth with his head bowed emerged, his features eerily reminiscent of a face from memory, yet now exuding an air of utter desolation. A constant stream of fighting spirits spilling forth. It was none other than Xiao Yan, the fallen prodigy. A smirk tugged at the corners of Hun Sheng's lips, unnoticed by anyone. His target was not the current Xiao Yan, but rather the ring he possessed. As he pondered how to proceed, a subtle commotion arose from around the corner. A few majestic black-horned steeds drew to a halt, pulling an opulent carriage. The curtain was lifted, revealing a young woman clad in a moon-white gown, flanked by guards. She stood tall and strikingly beautiful, yet her brow bore an undeniable shadow of worry and impatience. Nalan Yenron, who had come to Wutan City to negotiate her engagement's dissolution. Hun Sheng's gaze settled on Nalan Yenron as the system's prompt resonated softly. Detected key plot character Nalan Yenron. Current state of mind, extremely resistant to the engagement, feeling pressured about the Yunlan sect's future, yearning to prove her own worth. Can be influenced. Branch mission issued. Incite stronger animosity in Nalan Yinran towards the Xiao family. Create chaos. Reward. 50 fortune value. Mid-level shadow movement technique phantom steps. Influence? Hun Sheng's mind raced, a scheme swiftly taking shape. He required chaos, a turmoil sufficient to distract the Xiao family, to occupy Xiao Yan's attention, and this proud young lady Nalan was the perfect pawn. He approached stealthily, and as he brushed past Nalan Yinran, a whisper, barely perceptible yet insidious, slipped into her ear, imbued with a magnetic charm. The Xiao heir is but a waste. Yet still dares to cling to the Nalan family and the Yunlan sect, desperately clinging to life, extracting his last value. How pitiful it is for the esteemed disciple of the Yunlan sect to become a sacrificial pawn in the union with trash, reduced to a laughingstock in Gamma. With his words hanging in the air, Hun Sheng blended seamlessly into the crowd, vanishing from sight. Nalan Yinran's form stiffened abruptly, her steps halted, her beautiful face instantly clouded with frost, her delicate hands clenched tightly. Those words struck like poison barbs, piercing the core of her most sensitive and resentful knots. Initially, she had merely intended to come and dissolve the engagement. Though her methods might have been forceful, she had not yet reached the point of utter loathing. But now, that stranger's words echoed relentlessly in her mind. Cling to life, sacrificial pawn, laughingstock. Each word exacerbated her perception of the Xiao family, igniting a blaze of indignation and insult. Indeed, Xiao Yan had long since been rendered a waste. Yet the Xiao family stubbornly clung to the engagement. Was it not to exploit the power of the Nalan family in the Yunlan sect? Were they to bind her, Nalan Yinran, for life to a waste? Absolutely not. Miss? El dergiye, sensing her unusual demeanor, invited softly. Nalan Yinran inhaled deeply, her gaze turning cold and sharp. The last remnants of hesitation evaporating entirely, replaced by a raging wrath and determination. Nothing, she replied curtly, her voice resolute. This marriage must be annulled. Moreover, the Xiao family must clearly understand that I, Nalan Yinran, and the Yunlan sect are not something they can aspire to tarnish. She strode purposefully towards the gates of the Xiao family, her steps imbued with a newfound determination, radiating a chilling aura of retribution. From the shadows of the crowd, Hun Sheng watched with indifference as Nalan Yinran, fueled by greater fury, entered the Xiao family. Soon after, voices of contention and rebuke echoed from within the Xiao residence, the commotion far exceeding the original plot. Branch mission completed. Reward, 50 fortune value. Phantom steps acquired. Current fortune value, 50. Chaos had ensued. Hun Sheng, like the most patient of hunters, turned his gaze back to the Xiao family, his soul power extending like invisible threads, cautiously probing towards the faintest aura he sensed. Yet one brimming with immense soul fluctuations, the room of Xiao Yan. His objective remained crystal clear. Elder Yao, your remnants, I shall claim. Chapter 3. The theft of Elder Yao's source. The clamor within the Xiao residence echoed faintly, mingled with Nalan Yinran's cold, resolute rebukes and Xiao Zhan's suppressed retorts. This sudden storm of engagement dissolution had thrown the Xiao family into disarray, all attention drawn to the front hall. Like ripples on water, Hun Sheng's figure seeped silently from a corner. The combination of shadow cloak and the newly mastered phantom steps allowed him to move like a true specter, evading all watchful eyes, skillfully making his way to the secluded courtyard where Xiao Yan resided. The courtyard was empty. Xiao Yan was currently suffering the weight of humiliation in the front hall. Hun Sheng pushed the door open, revealing a simple room imbued with the essence of youth, alongside a faint, yet remarkably pure, residue of soul power. His gaze instantly locked onto an old garment carelessly discarded at the bedside, where a classically styled black ring lay quietly nestled among the clothes. It is it. With a flick of his fingertip, a gentle pull drew the ring into his palm. It felt icy to the touch, and upon closer inspection, he could sense within it a vast yet desolate soul space, where an exceedingly feeble soul entity flickered like a candle in the wind. Ensnared in the deepest slumber of restoration, its awareness of the external world diminished to the barest minimum. Alas, were it not for the system's task requiring only remnants, consuming you entirely would yield far greater rewards. A fleeting greed flickered through Hun Sheng's mind, but he swiftly suppressed it. The system explicitly required remnants. Rashly devouring the complete Elder Yao would introduce too many variables, an unwise endeavor. He sharpened his fingers like blades, the dark fighting spirit condensing at his fingertips, transforming into the thinnest, sharpest soul needle, carefully probing into the surface of the ring, entering that realm of soul space. He did not disturb the slumbering essence of the soul, but merely extracted a delicate thread from the dissipating remnants of energy that lingered at the fringes of the space. The process was silent, and for the dormant Master Yao, this minuscule loss was negligible, perhaps even less than what would occur through natural dispersion, utterly imperceptible. Mission: seize the residual soul essence within the Xiao family ring of Wutan City. Completion: achieved. Reward distributed. Soul devouring technique, fortune value 100. Current fortune value 50. An obscure and intricate stream of technique information surged into the mind of Hun Sheng, imbued with a domineering malevolence, dedicated to the devouring and refining of the soul's essence and various special energies. Simultaneously, he sensed a subtle shift in the enigmatic connection between himself and the cosmos, as if it had become notably smoother. Without hesitation, Hun Sheng consumed that thread of Master Yao's residual essence, activating the soul devouring technique. Buzz. Like a spark igniting in a cauldron of oil, that faint remnant, though feeble, contained a trace of the essence characteristic of a peak dozun, and was instantaneously refined by the soul-devouring technique into an unadulterated torrent of energy, surging through his limbs and bones. His long-stagnant cultivation bottleneck shattered with a thunderous roar, and his aura soared. 3-star Dou fighter, 4-star, 5-star, 6-star. He directly transcended 4-star levels. Hun Sheng slowly opened his eyes, feeling the tumultuous power coursing through him, far surpassing his former capabilities. More importantly, he had entered the threshold of the soul-devouring technique. A shortcut to greatness lay beneath his feet. He cast a glance at the ring, now missing a trace of essence yet intact at its core, and casually tossed it back to its original place, as if it had never been disturbed. With a flicker of his form, he transformed into a shadow, silently departing from the Xiao family's courtyard, leaving Wutan City behind. Shortly thereafter, the dispute in the main hall subsided. Xiao Yan, in a state of disarray, returned to his small room, engulfed by immense humiliation and anger that nearly consumed him. Habitually, he fumbled with the ring left by his mother, seeking a fragment of solace. However, this time, for reasons unknown, he felt as though the ring had dimmed slightly. That exceedingly faint warmth, which he could occasionally sense, seemed to have vanished entirely. Was it merely an illusion? Xiao Yan bitterly shook his head, attributing it all to his own melancholic mood. Had he truly sunk so low as to become paranoid? He gripped the ring tightly, his nails digging into his palm, blood seeping out unbeknownst to him. The humiliation of today was etched deeply into his memory. Little did he know, a crucial element of opportunity had been stealthily snatched from his life. The mentor who was destined to awaken soon and guide him toward brilliance was now shrouded in an imperceptible shadow on the path to revival. Meanwhile, the thief had long since fled. In the desolate wilderness, Hun Sheng reviewed his recent gains. The essence of Master Yao had indeed provided immense nourishment, and the soul-devouring technique was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, it was still insufficient, far from enough. His gaze deepened. Xiao Yan was the child of destiny. The loss of a trace of essence might delay his rise, but it was not enough to crush him entirely. I require more. New mission alert. Proceed to the Taggart Desert. Seek the traces of the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire. Mission reward. Extraordinary Fire Locator Compass. Fortune value 200. Extraordinary Fire. A fervent flame ignited within Hun Sheng's eyes. Precisely what I desire. In an instant, he moved, employing the shadow step technique, transforming into a ghostly silhouette as he sped toward the eastern region of the Gamma Empire. A tempest of sand awaited the arrival of an unexpected guest. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan's nightmare was only just beginning. Chapter 4. Fire Seizure in the Sand Sea, the Dread of Medusa. The Taggart Desert lay before him, a realm of blinding gold and desolation. The heat waves distorted his vision, as the wind whipped up the sands, striking against the faint Dou Qi barrier he had conjured, producing a soft, rustling sound. Despite the harsh environment, he thrived within it. As the soul-gathering technique activated, the thin shadow energy in the atmosphere was forcibly gathered, rendering his mind ever clearer. Extraordinary Fire Locator Compass has been issued. As the system's notification faded, a palm-sized compass, neither gold nor jade, with a faint blue glow suspended at its center, appeared in Hun Sheng's hand. The compass needle spun wildly for a moment before settling steadily toward the southeast, vibrating slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, Hun Sheng propelled his shadow step to its utmost limit, dashing across the undulating dunes in mere flashes, leaving behind only ephemeral traces swiftly erased by the wind. The pursuit continued for half a day, and the compass needle's tremors grew increasingly frantic. The air was saturated with a volatile and potent fire energy. Finally, at the bottom of a vast, sunken sand valley, he discovered the entrance. It was a pitch-black opening half buried by quicksand, from which scorching air billowed forth, reeking of sulfur and magma. Without the compass's guidance, it would have remained undetected. Hun Sheng entered without a moment's hesitation. The passage inclined downward, delving deep underground, where the temperature escalated sharply. The rock walls gradually turned crimson, and beneath his feet, traces of solidified, yet melting magma began to appear. The terrifying flames pressed upon him as though tangible, a feat even a typical Dou master would struggle to withstand. The black Dou Qi enveloping Hun Sheng's exterior isolated him from the sweltering waves. The soul-devouring technique subtly operated, refining the scorching energy that invaded his body, nourishing himself in return. He had no idea how far he had descended, but suddenly, the path opened up before him, a vast underground magma realm unfurled in his sight. A lake of crimson lava flowed languidly, bubbles bursting and roaring. At its heart stood a solitary platform of bluish-gray stone. Upon this platform, a blue lotus quietly blossomed. The lotus was composed of pure energy, its petals vividly animated, slowly rotating. At its center, a cluster of flame, reminiscent of a cerulean sprite, danced and soared, exuding a heart-stopping force of destruction, yet breathtakingly beautiful. The azure lotus earth heart fire, and beside that azure lotus stood an exquisitely enchanting figure, deeply focused. Clad in a purple gown, she delineated an arresting silhouette. Her beauty was strikingly alluring, captivating by nature, yet her pair of lavender eyes radiated a cold authority. Presently fixated upon the blue flame, delicate hands forming intricate seals, as powerful waves of Dou Qi surged around her like tides. Queen Medusa, she was indeed here, preparing to forcibly seize the extraordinary fire to facilitate her evolution. Hun Sheng's arrival went unnoticed, as the shadow techniques and shadow step allowed him to seamlessly integrate into the scorching environment shadows. He resembled the most patient of serpents, coldly observing Medusa's every move. The moment was fleeting. Just as Queen Medusa's technique reached its zenith, her jade hand poised to touch the core of the azure lotus earth heart fire, completely entranced by the extraordinary flames. Now, Hun Sheng made his move. He expended his last peak Dou Huang experience card. His speed erupted to its zenith, akin to a black lightning bolt tearing through space. His target was not Medusa, but rather the azure lotus earth heart fire. Encased in his right hand was a shroud of black Dou Qi as he reached for the source of the extraordinary fire, while his left hand flicked a silent, concentrated force of soul energy, menacingly aimed at Medusa's vulnerable back. Queen Medusa was entirely absorbed in countering the furious backlash of the extraordinary fire, completely unaware of the presence of a third party lurking nearby, and the timing was ruthlessly precise. Sensing the terrifying force behind her capable of severely injuring or even obliterating her soul, her complexion paled in horror as she forced herself to halt her collection. A torrent of Dou Qi surging backward to form a defensive barrier. Boom! The soul-devouring force collided with a hastily formed rainbow energy shield, erupting in a violent surge of soul vibration. Medusa's delicate form trembled violently, a muffled groan escaping her lips, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, clearly having suffered a hidden loss. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Hun Sheng's right hand had already seized the leaping azure flames. Roar! The otherworldly fire, imbued with sentience, erupted in a terrifying rebellion, its devastating heat instantly searing Hun Sheng's Dou Qi, causing it to sizzle audibly, inflicting excruciating pain. Yet, Hun Sheng's expression remained unfaltering as the devouring spirit technique operated with frenzied intensity. Devour. The chilling command escaped his lips, and an overwhelming force of absorption erupted from his palm. The azure flames, potent enough to incinerate even a Dou Wang or Dou Huang to ashes, found themselves in the presence of their nemesis. Struggling and wailing as a substantial portion of their primal essence was forcibly torn away and swiftly drawn into Hun Sheng's body. Successfully acquired a portion of the azure lotus earth heart fire's essence. Mission accomplished. Reward. Luck value 200. Current luck value 250. Warning. The essence of the otherworldly fire is volatile. Immediate refinement is advised. Without hesitation, Hun Sheng utilized the devouring spirit technique to forcibly suppress the frantically raging azure fire within him. his form transforming into a shadow as he swiftly retreated along the path he had come. Damn it! Leave the otherworldly fire. Queen Medusa's fury was palpable, her exquisite visage marred by frost and murderous intent. After laboring tirelessly to devise her plan, even risking everything to forcibly collect it, she had unwittingly fashioned a wedding gown for another. And now, she had been ambushed and injured. With a wave of her jade hand, a multicolored ribbon tore through the lava like a great serpent, hurtling towards Hun Sheng's back. However, Hun Sheng's speed was too great and his retreat resolute. The vibrant ribbon shattered only the afterimage, crashing against the rocky wall and triggering a violent collapse. Dust and debris billowed, obscuring her vision. By the time Queen Medusa surged past the collapsing area, there was no trace of Hun Sheng left. Only the distant sound of rushing wind echoed from the depths of the passage. She stood rooted in place, her chest heaving violently, the wrath in her purple eyes nearly bursting forth. Sensing the now significantly weakened azure lotus earth heart fire, her astonishment mingled with rage. Who was this adversary? What was that peculiar force of absorption? The ruthless and precise ambush was clearly the work of someone far beyond an ordinary Do Huang. She knew nothing of this person. Whoever you are, I shall ensure you pay the price. The icy voice resonated in the searing world of magma, yet there was no reply. In the subterranean passage, Hun Sheng forcibly suppressed the searing agony that threatened to engulf him while a subtle smile graced his lips. The essence of the otherworldly fire was within his grasp. Although it was merely a portion, with the aid of the devouring spirit technique, it was sufficient to refine and control. Xiao Yan, yet another grand opportunity has fallen into my hands. His figure vanished into the abyss of the passage, leaving behind a furious Medusa and a chaotic subterranean lava lake. Chapter 5. The first glimmer of prominence. In a hidden cavern at the edge of the Tagore Desert, the heat still lingered. Hun Sheng sat cross-legged, his complexion tinged with fatigue. Yet his eyes sparkled with brilliance. He spread his palm, and a faint yet exceptionally pure azure flame flickered at his fingertips, radiating a heart-stopping intensity. This was the essence of the azure lotus earth heart fire. System, exchanged for the fire condensation talisman, he silently contemplated. With a deduction of 50 luck points, a jade talisman adorned with intricate mystical patterns materialized in his hand. This had been part of his meticulous plan. With the power of the talisman aiding him, he could barely refine this strand of otherworldly fire at his current level. Fire condensation talisman has been exchanged. Luck points, 0. Placing the talisman against his chest, a wave of coolness surged through him, safeguarding his vital meridians. Hun Sheng no longer hesitated. He opened his mouth and swallowed the azure flame. Boom! Even though it was merely a strand of essence, and despite the protective talisman, the terrifying heat exploded within him instantly. It felt as though he had ingested a piece of red-hot iron, and the searing pain enveloped his entire being, sending agonizing sensations coursing through his meridians. Hun Sheng grunted softly, veins bulging on his forehead as he exerted all his strength to activate the devouring spirit technique. The technique, fierce and unyielding, forcibly restrained the violent source of fire, meticulously peeling away its terrifying energy like the finest surgical scalpel, painstakingly converting it into pure Dou Qi to meld with his essence. This process was slow and agonizing. Each refinement felt like dancing on the edge of a blade. Time trickled by. In the cavern, only his labored breaths and the faint hum of energy circulation could be heard. After what felt like an eternity, the azure flame finally settled down, completely refined and absorbed by the devouring spirit technique. Hun Sheng exhaled a long breath, releasing a wave of heated air, feeling the Dou Qi cyclone within him swell noticeably, along with the newfound solidity in his meridians and bones, honed by the energy of the otherworldly fire. 5-star Dome Master. With his strand of otherworldly fire essence and the devouring spirit technique, he had broken through consecutively, reaching the realm of the 5-star Dome Master. This speed was indeed astonishing, yet it remained within reasonable limits, and his foundation had become exceptionally solid due to the refinement by the otherworldly fire. Not enough. Hun Sheng's gaze sharpened within the Soul Clan. Competition was fierce, and without Dou Ling's strength, it was challenging to establish oneself, let alone vie for resources and personnel. He needed to progress faster. He recalled the full-level comprehension of the soul condensation technique rewarded by the system. This technique focused on refining the soul and solidifying the foundation, providing little direct assistance in enhancing Dou Qi levels, yet it allowed him to master his strength far beyond his peers, facilitating quicker cultivation and mitigating bottlenecks. First, he would reclaim some interest. With a swift movement, he combined the shadow concealment technique with the ghostly shadow steps, silently departing the cavern towards a secluded valley on the outskirts of the soul realm, as recalled from his memories. There lay a small opportunity left behind by a long-deceased external steward of the soul clan, hidden within a concealed cave, containing several soul refinement pills capable of enhancing Dome Master cultivation, along with a small sum of gold coins. The original owner had stumbled upon it by chance, but lacked the strength to acquire it. Now, it would conveniently benefit him, easily avoiding the faint restrictions in the valley. He retrieved the pills and gold coins, then once again concealed his presence, returning to the desert's edge to consume the pills and continue his seclusion. Months later, at the outskirts of the Soul Realm, the annual minor competition commenced. This was not a grand clan-wide event, but rather an assessment for the young disciples on the periphery to vie for cultivation resources. The arena was rudimentary, and the spectators were mostly clan members residing in the outer regions. Hun Sheng stood among the crowd, unremarkable. After months of arduous training, supplemented by elixirs, he had stabilized at the 8-star Dome Master level, not far from the 9-star threshold. This strength was considered above average among the outer disciples. Yet it was far from the pinnacle. Next match, Hun Sheng versus Soulblade, the steward announced. Soulblade, a 9-star Dome Master, held some notoriety in the outer regions, renowned for his ruthless soul blade technique. Murmurs arose from the audience. Hun Sheng, that silent fellow, what a pity, facing Soulblade. He might be down in just a few moves. I heard he seems to have improved somewhat recently. Hun Sheng ascended the stage with an impassive expression. Soulblade brandished a black, ghostly blade, grinning cruelly. Kid, surrender now, or I might not be able to hold back and break your arms and legs. Hun Sheng remained silent, slowly adopting a basic starting posture. You seek death. Soulblade, insulted, roared with anger, the ghostly blade descending with a chilling rush of wind, enveloped in dark energy, cleaving downward with ferocity. The strike was vicious, clearly meant to inflict serious harm. Some of the audience had already turned away, unable to bear witness to the impending bloody scene. However, just as the blade's edge approached, Hun Sheng sprang into action. With a deft sidestep, he evaded the blade by a hair's breadth, simultaneously extending a finger like a sword, striking precisely at the pulse point on Soulblade's wrist. That single strike was swift, accurate, and ruthless. It also contained a faint yet remarkably condensed soul impact. Soulblade felt a numbing sensation in his wrist as a chilling force surged through him, rendering his entire arm weak and limp, nearly causing the ghostly blade to slip from his grasp. He was struck with terror, just as he contemplated changing tactics. Hun Sheng's other hand darted out like a viper, pressing against his exposed chest. Bang! With a dull thud, the robust figure of Soulblade was sent flying, tumbling off the stage, struggling for a moment before failing to rise. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Had he truly won? An 8-star dosher had defeated a 9-star dosher in a single strike. Moreover, the agility and precision displayed just moments ago were remarkable. On the high platform, an overseer responsible for monitoring the small competition slightly opened his half-closed eyes, glancing at the composed soul life below with a flicker of barely perceptible astonishment. This young man seems to differ from the rumors. His battle awareness and timing far exceed his cultivation level. Soul life victorious, the overseer announced flatly. Soul life gave a slight bow and descended from the stage, disregarding the astonished and scrutinizing gazes surrounding him. What he sought was not to draw attention here, but to reasonably showcase a portion of his value, inciting a modicum of notice from the upper echelons to secure a better allocation of training resources. Indeed, a few days later, an order was issued. Soul Life's performance was deemed acceptable, and he was reassigned to a training institute in the C district with slightly better resources, receiving an additional 3 soul source pills monthly. Mission accomplished. In a new training institute, Soul Life became even more reclusive. He utilized the slightly increased resources and the better energy of his new environment to diligently cultivate the soul condensation technique and the soul devouring technique, while also beginning to study the system-rewarded soul extinction finger. His progress was rapid, yet he deliberately controlled his outward performance to align with that of a talented yet ordinary elite. After approximately 1 or 2 years, he arduously broke through to the great dosher realm. This pace was considered genius level in the outer regions of the Soul Clan, enough to attract more attention. But within the broader context of the younger generation of the Soul Clan, it was not overly conspicuous. During this period, Through system tasks and the covert use of shadow concealment technique, he slowly accumulated 200 points of luck value. He was like a venomous serpent lurking beneath the depths, patiently biding his time and building his strength through fragmented channels of information. He had also vaguely heard some rumors concerning the Gamma Empire. The once disgraced young master of the Xiao family seemed to have regained his vigor, rapidly advancing in cultivation, and had left Wutan City. Soul Life understood that the fish had taken the bait, swimming along the trajectory of destiny. Meanwhile, his net was gradually being woven. The time was approaching. The next clan competition would be his true opportunity to ascend to the internal stage of the Soul Clan. He was determined to secure the position of candidate for the new clan leader, but that required at least the strength of a peak Dou or even a Dou Wang as a stepping stone. He cast his gaze toward the direction of the Gamma Empire, his eyes icy. Xiao Yan, enjoy your rise while you can. The higher you climb, the harder you will fall in the future. Chapter 6. Hidden Cultivation in the Black Corner, the Devouring of Poison. In the quiet chamber of the C District Training Institute, Soul Life slowly opened his eyes, his aura solidified, firmly establishing himself at the one-star Great Dou Qi realm. Years of arduous cultivation had refined his foundation to an extraordinarily solid state, with exquisite control over his Dou Qi. On this day, the overseer of the Training Institute summoned him. Soul Life, the gaunt overseer, appraised him, his eyes reflecting a hint of detached routine. You have advanced to Great Dou Qi. According to clan regulations, you must serve the clan to exchange for higher-level techniques and resources. There is currently an external mission. Near the Magic Flame Valley in the Black Corner region, there exists a small, abandoned outpost of our clan. Recently, spatial fluctuations have been abnormal, suggesting the emergence of treasures or the manifestation of a spatial rift. We require someone to investigate and establish a temporary observation point. This area is perilous. Are you willing to go? Magic Flame Valley? The Black Corner region? Soul Life's heart stirred. It was a chaotic place, yet rife with opportunities, distanced from the core of the Soul Realm, making it ideal for him to secretly exert his influence and hasten his strength. I'm willing to go, Soul Life replied, lowering his head. Very well. The Overseer tossed him a black token and a map. This serves as your token and map. There should be some residual supplies within the outpost for your use. This mission is dangerous. I bestow upon you the low-level Xian rank soul technique, Poison Palm. Use it with caution. After ascertaining the situation, report regularly through the Communication Jade Talisman. Acquired. Soul Clan Outer Outpost Token, Black Corner Region Map. Low-level Xian rank soul technique, Poison Palm. New task. Proceed to the Black Corner Region Magic Flame Valley Outpost. Ascertain the source of the abnormal fluctuations, and establish an observation point. Rewards. Luck value calculated based on investigation results. Detoxification pill formula. Soul Life accepted the items, thanked the Overseer, and turned to leave. A glimmer of calculation flashing in his eyes. An independent external mission was precisely what he craved. Days later, through the spatial passage of the Soul Realm, Soul Life stepped into the territory of the Black Corner region. The air was thick with the stench of blood and chaos. Following the guidance of the map, he skillfully avoided several notably dangerous areas, finally locating the long-abandoned Soul Clan outpost, concealed by a rudimentary illusion array, deep within a desolate mountain range. Inside the outpost, cobwebs were abundant. Aside from some basic living supplies and a few weak energy crystals, there was little of value. Soul Life meticulously examined the surroundings and discerned that the source of the abnormal spatial fluctuations originated from an inconspicuous stone wall deep within the outpost, where a minuscule, nearly imperceptible crack emitted a faint, strangely sweet and toxic energy. Is this a type of poison energy? And mixed with spatial power? Soul Life furrowed his brow, channeling his soul power to carefully sense the surroundings. The soul condensation technique bestowed upon him an acute perception, allowing him to recognize the extraordinary nature of this place. Behind the crack seemed to connect to a realm of extreme toxicity or the site of a powerful poison attribute expert's demise. He attempted to probe the crack with his Dou Qi, only to be repelled by a chilling and malicious force, causing his entire arm to tingle slightly. What a formidable poison! Soul Life felt a thrill of delight. This poison posed a lethal threat to others, yet for him, who bore the soul devouring technique, it was a tremendous boon. He did not immediately absorb it, but first withdrew. He reinforced the illusion array of the outpost to ensure its concealment. Then, he took out the Communication Jade Talisman given by the Overseer, infused it with Dou Qi, and reported, I have arrived at the Black Corner Region Magic Flame Valley Outpost. Preliminary investigation indicates that the source of the spatial fluctuations comes from a naturally formed minuscule spatial crack, releasing toxic miasma intermittently. With a low threat level and no signs of treasures, I request to remain here to monitor the changes in the crack and map the surrounding area. He downplayed the situation, deliberately diminishing the value of the location, aligning with the mentality of an outer disciple unwilling to stir up trouble. Soon, the Jade Talisman replied with a singular, cold confirmation. A smile crept on his soul life's lips. This way, he had a reasonable excuse to linger here long-term. In the ensuing days, Soul Life commenced his clandestine cultivation. During the day, he occasionally ventured out, cautiously exploring the vicinity of the Magic Flame Valley, familiarizing himself with the environment of the Black Corner region and interacting with some outer mercenaries and scouts. Using the scant remaining gold coins of the Soul Clan to purchase information, gradually collecting intelligence on Xiao Yan, the Jianan Academy, and among other keywords. The information was fragmented and vague, but he patiently organized it. At night, he returned to the outpost, facing the spatial crack. He first carefully drew out a wisp of toxic energy, attempting to guide and refine it using the techniques of poison palm, familiarizing himself with its characteristics. After a brief period of adaptation, he resolutely activated the soul devouring technique. The overwhelming devouring force unleashed, and the pure yet toxic energy surged into Soul Life's body like a torrent. Agony washed over him once more. This poison not only corroded his meridians, but also eroded his very soul. Soul Life's complexion turned pale, yet he gritted his teeth, persevering as the soul condensation technique operated frantically to maintain clarity in his spiritual platform, while the soul devouring technique worked tirelessly to refine the energy. The process was excruciating, yet the rewards were immense. This toxic energy was of exceptionally high quality. With each wisp he refined, his Dou Qi grew more potent, infused with traces of icy poison attributes, amplifying its power manifold. His cultivation began to advance rapidly, and, simultaneously, his resistance to poison attributes steadily increased. Successfully refined unknown magical toxic energy, proficiency of soul-devouring technique greatly increased. Cultivation level raised to 3-star Great Dosher. Acquired passive, low-level magical toxin resistance. Months passed in the blink of an eye. Hun Sheng relied on the continuous influx of poisonous energy provided by the spatial rift, ascending his cultivation to the pinnacle of a 5-star great fighter. The poison palm had also reached a state of consummation, exuding a corrosive aura of toxic fighting spirit, its power rivaling that of intermediate Xian-tier combat techniques. The system prompted him to exchange for a concealment array disc. Fortune value, 150, exchange successful. Current fortune value, 50. He required deeper concealment and swifter advancement. One day, as he was diligently cultivating with the toxic energy, the spatial rift suddenly quivered violently. With a soft pop, a bead the size of a pigeon's egg, entirely black and emanating an astonishingly toxic energy, tumbled out from the rift. The moment it struck the ground, the surrounding earth began to corrode with a hissing sound. Hun Sheng's pupils constricted as a surge of spiritual energy swept through him. Detection of a high concentration of demonic poison essence crystal, containing vast amounts of toxic energy and fragmented remnants of shattered souls. It can significantly enhance soul-devouring art, but carries a risk of soul contamination. Opportunity and peril coexisted. Hun Sheng's heart raced. If he could consume this item, his strength would undoubtedly surge. Yet, the threat of soul contamination loomed. His gaze shifted multiple times, ultimately replaced by resolute determination. The path of cultivation was not one to be undertaken with hesitation. He first activated the concealment array disc he had just exchanged for, enveloping the entire outpost in an invisible wave, severing all external connections. Subsequently, he gathered all the medicinal rewards from previous tasks set aside. Taking a deep breath, he lunged for the demonic poison bead. The instant he grasped it, the terrifying toxin surged up his arm, causing it to swell and darken ominously. Agonizing pain coursed through him. Soul-devouring art. Devour. Hun Sheng roared, unwavering as he unleashed his technique, voraciously consuming and refining the energy within the bead. An even more tumultuous energy assaulted his body and soul, while countless chaotic and malicious fragments of shattered souls shrieked and battered against his consciousness. Hun Sheng's expression contorted in agony. His orifices began to ooze dark blood. Yet he relied on soul solidification art to stabilize his spirit and soul-devouring art to forcibly convert the energy enduring the onslaught. This ordeal lasted an entire day and night. When the final trace of demonic poison energy was refined and the last fragment of his soul extinguished, Xiao Sheng emerged as if pulled from water, drenched in dark, filthy blood and sweat, his breath at its lowest ebb. But the next moment, a formidable aura erupted from within him. 6-star great fighter, 7-star, 8-star, finally stabilizing at the pinnacle of 9-star great fighter, only a step away from becoming a Douling. Moreover, his fighting spirit became increasingly profound and dark, infused with a potent corrosive toxicity, its might astonishing. His spiritual power, having fortified against contamination, became more resilient and solid. Successfully devoured the demonic poison bead, soul-devouring art has broken through to a minor accomplishment. Cultivation elevated to the pinnacle of 9-star great fighter. Acquired passive, intermediate demonic poison resistance, toxic fighting spirit. Task: investigate the source of the anomalous fluctuations completed. Reward: fortune value 200. Detoxification pill formula has been issued. Current fortune value 250. Xiao Sheng slowly opened his eyes. The feeling of exhaustion lingered, yet the brilliance in his gaze burned with unprecedented intensity. His strength had surged. With the toxic fighting spirit and various strategies at his disposal, he now possessed the capability to contend even against lower-tier Doulings. After a prolonged period of recuperation, he regained some of his strength. Observing the now ineffective concealment array disc and the empty medicinal vial in his hand, he understood it was unwise to linger here. With the demonic poison bead retrieved, the spatial rift was gradually stabilizing, diminishing in value. He took out a communication jade talisman and input the information. After months of monitoring, the spatial rift has naturally healed, and the toxic miasma has dissipated. The outpost has lost its value. I request a return to the clan for a debrief. Shortly after, a reply arrived. Approved. Return immediately. Xiao Sheng cleared all traces of his stay, especially those related to the consumption of the toxic energy, disguising them as natural dissipations. Then, he turned away from this outpost that had transformed him, heading towards the soul realm. It was time to return. With the strength of a 9-star great fighter, and having successfully completed the task, he should be able to truly shine in the upcoming clan competition, gaining more recognition and resources. Chapter 7. The clan competition's brilliance entering the core. Upon returning to the soul realm, the training institute in the Bing district remained as oppressive and silent as ever. Xiao Sheng submitted his task report, describing the natural healing process of the demonic flame valley outpost in an unremarkable manner. The attendant verified his cultivation, noting his peak at 9-star great fighter with mild surprise, attributing it merely to the trials in the Blackhorn region and his own diligence, offering routine commendations without further inquiry. This understated response was precisely what Xiao Sheng desired. He received a meager contribution point for task completion, exchanged for several ordinary medicinal materials needed for cultivation, and once again secluded himself in preparation for the impending outer clan competition. After months of arduous training, he fully solidified his cultivation at the pinnacle of 9-star great fighter, his toxic fighting spirit flowing smoothly, and the poison palm became second nature. More importantly, he successfully suppressed his aura to the level of an 8-star great fighter using soul solidification art and his meticulous control over spiritual energy, which was a strategic adjustment he had planned for a remarkable reveal. On the day of the clan competition, the outermost, largest martial arena buzzed with excitement. Thousands of outer disciples gathered here, eager to seize this opportunity to showcase their talents and earn eligibility for better training areas. Xiao Sheng blended in with the crowd, utterly inconspicuous. His gaze swept over the high platform, where several inter-clan attendants sat with indifferent expressions, evidently uninterested in this low-level contest. As the matches commenced, the battles grew intense and brutal. The opponents Xiao Sheng faced in the early rounds were not formidable, utilizing his suppressed 8-star great fighter strength and his astute combat awareness. He easily secured victories without drawing much attention, until he encountered a fellow 9-star great fighter, Soul Butcher. This individual was quite renowned in the outer circles, infamous for his ferocious strength. Xiao Sheng? Unfamiliar. Soul Butcher sneered, his heavy axe slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh. Get out of my way. Faced with this fierce strike, Xiao Sheng finally ceased to hold back completely. Altering his footwork, he executed the shadow step, narrowly evading the axe's blade, while simultaneously launching a palm strike, the black fighting spirit infused with a hint of bloodthirst, directly imprinting in his Soul Butcher's chest. Poison palm. Soul Butcher sensed the corrosive power embedded in the gust of the palm strike. His expression shifted slightly as he raised his axe to block. Boom! The palm and axe clashed, sending Soul Butcher staggering back several steps, a clear black palm print left on the axe blade, sizzling as it began to corrode the weapon. What a peculiar fighting spirit. Soul Butcher was both surprised and enraged. Gasps echoed from the crowd below. An 8-star great fighter actually managed to push back a 9-star peak like Soul Butcher and possessed such a bizarre attribute in his fighting spirit. On the high platform, an inter-clan attendant slightly raised an eyebrow. Seizing the opportunity, Hun Sheng pressed his advantage, employing the shadow step like a specter, his poison palm ruthlessly targeting vital points. Soul Butcher, despite his overwhelming strength, found himself completely suppressed, rendered helpless and in a pitiful state. Ultimately, Hun Sheng feigned a strike, baiting an opening, and delivered a poisonous palm imprint beneath his ribs. Puffed. Soul Butcher spat out a mouthful of blackened blood, staggering to the ground, the toxin spreading through him, rendering him unable to rise for a time. Hun Sheng emerged victorious. The referee announced. The arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted into discussion. Everyone began to inquire about this previously unknown figure, Hun Sheng, who possessed such a peculiar toxic technique. Hun Sheng descended from the platform with a calm demeanor, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He understood that this display was enough to pique some interest from the inter-clan attendants. In the subsequent matches, he easily defeated 2 more 9-star great fighters, ultimately securing the 10th place in the outer clan competition. This ranking was neither too high nor too low. It granted him eligibility for entry into the E-District Training Institute and access to additional resources, while not drawing excessive attention, fitting the image of an outer disciple with a stroke of good fortune and a touch of serendipity. During the awards ceremony, the previously arching eyebrow of the steward indeed lingered upon him for a moment longer, stating coolly, "Poison attribute combat aura? Quite rare indeed. Train diligently and do not stray from your path." Honorable Soul accepted this with deference. Upon entering the beta zone, the resources proved to be significantly more abundant. Soul now possessed a private cultivation chamber, with his monthly allocation of elixirs doubled, alongside the opportunity to exchange for more advanced techniques and combat skills. He remained low-key, dedicating the majority of his time to arduous training, continuing to refine the residual energy of the demonic poison pearl within him using the spirit devouring technique. Steadily advancing towards the threshold of Dou Ling simultaneously, he began to consciously utilize the more accessible information channels in the beta zone, keeping an eye on the happenings in the direction of the Gamma Empire. Fragmented pieces of information gradually coalesced. The 3-year agreement of the Yunlan sect, Xiao Yan's victory over Nalan Yunran, the Yunlan sect's bounty on Xiao Yan, and Xiao Yan's escape from the Gamma Empire. The mention of the Yunlan sect and the Law Protector, Soul's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, his eyes glimmering with cold light. He understood that a greater storm was brewing, and his current strength was far from sufficient to partake in it. He needed to grow stronger and swiftly. On one particular day, he utilized contribution points to redeem an opportunity to select a combat technique from the periphery of the Soul Technique Pavilion. The vast expanse of the Soul Technique Pavilion was like a boundless mist. He set a clear target, directly heading towards the section documenting various unconventional, poison-related, and even devouring techniques. Feigning to browse, his soul energy quietly spread, meticulously sensing the surroundings. Finally, in a particularly obscure corner, on a dust-covered shelf, he sensed a fragmentary black jade slip, its emanating fluctuations resonating faintly with his practiced spirit devouring technique. His heart stirred as he picked up the jade slip. Though the slip was broken, retaining only its front half, it was named Swallowing Yuan Technique, with a vague introduction stating it could accelerate the absorption of heavenly and earthly energy, but could easily destabilize one's foundation, categorized as intermediate Xian level, yet rarely sought after. To others, it was a mere trinket, but for Soul, who possessed the spirit-devouring technique capable of perfectly refining impurities, it was an exceptional aid for accelerated cultivation. Without hesitation, he chose this fragmentary slip. Upon returning to his cultivation chamber, Soul immediately began to study. Although the Swallowing Yuan technique was incomplete, its method of absorbing external energy was indeed unique. He combined the Swallowing Yuan technique with the spirit-devouring technique, and instantly, the speed of energy absorption surged several-fold. The surrounding heavenly and earthly energy within dozens of feet was drawn in like a magnet, flooding into the quiet chamber, rapidly purified and refined by the spirit-devouring technique. Merging into his being, his cultivation began to increase at a visibly accelerated pace. Months later, A faint sound of a barrier shattering resonated within the quiet chamber. Soul's aura suddenly surged, breaking through that solid bottleneck. 1-star Dou Ling. The progression was seamless, without any hindrance. Furthermore, due to the spirit devouring technique and the condensing soul technique, his foundation was more stable than the average Dou Ling, and his combat aura became more refined and robust. Stepping into Dou Ling signified that he had finally entered the mid-tier among the younger generation of the Soul Clan, qualifying him to access more core elements. He acclimated to the power of Dou Ling, feeling the surging poison-infused combat aura within him, his gaze sharp. It was time. The resources of the Beta Zone were no longer sufficient to support his rapid advancement. He needed accomplishments, needed to be regarded with greater significance, and required entry into the true core circle to obtain more and better guidance for that destined child. He pushed open the door of the quiet chamber and headed toward the task hall. He sought to undertake a task of adequate difficulty, one that would yield significant merit. His eyes fell upon the crimson words at the top of the task board. Investigate the recent frequent anomalies of the Yunlan sect in the Gamma Empire, and their connection with the mysterious powerhouse, Law Protector. Level, dangerous. Recommendation, high-level Dou Ling or above should form a team to proceed. A cold arc graced the corner of Soul's lips. This was it. Chapter 8, Undercurrents of the Empire, First Encounter with the Law Protector. On a winding path, the heavenly step allowed his movements to be utterly silent. He arrived several days ahead of the Soul Clan's investigative team, opting not to directly approach the Yunlan sect, but instead wandering around several major cities within the Empire and near the border of the Outcloud Empire. Through secret contact points at the periphery of the Soul Palace and deliberate encounters with some underground informants, he gathered fragmented bits of information. Overall, it appeared that the Gamma Empire had not experienced any major upheaval recently, and the Yunlan sect seemed to be operating as usual. However, whispers hinted that the sect leader, Hun Sheng, had been in seclusion for an extended period, with internal affairs largely managed by the elders, which seemed somewhat peculiar. Meanwhile, activities of the poison sect in the Outcloud Empire appear to have increased. Hun Sheng's seclusion and the unusual movements of the poison sect. Soul traced the rainwater with his finger across the dilapidated wooden table, contemplating that the Law Protector must have already begun making contact with Hun Sheng, or at least set up spies within the Yunlan sect. Days later, he met with 2 other Soul Clan investigators. Both were 5-star Dou Ling, their demeanor haughty, regarding him, a mere 1-star Dou Ling, with indifference. Soul, the leader, Soul Shadow, cast a glance at him, his tone cold. You will follow behind, responsible for recording any energy anomalies along the way and mapping the terrain. The core investigation will be handled by us. Understood. Soul bowed his head in acquiescence, adopting a very humble posture. The trio advanced towards the Yunlan sect. The 2 from Soul Shadow had a clear objective, heading directly towards the entrance of the Yunlan sect, attempting to locate high-level energy fluctuations. Soul trailed behind, seemingly documenting inconsequential data, yet his soul energy spread like an invisible web, quietly sensing every unusual fluctuation in the air. His caution and the keen perception granted by the condensing soul technique once again proved invaluable. Near an abandoned ancient castle, still some distance from the Yunlan sect, he detected an extremely faint yet pure and icy residue of a Soul Palace elder's unique aura. This aura did not originate from the Law Protector himself, but rather resembled traces left by one of his soul envoys passing through not long ago. Soul felt a stir in his heart, but remained silent, quietly noting the location and characteristics of the aura. However, the actions of Soul Shadow's duo turned reckless once again. Relying on their strength, they attempted to approach the forbidden grounds at the back of the Yunlan sect under the cover of night, unwittingly triggering the enhanced defensive barrier of the Yunlan sect. Light flashed and alarms blared. Retreat, Soul Shadow shouted, hurriedly withdrawing with his companion. Several auras of Yunlan sect experts quickly pursued them. The duo of Soul Shadow found themselves in a dire predicament, even engaging in a brief skirmish with their pursuers, sustaining minor injuries before narrowly escaping. Soul had already distanced himself at the onset of the disturbance, perfectly concealing himself. He watched coldly as Soul Shadow fled back to their temporary hiding cave, his expression grim. Damn the Yunlan sect, Soul Shadow cursed. Casting a resentful glance at the unscathed soul, you are rather clever. I fear my meager strength would only hinder you, my lord. Soul once again presented a jade slip containing the recorded peripheral energy data. Soul Shadow glanced at it irritably, refraining from further words, promptly reporting their encounter and requesting instructions. The response from the Soul Clan headquarters came swiftly, stern in tone, reprimanding them for once again startling the snake in the grass, commanding them to halt their actions and lie in wait. The atmosphere within the cave grew oppressive, as Soul Shadow tended to their wounds. Soul silently kept watch at the cave entrance. Just then, an unforeseen change occurred. An indescribable, bone-chilling pressure, as if capable of freezing souls, descended upon the small cave without warning. Thud! Thud! Soul Shadow collapsed to the ground, as if overwhelmed by an invisible mountain, their bodies creaking under the strain. Faces contorted with utter terror, unable to utter a word. Soul himself felt his entire being stiffen, as though his soul was on the verge of being crushed by this oppressive force. Yet, his condensing soul technique activated autonomously, barely maintaining a thread of clarity in his mind. He forcibly suppressed all thoughts of resistance and fear, kneeling on one knee and lowering his head, striving to appear as feeble as the others, yet with a subtle hint of tenacity in his struggle. A shadow, shrouded in dense black mist, emerged silently within the cave like a specter. A chilling notion swept across the gathering, imbued with a hint of dissatisfaction and indifference. A collection of inept individuals. A hoarse, somber voice resonated, penetrating the very depths of the soul, eliciting an involuntary shiver. The two figures of the Soul Shadow trembled even more violently. The indistinct silhouette's gaze seemed to linger upon them for a fleeting moment, particularly fixating on the Soulborn for an extra half-second, as if taken aback by his ability to maintain a kneeling posture rather than collapsing entirely. Matters concerning the Yunlan sect are meticulously orchestrated. How dare you disturb the grass and alert the snake? The frigid voice bore a reprimand. Should there be another lapse, you shall become fodder for the Soul Banner. Yes, yes, esteemed guardian, the Soul Shadow stammered, fear gripping them to their core. The shadow within the black mist, the Guardian Wu, appeared disinterested in these minor players. Yet his icy gaze swept over the Soulborn once more. You, the Guardian Wu's thought pointed at the Soulborn, maintaining a relatively steady breath. Report in detail all that you have witnessed since your arrival, particularly the fluctuations in energy surrounding the Yunlan sect. A shudder ran through the Soulborn, for he recognized this as both a test and an opportunity. He kept his head bowed, articulating his observations in the most succinct and clear manner, recounting the peripheral data. The frequency of energy fluctuations and the faint remnants of presence discovered at the desolate ancient castle, meticulously outlining the information without embellishment, omitting the reckless actions of the Soul Shadow duo. The Guardian Wu listened in silence, withholding judgment. Once the Soulborn concluded, an icy stillness enveloped the cave. After a prolonged pause, the Guardian Wu emitted an ambiguous grunt, at least slightly more useful than those two inept ones. The chilling notion swept over the Soulborn again. Remember, conceal yourself, observe. Without my command, do not act recklessly. Otherwise, as the words faded, the terrifying pressure receded like a tide. The shadow and the black mist dissipated quietly, as if it had never been there. Within the cave, only the heavy breaths of the three remained. The Soul Shadow duo collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat, their faces still etched with fear. The Soulborn gradually rose to his feet, a chill coursing through his back. The brief encounter with the Guardian Wu had instilled a sense of oppression far beyond his expectations. Yet he had succeeded. Not only had he avoided inciting the Guardian Wu's wrath, but he had also left a preliminary impression due to his composure and usefulness. Even receiving directives to lurk and observe. Task: investigation of the Yunlan sect's anomalies completed. Reward calculation in progress. Successfully contacted Guardian Wu without being eradicated. Gained 400 luck points. Gained preliminary attention from Guardian Wu. Reward: low-level token of the Soul Hall. Luck points 100. Current luck points 700. A chilling black bone token fell into the Soulborn's hand. He grasped the token tightly, his gaze profound. Though perilous, this risky maneuver had proven fruitful. With this token in hand, his endeavors within the Gamma Empire would be considerably facilitated, further aiding his subsequent covert arrangements. He cast a glance at the still-dazed Soul Shadow duo, a cold smirk forming within. These two fools would likely never comprehend the significance of this failed investigation to him. Esteemed lords, shall we heed Guardian Wu's command and proceed to conceal ourselves? The Soulborn inquired respectfully, his tone unwavering. The Soul Shadow duo finally regained their senses. Their gazes toward the Soulborn filled with complexity, relief at having survived, yet tinged with an inexplicable jealousy and trepidation. Let us depart immediately. The Soul Shadow struggled to rise, shedding any remnants of previous arrogance. The Soulborn followed behind them, casting one last glance in the direction of the Yunnan sect. Gardien vous, Yunnan sect, Xiao Yan. The pieces have quietly fallen into place. Chapter 9. Shadows of the Black Corner. An encounter on a foreign path. In the Soul Clan outpost at the edge of the Demon Flame Valley within the Black Corner region, the Soulborn slowly opened his eyes, his aura dense and composed. Having firmly established his realm at the 1-star doling level, he toyed with the Black Bone token acquired from Guardian Wu. Its icy texture seemingly capable of penetrating the soul. The affairs of the Gamma Empire had concluded, and the threads concerning the Yunnan sect had been sewn. Now, his gaze turned towards the depths of the Black Corner region. It was time to focus on enhancing himself. The chaotic energy environment here was perfectly suited for the cultivation of the soul devouring technique and poison demon palm. He did not rush into action. Instead, he utilized the rudimentary communication array remaining in the outpost to report false movements regarding the continued monitoring of the spatial rifts in the Demon Flame Valley, securing himself a period of freedom for clandestine cultivation. Over the course of several months, the Soulborn drifted through the outskirts of the Black Corner region like a specter. He steered clear of the strongholds of large factions, deliberately seeking out treacherous areas rife with energy disruptions, toxic miasma, or where powerful beings had previously perished. The soul-devouring technique operated at full capacity, voraciously absorbing various violent energies and residual soul fragments, steadily advancing towards the 2-star doling realm. Simultaneously, he diligently honed his Sky Phantom Step and Shadow concealment technique. In this ruthless land of the Black Corner region, concealment and speed were essential for survival. One day, he arrived at the relatively bustling Black Seal City within the Black Corner region to replenish some daily supplies. The city remained chaotic, the streets filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares and the clamor of combat. The Soulborn instinctively suppressed his aura to the level of an 8-star Great Dome Master, blending into the crowd, inconspicuous. As he passed by the city's largest auction house, the Black Seal Auction Hall, he paused momentarily. Today, the auction house seemed particularly lively, throngs of people flowing in and out. Have you heard? This auction has some fine items. Apparently, a rare poison demon vine is on offer. Many practitioners of poison techniques are here, and there's a high-tier fire attribute Dou technique scroll as well, drawing quite the crowd. Looks like we're in for quite a spectacle today. The chatter of passers-by reached the Soulborn's ears, stirring his interest. The poison demon vine would indeed be beneficial for his cultivation of the poison demon palm. After a brief contemplation, he altered his course, merging with the crowd to enter the auction house. He paid the deposit and chose a secluded corner in the hall, further suppressing his aura. The auction commenced shortly thereafter, the atmosphere electrifying. A plethora of pills, herbs, weapons, and Dou techniques were presented, inciting a flurry of bids from the audience. The Soulborn found most items uninteresting, closing his eyes to rest, awaiting the appearance of his target. When the entirely black poison demon vine, entwined with an eerie black mist, was brought to the stage, he finally opened his eyes. Next up for bidding a 4th-grade herb. The poison demon vine, renowned for its lethal toxicity, an excellent material for cultivating poison techniques or concocting certain special pills. Starting bid, 200,000 gold coins. The bidding erupted fiercely, clearly capturing the interest of many. The Soulborn remained patient, calmly observing the primary competitors, among whom were several with doling level auras. The price quickly climbed to 400,000. The calls for bids gradually thinned. 450,000. The Soulborn spoke for the first time, his voice hoarse and subdued. 460,000. An elder with a chilling aura followed suit. 480,000. The Soulborn raised his bid again. The elder hesitated for a moment, ultimately shaking his head and conceding. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring the gavel down, a young, somewhat anxious voice echoed from a corner in the front row. 500,000. The Soulborn's gaze sharpened, his soul energy instinctively sweeping towards the source of the voice. There, cloaked in a large black robe, obscuring his features, sat a figure whose aura hovered around the 3 to 4-star Great Dome Master level, yet exuded an unusual tenacity and fervor. From him, the Soulborn detected a faint yet unmistakably familiar wave of soul energy, one that belonged to Yao Lao, though deliberately concealed. The congealing soul technique allowed the Soulborn to catch that brief trace. It was Xiao Yan. He had also come to the Black Corner region, attending this auction. Clearly, it was for that high-tier fire attribute Dou technique scroll. The Soulborn understood instantly. After calling out the bid of 500,000, Xiao Yan appeared somewhat tense, leaning slightly forward. This price was likely his limit. The Soulborn remained silent for a moment. He did not necessarily require the poison demon vine. At this moment, raising the bid would certainly cause Xiao Yan significant financial strain and might even lead him to miss his target technique. However, it would undoubtedly arouse the vigilance and scrutiny of the elder Yao. To expose oneself for the sake of a mere herb would be a fool's errand. After the auctioneer inquired 3 times, he decisively struck the gavel. 500,000 gold coins. Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring the poison demon vine. Xiao Yan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, his body relaxing. Hun Sheng, maintaining a stoic expression, withdrew his gaze, appearing merely as a common bidder who had failed. Yet his mind was racing with thoughts. Xiao Yan's presence here signified that he had escaped the Jiama Empire, and the plot was steadily progressing. His cultivation at the level of a 3-star Dou Master was advancing at a commendable pace. It seemed that the story involving the Jia Nan Academy and the fallen heart flame was not far off. Hun Sheng mused to himself that he needed to expedite his strength. Without lingering, he quietly rose and departed the auction house. Throughout this encounter, he had flawlessly concealed his presence, drawing not a hint of attention from Xiao Yan or Elder Yao. The two individuals were akin to parallel lines, briefly intersecting in the chaotic Black Corner region, yet remaining strangers, brushing past one another. Detected movement of key plot character Xiao Yan. Slight increase in plot participation. Gained luck points, 50. Current luck points, 750. Upon exiting the auction house, Hun Sheng disregarded the clamor behind him, his figure melding into the shadowy alleys of Black Ink City. His objective grew increasingly clear: strength. The need for greater strength. Although the spatial rift in the Demon Flame Valley had stabilized, the vastness of the Black Corner region promised many similar locales. He needed to seek out the next source that could expedite his soul-devouring art. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan would continue his journey until the moment they truly clashed. At that time, Hun Sheng would deliver an astonishing surprise. Chapter 10. Each with opportunities, dark currents surge. After the silent brush with Xiao Yan at the Black Ink auction house, Hun Sheng vanished like a droplet of water merging into the sea, completely disappearing into the intricate shadows of the Black Corner region. He paid no heed to the ensuing turmoil caused by the 3,000 thunderclaps, nor did he seek to discover how Xiao Yan ultimately extricated himself. The fortune of the destined child was never in question for him. His goal was always clear: to enhance his strength, sparing no effort to seize any potential source of power. After departing from Black Ink City, he pursued leads he had previously gathered regarding several suspected perilous locations, embarking on a more profound exploration. On one particular day, following a faint trail of energy, he stumbled upon a desolate rift situated between 2 volcanoes. The rift radiated intense heat, yet the air was strangely permeated with a chilling malevolence capable of eroding Dou Qi. The two contrasting energies intertwined, creating a lethal zone. Scattered throughout the rift were charred bones, both human and magical beast, indicating that none of the unwary had survived. Hun Sheng activated his heavenly poison Dou Qi for protection and cautiously ventured deeper. In the rift's depths, he discovered an unusual skeletal remains partially buried within the scorched rock layers. The bones gleamed a dark gold, and even after the passage of time, they emanated a faint, oppressive aura, clearly belonging to a formidable being in life. However, what halted Hun Sheng was not the skeleton itself, but rather a peculiar plant growing at the location of its heart. The plant stalk was jet black, its leaves of vivid crimson, and at its apex, a fruit the size of a dragon's eye, half black and half red, pulsed gently, resembling a small heartbeat. Each throb causing the surrounding energies of heat and chill to alternate. Could this be the yin-yang evil core fruit? A flicker of surprise crossed Hun Sheng's eyes. He had encountered similar records in the ancient tomes of the Soul Clan. This fruit required the convergence of extreme yang and extreme yin energies to absorb the residual essence of a fallen powerhouse, taking countless years to mature. Though the yin-yang malevolence contained within was extraordinarily tyrannical, if refined, it would yield remarkable effects in tempering Dou Qi and reinforcing meridians. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. Without hesitation, Hun Sheng carefully plucked the fruit. Upon grasping it, waves of scorching heat and icy cold surged through him. Had he not been prepared and possessed the heavenly poison Dou Qi, he would likely have been injured in an instant. He immediately sought out a relatively stable cavern within the rift, setting up a concealment formation to prepare for the consumption and refinement of the fruit. This time, the process proved more arduous than anticipated. The yin and yang malevolence clashed violently within him, as if attempting to rend him asunder from the inside out. Hun Sheng steadfastly focused his mind, operating the soul-devouring art at an unprecedented speed, forcibly harmonizing and devouring these two opposing energies, transforming them into the purest form of Dou Qi. His meridians continuously cycled between tearing and mending, the pain far exceeding previous experiences. Yet, the rewards were equally substantial. His Dou Qi became increasingly pure and condensed at a visible pace, and his meridians were widened and fortified, steadily advancing toward the realm of a 3-star Dou spirit. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, the energy of the yin-yang evil core fruit was finally completely refined. Hun Sheng opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. His aura had distinctly reached the pinnacle of a 2-star Dou spirit, merely a hair's breadth away from 3 stars. More importantly, the quality of his Dou Qi had significantly improved, becoming more robust and domineering, with a heightened adaptability to energy attributes. Regrettably, he had not directly broken through. Hun Sheng felt a twinge of disappointment, but soon found solace. The foundation in cultivation was of utmost importance, and the benefits derived from this refinement far outweighed a mere 1-star increase in cultivation. He departed the rift, continuing to hone his skills within the Black Corner region. During this time, he also gleaned sporadic rumors regarding Xiao Yan through covert channels of the Soul Palace. He was suspected to have entered the territory of Xiao Yan Academy and appeared to have made further progress in cultivation. Hun Sheng was not surprised by this. He resembled the most patient of hunters, silently accumulating his strength, awaiting the moment when his prey would reach its most succulent state. Sensing that his training in the Black Corner region had reached a bottleneck, Hun Sheng resolved to return to the Soul Realm. He needed to leverage his status as a core disciple to acquire higher-level techniques and resources in preparation for breaking through to Douwang. Utilizing a secret passage to return to the Soul Realm, he first reported to the task hall, claiming he had been monitoring the Demon Flame Valley region and had fortuitously discovered and eliminated several weak spatial fluctuation points, ensuring safety. Displaying his pinnacle of a 2-star Dou spirit cultivation, he garnered the satisfaction of a steward, who granted him further merit rewards. Subsequently, he immediately proceeded to the Technique Pavilion. This time, he had a clear objective, selecting a control-type soul technique named Poison Shadow Binding, which could condense invisible poisonous threads using heavenly poison Dou Qi to ensnare enemies while eroding their Dou Qi and souls, perfectly compensating for his current lack of control methods. After exchanging for the soul technique, he also redeemed a batch of medicinal pills to assist in breaking through the Douwang bottleneck with his accumulated merit points. Before returning to his quarters in the core area to begin a new round of seclusion, he continuously refined his Dou Qi, sharpened his soul, practiced the newly acquired Poison Shadow Binding, and adjusted his state to its peak, silently awaiting the moment to challenge the Douwang threshold. Meanwhile, during his seclusion, more intricate intelligence regarding the Jia Ma Empire's Yunlan sect, as well as news of a new student at Xiao Yan Academy forcefully rising with a unique flame, gradually trickled back to the higher echelons of the Soul Clan, garnering some clandestine attention. The undercurrents were quietly converging in unseen realms. Hun Sheng understood that when he emerged from his retreat, the curtain of the stage might slowly begin to rise. Chapter 11. The Storm of Jianan. Heart of the Fallen stirs. The pursuit and turmoil in the Black Corner region had become a thing of the past. With the discreet assistance of Elder Yao, Xiao Yan successfully extricated himself from the entanglements of the Blood Sect and other forces, finally arriving at his destination, Xiao Yan Academy. Stepping into this renowned ancient institution of the continent, he was immediately enveloped by the rich energies of heaven and earth, as well as an invigorating atmosphere. Towering spires, expansive plazas, and the presence of numerous young scholars all exuded the profound heritage of Xiao Yan Academy. However, it was evident that Xiao Yan Academy was not a haven of peace. Upon entering the academy, Xiao Yan found himself embroiled in the internal selection tournament. Compelled to showcase his prowess against formidable adversaries such as the renowned Bai Shan, Hu Jia, and Wu Hao. Bai Shan, enamored with Sun Air, directed his animosity towards Xiao Yan at every turn. The tournament was a whirlwind of intense battles, yet Xiao Yan, bolstered by his surging strength and the might of his, overcame each opponent, ultimately vanquishing Bai Shan, Hu Jia, and Wu Hao, thus securing his qualification for the Inner Academy. The Inner Academy is the true heart of the Xiao Yan Academy, the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower, a unique edifice capable of accelerating cultivation while also igniting one's inner fire, became Xiao Yan's new sanctuary for training. Here, He felt the exuberance of the within him, and for the first time, he distinctly sensed the terrifying entity sealed deep within the tower, the fallen heart flame. The fallen heart flame, formless and intangible, specializes in heart fire, boasting extraordinary effects on refining Dou Qi and enhancing cultivation speed, albeit with tremendous risk. Shielded by his, Xiao Yan experienced exponential growth in strength within the heavenly flame refining tower, quickly making a name for himself on the Inner Academy's rankings, earning the moniker of Flame Demon. During this period, he forged new friendships, such as with the straightforward Ziyan, while also facing fresh challenges, with conflicts against veteran Inner Academy powerhouses like Bai Cheng intensifying. His possession of drew the particular attention and covert protection of Elder Su Qian. However, the tranquility of his cultivation life was short-lived. The fallen heart flame, sealed for many years, began to exhibit increasingly shorter and more intense periods of agitation. Numerous students training within the tower suffered from uncontrolled heart fire, and even some elders at the Douwang level found themselves at a loss. Finally, an unprecedented cataclysmic upheaval erupted. On that day, the entire Inner Academy was shaken to its core. The heavenly flame refining tower trembled violently, and a torrent of invisible flames erupted from the tower's base like a volcanic eruption, engulfing half the sky of the Inner Academy in an instant. The terrifying heat distorted the very fabric of space, sending countless students fleeing in terror. Elder Su Qian and the other elders joined forces in a desperate attempt to suppress the turmoil, yet they struggled to fully contain the rampaging fallen heart flame. The invisible fire serpent raged against its seal, emitting a deafening roar, yearning for freedom. Amidst this chaotic moment, Xiao Yan felt an unprecedented pull from within him. Becoming exceptionally agitated, he gazed at the surging invisible flames with eyes alight with determination and madness. The fallen heart flame was a treasure he must possess, not only for his own cultivation, but also to restore his master, Yao Lao's strength. Master, Xiao Yan roared inwardly. Little one, the opportunity has arrived, but it is fraught with peril. Yao Lao's grave voice resonated, stating that success would depend entirely on Xiao Yan's fortune. Without hesitation, seizing the moment when the elders were preoccupied with suppression, Xiao Yan transformed into a streak of azure light, charging towards the entrance of the heavenly flame refining tower. Propelled by the terrifying heart fire that threatened to shatter his very soul, plunging into the molten world beneath without a second thought, his figure was swiftly enveloped by the raging invisible flames. Simultaneously, far away in the core region of the Soul Realm, in a secluded courtyard, the seated Hun Sheng felt a slight ripple in the surrounding space as a powerful aura gradually retracted into his body. He opened his eyes, and a fleeting glimmer of deep purple light flashed within them, emanating an imposing pressure that indicated he had ascended to a new level. One star Douwang. After a prolonged period of seclusion and accumulation, he had successfully breached the Douling barrier and officially become a Douwang powerhouse. The Tian poison Dou Qi had grown increasingly formidable, and his soul power surged correspondingly. After briefly acclimating to his newfound strength, he rose to open the door to his quiet chamber. Outside, a shimmering communication jade talisman floated in the air. Hun Sheng reached out to grasp it, infusing it with soul power. The talisman contained an urgent message from the Soul Clan's intelligence network. Emergency report from Jianan Academy. The fallen heart flame sealed within the heavenly flame refining tower has undergone the most powerful upheaval in history, breaching some seals, resulting in significant losses to the Inner Academy. It is suspected that an individual possessing has infiltrated the molten world amid the chaos. Holding the talisman, Hun Sheng's lips curled into a cold yet expectant smile. At last, it has begun. Chapter 12. The initial awakening of the Douwang, renowned within the clan. In the core region of the Soul Realm, at the Dou Technique Trial Grounds, today was not a particularly special day, yet a considerable number of Soul Clan disciples gathered around. In the arena, two figures were locked in fierce combat, black energy swirling as their soul techniques clashed with a resounding thud. One of them was none other than the newly emerged Han Sheng. His opponent, a core disciple with a cultivation level of 3-star Douwang, named Han Yan, was somewhat renowned within the clan, famed for his lethal Ghost Cry Soul Claw. Han Yan unleashed a ferocious assault, his claw winds sharp and swift, creating afterimages that enveloped Hun Sheng's vital points. Having heard that Hun Sheng was a newcomer to the Douwang rank from the periphery, he held a degree of contempt and sought a quick victory to establish his reputation. However, in the face of this tempestuous onslaught, Hun Sheng appeared unfazed. He refrained from wielding any weapons, instead meeting the attack with his hands enveloped in dark purple Dou Qi. Employing the Tianyu step, his form became ghostly. Occasionally, he countered with precise and ruthless palm strikes, targeting the openings in Hun Yan's techniques. The collision of dark purple Tian poisoned Dou Qi with Hun Yan's black soul energy produced a hissing sound of corrosion, gradually eroding his Dou Qi. What a bizarre Dou Qi! The more Hun Yan fought, the more apprehensive he became, sensing his Dou Qi depleting rapidly. While the sinister essence within Hun Sheng's palm winds sought to invade his meridians, forcing him to divide his attention to defend himself. Is that all you can do is dodge? Frustrated by his inability to break through, Hun Yan roared, unleashing a surge of Dou Qi from within. His claws radiating with dark light as he executed his ultimate technique, Ghost Cry Howl Soul. A piercing sound wave merged with solidified claw shadows, rushing towards Hun Sheng like a vengeful spirit. This was his trump card, wielding immense power. The onlookers gasped, believing Hun Sheng would be forced to retreat. However, a cold glint flashed in Hun Sheng's eyes. No longer evading, he slowly thrust out his right palm, as dark purple Dou Qi violently coalesced within, transforming into a miniature vortex of toxic energy. Poisonous kill palm. As he struck, there was no cataclysmic uproar, yet it carried an aura of annihilation and deadly silence. Sizzle. The sharp sound wave claw shadow collided with the dark purple palm wind, swiftly dissolving like ice meeting boiling oil. Hun Yan's expression shifted dramatically as he felt an irresistible corrosive energy surge back through his Dou Qi, rendering his entire arm numb and prickling with pain. Just as he attempted to retreat, Hun Sheng's figure closed in on him like a relentless shadow, his left fingertip glowing with a ghostly light. Soul extinguishing finger. A meticulously refined strike targeting the soul shot forth, instantly aiming for Hun Yan's brow. Hun Yan's soul surged with terror, and he turned his head desperately to evade. The fingertip grazed past his temple. Though it did not directly hit, the overwhelming soul impact still caused his sea of consciousness to tremble violently, plunging his vision into darkness and rendering him momentarily paralyzed. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Hun Sheng's right palm lightly pressed against his chest. Poof! Hun Yan, struck as if by a heavy blow, spat blood, his body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily at the edge of the trial grounds. Struggling a few times, he found it difficult to rise. A dark purple palm print was clearly visible on his chest, and his garments were rapidly corroding around it. An instant of silence enveloped the arena. A 3-star Do Wong, Hun Yan, had been defeated, and so decisively? The opponent had not even utilized any high-level soul techniques, effortlessly securing victory with mere agility, poisonous palms, and a single soul power strike. All eyes were riveted upon the figure, cloaked in black within the arena. Hun Sheng gradually retracted his aura, the dark purple energy receding into his body, his expression as tranquil as ever, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Approaching Nightmare. He extended his hand. Nightmare's complexion fluctuated between shades of pallor and ashen gray, but ultimately he clasped Hun Sheng's hand and rose, his gaze laden with complexity as he murmured, "Thank you for your mercy." He understood that had Hun Sheng not tempered his strength at the last moment, that strike could have severely injured or even incapacitated him. It was merely a spar, Hun Sheng said nonchalantly, turning to descend from the trial ground. Following this battle, Hun Sheng's name swiftly spread throughout the core region of the Soul Clan. The newly ascended 1-star Do Wong had remarkably defeated the 3-star Do Wong, Nightmare, showcasing an enigmatic and formidable martial art that was nothing short of astonishing. No one dared to belittle him for his origins in the periphery any longer. Days later, the Soul Clan's Elders Hall issued a significant mission to journey to the northwest continent to investigate the recent sharp decline in resources supplied by the Ghost-Killing Manor, a subsidiary force of the Soul Clan, as well as the cessation of communication with its lord, and to take appropriate action. The mission was classified as dangerous, with the recommendation that it be led by a high-ranking Do Wong and accompanied by several other Do Wongs. Upon release, the task instantly garnered the attention of the core disciples. Although the Ghost-Killing Manor was merely a subsidiary force, its lord possessed the strength of a Do Huang, and a sudden disappearance was no trifling matter. Soon, a team composed of a 5-star Do Wong and 3 lower-star Do Wongs, including Hun Sheng, was assembled. Utilising un spatial passage. The team swiftly arrived at the Killing mountain range, where the Ghost Killing Manor was located. The entire mountain range was enveloped in a profound silence, shrouded in a thick, unyielding aura of death, while the headquarters of the Ghost Killing Manor resembled a ghostly realm, devoid of life. The team cautiously infiltrated, only to discover that the inhabitants had all been reduced to mummified corpses, their deaths horrific, as if every ounce of their essence and soul had been drained away. What a vicious method! The leading 5-star Dou Wang, Hun Sheng, wore a grave expression, observing the marks and deducing. It appears to be the handiwork of the soul-devouring clan. Upon hearing the name of the soul-devouring clan, the 2 lower-star Dou Wangs immediately changed countenance, fear evident in their eyes. The soul-devouring clan was one of the soul clan's mortal enemies, exceedingly inscrutable and adept at devouring the very essence of living souls. However, Hun Sheng's gaze flickered subtly, his soul power meticulously sensing the residual fluctuations around him. The soul-devouring technique was particularly attuned to energies of this nature. Not only the soul-devouring clan. Hun Sheng suddenly spoke, pointing towards an inconspicuous corner deep within the main hall, where a faint trace of violent energy, remnants of flame, seemed deliberately concealed. Upon hearing this, Hun Sheng stepped forward to investigate closely, discovering a barely perceptible residue of anomalous energy, his expression growing even graver. Are there others involved? Could it be that another force intends to frame the soul-devouring clan? At that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. From shadows of the hall, several distorted, transparent figures silently pounced upon the team. They lacked a physical form, yet emitted piercing shrieks that directly assaulted the soul. Be cautious. It's the soul-devouring clan's soul eaters. Hun Sheng shouted, immediately engaging in battle. The other 2 Dou Wangs hastily unleashed their soul techniques in defense. But their attacks seemed significantly less effective against these ethereal entities, leading to a chaotic and perilous situation. Facing the oncoming soul eaters, Hun Sheng's eyes glimmered with an imperceptible light. The soul-devouring technique quietly activated, emanating a consuming power directed at the very essence of the soul. As the soul eater lunged closer, it let out a terrified shriek, as if encountering a natural enemy, its movements suddenly stalling. Soul extinction finger. Hun Sheng thrust his finger forward, the concentrated force piercing through the soul eater. The characteristic of the soul-devouring technique within his attack managed to directly consume a small portion of its residual soul energy, replenishing himself in the process. He flickered away, employing the celestial shadow step to leave behind numerous afterimages in the hall, specifically targeting the weaknesses of the soul eaters. The combination of his poisonous Dou Qi and soul attacks proved far more efficient than those of the other 3. With his assistance, the team swiftly eliminated the group of soul eaters. Hun Sheng regarded Hun Sheng with astonishment and admiration. Junior brother Hun Sheng, I never expected your Dou Qi to be so effective against these ghastly entities. Hun Sheng replied calmly, it's merely a fortunate consequence of my unique technique. After a thorough investigation, the team discovered a forcibly dismantled, concealed formation in the treasure vault of the Ghost Killing Manor, which was entirely empty, clearly indicating that the most vital items had been taken. In conjunction with the evidence at the scene, it was almost certain that the soul-devouring clan had conspired with another unknown force, plundering the Ghost Killing Manor's resources and silencing them. With the mission accomplished, the team returned to the Soul Realm to report Hun Sheng's performance during this mission, his composure, keen perception, and that enigmatic method effective against the soul-devouring clan, left a profound impression on the leading Hun Sheng and the Elders Hall. The evaluation in the mission report was exceedingly high. Following this incident, Hun Sheng's status among the core disciples was firmly established. He was granted additional resources and awarded a mid-tier Earth-rank soul technique, the Ghost Lock, which could bind opponents with chains of soul energy, perfectly aligning with his intentions. He continued to maintain a low profile, dedicating most of his time to cultivation, assimilating the gains from this mission, solidifying his 1-star Dou Wang prowess, and refining the newly acquired soul technique. Chapter 13. Secrets of the Pavilion. The Mystic Realm awaits. Hun Sheng sat cross-legged deep within the core courtyard of the Yi district, his dark purple Dou Qi ebbing and flowing like the tides. The insights gleaned from his battle with Nightmare and the Ghost Killing Manor mission were rapidly being assimilated, and he had made initial progress in the cultivation of the Ghost Lock. The profundity of mid-tier Earth-ranked martial techniques was beyond anything he had previously encountered, requiring meticulous crafting of runes with soul power to solidify intangible chains that could bind both body and spirit, a process immensely taxing on the mind. On this particular day, a faint disturbance rippled through the protective formation outside the courtyard. Hun Sheng opened his eyes as a message jade talisman passed through the formation, hovering before him. The talisman bore the insidious character for soul, emanating a chilling aura, originating from the upper echelons of the Elder's Hall. Hun Sheng, your performance in the clan comparison and the ghost-killing manor mission has been exemplary. You are granted a one-day advance access privilege to the outer perusal of the Soul Hall's secret pavilion. Please await at the entrance of the secret pavilion 3 days hence at the hour of the dragon. Do not delay. The message was brief, yet a glimmer of excitement flashed in Hun Sheng's eyes. The Soul Hall's secret pavilion harbored the true essence of the Soul Clan. Even the outer perusal contained collections of techniques, soul arts, and secret knowledge far surpassing anything available externally. This opportunity had been long awaited. 3 days later, at the hour of the dragon, Hun Sheng arrived punctually before a valley shrouded in gray mist deep within the Soul Realm. At the entrance of the valley, 2 enigmatic figures cloaked in black, resembling statues, appeared silently, their cold gazes sweeping over the permission jade talisman in Hun Sheng's hand. With a slight nod, they granted him passage. Upon entering the valley, a magnificent sight unfolded before him. An ancient tower, entirely constructed from obsidian stones, loomed ahead, its surface adorned with inscrutable runes that exuded a pressure capable of sending shivers through the soul. This was the secret pavilion of the Soul Hall, the very heart of the Soul Clan's power. Guided by another silent guardian of the pavilion, Hun Sheng entered the tower's lower level through a side door. Contrary to his expectations of a plethora of shelves brimming with treasures, he found himself in a vast expanse reminiscent of a starry sky. Countless luminous orbs floated within, each encapsulating a jade tablet, scroll, or fragments of peculiar artifacts. The outer area was restricted to a one-day limit. No damage, no copying, and no dissemination of information was permitted. Violators would face dire consequences. The Guardian's icy voice echoed in the space before fading away. Hun Sheng took a deep breath, allowing his soul power to extend gradually. Time was of the essence. He needed to locate the most valuable items for himself. He first focused on the area containing martial techniques. Although the soul devouring technique was powerful, it originated from the system and leaned towards absorption and refinement, lacking in offensive combat techniques and soul defense methods. He required stronger offensive Dou techniques and defensive soul arts. As his soul power swept over the luminous orbs, a torrent of information fragments surged into his mind. In the realm of advanced combat techniques, the Earth-tier skill soul extinction wave manifests as a soul shockwave, requiring the soul power of a Dou emperor for its practice. The incomplete sacred-level technique Yiming record consists of the first 3 layers and imposes stringent cultivation prerequisites, necessitating a body of extreme Yin. Meanwhile, the soul defense secret art soul armor technique allows the refinement of a soul armor capable of withstanding soul shocks below the rank of a respected master. As Soulborn swiftly navigated through the vast repository of knowledge, an unassuming dark gray orb unexpectedly captured his attention. Within this orb lay a shattered jade slip, its essence feeble. Yet the 2 ancient characters inscribed upon it sent a jolt through his heart. Soul Devour. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was a suspected fragment of an ancient technique from the Soul Eating clan, capable of consuming the soul essence of others to bolster oneself. A practice both tyrannical and perilous, fraught with the risk of backlash and soul disorder, thus demanding caution in its cultivation. The notion of the soul-eating clan, devourers of soul essence, caused Soulborn's heart to race. It bore a striking resemblance to the soul-devouring technique he was currently cultivating, perhaps even more direct in its ferocity. Though merely a fragment and laden with risks, it might serve as a complement to his existing technique, filling in its deficiencies. Without hesitation, he locked onto the orb with his soul power and began to fully grasp the incomplete methods inscribed within. Time slipped away rapidly. Immersed in the profound mysteries of Soul Devour and leveraging the foundation of Soul Devouring technique alongside the formidable power of Soul Condensation technique, he managed to grasp the rudimentary concepts of this brutal method of consuming soul essence within merely a few hours. Although it was only a superficial understanding, it granted him a fresh perspective on soul consumption. Having comprehended Soul Devour, he promptly turned his attention to other areas. He discovered another technique known as Phantom Clone, a low-tier Earth-level movement skill that consumes soul power to create somewhat deceptive clones, perfectly compensating for the deficiencies of Sky Phantom Step in terms of trickery. He also took note of valuable insights regarding various exotic fires, rare toxins, and the peculiar characteristics of soul entities across the continent. A day passed in the blink of an eye. When the cold voice of the guard once again echoed through the hall, Soulborn emerged from the vast ocean of knowledge. Though still yearning for more, he had no choice but to withdraw. Upon exiting the secret pavilion and returning to the courtyard, Soulborn immediately entered seclusion to assimilate his newfound knowledge. Although he could not directly cultivate the Soul Devour fragment, its concepts significantly broadened his mindset, and the operation of Soul Devouring technique appeared to flow more smoothly. He had also achieved preliminary mastery of Phantom Clone. More importantly, the secret insights deepened his understanding of the power structure within this world. Just as he was engrossed in fortifying his cultivation and practicing the newly acquired combat techniques, an urgent summons from the Elder Hall reached the courtyard. Soulborn ceased his training and proceeded to the Grand Hall of the Elder Hall. Inside, several core disciples awaited. Their presence is formidable, with the leader being a 5-star Dou Wang. Once all were present, the Elder spoke in a serious tone. We have just received communication from the northwest branch of the continent regarding the recent anomalous spatial fluctuations in the YUM Gorge, situated at the border between the Black Corner region and the CHNYN Empire. According to ancient texts, this location is the site of a long-lost sect from antiquity, which manifests every century or so due to spatial tides, revealing remnants of secret realms that may house ancient techniques, elixirs, or peculiar energies. The intensity of this fluctuation far exceeds previous occurrences, and the secret realm is on the verge of opening. While the secret realm may present opportunities, it is fraught with peril, and other factions will undoubtedly intervene. Your mission is to proceed to YUM Gorge, investigate the reality of the secret realm, and seize as many resources as possible to elevate the prestige of our Soul Clan. This expedition will be led by Xiao Yan. Proceed with utmost caution. Soulborn's gaze flickered. The YUM Gorge secret realm? This was indeed an unexpected delight. Such ancient ruins often harbor extraordinary artifacts or energies long lost to the outside world, making them the ideal nourishment for soul-devouring technique. Furthermore, engaging with the talents from other factions would provide an excellent opportunity for personal growth. The disciples acknowledged their orders in unison. Without further delay, the group swiftly traversed the spatial passage, arriving at the Soul Palace branch in the northwest continent, and then hurriedly made their way toward YUM Gorge. As they approached YUM Gorge, the energy in the air grew increasingly chaotic and turbulent, with spatial distortions occurring more frequently. Upon their arrival, they beheld a massive, unfathomably deep black chasm, where the space twisted like a shattered mirror, tearing apart and forming a colossal energy vortex. At the center of the vortex, a bizarre entrance faintly glimmered, exuding an aura of desolation and antiquity. Surrounding the chasm were various factions. In addition to the Soul Palace, there were elders and students from the Xiao Yan Academy, major forces from the Black Corner region, poison masters from the CHNYN Empire, and even representatives from some hidden sects, each on high alert, creating a tense atmosphere. Soulborn scanned the direction of Xiao Yan Academy, but found no sign of Xiao Yan, likely still engaged in intense training in the inner courtyard or possibly already within the heavenly burning refinement tower. He felt no disappointment. His attention was quickly drawn back to the spatial vortex. The entrance to the secret realm was not yet fully stabilized, but it could open at any moment. The 5-star Dou Wang, Soul Li, leading the group, stated in a hushed tone, "Once we enter, exercise caution and prioritize resource acquisition. Should conflict arise, do not hold back." Soulborn nodded slightly, his innate poison Dou Qi quietly circulating, as Sky Phantom Step and Phantom Clone ready for action. He gazed at the impending entrance to the secret realm, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. This sudden opportunity might just be the catalyst for his ascension to a 2-star Dou Wang, or even higher. As the light at the vortex's center intensified, the spatial fluctuations reached their zenith. With a resounding crash, the entrance solidified. "Enter!" A voice rang out, and countless figures surged forward like a swarm of locusts, eagerly rushing toward the mesmerizing entrance of the secret realm. Soulborn's figure flickered, transforming into a blurred shadow, blending into the throng, and in an instant, vanished into the light. The new contest was about to unfold. Chapter 14. The YUM Secret Realm. The voice of the system. Before him, dazzling lights flickered, and the sensation of spatial distortion tugged at him, yet Soulborn, bolstered by his Dou Wang's strength and the soul condensation technique, remained largely unaffected. After a brief moment of dizziness, his feet firmly landed on solid ground. An aura of desolation, antiquity, and a faint whisper of death enveloped him. Before him lay an endless expanse of a gray and desolate world, where the sky was eternally a dim yellow, devoid of sun, moon, or stars. The ground was cracked, dotted with the remnants of ancient stone halls and broken pillars, while bizarre creatures composed of rock or energy roamed in the distance, emitting low, guttural roars. The air was thick with a chaotic mix of energy, yet one particular energy, cold yet imbued with pure soul vibrations, stirred the soul-devouring technique within Soulborn, causing it to pulse with excitement. What a splendid place! Soulborn's eyes sparkled. The energy environment here was tailor-made for him. As he surveyed his surroundings, a long-forgotten cold, mechanical voice abruptly resonated in his mind. Ding! Host detected entering the unknown ancient secret realm. YUM-ing ruins. Environment assessment. High energy. High soul residue. Medium danger. Triggering exploration task. Map the core area of YUM-ing ruins. Reward. 500 fortune points. Secret realm spatial marker. Triggering hunting task. Eliminate at least 3 unique energy creatures. XHN beasts. Native to the secret realm. Reward. Fortune points calculated based on target strength. Unlocking partial application techniques of Soul Devour. Triggering acquisition task. Secure at least 1 natural spiritual object born in the core area of the secret realm. Reward. Advanced Earth Tier technique. Random draw for a combat skill. 1,000 fortune points. A series of task notifications invigorated Soulborn. The rewards were beyond his imagination, especially the secret realm spatial marker and the chance to draw an advanced Earth Tier technique. The system had finally issued tasks again. It seemed this secret realm was indeed extraordinary. Soulborn mused, his gaze sharpening. He immediately activated his soul power, beginning to sense the energy flows around him, and cautiously proceeded toward the direction with the strongest soul fluctuations. Not having ventured far, a cacophony of violent energy clashes and shouts suddenly emanated from a collapsed cluster of palaces ahead. Utilizing the soul concealment technique, I stealthily approached the scene. There, 3 combat kings clad in the garb of the Black Horn domain were besieging a peculiar creature. This beast, resembling a colossal wolf, was entirely composed of a translucent, gray-black energy, its eyes ablaze with eerie blue soul flames. As its claws slashed through the air, they emitted piercing shrieks that ripped through the very essence of the soul. It was indeed the soul-devouring beast mentioned by the system. This creature possessed the strength of approximately a 2-star combat king, employing bizarre methods of attack. However, the 3 combat kings of the Black Horn domain exhibited exceptional teamwork. 2 engaged in relentless offense, while the 3rd ceaselessly unleashed a sonic combat technique that disrupted the beast's soul. Gradually gaining the upper hand, I observed coldly, harboring no intention of intervening. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Soon, under the interference of the sonic technique, the soul-devouring beast's movements faltered. The other 2 seized the opportunity, unleashing a torrent of furious combat techniques that struck its energy form with devastating force. A heart-wrenching howl erupted from the beast as its energy body flickered, clearly gravely wounded. Just as the 3 combat kings displayed expressions of triumph, preparing to deliver the final blow, an unforeseen change transpired. A blurred shadow, akin to a specter, surged forth from the darkness behind them with astonishing speed. Almost simultaneously, 2 identical phantasmal clones appeared on either side of the soul-devouring beast, launching gusts of corrosive energy with their palm strikes. Phantom clone, toxic palm, who? The 3 combat kings were taken aback, hastily retreating to defend themselves. Yet, my target was not them at all. The assault from my true form and the 2 clones struck the already severely injured soul-devouring beast with unerring accuracy. With a sickening pop, the celestial poison Dou Qi began to voraciously consume the beast, which was on the brink of collapse, silencing its cries before its energy body detonated, scattering into pure soul energy and a gray crystal core the size of a pigeon's egg. With a swift motion, I gathered the pure soul energy and the crystal core into my grasp, instantly activating the Soul Devour technique, devouring the energy as if a great whale were siphoning water. The crystal core was promptly stowed away in my spatial ring. Successfully slain a 2-star combat king, level soul, devouring beast. Earned 200 fortune points. Unlocking application skill of Soul Devour Fragment. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the 3 Black Horn domain combat kings regained their composure, I had completed my consumption. my form becoming indistinct once more as I cast a cold glance in their direction. How dare you steal our prey? The leading 3-star combat king erupted in fury, brandishing his blade and charging at me. With a dismissive snort, I pointed my finger like a blade, unleashing a condensed dark purple force aimed directly at his brow. The terrifying soul-corroding energy within the finger's strike sent shivers down the 3-star combat king's spine, forcing him to hastily block with his weapon. Bang! The force erupted, the corrosive poison Dou Qi causing the 3-star combat king to stagger backward, leaving traces of corrosion on his blade. If you wish to die, then come and try. My voice was hoarse and frigid, brimming with murderous intent. Simultaneously, the aura of soul lock subtly emanated from me, imparting an overwhelming sense of danger. The expressions of the 3 combat kings shifted dramatically as they sensed the eerie and poisonous aura surrounding me, coupled with the swiftness of my previous attack. Ultimately, they refrained from advancing. For a soul-devouring beast crystal core that had lost most of its value, it was unwise to engage in a life-and-death struggle against such a peculiar foe. We are leaving. The 3-star combat king shot me a venomous glare before hastily retreating with his companions. I made no move to pursue. My objective had been achieved. Feeling the surge of Dou Qi and soul power within me, I anticipated the upcoming expedition into the secret realm with heightened eagerness. I continued deeper into the core area, encountering several other factions explorers along the way. Each party maintained a high level of vigilance, quickly parting ways upon slight contact. I effortlessly dealt with a few weaker soul-devouring beasts and some peculiar mechanisms of the secret realm. Yet I did not encounter any further targets suitable for unlocking the Soul Devour technique. As I ventured further, the environment grew increasingly perilous. Spatial rifts intermittently manifested. Deadly energy storms swept across the area, and even some remnants of ancient formations continued to operate, exuding a dangerous aura. I had to exercise greater caution, pushing the heavenly shadow steps and my soul perception to their limits. At last, after evading a suddenly appearing spatial rift, I found myself in a vast, relatively intact square. At the center of the square stood a well-preserved black altar. Surrounding the altar were several peculiar plants, entirely black like ink, their leaves flickering like dancing blue flames. Atop them rested a fruit the size of an infant's fist, resembling a seeded baby, exuding a fragrance that soothed the soul. Infant fruit. My eyes sparkled with brilliance. This was a celestial rarity that nourished the soul and bolstered its essence. For one who cultivates soul power, its value is immeasurable. However, before such treasures, would there be none to contest? Numerous factions had already converged around the altar. 2 elders from the Canaan Academy, accompanied by several elite students from the inner court. The leader of the Black Horn Domain's Mad Lion Gang, Tai Wu, and his subordinates, an elderly woman from the Scorpion sect of the Yuzhou Empire enveloped in toxic mists, as well as 2 cold-breathed soul manipulators clad in the attire of the Soul Palace. These factions eyed each other warily, all fixated on the soul infant fruits. Yet none dared to act hastily, the atmosphere thick with tension. Upon my arrival, all gazes turned toward me, particularly the 2 soul manipulators of the Soul Palace, who nodded slightly upon seeing the attire of a core member of the Soul Clan I wore, their expressions still rife with caution, clearly not fully trusting me. Another member of the Soul Clan, Tai Wu, the leader of the Mad Lion Gang, rumbled discontentedly, his tone ominous. My expression remained impassive as I swiftly surveyed the situation. The Canaan Academy's faction was relatively weak overall, yet their orthodox techniques possessed enduring strength. Tai Wu was the strongest, but his subordinates were average. The elderly woman from the Scorpion sect wielded peculiar and insidious poisons, while the 2 soul manipulators, though of the same clan, were unpredictable. Additionally, faint fluctuations of an ancient formation seemed to emanate from the altar. Objective for contest, soul infant fruit confirmed. Triggering an unexpected task, break the protective remnants of the altar. Reward, insight into formations, 300 fortune points. The system notification resounded once more. In that instant, I made a decisive choice. Ignoring the wary gazes of those around me, I stepped forward slowly, fixing my gaze upon the altar, my voice hoarse yet assertive. Everyone here remains at standoff, wary of the altar's residual protective formation and one another. Allow me to take a shot at it. Perhaps I could dismantle this formation. Once it is broken, let each of us strive for the spiritual fruits as we see fit. Shall we? As my words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the square. All eyes fixated upon me, filled with skepticism and scrutiny. This suddenly appearing youth of the Soul Clan. Could he truly possess the means to breach the ancient formation that troubled them all? Chapter 15. Breaking the formation to claim the fruit the Oriole awaits. My words echoed through the quiet square, imbued with an enigmatic confidence. Utterly brazen, Tai Wu, the leader of the Mad Lion Gang, broke the silence first, his voice like thunder. This ancient formation even poses difficulties for me. What can a mere one-star combat king do to dismantle it? Are you trying to employ some trick to seize the fruit? The elderly woman from the Scorpion sect let out a dry, cold laugh, her toxic mist swirling ominously. Clearly unconvinced, the two elders from the Canaan Academy frowned, casting wary glances at me, and then at the two soul manipulators, seemingly deliberating whether this was a trap set by the Soul Palace. The two soul manipulators also displayed expressions of doubt. One transmitted a message to me. Do you have confidence? This formation is ancient and profound. Forcing it might lead to a backlash. Soulborn paid no heed to the doubts of the onlookers, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the altar, within the secret chamber of his Soul Palace. He had not only chronicled various esoteric revelations, but had also encountered fragmentary records and strategies regarding ancient formations. Coupled with his formidable soul perception, he could vaguely discern that while the altar's formation was indeed powerful, the ravages of time had rendered its energy flow less harmonious, revealing several subtle vulnerabilities. Whether his audacity was misplaced would soon be revealed. With a tone devoid of embellishment, Soulborn stepped forward, disregarding the sharp glances from various factions, declaring, "If I fail and suffer backlash, it shall not harm you. Should I succeed, the formation will be dismantled, and we shall each rely on our own abilities in fair competition. It is far better than lingering here, attracting more covetous eyes, is it not?" His final remarks struck a chord with the assembly. The secret realm had opened, and time was of the essence. The longer they delayed, the greater the uncertainty. Iron Crow snorted derisively, crossing his arms in tacit approval. The withered matriarch of the Scorpion sect glared ominously at Soulborn. The elders of Canaan Academy exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Soulborn halted a few paces before the altar's luminous membrane, taking a deep breath as he concentrated his soul power, attuning himself to the energy flow of the invisible formation. Moments later, a spark of insight flickered in his eyes, and he suddenly formed seals with his hands. These were not intricate techniques, but rather a simulation of several extreme, cold, and corrosive energy frequencies using his pure heavenly poison Dou Qi, akin to invisible poison needles accurately targeting the three energy nodes he had sensed. This method was unorthodox, relying on the precise control afforded by the soul-devouring technique and the corrosive properties of heavenly poison Dou Qi to forcibly disrupt the local operation of the formation. Hiss! 3 threads of dark purple Dou Qi, subtle yet intensely concentrated, silently penetrated the luminous membrane. The altar's membrane suddenly surged violently, its surface shimmering erratically and emitting a resounding hum of strain. The 3 attacked nodes instantaneously became the weak points of the entire energy structure, and the corrosive attribute of the heavenly poison Dou Qi began to spread rapidly. "Now!" Soulborn exclaimed softly, unleashing his Dou Qi without reservation, directing a full-force strike with his soul extinction finger, a condensed dark purple finger force, akin to a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, struck fiercely at the node, experiencing the most turbulence. Crack! The sound of shattering glass resonated. The robust, luminous membrane, centered around the point of impact, instantly became riddled with cracks. Boom! The entire protective light formation collapsed completely, dissipating into a myriad of sparkling motes. A more potent aroma of soul essence emanated from the soul infant fruits atop the altar. Sudden task. Dismantle the altar's protective residual formation completed. Reward. Insight into formations. 300 fortune points. Current fortune points, 500. The insight surged into Soulborn's mind, elevating his perception and utilization of energy to new heights. Almost simultaneously with the shattering of the luminous membrane, shouts of "Move!" and "Seize it!" erupted in unison. Iron Crow, the closest, moved with unparalleled speed, akin to a frenzied lion pouncing towards the nearest soul infant fruit. The Scorpion sect matriarch waved her sleeve, unleashing a dense cloud of toxic mist towards the members of Canaan Academy, while simultaneously a scorpion tail-like Dou Qi shot towards another fruit. The 2 elders from Canaan Academy shouted in unison, their Dou Qi morphing into armor to shield the students. while their swords cleaved through the toxic mist and scorpion tail needle. Two soul masters worked in unison, launching an assault on the third soul infant fruit. The scene plunged into utter chaos. The sounds of clashing Dou Qi, furious roars, and the corrosive hiss of the toxic mist filled the air. However, the first to break the formation, Soulborn, did not immediately rush towards the soul infant fruits upon the membrane's destruction. Instead, he retreated swiftly like a wraith. At the same time, he deployed the phantom clone technique, creating two indistinguishable clones that lunged towards different fruits. This peculiar maneuver momentarily stunned the competitors engaged in fierce contention, causing their assaults to falter. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the altar itself underwent a transformation. Beneath the shattered, luminous membrane, the ancient runes on the altar's surface suddenly ignited with a blinding blood-red glow. A more ferocious and savage aura erupted violently. Three blood-red shadows, as if clawing their way from the depths of hell, surged towards Iron Crow, the matriarch, and a soul master, exuding a nauseating stench of blood and the terrifying aura of a peak Do Wan. "Beware, they're traps," exclaimed the elder from Canaan Academy, alarmed. Iron Crow reacted swiftly, abandoning his attempt to seize the fruit, roaring as he turned to strike at the approaching blood shadow with a mighty punch. A resounding boom echoed, sending shockwaves as Iron Crow staggered back several steps, his arm tingling. The blood shadow, undeterred, lunged again. The Scorpion Sect matriarch and the Soul Master found themselves ensnared by the sudden appearance of the blood shadow, unable to extricate themselves for the moment. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. As the blood shadows emerged, drawing everyone's attention, the true Soulborn, leveraging the heavenly ethereal step and his remarkable concealment, silently maneuvered around to the altar's rear side, where a fourth soul infant fruit, shrouded in the shadow of a massive stone pillar, lay concealed, its aura the most subdued, yet its energy the most refined. This was his true objective. The prior dismantling of the formation, the retreat, and the feigned attacks were all orchestrated to create chaos, divert attention, and expose this most coveted fruit. "It's within my grasp," Soulborn thought triumphantly, his hand shooting forth like lightning towards the soul infant fruit. Yet, just as his fingertips were about to touch the fruit, whoosh, a minuscule, nearly imperceptible gray gust of wind shot from an exceptionally cunning angle, aimed directly at Soulborn's wrist. The timing was impeccable. There was indeed a hidden threat. Soulborn's pupils constricted, but he maintained his composure, his hand still reaching for the fruit while his other hand, fingers poised like a blade, concentrated heavenly poison Dou Qi, precisely striking at the gray gust. Hiss! The gust was shattered. Yet it transformed into a chilling soul shockwave attempting to invade Soulborn's body, only to be effortlessly neutralized by the soul condensation technique. However, this brief delay allowed a vague gray figure to dart past at astonishing speed, seizing the soul infant fruit before Soulborn could react. Its speed rivaled that of Soulborn using the heavenly ethereal step. Seeking death, a cold light surged in Soulborn's eyes, murderous intent palpable. The soul lock technique activated instantaneously. Several invisible soul chains appeared out of thin air, wrapping around the gray figure's limbs, hindering its movements while simultaneously launching a direct assault on its soul. Clearly unprepared for such a swift and peculiar soul attack, the gray figure faltered, its hand reaching for the fruit slightly delayed. Just that crucial moment, Soulborn's hand, arriving after the fact, snatched the most refined soul infant fruit, securing it in his spatial ring. In one fluid motion, he struck back with a palm infused with the lethal heavenly poison Dou Qi, directed at the gray figure's chest. The gray figure reacted with remarkable speed. Realizing the fruit had been snatched, it showed no inclination to linger, contorting its body in an uncanny manner to narrowly evade a fatal blow, though a gust still grazed its shoulder. Ripping sounds echoed as the fabric of its garment was torn, revealing a dark golden inner armor beneath. Even so, a sinister energy seeped through, causing the figure to emit a muffled groan. Utilizing the force of their exchange, the gray figure retreated rapidly, vanishing amidst the distant ruins, leaving behind a gaze filled with resentment and bitterness. From the appearance of the blood shadows to Soulborn securing the fruit and repelling the mysterious figure, all transpired within mere moments. It was only at this juncture that Iron Crow, having sustained minor injuries, shattered one blood shadow, while the matriarch and the soul master dealt with their own adversaries, but at considerable cost. They were taken aback and filled with rage upon discovering that Hun Sheng had, unbeknownst to them, maneuvered behind them and seized the soul infant fruit. "You young whelp, hand over the soul infant fruit." Tai Wu bellowed, ready to pounce. Meanwhile, 2 additional soul infant fruits had been snatched by the Canaan Academy and another soul master amidst the chaos. Having claimed the finest prize, Hun Sheng showed no signs of hesitating. With a cold smirk, he unleashed the full power of Sky Phantom Steps, transforming into a shadow and darting away in the opposite direction of the gray figure. "Pursue." Tai Wu and the old crone could not bear to relent and immediately gave chase. However, Hun Sheng's speed was astonishing, further compounded by his phantom clone technique that obscured their vision, allowing him to swiftly navigate into the intricate terrain and vanish from sight. Task: acquire at least 1 celestial spiritual object born from the core of a secret realm. Reward: high-level Earth tier martial arts, a random selection of combat skills, and 1,000 fortune points. Current fortune points, 1,500. Please select a time for the extraction shortly. Feeling the pursuers gradually recede behind him, Hun Sheng exhaled slightly in relief. Yet his expression remained grave. That individual had displayed an extraordinarily strange body technique and stealth, seemingly belonging to none of the present factions. This secret realm indeed concealed hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He caressed the soul infant fruit in his spatial ring, excitement bubbling within him at the prospect of the random selection of high-level Earth tier martial arts. This adventure had proven to be worthwhile. Chapter 16. Refining the Fruit of the Soul, the Mystery of Shadows. Having evaded Tai Wu and the others, Hun Sheng pressed on without pause, swiftly traversing the desolate and fragmented ancient ruins of the netherworld abyss. He propelled Sky Phantom Steps to its utmost limit, his form melding seamlessly with the hazy background like a wisp of blue smoke, while simultaneously concentrating his soul energy to perceive the energy fluctuations and latent dangers surrounding him. He needed to find an absolutely secure location to digest his recent gains, avoiding several energy-warped spatial rifts and wandering nether beasts along the way. He eventually discovered an entrance to an underground chamber, nearly half buried under rubble, deep within a partially collapsed massive stone hall. The chamber bore faint remnants of a barrier, long since rendered ineffective. Exercising caution, Hun Sheng entered, carefully sealing the entrance with debris and swiftly setting up several rudimentary warning and concealment formations, allowing himself to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The chamber was modest, cloaked in dust, with a central, long-dormant spirit gathering array lying in ruins, devoid of anything else. Yet for Hun Sheng, it was a rare sanctuary. He sat cross-legged, meticulously assessing his own condition. The brief encounter with the mysterious gray-clad individual had indeed repelled him. Yet, the heavenly poison Dou Qi had consumed nearly 30% of his energy, and the area where the enigmatic gray wind had brushed against his shoulder still harbored a chilling foreign energy, persistently attempting to erode his meridians, albeit gradually being refined by the soul-devouring technique. That individual wielded a peculiar martial art, seemingly specializing in a form of dark and cold assassination technique, with speed and concealment abilities that were remarkably potent. Reflecting on the gray-clad figure's methods, Hun Sheng furrowed his brow. Such a character was undoubtedly no nameless entity. However, their approach did not resemble any major faction he was acquainted with. Temporarily setting aside his queries, Hun Sheng flipped his palm, revealing the soul infant fruit he had acquired from the altar. The fruit, roughly the size of an infant's fist, was shaped like a seated child, emanating a gentle and pure soul aura with an intoxicating fragrance that seemed to lift one's very spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, Hun Sheng consumed the soul infant fruit. As it dissolved upon entering his mouth, it transformed into a cool and refreshing torrent, not coursing through his meridians, but directly surging towards his mind's sea. Boom! Hun Sheng felt as though his soul were submerged in a warm ocean, an unprecedented sense of comfort enveloping him. Within the mind's sea, his soul energy surged at an astonishing rate, condensing. The soul condensation technique operated at its utmost capacity, greedily absorbing this exceptionally pure soul origin energy. His soul perception expanded at an incredible pace, enhancing his sensitivity to energy and even his comprehension of techniques such as soul-devouring technique, soul extinction finger, and ghost lock was rapidly advancing. The sensation was akin to a once dusty soul being thoroughly cleansed and refined, becoming transparent and formidable. The process lasted approximately an hour. When the last vestige of energy from the soul infant fruit was completely absorbed, Hun Sheng slowly opened his eyes. His gaze sparkled with a tangible brilliance, deep and expansive as the starry sea. He felt that his soul power had more than doubled in strength. Although his cultivation remained at the first star of the Dou, his soul realm had palpably touched a higher threshold, rivaling some high-tier Dou and even Dou. The potent soul energy nourished his physical body, allowing him finer control over his Dou Qi, which flowed as naturally as his limbs. Its power subtly increased. Truly, it was a heavenly treasure for nurturing the soul. Hun Sheng's heart brimmed with joy. The elevation of his soul power was of such significance that it eclipsed the importance of Dou Qi cultivation, laying an immensely solid foundation for his future breakthroughs in the higher realms. Refined the soul infant fruit, significantly enhanced soul power, soul condensation technique advanced to great perfection. The system notification chimed. After solidifying his elevated soul realm, Hun Sheng did not pause. With a thought, he commanded, "System, extract high-level Earth-tier martial arts and combat skills." Beginning random extraction, processing. Congratulations, host, you have acquired high-level Earth-tier toxic combat skill, 10,000 poisons heavenly limit. A deluge of information flooded into Hun Sheng's mind. 10,000 poisons heavenly limit, a high-level Earth-tier combat skill, require the activation of pure toxic Dou Qi, condensing myriad poisons into a single strike. Those struck would not only suffer physical decay, but also endure the torment of their souls being ravaged by a multitude of poisons. Its power exceedingly terrifying, necessitating exceptional control over toxic Dou Qi and soul strength for mastery. What a domineering, toxic skill. A glint of fervor flickered in Hun Sheng's eyes. This technique perfectly aligned with his heavenly poison Dou Qi, its potency far surpassing toxic palm. He immediately immersed himself in the comprehension of this new combat skill. Time sped by in the throes of cultivation. After an indeterminate duration, Hun Sheng had initially grasped the operational route and exertion techniques of 10,000 poisons heavenly limit. Though he was still far from mastery, he could execute it to a limited extent. He slowly exhaled a breath tinged with a sweet, metallic scent, concluding his seclusion. With his strength greatly enhanced, it was time to continue exploring the secret realm, as the system's exploration and hunting tasks remained unfulfilled. Silently, he departed from his hidden chamber, once more treading upon the soil of the netherworld abyss. With his elevated soul power, his perception sharpened, enabling him to easily evade numerous perilous zones, while also making it simpler to detect the traces of nether beasts. Before long, he pinpointed a nether beast wandering in a valley. This creature was larger in size, its aura unmistakably reaching the level of a 3-star Dou. Hun Sheng's gaze sharpened. It was the perfect opportunity to test his skills. He revealed himself, drawing the nether beast's attention. Roar! The nether beast, upon sensing a living being, immediately roared and lunged forward, unleashing a soul-piercing shriek directed at Hun Sheng's mind. Had it been before, Hun Sheng would have needed to carefully counter the soul attack, but now, with his soul power significantly bolstered, the soul condensation technique activated autonomously, rendering the shriek as gentle as a breeze against his face. He neither flinched nor evaded. Raising his right hand as dark purple heavenly poison Dou Qi surged and condensed violently, the surrounding air even taking on a peculiar toxic hue. 10,000 poisons heavenly limit. He struck forth, unleashing a meticulously condensed dark purple palm imprint that shot forth with a howling sound, wherever the imprint passed. The very fabric of space emitted a hissing sound, as if being corroded. The nether beast instinctively sensed a life-threatening peril and attempted to evade. Yet that palm imprint seemed to have locked onto its soul, moving with astonishing speed. Boom! The palm imprint struck fiercely against the nether beast's energy body. There was no violent explosion, only the sickening sound of corrosion. The dark purple poison rapidly spread, enveloping the massive energy body. The nether beast let out a heart-wrenching wail, its form dissolving swiftly as if subjected to the scorching sun, even its soul's essence being eroded by the potent poison, obliterated. In the blink of an eye, a soul beast of the 3-star Dou level was effortlessly reduced to nothingness by a single strike, leaving behind only a slightly larger gray crystal core. Soul Shaper raised his hand to absorb the crystal core, relishing the power of that palm strike, feeling quite satisfied within. The advanced Earth-level fighting technique was indeed extraordinary. Although it demanded immense energy, the power it wielded justified the expenditure. Successfully defeated a 3-star Dou level soul beast. Gained 300 luck points. Unlocking application technique for the soul devour fragment. He continued his search for targets. With his formidable soul perception, he swiftly located 2 soul beasts of comparable strength. dispatching them rapidly with the combination of Heavenly Poison's Grief and Heavenly Shadow's Step. Hunting mission completed. Reward: 600 luck points. Application technique for Soul Devour has been unlocked. Current luck points: 2400. A surge of information regarding a technique for more efficient and discreetly devouring the essence of souls, while initially refining the impurities within, flooded into Soul Shaper's mind. Although this technique merely skimmed the surface of Soul Devour, it precisely compensated for the shortcomings of Soul Eater art, which was often too crude in its consumption of souls, leaving potential hazards behind. Thus far, 2 out of the 3 tasks issued by the system had been completed, leaving only the task of mapping the core area. Soul Shaper discerned the direction and raced towards the heart of the Netherworld ruins, where energy was most concentrated and spatial fluctuations were most intense. The closer he approached the core, the more perilous the environment became, with spatial turbulence capable of threatening even a Dou Huang. Yet, with his soaring soul power, Soul Shaper could consistently sense and evade such dangers in advance. At last, before him lay an utterly shattered expanse, filled with colossal floating rocks and gaping spatial rifts, where he beheld the so-called Core Eye. It was an immense black vortex, slowly rotating, devouring all surrounding light and energy. Within its depths, fragments of dilapidated palaces could be faintly discerned, exuding an unsettling aura of ancient desolation. Surrounding the vortex were several energy nodes of varying sizes, flickering like stars, maintaining the fragile balance of the entire secret realm. The energy here was violently chaotic. Not even a Dou Wang, let alone a lower-tier Dou Huang, would dare to approach lightly. Soul Shaper halted at a distance, meticulously recording the positions and fluctuation characteristics of the Core Eye and all energy nodes with his soul power. Exploration mission: mapping of the core area of the Netherworld ruins completed. Reward: 500 luck points. Spatial marker for the secret realm. Current luck points: 2,900. A complex and peculiar rune, composed of energy manifested in Soul Shaper's consciousness, representing the spatial marker of this place. With all tasks completed, the rewards exceeded his expectations. Soul Shaper did not linger, decisively turning to depart. This core I was beyond his current capacity for exploration. Shortly after his departure, from the shadows of the ruins on the opposite side of the core area, a gray figure gradually emerged. It was the mysterious individual who had previously vied with him for the soul fruit. At this moment, the injury on his shoulder appeared to have healed, and with a pair of icy eyes, he gazed in the direction Soul Shaper had vanished. A flicker of trepidation and deeper greed crossing his expression. What a formidable poison skill! What keen soul perception! When did the Soul Clan produce such a figure? He muttered to himself, his voice hoarse and indistinct. What you have taken will eventually be mine. The figure slowly melded back into the shadows, vanishing once more. Soul Shaper remained oblivious to this, as he hastened towards the exit of the secret realm. This expedition had come to a successful conclusion. It was time to return to the Soul Realm, thoroughly digest all he had gained, and elevate his cultivation. Xiao Yan, the gap between us has narrowed once more. Chapter 17. Returning to the clan for rewards. Dark chess moves. The process of leaving the Netherworld ruins was markedly smoother than that of entering. Utilizing his potent soul perception, Soul Shaper easily avoided areas of spatial chaos and those muddled energy creatures, swiftly locating the diminishing halo vortex of the secret realm's exit. Without a moment's hesitation, he flickered and vanished into the vortex. After the familiar sensation of spatial transition, his feet once again touched the ground of the northwestern continent. Behind him, the energy vortex above the Netherworld Gorge was gradually becoming unstable, signaling the imminent closure of the secret realm once more. Soul Shaper's gaze swept around, noticing that the crowd surrounding the chasm had thinned considerably. Evidently, the various factions had either retreated or suffered losses. He did not see Tai Wu, the elderly matriarch of the Poison Scorpion sect, or others, likely having departed early or taken another route. 2 soul emissaries from the Soul Palace were anxiously waiting not far away, and upon seeing Soul Shaper emerge unscathed, they both breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over. "It is truly wonderful that you are unharmed," one of them exclaimed, their tone noticeably more respectful than before. "The situation within the secret realm was chaotic, and we cannot rendezvous with you. Please forgive us." They had witnessed Soul Shaper's prowess in breaking formations and his decisive actions in seizing the soul fruit. Fully aware that this core disciple from headquarters was far from an ordinary 1-star Dou Wang, Soul Shaper nodded lightly. "No harm done. Each has their own fortuitous encounters. What have you obtained?" A hint of pride flashed across the face of the other emissary as he flipped his palm to reveal a soul fruit emanating a fragrant aroma. Thanks to your guidance. After the formation was breached, we seized another amidst the chaos. This trip was not in vain. Soul Shaper glanced at it. Although the energy of this soul fruit was not as potent as the one he had acquired, it was still commendable. Very good. This place is not suitable for lingering. Let us return to the branch palace. The trio wasted no time and promptly set off back to the Soul Palace branch in the northwestern continent. Upon returning to the branch palace, Soul Shaper immediately drafted a report detailing his experiences during the Secret Realm expedition, transmitting it back to the Soul Clan headquarters through special channels. He emphasized the situation in the Netherworld ruins, the contention among various factions, and his own exploits in breaking formations and obtaining a soul fruit. Several days later, a reply from the Soul Realm's Executive Hall arrived. The letter was filled with commendations, highly praising Soul Shaper's performance in this mission. He not only successfully acquired valuable intelligence and resources, but also showcased the strength and capabilities of the Soul Clan during encounters with other factions. Rewards soon followed: a substantial increase in merit points, access to exchange for higher-tier resources, and the formal granting of the honorary title of Soul Palace Inspector. While this honorary title bore no concrete authority, it represented a form of identity and recognition, enabling him to mobilize certain local resources of the Soul Palace when moving about, significantly elevating his status. Successfully completed Secret Realm exploration and submitted the Soul Fruit, gaining recognition within the clan and an elevated status. Luck points, 500. Current luck points, 3,400. Soul Shaper was quite satisfied with this reward. The merit points and resources were precisely what he urgently needed, and the status of inspector would facilitate his future endeavors. He did not linger in the Northwestern Branch Palace, but, after collecting his rewards, returned to the Soul Realm via the spatial passage. Back in the core courtyard of the E-District, Soul Shaper once again entered seclusion. The gains from this Secret Realm expedition were immense, necessitating ample time for digestion. He first refined the crystal cores of the soul beasts, the pure soul energy, making his soul power even more refined. Subsequently, he consumed several king condensation pills acquired through merit points, the vast medicinal power, under the refinement of soul eater art, transforming into pure Dou Qi, relentlessly assaulting the barrier of the two-star Dou Wang. Under the guidance of the formidable soul power brought by the soul fruit, this process unfolded remarkably smoothly. Half a month later, a powerful aura surged from the courtyard before being swiftly reined in. Two-star Dou Wang. The transition came naturally. His heavenly poison Dou Qi had become even more formidable and domineering, its dark purple hue growing increasingly profound. Upon exiting his seclusion, Soul Shaper did not pause, but began fervently practicing the newly acquired heavenly poison's grief, while further honing Soul Lock and Phantom Clone. The cultivation of advanced Earth-level fighting techniques proved exceedingly challenging. Even with his current mastery over soul power and Dou Qi, progress was slow. Yet he reveled in the process, as each minute advancement brought tangible enhancements to his strength. During this period, he also kept himself informed of external news through the Soul Clan's intelligence network. Rumors regarding the Nether ruins gradually spread, and the tale of the Soul Clan disciple, Hun Sheng, breaking the formation to seize the soul fruit circulated within certain circles, enhancing his reputation both within and outside the clan. The Canaan Academy appeared to be rather quiet, suggesting that Xiao Yan was still engaged in a fierce battle with the fallen Heart Flame underground. Meanwhile, the Scorpion sect in the Cloud Empire maintained a low profile, exhibiting no unusual activities. One day, while Soul Sheng was practicing the 10,000 poisons heavenly sorrow in the courtyard, he suddenly felt a stir in his heart and received a communication from the Elder Hall. Upon arriving at the Elder Hall, he discovered that it was not a task assignment, but rather a private summons from an elder responsible for intelligence analysis. Soul Sheng, the inspection envoy, the elder began, leading him to a quiet chamber with a grave expression. Your previous report concerning the Nether ruins mentioned a gray-clad individual who competed with you for the soul infant fruit. The headquarters intelligence department has taken a keen interest in this matter. Soul Sheng's gaze flickered. Is it possible to trace this person's origins? The elder shook his head. This individual possesses an enigmatic path and exceptional stealth techniques, wielding a chilling soul power that is not typical of the Northwest Continent's common sections. We suspect that he may hail from a clandestine organization renowned for assassination and intelligence in the Central Plains, known as the Shadow Pavilion. The Shadow Pavilion? This was the first time Soul Sheng had heard of this name. Indeed, the elder lowered his voice. It is a very ancient and mysterious organization. said to have its tendrils spread across the continent, specializing in assassination and intelligence trading. It is rumored that even top-tier forces, such as the Dan Tower and the Flower Sect, have their eyes and ears among them. However, they operate with extreme secrecy, and few have been able to capture any incriminating evidence against them. The appearance of their members in the Nether Ruins indicates that their intentions are far from simple. Xiao Yan pondered this, realizing that it was no wonder the individual had proven so troublesome. The headquarters believes, the elder continued, that since you have had contact with this person, it may serve as a potential entry point. In the future, while you are out and about, pay attention to any clues related to this organization. Should you discover anything, you may report directly to headquarters, and your contributions will not be insignificant. I understand, Xiao Yan nodded. This was not a mandatory task, but rather a long-term surveillance initiative. Yet, he felt a burgeoning interest in the Shadow Pavilion. Such a mysterious organization could potentially become a pawn he could manipulate in the future. Exiting the Elder Hall, thoughts swirled in Xiao Yan's mind. While enhancing his strength was undoubtedly important, acquiring information and establishing a network was equally crucial. With Xiao Yan having the guidance of the Elder Medicinal and the backing of the Canaan Academy, Xiao Yan too needed to cultivate his own influence and intelligence network. His mind first drifted to the low-level token he had received from the Protector Wu, although it was not advisable to engage too closely with Protector Wu at present. Perhaps the soul manipulators under his command could be discreetly observed to see if he could identify one or two individuals he could indirectly control or utilize. Furthermore, as the Soul Hall's inspection envoy, he had the authority to access personnel and resource records from various local soul halls. He could exploit this privilege to keep an eye on those mid-level individuals who were struggling, had weaknesses, or bore grudges against other factions within the Soul Clan. These individuals might prove unexpectedly useful at some future juncture. Such endeavors required patience and skill. Haste would be counterproductive. Xiao Yan was not anxious. He had ample time. The most pressing matter remained the enhancement of his strength. A 2-star Do Wang was still far from sufficient. He once again turned his attention to the techniques pavilion and the task list. He needed more powerful combat skills, and even more so, opportunities to rapidly elevate his Dou Qi. It appeared that he would need to accept tasks that would allow him to enter high-energy zones or seek out celestial spiritual materials. Xiao Yan resolved to perhaps venture once more into a place akin to the Nether Ruins. His path of cultivation was about to embark on a new phase, not only refining his Dou Qi, but also quietly weaving his own intricate web. Chapter 18, Initial Inspection, the Icefield's Secret Realm. Having ascended to the rank of 2-star Do Wang and gained a preliminary grasp of the 10,000 Poisons' heavenly sorrow, Xiao Yan remained unsatisfied. He understood well that as one advanced further in Dou Qi cultivation, the challenges grew exponentially, necessitating increasingly abundant and precious resources. Relying solely on the monthly allocations and merit points provided by the Soul Clan would yield painfully slow progress. He required more direct opportunities. The identity of the Soul Hall's inspection envoy conveniently afforded him the opportunity to undertake official duties. One day, he visited the Elder Hall to review recent task documents and records of unusual incidents reported by various local soul halls. His gaze ultimately settled upon a distress signal from the Icefield Valley branch, situated in the extreme northern reaches of the continent. The letter mentioned that in a perilous location near the Icefield Valley, known as the Frost Abyss, the perennial frigid air had suddenly intensified, accompanied by anomalous spatial fluctuations and powerful energy reactions, suggesting the emergence of a secret realm or ancient cave. The branch had dispatched 2 Do Ling to investigate, yet both had vanished without a trace, their soul jade slips shattered. The branch leader, being a low-tier Do Huang, did not dare to probe further and thus sought assistance from headquarters. An environment characterized by extreme cold and unusual energy reactions piqued Xiao Yan's interest. He tapped his fingers on the document. Such conditions often nurtured celestial spiritual materials of the extreme in attribute or harbored the legacies of ancient powers. Though dangerous, the opportunities were equally immense. Moreover, the frigid environment might further temper his heavenly poison Dou Qi, enhancing its resilience. This is the one. Xiao Yan accepted the inspection task, departing the Soul Realm under the guise of investigating the anomalies in the Icefield Valley. After several spatial transfers, he arrived at the Icefield Valley, located in the extreme north of the continent. This place was perpetually blanketed in snow, the biting winds cutting like blades, creating an exceptionally harsh environment. The Soul Hall branch was nestled within the belly of a colossal iceberg. The branch leader, a 1-star Do Huang named Soul Ice, bore scars from frostbite on his face. Upon seeing Sol Sheng, who wielded the inspection invoice token, he was taken aback by the youth's age, yet felt the deep and sinister aura of a Dou Wang emanating from him, prompting him to treat Sol Sheng with utmost respect as he reported the situation. The chilling air deep within the frost abyss has become exceedingly fearsome. It is difficult for any below the Dou Wang level to endure for long. Moreover, it appears that some elemental creatures, composed of the purest ice energy, have emerged, proving to be quite formidable and troublesome. My subordinates suspect that the two missing elders are likely in grave danger. Sol, Ice, spoke gravely. Sol Sheng nodded, inquiring about the precise location of the frost abyss and the known circumstances before he departed the branch alone, heading towards the perilous site. As he drew closer to the frost abyss, the temperature plummeted, and the piercing cold winds could freeze the Dou Qi of an ordinary Dou Shi in an instant. Sol Sheng activated his heavenly poison Dou Qi, enveloping himself in a layer of dark purple radiance that repelled the extreme chill, though his speed was still somewhat hindered. At last, a vast chasm, seemingly cleaved by a gigantic axe, came into view. The chasm's mouth belched forth visible blue cold currents, emitting a haunting wail. The instability of the surrounding space was indeed palpable, with fine black fissures appearing intermittently. Sol Sheng extended his soul power cautiously into the abyss, descending only 100 zhang. He spotted thick blue ice crystals blanketing the walls, within which lay the twisted corpses of the two missing Dou Ling from the Soul Hall, their lives long extinguished. He continued his descent. The temperature was so low that it felt as if even space itself would freeze. Suddenly, a section of ice wall erupted violently, and a creature composed entirely of ethereal blue ice, resembling a giant ape, roared and lunged at him, its claws radiating a chilling aura capable of freezing souls. This ice ape's aura unmistakably reached the level of a 3-star Dou Wang. Sol Sheng's eyes narrowed. It was the perfect opportunity to test the might of his heavenly poison Dou Qi in such an extreme cold environment. He did not evade. Instead, he struck out with a palm, employing the poisonous palm technique. Yet, this time, the dark purple gust of energy bore an additional sinister chill, colliding fiercely with the creature's icy claws. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The clash of extreme cold and venomous energy produced a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. The ice ape's claws visibly corroded and darkened at an alarming rate, its movements growing sluggish. The corrosive properties of the heavenly poison Dou Qi seemed particularly effective against such energy-based creatures. Shatter! Sol Sheng issued a low growl, transforming his palm into a finger. With the soul extinction finger, he struck accurately at the brow of the ice ape. Crack! The massive form of the ice ape suddenly stiffened, a minuscule hole appearing at its brow, before its entire body swiftly faded to gray, ultimately exploding with a resounding bang, dispersing into a flurry of icy powder, leaving behind only a blue crystal core the size of a longan. Sol Sheng raised his hand to collect the crystal core, savoring the pure ice elemental energy within. Lost in contemplation, as he activated the soul devouring art, he attempted to absorb a fraction of it. A wave of bone-chilling energy surged into his meridians, swiftly transformed into pure, fighting spirit. Indeed, it could be devoured. A surge of joy filled his heart. This entire icy gorge was, for him, a veritable treasure trove for cultivation. He pressed deeper, encountering several ice elemental beings of varying strengths, all swiftly dispatched by him using heavenly poison's grievance or soul extinction finger, with their crystal cores entirely consumed. This pure energy steadily propelled his cultivation toward the rank of 3-star Dou Wang. At last, he arrived at the deepest recesses of the ice abyss. Here lay a vast ice cavern, stalactites of enormous size hanging from the ceiling, while at the center swirled a constantly rotating blue cold pool, emanating a terrifying chill potent enough to shatter souls. Suspended above the cold pool was an exquisite lotus, seemingly carved from the purest ice, the 9-heart ice lotus, a low-tier, earth-grade spiritual treasure. Its value surpassed even that of the soul infant fruit by a margin, making it a coveted gem for cultivators of ice attribute techniques. Even for Sol Sheng, it promised to greatly refine his fighting spirit and strengthen his meridians. However, beside the 9-heart ice lotus coiled a smaller, yet resplendent ice scorpion, its entire body shimmering like a blue diamond, exuding a powerful aura that reached the pinnacle of 5-star Dou Wang. Its tail stinger glimmered with a deadly blue light, locking onto the intruder. Sol Sheng's expression turned grave. This ice scorpion posed considerable pressure upon him, just as he prepared to unleash his full power to seize the nine-heart ice lotus. A notification chimed in his mind. Beep, extreme cold environment and special energy source detected, triggering environmental task, extreme cold body refinement. Task requirements: utilize the chilling aura of this location and the energy released by the lotus to refine body and fighting spirit for the duration of an incense stick. Task rewards: frost resistance, significant enhancement of fighting spirit resilience, 800 luck points. Xiao Yan paused momentarily. Body refining for an incense stick? This implied he could not immediately seize the lotus, but instead had to endure the extreme cold refinement beneath the watchful eye of the 5-star Dou Wang Ice Scorpion. The risks were monumental, yet the rewards were equally enticing. Enhanced fighting spirit resilience meant he could withstand more powerful energy impacts, making it easier to execute energy-draining techniques like Heavenly Poison's Grievance. He resolved to take the plunge. A gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. He immediately activated Soul Devouring Art and Soul Concentration Art, actively guiding the terrifying cold aura and the minute energies radiating from the lotus into his body. Boom! An indescribable, dreadful coldness enveloped him in an instant. His meridians, blood, bones, and even soul felt as though they would be utterly frozen. The agony surpassed any previous experience of cultivation. The ice scorpion seemed provoked by Xiao Sheng's defiance, emitting a shrill shriek as it transformed into a streak of blue light. Lunging towards him with its icy tail poised to pierce his heart. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Sheng executed Heavenly Phantom Step to its utmost limit, evading the ice scorpion's attacks in the cavern, unable to withstand its assault head-on. All the while, he had to multitask to maintain his techniques, guiding the frigid energy for body refinement. Perilous indeed. Swish! An ice stalactite grazed his shoulder, causing a spray of blood, the wound instantly freezing. Bang! He was caught off guard and struck by the ice scorpion's pincers on his back. A taste of blood filled his throat, freezing into shards. Every second felt like an eternity. Xiao Sheng relied solely on his formidable willpower and soul concentration art to keep his mind clear, frantically operating soul devouring art to refine the coldness, guiding it to temper his fighting spirit and body. At last, the duration of the incense stick came to an end. Environmental task: extreme cold body refinement completed. Rewards granted: frost resistance, significant enhancement of fighting spirit resilience, 800 luck points. Current luck points, 4,200. A warm current surged from the depths of his being, revitalizing his nearly frozen meridians, restoring their flexibility and vigor. His heavenly poison fighting spirit seemed to condense significantly, flowing more smoothly and effortlessly, with greatly enhanced resistance to cold. Just then, the ice scorpion lunged at him once more. But this time, Xiao Sheng did not evade. He felt the surge of resilient fighting spirit coursing within him, his gaze sharpening. "You vile creature, it is my turn now." With all his strength, he unleashed Heavenly Poison's Grievance. The dark purple palm imprint was even more solid than before, the edges tinged with a hint of icy blue, a remnant of the extreme cold that had just been refined. Poison and frost, two entirely disparate attributes, now showed signs of fusion, exponentially increasing their power. Boom! The palm imprint collided violently with the ice scorpion. A terrifying explosion of poison erupted, sending ice shards flying. The ice scorpion emitted a gut-wrenching wail, its diamond-like body corroded with deep pits, its movements becoming sluggish. Solok, seizing the advantage, Xiao Sheng unleashed invisible chains of the soul that swiftly ensnared the scorpion, binding its movements while simultaneously assaulting its core soul. Soul Extinction Finger, the final thrust of his finger, akin to a pen of death, shattered the ice scorpion's soul core. The massive form of the ice scorpion collapsed with a thunderous crash, fracturing into pure ice elemental energy and a fist-sized blue crystal core. Gasping for breath, Xiao Sheng suppressed the tumultuous energy within him, swiftly stowing away the crystal core and the nine-heart ice lotus. With no time to spare for further examination, he promptly sat cross-legged, swallowing a medicinal pill, and began to cultivate to heal his wounds. Half an hour later, his injuries stabilized. Without hesitation, he left this perilous place, returning to the Ice Plain Valley sub-temple. Xiao Sheng briefly informed Soul Bing of the situation in the icy gorge, mentioning merely that he had eliminated a disturbance caused by some ice elemental beings. Soul Bing expressed profound gratitude. Xiao Sheng did not linger, heading directly back to the Soul Realm. This journey to the extreme north had yielded immense rewards. He advanced in cultivation, acquired the 9 hard ice lotus, and more importantly, completed the extreme cold body refinement, significantly enhancing his fighting spirit resilience and frost resistance, laying a more solid foundation for his future cultivation. Upon returning to the Soul Realm, he once again entered seclusion, preparing to make a decisive push toward becoming a 3-star Dou Wang and thoroughly refining the power of the 9 hard ice lotus. Chapter 19, Blood Fiend Abyss. Purgatory Soul Refinement. In the Soul Realm, at the core courtyard of the E District, Hun Sheng slowly opened his eyes, the deep purple glow in his gaze receding. The ice elemental crystal core and the 9 hard ice lotus acquired during his extreme northern journey had been completely refined and absorbed by him. Although his cultivation had not directly broken through to 3-star Dou Wang, he had reached the pinnacle of 2-star, merely awaiting the right opportunity to advance seamlessly. More importantly, following the extreme cold refinement, his heavenly poison fighting spirit had become even more condensed and resilient, imbued with a hint of icy characteristics, surpassing its previous might. Xiao Yan was still in the depths, consuming the fallen heart flame, requiring at least another year before he could emerge. Hun Sheng absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on his knee. His gaze profound. A year's time, from 2-star Dou Wang to Dou Huang, even with the system's assistance, was no easy feat. Conventional cultivation would be utterly insufficient. He needed a more extreme, more perilous, and ultimately more rewarding approach. Once again visiting the Elder Hall, he disregarded the mundane inspection tasks, directly reviewing the special task documents marked as high-risk, desperate, and perilous. Soon, a crimson task description captivated his attention. Exploration, survival task, Black Corner Domain, Blood Fiend Abyss. Task description, a vast chasm located in the most chaotic core area of the Black Corner Domain, rumored to be the remnants of an ancient battlefield. Perpetually shrouded in blood, fiendish aura, capable of eroding the mind and dissolving fighting spirit. The Abyss is characterized by an extremely harsh environment, often plagued by spatial rifts and energy storms, and is home to bizarre entities known as blood demons, which survive on bloodlust energy. Their strengths range from spirit fighters to emperor fighters, with rumors of even more terrifying beings lurking within. Recently, the bloodlust fluctuations in the Abyss have been unusually intense, suggesting the emergence of a rare treasure or a spatial anomaly. Mission requirements: delve into the bloodlust abyss, survive for at least 10 days, document the internal environment, energy fluctuations, and biological characteristics. If possible, investigate the source of the abnormal disturbances. Danger level: extremely high. Recommendation: high-level Emperor fighters should form a team for this mission. Rewards: substantial merit points based on investigation results and survival duration, along with a chance to enter the Blood Soul Pool for body refinement. The Bloodlust Abyss. The Blood Soul Pool, and the soul's eye shimmer with madness and desire. This is precisely what he seeks. Extreme danger often accompanies unparalleled opportunity. Can the bloodlust aura corrode the mind? He possesses the soul condensation art to safeguard his spirit. Can it dissolve Dou Qi? His heavenly poison Dou Qi inherently has corrosive properties, which may allow him to counteract or even consume it. Moreover, the opportunity to refine his body in the Blood Soul Pool is a rare gift indeed. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted this seemingly suicidal mission. The Elder, witnessing his choice, hesitated momentarily before sighing and handing him a specially crafted blood jade talisman. This talisman can be activated in critical moments to form a temporary shield and send out a distress signal. However, given the Abyss's unique environment, whether the signal can be transmitted or whether reinforcements can arrive in time remains uncertain. Take care of yourself. Thank you, Elder Xia. He accepted the talisman and turned to leave, his back resolute. Through the spatial passage, he once again set foot in the Black Corner Domain, not pausing for a moment as he headed straight for the nightmarish Bloodlust Abyss. Before even nearing the Abyss, an overwhelming stench of blood and a violent aura assaulted him. In the distance, a massive fissure gaped wide, resembling a scar upon the world. From within the crack, dark red blood mist swirled incessantly, faintly echoing with countless heart-stopping roars and howls. Standing at the edge of the abyss, he felt his Dou Qi sluggish within him, as a brutal murderous intent relentlessly battered against his consciousness. Indeed, the reputation was well-deserved. Rather than being alarmed, he felt exhilarated. He activated the soul condensation art, clearing his mind, while his heavenly poison Dou Qi surged forth, forming a dark purple membrane on his skin to repel the encroaching bloodlust energy. With a leap, he plunged into the endless crimson abyss. As he descended, The bloodlust aura surged like a tide from all directions, voraciously eroding his Dou Qi shield, producing a hissing sound. His vision was engulfed by oppressive dark red, with occasionally distorted, grotesque crimson shadows flashing through the mist. Thud! His feet slammed down onto the hard, dark red rocky ground. Here, deep beneath the abyss, the light was dim, the blood mist thick to the point of suffocation, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The air was saturated with a maddeningly brutal will and a dense, sanguine energy. Beep, detecting an ultra-high concentration bloodlust energy environment, triggering survival task, bloodlust purgatory. Mission requirements: survive and cultivate within the bloodlust abyss for at least 10 days. Daily rewards will be calculated based on the total amount of bloodlust energy absorbed and the number of blood demons slain, yielding varying amounts of fortune points and slight overall attribute enhancements. Surviving the full 10 days will grant an additional reward: special state bloodlust resistance. The system's notification invigorated him. Indeed, a task awaited. He immediately set to work, spreading his soul power to its maximum extent, vigilant against surrounding dangers, while simultaneously attempting to absorb and refine the surrounding bloodlust energy using the soul-devouring art. The process was excruciating. The bloodlust energy was wildly ferocious, surging into his body like thousands of searing steel needles piercing through him, accompanied by a barrage of negative emotions assaulting his soul. Had it not been for the mastery of soul condensation art, he might have lost his mind instantly. Yet the rewards post-refinement were tremendous. Though chaotic, this bloodlust energy contained the most primal and pure essence of life force and the will to kill. Once forcibly transformed into Dou Qi through soul-devouring art, his cultivation began to grow slowly yet steadily, and his physique strengthened amidst this torturous refining process. On the first day, he cautiously explored the vicinity, encountering and slaying 3 blood demons equivalent to low-tier Dou Kings. These blood demons were devoid of reason, driven solely by the instinct to kill, and upon defeat, they left behind small blood essence, which contained even purer energy. First day survival reward: 100 fortune points, slight overall attribute enhancement. On the second day, he attempted to delve deeper, facing a 5-star Dou King-level blood demon leader. After a fierce battle, he severely injured it using Heavenly Poison's grief and ultimately shattered its core with Soul Extinction Finger. Consuming its blood essence led to a noticeable increase in his cultivation. Second day survival reward: 150 fortune points, slight overall attribute enhancement. On the third day, he discovered a relatively concealed blood-red cavern and intended to rest briefly, only to attract an assault from a small horde of blood demons. The ensuing blood battle lasted half a day, during which he killed dozens of blood demons, nearly exhausting his heavenly poison Dou Qi and sustaining several deep wounds. However, he ultimately persevered. Soul-devouring art worked frantically, absorbing the bloodlust energy and blood essence permeating the battlefield, propelling his cultivation towards the threshold of a 3-star Dou King. Third day survival reward: 300 fortune points, slight overall attribute enhancement. He spent the 4th day healing and cultivating, while the 5th and 6th days became increasingly perilous. Energy storms erupted without warning. Spatial rifts appeared randomly, and on one occasion, he sensed a terrifying aura that sent shivers through his soul, indicating the presence of at least a peak Dou King-level blood demon monarch. He concealed himself with utmost effort and narrowly escaped. Each day, he grappled with life and death. And each day, he grew stronger through painful refinement. His gaze grew colder and sharper, and he radiated an unyielding bloodlust energy that intertwined with his original heavenly poison Dou Qi, appearing increasingly bizarre and powerful. On the 7th day, after devouring a rare 7-star Dou King-level blood demon adept in soul attacks, he finally accumulated enough. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from the cavern where he had been hiding, forcing the surrounding blood mist back several paces. A 3-star Dou King. It was a natural progression. The breakthrough elevated both the capacity and quality of his heavenly poison Dou Qi, significantly enhancing his resistance to and refining efficiency of bloodlust energy. 7th day survival reward: 500 fortune points, slight overall attribute enhancement. He persisted in this purgatorial training. On the 8th, 9th, and finally the 10th day, after tearing apart the last 6-star Dou King-level blood demon that attempted to ambush him and consuming its blood essence, the system's notification finally chimed. Survival task: bloodlust purgatory completed. Survived for 10 days, rewards issued: 1,000 fortune points, special state bloodlust resistance. Current total fortune points, 6,700. A profound clarity washed over him as his perception of the surrounding bloodlust energy sharpened remarkably, allowing him to faintly guide its flow, with the corrosive effects greatly diminished. The task complete, he did not leave immediately. He sensed that, deeper within the abyss, the source of the abnormal fluctuations seemed to beckon him. Having come this far, he licked his parched lips, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes. He concealed his presence and cautiously advanced towards the source of the disturbance. At the heart of the bloodlust abyss awaited either greater peril or greater fortune. Chapter 20. The Abyss Core, Blood Demon Will. The core of the bloodlust abyss, in stark contrast to the outer layers, was an entirely different realm. Here, the bloodlust energy was as dense as a sea of blood, heavy and viscous. Each breath felt akin to inhaling molten lava, searing his lungs and soul. A dark crimson radiance seeped autonomously from the rocky walls and the ground, casting an eerie hue upon everything it touched. Countless distorted shadows writhed within the dense mist, emitting chilling whispers and howls. The space was profoundly unstable, with intricate black fissures resembling spider webs sprawling across the void, occasionally splitting open to unleash torrents of devastating energy. A typical low-tier battle emperor would likely succumb within moments. Their minds eroded and fighting spirit dissolved, ultimately becoming part of the blood demon. However, the Soulborn thrived in this environment. The formidable soul power bestowed by the perfected soul condensation technique allowed him to maintain clarity within this mental purgatory, while his bloodthirst resistance rendered him nearly immune to most of the malevolent energy's corruption. His core technique, soul-devouring art, was especially tyrannical, voraciously consuming and refining the surrounding chaotic blood energy, transforming it into pure fighting spirit that nourished him, and steadily enhancing his cultivation. He moved like a predator through the blood-soaked ruins and twisted rock columns, silent and stealthy, with the prowess of a 3-star battle king. Complemented by the high-tier, earth-level fighting technique Heavenly Poison's Grief, the enigmatic ghostly steps, and the unpredictable soul attacks Soul Extinction Finger and Phantom Lock. He wielded a terrifying combat capability that far surpassed his apparent level. Even when faced with 3-star or even 4-star battle Emperor-level blood demons, he could emerge victorious. And due to the peculiarities of his techniques, he could even devour their core blood essence. Should he encounter a 5-star battle emperor, while he would not claim victory, he held a significant chance of retreating unscathed if he unleashed his full power. This capability to engage in battles beyond his rank was already on par with that fated child, Xiao Yan, who bore the flame techniques and possessed various extraordinary fires. Following the source of an exceptionally intense disturbance, he delved deeper. The blood demons he encountered along the way grew increasingly powerful, and even some small squads of blood demons exhibiting rudimentary intelligence and the ability to coordinate their attacks appeared, all swiftly eliminated by his ruthless methods. Finally, at the end of a vast plaza seemingly formed from countless piled bones, he beheld the origin of the disturbance. It was an ancient altar constructed entirely of dark crimson crystals, upon which floated a massive heart, roughly the size of a human head, pulsating rhythmically. The heart exhibited a strange, semi-transparent quality, with countless blood vessels entwined within. With each beat, it stirred the blood energy of the entire abyss in a tidal-like undulation, exuding an oppressive aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. Beneath that heart, on the altar, stood a towering figure clad in tattered dark crimson armor, wielding a blood-colored great blade. It was not fully composed of energy, but possessed a nearly tangible body, with eyes ablaze with 2 golden flames of soul fire, emanating an aura that unmistakably reached the 6-star battle emperor level. Its oppressive presence far exceeded all the blood demons he had encountered thus far, radiating an ancient aura of slaughter and majesty. This was no ordinary blood demon. It resembled a demon general guarding that heart. Soulborn's pupils constricted sharply, and his heart raced. The 6-star battle emperor. This surpassed the realm he could confront head-on. Even with all his trump cards, the odds of victory appeared exceedingly slim, with a greater likelihood being his demise here. Yet, that pulsating heart emanated an inexplicable allure towards him. The soul-devouring art even began to operate at an accelerated pace, conveying an overwhelming desire. It seemed that devouring it would yield immense benefits, just as Soulborn weighed the risks and contemplated whether to take the plunge or retreat decisively. The blood demon general on the altar appeared to sense his presence, the golden soul flames abruptly shifting towards his direction. Intruder. Die for trespassing upon the heart of blood source. A hoarse, fragmented, yet murderous mental wave surged forth like a tempest. The blood demon general moved. It stepped forward, instantly crossing dozens of yards, the blood-colored great blade descending upon him with a devastating, rending energy. The speed was terrifying. Soulborn's expression altered drastically, and he immediately executed ghostly steps at its utmost, transforming his form into a blurred shadow as he retreated. Boom! Where he had once stood, the ground was cleaved open, creating an unfathomable chasm, the violent blood energy radiating outward and effortlessly shredding the surrounding rocks. Such power! Soulborn felt a chill in his heart. Even the residual force of that strike caused his skin to sting. He could not match it in strength. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, maximizing his speed as he dashed back the way he had come. However, the blood demon general clearly intended to pursue him, letting out a roar as it thundered after him. Each step it took shook the earth, its speed rivaling that of Soulborn's full exertion of ghostly steps. Man and demon engaged in a heart-stopping chase within the abyss's core. Soulborn heightened his soul perception to the maximum, constantly changing directions, utilizing the complex terrain and intermittent spatial rifts to impede his relentless pursuer. Several times, he narrowly avoided being struck by the terrifying blade's energy, skillfully evading thanks to phantom clones. Heavenly Poison's grief occasionally countered, striking the blood demon general's armor, but only leaving shallow, corrosive marks, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Its defensive capabilities and resistance to toxins were remarkably high. Continuing like this was unsustainable. Soulborn felt a surge of urgency within. His fighting spirit was depleting rapidly, while the demon seemed to have the entire abyss's blood energy at its disposal, tirelessly pursuing him. Just as he contemplated an escape plan, a massive spatial rift suddenly appeared ahead, blocking his path. Chaotic energies surged from within the rift, rendering it impassable. With enemies behind and no way forward, he found himself in a dire predicament. A flicker of determination flashed in Soulborn's eyes as he abruptly halted, turning to face the charging blood demon general. He swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing all his fighting spirit in a frantic surge. It was all or nothing. Heavenly Poison's grief, soul lock of the underworld. He simultaneously unleashed his most potent attacking and soul-controlling techniques. A colossal, dark purple poisonous palm imprint, infused with all his fighting spirit and a trace of blood energy, hurtled towards the blood demon general, while several invisible soul chains coiled upwards, attempting to bind its movements, even if just for a moment. The blood demon general roared, the blood-colored great blade erupting in a torrent of bloodlight as it viciously slashed towards the poisonous palm imprint. Boom! An unprecedentedly terrifying explosion reverberated through the abyss. The shockwave of energy cleared a substantial area of the surrounding blood mist, causing the ground to crack in all directions. Soulborn spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flung backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing violently against the rear wall, his bones shattering in an unknown number of places. Meanwhile, the blood demon general was also momentarily halted by this desperate strike. The bloodlight on its great blade dimming significantly, and more corrosive marks appeared on its armor, its movements seeming to slow for an instant. Now was the moment. Soulborn gritted his teeth against the intense pain, leveraging the explosion's recoil and the momentary hindrance of the blood demon general to propel himself off the rear wall, narrowly skimming along the edge of the immense spatial rift, darting into a narrow side passage. The blood demon general let out an unwilling roar, but was thwarted by the residual shockwave of the explosion and the chaotic spatial energies, unable to pursue immediately. Soulborn did not look back, igniting his life essence fighting spirit as he fled desperately, not daring to stop until he felt that terrifying pressure dissipate completely. Only then did he find an exceedingly concealed rift to hide within, hastily swallowing a handful of medicinal pills and circulating his energy to heal his wounds. Although this venture into the core had not secured the so-called heart of blood source, he had successfully escaped the pursuit of a 6-star battle Emperor-level demon general. And under the pressure of that final desperate strike, he sensed the barrier of a 3-star battle king had already begun to loosen. Danger, indeed, proved to be the finest whetstone. He needed to heal swiftly, and then strive for the 4-star battle king. Chapter 21. Breaking through in desperation, 4-star battle king. Deep within the narrow fissures of rock, Soulborn sat cross-legged, enveloped in a thick layer of intertwining bloodlight and dark purple poison mist. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and blood froth continually spilled from the corners of his mouth. Each breath he took was a torment, pulling at the fractured bones throughout his body and inflicting excruciating pain. Engaging in a direct confrontation with a 6-star demon general. Even the residual shockwaves exacted a grievous toll on him. His internal organs trembled, his meridians suffered extensive damage, and his fighting spirit was nearly depleted. Yet, within his eyes blazed a fervent fire, an embodiment of madness in the face of despair and an insatiable thirst for power. Without hesitation, he consumed every healing elixir and energy-restoring pill from his spatial ring, while simultaneously activating the soul-devouring technique to ravenously absorb the malevolent energy spilling from the fissures. Disregarding his injuries, the agony surged like a relentless tide, battering his nerves, but he steadfastly maintained his mental focus with the soul concentration technique, channeling the violent energy to mend his wounds and replenish his strength. This was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. A moment's carelessness could worsen his injuries or even lead him down a path of madness. However, he had no choice. He needed to recover swiftly, for no one knew whether that terrifying demon general would pursue him. The power of the elixirs clashed violently with the malevolent energy within him. As the soul-devouring technique functioned like a finely tuned furnace, forcibly refining and merging them, his injuries began to heal at an observable rate. Shattered bones reconnected under the influence of energy, and his depleted reservoir of fighting spirit was replenished, even surging to greater heights. The torment of the previous 10 days had already driven his cultivation to the brink of a 3-star battle king. Now, under the immense pressure of life and death paired with overwhelming energy, that sturdy barrier finally groaned under the strain. Now is the moment. Break for me, he roared within, directing all his energy towards that intangible bottleneck. Boom! It was as if a volcano erupted within him. A force far more formidable than before surged forth from his being, sending debris tumbling from the entrance of the fissure. 4-star battle king. The transition was seamless. In fact, due to the immense accumulation of power, the momentum from his breakthrough stabilized at the pinnacle of the early 4-star battle king stage. A powerful sense of strength filled his entire body, and his injuries were significantly alleviated by this baptism of breakthrough. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a purplish-red glow swirling within, tinged with a hint of malevolence, exuding an air of both allure and authority. He clenched his fists, feeling the torrent of power coursing through him, a cold smile gracing his lips. As a 4-star battle king, he now possessed the confidence to contend with 5-star battle emperors, and even against a 6-star battle emperor. He might not be without a fighting chance. Demon General, when we meet again, the outcome may not be as it seems. He murmured softly, a chilling intent radiating from him. Though his injuries had healed and his strength had surged, he did not immediately seek out the trouble that the Demon General might pose. The heart of Blood Source exuded an allure that was both perilous and irresistible, far beyond what he was prepared to confront at this moment. His immediate priority was to complete his survival mission, escape the abyss, and claim the rewards of the Blood Soul Pool. Suppressing his greedy thoughts, he maintained clarity of mind. The tempering offered by the Blood Soul Pool might allow him to elevate both his physical and spiritual existence, laying the groundwork for the day he would consume that heart. He concealed himself within the fissure for several more days, solidifying his 4-star Battle King realm and mastering the newly acquired strength. Task accomplished, he no longer lingered. Cautiously, he peered out from the fissure, dispersing his soul energy to its maximum extent. After confirming that the Demon General was not lurking nearby, he activated his movement technique and sped towards the upper layers of the abyss. The journey back seemed considerably smoother. With his enhanced strength, ordinary blood demons dared not approach him, deterred by the intense malevolent and toxic aura surrounding him. Those who were foolish enough to cross his path were swiftly dealt with, their blood essence devoured. Days later, he finally burst forth from the oppressive sea of crimson mist, greeted by the light of day once more. Casting a glance back at the unfathomable abyss, with its skyward-reaching malevolence, it felt like a lifetime ago. Without a moment's pause, he promptly returned to the Soul Palace branch in the Black Corner domain and utilized the teleportation array to return to the Soul Realm. In the Elder's Hall, when he presented a crystal sphere containing records of the abyss's environment, the characteristics of the blood demons, and the terrifying image of the blood source heart, the elder responsible for the assessment was left speechless for a long moment. You truly survived down there for 10 days and encountered That kind of entity? The elder's voice trembled, regarding him as if he were a monster. It was merely luck, Sol Sheng replied nonchalantly, as though he had accomplished something trivial. The elder inhaled deeply, suppressing his shock, and stated solemnly, I will report this matter to the Elder Hall immediately. You have achieved a great feat. According to the task rewards, in addition to a substantial merit point, you have earned the opportunity to enter the Blood Soul Pool for tempering. You may go at any time. Thank you, Elder. A hint of joy finally surfaced in Sol Sheng's eyes. He was not in haste to exchange his merit points, but instead requested immediate entry into the Blood Soul Pool, under the guidance of an elder. He arrived at a heavily guarded Crimson Valley deep within the Soul Realm. At the center of the valley lay a pool approximately 10 feet square, its waters thick as blood, continuously boiling and emanating terrifying waves of energy that sent shivers through the soul, yet simultaneously teeming with an indescribable vital essence. Entering the Blood Soul Pool was an excruciating process. How much one could absorb and to what extent one could be tempered depended entirely on the individual. If one could not endure, they must exit immediately or risk bodily explosion. The guarding elder coldly warned before disabling the barriers surrounding the pool. Without hesitation, Sol Sheng shed his upper garments and stepped into the blood pool, one step at a time. Sizzle. The moment he entered the pool, unimaginable anguish enveloped his every inch of skin, every bone, every cell. It felt as though he were cast into a hell of molten lava, pierced by countless searing needles deep into his soul. The energy, far purer and more tyrannical than that of the blood fiend abyss, surged violently into his body, tearing at his meridians, refining his bones, and cleansing his very soul. Sol Sheng let out a muffled groan, his complexion swiftly turning crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, his teeth clenching audibly. Yet his gaze remained unwavering, as both the soul concentration technique and soul devouring technique operated at their zenith, frantically guiding and refining this ferocious energy. Pain, exquisite pain, yet alongside the suffering came a visible enhancement of both body and soul. Beneath his skin, blood light flickered, and dense cracking sounds emanated from his bones, which became increasingly resilient and compact. His soul power, too, solidified further under this tempering, sharpening his perception. Time slipped by slowly. An hour, 2 hours, 5 hours. The guarding elder outside felt his eyelids twitching. For ordinary core disciples, enduring even an hour in the Blood Soul Pool was already the limit, while those who could withstand 3 hours were exceedingly rare. Yet here was Sol Sheng, who had endured for 5 hours. Moreover, the energy in the pool seemed to have diminished slightly. Within the pool, Sol Sheng had long since entered a state of forgetting both self and surroundings. His body seemed to transform into an insatiable abyss, greedily absorbing the energy of the Blood Soul Pool. His cultivation as a 4-star battle king began to ascend once more, progressing towards the mid-stage. Uncertain how much time had passed, when the blood hue of the pool began to dim slightly, Sol Sheng abruptly opened his eyes, letting out a long howl, and leaped out of the blood pool. He landed on the ground, his blood and energy surging like a dragon. His skin glistened with a blood-like sheen, and his muscles were flawlessly sculpted, brimming with explosive power. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his soul aura ran deep as the ocean. Mid-stage 4-star battle king. His physical strength rivaled that of a 6th-order magical beast. His soul power was now infinitely close to the pinnacle of mortal realm perfection. Feeling the transformative changes within him, Sol Sheng nodded in satisfaction. This expedition to the abyss, though fraught with peril, had yielded immeasurable gains. Now he has undergone a qualitative leap in strength. It is time to fulfill some plans that have long been set aside. His gaze seems to penetrate the fabric of the soul realm, landing upon the land known as the Gam Empire. Certain pieces on the board must be set in motion. Chapter 22. The dark chess pieces of the sect, smoke rising in the northwest. The immense energy of the Blood Soul Pool has fully integrated into his being, and the brilliance in his eyes is now restrained, solidifying his cultivation at the mid-stage of a 4-star Douwan. His fingertips caress the cold bone token bestowed by the Protector, his thoughts already soaring towards the distant Gam Empire. The Protector, a 4-star Dou Zone, must have already gained complete control over the Yunlan sect. A cold smile plays on his lips. With Xiao Yan's imminent return, this tranquil pool will certainly be stirred up. I must make my preparations early to seize opportunities amid the chaos. As a patrol envoy, he possesses the authority to peruse the detailed files of the Soul Hall's branches in the Northwest Continent. His attention swiftly bypasses the ordinary soul masters of the Dou Huang and Dou Wang ranks, locking directly onto the roster of sect-level powerhouses bearing the title of Protector. Soon, a name catches his eye, Tai Hufa. His strength is marked as a 2-star Dou Zone, overseeing several kingdoms surrounding the Gam Empire. However, the file notes that despite his considerable power, he is often marginalized due to not being a direct subordinate of the Protector and his rigid temperament, resulting in a rather awkward position, where critical tasks and resources are frequently seized by other Protectors affiliated with the Protector's faction. A 2-star Dou Zone, with adequate strength yet harboring discontent, is indeed the ideal candidate. He requires someone capable of independent action, who also possesses a motive to feign obedience to the Protector rather than being an absolute loyalist. He refrains from directly contacting Tai Hufa, instead reviewing his recent task records and resource allocation lists. Indeed, he discovers multiple instances where Tai Hufa's completion of high-difficulty tasks was rated lower than warranted, or where requests for training materials from his subordinates were inexplicably delayed or reduced, with clear signs of interference from other Protectors aligned with the Protector. Sol Sheng retrieved the unique Jade token belonging to the patrol envoy. Without mentioning Tai Hufa's name, he cites a need to verify the fairness of the merit evaluation system in the Northwest Branch, listing several records that exhibit evident signs of suppression, marking them as potentially unjust and forwarding them to the headquarters Discipline Inspection Department for further scrutiny. This action is as light as a breeze, yet it aims to rattle the tiger in its den. The gaze of the headquarters inspection department turns towards the Northwest Branch, enough to make the Protector's faction momentarily restrain themselves, while also subtly alerting the long-suppressed Tai Hufa to a hint of attention from higher-ups, distinct from the Protector system. A seed has been quietly sown, awaiting its germination. Having dealt with Tai Hufa, Sol Sheng shifts his focus to the chaotic Blackhorn region. The Mad Lion Gang and Tai Wu come to mind, reminding him of that greedy 5-star Dou Wang within the Netherworld ruins. The records indicate that the Mad Lion Gang has been engaged in some unsavory dealings with the Soul Hall, yet they are long exploited by mid to low-level Soul Masters, fostering significant resentment. Through a secret channel, Sol Sheng directly sends a batch of exceptionally valuable training resources to Tai Wu, accompanied by a brief message regarding the matters of the Netherworld ruins. Esteemed one, this is an apology. The patrol envoy Sol Sheng may have future inquiries. This generous gift, coupled with the title of patrol envoy, is sufficient to evoke both surprise and suspicion in the greedy Tai Wu, igniting a thirst for the immense benefits at stake. Thus, a greedy piece has been set in motion. Sol Sheng scans the files, seeking other potential infiltrators into the Gam Empire. He notes a name, Hua Ge, the head of the Hua family, a medium clan in the pivotal town of Haiyan City on the northeastern border of the Gam Empire, whose cultivation only peaks at the Great Dou Master level. The notes mention that his family's development has faced significant obstacles and has been oppressed by another local family closely tied to the Yunlan sect. Hua Ge has attempted several times to curry favor with the Soul Hall to seek support, yet his family's limited strength has rendered him unworthy of attention. A small border clan, yearning for external aid, yet harboring dissatisfaction towards their vassalage to the Yunlan sect, fits the bill perfectly, Sol Sheng concludes. Such a minor figure would not attract the Protector's notice, but if utilized properly, could potentially create small disturbances at the border or relay messages. Once again, through a secret channel, he issues instructions to a low-level Soul Master responsible for the Haiyan City area to appropriately engage with Hua Ge, offering him some negligible support or promises, observing his loyalty and capabilities. Within a controllable scope, he may be allowed to use the name of the Soul Hall to exert influence, with regular reports on his movements. With the groundwork laid, Sol Sheng is about to continue his cultivation, striving to break through to the late stage of 4-star Dou Wang, when an urgent intelligence report arrives from the Northwest Branch. The information does not originate from Gam, but from its neighboring nation, the Outcloud Empire. The ancestor of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, Xiao Yan, has broken through, seemingly reaching the Dou Zone level. With bloody methods, he has rapidly consolidated the power of the Poison sect within the Outcloud Empire, and his military might now threatens the borders of the Gam Empire. Xiao Yan, a Dou Zone? Sol Sheng's gaze sharpens. The upheaval in the Outcloud Empire disrupts the delicate balance across the Northwest continent. If the 10,000 Scorpions sect advances eastward, it will undoubtedly challenge the Protector's plans in Gam and may even draw the attention of the Jian Academy and the forces from Central State. The turmoil has begun. A perfect opportunity to gain from the fire, while also testing the Protector's strength. A glint of sharpness flashes in Sol Shang's eyes as he promptly uses the patrol envoy channel to send directives to the Northwest Branch and the 2-star Dou Zong Tai Hufa. Tightly monitor all movements of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, especially their interactions with the borders of the Gam Empire. Collect all intelligence regarding the source and purpose of Xiao Yan's sudden surge in strength. All information is to be reported directly to me. With the orders dispatched, Sol Sheng stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his aura merging with the chill of the soul realm. His net has been quietly cast, and the winds of change across the Northwest Continent intensify due to the 10,000 Scorpion sect's anomalous movements. Meanwhile, deep beneath the Xiao Yan Academy, within the magma world, a colossal aura, blending the powers of two unique flames, undergoes its final transformation and sublimation, its pressure surpassing even the peak of Dou. Xiao Yan, on the brink of a breakthrough. Chapter 23. 5-star Dou, Journey to the Northwest. Within the courtyard, Sol Sheng sits in meditation, his aura surging like a volcano ready to erupt. It has been some time since his return from the Blood Fiend Abyss, and his cultivation at the mid-stage of 4-star Dou has become thoroughly solidified. Even under the relentless honing of the Blood Fiend aura and the frenzied operation of the soul devouring technique, he has now brushed against the threshold of the 4-star pinnacle. With a flick of his thought, a fruit radiating an astonishing energy wave, entirely crimson, appears in his hand. This is the Qi Yin fruit, a companion of the 9-heart ice lotus from the extreme northern lands. Although its attributes clash with his heavenly poison Dou Qi, the immense energy it contains is undeniable. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumes the Qi Yin fruit. Boom! As if swallowing a ball of raging fire, the ferocious heat instantly detonates within him, violently clashing with the cold, toxic heavenly poison Dou Qi, as if seeking to tear him apart from within. Sol Sheng's face flushes crimson, his surface alternately crystallizing with frost and releasing steaming heat, while his meridians scream with excruciating pain. Yet, his gaze remains as cold as iron. The soul devouring technique operating at an unprecedented speed, forcefully suppressing and refining these two opposing energies, barbarously transforming them into the purest Dou Qi. The pain far exceeds anything he has previously endured, yet the rewards are immeasurable. Amidst this extreme conflict and refinement, his meridians are torn and mended repeatedly, growing ever more resilient and wide, while the capacity of his Dou Qi Si is forcibly expanded. Time slips by unnoticed, and at last, the ferocious energy of the Qi Yin fruit is completely subdued and refined. Boom! A mighty ohayupt, shaking the courtyard and causing fine cracks to spider across the stone slabs. 4-star Dou pinnacle. Yet, Sol Sheng does not cease his efforts. He flips his palm once more, revealing the blood demon core obtained from the core area of the Blood Fiend Abyss, a 5-star Dou level treasure. This is the key to his breakthrough to 5-star. As the core is ingested, an even more refined and overwhelming blood fiend energy, infused with a potent will to kill, surges into his body. As the soul devouring technique and the soul condensing technique reach their zenith, the power of the soul steadfastly maintained clarity, channeling this force to launch a final assault against the formidable 5-star barrier. Once, twice, thrice, the barrier trembled violently, fissures spreading forth. Shatter! A low roar emanated from within Soulborn, consolidating all his strength into a singular point, and he charged forth with audacity. Crack! It was as though something shattered within him, a mightier force surging forth like a torrential flood, instantly filling his limbs and bones. 5-star Dou. The breakthrough was successful. His aura ascended rapidly, ultimately stabilizing at the initial stage of 5-star Dou. Soulborn gradually opened his eyes, a brilliant light flickering within, his presence as profound as the ocean. Sensing the surging power within him, he was convinced that if he were to encounter the Blood Demon General again, though victory might still elude him, escape would be far more effortless, perhaps even leaving a more profound impression on his adversary. Successfully advanced to 5-star Dou. Luck value, 300. Current luck value, 8,000. The enhancement of his strength imbued him with immense confidence. Soulborn understood that it was time to embark on his journey. The chaos in the Northwest Continent was the perfect stage for him to seize resources, hone his skills, and lay down more hidden strategies. He did not make a grand announcement, but reported his itinerary to the Soul Realm's Executive Hall through the channels of the Commissioner. Subsequently, he quietly departed the Soul Realm via a spatial passage. Several days later, in the Northwest Continent at the Soul Hall's branch. The branch chief, Soul Ice, respectfully welcomed Soulborn into the secret chamber. This young commissioner had left a profound impression on him during the previous resolution of the Ice Gorge issue, and upon their reunion, his presence felt even more unfathomable, instilling a subtle pressure even upon this Dou Huang. "Commissioner, your timing is impeccable," Soul Ice stated gravely. "The movements of the 10,000 Scorpion sect have grown increasingly peculiar. Their disciples have been frequently spotted at the borders of the Gamma Empire, clashing with the outer disciples of the Yunlan sect on several occasions. Scorpion Baiyin still remains in seclusion, yet another Dou Huang powerhouse from their ranks, Scorpion Shan, has personally gone to the border to oversee matters." Soulborn nodded slightly. He was already aware of this intelligence through his communications. "Where's the Iron Protector?" "The Iron Protector has recently conveyed that he has personally gone to the border to investigate, promising to report directly to you should he uncover anything," Soul Ice replied, a subtle tone in his voice. He understood the implications of the Iron Protector bypassing the branch to report to the commissioner. Soulborn nodded, quite pleased with the Iron Protector's initiative. "Prepare yourself. I shall personally inspect the border." "My lord, the border is perilous, and the 10,000 Scorpions sect employs treacherous poisons. Not to mention the presence of Dou Huang powerhouses." Soul Ice voiced his concerns. "It is of no consequence." Soulborn waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable confidence. Half a day later, Soulborn's figure appeared in the tumultuous region bordering the Gamma Empire and the Qian Empire. The landscape was rugged, dense with forests, the atmosphere oppressive, and the air was laden with a faint, sweetish stench, characteristic of the 10,000 Scorpion sect's toxic arts. He did not head to the Soul Hall stronghold, but instead utilized his formidable soul perception to traverse the mountains and forests like a specter, personally surveying the terrain and the distribution of forces on both sides. At a concealed mountain peak, he spotted a campfire rising from a valley below, with a flag embroidered with the menacing Scorpion emblem, indicating a forward base of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. The strongest presence within the camp was approximately at the level of 7-star Dou Huang. Soulborn's gaze turned icy. He would use this opportunity to test the power of a 5-star Dou Huang and simultaneously deliver a greeting to the 10,000 Scorpion sect. In an instant, he vanished, stealthily infiltrating the valley and drawing near to the camp. At the center of the camp, a 7-star Dou Huang elder from the 10,000 Scorpion sect was supervising disciples as they practiced their toxic arts, when suddenly he felt an ominous premonition. Abruptly lifting his head, yet, before he could finish his words, a shadowy figure lunged toward him like lightning. The speed was such that he had no time to react. 10,000 poisons, heavenly sorrow. A hand enveloped in dark purple toxic mist, carrying a soul-shaking aura of terror, slammed into his chest. The elder was struck with paralyzing fear, desperately channeling his Dou Qi in an attempt to defend himself. But the toxicity contained within that palm was simply too domineering and bizarre, directly corroding his protective Dou Qi. With a sickening sound, the hand pressed through without obstruction. The dark purple poison erupted instantaneously. The elder's body stiffened violently, his eyes turning pitch black, skin rapidly decaying and darkening. He could not even muster a scream before collapsing lifelessly, devoid of breath. Instant kill. The other disciples of the 10,000 Scorpions sect finally reacted, thrown into disarray, fearfully gazing at the godlike figure. Soulborn paid them no heed, devouring a portion of the elder's soul energy before disappearing once more into the dense forest, leaving behind a scene of utter panic among the 10,000 Scorpion sect disciples and a rapidly decaying corpse. Moments later, he reappeared several dozen miles away in a ravine. Just as he steadied himself, a powerful soul intent swept over, carrying a probing nature. Soulborn did not resist, but instead released a hint of his own aura. Soon, a middle-aged man clad in the garb of a Soul Hall protector, with a resolute countenance, appeared as if by teleportation on the opposite side of the ravine. It was the Iron Protector. He sensed the unabashed aura of a 5-star Dou Huang emanating from Soulborn, as well as the violent energy fluctuations that had just transpired, his eyes flashing with shock and complexity. "Commissioner." The Iron Protector clasped his hands, his tone more solemn than before. The speed at which this young commissioner's power had escalated was nothing short of astonishing. "Iron Protector, have there been any discoveries?" Soulborn inquired directly. The Iron Protector's expression turned serious as he responded in a low voice. "Indeed, there has been a discovery. I have secretly captured a core disciple of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, and through soul interrogation, learned that Scorpion by Yan's power has surged, seemingly connected to a peculiar entity known as the Blood Soul Goo. This entity can rapidly enhance strength, but requires the consumption of a vast amount of living beings' blood and souls, driving those affected into a frenzy for blood. The recent unusual activities of the 10,000 Scorpion sect may be linked to the immense demand for this entity. Blood Soul Goo? Soulborn's gaze sharpened. This entity seemed reminiscent of certain methods employed by the Soul Hall. Continue the investigation. We must ascertain the origins of this Blood Soul Goo, Soulborn commanded. Additionally, closely monitor the movements of the Yunlan sect, particularly the reactions from Protector Wu. Understood? The Iron Protector responded, hesitating momentarily before adding, my lord. It seems that Protector Wu does not regard the 10,000 Scorpion sect's unusual activities with much concern, even appearing somewhat indulgent. Oh, a glint of intrigue flickered in Soulborn's eyes. I see. You may depart, and exercise caution. The Iron Protector clasped his hands and slowly vanished. Soulborn stood alone in the ravine, gazing toward the direction of the Gamma Empire, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Protector Wu, what exactly are you plotting? Is your indulgence of the 10,000 Scorpions sect a means to achieve your own ends, or do you have ulterior motives? It seemed that the waters of the Northwest were deeper than he had anticipated. However, the muddier the waters, the better the opportunity for fishing. His figure gradually melded into the shadows. Chapter 24. The Master of the Poison Sect, the Fateful Pact. Soulborn stood alone atop a desolate peak at the border, his black robe billowing in the chilling wind laced with poison. The aura of 5-star Dou Wang was perfectly concealed, with only his deep-set eyes reflecting the chaos below. A land tainted by the conflicts between the 10,000 Scorpion sect and the Yunlan sect. The Iron Protector stood respectfully behind him, detailing recent findings. Commissioner, the sect leader of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, Scorpion Shan, indeed possesses the peak strength of Dou Huang, and he commands several other Dou Huang elders whose power cannot be underestimated. Their sect's techniques are malevolent, and their recent activities have grown increasingly rampant, resulting in continuous friction with the Yunlan sect. The Iron Guardian's demeanor was grave. Moreover, within the borders of the Izumo Empire, a new and formidable force known as the Poison Sect had risen over the past 6 months. Its leader was shrouded in mystery, rumored to possess strength at the level of a dozone, employing bizarre methods that seemed to instill considerable apprehension in the Scorpion Sect, with signs of easing border conflicts emerging. The Poison Sect, led by its dozone master, Soulborn's gaze flickered with intrigue as intelligence regarding the Izumo Empire swiftly traversed his mind, and a name surfaced: Xiao Yan. That woman, afflicted with the cursed poison body, had likely seized control of the Poison Sect by now. Her rate of growth and power could scarcely be slower than that of Xiao Yan. The cursed poison body was indeed a tremendous dilemma, yet if wielded adeptly, it could transform into an exquisitely sharp blade. He was aware of how to address this predicament, at least to temporarily manage it. A plan instantly crystallized in Soulborn's mind. He needed to meet with the leader of the Poison Sect before Xiao Yan could intervene. The Iron Guardian, Soulborn turned, his voice calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Instructed, in your name, find a way to approach the upper echelons of the Poison Sect and convey a message to their leader. As you command, came the reply. The inspection envoy of the Soul Palace wishes to discuss a transaction with her. The subject of the transaction, the cursed poison body. Soulborn elaborated slowly. Upon hearing this, even the Iron Guardian, with his dozone composure, could not help but feel his pupils constrict. The cursed poison body, that was the legendary disaster physique. The inspection envoy was aware of it and dared to propose a transaction. He refrained from further inquiries and promptly bowed his head in compliance. I shall convey the message. Days later, outside a desolate valley shrouded in toxic miasma within the Izumo Empire, the figure of the Iron Guardian emerged at the valley's mouth, proclaiming with a resonant voice, I am the Iron Guardian of the Soul Palace, sent to seek an audience with the leader of the Poison Sect regarding a matter of great importance. The toxic fog within the valley swirled, and after a moment, an elderly man with a cold demeanor, exuding a Douhuang-level aura, materialized, regarding the Iron Guardian with caution. A person from the Soul Palace? Our Poison Sect has had no dealings with your organization. What is your purpose? The Iron Guardian retrieved a jade slip given to him by Soulborn, containing an extraordinarily pure, yet oddly alluring aura of poison, and handed it over, stating, Present this to your leader, she will understand. The elder accepted the jade slip, sensing the peculiar toxic energy within, his expression shifting slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Wait here, before turning and disappearing into the miasma. Approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick later, the elder returned, his tone still frigid, but now laced with gravity. The leader has consented to a meeting. Follow me. The Iron Guardian felt a surge of astonishment. Truly, the inspection envoy was remarkable. He followed the elder deep into the valley, ultimately arriving before a cave enveloped in a massive poisonous formation. The leader awaits within. You may enter. The elder stated before stepping aside, falling silent. Taking a deep breath, the Iron Guardian stepped into the cave. The dim light within was suffused with a terrifying toxic gas, causing even his Dozong energy to feel sluggish, compelling him to exert all his strength to resist it. At the cave's end, a white-clad figure sat with her back to the entrance upon a rudimentary stone bench. No powerful energy waves radiated from her, yet the horrifying toxic gas in the cave seemed to flow around her in a docile manner, as if she were its nucleus. Soul Palace Guardian? You claim to know of the cursed poison body. A chilling voice broke the silence, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. The Iron Guardian suppressed his astonishment and replied respectfully. It is not my knowledge, but that of a master I serve, who wishes to negotiate a transaction with your leader. My master claims he has a method to alleviate your suffering. The white figure trembled slightly as she slowly turned around. A visage of ethereal beauty, tinged with a faint pallor and sorrow, met the Iron Guardian's gaze. It was Xiao Yan. Yet now, the innocence of her past had been replaced by a cold depth wrought from hardship, her aura profoundly resonant. Now, a Sanxing Dozong. Alleviate? A subtle smirk of derision graced Xiao Yan's lips. No one in this world can remedy the cursed poison body. What you propose is merely a stopgap. She fixed her gaze upon him. What qualifications does your master possess to engage in such negotiations? The Iron Guardian, remaining composed, produced another jade slip entrusted to him by Soulborn. Let your leader examine this item before making a decision. With a delicate gesture, Xiao Yan summoned the jade slip into her hand. As she probed its contents with her soul energy, she realized it contained not any techniques or elixirs, but a detailed description of the characteristics and eruption patterns of the cursed poison body, its precision astonishing even her. Finally, a concise message followed. I possess a method of control that can temporarily suppress the backlash, granting you 10 years of stability. The price: the poison sect must assist me on 3 occasions when required. If agreeable, meet me in 3 days at the Falling God Ravine. The slip concluded with a trace of even purer toxic energy that resonated faintly with the poison within her body. Xiao Yan held the jade slip in silence for a considerable time. The coldness in her eyes was finally shattered by a violent surge of emotion. The cursed poison body was akin to a maggot that clung to her bones. Each eruption brought unbearable agony, more intense than the last. Even though she had reached the Dozong level through her innate talent, no one understood the pain and despair this physique inflicted better than she did. The condition offered, a decade of stability, was an enticing temptation, and the cost was merely to lend her aid 3 times. Who is the person behind you? Xiao Yan's voice was rough with curiosity. The inspection envoy of the Soul Palace, Lord Soulborn, the Iron Guardian replied. Soulborn, she whispered, the unfamiliar name swirling in her mind as her gaze flickered uncertainly. The people of the Soul Palace were unpredictable and treacherous. Associating with them was fraught with peril. Yet, that promise of 10 years of respite was alluring. Very well. In 3 days, at Falling God Ravine, I shall await him. Ultimately, her yearning to escape her suffering overwhelmed all else, and Xiao Yan made her choice. I shall certainly convey the message, the Iron Guardian said, feeling a wave of relief as he bowed and exited the cave. 3 days later, at the border between the Gama Empire and the Izumo Empire, one of the most perilous locales, the Falling God Ravine, perpetually wreathed in a kaleidoscope of toxic miasma, with deep chasms and unpredictable spatial rifts. Even Dohuang-level experts dared not venture carelessly. At the bottom of a relatively flat boulder, Soulborn stood with his hands clasped behind his back, impervious to the poisonous miasma surrounding him. As the appointed time approached, a powerful aura descended from above, landing on the opposite end of the boulder. Clad in a flowing white dress, her countenance frigid, Xiao Yan appeared. Her sharp gaze swept over Soulborn, the pressure of a Sanxing Dozong unapologetically enveloping him. However, that formidable pressure, which could suffocate an ordinary Dohuang, seemed to dissipate upon reaching Soulborn, leaving not a ripple in his composure. Slowly, he turned. His 5-star Dohuang aura, though inferior to hers, was overshadowed by the depth of his gaze and the swirling dark purple toxic gas surrounding him. which was more peculiar and refined than the miasma of this place, causing Xiao Yixian's pupils to narrow slightly. You are the one who claims to have a method to control the cursed poison body. Xiao Yixian's voice bore scrutiny and skepticism. The toxic gas emanating from him sent a tremor through her, yet the sheer level of his strength was difficult to accept. Soulborn offered a faint smile, refraining from a direct answer. Instead, he extended a finger, a wisp of dark purple gas dancing at its tip, shifting in form to simulate various deadly poisons, even including a trace of the cursed poison body's essence. All poisons converge toward a singular path, Soulborn spoke calmly. The cursed poison body is not without remedy. Its backlash stems from uncontrolled toxicity that rebound upon itself. I possess a method to assist you in refining your poison, forging a poison pill that consolidates the dissipated energy, thereby ensuring 10 years of security. He continued, of course, this method does not provide a cure. After 10 years, the poison pill will reach saturation, and the backlash will be more severe. Yet by then, perhaps you will have discovered a definitive solution. What he proposed was precisely the insight later provided by Yaohua in the original narrative, now preemptively presented to Xiao Yixian for negotiation. Xiao Yixian trembled at his words. To refine a poison pill. This was the very direction she had longed for. The other party, in but a few words, struck directly at the heart of the calamity's poisonous essence and the key to its resolution. Their expertise far surpassed that of any so-called renowned physician encountered previously. The doubts within me dissipated almost entirely, replaced by an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. What do you require of me? The little healer inquired, suppressing her excitement and maintaining her composure. She was not one to believe in free lunches. It is simple, Hun Sheng replied, gazing at her. I need the poison sect to intervene on my behalf 3 times when I require it. The targets may be the Yunlan sect, the Wan Scalp sect, or others. After these 3 instances, we shall be even. The little healer pondered for a moment. 3 interventions in exchange for a decade of tranquility. This was a deal she could not refuse. Very well, I accept your terms. However, should your methods prove ineffective, or if there are ulterior motives, a glint of severity flashed in her eyes. The poison sect, though small, will ensure you pay the price. Agreed, Hun Sheng nodded, retrieving a prepared jade slip and tossing it to her. The method is contained within. Await my message for the first intervention. The little healer took the jade slip, her soul's energy sweeping over it rapidly. The more she examined, the brighter the light in her beautiful eyes became. The method was profound and intricate, directly addressing the essence. Far from mere fabrication, she gazed deeply at Hun Sheng. Who exactly are you? Merely a traitor, Hun Sheng replied, his figure slowly retreating into the dense fog. Remember your promise. Sectmaster, until we meet again. Watching Hun Sheng vanish into the distance, the little healer tightly grasped the jade slip, her emotions a tumultuous enigma. This enigmatic envoy from the Soul Palace seemed capable of perceiving her deepest secret, and it provided a glimmer of hope. Though akin to bargaining with a tiger for its skin, she desperately needed this decade of stability. Hun Sheng, I will remember you, she murmured softly, her figure fading into the poisonous miasma. The Godfall Gorge returned to its eerie silence, with only the multicolored poisonous mist swirling silently, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, Hun Sheng was already on his way back. A formidable piece on the chessboard had been set in motion, awaiting Xiao Yan's return. The tempest of the northwestern continent would soon be stirred more violently by his own hands. Chapter 25. The Desolation of the Thunder Abyss, a new chapter in the system. In the Soul Realm, within a secret chamber, Hun Sheng gradually opened his eyes. The aura of a peak 5-star Dou Wang radiated flawlessly, yet he was acutely aware that this was still far from sufficient. With half a year remaining until Xiao Yan's emergence, this was his final and optimal opportunity for advancement. System, he silently intoned. Host, Hun Sheng. Realm, peak 5-star Dou Wang. Cultivation techniques, soul devouring technique, soul condensing technique, Dou's, celestial phantom steps, poisonous palm, soul extinguishing finger, phantom lock. Myriad poisons, heavenly grief, shadow clone. Fortune value, 7,700, special status, blood fiend resistance, frost resistance. Access the exchange list. Filtering for items or abilities that can assist me in breaking through to Dou Huang and countering the Hun Sheng commanded calmly. The from Xiao Yan and the Buddha's Fury Lotus posed a significant threat. He needed to prepare in advance. The luminous screen flickered, and a series of information flooded his mind. Heavenly poison veins, special physique transformation, channeling the power of myriad poisons to reshape meridians, significantly enhancing poison techniques' potency and cultivation speed, with a substantial increase in poison attribute resistance. Exchange requires fortune value, 5,000. Note, the transformation process is extremely painful and carries a risk of failure. Corroding soul mist, a one-time consumable upon release, can greatly disrupt soul perception and cause sustained erosion to the soul body. It has a certain restraining effect against. Exchange requires fortune value, 2,000. Void escape talisman, a one-time consumable, allows for short-distance spatial jumps, ignoring most spatial barriers. Exchange requires fortune value, 3,000. Energy simulator, can temporarily simulate specific energy fluctuations for confusion, interference, or cultivation reference. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown 1 day. Exchange requires fortune value, 4,000. Hun Sheng's gaze swiftly scanned the options. The heavenly poison veins held immense allure, yet it was incomplete and fraught with risk, so he set it aside for now. The corroding soul mist and void escape talisman were invaluable tools for survival and opportunity creation. The energy simulator also offered boundless utility. I will exchange for the corroding soul mist and void escape talisman. Fortune value, 5,000. Remaining fortune value, 2,700. The ethereal forms of the two items entered the system space. Hun Sheng hesitated no longer and set off for the first sight of fortune, the desolation of Thunder Abyss. Utilizing the Soul Palace's long-distance teleportation array, several days later, he arrived at this desolate place on the edge of the central continent. The sight before him was awe-inspiring, an endless expanse of black earth, torn apart by a colossal chasm, with countless silver serpents of lightning dancing like waterfalls. Eternally cascading into the abyss, the thunderous roars resonating as the singular theme of this place. A destructive aura permeated the air, causing the very space to warp in instability. Ding! Detected an ultra-high concentration of thunderous destructive energy in the environment. Survival mission triggered. Thunder Prison Body Refinement. Mission requirements. Endure for 3 days at the periphery of the desolation of Thunder Abyss and descend 1,000 zhong into the abyss. Mission rewards. 1,000 fortune value. Thunder resistance. Thunder summoning technique. The mission had arrived. Hun Sheng's spirits surged, and without hesitation, he dashed towards the abyss's edge. As he approached, a tendril of errant lightning struck nearby, creating a charred pit. Hun Sheng activated the heavenly poison Dou Qi to shield himself. A dark purple light membrane crackling as it barely resisted the escaping thunderous might. He descended step by step. The deeper he went, the more chaotic and violent the lightning became. On the first day, he struggled to carve out a temporary cave along the cliff of the abyss. Relying on the soul devouring technique to barely refine and absorb the frenzied thunder attribute energy in the air, his body repeatedly scorched and healed, enduring immense pain. First day, survival reward, 100 fortune value. On the second day, he attempted to actively draw a thread of lightning into his body for refinement, nearly shattering his meridians. It was only through the soul condensing technique that he managed to hold onto his spiritual platform, but the benefit was a noticeable strengthening of his physique. Second day, survival reward, 200 fortune value. On the third day, he began to advance downward into the depths of the abyss. The thunder grew ever more terrifying, with lightning as thick as a barrel striking down intermittently, forcing him to fully employ celestial phantom steps and shadow clone to evade, a perilous endeavor. Finally, before the conclusion of the third day, he descended to approximately 1,000 zhong in depth. Survival mission, Thunder Prison Body Refinement completed. Rewards granted, 1,000 fortune value, Thunder Resistance. Thunder Summoning Technique. Current fortune value, 3,700. A surge of enlightenment washed over him. His perception of thunder became clear, even allowing him to faintly guide its direction. Yet, Hun Sheng was not satisfied. His goal was the thunder calamity spirit liquid that might exist deeper within the abyss. He continued to descend, the pressure mounting. Here, sporadic flashes of lightning transformed into thunder spirits, composed entirely of pure thunderous energy. These thunder spirits possessed no intelligence, only a primal instinct for destruction. With strengths ranging from Dou Wang to Dou Huang, Hun Sheng proceeded cautiously, striking at vulnerabilities. Utilizing his newly acquired thunder summoning technique and myriad poisons' heavenly grief to painstakingly clear his path, he encountered numerous perils, even resorting to a single use of the void escape talisman to evade the pursuit of a 6th-level thunder serpent. After delving nearly 5,000 zhang, the surroundings transformed into a sea of thunderlight, the atmosphere of destruction making it difficult for Hun Sheng to breathe. At last, at the base of a vast cavern carved by the thunder's fury, he beheld his objective, a small pool measuring about a foot on each side. The water crystal clear, yet emanating a pulse of life and destruction that was both exhilarating and terrifying. Countless tiny golden electric sparks danced upon the surface of the pool. Thunder Calamity Spirit Liquid. However, guarding the liquid was a colossal serpent entirely composed of dark golden thunder, its power reaching the initial 7th level. Hun Sheng's pupils constricted. A Dou Zone level thunder spirit. This was well beyond his capacity to confront. To forcefully seize it would mean certain death. He forced himself to remain calm, swiftly scanning his surroundings for potential escape routes. Above the stone cave, colossal thunderbolts incessantly struck, crashing against the waters of the pool. The thunder python seemed to harness this tumult for its own cultivation, merely observing the intruder with a cold gaze, without initiating any attack. System, exchange for the energy simulator. Fortune value, 4,000. Remaining fortune value, 300. There was no time for hesitation. A small, compass-like artifact materialized in Sol Sheng's hand. Without a moment's pause, he directed it towards the Thunder Tribulation essence and activated it. Buzz, a peculiar energy fluctuation, akin to the essence of the Thunder Tribulation, emanated from Sol Sheng's body. A flicker of confusion passed through the golden pupils of the Thunder Python as it struggled to discern friend from foe. Now it was the moment. Sol Sheng pushed the Thunder Summoning Technique to its zenith, abruptly diverting a massive thunderbolt that was about to descend, sending it crashing toward the Thunder Python. Simultaneously, he propelled himself like an arrow released from a bow towards the Thunder Tribulation essence. The Heavenly Phantom Steps reached its utmost limit. The Thunder Python was struck by the unexpected thunderbolt, letting out an enraged roar. Though it was not severely wounded, it was distracted. Taking advantage of this, Sol Sheng reached the edge of the pool, waving his hand to frantically gather the essence with a specially crafted jade bottle. However, just as he had collected approximately 2/3 of it, the energy simulator's 10-minute duration expired. The fluctuating energy surrounding him vanished in an instant. Roar! The Thunder Python was utterly incensed, having recognized the thief. Its massive tail, charged with destructive dark gold lightning, swept toward him with blinding speed, leaving no time for evasion. Sol Sheng's expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he threw the last remnants of the soul erosion mist behind him. Whoosh! A dense, gray mist instantly enveloped the area, obscuring visibility and carrying with it the power to erode souls, causing the Thunder Python's movements to falter, accompanied by a pained shriek. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Sol Sheng pushed his speed to the limit, fleeing desperately upwards. Behind him, the Thunder Python's earth-shattering roars and countless pursuing bolts of lightning surged forth. He did not dare to look back, fervently burning his fighting spirit and even resorting to secret techniques that would harm his vitality. Leveraging his newly acquired resistance to lightning and slightly redirecting the attacks behind him, narrowly escaping the abyss of annihilation. As he emerged from the abyss, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body charred and riddled with fractures, his breath at its lowest ebb. Yet in his grasp, he tightly held the jade bottle containing 2/3 of the Thunder Tribulation essence. Successfully obtained part of the Thunder Tribulation essence. Fortune value, 800. Current fortune value, 500. With no time to tend to his wounds, Sol Sheng immediately fled thousands of miles away, seeking a secluded cave. Once he had set up multiple protective barriers, he began to examine his gains. Despite the perilous nature of the endeavor and the near depletion of his fortune value, he had achieved his goal. The 2/3 of the pool's Thunder Tribulation essence was sufficient for him to undergo his crucial first refinement. Chapter 26, Thunder Liquid Refinement, 6-star Dou Wang achieved. Deep within the concealed cave, Sol Sheng sat cross-legged, his complexion slightly pale from the previous escape. Within his jade bottle, the milky white Thunder Tribulation essence flowed slowly. Golden arcs of electricity flickering, emanating a disquieting energy fluctuation. The bottle could hold roughly 3 liters of liquid, and it was nearly full at that moment. Taking a deep breath, he steeled his resolve. He withdrew a finely crafted dropper, cautiously extracting about 10 milliliters of the essence from a jade bottle. Even this minuscule amount contained a ferocious energy that made his skin tingle with discomfort. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the 10 milliliters. Boom! It was as if a miniature thunderous sun had exploded within him. The violent thunder energy erupted, unleashing countless tiny golden electric serpents that ravaged his meridians, seared his organs, and sent shivers through his very soul. The excruciating pain far exceeded his expectations. Ugh! Hun Sheng grunted, his body violently trembling, as blackened marks emerged on his skin surface. He gritted his teeth tightly, operating the soul condensing technique to its utmost, maintaining clarity in his spiritual platform. While the soul devouring technique ravenously devoured and refined this dualistic force of destruction and vitality. The process was fraught with danger. Each thunder explosion teetered on the brink of collapse. Yet with every refinement, a glimmer of vitality brought about subtle yet solid enhancements. Time drifted slowly. When the 10 milliliters of essence were finally fully refined, Hun Sheng was soaked in sweat, utterly exhausted, yet his gaze shone with remarkable brightness. His meridians had expanded slightly, and barriers had loosened a fraction. Effective. His spirit surged. Taking a brief moment to rest, he again extracted 10 milliliters of essence, swallowed it, and refined it. This cycle repeated. With each ingestion, he meticulously controlled the quantity, adjusting it between 10 and 15 milliliters. His body grew stronger amidst destruction and rebirth, enhancing his resistance to thunder, while the efficiency of the soul-devouring technique markedly increased. Subtle traces of masculine thunderous might gradually merge into his heavenly poison fighting spirit. Within the cave, the whispers of wind and thunder were faintly discernible. Hun Sheng's aura steadily climbed amidst excruciating agony, continuously assaulting the barrier of the 5-star Dou Wang. After several cycles of refinement, when the essence within the jade bottle had been consumed down to a full liter, nearly a month had elapsed. On this day, upon completing yet another 15 milliliter refinement, the amassed energy within him finally reached a critical threshold. Boom! The barrier of the 5-star Dou Wang pinnacle trembled violently, riddled with cracks. Break! A fierce glint surged in Hun Sheng's eyes as he unhesitatingly absorbed another 20 milliliters of essence, swallowing it whole. The terrifying thunder energy exploded forth with a force far exceeding anything prior. He guided this overwhelming power, akin to a tempest of thunder, crashing against the nearly shattered barrier. Crack! Boom! The barrier shattered at once. A more magnificent and boundless force surged forth, inundating his limbs and bones. 6-star Dou Wang. The transition was seamless. His momentum solidified at the early stage of 6-star Dou Wang. An overwhelming sense of power filled his entire being, and all previous injuries vanished. Hun Sheng opened his eyes, a flicker of electricity dancing within, his aura growing ever more profound. He felt the surging fighting spirit and the newfound resilience of his body, nodding in satisfaction. Successfully broke through to 6-star Dou Wang. Fortune value, 300. Current fortune value, 800. There remained approximately 2 liters of thunder tribulation essence in the jade bottle, a precious resource for his impending breakthrough to Dou Wang, and it was not the time to utilize it. 6-star Dou Wang was still insufficient. Hun Sheng's gaze sharpened. He was still 4 stars away from Dou Wang, and time was of the essence. He promptly utilized the inspection token to connect to the Soul Clan's intelligence network, filtering for recent potential secret realms or ruins that matched his current capabilities. Soon, a piece of information caught his attention. In the depths of the northwest continent, within the Tianqing mountain range, fluctuations indicative of a potential ancient soul sovereign's resting site have been detected. The ancient soul sovereign was renowned for their formidable soul power, and their remains may harbor treasures or legacies that nurture and refine the soul. According to investigations, the outer barriers of the site are weakening, expected to be accessible within a month. Various forces, including the Phantom Sect and external disciples of the Starfall Pavilion, are already heading to explore. An ancient soul sovereign, treasures that refine the soul. A gleam of excitement flashed in Hun Sheng's eyes. His soul condensing technique had reached a high level. Soul power was one of the keys to his ascension in battle. If he could gain something from this, it would not only bolster his strength, but also lay a solid foundation for future confrontations with Xiao Yan and encounters with Yao Lao's soul power. This was it. Hun Sheng made his decision. The Tianqing mountain range was conveniently along the route to the Jiama Empire. Without delay, he set forth. Days later, following the intelligence's guidance, he arrived deep within the Tianqing mountain range. Here, ancient trees towered, the mountains loomed perilously, and human presence was scarce. Hun Sheng spread his formidable soul power, quickly detecting numerous varying auras, clearly treasure seekers drawn by the news. Concealing his figure, he stealthily approached the area with the most anomalous energy fluctuations. Ultimately, before a valley shrouded in mist, he beheld the so-called entrance to the ruins, a smooth, mirror-like black stone wall towering 100 feet high. At that moment, the surface of the wall was marred by minute cracks, from which an ancient and formidable soul pressure subtly emanated, stirring the hearts of those who dared approach. Surrounding the valley's mouth, several groups had already established their territories, each wary of the others. The most potent presence emanated from a cadre of disciples clad in dark attire, their aura chilling. At their helm stood an elderly figure of one-star Dou Huang rank, presumably the elder from the dark spirit sect mentioned in the intelligence reports. On the opposite side, several young individuals garbed in pale blue robes, exuding a relatively serene aura, gathered together, likely the outer disciples of the Starfall Pavilion, with their strongest member being a 9-star Dou Huang. The arrival of Hun Sheng did not raise much alarm. He deliberately maintained his aura at the 6-star Dou Huang level, rendering him inconspicuous in such a setting. He sought a secluded corner, patiently awaiting the weakening of the barriers while meticulously observing the various factions. Inwardly scoffing, the inheritance of the ancient soul venerable is not so easily claimed. Just right, I shall use your hands to pave my way. Quest triggered. Acquire the soul devouring orchid or a soul treasure of equivalent value within the ancient soul venerable's ruins. Hoa, 1500 fortune points, introductory, sous cultivation technique sous division. The system's task resonated at an opportune moment. Hun Sheng's gaze sharpened. The soul-devouring orchid? It certainly sounds like a precious find. At that instant, the cracks in the black stone wall suddenly intensified, emitting an excruciatingly sharp, cracking sound, culminating in the thunderous opening of a narrow, deep passageway barely wide enough for a single person. Pure soul energy surged forth like a tidal wave. The entrance has been revealed, a voice cried out, inciting a flurry of activity at the valley's mouth. In the next moment, countless figures surged forth like a swarm of locusts, racing toward the opening. The scramble for supremacy had officially commenced. Hun Sheng melded into the crowd, silently slipping into the darkness. Chapter 27. The Ancient Soul Ruins, Mortal Realm Perfection. Beyond the entrance lay not the dim corridor one might expect, but rather a distorted, ever-changing realm of light and shadow. An overwhelming soul pressure surged from all directions, attempting to erode the consciousness of the intruders. The first few individuals at the forefront, those of lesser strength, emitted piercing screams as they clutched their heads and rolled about. Their gazes instantly dulled and vacant, as if their very awareness had been obliterated by this soul pressure. The others behind halted in horror, hastily channeling their techniques or summoning treasures to fend off the pervasive soul assault. Hun Sheng's soul condensation technique activated autonomously, his profound soul power forming an invisible barrier that effortlessly repelled the oppressive force. He calmly surveyed the ahead. This realm of light and shadow appeared to be a place of trials, wherein only those with sufficiently potent soul power could advance. He did not rush forward, but instead remained among the throng, observing intently. The one-star Dou Huang elder from the dark spirit sect snorted coldly, sweeping his sleeve, casting a protective shadow around his disciples as he boldly advanced, clearly possessing formidable soul power. The disciples of the Starfall Pavilion also retrieved jade pendants and similar artifacts, emanating a gentle glow to shield themselves as they cautiously proceeded. Other factions showcased their unique abilities, yet many struggled to maintain their footing, with some even resorting to meditative stances to sustain themselves. Only then did Hun Sheng leisurely set forth, employing heavenly shadow steps, his form slipping through the twisted light and shadow like a ghost, outpacing even the elder of the dark spirit sect, swiftly surpassing most individuals and vanishing into the depths of the light and shadow. This maneuver drew the attention of many, particularly the elder of the dark spirit sect, whose eyes flickered with suspicion. A 6-star Dou Huang, wielding such formidable soul power, having traversed the region of soul pressure, he emerged into a vast underground palace complex, constructed from an unknown black stone, ancient and desolate, exuding the scent of time. The palace corridors were labyrinthine, with the sounds of conflict and exclamations echoing intermittently, indicating that the various factions had dispersed and commenced their search for treasures within the ruins. Hun Sheng expanded his soul power to its fullest extent, meticulously sensing the flow of energy. His goal was clear: the soul-devouring orchid. The energy fluctuations of a treasure of this caliber would undoubtedly be distinctive. He skillfully avoided several overt areas of conflict, swiftly delving down a secluded corridor. The deeper he ventured, the more refined the soul energy in the air became, with bizarre entities formed from pure soul energy materializing, shrieking as they lunged at the intruders. Hun Sheng, uninterested in entanglements, employed soul-extinguishing finger, precisely obliterating their cores, maintaining his momentum without a hitch. Suddenly, he halted, keenly sensing an unusual soul fluctuation emanating from a side chamber to his left. This fluctuation carried an alluring aroma that soothed the spirit, yet it also harbored a potent draw, as if it could devour one's very essence. The soul-devouring orchid? Hun Sheng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he dashed toward the chamber. Just as he reached the door, he heard the sounds of fierce combat and furious shouts from within. "Stand down. This orchid was first discovered by my dark spirit sect." "Nonsense. The treasures of heaven and earth belong to the worthy." Disciples of the Starfall Pavilion. Form a formation. Inside the chamber, the elder of the dark spirit sect was embroiled in battle with several disciples from the Starfall Pavilion. At the center of the hall stood a stone platform upon which grew an extraordinary plant, entirely translucent and a haunting azure, adorned with 3 elongated leaves, crowned by a blossom that appeared to be coalesced darkness, a flower exuding an enticing fragrance and formidable soul-drawing power. It was indeed the soul-devouring orchid. The elder of the dark spirit sect, with his 1-star Dou Huang strength, wielded his attacks with ruthless precision, the dark energy infused with corrosive properties targeting the soul. Although the disciples of the Starfall Pavilion boasted only a maximum of 9-star Dou Huang strength, their coordinated efforts formed a constellation of starry lights, seamlessly blending offense and defense, momentarily staving off the elder's onslaught. Both sides were locked in an intense struggle, each vying for the orchid, yet simultaneously restraining one another. Hun Sheng's arrival instantly heightened the vigilance of both parties. Another fool seeking death. The elder of the dark spirit sect scoffed, unleashing a shadowy gust aimed at Hun Sheng, attempting to force him back. 2 disciples from the Starfall Pavilion also diverted their attention, their swords shimmering as they obstructed his path. Unfazed, Hun Sheng executed heavenly shadow steps to perfection, slipping through the gaps between the gust and the sword light like an eel, directly lunging toward the soul-devouring orchid upon the stone platform, seeking death. Both parties, witnessing his audacity, erupted in fury, abandoning their conflict to unleash their full might upon Hun Sheng. The elder's shadowy claws and the combined sword formation of the Starfall Pavilion disciples instantly sealed off all of Hun Sheng's escape routes. However, it appeared that Hun Sheng had anticipated this very moment. Instead of seizing the orchid, as he neared the stone platform, he abruptly formed a hand seal. Solok. With all his might, he unleashed it. Numerous invisible soul chains did not target any individual, but instead instantaneously coiled around the soul-devouring orchid. Simultaneously, the devouring force of soul-devouring technique surged along the chains, frantically rushing toward the orchid. He intended to assimilate and refine this treasure of heaven and earth on the spot. "You dare!" The elder of the dark spirit sect's eyes widened in fury, his attacks becoming ever more savage. The disciples of the Starfall Pavilion were equally astonished and enraged, their sword formation radiating with renewed brilliance. Yet, just as their strikes were about to land upon him, a barely perceptible spatial fluctuation enveloped Hun Sheng, triggered by the activation of the Void Escape Talisman. His figure instantly blurred, and all incoming attacks passed right through him, crashing into the opposite wall and sending debris flying. Taking advantage of this fleeting opportunity, Hun Sheng forcefully drew forth a substantial portion of the soul-devouring orchid's primal energy through the soul chains, absorbing it into his body. The orchid visibly withered at a discernible pace. "Scoundrel!" The elder of the dark spirit sect spat blood in rage, launching himself at Hun Sheng with reckless abandon. Soul Sheng, unperturbed, swiftly retreated, harnessing the ephemeral effects of the Void Escape Talisman. Drawing upon the tremendous soul energy he had devoured, he propelled himself backward with great force. With a flick of his sleeve, a dark purple mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring vision. This was the toxic gas from 10,000 poisons, heavenly sorrow. "Chase!" The elder from the Netherworld sect roared, dispersing the toxic haze, only to find that Soul Sheng's silhouette had vanished at the end of the corridor. He cast a glance at the remaining fragment of the soul-devouring orchid, now significantly diminished in essence and spirit, his expression turning ashen. Reluctantly, he stowed it away and, in a fit of rage, led his disciples in pursuit. The disciples of the Starfall Pavilion exchanged glances, ultimately resigning to abandon the chase. Meanwhile, Sheng had already retreated several corridors away, seeking refuge in an abandoned side hall, where he promptly settled into a meditative posture. Within him, the pure and overwhelming soul energy of the soul-devouring orchid surged violently. As the soul-devouring technique operated at its zenith, it fervently refined this power, causing his soul strength to escalate at an unprecedented pace. Successfully acquired the majority of the soul-devouring orchid's essence. Exploration task completed. Rewards issued. Fortune value 1500. Soul division technique initiation. Current fortune value 2300. A profound method regarding the segmentation and manipulation of soul energy flooded his mind. Sheng gritted his teeth against the painful sensation accompanying the surge of soul energy, pouring all his effort into the refinement. Time became indistinct as he continued his work. At last, when the final vestige of the orchid's energy was refined, his soul strength had ascended to an entirely new echelon. Although his cultivation remained at the 6-star Dou Wang level, his soul realm had undeniably achieved the true consummation of the ordinary realm. His perceptual range had expanded several-fold, and his control over energy had become exquisitely meticulous. His soul energy was now immensely condensed, leaving him but a hair's breadth from the legendary spiritual realm. The soul division technique was also now in his preliminary grasp. While he could not yet truly sever souls, he could conjure a soul doppelganger that was more deceptive. The gains were monumental. A brilliant gleam sparkled in Sheng's eyes. With the soul strength of the ordinary realm's consummation, he could confront numerous challenges far beyond his current level. He did not rush to depart, but continued to explore the ruins. Utilizing his formidable soul perception, he discovered several remnants of soul jade slips. Though most were fragmented, the techniques inscribed within proved highly beneficial. Days later, as the oppressive soul aura within the ruins began to wane, signaling its impending closure, Sheng quietly exited. Upon returning to the surface, he found the valley considerably subdued. Various factions had likely departed with their mixed fortunes. After orienting himself, he was about to leave when a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting his gaze to drift towards a nearby thicket. "It's about time you made your appearance," he said coldly. For a moment, the thicket fell silent, and then a gray figure emerged slowly. It was the mysterious figure clad in gray who had contested with him for the soul infant fruit in the Netherworld ruins and had diverted the Scorpion Mountain at the northwestern border. At this moment, his features remained obscured, yet his aura felt even more profound than before. "Your methods are indeed commendable," the gray figure rasped, devoid of emotion. "In the struggle of the clam and the snipe, the fisherman profits. How does the taste of the majority of the soul-devouring orchid's essence fare?" Sheng narrowed his eyes, the internal flow of his Dou Qi subtly activating. "What concern is that of yours? Do you wish to attempt another theft?" The gray figure seemed to chuckle softly. "There is no need to be anxious. I do not come for you. I merely pass by. However, it appears you have taken a particular interest in opposing the Soul Palace. First the Netherworld ruins, and now this ancient soul site. What you have seized are all items the Soul Palace has set its sights upon." Sheng's heart stirred, but his expression remained unchanged. "And if so, what if not?" Intriguing, the gray figure appraised him. "Perhaps we may have an opportunity for collaboration. Remember, I go by the name of Shadow. Until we meet again." With that, he flickered away, melding into the shadows as if he had never existed. Sheng stood rooted in place, his brow furrowed. Shadow? Collaboration? This individual is enigmatic. Whether friend or foe remains uncertain. He shook his head, dismissing further contemplation. The most pressing concern now was to digest his gains and continue enhancing his strength. The rewards from the ancient soul ruins had elevated his soul power to the consummation of the ordinary realm, and it was time to seek the next fortuitous encounter to push for a higher Dou Qi cultivation. His gaze fixed upon the next mark point on the map. Time was of the essence. Chapter 28, The Serpent Spirit Cavern, 7-star Dou Wang. In the Kaitian Qingshan Mountains, Sheng did not hasten to seek his next opportunity. The gains from the ancient soul ruins required time for thorough assimilation. Although the soul power of the ordinary realm's consummation was formidable, perfecting its integration with his Dou Qi and techniques to unleash maximum impact necessitated careful deliberation. He found a secluded valley, set up a concealment formation, and began his seclusion. His primary task was to master the initiation of the soul division technique. While this method could not genuinely sever souls, it could create a deceptive soul doppelganger. useful not only for bewildering foes, but also for aiding in cultivation, allowing for dual focus. With the foundation of an ordinary realm's consummation, he progressed swiftly, and within days, he could manifest a soul shadow that possessed 30% of his essence and lasted for a quarter of an hour. Next, he aimed to integrate his surging soul power into his combat system. The power of Soul Extinguishing Finger and Ghost Lock had significantly increased, and he also attempted to infuse his soul power into Sky Ghost Steps, rendering his movements more elusive and unpredictable, and into 10,000 Poisons, Heavenly Sorrow, enhancing the corrosive nature of his poisonous Dou Qi to strike at the soul itself. Half a month later, Hun Sheng emerged from his retreat. Though his cultivation had not risen, his combat power had transformed dramatically. Now, with his numerous techniques, he was confident in contending with both 7-star and even 8-star Dou Huang. It is time, he declared, retrieving the map and focusing on his next target, the Serpent Spirit Cavern. This location lay at the intersection of the Union Empire and a sprawling marshland. According to intelligence from the Soul Palace, it was once a sacrificial site for an ancient Serpent Man tribe, later abandoned. The cavern was cold and damp, teeming with various venomous serpents, and deeper within, there was said to be a transcendence spiritual pool. Its waters infused with peculiar energy capable of refining the body and purifying Dou Qi, especially beneficial for those who practice poison-based techniques. However, powerful serpent beast guardians and a treacherous terrain rendered the area perilous. The transcendence spiritual pool is precisely what I need. Hun Sheng's eyes gleamed with intensity. His heavenly poison Dou Qi, while dominant, was not without its flaws. If he could purify it with this pool's waters, his foundation would become more solid, making the ascent to a higher realm considerably easier. Without delay, he set forth, and several days later, arrived at the vicinity of the Serpent Spirit Cavern. Even before approaching, a pungent and humid atmosphere assailed his senses. Before him lay an interminable expanse of dark marsh, gnarled trees rising like sentinels, and toxic miasma swirling about. In the depths of the swamp, a massive, black cave resembling the gaping maw of a giant serpent loomed. This was the entrance to the Serpent Spirit Cavern. Around the cave's mouth, remnants of adventurers' tents and signs of battle were evident, indicating that this place was not a well-kept secret. Hun Sheng concealed his presence and stealthily entered the cave. Inside, the light was dim, bizarre rocks jutted from the ground, and the floor was slick with moisture. The air was thick with the acrid scent of serpent musk and venom. Rustling sounds echoed from all directions, and countless pairs of cold, serpentine eyes flickered to life in the darkness. He paid little mind to the lowly venomous snakes, with the soul power of the ordinary realm's consummation radiating outward. An invisible pressure formed, causing the snakes to recoil in terror as though faced with a natural enemy. He pressed deeper, encountering several groups of treasure seekers along the way, most of whom were at the Dou Huang level. They regarded one another warily, choosing not to interfere. With his formidable soul perception, Hun Sheng consistently evaded trouble, making a beeline for the core area of the cavern where the energy was most potent. As he ventured further, the passages grew increasingly intricate, resembling a labyrinth, and the serpent beasts encountered were progressively more powerful, including a 6-tier Serpent King equivalent to a human Dou Huang. Soul's essence preferred not to become entangled excessively. It evaded when possible, and when evasion proved futile, it resorted to swift and merciless strikes. The soul devouring technique was then employed to consume the essence of vitality, replenishing any expended energy. At last, after traversing a narrow passage strewn with serpentine skins, a vast underground cavern unfolded before him. Stalactites, glowing faintly, descended from the cavernous ceiling, providing a meager source of illumination. At the center of the cavern lay a small, verdant pool, its waters crystal clear, yet exuding a chilling aura and pure energy waves. Indeed, it was the transcendent spirit pool. However, this sacred pool was not unguarded. Coiled at its edge was a colossal python, as thick as a barrel, its entire body adorned with dark golden scales. Its triangular head bore a pair of sinuous, crimson fangs that flickered menacingly, radiating a ferocious aura comparable to that of a 6-star Dou King. Even more alarming, on the opposite side of the pool stood 3 figures, all clad in uniform attire and exuding a chilling presence, each possessing strength surpassing 5-star Dou Kings. The leader, a gaunt elder with a sinister countenance, had reached the pinnacle of 7-star Dou King. At their feet lay several slain serpent-like beasts, indicating their recent arrival. Both parties had evidently noticed one another, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. The dark golden python sensed the threat, hissing ominously, its cold gaze sweeping over both factions. Oof, another fool who seeks death. The sinister elder glanced at Sol, detecting his 6-star Dou King aura, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. This transcendent spirit pool belongs to the 10,000 Serpents Manor. Those with sense should depart quickly. 10,000 Serpents Manor? Sol felt a stir within, recalling this was a second-rate sect from the Xiao Yan Empire, renowned for serpent taming and poison crafting. He had not anticipated that they had set their sights on this location as well. With an impassive expression, he surveyed the spirit pool and the dark golden python king, calmly stating, "Heavenly treasures belong to those who encounter them." Seeking death. The elder's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he exchanged glances with his companions, signaling them to eliminate Sol while remaining wary of the python king. The two 5-star Dou Kings immediately grinned maliciously and lunged at Sol, their battle aura surging, accompanied by a stench of toxic mist. Sol's gaze sharpened. An opportune moment to test his newfound abilities. Instead of retreating, he advanced, activating ghostly steps, his figure darting forward like an apparition. Just as contact seemed imminent, he focused his thoughts and executed soul division technique, conjuring a nearly identical ethereal projection of his soul that lunged at one of the attackers. The 5-star Dou King froze momentarily, instinctively striking at the projection with the palm. Yet, his hand passed through without any sensation of impact. In that fleeting moment of confusion, Sol's true form had already reached the other assailant. 10,000 Poison's heavenly sorrow. A palm struck out, the dark purple poison-infused wind concealing an invisible soul shock. The 5-star Dou King hastily defended himself, but felt a sudden jolt of pain piercing his soul, causing his movements to falter. With a sickening thud, the poison-laden palm struck his chest. The terrifying toxin erupted violently. The unfortunate 5-star Dou King could not even utter a scream before his body rapidly blackened and decayed, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The soul-devouring technique activated automatically, consuming the remnants of his vitality. The other assailant, witnessing this horror, was paralyzed with fear, attempting to retreat. Yet, the ethereal projection suddenly solidified further, pointing a finger towards him with soul extinction finger. Although its power paled in comparison to the original, it was sufficient to throw him into disarray. Sol's true form shadowed him closely, as ghostly bindings silently ensnared him, restricting his movements. Another 10,000 Poison's heavenly sorrow followed. In the blink of an eye, the two 5-star Dou Kings lay slain. The elder's expression shifted dramatically, finally shedding his disdain as shock and fury washed over him. What a ruthless method. Who on earth are you? Even the coiled, dark golden python king flickered with a hint of apprehension in its icy gaze. Sol shook his hand, having absorbed the energies of the two fallen 5-star Dou Kings. Feeling the barrier of 6-star Dou King weaken further, he looked towards the elder and the python king, his voice devoid of emotion. "Now, can we discuss how to share this spirit pool? Discuss your mother," the elder roared, his 7-star Dou King aura erupting violently as a venomous, serpent-shaped sword materialized in his hand, thrusting directly at Sol. Simultaneously, he emitted a sharp whistle. The dark golden python king seemed to respond to the command, letting out a roar as its massive tail swept towards Sol with a foul wind. This elder from the 10,000 Serpents Manor possessed the ability to command the python king. Faced with the combined assault of man and serpent, Sol felt the pressure mount. Yet, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, his fighting spirit ignited. "Come at me." Ghostly Steps was pushed to its utmost limits, leaving behind a myriad of afterimages as he deftly evaded the sweeping tail. Concurrently, he formed his fingers into a blade, dark purple battle aura coalescing as soul extinction finger struck towards the elder's sword tip. The collision of fingertip and sword produced a resonant clash. Sol's form staggered slightly, retreating a half step, while the elder's wrist tingled, his expression growing increasingly alarmed. The opponent's power and the refinement of his battle aura far exceeded that of an ordinary 6-star Dou King. Soul erosion mist. Without hesitation, Sol unleashed his trump card. A small wisp of gray mist was cast forth, rapidly expanding and enveloping the elder. Though the elder could not discern its nature, instinct warned him of danger, prompting an urgent retreat as he moved his sword to disperse the mist. Yet, the mist ignored his battle aura defenses. directly corroding his soul and causing a wave of dizziness. Seizing this opportunity, Soul lunged at the dark golden Python King, intending to eliminate this beast first. The Python King roared, venom spraying, its massive tail sweeping across. Soul concentrated his soul energy, predicting the Python King's attack trajectory, weaving through the gaps like a fish and swiftly approaching its vital spot. Ghostly binding. Bind. Invisible chains instantly wrapped around the Python King's vital areas, unable to fully restrain it, but hindering its movements. 10,000 poisons, heavenly sorrow. Soul unleashed a full-powered palm strike upon the Python King's inverse scale. Dark purple toxin surged violently within. The Python King emitted a wretched howl, its colossal body thrashing violently. Soul felt no desire to linger in battle. Having landed a decisive blow, he swiftly retreated. The Elder, having just dispelled some of the soul erosion mist, was startled and enraged to see the Python King wounded, preparing to charge once more. However, he noticed that Soul did not pursue, but rather turned towards the transcendent spirit pool. He intended to seize the pool's water while he had the chance. Not a chance. The Elder's eyes bulged with rage as he disregarded his discomfort and rushed forward. Yet Soul had already reached the pool's edge, producing several jade vials to frantically collect the pool water. The water was excruciatingly cold, biting at his skin, yet contained a wealth of pure energy. The Elder's sword light was already upon him. Soul abruptly turned, stowing half of the collected pool water into his spatial ring, facing the fierce sword light without flinching, and unleashed a powerful punch. Dark purple battle aura spiraled around his fist, faint traces of lightning flickering, the residual force of the refined thunder calamity spirit liquid. Boom! The clash of fist and sword erupted with explosive force. Soul propelled himself backward, plunging into the pool. The piercing cold and pure energy enveloped him instantly. You! The Elder spat blood in fury, wishing to plunge into the pool, yet hesitated at the thought of the still-living Python King and the pool's extreme cold. Immersed in the pool's waters, Soul activated the soul devouring technique with fervor, absorbing the water's energy while refining the energies he had just consumed from the two 5-star Dou Kings and the severely wounded Python King. Boom! The barrier of 6-star Dou King crumbled under the immense surge of energy. 7-star Dou King, with the natural progression, his aura stabilized at the initial stage of 7-star Dou King. An overwhelming sensation of power surged within him once more. The pool's energy continued to refine his battle aura, rendering it even purer. Soul let out a long howl, springing forth from the pool, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the astonished and enraged Elder and the nearly lifeless Python King. Shall we continue this battle? The countenance of the Elder fluctuated, ultimately culminating in a fierce stomp as he hoisted the gravely injured Python King and staggered toward the cave's exit, neglecting even the corpse of his companion. The adversary had broken through at a critical moment, their strength surpassing his own. Continuing the battle would likely lead to his own demise. Hun Sheng chose not to pursue. He sensed the surging power of the 7-star Dou Wang within him, alongside the remarkably pure and refined heavenly poison Dou Qi, and nodded in satisfaction. After collecting the remaining pool water, he swiftly departed from this perilous place. Next, he needed to seek out the final opportunity for advancement, to challenge the realm of Dou Huang. Time had already slipped away significantly. The day of Xiao Yan's exit from seclusion drew ever closer. Chapter 29. The Earth's Heart Fire Vein, 8-star Dou Wang. The harvest from the Serpent Spirit Cavern had enabled Hun Sheng to successfully break through to the 7-star Dou Wang. The heavenly poison Dou Qi, having undergone the refining process within the transcendent spirit pool, was now extraordinarily pure, flowing effortlessly with amplified power. Without delay, he set off toward his next destination, the Earth's Heart Fire Vein. Guided by intelligence, he quickly arrived at the desolate and searing volcanic region. The air was thick with a mingled stench of sulfur and some peculiar toxic gas, while scorching heat distorted his vision. Hun Sheng activated his Dou Qi, the dark purple light membrane easily shielding him from the heat and toxins as he strolled calmly toward the area with the most intense energy fluctuations. Eventually, a fissure emitting a continuous stream of pale purple toxic gas came into view. The gas was fiercely domineering, hissing as it corroded upon contact with the air. Hun Sheng's expression remained impassive as he stepped into the fissure. The chasm descended, temperatures soaring, with dense purple fire toxins thick enough to deter even the most novice of Dou Huangs. Yet to Hun Sheng, this toxicity felt akin to a tonic. As he subtly activated the soul devouring technique, he devoured and refined the encroaching fire toxins, replenishing his own energy reserves. He pressed onward without diminishing his speed. Along the way, several unwitting fire toxin centipedes and scorpions lunged at him, their strength merely that of 5 to 6-star Dou. Hun Sheng couldn't be bothered to glance at them. With a slight gathering of his soul pressure, akin to an invisible hammer, he struck down upon them. The fierce fire-toxic creatures barely had time to let out a cry of anguish before they were crushed, their bodies stiffening, life extinguished in an instant, their souls obliterated. The soul-devouring technique automatically activated, absorbing the dissipated fire-toxic energy into his body. He continued unabated, encountering no toxic creatures that could impede his progress. Soon, he reached the deepest part of the fissure. Before him lay a slowly flowing lake of dark red lava, upon which a black reef jutted out, adorned with several purplish-red, transparent fire-toxin crystals radiating alluring energy fluctuations. Within the lake, a peak 8-star Dou lava poison python sensed the intruder and abruptly raised its menacing head from the magma. Its crimson-slit eyes locking onto Hun Sheng with a threatening hiss. A terrifying pressure, mixed with scorching toxic gas, surging toward him. Hun Sheng gazed indifferently at the colossal beast. Had it been before, he might have needed to exert some effort, but now, with his soul power greatly enhanced and his heavenly poison Dou Qi having undergone initial purification, his strength was unparalleled. The gigantic python, incensed by Hun Sheng's calm demeanor, felt provoked and roared. Its massive form reared upright from the magma, sending molten lava cascading. Its enormous tail, imbued with destructive force, crashed down toward Hun Sheng with an awe-inspiring momentum. Facing this violent assault, Hun Sheng did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, his figure flickering as he executed the heavenly ghost step to its utmost potential, purposefully meeting the descending tail. At the moment of contact, he sharpened his fingers like a blade, condensing a highly compressed, deep purple heavenly poison Dou Qi at his fingertips. Infused with a hint of the complete perfection of the mortal realm soul impact. This was the improved soul extinguishing finger. He did not choose to confront it head-on, but instead precisely targeted the weak point where the scales of the giant tail met. With a soft sound, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, the concentrated force of his finger pierced through the scale defenses, delving into the python's body. The terrifying poison-infused Dou Qi and soul impact erupted simultaneously. The lava poison python emitted a heart-wrenching shriek, the agony seemingly emanating from the depths of its soul. Its crashing tail lost all strength in an instant, and the massive creature writhed in torment, churning the lava lake into chaos. Hun Sheng seized the opportunity, not lingering, his form darting like lightning as he soared across the surface of the lake to the central reef, sweeping up the fire-toxin crystals into his robes, their heat palpable. Energy surging abundantly. The giant python, severely injured, though not immediately dead, had lost its threat, struggling painfully within the magma. Hun Sheng did not spare it a second glance. Stepping forth to exit the fissure, and with another stride, he vanished beyond the horizon. From his entry into the Earth's heart fire vein to the acquisition of the crystals, his actions were swift and decisive, taking a remarkably brief time. Finding a perfectly safe underground cavern, he set up multiple barriers. Hun Sheng retrieved one of the fire toxin crystals, feeling the energy of intense yang and toxicity within, and without hesitation, swallowed it whole. Boom! The violent energy erupted within him once more, yet Hun Sheng's countenance remained unchanged. The soul-devouring technique operated dominantly, with his perfected soul power precisely controlling the situation as he commenced the methodical refinement of this force. The blazing toxicity and the shadowy venom clashed within him, yet were forcibly fused, altering the nature of the heavenly poison Dou Qi into something more enigmatic and unpredictable, further enhancing its potency. His cultivation steadily progressed, advancing toward the pinnacle of the 7-star Dou. Once the fire toxin crystal was completely refined, he stood at the zenith of 7-star Dou, a mere breath away from 8-star. With a single breath, he aimed to break through. A fierce glint flashed in Hun Sheng's eyes as he retrieved the remaining fire toxin crystals and a portion of the thunder liquid from the desolation thunder abyss. He pressed his hands together, pushing the soul-devouring technique to its limits, simultaneously absorbing and refining the powers of the fire toxin and thunder liquid. The intense yang toxicity and the life force of heavenly thunder surged simultaneously, the agony and shock far exceeding anything he had previously experienced. His meridians felt as though they would be torn apart and reformed, his body transforming into the fiercest battlefield. Yet Hun Sheng remained steadfast in his focus, harnessing his formidable willpower and soul control to masterfully navigate these two powers, refining them into the purest Dou Qi. Launching his final assault against the barrier of 8-star Dou. Boom! It was as if a dam had burst. The barrier crumbled in response. An even more overwhelming force surged forth. 8-star Dou. It was a natural progression. His aura stabilized at the initial stage of 8-star Dou. Hun Sheng slowly opened his eyes, feeling the increasingly formidable power within him and the more enigmatic and potent heavenly poison Dou Qi, nodding in satisfaction. He was merely 2 steps away from Dou Huang, and time was still plentiful. His gaze shifted toward the direction of the soul realm. It was time for a return visit, to utilize the authority of the inspector to peruse the deeper tomes of the soul palace, seeking the final opportunity to confront Dou Huang and to prepare thoroughly for the impending turmoil within the Gamma Empire. Xiao Yan, it seems you should be emerging as well. Our stage is about to be set. Chapter 30, The Heavenly Cold Poison Pill. Upon returning to the soul realm, Hun Sheng did not return to his own courtyard, but headed straight to the heavily fortified soul palace, specifically to the Library of Secrets. Utilizing the Inspector's token, he entered an area with even higher privileges than that of the Outer Secret Pavilion. This space was not an expansive void akin to the starry sky, but rather solemn stone chambers, methodically categorizing various techniques, combat skills, pill formulas, secret lore, and records of extraordinary artifacts collected and created by the Soul Clan. The air was infused with the scent of ancient scrolls and energy barriers. Hun Sheng's goal was clear as he directly approached the section marked for pill formulas and breakthrough secrets. He needed to find pills or methods that could assist him in safely breaking through to Dou Huang and to prepare countermeasures for the he might face in the future. The essence of the soul surged forth like mercury, cascading over a row of jade slips and scrolls, an overwhelming torrent of fragmented information flooding his mind, only to be swiftly filtered and discarded. The Emperor's Extreme Pill, a pinnacle-grade 7th-tier elixir, could aid a Dou Emperor in enhancing their strength by a star. Its potency was formidable, requiring a robust physique to endure its effects. The primary ingredients included Emperor's Extreme Grass, Heavenly Ma's Faystone Essence, and an 8th-tier magic ore. The Broken Sect Pill and others were noted but deemed less significant. The Soulborn shook his head slightly. Although these pills were remarkable, they either possessed too high a grade to be refined or were not pertinent to his current needs. At last, in an inconspicuous corner, a dark golden jade slip caught his attention. Upon probing with his soul energy, information manifested: the Devouring Life Pill, an ancient secret pill of indeterminate grade. Consuming it could forcibly unleash latent potential, granting immense power for a brief period, yet at a tremendous cost. One must continuously devour the life essence, blood, and soul of living beings to sustain its effects, or face a backlash leading to the depletion of life force and death. Note: the formula is severely incomplete, lacking 3 primary ingredients and 17 auxiliary ones, with the refining method also significantly flawed. It is categorized as forbidden. Exercise caution in research. The Soulborn's gaze sharpened. The Devouring Life Pill? The name resonated with his own devouring spirit technique, both relying on the act of consumption to exchange for power. Although incomplete and fraught with terrifying side effects, its philosophy might offer him some inspiration. He silently recorded the incomplete formula and continued his search. Moments later, another icy blue jade slip emerged. The Heavenly Cold Poison Pill, a mid-level 7th-tier elixir, crafted from extremely cold poisonous substances as the primary ingredient, supplemented with various yin-oriented spiritual herbs. Consuming it could cultivate a trace of heavenly cold poison within the body, a toxin embodying both extreme cold and lethal properties. Immensely powerful, capable of harming foes or refining specific poison techniques. However, practitioners must possess exceptional resistance to toxins and mastery over their own soul. Otherwise, they risk self-harm before injuring their enemies. Required primary materials: 10,000-year ice spider venom pouch, 9 earth yellow spring grass, and a 7th-tier snow sky scorpion crystal core. A glimmer of excitement sparked in the Soulborn's eyes. This pill aligned perfectly with his intentions. If he could successfully control the cultivated heavenly cold poison, it would greatly enhance the potency of his heavenly poison Dou Qi and its extreme cold characteristic might provide a countermeasure against at critical moments. Although the materials for refining were exceedingly rare, as an inspector, he might find a way to gather them. He meticulously noted down this formula as well. Subsequently, he perused a plethora of records on breakthroughs to Dou Emperor and scattered notes on the characteristics of and corresponding countermeasures. While most were vague, they nonetheless proved to be immensely beneficial. Departing from the repository pavilion, the Soulborn promptly utilized his inspector channels to issue a high-priced task for the acquisition of the materials required for the heavenly cold poison pill, especially the primary materials, the 10,000-year ice spider venom pouch, 9-earth yellow spring grass, and the 7th-tier snow sky scorpion crystal core, even employing a portion of his merit points as an advance reward. Once these matters were settled, he returned to his courtyard to prepare for the final sprint. Consolidating his cultivation at the 8-star Dou Wang level was imperative, and the numerous insights he had recently gained needed to be fully integrated. Days later, feedback regarding the collection of materials began to arrive. There were no updates on the 9-earth yellow spring grass and the 7th-tier snow sky scorpion crystal core, but a lead had emerged regarding the 10,000-year ice spider venom pouch. Reports indicated that traces of the 10,000-year ice spider were found deep within the continent's extreme northern ice plain valley. The ice plain valley, he recalled that it was where he had previously undertaken a mission, and the branch hall master, Soul Ice, still owed him a favor. Without delay, he activated the teleportation array and returned to the ice plain valley branch hall. Upon seeing him, Soul Ice greeted him with utmost respect. Hearing of his quest to find the 10,000-year ice spider, his expression grew grave. Lord Inspector, the 10,000-year ice spider possesses strength comparable to a high-tier Dou Emperor, and its movements are elusive, making it exceedingly difficult to locate. Its lair is situated at the bottom of the perilous, ever-frozen abyss, where the environment is extreme and the spatial stability is precarious. Even Dou Emperors dare not venture too deeply. No matter, just provide me with the information and map you possess, the Soulborn replied in a calm tone. Soul Ice dared not inquire further and immediately presented a detailed map along with pertinent intelligence contained within a jade slip. The Soulborn accepted the slip, sweeping his soul energy over it, instantly committing all the information to memory. He nodded and turned to leave. Lord, Soul Ice suddenly called out to him, hesitating for a moment before whispering. Recently, the patrol teams in the valley have detected signs of unknown powerful entities near the ever-frozen abyss. Their strength is likely at least that of a peak Dou Emperor, or perhaps even a sec-level powerhouse. If you venture there, please exercise utmost caution. Sec-level powerhouse? The Soulborn's gaze flickered. The ice plain valley was becoming increasingly lively. He nodded in acknowledgement, his figure flickering before vanishing into the swirling snow and wind. Following the map's guidance, he swiftly arrived at the treacherous expanse known as the ever-frozen abyss. The cold here far surpassed that of the outside world. Each breath crystallized instantly, and even the very air seemed frozen in time. Dark fissures in the space marred the void like scars, exuding an aura of danger. The Soulborn activated his Dou Qi, a dark purple light membrane subtly shimmering with a hint of icy blue, repelling the extreme cold. He cautiously navigated around the spatial rifts, descending towards the depths of the abyss. During his descent, he indeed sensed several obscure yet potent presences flickering through various regions of the abyss, seemingly in search of something. One particular aura was so profound it sent a shiver down his spine. Indeed, there were powerful beings present. The Soulborn became even more vigilant, suppressing his aura to the utmost, employing the heavenly ghost step to gain silent momentum along the icy walls as he descended stealthily. According to the intelligence, the lair of the 10,000-year ice spider was likely located within a labyrinth of ice caverns in the lower to mid-section of the abyss. He avoided the sensory range of those powerful beings, moving like a serpent in the night, stealthily infiltrating the maze. The labyrinth's passages were intricate, filled with various ice spikes and traps. However, for one whose soul energy had reached the pinnacle of the earthly realm, these impediments were as nothing. He accurately discerned the direction, approaching the core area where the energy fluctuations were the most bone-chilling. At last, after traversing through a narrow crack of ice, a massive ice cavern adorned with countless white spiderwebs came into view. The ceiling was lined with numerous icicles, the ground blanketed in thick layers of icy dust, and the air permeated with a frigid toxic gas capable of freezing one's very soul. In the cavern's center, on a colossal white spiderweb, lay several cocoons wrapped in ice silk, devoid of life. Judging by the residual energy fluctuations, These cocoons had belonged to beings of at least the Dou Wang level. At the center of the web, a spider the size of calf, glistening like an ice sculpture, lay dormant. Its 8 multifaceted eyes glimmered with a ghostly blue light, and as it opened its mandibles, it exuded a chilling wave of toxic energy. This was indeed the 10,000-year ice spider. Its strength had reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier, equivalent to a 9-star Dou Emperor. Upon the spider's web, remnants of partially consumed remains and several shattered jade, tokens emanating faint spatial fluctuations, were faintly visible. The Soulborn's gaze sharpened. Those tokens seemed to belong to identity insignias of core disciples from certain major powers. It appeared that those unknown powerful beings were in search of their missing sect members. Just as he was observing, the 10,000-year ice spider seemingly sensed something. Its ghostly blue eyes abruptly swiveling towards the direction of the Soulborn's concealment, emitting a shrill screech as a wave of chilling, soul-freezing toxic energy instantly spread forth. Simultaneously, 2 powerful auras erupted from opposite directions within the cavern. Beast, you dare conceal yourself here. Hand over the relics of my sect's disciples. A razor-sharp sword light and a colossal fist shadow surged toward the 10,000-year ice spider simultaneously. It appeared others had also arrived here, choosing to strike at the same time. The Soulborn's pupils constricted, and in an instant, he concealed his presence, melding into the shadows as if he had entirely disappeared. The opportunity for a third party to profit from the conflict between the clam and the heron had arrived. Chapter 31. Acquiring Dual Pills, Ascending to Dou Emperor. Inside the ice cavern, the atmosphere was rife with murderous intent. The furious clash between the 2 1-star Dou Zongs and the desperate defense of the 10,000-year ice spider is on the verge of collision. In that moment of utmost silence before the eruption of energy, the soul awakens, utilizing Phantom Clone to disrupt the enemy and Heavenly Shadow Step to close the distance. The dark purple poison blade strikes with precision. The ethereal blue, translucent venom sac of the 10,000-year ice spider swiftly falls into a specially crafted jade box, which he promptly secures in his spatial ring. In that instant of success, the void evasion rune is shattered. His figure narrowly escapes the wrathful attacks of the 2 Dou Zongs and reappears several dozen meters away. The soul-eroding mist obstructs the foes, and with a full burst of Heavenly Shadow Step, he melds into the shadows like a tempest, darting through the labyrinthine passages and completely evading pursuit, fleeing miles away. Once assured of his safety, he immediately inspects his haul. The venom sac of the 10,000-year ice spider lies quietly in the jade box, emanating an intensely frigid aura of poison. While the core ingredients has been secured, the soul stirs with renewed vigor, yet the sense of urgency remains unabated. In the distance, the overwhelming aura from the direction of the Xiao Yan Academy grows increasingly powerful, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Xiao Yan will undoubtedly emerge from seclusion within the next 2 months. System. Scan for the best options to exchange for the Tian Dou cold poison pill and rapidly enhance my cultivation. Soul promptly commands. Scanning. Option 1. Exchange for Tian Dou cold poison pill. Requirements. 1 venom sac from the 10,000-year ice spider. 1 9-earth yellow spring grass. 1 6-tier snow sky scorpion crystal core. Fortune value. 5,000. This pill contains extreme cold poison, significantly enhancing the host's constitution and poison mastery, providing immense energy to aid in the breakthrough to Dou Huang. However, due to its overwhelming energy, the host must first reach the peak of 9-star Dou Wang to avoid the risk of bodily explosion. Option 2. Exchange for Dou Ling pill. Requirements. Various 6-tier medicinal materials. Fortune value. 1,800. This pill stabilizes the internal Dou Qi and safely enhances 1-star Dou Wang's strength without side effects. Current fortune value. 3,100. Soul's gaze flickers rapidly as he makes a decisive choice. He must first attain 9-star Dou Wang to endure the power of the Tian Dou cold poison pill. He immediately issues a task to collect the medicinal materials necessary for the exchange of the Dou Ling pill, as well as leads for the 9-earth yellow spring grass and the 7-tier snow sky scorpion crystal core. Deadline, 20 days. He commands through both the patrol envoy channel and the system. The forces under his command and the resources of the Soul Palace swiftly spring into action. Soul himself once again transforms into the most efficient hunter, utilizing his perfected soul perception to delve deep into the Ice Plain Valley and other perilous locations. He no longer shies away from combat. Any obstacle is removed or seized with thunderous methods. 7 days later, in a poisoned marsh, He slays a 6th-tier poisonous beast guarding the corrupted bone spirit flower, acquiring a primary medicinal material. Fortune value, 300. 12 days later, following a lead, he infiltrates a small sect's secret treasury, seizing another primary material, the dragon blood herb, and confronts a 1-star Dou Huang left behind by the sect. Retreating with composure, using his uncanny movement techniques and soul shock. Fortune value, 500. 18 days later, his subordinates, soul envoys, bring urgent news. The mysterious buyer who purchased the 9-earth yellow spring grass at an underground auction in the Black Corner region has been identified as an elder from the Wan Scorpion sect of the Outcloud Empire. He is reportedly preparing to escort a batch of vital supplies back to the Wan Scorpion sect's main headquarters, and the 9-earth yellow spring grass is likely among them. A cold glint flashes in Soul's eyes. The Wan Scorpion sect. It is time to settle both new and old grievances. He promptly sets off, laying an ambush in a desolate canyon based on the route provided by the Iron Guardian. Half a day later, a convoy from the Wan Scorpion sect indeed appears, heavily guarded, with an elder exuding the aura of a 5-star Dou Huang seated in the central carriage. Without concealment, Soul directly steps forward to block their path. Who dares obstruct the path of the Wan Scorpion sect? The elder barks sternly, yet as he feels the soul pressure emanating from Soul, who stands at the peak of 8-star Dou Huang, his expression changes dramatically. Soul responds not with words, but unleashes Heavenly Shadow Step to its utmost limit, darting towards the central carriage like a specter. The perfected soul pressure envelopes the elder like a tangible force. The elder feels his soul tremble violently, his movements momentarily stalling. His eyes filled with horror. 10,000 poisons heavenly sorrow. Soul strikes with a palm, the dark purple poisonous palm wind shattering the carriage's defenses. And he precisely grasps a jade box radiating a chilling aura, simultaneously delivering a countering blow that sends the elder, who barely breaks free from the soul suppression, flying and spitting blood. Having achieved his goal, he does not linger. Soul's figure vanishes once more, leaving behind chaos and the astonished, enraged members of the Wan Scorpion sect. Acquired 9-earth yellow springgrass. Fortune value, 1,000. Current fortune value, 3,100. Only one item remains. The 6th-tier Snow Sky Scorpion Crystal Core. Soul directs his gaze towards the bitterly cold north of the continent. According to scant records, this is a potential habitat for the Snow Sky Scorpion. He spends several days traversing the vast snowy plains, enduring the extreme cold and raging blizzards, spreading his soul power to the maximum extent to search meticulously. Finally, beneath a towering ice cliff, he senses an extremely subtle yet exceptionally potent cold aura. Cautiously, he descends to the base of the ice cliff, where, within a colossal ice cave, he spots his target, a gigantic scorpion, its size comparable to a small mountain, its body appearing as if sculpted from white jade, its tail glimmering with a blue, icy light. Its power is astonishingly at the intermediate stage of 6 tiers. This Snow Sky Scorpion possesses acute senses and immediately detects Soul, emitting a piercing shriek as its massive pincers, imbued with the chill of frozen air, snap towards him. Soul's gaze sharpens, fully aware that he cannot engage in prolonged combat within the enemy's stronghold. He directly employs his most potent techniques. Soul Division Technique to disrupt its perception, Ghostly Soul Lock to invisibly bind its joints, and Soul Extinguishing Finger aimed at its soul core. Simultaneously, 10,000 Poisons Heavenly Sorrow erupts with full force, targeting the relatively weak point of its shell, its eyes. This series of combined attacks strikes like a torrential storm, infused with soul-crippling power. Though the Snow Sky Scorpion boasts 5-star Dou Huang strength, is caught off guard by Soul's enigmatic and unpredictable assault, suffering soul injuries that render its movements rigid and disordered. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Soul condenses the heavenly poison Dou Qi into the sharpest of spikes, driving it through the gaps in its shell and piercing deep into its head, twisting and prodding. A fist-sized, chillingly white crystal core, radiating extreme cold, is extracted. After securing the core, he does not glance back at the struggling giant scorpion, turning away to swiftly vanish into the storm and snow. Acquired 6-tier Snow Sky Scorpion Crystal Core. Fortune value, 1,200. Current fortune value, 4,300. All materials are finally gathered. The fortune value is also sufficient. System. Exchange for the Tian Du Cold Poison Pill. Exchange requires 1 Eternal Ice Spider Venom Sac, 1 9 Nether Yellow Spring Herb, 1 6-stage Snow Sky Demon Scorpion Crystal Core. Luck value, 5,000. Do you confirm? Confirmed. Soulborn did not hesitate. Time was of the essence. A flash of brilliance, and the three precious materials vanished, replaced by a pill the size of a dragon's eye, entirely dark blue, with a surface that appeared to swirl with the essence of frost poison, exuding a chilling potency that pierced the very soul. Luck value, 700. Soulborn gripped the icy, bone-chilling pill tightly, acutely aware of the terrifying power it contained. Without a moment's hesitation, he sought out an utterly concealed ice cavern, setting up formidable barriers. He first sat cross-legged, regulating his breath to fully activate the residual medicinal power of the previous spirit-fighting pill. Boom! The water flowed naturally, and his cultivation instantly broke through to the 9-star Dou Wang. Before his aura could stabilize, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he opened his mouth to swallow the heavenly, cold poison pill. Boom! An indescribable, extreme cold poison erupted instantaneously, as if it sought to freeze his blood, soul, and even his thoughts. Simultaneously, a torrent of tremendous energy surged through his limbs and bones. Pain, surpassing any experience he had endured before. A layer of dark blue frost instantly enveloped his body, while his veins took on a bizarre purple-black hue, as if they might burst at any moment. The soul-devouring technique operated at its utmost limit, the perfected soul power of the mortal realm fiercely maintaining clarity, struggling to guide and refine the dual powers of ice and poison, launching a final, frenzied assault against the formidable barrier of Dou Huang. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Outside the ice cavern where he was sequestered, the energies of heaven and earth began to converge violently, forming a massive energy vortex, with distant thunder rumbling. Chapter 32. The Ice Emperor poison body is formed. The archenemy emerges from seclusion. In the vast ice cavern, the chill was bone deep, and time seemed to have frozen. Soulborn sat cross-legged, the aura of a peak 9-star Dou Wang radiating seamlessly, having reached the pinnacle of his advancement. Before him, the pill, which had cost him countless efforts and a significant amount of luck, floated quietly, its dark blue and deep purple luminescence alternating, emitting an extreme cold poison that warped the very space around it. The moment had arrived. Soulborn's eyes revealed no tremor as he inhaled deeply, and the pill, containing terrifying power, transformed into a streak of flowing light, merging into his body. Upon entering his abdomen, the pill did not dissolve immediately. Instead, it sank like a slumbering, ancient ice poison beast into the depths of his dantian. In the next moment, boom! An indescribable annihilative energy erupted explosively. It was the perfect fusion of chilling essence capable of freezing souls and the corrosive power that could rot all things. Soulborn's body became a battleground for these two forces. On the surface, dark blue ice crystals proliferated wildly, thickening until he was encased in a block of eternal ice. Within, his meridians and blood vessels twisted grotesquely under the violent onslaught of the poison, taking on an alarming purple-black hue, as the powers of ice and poison ferociously tore at every inch of his flesh and every nerve. The ultimate suffering surged like a tide, far surpassing any prior training, threatening to obliterate his will in an instant. The soul-devouring technique devoured heaven and earth. The soul-gathering technique rendered him impervious to all thoughts. From the depths of his soul, a silent roar erupted. The perfected soul power of the mortal realm acted like a stabilizing anchor, fiercely guarding the last vestige of clarity in his spirit, while simultaneously pushing the heavenly grade technique, soul-devouring technique, to an unprecedented limit, voraciously consuming and refining the rampant energy within. This was an exceedingly perilous process. Each act of refinement felt like walking a tightrope over an abyss, and the backlash caused his body to tremble violently within the ice, fissures appearing and healing, just as consciousness was about to be utterly submerged by pain. The domineering essence of soul-devouring technique finally gained the upper hand. The violent ice poison energy was forcibly torn apart and transformed, becoming a brand new, dark and profound form of Dou Qi that possessed both extreme coldness and corrosive properties. The heavenly profound ice poison Dou Qi. This newly birthed Dou Qi flowed like a living undercurrent, swiftly repairing, widening, and reinforcing the damaged meridians, gleaming with a metallic dark luster. His physical form underwent a fundamental metamorphosis amidst this cycle of destruction and rebirth, preliminarily forging the Ice Emperor poison body. From destruction, rebirth; from despair, hope. Soulborn's aura began to rebound rapidly from the depths, awakening like a slumbering giant dragon, unstoppable. The boundary of 9-star Dou Wang was shattered in an instant. His cultivation surged toward a higher realm. Before him, the immensely thick barrier of Dou Huang, isolating him from heaven and earth, loomed majestically. Barrier? Shatter for me. Soulborn gathered all his newly birthed Dou Qi, the residual power of the pill, and the vast soul power of the perfected mortal realm, merging them into an invisible spear that encapsulated the essences of devouring, extreme cold, and corrosion, launching the most ferocious assault against the Dou Huang barrier. Boom! 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 Deep within his soul, a tremendous roar echoed. The barrier shook violently, cracks spreading wildly. Break! The final strike, consolidating all his will and power, crashed forth. Crack! Boom! The Dou Huang barrier shattered in response, transforming into the purest form of energy, greedily absorbed by him. All obstructions vanquished, the hidden dragon emerged from the abyss. In an instant, his body transformed into an unfathomable black hole, generating a terrifying force of absorption. The energies of heaven and earth within the ice cavern surged madly, while the external energy vortex was drawn in, morphing into a massive dark blue and purple beam of light that shattered the ice layer, penetrating downward. His aura began to grow explosively. 1-star Dou Huang, 2-star Dou Huang, 3-star Dou Huang. His cultivation soared, ultimately stabilizing in the mid-phase of 3-star Dou Huang. Within the ice cavern, the energies gradually calmed. Soulborn opened his eyes, his left eye resembling an eternal abyss of ice, tranquil and deep, while the right eye resembled an endless poisonous pool, enigmatic and unpredictable, emanating an overwhelming pressure that far surpassed his current level. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the surging energy within. Infused with the terrifying ice poison power of the heavenly profound ice poison Dou Qi, a smirk gracing his lips. With his current mid-phase 3-star Dou Huang cultivation, combined with high-tier earthly techniques, perfected soul power of the mortal realm, and numerous hidden cards, he was more than capable of confronting even 2-star or 3-star Dou Zong head-on. Defying the heavens, retribution is imminent. Bad luck accumulates. The thunder tribulation descends. High above, dark blue and purple poisonous thunderclouds swiftly gathered, a destructive aura firmly locking onto him. How could the refining gift go unreceived? Soulborn let out a hearty laugh and soared upward, willingly meeting the lightning. 10,000 poisons heavenly sorrow. Soul extinguishing finger. Soul lock. He wielded the thunder tribulation as a whetstone, executing his Dou techniques and soul powers with exquisite precision, clashing fiercely with the terrifying bolts of lightning. More thunderous power was drawn into his body, where it was tyrannically refined by the soul-devouring technique, further tempering his newly formed Ice Emperor poison body and soul. After enduring 9 bolts of tribulation lightning, Soulborn hovered in the air, his robes tattered, arcs of lightning dancing across his body, appearing somewhat disheveled. Yet his momentum grew ever more solid and profound, firmly establishing his realm at 3-star Dou Huang, and perfecting the Ice Emperor poison body. He descended to the ground, his gaze piercing through space toward the Xiao Yan Academy. The perfected soul power of the mortal realm allowed him to distinctly perceive a long-accumulated intense heat, having reached its zenith. Just at that moment, deep within the inner domain of the distant Xiao Yan Academy, at the very depths of the sky-burning refining tower, boom! An incomparably intense and overwhelming aura, seemingly capable of incinerating heaven and earth, erupted like a slumbering volcano, soaring into the sky. A crimson fire pillar pierced through heaven and earth, engulfing the entire sky of the academy in flames. Vast energy waves swept through the surroundings, startling countless individuals. A clear and confident roar, imbued with the exhilarating release of 2 years of repression, resounded through the heavens. After 2 years of seclusion, today marks my triumphant return. At the pinnacle of Douang, I, Xiao Yan, have come back. The echoes of my voice rolled forth, unabashedly proclaiming the formidable resurgence of the destined child of heaven. Soulborn sensed a force that was in stark contrast to his own icy poison, yet equally fierce and blazing. A glimmer of profound mastery shone in his eyes as he contemplated the pinnacle of Douang. Truly, he is the protagonist. The Yunlan sect shall serve as your stage to make your name resound throughout the Gamma Empire. He mused softly, his figure gradually blending into the shadows. My stage, however, lies further behind. We shall meet only after you and the guardian, Wu, have played your part. With a subtle motion, he transformed into a shadow, silently heading toward the Black Corner region. The hunter's net has long been cast. Chapter 33. The Black Corner's turmoil set. Concealed hands extended far and wide. The Black Corner region, synonymous with chaos and slaughter, has recently been even more tense than usual, as a hidden undercurrent surged among the various powers. All those in the know turned their attention to the Danhuang city. Towering in the heart of the Black Corner region, Maple City, the feud between its master, the Medicine Emperor Han Feng, and the recently ascended Xiao Yan, who had emerged from the Canaan Academy and reached the peak of Douwang, was no longer a secret. Soulborn silently stepped into the territory of Maple City, his aura perfectly restrained at the mid-stage of the 3-star Douhuang, with the Tianyu step and his soul power at the pinnacle of the mundane realm. He moved like a phantom, weaving through the shadows of the crowd, undetected. He chose not to approach the central battlefield, but took refuge in a high tower, where he could gaze upon the grandeur of Maple City's estate. His soul power spread like the finest spider's web, silently enveloping the entire area, waiting for the performance to commence. Brothers in conflict, disciples turned against each other. Han Sheng, what would your thoughts be upon witnessing this scene? Soulborn's gaze was indifferent, as if he were observing a drama in which he had no stake. Before long, a scorching and powerful energy, imbued with 2 distinct flames, brazenly invaded Maple City's borders, instantly alarming all the strong within the city. Xiao Yan has arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, a fierce battle erupted in the heart of Maple City. The intertwining azure and purple flames clashed violently with the oceanic heart flame, producing earth-shattering roars. The terrifying energy ripples devastated the majestic structures of Maple City. Soulborn observed quietly. Although Xiao Yan was merely at the pinnacle of Douwang, the enhancement of 2 flames and his profound techniques allowed his combat prowess to rival that of high-level Douhuang. Han Feng, at the peak of Douhuang, wielded the formidable heart flame, yet due to his incomplete techniques and shaky foundation, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Indeed, what a waste. Possessing cultivation and exotic flames, yet unable to subdue even a single Douwang. Soulborn shook his head slightly, looking down upon Han Feng's performance with disdain. He could distinctly perceive the instability and chaos within Han Feng's power, far inferior to Xiao Yan's solidity and resilience. As the battle intensified, Xiao Yan grew increasingly formidable. Ultimately, beneath the wrathful Buddha's fire lotus, which fused both flames and radiated an aura of annihilation, Han Feng's defenses were utterly shattered, leaving him gravely injured and on the brink of death. Just as Xiao Yan prepared to eliminate this treacherous senior brother and claim the heart flame as his prize, an unforeseen twist occurred. A wave of chilling, profound black mist, far more sinister than that of Guardian Wu, abruptly materialized, sweeping away the gravely wounded Han Feng and the flickering heart flame. The strength of this aura exceeded that of a Douhuang, even causing Xiao Yan, who had just emerged from battle, to feel a pang of trepidation, rendering him unable to intervene. This is not Guardian Wu. Soulborn's gaze sharpened slightly atop the tower. This soul fluctuation, could it be from the old man Mugu's faction? Swift in their actions, it appears the Soul Palace has long had plans for Han Feng and the Heart Flame. He realized in an instant that it was not Guardian Wu, responsible for the Gamma Empire's region, who had rescued Han Feng and taken the Heart Flame, but rather a powerful figure from the Soul Palace aligned with the old man Mugu. This meant Han Feng and the Heart Flame would be delivered directly to Mugu, rather than going through the originally planned route via Guardian Wu. How convenient for me. Soulborn was not surprised. The internal factions of the Soul Palace were numerous, and it was only natural that Mugu, who had coveted the burning formula and exotic flames for a long time, would send someone to intervene. He observed below as Xiao Yan stood vigil for a prolonged period, ultimately resigning himself to this outcome, filled with regret for not slaying his enemy and obtaining the Heart Flame, and began to clear the remnants of forces in Maple City. Though the Heart Flame was unattainable, the formidable threat of Han Feng had been vanquished, and his reputation in the Black Corner region would reach its zenith. The objective had been achieved. Soulborn regarded Xiao Yan's figure. Next, it would be the Yunlan sect. He made no effort to linger here, since the Little Medicine Fairy had already made an agreement with him, and he had secured her assistance at the cost of suppressing her poisoned body for 10 years. She would not engage further with Xiao Yan in the short term, but rather become a potential piece in his game. At this moment, he no longer needed to seek out the Little Medicine Fairy. Soulborn turned, his form seamlessly merging into the shadows, departing the high tower. He did not head directly to the Yunlan sect, but instead sought a place of absolute secrecy. With a thought, he activated the soul division technique, conjuring a clone that mirrored his own aura yet appeared somewhat ethereal, possessing approximately 30% of his strength, roughly at the 5-star Douwang level. Go forth. Proceed to the Yunlan sect. Remain concealed and observe. Act according to plan once Guardian Wu has succeeded. Soulborn issued clear instructions to his clone. The clone nodded impassively, transforming into an almost undetectable shadow as it quietly made its way toward the capital of the Gamma Empire. Meanwhile, Soulborn's true body began to journey towards another direction, the border region between the Cloud Empire and the Gamma Empire. His target was not the little medicine fairy, but rather a clue regarding another matter or place. According to some exceedingly ancient fragments of records within the Soul Palace, that area might contain relics related to ancient poison masters, which could be beneficial for him to further master poison power, or even to control the calamity poison body in the future. The Yunlan sect shall serve as Xiao Yan's stage to make his name resonate throughout the Gamma Empire, but it will also mark the beginning of his unprecedented setbacks. Soulborn gazed into the distance towards the Gamma Empire, his eyes profound. Gaudian vu capturing Han Tien, in my subsequent intervention to defeat him, only for a moment's negligence to allow Medusa to facilitate his escape. This humiliation of failure and the urgency to rescue my master will become the finest fuel propelling his rapid growth. Xiao Yan, shine forth in all your brilliance. All your struggles shall ultimately serve as stepping stones upon my path to ascendancy. His figure vanished entirely into the vast wilderness of the border, as if he had never existed. The clamor of Maple City gradually subsided as Xiao Yan, burdened by complex emotions and steeled resolve, set forth on his journey back to the Gamma Empire, his sights set firmly on the Yunlan sect. The storm in the Black Corner region had reached a temporary conclusion, while the tempest in the Gamma Empire was swiftly gathering at the summit of Yunlan Mountain. The chess master had positioned his pieces, awaiting the shifting tides of fate. Chapter 34. The Fall of Yinshan, Guardian Wu's Success. At the summit of Yunlan Mountain, the howling winds mourned, stirring a storm of dust and the stench of blood. The once majestic plaza had been reduced to ruins, with massive craters, charred remnants, and frost-covered areas intertwined in a horrifying tableau. In the center of the plaza, Xiao Yan leaned heavily on the Xianzhong ruler, barely holding up his faltering body. His garments were tattered, soaked in blood, and his breath was at its utmost limit, each inhalation pulling at excruciating pain, as his Dou Qi Ci was nearly depleted. Yet, his pitch-black eyes gleamed with an astonishing brightness, fixated ahead, swirling with the relief of vengeance fulfilled and boundless fatigue. Not far in front of him lay Yinshan, sprawled on the ground, a gaping charred hole in his chest, a grotesque sight, with the edges still stubbornly burning with azure and purple flames, extinguishing all signs of life. His eyes widened in disbelief, the pupils frozen in utter reluctance. This pinnacle powerhouse of the Gamma Empire, the towering pillar of the Yunlan sect, ultimately succumbed to the relentless efforts of Xiao Yan, his path extinguished and his life extinguished. Father, Xiao Clan, I have succeeded. Xiao Yan's voice emerged hoarsely and faintly, almost squeezed out between clenched teeth. The entire Yunlan square was enveloped in a profound silence. All disciples and elders wore ashen faces, gazing at the fallen Yunsan, then turning to the black-robed youth who, though on the brink of collapse, still stood resolutely. A tremendous fear and despair engulfed them. However, just as Xiao Yan felt a momentary loosening of his spirit, on the verge of being consumed by the tidal wave of pain and exhaustion, the heavens and earth suddenly darkened. It was not a gathering of storm clouds, but rather a pure, soul-chilling darkness that enveloped the surroundings. An eerie cold, an immensely powerful pressure descended with a thunderous force, as if the gates of the underworld had swung open, casting a shadow of death over all present. Hee. What a splendid and extraordinary battle of revenge. A harsh, rasping laughter echoed from the void as inky black mist surged forth, coalescing into a bizarre figure entirely shrouded in a voluminous black robe. The aura radiating from it was bone-chilling, unmistakably at the Dou Zone level. Even more disconcerting than the deceased Yunsan. The protector Wu had long lurked nearby, like a venomous serpent, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. TSK. The recently departed Dou Zone soul is truly a rare delicacy. His greedy gaze swept over Yunsan's corpse, and with a skeletal hand that resembled a withered claw, he grasped the air. Sous le devouring technique. An invisible force targeting the soul erupted forth, pulling out a phantom soul identical in appearance to Yunsan. yet filled with terror and distortion, which silently screamed as it was dragged into the swirling black mist surrounding the Protector Wu, vanishing without a trace. Teacher! Yun Yin cried out in despair, attempting to rush forward, only to be paralyzed by the terrifying pressure, her beautiful eyes filled with hopelessness. The Protector Wu seemed satisfied. Licking his lips, the black mist undulating as his insatiable gaze suddenly fixed upon the severely injured Xiao Yan, or more precisely, the ancient black ring adorning his finger. After waiting so long, Yao Chun, your soul is now mine. Before his words faded, the Protector Wu transformed into a wisp of black smoke, lunging at Xiao Yan. A massive claw, entirely composed of black mist and bizarre runes, descended with a soul-rending chill, striking down with incredible speed, far surpassing the limits of the injured Xiao Yan's reaction. Teacher! Xiao Yan's pupils contracted, unleashing a desperate roar. Just at that moment of peril, enough. A cold, delicate rebuke resonated, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that rivaled the Protector Wu's. Radiant, multicolored light instantly filled half the sky, and a stunningly beautiful figure appeared before Xiao Yan as if teleporting. Clad in a colorful skirt, her captivating beauty was accompanied by an air of disdain and authority. None other than Queen Medusa. The powerful energy emanating from her reached the level of a 3-star Dou zone. She raised her jade hand, and a torrent of colorful Dou Qi surged forth, transforming into an incredibly solid multicolored light shield that firmly blocked the ominous black mist claw. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The shockwave of energy spread wildly like a tsunami, once again ravaging the already chaotic square. Many Yunlan sect disciples were knocked back, spitting blood. The Protector Wu's form faltered slightly, the black mist swirling as he exclaimed in surprise. Medusa? You actually broke through to 3-star Dou zone. Queen Medusa's frosty visage radiated a chilling intent. If you wish to harm him, you shall first consult this queen. What a 3-star Dou zone. Do you think you alone can stop me from the Soul Hall's grasp? The Protector Wu cackled, launching another assault. From the black mist, countless rune-covered chains shot forth like living entities, ensnaring Medusa and Xiao Yan from all directions. These chains specifically designed to target the soul, utterly venomous. Medusa scoffed, unafraid. She formed seals with her jade hands, the 7-colored light around her intensifying. True body of the 7-colored devouring python, accompanied by a roar reminiscent of ancient times, an enormous, brilliantly scaled energy python manifested, coiling protectively around her and Xiao Yan. The python whipped its tail, biting fiercely, clashing violently with the onslaught of black chains. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosive energy resonated continuously as the 7-colored brilliance clashed against the ghastly black fog in a frenzied dance, eroding and annihilating. The terrifying battle at the Dou zone level caused the entire Yunlan mountain to tremble, the space continuously warping as if it might shatter at any moment. Queen Medusa, wielding her formidable 3-star Dou zone strength and the ancient bloodline of the 7-colored devouring python, momentarily matched the Protector Wu in combat, steadfastly shielding Xiao Yan behind her. Frustrated by his inability to prevail, the Protector Wu seemed increasingly agitated. His primary target was the soul of Yao Chun, and he did not wish to become entangled in this conflict any longer. Soul Hall secret technique, 10,000 souls devouring. He suddenly bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of blood into the black mist. The mist immediately boiled violently, countless twisted, tormented faces emerging from within, emitting shrill shrieks that pierced the soul, causing Queen Medusa to momentarily falter, a sharp pain stabbing at her very essence. Seizing this opportunity, the Protector Wu's eyes glimmered with a ghostly light. Abandoning his struggle with Medusa, all the black mist and ghostly faces converged into a singular force, like a black torrent, disregarding spatial distance, swiftly circumventing Medusa's defenses, charging directly toward the ring on Xiao Yan's finger. This strike, infused with the Protector Wu's secret techniques and blood, was executed with blinding speed and laser-focused intent. Not good. Queen Medusa's expression changed drastically, realizing she could not intervene in time. The ring trembled violently, and Yao Lao's soul involuntarily manifested, wearing a gentle smile. His bone spirit cold fire flickering in his hands. You think you can take me? You are not worthy. Yao Lao emerged, controlling the bone spirit cold fire to join forces with Medusa in a fierce battle against the Protector Wu. Soon, the Protector Wu found himself retreating under their relentless assault. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to absorb Yun San's soul. Boom! It was as if a ferocious beast awakened within the Protector Wu, his aura surging perilously close to the 7-star Dou Zone level. Yao Chun, your struggles are futile. The Protector Wu sneered, the black torrent crashing against Yao Lao's soul defenses. Crack! The protective barrier shattered. The dark energy coiled around Yao Lao's soul like a malignant growth, binding and compressing it mercilessly. Teacher! Xiao Yan's eyes widened in despair, struggling to rush forward, only to be repelled by the overwhelming energy, blood gushing forth as he fell into unconsciousness. Little Yin, take care. Yao Lao's ghostly visage was filled with urgency and reluctance, but his soul was forcibly pulled into the depths of the black mist surrounding the Protector Wu, vanishing from sight. He, I've succeeded. The Protector Wu reveled in the sensation of the powerful soul being thoroughly imprisoned within the black mist, emitting a triumphant cackle. He glanced at the pale-faced Medusa, who was reeling from the impact to her soul, at the unconscious Xiao Yan, as the black mist swirled ominously. Medusa, I shall spare you today. Treasure this moment. With that, the black mist recoiled sharply. The Protector Wu, along with Yao Lao's soul, transformed into a streak of astonishing black light, swiftly vanishing into the horizon, leaving only the chilling echoes of his cackling laughter lingering in the air. Queen Medusa suppressed the discomfort within her soul and hastened to Xiao Yan's side, discovering that he was merely gravely injured and unconscious, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. She looked up toward the direction where the Protector Wu had vanished, her exquisite features etched with an unprecedented gravity and chill. The Soul Hall. She dare not linger for a moment. Swiftly lifting the unconscious Xiao Yan into her arms, a resplendent array of colors enveloped her, transforming into a brilliant arc as she departed from that treacherous place with utmost haste. Atop Yunlan Mountain, only the silence of desolation remained, alongside the frigid corpse of Hun Sheng and the utterly collapsed Yunlan sect. In the obscure depths of shadows, a detached avatar of Hun Sheng coldly observed the unfolding scene. The bait has been swallowed. Now, it is time to reel in the net, the avatar whispered silently, gradually merging into the darkness. Chapter 35. The Yellow Sparrow Awaits. The path of defeat and release for Yan. Queen Medusa embraced the unconscious Xiao Yan, accelerating to the peak of her speed as radiant hues pierced the skies. Swiftly distancing herself from Yunlan Mountain, her exquisitely beautiful visage was marred by frost, yet her heart bore an unbearable weight. The formidable and enigmatic strength of the Soul Hall's guardian far exceeded her expectations. Yao Lao had been captured, and Xiao Yan gravely injured, rendering the situation dire in an instant. However, just as she soared a mere 100 miles away, passing over a desolate mountain range, an overwhelming sense of peril surged abruptly from her heart. Buzz! The space ahead contorted, and a figure unexpectedly obstructed her path. Clad in a black robe, their forms shrouded in shadows, their visage remained obscured. The aura radiating from them seemed to hover around the level of a 5-star Do Wang, yet for reasons unknown. It instilled in Medusa a far greater sense of dread than she felt when facing the Guardian. The hounds of the Soul Hall are relentless. Medusa halted, shielding Xiao Yan behind her, as her 7-colored Dou Qi erupted like flames. The formidable pressure of a 3-star Dou Zone unleashed without reservation, attempting to intimidate her opponent. Begone, or face death. The black-robed figure merely let out a hoarse, chilling laugh, devoid of emotion. Leave him, and you may depart. Dream on. Queen Medusa, brimming with murderous intent, dismissed any further discourse. With a flick of her jade hand, a condensed stream of 7-colored energy tore through the air, carrying with it a wave of destruction as it hurtled towards the black-robed figure. This strike was sufficient to severely wound or even obliterate any peak Do Huang. Yet, in the face of this ferocious assault, the black-robed figure did not flinch or evade. Just as the 7-colored stream was poised to strike, far away in a secret realm, the true body of Hun Sheng curled the corners of his mouth. System swap. Beep. Consumed 100 fortune points. Identity exchange complete. In an instant, the aura surrounding the black-robed figure erupted like a dormant volcano, a 5-star Do Wang's might soaring wildly, breaking through barriers to reach the mid-level of a 3-star Do Huang. A terrifying pressure, dark and icy, imbued with the essence of bone-corroding poison, ascended to the heavens, forcefully pushing back Medusa's 3-star Do Zone pressure. The glimmer in their eyes shifted abruptly, filled with a chilling indifference and an absolute confidence of control. The true body descends. What? Medusa's pupils constricted, her heart seized with terror. The aura of her opponent had undergone a dramatic transformation in an instant, their strength multiplying beyond measure. This bizarre situation was unprecedented. The originally lethal seven-colored stream now appeared sluggish to the true body of Hun Sheng. He merely raised his right hand casually, dark Dou Qi swirling around his fingers, gently pressing forward. Corrupted palm, a palm print, only the size of a human head yet refined to the utmost, emerged, as if imbued with swirling azure ice crystals and dark purple poison mist, silently imprinting onto the grand seven-colored stream. Hiss! There was no cataclysmic explosion, only the grating sounds of corrosion and freezing. That violent seven-colored energy, upon contact with the shadowy palm print, dissolved rapidly, much like snow under a scorching sun, dissipating entirely in mere moments. How is this possible? Medusa was utterly astounded. How could someone merely at the 3-star Do Huang level so effortlessly neutralize her furious strike? That peculiar Dou Qi attribute completely countered her seven-colored Dou Qi. Your strength is but a fade. The true body of Hun Sheng spoke with indifference, his voice hoarse yet underscored by undeniable authority. With a single step, he executed Tian Yu step, his form vanishing like a specter. Medusa, extending her spiritual perception to its limits, could only catch a glimpse of a hazy shadow approaching at an unbelievable speed. She cried out, forming hand seals. Seven-colored illumination wall. A thick, seven-colored light barrier instantly coalesced before her. Yet, the true body of Hun Sheng seemed to possess foreknowledge, slightly twisting his form at the moment the light barrier materialized, narrowly evading it, and appearing beside Queen Medusa. With a finger pointed, a flickering dark light surged forth, aimed directly at her temple. Soul extinction finger. Silent, yet piercing the very essence of the soul. Medusa felt as if her soul were pierced by icy needles, excruciating pain flooding her senses, her consciousness momentarily blurring, and her Dou Qi spiraling into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, the true body of Hun Sheng transformed his other hand into a blade, dark Dou Qi condensing into a sharp edge, aimed at the arm in which Medusa held Xiao Yan. The angle was deviously precise, the speed astonishing. Medusa, stifling the anguish in her soul, abruptly twisted her body, bracing the blow with her back. Bang! A muffled thud resonated, causing Queen Medusa's delicate form to tremble violently, a sweetness filling her throat as a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth. The force of that palm blade was not only ferocious, but also carried an extreme cold poison that invaded her body, causing her blood to surge and rendering her utterly uncomfortable. She used the momentum to retreat, tightly protecting Xiao Yan. Such deep affection. The true body of Hun Sheng maintained his calm demeanor, yet his assault surged forth like a tempest. Tian Yu step rendered him elusive, as he wielded techniques such as 10,000 poisons, heavenly sorrow palm, ghostly chains, and soul extinction finger with ease, each containing the dual traits of extreme cold and lethal poison, enigmatic and overwhelmingly powerful. Though Queen Medusa was a formidable 3-star dozone, her strength was rendered nearly futile against an opponent who transcended conventional logic, whose attributes countered her own, and whose combat style was unfathomably bizarre. She found herself struggling to cope. Most of her attacks were skillfully evaded by her opponent's clever maneuvers or their uncanny, corrosive Dou Qi, while their strikes consistently found her vulnerabilities, especially those insidious soul attacks, which left her in torment. In the span of mere moments, she bore numerous wounds upon her body. Although not grievous, the penetrating icy poison continually eroded her Dou Qi and soul, her condition deteriorating with each passing second. I can no longer afford to delay. Medusa clenched her silver teeth, a flicker of resolve flashing in her eyes. She suddenly forced the true body of Hun Sheng back a step, her seven-colored light surging inward in a wild frenzy. Innate secret technique, seven-colored annihilation light, a beam as fine as a hair, yet refined to the utmost, erupted from her fingertips, instantly tearing through space and aiming for the center of Hun Sheng's brow. This strike contained the power of her bloodline's source, an utterly terrifying force capable of threatening even 5- or 6-star dozone. Faced with this lethal blow, the true body of Hun Sheng's gaze sharpened, revealing a hint of seriousness. He quickly formed hand seals, dark icy poison Dou Qi swirling rapidly before him. Heavenly Ghost Poison Erosion Whirl. A profound vortex, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, materialized instantly. Whoosh! The seven-colored annihilation light entered the vortex, whirling violently, attempting to tear it apart. The dark vortex trembled violently, fissures appearing on its surface, yet it ultimately held firm. As the frigid poison and corrosive forces within relentlessly wore down the energy of the seven-colored beam. In the end, just before the dark vortex was on the verge of collapse, the energy of the seven-colored beam was completely exhausted, both vanishing into nothingness. The true body of Hun Sheng staggered slightly, dispersing the recoil. Meanwhile, Queen Medusa, having drawn upon her source power, paled considerably, her aura diminishing significantly. Now is the moment. In a fleeting moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in the eyes of the soul-born entity, seizing upon the fleeting vulnerability of Queen Medusa as she exhausted her strength. In an instant, he vanished once more, reappearing directly above the queen. With his right leg raised high, dark fighting spirit coiled around it like flames. Exuding a terrifying momentum capable of splitting mountains and shattering peaks, he struck down ferociously, the shadow-shattering soul kick. This blow, imbued with immense force, also contained the power to disrupt the very essence of the soul. Queen Medusa, having just unleashed a secret technique, found herself caught in the liminal space between her waning strength and the emergence of new power, unable to evade completely. She could only barely raise her arms, gathering her seven-colored fighting spirit to block the impending strike. Boom! The catastrophic force erupted, and Queen Medusa was smashed to the ground like a meteor, crashing into the mountainside below and creating a massive crater with dust billowing skyward. As she lay at the bottom of the pit, she coughed up another mouthful of blood. Her arms were in excruciating pain as if they had shattered, her internal energy roiling, the icy poison ravaging her body, and her soul trembling, rendering her momentarily incapable of rising. The soul-born entity hovered above, coldly surveying the scene below. He slowly raised his hand, dark fighting spirit beginning to coalesce, evidently preparing to deliver a final blow. However, just as the energy reached its zenith, and he was about to unleash his attack, a barely perceptible moment of hesitation manifested in his movements, as if a slight misalignment had occurred in the flow of energy, causing the gathered, terrifying waves of power to momentarily become chaotic. It was in this minuscule lapse of time that Queen Medusa, at the bottom of the pit, keenly detected a fleeting opportunity for survival. Ignoring her grievous injuries, she fervently ignited the bloodline of her seven-colored sky-swallowing python, unleashing an unprecedented surge of power. In an instant, she transformed into a radiant streak of seven-colored light that nearly tore through space, erupting from the pit and swiftly sweeping up the still unconscious Xiao Yan, whose body had fallen nearby due to the impact, and with a speed akin to the burning of her very life essence, she frantically fled towards the Black Corner region. The velocity surpassed anything witnessed before. The soul-born entity seemed to finally grasp the situation, letting out a cold snort as he launched a punch through the air. A dark fist imprint pursued her, yet it was just a fraction too late, striking only the afterimage left by Queen Medusa and leveling a nearby forest to the ground. He hovered in the sky, refraining from pursuit, merely observing with indifference as the seven-colored light vanished into the horizon, his gaze profound. System, revert back. Ding. Exchange complete. Instantly, the aura surrounding the figure in the black robe plummeted back to the level of a 5-star Dou Emperor. The doppelganger glanced momentarily in the direction of Queen Medusa as escape, fell silent for a moment, and then gradually faded as if blending into the shadows. Disappearing from sight, the desolate mountains returned to silence, leaving behind a vast crater and a devastated forest, remnants of the fleeting yet breathtaking battle that had just transpired. 1,000 miles away, deep within the secret realm, the soul-born entity slowly withdrew his gaze. The seed has been sown, and sufficient fertilizer has been applied. Xiao Yan, carry this humiliation and despair, and grow stronger in the Black Corner region. I await your arrival in the Soul Clan. He turned and continued deeper into the secret realm, as if nothing had ever occurred. Meanwhile, the fleeing Queen Medusa, sensing the absence of pursuing energy behind her, felt no relief in her heart, only a deeper chill and humiliation. Was his last act intentional? Who exactly was he? Chapter 36. Infiltrating the Soul Realm, lurking in wait. The dust from the fierce battle on the border of the Gamma Empire had settled. 1,000 miles away, deep within the secret realm, the Soulborn slowly retracted his distant gaze, as if merely watching a drama unrelated to himself. He shifted his thoughts, causing the doppelganger far away in the battlefield ruins to instantaneously dissipate into pure soul energy, traversing the barriers of space to return to the main body. The tranquil sea of his perfected soul stirred slightly, flawlessly absorbing this fragment of his soul without leaving a trace. The bait has been swallowed. The line has been cast long. The soul-born murmured to himself, his tone calm and unruffled. Xiao Yan's anger and despair, along with Queen Medusa's astonishment and humiliation, were all intricately woven into his grand design. What he desired was for Xiao Yan to carry this indelible obsession, to strive for power, to push forward along a fated trajectory, until they ultimately met their demise together with the Soul Emperor. He no longer lingered, rising to depart from this serendipitously discovered secret realm, which still held remnants of ancient poisonous masters' legacies. For one who knew the complete script, the northwestern continent held little worth of fondness. His stage lay in the central state, within the Soul Clan, through the secret channels of the Soul Palace. After several twists and turns and the payment of a hefty fee, he stepped into the spatial wormhole leading to the central state, following a lengthy journey through space. When his feet once again touched solid ground, he was greeted by an overwhelming surge of natural energy, so rich it felt almost tangible. He had arrived in the northern region of the central state. The splendor and might here were incomparable to the northwestern continent. Dou kings and Dou emperors were ubiquitous, and even the concealed aura of Dou zongs occasionally swept across the sky. The Soulborn felt no attachment, directly contacting his handler through internal means of the Soul Palace. In a dark stronghold, upon verifying the high-ranking Soul token representing the inspector, the Soul Palace's strongman immediately adopted an attitude of utmost respect. "Inspector, you have returned." "Yes. Arrange for my return to the Soul Realm to report." The Soulborn replied in a tone devoid of emotion, commanding no dissent. "Yes, please follow me." Through the hidden teleportation array within the stronghold, after several transfers and stringent identity and soul verifications, the Soulborn finally stepped into the mysterious world shrouded by a massive black light barrier, the Soul Realm. The sights within the Soul Realm were starkly different from those outside. The sky was perpetually shrouded in a gray haze, the land vast and desolate, the architectural style both bizarre and grand, permeated by a chilling, overwhelming energy that resonated faintly with the techniques and bloodlines of the Soul Clan. Here, his cultivation at the 3-star Dou Emperor level appeared inconspicuous. Guided by a Soul Clan steward, he arrived before a magnificent palace constructed entirely of dark, colossal stones. The palace doors resembled the jaws of a colossal beast, exuding a heart-stopping aura of oppression. Inside, the lighting was dim, and the atmosphere oppressive to the extreme. At the end of the hall, a high platform loomed, thick black mist swirling and coalescing into an indistinct figure, with a pair of indifferent, merciless eyes that seemed capable of piercing through the soul, clearly visible. The aura radiating from this figure was akin to an unfathomable abyss, far more formidable than that of the Guardian. The Soulborn bowed slightly, adopting a respectful yet not servile posture. Inspector Soulborn, paying respects to the third celestial sovereign. The figure upon the platform was none other than one of the core power holders of the Soul Clan, the third celestial sovereign. The third celestial sovereign's voice was hoarse and slow, resonating directly within the depths of the Soulborn's soul. "The matter concerning the northwestern continent has been reported by the Guardian. Capturing the soul of Yao Chun, you have performed admirably." "I have not disgraced my mission," the Soulborn responded calmly. "Your cultivation, 3-star Dou Emperor, with attributes of icy poison, is rather rare." The third celestial sovereign's gaze seemed to sweep over the Soulborn, carrying a hint of scrutiny. The Soulborn immediately activated the soul condensation and soul devouring techniques, slightly concealing the peculiarities of his Ice Emperor poison body, revealing only the purest aspects of the Soul Clan's techniques and the chilling attributes. "By chance, I refined an extremely cold poisonous substance, which led to the mutation of my fighting spirit, thus greatly aiding in stealth and assassination." The Soulborn had already prepared his explanation. A mutated fighting spirit that enhances strength is indeed a fortuitous occurrence. The third celestial sovereign seemed not to delve further within the Soul Clan. There were many practitioners with unusual techniques, and as long as the core was rooted in the Soul Clan's methods and bloodline, it posed no significant issue. "The soul of Yao Chun has already been taken over by Mu Gu, and your contributions in this matter will be recorded in the palace. Now that you have returned, you shall temporarily serve under my command. The central state has been rather unsettled lately, making it a time for talent. I will obey the sovereign's command." The Soulborn replied with his head bowed, contemplating inwardly. As expected, Yao Chun's soul has been directly taken over by the elder Mu Gu, aligning with the narrative. Serving under the third celestial sovereign is precisely what he desires, facilitating his access to core information and resources while preventing him from being immediately drawn into the vortex of the highest tier. You may leave now. Arrangements will be made for you. With a graceful wave of his hand, the three supreme beings gradually merged into the shrouded black mist, vanishing from sight. Hun Sheng exited the grand hall and, under the guidance of an attendant, settled into a secluded courtyard located in the periphery of the soul realm. Although the location was remote, the energy concentration surpassed that of the outside world, providing a tranquil environment. After closing the door and establishing protective barriers, Hun Sheng sat cross-legged, his gaze serene, yet his mind a flurry of thoughts. He had successfully infiltrated the core of the Soul Clan and gained preliminary recognition from a heavenly sovereign. The initial stage of his plan had been accomplished. He was acutely aware that the Soul Emperor was a peak 9-star Dou Saint. Standing just a step away from the realm of Dou Emperor, his power formidable enough to rival the heavens. With his current cultivation at the 3-star Dou Emperor level, he was negligible before such a powerhouse. Any stray thoughts or flaws could lead to his utter annihilation. What he needed to do now was not to pry or scheme for the elusive source of imperial power, but rather to be patient and bide his time. System. Scan the energy flow patterns in the public areas of the soul realm, filtering for the most suitable locations for the soul devouring technique to slowly consume energy without drawing attention. At the same time, mark all accessible areas, such as the libraries and the halls of techniques. Scanning in progress, consuming 300 fortune points. Confirm? Confirm. Hun Sheng's expression remained impassive. His debts were increasing, yet this was a necessary investment. Scan complete. Analysis results are as follows. As he reviewed the information presented in his mind by the system, Hun Sheng nodded slightly. He needed to leverage the resources of the Soul Clan to swiftly and inconspicuously enhance his strength. Dozone, Dozun. He would take it step by step. Haste was unwarranted. He understood the ultimate conclusion, the impending clash between Xiao Yan and the Soul Emperor. His aim was to possess sufficient power and qualifications to approach that battlefield before the cataclysmic moment arrived, and then, like the most patient hunter, wait for the moment when two tigers contend, leading to one being wounded or even both suffering mutual destruction. At that time, the Soul Emperor's corpse, possibly containing the embryonic form of imperial power and remnants of source energy, would be his true objective. With the devouring capabilities of the soul, devouring technique, and the system's assistance, it would be his singular opportunity to ascend and seize the fruits of victory, achieving the status of Dou Emperor. For now, he needed to endure and play the role of a seemingly fortunate individual wholeheartedly loyal to the Soul Clan, striving to enhance his strength. He rose, opened the door, and made his way toward the public training area in the periphery of the Soul Realm. Blending seamlessly into the ranks of other diligent members of the Soul Clan, utterly inconspicuous. The path to becoming a great emperor begins with a single step, and he possessed ample patience. Chapter 37, Blood for Blood, the Path of Concealment. By the edge of the malevolent energy pool in the Soul Realm, Hun Sheng slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of deep blue and dark purple swirling within. He felt the surging heavenly ghost, ice, poison Dou Qi within him. His mid-level 3-star Dou Emperor realm thoroughly stabilized, even showing slight advancement. Yet the glaring fortune points, 6,300, and the incessantly flashing warning, doom probability significantly increased, loomed over him like a dark cloud, preventing him from truly focusing on his cultivation. The substantial debt owed to the system not only signified the potential for various misfortunes, but also subtly hindered his fortune, possibly forming inner demons during future breakthroughs. He needed to reverse this situation swiftly. He rose and headed straight for the ominously atmospheric mission hall of the Soul Realm. The hall was bustling with activity. Various ranks of Soul Clan members and members of the Soul Palace weaving among one another, the atmosphere stifling. Hun Sheng disregarded the lower ward tasks and directly focused on the crimson jade disc at the highest point. His gaze fixed upon a newly released mission. Mission No. 73. Hunt down the traitorous Vice Master of the Blood Fiend Hall, Blood River. This individual has fled with a secret treasure, suspected to have allied with the peripheral forces of the Falling Star Pavilion. Strength, peak 5-star Dozong, adept in blood-slaying techniques, employing cruel methods. Bring back either his head or soul, along with the secret treasure, the Blood Soul Pearl. Reward, 800,000 contribution points, redeemable for the soul condensing jade or equivalent treasures. Peak 5-star Dozong, blood-slaying techniques. An icy glint flickered in Hun Sheng's eyes. The target's strength far surpassed his own, making direct confrontation a perilous endeavor. However, the soul-devouring technique had a natural restraint against techniques heavily reliant on energy and life force. And with the completeness of his soul power at the mortal level and various hidden cards, there was indeed a chance. The crux of the matter was that the soul-condensing jade would surely fetch a high price when recycled by the system. A task that sought fortune amidst peril was precisely what he desired. Without hesitation, Hun Sheng extended his hand and tore off the blood-color token. Around him, gazes filled with astonishment, derision, and pity converged. To take on a task meant for a peak 5-star Dou Zong as a mere 3-star Dou Emperor appeared akin to courting death to others. Hun Sheng remained expressionless. After registering, he departed the soul realm via the teleportation array, following the clues provided by the mission and the intelligence network of the Soul Palace. Hun Sheng tracked down Blood River, eventually locating the hidden cave of his target deep within the blood-rich Black Blood Mountain range of the Central Continent's western region. The entrance was secured with formidable blood-red barriers. Instead of launching a direct assault, Hun Sheng relied on his perfected soul power to perfectly conceal his presence. Much like a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. 3 days passed in this manner. On the third night, the previously stable blood-slaying aura within the cave suddenly surged violently, becoming frenzied and unstable, while the surrounding energies wildly converged towards the cave. A breakthrough? No, it was an error in training, an attempt to forcibly break through to 6-star Dou Zong. In an instant, Hun Sheng deduced the situation, his eyes sparkling with intensity. This was a fortuitous opportunity. Inside the cave, Blood River's agonized roars and the cacophony of uncontrolled energy reverberated through the air. This was the moment. Hun Sheng sprang into action, executing the heavenly ghost steps to its utmost, his figure blurred into a ghostly shadow, swiftly penetrating the unstable blood-red barrier caused by the internal energy turmoil, silently infiltrating the cave. Deep within, Blood River sat cross-legged, his blood energy surging violently. His visage contorted as he struggled to contain the rampaging, blood-slaying Dou Qi, with chaotic energy swirling around him, his defenses reduced to the bare minimum. He had never anticipated that someone could infiltrate this place so stealthily. Who? Sensing the unfamiliar presence, Blood River's crimson eyes shot open, a mix of shock and fury flooding his features. What responded to him was a cold and merciless soul assault. Soul Extinction Finger. Hun Sheng's opening move was a lethal strike. The formless soul power precisely struck Blood River's soul core. Blood River, already reeling from the backlash of his own technique, let out a piercing scream as his consciousness plunged into oblivion, losing all control over the violent Dou Qi within him. Simultaneously, Hun Sheng surged forward like lightning, his right palm ablaze with the fervent energy of the soul-devouring technique, coalescing into a profound and dark vortex, seemingly capable of devouring all. Devour the heavens. His palm crashed into Blood River's unguarded chest. Puff! The terrifying devouring force erupted instantly. Blood River's frenzied and uncontrollable blood-slaying Dou Qi, along with his life force, poured into Hun Sheng's vortex like a torrent seeking release. No! Blood River's eyes brimmed with unending fear and despair. He could vividly feel everything being swiftly siphoned away. He yearned to resist, but with his soul injured and Dou Qi spiraling out of control, he could only helplessly endure the excruciating passage of life. Within mere breaths, a peak 5-star Dou Zong powerhouse transformed into a withered husk, collapsing to the ground amid his unwillingness and terror. Hun Sheng slowly withdrew his hand, the soul-devouring technique within him spiraling rapidly, refining the vast yet mottled energy he had consumed, his cultivation subtly advancing. He swiftly collected Blood River's storage ring and severed head, confirming that the blood soul pearl, radiating a rich blood glow, was also among his spoils. He meticulously erased all traces of the battle at the scene, particularly concealing the characteristics of the soul-devouring technique and the soul impact, leaving only the illusion of backlash from the Blood River technique, creating the fade of a practitioner succumbing to madness, along with a faint trace of his own icy poison battle aura. Once he accomplished this, his figure melded into the darkness and swiftly departed. Days later, within the Hall of Tasks in the Soul Realm, he presented the severed head of Blood River and the Blood Soul Orb. The elder in charge of the assessment, a soul master, examined the head and the secret treasure. He sensed the lingering aura of a fierce battle upon the young man, slightly worn, yet imbued with a hint of advancement, reminiscent of a 3-star battle emperor. Particularly noteworthy was the chilling poison residue on the head and the dissipating energy traces of madness upon the corpse, prompting a slight nod of approval. Task completed. Based on the evaluation, the traitor Blood River seems to have suffered backlash during his cultivation breakthrough, allowing you to take advantage and slay him. While it may appear opportunistic, the result is undeniable. The Elder stated nonchalantly, transferring 800,000 contribution points to his token and handing him a jade-like soul nurturing gem that exuded an aura beneficial to the soul. Thank you, Elder. He accepted the gem, maintaining a calm demeanor, though his heart stirred. Upon returning to his quarters, he closed the door tightly. System. Scan the soul nurturing gem in exchange for fortune points. Scan complete. Soul nurturing gem, capable of significantly nourishing the soul and repairing injuries. Exchangeable fortune points, 4,000. Exchange. Exchange successful. Fortune points, 4,000. Current fortune points, minus 2,300. The negative figure in his mind diminished significantly, yet it remained in the negative. He furrowed his brow slightly. System. Exchange the severed head of Blood River and all useless miscellaneous items, low-tier techniques, and pills from the spatial ring. Scanning. Exchange successful. Fortune points, 1,800. Current fortune points, minus 500. Next, he exchanged the Blood Soul Orb without hesitation. This item was sinister and of no use to him, potentially inviting trouble. Scanning. Blood Soul Orb. Exchangeable fortune points, 1,000. Exchange. Exchange successful. Fortune points, 1,000. Current fortune points, 500. Finally, his fortune points transitioned from negative to positive. The oppressive feeling of misfortune that had lingered around him dissipated in an instant, granting him clarity of thought and lucidity of spirit. He exhaled deeply, though still impoverished. He had at least rid himself of the curse of negative figures. Moving forward, he needed to choose tasks and exchanges with greater caution, steadily accumulating fortune points while utilizing the resources of the Soul Clan to enhance his strength. He sat cross-legged, savoring the long-lost positive fortune, beginning to solidify his cultivation while planning his next course of action. The path of lurking still required patience. Chapter 38. Undercurrents surge, initial radiance reveals. With his fortune points turning positive, he felt an immediate clarity of mind. The ominous shadow of misfortune that had been ever-present vanished entirely. He did not rush to accept another task. Instead, he resolved to solidify his current realm and delve deeper into the operational rules of the Soul Realm and the Soul Clan. Lurking did not imply idleness. He first ventured to the library open to ordinary members on the outskirts of the Soul Realm. The ancient and eerie loft housed a vast collection of texts, primarily concerning the history of the Soul Clan, foundational techniques, geography of the continent, introductions to various sects, and various sinister battle techniques and methods of soul manipulation. Using the token of his position as a patrol envoy, he could access higher-level information. He focused on 3 categories of information. First, records of various ancient ruins, strange poisons, and celestial flames. Second, insights on soul cultivation, particularly how to transcend from the mortal realm to the soul realm. And third, a simple introduction to the major factions within the Soul Clan, key figures, and their relational networks. His reading speed was remarkable, with his perfected soul power in the mortal realm allowing him to nearly memorize everything at a glance. Over the course of several days, while he did not uncover direct methods to enhance his strength, he gained a clearer understanding of the dynamics within the Central Continent and the distribution of power within the Soul Clan, marking several locations that might be worth exploring in the future. One day, while he was perusing a tattered ancient text regarding the potential existence of 10,000-year ice marrow deep within the fallen god ice plains, the Soul Master Elder from the Task Hall sought him out at his residence. Patrol Envoy Hun Sheng. The Elder maintained his indifferent demeanor. The 3 elders have issued a command for you to report to the Blackshaw Hall, temporarily assigned to the Blackshaw Squad, to participate in an assault on an important mine within the East Pavilion of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Hun Sheng felt a stir within, yet his expression remained placid as he accepted the ordered jade slip. Understood. May I inquire about the specifics of this operation? What preparation should I make? The details will be revealed upon arrival at the Blackshaw Hall. The operation is led by the captain and vice-captain of the Blackshaw team. You need only follow orders. It is said that the Wind and Thunder Pavilion is on guard and may present a tough fight. With that, the Elder turned and departed. Hun Sheng's gaze flickered. The Wind and Thunder Pavilion, one of the 4 pavilions, had always held a contentious relationship with the Soul Hall. Attacking the mine was a routine method of resource plundering to weaken their adversaries. Assigning him, a newcomer, to the operation not only served as a test of his strength, but also seemed to have the ulterior motive of using him as cannon fodder. After all, to outsiders, he was merely a 3-star battle emperor who had fortuitously slain Blood River. A tough battle, indeed. He felt no fear, but rather a sense of anticipation. Combat was the quickest means to test and elevate one's strength, especially in a controlled environment led by formidable warriors. He stowed the ancient text, made slight preparations, and set off towards the Blackshaw Hall, located on the opposite side of the Soul Realm. The atmosphere within the Blackshaw Hall was even more somber. In the front square, over a dozen individuals awaited. The two leaders exuded the most formidable auras. One was tall and slender, with a pallid complexion, a sinister gaze, and an aura reaching the 6-star battle sovereign level, presumably the captain. The other was robust, bearing a hideous scar across his face, and emanated a 4-star battle sovereign aura. He was the vice captain. The remaining members ranged from the pinnacle of battle emperor to low-tier battle sovereign cultivators. Upon Sol Sheng's arrival, all eyes turned toward him, filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and unabashed disdain. A 3-star battle emperor appeared out of place in such a high-level operation. "You are the newcomer who fortuitously slew Blood River?" The vice captain gruffly inquired, his skepticism palpable. "I am Sol Sheng, reporting as ordered." He bowed respectfully, neither subservient nor arrogant. Avoiding a response regarding Blood River. A 3-star battle emperor. Just don't hold us back and hide behind to clean up the stragglers." The vice captain waved his hand impatiently. The captain scrutinized Sol Sheng with his cold, piercing eyes for a moment, seemingly recognizing the solidity of his aura, which far surpassed that of an ordinary 3-star battle emperor. Yet he said nothing further, merely rasped, "Return to your post." Prepare to depart. Through the teleportation array, the group silently left the Soul Realm. After several transfers, they arrived near their destination, outside a vast mountain range. In the distance, a colossal mine was faintly visible, flashes of lightning indicating the presence of strong guardians from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, with formations laid out. According to intelligence, guarding this mine was a 5-star battle sovereign elder from the East Pavilion of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, accompanied by 2 low-tier battle sovereigns and numerous battle emperors and battle kings among his disciples. The formation was known as the Wind and Thunder Formation, possessing considerable power. "Our task is to destroy the core of the mine, eliminate the guarding elder, and plunder the resource vault," the captain declared coldly. "Vice captain, you take half the men for a feigned attack from the left to draw their attention. Sol Sheng, you will follow me and infiltrate from the right, heading straight for the core of the mine." With orders issued, the operation commenced. The vice captain led several men to launch a fierce attack, instantly igniting flashes of lightning and cries of battle as the defensive formation of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion activated, unleashing countless bolts of thunder upon the feigned assault team. Meanwhile, the captain guided Sol Sheng and 3 other team members, utilizing a stealthy soul banner to quietly maneuver toward the right flank. However, just as they were about to breach the outer defenses, an unexpected turn of events occurred. From deep within the mine, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted. It was a 7-star battle sovereign. Immediately thereafter, the presence of 2 additional 5-star Dou Zong surged forth. An ambush. The intelligence was flawed. Retreat. The captain's expression changed dramatically as he promptly issued the order to withdraw. However, it was too late. A colossal net of lightning descended from the heavens, enveloping the few of them within its grasp. Concurrently, the ambushing 7-star Dou Zong Elder and 2 other 5-star Dou Zong emerged with sinister grins, leading a horde of Wind and Thunder Pavilion disciples in a bloody onslaught. "Damn it, we fight to the death," the captain roared, unleashing the strength of his 6-star Dou Zong to confront the 7-star Dou Zong. Meanwhile, the other 3 team members found themselves ensnared by the 2 5-star Dou Zong and a multitude of disciples, instantly thrust into a perilous predicament. Hun Sheng was also surrounded by 2 peak Dou Huang from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion and several Dou Wan. The opposing lightning Dou Qi was ferociously violent, and their assault was swift. "Let's kill the weakest first," one of the peak Dou Huang from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion sneered, thrusting a lightning spear directly at Hun Sheng's throat. Hun Sheng's eyes narrowed, and he executed the celestial phantom step, evading the lightning spear with ghostly agility. At the same time, his fingers transformed into blades, shrouded in dark, icy poison Dou Qi, delivering a swift hand strike as quick as lightning. Poisonous palm. Sizzle. The peak Dou Huang had no time to react. The protective lightning aura was instantaneously corroded and pierced through as the hand strike landed directly on his neck. The extreme cold poison swiftly infiltrated, and before the peak Dou Huang could let out a scream, a layer of ghostly blue frost enveloped his neck. His gaze froze, and he collapsed lifelessly. Instant kill. The remaining peak Dou Huang and the surrounding Dou Huang were immediately struck with terror. Hun Sheng remained undeterred, his form shifting like a tiger amidst a flock of sheep. The celestial phantom step rendered him elusive, and with each strike of his shadowy palm wind, a disciple from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion fell, their wounds either frozen solid or rapidly decaying. An eerie spectacle indeed. In a mere 10 breaths, his surrounding foes were utterly vanquished. This scene not only astonished the members of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, but even caught the attention of the beleaguered team members and the captain. What a remarkable young man. He concealed his prowess well. A flicker of astonishment crossed the captain's eyes, and he bellowed, "No time to linger. Rally to me and break through." Upon hearing this, Hun Sheng immediately moved towards the captain. Along the way, a one-star Dou Zong from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion attempted to obstruct him, but was met with Hun Sheng's soul-extinguishing finger, disrupting his soul and halting his movements. This was swiftly followed by the 10,000 Poisons celestial grief palm, sending the disciple flying and spitting blood. Though not fatal, he was severely wounded. Hun Sheng's ruthless tactics and combat prowess that far exceeded appearances alleviated some of the pressure on the captain. Ultimately, after suffering a grievous injury to one team member and minor wounds to the others, the captain, leveraging his formidable 6-star Dou Zong strength, forcibly tore through the encirclement, leading his team to a hasty escape from the mining area. On the return journey to the Soul Realm, the atmosphere was notably subdued. Those who had previously looked down upon Hun Sheng now regarded him with a mixture of reverence and a hint of trepidation. The vice-captain had also become considerably more restrained. Ceasing his brash remarks, the captain cast a deep glance at Hun Sheng and rasped, "This intelligence failure and subsequent operation failure are not your fault. You performed admirably. I will report your performance to the Heavenly Sovereign without embellishment." "It was merely part of the job," Hun Sheng replied calmly, unperturbed by praise or scorn. He understood that through this battle, he had genuinely begun to establish his footing within the Blackshaw Hall and under the command of the 3 heavenly sovereigns. No longer merely a newcomer blessed with luck. Yet, all of this was but a minor step in his grander scheme. His gaze had already been cast towards a more distant future. Chapter 39. Contribution Accumulation, Secret Acquisition of Alchemical Formulas. The turmoil following the mission failure in the Blackshaw Hall did not create significant ripples. The skirmishes between the Soul Hall and various sects were frequent. The failure of a sudden assault was entirely commonplace. Rather, it was Hun Sheng's display of ruthless tactics and combat prowess that far surpassed his apparent level that circulated within this small circle under the 3 heavenly sovereigns. The captain reported the situation truthfully, omitting the details of the intelligence failure, and emphasized Hun Sheng's composure in crisis and outstanding combat capabilities. This garnered Hun Sheng some tangible benefits. A modest yet sufficient amount of contribution points to silence the critics, and more importantly, he gained a certain level of influence and relative autonomy in the Blackshaw team. No longer easily designated as cannon fodder, Hun Sheng was quite pleased with this outcome. He understood that in a place like the Soul Clan, appropriately showcasing one's strength could yield far more survival space than mere humility, provided his core trump cards remained concealed. Once his fortune value normalized, he felt as though his luck had indeed improved somewhat. In the subsequent missions, he chose with caution, deliberately targeting those with clear objectives, rewarding rare herbs, minerals, or tasks that could be directly exchanged for substantial contribution points. He no longer sought to challenge himself beyond his means, but instead adopted a steady approach, efficiently and discreetly completing one task after another, leveraging the elusive celestial phantom step, the unpredictable soul-extinguishing finger, and the troublesome nature of his celestial ice-poisoned Dou Qi. During this period, he frequently visited the treasure hall of the Soul Realm. Here, he could exchange contribution points for various techniques, combat skills, elixirs, weapons, and rare materials collected by the Soul Clan. He did not exchange for any techniques or combat skills, as most of the Soul Clan's methods were insidious and peculiar, not entirely compatible with his soul-devouring art and Ice Emperor poison body, and they were likely to leave traces. He temporarily lacked for weapons. Instead, he allocated the majority of his contribution points to obtain rare poisons recognized by the system as capable of converting into high fortune values. as well as ice attribute oddities and treasures beneficial for nurturing the soul. Exchange for the Millennium Corruption Lotus. Gained 300 fortune points. Exchange for the Nether Cold Iron. Gained 500 fortune points. Exchange for the Soul Nurturing Branch. Gained 800 fortune points. The system's prompt echoed in his mind intermittently, and his fortune value steadily increased. Simultaneously, he utilized these resources to hasten the cultivation of the soul-devouring art, steadily advancing towards the peak of the 3-star Dou Huang, while his soul power became increasingly refined. One day, Hun Sheng returned to the treasure hall once more. This time, his target was a low-grade 7th-tier alchemical formula known as the Poison Marrow Solidification Pill. This elixir would greatly benefit the next stage of refining his Ice Emperor poison body, yet its main ingredient, the Earth Core Poison Marrow, was exceedingly rare, rendering the formula a long-standing fixture in the treasure hall with a hefty price tag. Just as he prepared to exchange for it, his gaze was drawn to a nearby, tattered ancient scroll. The scroll was made of a peculiar material, its edges frayed, inscribed with ancient characters detailing partial information about a certain elixir, seemingly connected to a profound transformation of the soul, yet crucial portions were severely lacking. The price marked was exorbitant, almost equivalent to a complete 7th-tier intermediate formula. The hall steward, noticing Hun Sheng's lingering gaze, languidly explained, "This is a fragment discovered from an ancient relic, speculated to be at least an 8th-tier elixir or even higher, possibly related to the soul realm. However, it is too damaged to be restored, and it has remained here for decades. So, are you interested, Envoy Hun Sheng?" A flicker of intrigue sparked within Hun Sheng. Soul realm? After reaching the pinnacle of the mortal realm, one transitions to the enigmatic soul realm. Those who can attain such a state are exceedingly rare across the continent. If this fragment truly relates to it, its value is beyond measure. He maintained a calm demeanor and shook his head. An 8th-tier formula? Too ethereal and elusive. I merely found the material of this scroll intriguing. He pointed to the formula for the Poison Marrow Solidification Pill, preferring to exchange for something more tangible. After paying a substantial amount of contribution points, Hun Sheng secured the formula for the Poison Marrow Solidification Pill into his storage ring. As he turned to leave, he seemingly nonchalantly inquired, "That fragment is a waste sitting here. If the price is right, I might consider purchasing it to study the ancient script." The steward scoffed. "Study? Huh. Although no one wants it. It is still an ancient artifact, so the price cannot be too low. If you truly wish to acquire it, it will be 8,000 contribution points. Not a penny less." This price was nearly half of the Poison Marrow Solidification Pill formula, a blatant ripoff for a useless fragment. Hun Sheng hesitated for a brief moment before finally gritting his teeth and declaring, "Very well, let this be a lesson learned. I shall take it for 5,000 contribution points." The steward's eyes brightened with surprise, not expecting this gullible fool to actually make the purchase. Fearing a change of heart, he quickly exclaimed, "Deal." After parting with the 5,000 contribution points, Hun Sheng tucked the tattered scroll into his possession and left the treasure hall with an impassive expression. Upon returning to his quarters, he firmly closed the door. Hun Sheng first picked up the formula for the Poison Essence Solidification Pill and studied it meticulously. Once he confirmed its accuracy, he silently commanded, "System, scan the formula for the Poison Essence Solidification Pill and convert it into luck points." Scan complete. Grade 7 low-level formula. Poison Essence Solidification Pill. Convertible luck points, 2,500. Exchange. Exchange successful. Luck points, 2,500. Current luck points, 6,000. His luck points surged once more. Hun Sheng felt no regret, having memorized the contents of the formula. Converting the physical item into luck points was indeed the superior choice. Next, he cautiously picked up the ancient, tattered scroll. System, conduct a deep scan and authenticate this item. Analyzing its value. Deep scan in progress, requiring 800 luck points. Confirm? Confirm. Hun Sheng did not hesitate. Scan complete. Analysis results. Item name, Unknown Soul Transformation Pill Formula, estimated grade. The original formula is presumed to be no lower than peak grade 8, potentially even bordering on grade 9 treasures. Effect estimation. The pill is designed to guide the soul through a fundamental transformation, significantly enhancing the probability of breaking into the soul realm. Material, crafted from the hide of an 8th-tier magical beast, the soul-swallowing python, and various soul-related materials. It inherently contains a faint soul energy, capable of resisting the ravages of time. Value assessment. The value of the incomplete formula has drastically diminished. Yet the ancient soul knowledge and some correct methods it contains hold substantial reference value for the host's understanding of soul transformation. The material of the scroll is also recyclable. Convertible luck points, 5,000. Hun Sheng gazed at the system's analysis, his heart racing with excitement. Indeed, it was related to the soul realm, although it was severely incomplete and posed great risks. The knowledge contained within and the harmless elements of the methods offered incalculable guidance for his future endeavors to reach the soul realm. The 5,000 contribution points spent were truly worthwhile. He chose not to exchange it. The true value of this item lay not in the conversion of those 5,000 luck points, but in the potential pathways it represented toward the soul realm. System. Is it possible to consume luck points to attempt to complete this formula? Hun Sheng inquired, harboring a glimmer of hope. Ding. The target formula's grade is too high, and the degree of incompleteness is excessive. Preliminary calculations estimate that the required luck points to complete it exceed 200,000, with a risk of failure. Completion is currently unfeasible. 200,000. Hun Sheng gasped, decisively abandoning this impractical notion. He carefully stored the incomplete formula, placing it alongside the magic core obtained from the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast. These were crucial foundations for his future. Through this incident, Hun Sheng gained a clearer understanding of his forthcoming direction, to earn as many contribution points and luck points as possible, while utilizing the resources of the Soul Clan to seek out any treasures and information related to enhancing the soul, refining the poisonous body, and potentially devouring the remains of the Soul Emperor. He gazed out at the overcast skies of the Soul Realm, his gaze seemingly penetrating through space, envisioning a distant future. Resources, strength, information, everything required accumulation. Soul Emperor, your imperial source, I have reserved it. Chapter 40. The Poison Heart's Desire, the System's Scheme. Within the independent courtyard of the Soul Realm, Hun Sheng concluded yet another round of cultivation, the ethereal blue poison mist gradually retreating into his body. His strength steadily increased, and his luck points accumulated significantly, yet his mind remained preoccupied with a matter seemingly unrelated to cold calculations, the little medical fairy. As a transmigrator, he was intimately familiar with everything about that girl with gray-purple eyes, kind-hearted yet tormented by fate. She was destined to be Xiao Yan's confidant. Yet due to the curse of the poisonous body and Xiao Yan's numerous romantic entanglements, she ultimately could not find fulfillment, leaving only regrets behind. Whenever he thought of this, an indescribable sorrow surged within Hun Sheng, along with a twinge of possessiveness he had yet to fully explore. Since Xiao Yan did not know how to cherish her, or rather, was unworthy of her, then in this life, let it be I who takes over. A glimmer of determination flashed in Hun Sheng's eyes. Her cursed poisonous body and her heart, both shall be mine. He closed his eyes, his mind sinking into the system interface. System. Scan the exchange list and filter for 2 items. First, a method to completely and perfectly control and even fuse with the cursed poisonous body, requiring no side effects and maximizing its potential. Second, reliable means to make her fall hopelessly in love with me. Scanning, filtering complete. Option 1. Exchange for the ultimate volume of the Cursed Poison Scripture. This volume not only contains methods to control the poisonous body, but also guides the complete fusion of the poisonous body with oneself, achieving the cursed poisonous body. Controllable and unleashing boundless power, with potential reaching the saint level. Required luck points, 15,000. Option 2. Exchange for the Love Goo Soul Seed. This is not a physical goo insect, but a special soul imprint condensed by the system, requiring the host's blood and a trace of primal soul power for refinement. Once implanted deep within the target's soul, it will subtly amplify their fondness and reliance on the host, ultimately transforming into unwavering affection. The process is natural, nearly undetectable, and will not affect the target's original intellect or talents. Required luck points, 10,000. Current luck points, 6,000. Insufficient, unable to exchange. Upon seeing the exorbitant prices, Hun Sheng did not feel disheartened. He had anticipated this. System. Issue a top priority mission to gather all resources and luck points needed to exchange for the ultimate volume of the Cursed Poison Scripture and the Love Goo Soul Seed. Utilize all available powers within the Soul Hall and the inspectors. The command was transmitted through both the system and the channels of the Soul Hall. The forces under his control, alongside the vast resource network of the Soul Hall, commenced rapid mobilization. Various rare poisons, treasures imbued with immense energy, and high-reward hunting tasks were prioritized. Hun Sheng himself became increasingly proactive, frequently accepting tasks that offered substantial rewards, especially those that directly granted high contribution points. With his ever-improving skills and formidable strength, he operated covertly across various regions of Zhongzhou like an efficient killing machine, returning each time with substantial gains. Hunting task completed. Obtain Millennium Blood Spirit Mushroom, exchanged for 800 luck points. Eradication task completed. Obtain secret treasures from the sect's treasury, exchanged for 3,000 luck points. Exchange for the Soul Hall's collection of Nether Soul Crystals. Receive 1,200 luck points. Time quietly passed, and Hun Sheng's luck points soared. During this period, he sent a letter through the Soul Hall's special communication channel to the little medical fairy, who was far away in the Outcloud Empire. In the letter, he calmly referenced their agreement from years ago, indicating that he had found clues that could potentially resolve the issues surrounding her cursed poisonous body, but required an in-person discussion to examine her condition. He invited her to meet 3 months later at the edge of the Black Corner region in the City of Oblivion. He also included a small vial of pills that could temporarily alleviate the backlash of her poisonous body as a gesture of sincerity. He knew that for the little medical fairy, who suffered greatly from her poisonous body, even the slightest hope of complete control would compel her to take the risk and come. With the 3-month deadline approaching, Hun Sheng's luck points finally surpassed the significant threshold of 25,000. System, exchange for the ultimate volume of the Cursed Poison Scripture and the Love Gu Soul Seed. Exchange successful. Consumed 25,000 luck points. Current luck points, 0. Acquired. Ultimate volume of the Cursed Poison Scripture, Fusion Poison Divine Liquid, Love Gu Soul Seed. A torrent of information surged into Hun Sheng's mind, revealing the profound mysteries of the ultimate volume of the Cursed Poison Scripture. He quickly assimilated the knowledge, his heart astonished by the power of this method. The vial, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors and exuding an aura of peculiar tranquility, along with the soul seed of the emotional puppet that required his personal refinement, ignited an unwavering determination within him. He promptly entered seclusion, extracting a drop of his own essence-laden blood, infused with the primal essence of his Ice Emperor's poisonous physique, and separated a thread of his ethereal soul power. Following the system's methodologies, he commenced the crafting of the emotional puppet's soul seed. After several days, he emerged from his retreat, his eyes betraying a hint of fatigue, yet more so radiating fervor. In the palm of his hand, a soul imprint, no larger than a grain of rice, almost translucent, yet imbued with an extraordinary connection and seductive power, slowly hovered. It was time to venture to the City of Annihilation. On the periphery of the Black Corner domain, within an inconspicuous room in the City of Annihilation, the little medicine sage, clad in a delicate white gown, sat quietly by the window. Her grayish-purple eyes gazed out upon the desolate landscape, tinged with a flicker of anticipation and an almost imperceptible tension. The backlash from her calamity-poisoned body had become increasingly frequent of late. The vial of elixir she had received indeed alleviated her suffering, nurturing greater hope for this forthcoming encounter. The door creaked open gently, and the soul seed entered, still draped in black robes, his demeanor serene. "You have arrived." The little medicine sage spoke softly, her voice ethereal. "Indeed, I shall wholeheartedly attend to what I promised you." The soul seed settled opposite her, casting a glance over her somewhat pallid complexion, an indication that the backlash from her poisoned body had intensified. The little medicine sage nodded slightly. "You mentioned there exists a definitive solution?" "Indeed," the soul seed affirmed, extending his palm to reveal the vial of fusion poison elixir that materialized upon the table, emanating a dreamlike spectrum of colors and peculiar energy fluctuations. This substance, known as the fusion poison elixir, when combined with an ancient poison scripture I fortuitously acquired, holds great promise in granting you complete dominion over your calamity poison body, even transforming it for your own use, thus eliminating any concern of backlash. The little medicine sage gazed at the vial, sensing the profound yet gentle power it contained, and her grayish-purple eyes ignited with an unprecedented brilliance, a beacon of hope amidst despair. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "The process may be somewhat excruciating, requiring you to utterly relax your spirit, guiding the elixir's potency to merge with your poison body. I will stand by as your protector, aiding you with my soul power," the soul seed replied gently, imbued with a persuasive strength. "Do you trust me?" Looking into his calm eyes, the little medicine sage recalled the decade-long promise he had made to suppress her poisoned body, as well as the vial that had alleviated her pain. Gradually, her defenses lowered. To escape this cursed fate, she was willing to take the gamble. "I trust you." She breathed deeply, her resolve unwavering. "Excellent. Let us commence." Ingest it and channel your poison techniques. I will assist you." Without further hesitation, the little medicine sage grasped the vial of fusion poison elixir and tilted her head back to drink. Instantly, a gentle yet overwhelming energy unfurled within her, coursing through her limbs and bones. The soul seed promptly positioned himself behind her, his hands resting against her back as his formidable soul power, perfected to the pinnacle of mortal realms, cautiously infiltrated her body, guiding the miraculous potency of the elixir to meet and fuse with her vast poison force. The process, as expected, was painfully arduous. The little medicine sage trembled violently, beads of sweat forming on her brow, gritting her teeth to endure the excruciating clash between poison and elixir. Yet, she could feel the once restless poison force, which sought to rebel, being gently soothed and integrated by the elixir's vibrant energy, a sense of unprecedented control gradually emerging. At the moment when her consciousness was wholly immersed in the transformation within her body, her trust and reliance on the soul seed reached a zenith. A flicker of mysterious light danced in his eyes. The emotional puppet soul seed, which had long been lurking within his soul, silently and gently melded into the depths of the little medicine sage's unsuspecting spirit. A slight shudder coursed through her body, as if something had settled upon her heart's lake, creating delicate ripples. An indescribable sense of security, dependence, and even a tinge of fluttering emotions quietly blossomed, perfectly intertwining with her current gratitude and trust towards the soul seed. Inseparable from one another, she perceived no anomalies, believing it to be a sign of her success in mastering the technique. Time flowed slowly. When the little medicine sage opened her eyes once more, she felt an unprecedented sense of ease and strength. The vast poison force within her responded to her every thought, devoid of any intention to rebel. With a mere thought, she could command the poison at will. She had truly mastered the calamity poison body. Elated, she turned to face the soul seed. In her eyes, he appeared to be enveloped in a halo, his calmness, his strength, the hope and assistance he provided, intertwined with the inexplicable affection surging from the depths of her soul, morphing into an unprecedented sentiment that swiftly filled her heart. It was a complex emotion, a blend of gratitude, admiration, reliance, and infatuation, intense and sincere. Soul seed, thank you. She spoke softly, her grayish-purple eyes shimmering with unprecedented tenderness and determination. Thank you for granting me a new lease on life. This kindness I shall never forget. In the future, I will comply with any command. The soul seed, observing the unabashed affection in her gaze, understood that the emotional puppet soul seed had indeed taken effect. He smiled gently, reaching out to tenderly brush her hair, the gesture both natural and affectionate. There is no need for thanks between us. To witness you break free from your shackles brings me solace. The little medicine sage's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she did not shy away from his touch. Instead, a sweetness blossomed within her heart, gazing at the calamity poison maiden, who had completely devoted herself to him. The soul seed realized that he had not only gained a powerful ally with boundless potential, but had also rectified a lingering regret from a past life. From now on, stay by my side, the soul seed spoke softly. Your calamity poison body is still in its nascent stage and requires solidification. Moreover, I need someone I can trust by my side. Yes, the little medicine sage nodded gently, understanding without the need for further words. The winds and sands of the city of annihilation continued to swirl, yet within the in-room, the situation had irrevocably transformed. A heart once burdened by poison had now firmly entwined itself with the soul seed. Chapter 41. The Poisonous Heart of the Jama Empire, Old Friends at War. In the Outcloud Empire, at the headquarters of the poison sect, deep within the abyss of 10,000 poisons, a chilling aura gradually receded. The little medicine sage slowly opened her eyes, her grayish-purple orbs flashing with fleeting colors. She gently clenched her fist, feeling the vast ocean of potent poison energy within her, now under her command, and a captivating smile graced her lips. 8-star Dou Zone. Having completely fused and mastered the calamity poison body, and after cultivating the ultimate chapter of the calamity poison scripture, her strength had skyrocketed, elevating her directly to the realm of the 8-star Dou Zone. Moreover, this was not her limit. The potential of her calamity poison body continued to unfold. How do you feel? The soul seed's voice resonated beside her, laced with amusement. The little medicine sage turned, her gaze towards him brimming with unmasked affection and tenderness. Like never before, this power is sufficient to clear many obstacles. Naturally, she gravitated closer to the soul seed, as if his side were her only sanctuary. The soul seed nodded in satisfaction, his fingers caressing her cheek. Excellent. Now, there is a task that requires your attention. You may speak, the little medicine sage replied without hesitation. The Jama Empire has formed the so-called Flame Alliance, wielding considerable influence. Xiao Yan has retreated to the depths of the magical Beast Mountain range with Medusa and the Ancient Dragon, attempting to break through to the Dou Huang realm. This is our opportunity. The light of calculation flickered in the soul seed's eyes. I need you to step forward. Unite with the Golden Goose sect of the Falling Goose Empire and the Mulan Valley of the Mulan Empire, and launch a joint offensive against the Jama Empire. The little medicine sage frowned slightly. Attack the Jama Empire? Why? Though she followed the soul seed's commands without question, she still required a rationale. Firstly, to expand the influence of our poison sect and seize resources. In the midst of the turmoil, the tone of the soulborn was slightly frigid. I require the turmoil of the Jama Empire to escalate, compelling Medusa to return to her Serpent Clan stronghold, and above all, I must ensure that Xiao Yan emerges from his seclusion prematurely. He turned his gaze towards the little doctor, his voice softening. Remember, you need only exhibit the prowess of a 3-star Dou zone. Do not reveal your true cultivation level. This battle is intended for restraint and coercion, not annihilation. I shall watch over you from the shadows. Upon hearing the name Xiao Yan, a subtle ripple stirred within the depths of the little doctor's soul, transforming a flicker of instinctive, past affection into a more complex amalgam of rivalry and a yearning for validation. She nodded immediately. I understand. I will orchestrate this war according to your wishes. Soon, bolstered by the formidable presence of the little doctor and the vast power of the poison sect, a swift alliance was forged among the poison sect of the Outcloud Empire, the Golden Goose sect of the Falling Goose Empire, and the Mulan Valley of the Mulan Empire. Leading the charge, the Grand Army surged forth like 3 torrential streams, launching an assault on the borders of the Jama Empire. The Jama Empire, freshly unified and with the Flame Alliance newly established, was already deficient in high-level combat forces. With the alliance leader Xiao Yan and his most potent ally, the Queen Medusa, absent from the realm, chaos ensued, plunging the empire into profound panic. The border defenses crumbled under the relentless onslaught of the 3 imperial coalitions. As the toxic miasma of the poison sect, the piercing sword energy of the Golden Goose sect, and the combined beast soul techniques of Mulan Valley inflicted catastrophic losses and immense pressure upon the Jama Empire. The news swiftly reached Xiao Yan, who was sequestered deep within the Beast Mountain range. What? The 3 empires have joined forces to attack? The leader of the poison sect is the Heavenly Poison Woman, a 3-star Dou zone. Xiao Yan was compelled to interrupt his cultivation, feeling both alarmed and furious. Although he had successfully broken through to Dou Huang, the dire situation felt exceedingly daunting. Kai Lin, the empire is in peril. The Serpent Clan may also be affected. I must return at once, he declared to the ever-watchful Queen Medusa beside him. Queen Medusa furrowed her exquisite brows, her stunning visage shadowed by frost. An alliance of 3 nations? Such audacity. I shall accompany you. No. Xiao Yan shook his head, his expression grave. The opposing side possesses 3 Dou zones, and the circumstances remain unclear. The Serpent Clan requires your presence to stabilize the rear and prevent the Outcloud Empire from seizing the opportunity to ambush the clan. Leave the front lines to me. Medusa, fully aware of Xiao Yan's rationale, understood that the Serpent Clan was her foundation and could not afford any loss. Gritting her teeth, she acquiesced. Very well. I shall return to the Taggart Desert at once. Take care of yourself. Should the situation become untenable, prioritize your own safety. She cast a deep glance at Xiao Yan before transforming into a cascade of vibrant light, hastening towards the direction of the Taggart Desert. After bidding farewell to Medusa, Xiao Yan hesitated no longer and, accompanied by Ziyin, rushed back at full speed to the front lines of the Jama Empire. Upon arriving at the most devastated border fortress, he beheld a scene of desolation, with toxic mists swirling and lamentations echoing throughout. Above, 3 formidable presences loomed like oppressive storm clouds. Yin Luotian, the 3 elders of Mulan, and the enigmatic heavenly poison woman enveloped in the miasma. Xiao Yan, you have finally arrived. Yin Luotian sneered. Today marks the day of your Flame Alliance's annihilation. Xiao Yan's countenance turned icy. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the figure shrouded in the toxic mist. An unsettling familiarity emanated from the peculiar toxic Dou Qi, the heavenly poison woman, a coward hiding in shadows. Xiao Yan barked, flipping his palm to reveal the Xian heavy ruler as azure-brown flames surged forth. dispersing the surrounding toxic fog. The figure within the toxic mist trembled slightly, seemingly wary of his unusual fire, but did not retreat. Attack! Yin Luotian bellowed. Charging toward Xiao Yan alongside the three elders of Mulan. The battle erupted instantaneously. Although Xiao Yan had just ascended to Dou Huang, the infusion of his exceptional fire amplified his combat prowess far beyond his rank, allowing him to confront two Dou zones without faltering. Meanwhile, the heavenly poison woman finally made her move. With a graceful wave of her hand, the toxic mist coalesced into grotesque toxic beasts, surging toward Xiao Yan in overwhelming numbers. The potency of the toxins so fierce that even his exceptional fire could not entirely incinerate them in that moment. Xiao Yan wielded his ruler to block. As the clash between the exceptional fire and the toxic mist erupted with a hissing sound. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. Though the heavenly poison woman, Dou Qi, was undeniably insidious and formidable, it appeared she was not exerting her full strength. Furthermore, her combat style and the occasional aura that seeped from the toxic mist. After a fierce collision, Xiao Yan surged forward, utilizing his azure-brown fire lotus to repel Yin Luotian and the three elders of Mulan. He then unleashed a full-force strike with his ruler, infused with surging exceptional fire. Aimed squarely at the heavenly poison woman, seemingly caught off guard, the toxic mist surrounding her was forcibly torn apart by the fierce wind of the exceptional fire ruler. Though it was but a fleeting moment, Xiao Yan distinctly glimpsed beneath the toxic mist the fleeting glimpse of gray-purple eyes filled with complex emotions. Along with the striking profile of her face, Xiao Yan felt as if struck by lightning, his assault abruptly faltering as he gasped in disbelief. "Little doctor? Is that you?" Chapter 42. Feigned withdrawal, secretly assisting to eliminate enemies. Above the border fortress, Xiao Yan's incredulous exclamation reverberated like thunder. The toxic mist roiled violently, and the figure within it visibly hesitated. Yin Luotian and the three elders of Mulan also ceased their assault, casting uncertain glances toward the heavenly poison woman. Following a brief silence, the toxic mist slowly receded, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful visage imbued with coldness and a hint of complex emotion. It was the little doctor. Her gray-purple eyes met Xiao Yan's gaze, her voice inscrutable. "Xiao Yan, it has been a long time. It truly is you, little doctor." A profound shock coursed through Xiao Yan's heart, causing his hand gripping the Xian heavy ruler to tremble slightly. He could hardly fathom that the heavenly poison woman, who led the coalition of three nations and wrought havoc upon the Gamma Empire, was none other than the kind-hearted healer he had met in Qingshan Town years ago. Why? Why have you transformed in this way? Why lead them to attack the Gamma Empire? The little doctor averted her gaze from his ardent scrutiny. Her tone indifferent. Times have changed. Each has their own stance. The poison sect requires development, and the Gamma Empire is but a stumbling block. Nothing more. Stance? Development? Xiao Yan felt a pang of sorrow. Is this truly the reason you would disregard past affections and instigate a war that brings suffering to countless lives? Affection? A hint of sarcasm played upon the little doctor's lips, not entirely concealed. The soul of affection had rendered her memories of Xiao Yan indistinct, mingled with an ingrained sense of competition. Those ties had long since faded into oblivion. Now, I am the leader of the poison sect, the heavenly poison woman. Her tone shifted as she surveyed the brutal battlefield below and the battered flame alliance warriors behind Xiao Yan, feigning a reluctant sigh. "However, since it is you who has come forth, very well, I shall grant you this favor today." Turning to Yin Luotian and the three elders of Mulan, she spoke coldly. "Yin's sect leader, esteemed elders of Mulan, for today, we shall withdraw our forces." "What? Withdraw?" Yin Luotian's expression turned anxious. "Heavenly poison woman, we are on the verge of capturing this fortress. Can we truly abandon our efforts for the sake of your past acquaintance?" The three elders of Mulan also wore discontented expressions. Indeed, does the poison sect wish to act in isolation? The little doctor's eyes grew frigid. The aura of a three-star Dou zone mingling with an imperceptible aura of calamity and poison pressing upon the three. "What? Are you questioning my decision? Or do you believe that the poison sect must act according to your whims?" Yin Luotian and the three elders of Mulan felt an ominous chill, as if they were being scrutinized by some primordial toxic beast and dared not refute her. They trembled inwardly, realizing that the heavenly poison woman was even more formidable than the rumor suggested. "Oof. We depart." The little doctor scoffed, disregarding them further as she waved her sleeve, signaling the poison sect army to retreat like a receding tide. Yin Luotian and the three elders exchanged glances, their reluctance palpable. Yet the poison sect was the main force of the coalition, and they dared not face Xiao Yan, who wielded exceptional fire, alone. They could only grit their teeth and issue the order to withdraw. The coalition of the three great empires arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving behind a landscape of devastation and a Gamma Empire garrison shaken to its core. Xiao Yan watched the little doctor's departing figure, his emotions a tumultuous blend. He felt a sense of relief at the withdrawal, yet his heart ached with confusion over the changes in the little doctor. That night, within the encampment of the poison sect, the little medical immortal recounted the events of the day in great detail to Hun Sheng. Upon hearing her account, Hun Sheng embraced her slender waist with satisfaction and praised, "Well done, Xianer. You have not only reconciled past grievances and retreated our troops, but also instilled fear in Yan Luotian and the three elders of Mulan, all without revealing our true strength. Truly a masterstroke." Overwhelmed with sweetness at Hun Sheng's commendation, the little medical immortal nestled in his embrace, saying, "I am glad to be of assistance. But what shall we do next? After this incident, Yan Luotian and the three elders of Mulan will likely harbor ulterior motives." A flicker of cold light flashed in Hun Sheng's eyes, and a chilling smile graced his lips. Ulterior motives? Soon, they will have no hearts left to harbor such thoughts. Sinner, tomorrow you shall personally send a message to Xiao Yan, expressing your willingness to assist him in eliminating Yan Luotian and the three elders of Mulan for good. The little medical immortal paused in surprise before understanding dawned upon her. You intend to use Xiao Yan's hand. Indeed, Hun Sheng sneered. These three fools are a calamity if left alive. It is perfect to use Xiao Yan as a blade to remove them, thereby weakening the power of the two nations while gaining a favor from Xiao Yan, which will foster his trust in you. Subsequently, the alliance of the three nations will naturally dissolve, and the encirclement of the Jiamar Empire will be lifted. The poison sect will emerge as the greatest victor of this war. I understand, the little medical immortal nodded. She had no objections to Hun Sheng's scheme and was determined to execute it flawlessly. The next day, a confidential letter reached Xiao Yan's hands. The letter, penned by the little medical immortal herself, candidly disclosed the treacherous ambitions of Yan Luotian and the three elders of Mulan, warning that they would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Jiamar Empire. She expressed her willingness to secretly assist in luring the four of them out, allowing Xiao Yan to eliminate them and eradicate the future threat. After reading the letter, Xiao Yan felt a surge of excitement mixed with hesitation. He wanted to believe that the little medical immortal still harbored some goodwill deep within her heart, but the matter was of great consequence. He showed the letter to Kai Lin, who had just returned from the Tagore Desert. Hearing about the events of the previous day, her suspicions were already aroused. This may be a trap, Kai Lin warned, her exquisite face etched with vigilance. The little medical immortal is now the sect master of the poison sect. Her temperament has changed drastically. How could she be so benevolent? What if this is a scheme to ensnare you with the three nations? Xiao Yan remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. I trust her. She could have continued her offensive yesterday, but chose to withdraw. Although her demeanor has altered, I sense that she has not entirely lost her conscience. This may be her opportunity to atone for her past mistakes. Kai Lin was exasperated, but seeing the resolute look in Xiao Yan's eyes, she realized she could not dissuade him. Since you are determined to go, I shall accompany you. If there are any ambushes, I can provide assistance. Xiao Yan felt warmth in his heart as he grasped her hand. Very well. As agreed in the letter, Xiao Yan and Kai Lin quietly arrived at the designated location, a secluded valley not far from the encampment of the Allied forces. The little medical immortal had long awaited their arrival, with no hidden troops by her side. Upon seeing Xiao Yan, a complex expression flickered in her eyes, and her demeanor grew colder upon noticing the vigilant Medusa queen beside him. You have arrived. They will be here shortly under the pretense of discussing a renewed offensive. The little medical immortal stated succinctly. Before long, Yan Luotian and the three elders of Mulan did indeed arrive as expected. Upon seeing the little medical immortal, Xiao Yan, and Medusa in the valley, their expressions changed drastically, realizing they had fallen into a trap. Tian Dunu, how dare you conspire with Xiao Yan? Yan Luotian exclaimed in a fit of rage. Enough with the idle chatter. Today marks your demise. The little medical immortal coldly commanded as she struck first, unleashing a torrent of poisonous mist that surged toward the four. However, her attack was measured, appearing fierce yet primarily intended to hinder and distract. Seeing this, Xiao Yan and Kai Lin no longer hesitated and immediately unleashed their full strength. Flame separation, devouring wave ruler. Seven-colored devouring python. The radiance of thee and the seven-colored energy instantly filled the valley. Yan Luotian and the three elders of Milan, already disoriented by the little medical immortal's poisonous mist, found themselves in dire straits when faced with the full frontal assault from Xiao Yan and Kai Lin, compounded by the support of a three-star Dou. The outcome of the battle was never in doubt. Stripped of the advantages of the allied forces, Yan Luotian and the three elders of Mulan were utterly powerless. Ultimately, Yan Luotian was obliterated by Xiao Yan's fusion of, leaving nothing but shattered remains. The three elders of Mulan suffered devastating blows from Kai Lin's destructive energy and the little medical immortal's potent poison, ultimately falling to Xiao Yan's decisive strike. For Douzone powerhouses thus perished. Gazing at the corpses strewn across the ground, Xiao Yan let out a sigh of relief. His gaze filled with gratitude as he looked at the little medical immortal. "Thank you, little medical immortal." However, she coldly interrupted him. "No need for thanks. I merely did what was necessary." With the leaders of the three nations eliminated, the alliance will dissolve, and the crisis facing the Jiamar Empire has been averted. You and I are now even. With that, she turned away, her form transforming into a wisp of poisonous mist, vanishing into the valley. Xiao Yan watched her departing figure, feeling a sense of loss wash over him. Kai Lin approached his side, gazing in the direction of the little medical immortal's disappearance, her beautiful eyes still tinged with doubt. Yet she ultimately refrained from saying anything further. Meanwhile, hidden in the distance, Hun Sheng observed the outcome in the valley with a satisfied smile. The pieces had fallen into place, and the situation was now clear. Xiao Yan, remember this favor well. Chapter 43. The Demon Poison Mark, A Journey to Zhongzhou. With the crisis at the border of the Jiamar Empire temporarily resolved, Xiao Yan and Kai Lin set forth on their journey home. However, as they traversed a desolate mountain range, a chilling aura suddenly descended, blocking their path. Black mist surged, and the figure of the Iron Guardian materialized. Emitting a sinister laugh, "Xiao Yan, Medusa Queen, how delightful to see you. The soul of that old ghost, Yao Chun, has been well cared for in my soul hall." Soul hall lackey. Rage ignited in Xiao Yan's eyes, turning crimson as surged forth, his murderous intent escalating. Kai Lin's expression also turned icy. Seven-colored Dou Qi swirling around her. I have no time to linger with you today." The Iron Guardian feigned an attack before dissipating into mist, leaving behind a chilling remark. However, the old poison master, Xiao Yan, from the 10,000 Scorpion sect has long coveted your. Ha ha ha. As the mocking laughter faded, the Iron Guardian's presence rapidly vanished. 10,000 Scorpion sect? Xiao Yan? Kai Lin furrowed her brows. The foremost sect of the Yuchen Empire. The old ancestor Xiao Yan was a 4-star Dou known for his vicious poison techniques. The Iron Guardian's words were intended to lure them in. Xiao Yan's expression grew serious. He knew it was a trap, but with clues pertaining to the soul hall at stake, he had no choice but to investigate. "We must brave the dragon's lair," he declared. "Kai Lin, let us go." The two shifted course, heading straight for the main headquarters of the 10,000 Scorpion sect in the Yuchen Empire. The 10,000 Scorpion sect was already on high alert. A fierce battle erupted instantaneously. The sect leader, Xiao Yan, led numerous elders and disciples in a coordinated assault, while the old ancestor Xiao Yan joined forces with the returning Iron Guardian to confront Xiao Yan and Kai Lin. Though Xiao Yan had just attained the Dou Huang realm, his was formidable, and Kai Lin, a 3-star Dou, was immensely powerful. Yet, facing the combined might of two Dou, with Xiao Yan's 4-star Dou cultivation overwhelming them, his poison Dou Qi was cunning and treacherous. Paired with the secret techniques of the Soul Hall, they found themselves on the back foot, struggling to defend themselves. The fight was intense, with toxic mist swirling and energies exploding. Although Xiao Yan and Kai Lin could protect themselves, breaking through was proving difficult, as they constantly had to fend off the pervasive poison that sought to infiltrate them. At the critical juncture, a 7-colored poisonous rainbow streaked through the air. The toxic mist parted, revealing the little medical immortal's cool figure. Her gaze swept across the battlefield, lingering momentarily on Xiao Yan. 10,000 Scorpion sect. Relying on numbers to overwhelm the few is hardly commendable, she remarked coldly, exuding the aura of a 3-star Dou. With a wave of her hand, a massive serpent formed from her overwhelming poison surged forth, targeting the Iron Guardian. The little medical immortal's intervention instantly turned the tide of battle. She restrained the Iron Guardian, allowing Xiao Yan and Kai Lin to focus their full efforts on Xie Yan. With the pressure alleviated, Xiao Yan's spirits soared, seizing the opportunity to unleash a torrent of attacks. Flame separation, devouring wave ruler. Buddha's wrath fire lotus. Spotting a flaw, the ferocious assault infused with immediately poured forth, engulfing the peak Dou Huang Xieshan and obliterating him on the spot. Shania, as Scorpion by Yin beheld the tragic demise of his son, his eyes blazed with a crimson fury, plunging him into a state of utter madness. You wretched spawn, you shall pay with your life. Ignoring the fierce energy unleashed by Kai Lin, he lunged at Xiao Yan like a man possessed, his withered palm turning as dark as ink, emanating a sinister wave that sent shivers through the very essence of the soul. With a grotesque angle, it pierced through Xiao Yan's defensive flames, landing a punishing blow upon his chest. With a sickening cough, Xiao Yan expelled a mouthful of black blood, his body hurtling backward. He felt an icy, malevolent energy surging within him, rapidly coalescing into a writhing black toxin upon his chest, voraciously devouring his Dou Qi and vitality. He. You are now afflicted by my demonic poison, an affliction that no one in this world can resolve. Await your demise. Scorpion by Yin cackled with vengeful insanity, only to be swiftly obliterated by the wrathful combined might of Kai Lin and the little Dr. Fairy. Sensing the dire turn of events, the Iron Guardian transformed into a cloud of black mist and fled. As the battle concluded, Xiao Yan found himself kneeling upon the ground, his complexion as pale as parchment, the demonic toxin pulsating ominously upon his chest. Xiao Yan, Kai Lin rushed to support him, channeling her colorful energy, but could only manage to slightly delay the spread of the toxin. The little Dr. Fairy approached, placing her jade-like fingers upon his pulse, assessing the situation for a moment before speaking gravely. This is the absolute poison of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, forged from a lifetime of toxic mastery. Exceedingly difficult to dispel. I can only use poison to counteract poison, suppressing it for 2 years. If a solution is not found within that time, your end is assured. She meticulously utilized her poison skills, cautiously injecting her own toxic energy into Xiao Yan, establishing a precarious balance that temporarily confined the demonic toxin within his chest, significantly slowing its advance. The little Dr. Fairy's complexion also turned slightly pale. Feeling a measure of relief from his suffering, Xiao Yan gasped, "Thank you, little Dr. Fairy." She coolly withdrew her hand. No need for gratitude. I am powerless to eradicate this poison. To completely eliminate it, only a Dou Zun level expert may suffice. Or perhaps some extraordinary opportunity. Dou Zun, Xiao Yan's heart sank at the thought. Where could he possibly seek out such a being? The little Dr. Fairy, seemingly without intention, suggested, the Jianan Academy possesses profound resources. The director, Meng Tianqi, is elusive and rumored to possess unfathomable strength, possibly even at the Dou Zun level. You may return and inquire with Elder Su Qian about his whereabouts. This is your only hope at present. With that, she departed, transforming into a vibrant mist of poison and vanishing from sight, not suggesting any company in her exit. Kai Lin gazed in the direction of her departure, her beautiful eyes still filled with doubt, but the urgency to save Xiao Yan took precedence. The Jianan Academy, Director Meng Tianqi, hope rekindled in Xiao Yan's eyes. Yes, I shall return to the Jianan Academy. I must seek Ildersutin. Upon returning to the Flame Alliance with Kai Lin, he turned to her, Kai Lin. I entrust the Gamma Empire and the Flame Alliance to you. I must set forth immediately. Kai Lin nodded solemnly. Exercise caution. I await your return. Suppressing the toxins within him, Xiao Yan hesitated no longer, embarking with Ziyan on the arduous path back to the Black Corner region. The journey ahead was fraught with peril, the demonic toxin clinging to him like a parasite, yet he must grasp this glimmer of hope. In the shadows afar, Hun Sheng observed Xiao Yan's departing figure with an expression of cold indifference. The bait has been swallowed, the line extended. Xiao Yan, the central state is your stage, and mine, your hunting ground. Chapter 44. The wormhole at the end of the world, dark hands pave the way. As the flames of war between the Gamma Empire and the coalition of 3 nations dimmed, Xiao Yan bore the weight of the demonic toxin, his path shrouded in uncertainty. Bidding farewell to Kai Lin, he traversed the vast wilderness once more, returning to the Black Corner region with the goal of reaching the Jianan Academy. Through arduous travel, battling fierce beasts, and overcoming myriad dangers, this journey back served as a trial in itself. By the time he wearily arrived at the Jianan Academy, his cultivation had unknowingly progressed to the level of 5-star Douhuan. In the inner academy, within the elders' conference room, Elder Su Qian and the other elders examined the demonic toxin upon Xiao Yan's chest with grave expressions, shaking their heads in despair. This poison is insidiously entwined with your blood, Dou Qi, and even your soul. Su Qian spoke heavily. I am powerless to assist. One elder interjected. Unless we can locate a true Dou Zun level powerhouse to forcibly refine it with their transcendent cultivation, there may yet be a glimmer of hope. Another elder added, alternatively, we might seek out some legendary divine artifact of heaven and earth, which could potentially resolve this. Dou Zun, divine artifacts? The hope was still so faint it felt utterly desolate. Xiao Yan's heart sank. Yet, just as his spirits began to waver, the fallen heart flame within him stirred with a clear pulse, strongly guiding him toward the subterranean magma world beneath the heavenly flame refinement tower. Beneath the magma, there might yet be something? A flicker of determination sparked in Xiao Yan's eyes. No matter the cost, he must not relinquish any possibility. With resolute determination, he plunged once more into that intensely heated subterranean magma realm. Armed with his previous experience and newfound strength, he withstood the harrowing heat and pressure, descending deeper. In the depths of this crimson world, he indeed encountered another fragment of the fallen heart flame. However, this time, he chose not to consume it. Now burdened with two types of, he was acutely aware of the peril of overindulgence, fearing that the conflict between them might exacerbate the eruption of the demonic toxin. Employing the profound techniques of the refinement formula, he cautiously guided and soothed the flame, ultimately capturing and sealing this fragment successfully. Upon emerging from the magma, he solemnly presented it to Elder Su Qian. Elder, this fragment of flame may assist in rekindling the heart fire of the heavenly flame refinement tower, serving as my humble contribution to the academy, Xiao Yan declared. This act not only repaid a debt to the academy, but also mitigated the potential risks of harboring too many within him. Elder Su Qian accepted the fragment, deeply moved, his acknowledgement of Xiao Yan growing even more profound. Moreover, this venture into the depths was not without reward. The extreme environmental pressure, battles with flame spirits, and the nuanced application of the refinement formula allowed his cultivation to break through once more, reaching the 7-star Dou Huang level. More importantly, in the deepest recesses of the magma world, he discovered a hidden ancient spatial node and rescued an exceedingly weakened soul, who identified himself as the Celestial Fire Sovereign. Yao Tianhua. Though the Celestial Fire Sovereign's soul was gravely depleted, his extensive experience and understanding of the Dou Zun level opened new vistas for Xiao Yan. He too promised that if Xiao Yan could procure materials for crafting a corporeal body, he would resolve the demonic toxin. Hope, at last, was no longer an unreachable dream. With a clear objective, to journey to the central state. Only there could he uncover greater opportunities, find a method to save his master, craft a body for the Celestial Fire Sovereign, and seek a remedy for his own dire toxin. Through the Academy's intelligence, Xiao Yan learned that the most expedient route to the central state was via the spatial wormhole in Tianya City. However, upon his arrival at this bustling metropolis, he received disheartening news. The spatial wormhole had fallen into disrepair over the years, and its instability had led to numerous accidents, resulting in its closure. City Lord Luo Cheng was at his wit's end, overwhelmed by the situation. The inoperability of the wormhole meant a protracted journey through perilous wilderness. A near-certain death sentence for Xiao Yan, who had but 2 years. As Xiao Yan frantically sought alternative methods, he remained unaware that 2 figures had arrived in Tianya City days ahead of him, quietly observing the situation. Within the City Lord's mansion, Luo Cheng stood helplessly before the wormhole, which twisted ominously, emanating dangerous fluctuations. City Lord, 2 guests are requesting an audience outside, claiming they may stabilize the wormhole. A guard reported. Quickly invite them in, Luo Cheng exclaimed, seizing this potential lifeline. Hun Sheng and the little Dr. Fairy enter the hall, Hun Sheng's aura restrained and unfathomable, while the little Dr. Fairy's white gown exuded a chilling elegance, occasionally revealing a hint of toxic energy that sent shivers down Luo Cheng's spine. Can you truly repair this wormhole? Luo Cheng inquired anxiously. Hun Sheng's gaze swept over the wormhole, his system having long since completed its analysis. He replied coolly, repairing is difficult, but stabilizing it for a time may be feasible. He nodded slightly to the little Dr. Fairy. The little medical fairy stepped forward, her delicate hands forming intricate seals. This was not a technique of poison, but rather a simplified version of an ancient spatial stabilization art exchanged through the system by Soulborn. Utilizing her formidable 8-star Dou Zong energy as a foundation, The effects were extraordinary. Streams of silvery spatial power flowed gently, precisely injecting into the critical nodes of the wormhole. The violent fluctuations of space gradually calmed, transforming into a stable and orderly state. After a moment, the little medical fairy withdrew her hands, her complexion slightly pale. The wormhole had regained its stability. Luo Cheng and the gathered elders were overjoyed, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed ones. This kindness shall be repaid by Tianya City. May I inquire your esteemed names and any requests you might have?" Soulborn waved his hand dismissively. "Our meeting is but a fleeting encounter. There is no need for formalities. Should a young man named Xiao Yan come seeking the wormhole in the future, simply grant him convenience." Having spoken, before Luo Cheng could inquire further, the two figures dissipated like phantoms. Days later, Xiao Yan arrived, troubled with worry, only to be warmly welcomed by Luo Cheng, who informed him of the unexpected stabilization of the wormhole, now ready for use. Although doubts lingered in his heart, time was of the essence. Suppressing his uncertainty, Xiao Yan expressed his gratitude and stepped into the stabilized spatial wormhole, his figure vanishing into the silvery vortex. In the shadows, Soulborn gazed at the closing wormhole, a slight smile gracing his lips. The path had been paved. The winds and clouds of the central continent were about to stir because of him. He turned to the little medical fairy, saying, "Let us depart. Our journey to the central continent awaits. A grand performance has only just begun." The two figures quietly left, racing towards a broader stage. Chapter 45. The Black Skull Tomb Calamity, a First Trial of Might. In the northern region of the central continent, the Black Wind Mountains loomed, shrouded in a sinister mist that lingered year-round. The figures of Soulborn and the little medical fairy appeared silently at the outskirts of the mountains. According to the intelligence from the Soul Palace, a group of malevolent cultivators known as the Black Skull Tomb had entrenched themselves here, led by a peak 3-star Dou Zong, accompanied by 2 1-star Dou Zong elders, engaged in the nefarious acts of murder and corpse refinement. The extermination mission issued by the Soul Palace offered a reward of a rare bone-eating spirit flower, beneficial for refining poison bodies. "Sinner, you shall hold the fort here, sealing off all directions to ensure no one escapes," Soulborn instructed calmly. Despite his current peak 3-star Dou Huang cultivation, the disparity in facing 3 Dou Zongs was evident. Yet there was not a trace of fear in his eyes, only a chilling battle intent. The little medical fairy nodded gently, her voice soft. "Be careful." She floated backward, her overwhelming spiritual power as an 8-star Dou Zong enveloping the entire Black Wind Mountain area like an invisible net. With her presence, even a 5-star Dou Zong would find it challenging to escape. As Soulborn stepped into the territory of the Black Skull Tomb, the aura of a 3-star Dou Huang was not concealed. Suddenly, a piercing sound of a bone flute echoed, and a multitude of pale, stiff corpses emerged from the mountain caves, howling as they charged forth. Among them were even several corpse generals with strength rivaling that of a Douwan. Soulborn's gaze turned icy. Without employing any Dou techniques, he flickered like a specter, executing the heavenly ghost step to its utmost, and where he passed, he merely pointed, causing those corpses to collapse as if punctured, each forehead marked by a small hole pierced by extreme cold poison. He was like a shadow of death, swiftly purging the periphery. "Who dares to trespass upon my Black Skull Tomb?" 3 powerful, chilling auras erupted from the depths of the mountains as the master of the Black Skull Tomb and 2 elders revealed themselves. The master was gaunt and hollow-eyed, exuding the heavy aura of a peak 3-star Dou Zong. The 2 elders bore grim expressions, each a 1-star Dou Zong. Upon seeing the multitude of defeated corpses and the mere presence of Soulborn, the master's eyes flashed with rage and disdain. "Ignorant fool. Capture him, extract his soul, and refine his corpse." The 2 1-star Dou Zong elders grinned wickedly, simultaneously launching their attacks, their sinister Dou Qi transforming into 2 massive ghostly claws, tearing through the air towards Soulborn. Before the claws reached him, the soul-corroding dark wind had already rushed towards him. Soulborn's expression remained unchanged as he activated Heavenly Ghost Step once more, slipping through the gaps between the ghostly claws as if weightless. Simultaneously, his hands formed seals with lightning speed. Soul Binding, Soul Extinction Finger. Invisible chains of spiritual energy surged forth, precisely ensnaring the left elder's ghostly claw. Although not completely binding, it caused a sudden delay in its movements. Almost simultaneously, a silent force of soul energy penetrated the space, directly piercing the right elder's forehead. The right elder felt as though his soul was pierced by icy needles, a sharp pain surging through him. He let out a muffled groan, losing control of the ghostly claw, which barely missed Soulborn and instead gouged a massive pit into the mountain wall behind him. The left elder, hindered by the momentary delay, also missed his attack. What a strange soul attack. The two elders felt a chill in their hearts, their previous contempt dissipating. The master of the tomb also displayed a flicker of surprise, but it was quickly replaced by murderous intent. There's some skill, yet you must die. His dry palm struck out, unleashing a highly condensed black skull, shrieking fiercely as it hurtled toward Soulborn, its power surpassing that of the previous two. Faced with the assault of 3 Dou Zongs, Soulborn felt the pressure mounting. However, his form remained elusive, executing Heavenly Ghost Step to its fullest, always managing to evade fatal strikes at critical moments. He refrained from direct confrontation, continuously maneuvering, employing Soul Binding and Soul Extinction Finger to harass and disrupt. Seeking for flaws in their defenses, the battle fell into a stalemate. The two 1-star Dou Zong elders grew increasingly frustrated, finding it nearly impossible to strike Soulborn's ghostly figure while constantly having to guard against unpredictable soul strikes, rendering them restrained. The master, though powerful, found himself unable to engage Soulborn directly. Form the Triad Corpse killing formation. After a prolonged stalemate, the master roared in anger. The three quickly assumed their positions, their sinister Dou Qi connecting, and a formation suffused with foul energy materialized, trapping Soulborn at its center. Within the formation, the pressure multiplied, as countless vengeful spirits howled and surged towards him, fiercely assaulting his soul and eroding his Dou Qi. Child, let us see where you can hide this time. The master sneered, controlling the formation to condense a massive spear of malevolent energy, locking onto Soulborn, aiming to pierce him down. Inside the formation, Soulborn felt his movements severely restricted, and the spear of malevolent energy posed a lethal threat. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Hide? Why must he hide any longer? He ceased his evasions, the soul-devouring technique within him operating at an unprecedented speed. The shadowy ice-poisoned Dou Qi surged forth, forming a rapidly spinning vortex in front of him, the Heavenly Ghost Poison Erosion Vortex. The massive spear of malevolent energy crashed into the vortex. Yet the expected explosion did not occur. Rather, it was as if a bull had plunged into the sea. The violent energy was frantically devoured, decomposed, and annihilated by the vortex. What? The master and his two companions' expressions changed drastically. This blow, capable of severely injuring a 4-star Dou Zong, was effortlessly neutralized. This child's techniques were peculiar. He must not be allowed to continue. The master was alarmed, channeling all his strength into the formation as more attacks rained towards the vortex. However, Soulborn seized this opportunity, unleashing a sudden burst of soul power. Soul Extinction Finger double kill. 2 even more concentrated strands of soul energy shot forth simultaneously towards the 2 1-star Dou Zong elders. At this moment, they were fully focused on maintaining the formation, their soul defenses at their weakest. Not good. The two felt excruciating pain in their souls, their consciousness fading into blankness as their Dou Qi output, supporting the formation, abruptly ceased. The Triad Corpse killing formation shattered in an instant. Now, Soulborn's figure darted forth like an arrow released from its bow, executing Heavenly Ghost Step to its utmost, appearing directly in front of the nearest 1-star Dou Zong elder, who was clutching his head in agony. A vortex of devouring energy coalesced in his right palm, mercilessly imprinting itself onto the elder's Dantian sea of energy. Soul-devouring heavenly absorption. No. The elder let out a desperate scream, acutely aware that his years of hard-earned Dou Qi and life essence were being frantically siphoned away. He yearned to resist, yet his spirit was shattered, his fighting will in disarray, rendering him utterly powerless against this tyrannical force of devouring. In a mere span of 2 or 3 breaths, a 1-star Dou Zong was transformed into a withered corpse under the horrified gazes of the other 2. Hun Sheng slowly withdrew his hand, feeling the overwhelming yet mottled energy surging within him. The soul-devouring technique rapidly operated to refine it, and his aura surged at a visible pace, instantly breaking through to the realm of 4-star Dou Huang. His cold gaze shifted toward the remaining 2. The Tomb Master and another elder were already terrified beyond measure. What kind of demonic art is this? How could it directly consume the cultivation of others? Flee. The 2, stripped of all fighting spirit, turned to escape. However, the petite medical sage, who had been lurking in the void, gently waved her hand, and an invisible barrier of toxic power enveloped the area, forcefully rebuffing the two. Since they had come, they would all remain. Hun Sheng's voice was icy, like the pronouncement of death itself. The ensuing battle held no suspense. The Tomb Master and the Elder, having lost their will to fight, were utterly vulnerable before the significantly empowered Hun Sheng. Hun Sheng once again deployed Soul Extinction Finger to disrupt, closing in with Heavenly Ghost Step, ultimately devouring the one-star Dozong Elder entirely with Soul Devouring technique. His cultivation advanced once more, solidifying a 4-star Dou Huang. Finally, facing the Tomb Master, who was desperately fleeing yet unable to break through the blockade set by the petite medical sage, Hun Sheng concentrated all his strength and unleashed a devastating 10,000 poisons heavenly grief, heavily injuring him, and ultimately concluded his life with soul-devouring technique, consuming his soul power entirely to nourish his own perfected mortal realm soul. The battle came to an end. Hun Sheng stood alone amidst the desolation, his aura having reached the pinnacle of 4-star Dou Huang. The repeated devouring had propelled his cultivation to rapid advancement, but correspondingly, he required time to thoroughly refine these modeled energies and solidify his foundation. The petite medical sage gracefully descended, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. She had witnessed Hun Sheng, at the level of 3-star Dou Huang, brave the assault against 3 Duzongs, and his calmness, ruthlessness, and precise timing in battle left her deeply impressed. "You've worked hard," she said softly, offering him a pill that nourished the soul. Hun Sheng accepted the pill and swallowed it, shaking his head slightly. "It's nothing. The gains are substantial." He raised his hand to retrieve the bone-corroding spirit flower, the target of their mission, along with the Tomb Master's spatial ring. "Let us go. It is unwise to linger here. We need to find a place for me to properly digest the spoils of this encounter." The two figures swiftly vanished into the mountains. This battle was merely the beginning of Hun Sheng's trials in the Central Plains. The pinnacle of 4-star Dou Huang was still a long way from Dozong, and further battles, devouring, and refinement awaited him ahead. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan's figure had already quietly appeared on the map of the Central Plains. Chapter 46. Ice Abyss Poison Refinement, Dark Market Turmoil. In the Battle of the Black Wind Mountain Range, Hun Sheng, relying on the might of soul-devouring technique, devoured 3 Duzongs, propelling his cultivation to the pinnacle of 4-star Dou Huang. Yet the energy acquired through devouring remained modeled and required time for complete refinement and integration. Otherwise, his foundation would be unstable, leading to adverse effects. He and the petite medical sage did not return to the Soul Palace's branch, but instead headed directly to the infamous Ice Abyss in the northern region. Based on the information they had previously gathered, this place was perpetually frigid, and the depths of the gorge concealed a type of extremely cold earth fiend ice essence, pure yet violent in energy. While ordinary individuals would avoid it, for Hun Sheng, who possessed the Ice Emperor poison body, it was an excellent venue for refinement and body tempering. Delving deep into the Ice Abyss, the extreme cold was sufficient to freeze the meridians of an ordinary Dou Huang. Hun Sheng discovered a natural ice cavern where the earth fiend ice essence converged and set up a simple barrier. "Sinner, protect me." Hun Sheng sat cross-legged. "Rest assured." The petite medical sage nodded, quietly standing guard nearby. The aura of an 8-star Dozong subtly radiated, causing the nearby ice-type magical beasts to flee in terror. Hun Sheng closed his eyes in concentration, fully activating soul-devouring technique, and began refining the 3 strands of sinister Dou Qi belonging to the powerful Black Skull Tomb. The process was anything but easy. These energies were imbued with a malevolent coldness and contained remnants of the original owner's vengeful soul, continuously assaulting his meridians and spirit. However, his perfected mortal realm soul force firmly maintained the spiritual platform, while soul condensation technique silently operated, shattering and purifying those remnants of soul and thoughts. The Ice Emperor poison body shone brilliantly, actively absorbing the chilling energy of the earth fiend ice essence within the cavern, refining itself while assisting in suppressing and assimilating those sinister energies. As time passed, Hun Sheng's exterior was intermittently cloaked in azure frost and exuding purplish-black toxic gas, his aura gradually becoming denser and heavier. 5 days later, Hun Sheng suddenly opened his eyes, with brilliance shining forth, a far more refined and powerful aura radiating from him, shattering the surrounding ice shards. 5-star Dou Huang. He successfully refined the devoured energy completely, eliminating the dross and retaining the essence. not only stabilizing his cultivation, but also breaking through to 5-star Dou Huang. Under the refinement of the Earth Fiend Ice Essence, the Ice Emperor poison body had also become noticeably stronger. Congratulations, the petite medical sage smiled gently, sharing in his joy. Hun Sheng returned a slight smile. Feeling the surging power within him, it is but a modest improvement. Let us go. Although this cold is beneficial for body tempering, it does not greatly benefit your calamity poison body. We need to seek out some extremely yang or neutral poisons to balance the toxicity within you. Preparing for future ascension to higher realms, the two departed the ice abyss. Through Soul Palace's channels, Hun Sheng quickly pinpointed a target. 3 days later, in the largest black market of the northern region, Ghostly City, an underground auction would take place, one of the main items being a red sun poison ginseng. This item contained intense yang fire poison, perfectly capable of neutralizing the excessively cold attributes of the calamity poison body. Ghostly City was a chaotic mix of dragons and snakes, with various factions vying for dominance, not to mention some powerful lone travelers and wanted criminals. Hun Sheng and the petite medical sage altered their appearances and concealed their auras, entering the city as though they were ordinary Dou Huang experts. The auction was held in a clandestine underground hall. When the bright red sun poison ginseng, radiating both scorching heat and poisonous waves, was presented, it immediately sparked fierce competition among many parties. The price soared rapidly. Hun Sheng maintained a calm demeanor, raising the bid repeatedly until he successfully secured it at a price that would cause ordinary Duzongs to wince in pain. However, just as they completed the transaction and prepared to leave, several ominous gazes had already locked onto them. Not far from the auction house, in a secluded alley, they were confronted by 5 figures blocking their path. The leader was a burly man with a scarred face, his aura unmistakably reaching the peak of 6-star Dou Huang, while the other 4 were also at the 5-star Dou Huang level. Clearly, they had set their sights on Hun Sheng and the petite medical sage, seeing their relatively low cultivation yet substantial wealth, harboring thoughts of robbery and murder. Kid, be wise and hand over what you just bought along with your spatial ring, and perhaps we might leave you with a whole corpse, the scarred man sneered, his gaze involuntarily scanning the petite medical sage's exquisite beauty. A flicker of lewdness flashing across his eyes. Hun Sheng's gaze instantly turned icy. Heavenly Ghost step activated in an instant, his figure vanishing like a phantom. In the next moment, he appeared directly before the scarred man, moving so swiftly that the latter could barely react. Seeking death, the scarred man, both startled and enraged, threw a punch in haste. His peak Dou Huang Dou Qi surging forth explosively. Yet Hun Sheng did not evade. His right hand's index and middle fingers converged. Dark poisonous Dou Qi coalescing to a high degree, he pointed out. Poisonous finger. With a soft hiss, the fingertips met the fist, producing no earth-shattering explosion. Only a faint sound of corrosion. The scarred man's formidable Dou Qi was instantly pierced through, Hun Sheng's fingers striking him like a poisonous needle upon the bones of his fist. The scarred man let out a wretched scream, his entire arm instantly swelling and turning black, the terrifying poison rapidly spreading through his meridians. He fervently urged his fighting spirit in an attempt to suppress the poison, only to discover that its potency was overwhelmingly formidable, nearly impossible to restrain. Soulborn moved without hesitation, his figure flickering like a mirage as he appeared beside another 5-star Dou Emperor. The soul lock, invisible chains of the soul, instantly ensnared him, and the 5-star Dou Emperor felt a tightening in his soul, rendering his movements utterly paralyzed. With a swift motion, Soulborn's palm, sharp as a blade and cloaked in dark, toxic energy, severed his throat. Before blood could even spurt forth, it was instantly crystallized into black shards by the potent toxin. A swift execution. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. The remaining 3 5-star Dou Emperors finally reacted, their faces pale with terror as they attempted to surround him. Yet, the ever-quiet Xiao Yan sprang into action. She did not even resort to her cursed poison body, merely waving her sleeve casually. An invisible and overwhelming gust of wind surged forth like a battering ram. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 5-star Dou Emperors were struck as if they had been rammed by a speeding beast, blood gushing from their wounds as they were sent hurtling against the wall. Their bones shattered, clearly on the brink of death. It was accomplished with such ease, as if she had merely brushed away a bit of dust. The scarred man, deeply poisoned, witnessed this scene with eyes filled with boundless dread and despair. He finally understood the gravity of his misjudgment. This woman was undoubtedly a Dou Zone powerhouse. Soul-born strode before him, his gaze cold and indifferent. Spare me, spare me, the scarred man pleaded with great difficulty. Soulborn paid him no mind, extending his hand to press against the man's crown. The soul-devouring technique activated. The pleas of the scarred man abruptly ceased as his body rapidly withered. His peak Dou Emperor cultivation entirely converted into nourishment for Soulborn. Although the effects of devouring at the same level were far inferior to those of surpassing ranks, it nonetheless fortified Soulborn's 5-star Dou Emperor cultivation, bringing him a step closer to the pinnacle. He collected the spatial rings of the fallen and exchanged a glance with Xiao Yan, their figures swiftly vanishing into the winding alleyways without leaving a trace. The minor upheaval in Ghost City was akin to a pebble cast into the ocean, stirring little commotion. Yet, Soulborn understood that this was merely the brutal reality of Central State, where the weak are devoured by the strong. His strength steadily and solidly ascended through relentless battles and devouring. With the Qiyang poison ginseng now in hand, it was time to refine the poison's potency for you. Soulborn whispered to the Xiao Yan at his side. The two sought a safe haven to prepare for her next cultivation session. Meanwhile, Soulborn himself was steadily progressing toward a higher realm through ongoing combat and accumulation, though there remained a distance to reach the Dou Zone realm. Each step he took was assuredly steadfast. Chapter 47. Refining the Qiyang Poison, the Peril of Thunder Valley. Within the desolate mountains outside Ghost City, Soulborn discovered a concealed cave and established a barrier. He retrieved the Qiyang Poison Ginseng, a costly acquisition. This ginseng was entirely crimson, resembling solidified magma. Yet it emanated a disquieting aura of venomous energy, the juxtaposition of ice and fire existing in eerie harmony. Xiao Yan, consume it, and I shall assist you in harmonizing the poison within your body, Soulborn instructed as he handed her the ginseng. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yan accepted the ginseng, seated herself cross-legged, and ingested it. Instantly, a searing heat like molten lava erupted within her, clashing violently with her inherent cold, cursed poison. A muffled groan escaped her lips, and a look of anguish crossed her exquisite face as one half of her body became a fiery crimson, while the other was cloaked in ghostly blue frost. The extreme agony of ice and fire assailing her meridians and willpower. Soulborn immediately positioned himself behind her, his hands pressed against her back. With utmost care, he directed his perfected soul power into her, skillfully guiding the rampant Qiyang poison to prevent it from spiraling out of control. While the soul-devouring technique did not directly consume this force, it exerted extraordinary control, harmonizing the conflict between the two extreme poisons. This process proved more perilous than battle, necessitating intense mental focus and energy manipulation. Beads of sweat trickled down Soulborn's forehead as his soul power was consumed at an unprecedented rate. Time passed slowly. Within Xiao Yan's body, the Qiyang poison and curse poison, initially in fierce opposition, gradually reached a delicate balance under Soulborn's guidance and began to fuse slowly. The newly formed poison possessed both frigid and searing attributes, its quality seemingly elevated, becoming more refined and controllable. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away, and the unusual manifestations on Xiao Yan's body gradually subsided, her aura becoming harmonious and profound, seemingly loosening the barriers of her 8-star Dou Zone. She slowly opened her eyes, her gray-purple irises reflecting fleeting glimmers of red and blue. How do you feel? Soulborn withdrew his hand, his complexion slightly pale, clearly indicating the immense toll it had taken. Xiao Yan, sensing the poison energy within her now more easily manipulable and seemingly more potent, gazed at him with delight and tenderness. Excellent. I have never felt better. Thank you, Soulborn. She could sense that her foundation had solidified, granting her greater confidence in her future breakthrough to the 9-star Dou Zone, or even Dou Zun realm. Soulborn offered a faint smile, consuming several pills to restore his soul power. Between us, there is no need for thanks. Let us take a moment to recuperate. Thereafter, we shall proceed to Thunder Valley. Thunder Valley was another location mentioned in the intelligence of the Soul Palace. It was said to be abundant in a peculiar fruit known as the Thunder Refining Bone Fruit, effective for tempering the body and strengthening bones. Perfectly suited for Soulborn to further refine his Ice Emperor poison body. Simultaneously, it was also a renowned perilous site in Central State, plagued by relentless storms and home to formidable magical beasts, aligning perfectly with Soulborn's desire for training. Days later, the pair arrived at Thunder Valley. The scenery within the valley was indeed as grand as rumored, with howling winds, dense thunderclouds, and sporadic flashes of silver lightning tearing through the sky and striking the ground. leaving scorched craters. The air was thick with the violent energy of wind and thunder. Soulborn and Xiao Yan ventured deeper into the valley, leveraging their formidable strength and soul perception to evade particularly turbulent lightning zones while searching for traces of the thunder refining bone fruit. Along the way, they encountered several waves of unique thunder-type magical beasts. These creatures, having thrived in the tempestuous environment, boasted tough hides, remarkable speed, and the ability to wield the power of wind and thunder, making them quite troublesome. Soulborn regarded these battles as excellent opportunities to hone his Sky Phantom step and familiarize himself with his newly acquired powers. He no longer relied solely on the soul-devouring technique, but employed various fighting techniques and movements to engage and combat the magical beasts amidst the stormy environment. On one occasion, facing a thunderwing leopard whose strength rivaled the 6-star Dou Emperor, Soulborn pushed his Sky Phantom step to its limits, weaving through the torrents of lightning and the shadow of the leopard, narrowly avoiding its claws and thunder strikes. Seizing the opportunity, he utilized the soul-extinguishing finger to disrupt its soul, followed by a powerful strike infused with ice poison from his 10,000 poison heavenly grievance palm, landing a devastating blow to its vulnerable midsection, severely wounding it. While it did not result in a kill, it elevated his control over his own strength to unprecedented heights. Xiao Yan quietly followed alongside, only intervening should Soulborn find himself in true peril. She watched as he continually progressed in battle, her admiration and affection for him growing ever deeper. Finally, atop a cliff where the energy of thunder was particularly concentrated, they discovered several swaying small trees bearing silver fruits the size of a baby's fist, adorned with wind and thunder patterns, the thunder refining bone fruit. However, coiled beneath those trees was a massive serpent, its body covered in silver scales, a single horn protruding from its head, the silver horn thunder serpent. Its strength was alarmingly at the 6-star Dou zone level. This thunder serpent evidently regarded the fruit as its prized possession. Upon sensing the presence of intruders, it immediately raised its colossal head, its crimson serpent eyes locking on a Soulborn and Xiao Yan, issuing a threatening hiss as lightning crackled around it. 6-star Dou zone. Soulborn's expression grew grave. This opponent is undoubtedly an exceptionally formidable adversary, far surpassing the likes of the Black Skeleton Tomb Master. I shall confront it myself. Xiao Yan stepped forward, the aura of her 8-star Dou zone no longer concealed, as the overwhelming venomous energy of calamity surged forth, competing fiercely with the raging power of lightning. However, Soulborn interposed himself, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle intent. This time, I shall handle it myself. You merely need to hold the line and prevent its escape. He yearned to test the limits of his 5-star Dou Huan. Engaging in combat with a strong foe is the most expedient path for the growth of the soul-devouring technique. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, but upon witnessing the unwavering determination and confidence in Soulborn's gaze, she slowly nodded. Be cautious. Soulborn inhaled deeply and charged towards the silver-horned thunder python. Hiss! The python, enraged, swung its massive tail with tremendous force and brilliant arcs of lightning, striking with an intensity unmatched by any previous adversary. Celestial shadow steps. Soulborn executed his movement technique to the utmost limit, narrowly evading the tail strike as his previous position was obliterated, leaving behind a massive scorched crater. He circled the thunder python at high speed, continuously launching soul extinction finger in an attempt to disrupt its soul. Yet the python's soul power appeared equally formidable. Although affected, it did not lose its rationality, but instead grew even more ferocious, condensing a terrifying ball of lightning upon its singular horn, relentlessly bombarding Soulborn. Soulborn danced on the razor's edge, each evasion fraught with peril. He attempted to strike with 10,000 poisons heavenly vengeance palm, only to find the silver scale's defense astonishingly robust, accompanied by a retaliatory lightning strike that rendered his palm's power ineffective. Such formidable defense. Soulborn's mind raced, and instead of attacking blindly, he relied on celestial shadow steps to keep maneuvering, seeking its vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, he secretly activated soul-devouring technique, beginning to surreptitiously absorb the surrounding tempestuous energies of wind and lightning. Although these energies did not align with his attributes and were difficult to directly refine for enhancement, they could be temporarily stored for explosive use. The battle raged for a full incense stick's duration. Soulborn faced numerous perils, his robes singed in several places by lightning, leaving him somewhat disheveled, yet his eyes shone ever brighter. Finally, he discerned a habit of the thunder python. After unleashing a powerful lightning strike, its singular horn would undergo an exceedingly brief energy reflux period, during which its defenses would wane to their lowest. Now is the moment. After the python expelled another massive lightning ball, a fierce glint flashed in Soulborn's eyes. The vast energy of wind and lightning he had stored within him erupted instantaneously, merging with celestial shadow steps, propelling his speed to its zenith, appearing as if he had teleported to the side of the python's head. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals, compressing and condensing all his dark ice poison Dou Qi into his fingertips without reservation. Soul Lock. The most potent soul impact surged forth, crashing violently against the thunder python's soul. The python's form stiffened abruptly. Poisonous soul annihilation finger. Soulborn thrust forward, his fingertips shimmering with a devastating blend of ghostly blue and dark purple light, accurately targeting the python's crimson serpent eye. Thud! This time, the formidable scales failed to fully obstruct the concentrated power and intent behind Soulborn's strike. His fingertip pierced deeply into the serpent eye, unleashing a horrifying surge of ice poison and soul-annihilating force within its cranial cavity. Hiss! The silver-horned thunder python emitted a deafening, anguished roar, its colossal body thrashing and rolling violently, shattering the surrounding rocks into fragments. Yet its brain had been decimated by that destructive force. After a brief struggle, it finally collapsed. Lifeless, Soulborn landed on the ground, staggering slightly, his complexion pale, nearly depleted of Dou Qi. This strike had drained a significant portion of his strength. Xiao Yan hurriedly supported him, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and concern. A 5-star Dou Huang, single-handedly slaying a 6-star Dou Zone magical beast. Such an accomplishment, if known, would undoubtedly astonish the entire northern region. Gasping for breath, Soulborn gazed at the corpse of the python, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. The soul-devouring technique activated automatically, commencing the absorption of its immense flesh essence and lightning attribute energy. Although the attributes were incompatible and much of the energy could not be absorbed, the pure life essence significantly replenished his exhaustion, even enhancing his physical strength further. He approached a few fruit trees, carefully plucking all the wind and thunder-tempering fruits. Let us depart. This place is unsuitable for lingering. Soulborn regained some strength, collecting the most valuable silver horn and magical core from the thunder python, and swiftly left Wind and Thunder Valley with Xiao Yan. Following this battle, although Soulborn's cultivation did not directly elevate, his application of power, timing in combat, and adaptability had undergone a qualitative leap. His foundation became more solid, firmly establishing his 5-star Dou Huang realm, and the next breakthrough was already within reach. The trials in Central State, fraught with danger, were accompanied by immense opportunity. Soulborn's steps remained resolutely directed toward greater strength. Chapter 48. Tempering Thunder Sound, Shadow Pursuit. After departing from Wind and Thunder Valley, Soulborn and Xiao Yan did not flee far, but sought a more concealed ravine nearby, where the ambient energy of lightning attributes was relatively concentrated. The wind and thunder-tempering fruits needed to be consumed promptly to maximize their efficacy. Soulborn set up layers of barriers and embedded the silver horn obtained from the thunder python into the ground, allowing the residual lightning power to better gather the surrounding energy. He retrieved a wind and thunder-tempering fruit. The surface of the fruit shimmered with silver patterns, and holding it in his hand allowed him to feel the violent energy contained within, accompanied by a peculiar tingling sensation. This fruit possessed domineering energy, requiring Dou Qi to protect the heart and major meridians when consumed, guiding its energy to temper the limbs and bones. The process would be somewhat painful. Soulborn informed Xiao Yan that he need not undergo such trouble, as his Ice Emperor poison body was sufficiently resilient. Xiao Yan nodded in understanding. Soulborn sat cross-legged and consumed a fruit. The moment it entered his mouth, it dissolved instantly, transforming into an exceedingly violent torrent of lightning that surged into his limbs and bones. This energy was not a gentle warmth, but rather akin to countless tiny lightning needles, frantically piercing and battering every inch of his bones and muscle fibers. Intense agony coursed through him, causing his body to tremble slightly, and silver arcs of electricity even danced across his surface. Yet he did not furrow his brow. The soul-devouring technique operated, not to devour this energy but to guide it, refining his flesh in a more efficient and thorough manner. Crack, crack! A faint sound akin to jade striking echoed from within him, a sign that his bones were becoming denser and more resilient under the tempering of lightning energy. The muscle fibers also grew more explosive through tearing and reformation. The Ice Emperor poisoned body autonomously activated, the ghostly blue and dark purple luminescence swirling across his surface, intertwining with the silver lightning, further absorbing the essence of the thunder. Xiao Yan also consumed one, though she lacked a special physique. Her 8-star Dou Zone cultivation was sufficient to manage this energy. She heeded Soulborn's advice, using her robust Dou Qi to protect vital points, guiding the lightning to temper her body, displaying some signs of pain, yet achieving remarkable results. Several hours later, Soulborn was the first to open his eyes. He gently clenched his fist, the joints cracking explosively, a far more powerful sensation coursing through his entire being. He could sense that his physical strength had ascended to a new level. Relying solely on his bodily power, he could likely contend with lower-tier Dou Zone. More importantly, after the tempering of wind and thunder, he had developed a certain resistance to lightning attribute attacks, and his body's reaction speed seemed to have increased somewhat. This wind and thunder tempering fruit indeed lived up to its reputation, Soulborn remarked with satisfaction. Soon after, Xiao Yan also completed her recuperation, her skin appearing more radiant, and her eyes sparkled even brighter, clearly having benefited immensely. As the two individuals carefully secured the remaining fruits, just as they were about to depart, Hun Sheng's brow furrowed slightly. His soul power, having reached the pinnacle of the mundane realm, sensed an almost imperceptible presence, seamlessly blending into the surroundings. They were being followed. He conveyed a silent message to the little medical fairy, whose expression remained unchanged, as if utterly unaware, continuing to gather their belongings. A flicker of trepidation crossed the little medical fairy's eyes as her soul power quietly swept across their surroundings, yet she discerned no anomalies. A testament to the assailant's exceptional concealment skills. She subtly nodded, maintaining her composure. Hun Sheng's heart harbored a cold chuckle. Ever since the auction in Ghostly City, he had sensed the lurking presence of someone observing them. Evidently, this individual had been tailing them with remarkable patience. The ability to track them for such an extended period without detection suggested formidable strength. He deliberately slowed his pace with the little medical fairy, mimicking the demeanor of ordinary practitioners as they made their way toward the mountain's periphery. Along the way, he discreetly affixed an exceedingly faint soul mark to an inconspicuous shrub. Indeed, shortly after their departure, a nearly transparent phantasm rippled like water beside the shrub. The apparition paused momentarily, seemingly confirming its direction before seamlessly melding back into the environment, silently continuing its pursuit. However, unbeknownst to Hun Sheng, that barely perceptible soul mark had already latched onto him. Upon entering a dense forest, Hun Sheng abruptly halted, pivoting to cast a sharp gaze into the void behind them, coldly stating, "After following us for so long, aren't you tired? Step out." The forest was enveloped in silence, save for the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. The little medical fairy also turned, her formidable 8-star Dou Zone aura gradually emanating, locking onto the area. In the void, a blurred figure began to materialize. The newcomer was draped in a specially crafted gray robe, their features obscured, exuding an elusive and unstable aura that rendered it difficult to ascertain their cultivation level, yet radiating an unmistakable sense of danger, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. What keen perception, the gray-robed figure rasped, a hint of surprise lacing their voice. It seems your exploits in the Black Skull Tomb, Ghostly City, and Wind Thunder Valley were not merely due to luck. Hun Sheng's gaze sharpened. The adversary was exceptionally well-informed about their movements. "Who are you? What is your purpose?" "My identity is of little consequence," the gray-robed figure replied with a chilling smile. "What matters is that you possess something I require. Surrender the Qiang Poison Ginseng and the Wind Thunderbone Refining Fruit, and perhaps I might consider sparing your lives." It appeared they had been targeted due to their display of wealth at the auction. Moreover, this individual was evidently far more professional and powerful than the group from Ghostly City. "Want them? Come and take them," Hun Sheng responded icily, his internal Dou Qi beginning to circulate quietly. "Seeking death," the gray-robed figure scoffed, their form suddenly vanishing. The next moment, like a specter, they materialized to Hun Sheng's left, a desiccated claw extending toward his throat with alarming speed, shrouded in a gray mist that emanated a nauseatingly corrosive force. "Be cautious, it's the aura of a rotting corpse. It can erode both Dou Qi and flesh," the little medical fairy warned, her delicate hand waving, to conjure a 7-colored poison barrier that instantly manifested before Hun Sheng. With a hissing sound, the gray claw struck the poison barrier, producing a violent corrosive noise as the barrier quivered, ultimately being pierced through. Yet, the speed of the attack was momentarily hindered. In that fleeting moment of delay, soul extinction finger, Hun Sheng had long been poised for action, unleashing a surge of soul power that streaked toward the foe's face. The gray-robed figure was evidently unprepared for such a swift and fierce counterattack, particularly this unanticipated soul strike. They abruptly tilted their head, the soul power grazing past their ear, sending a jolt of pain through their eardrum and causing their soul to quiver. "Impressive, young one," the gray-robed figure exclaimed, a blend of astonishment and fury washing over them. They retreated swiftly, their sleeves sweeping out to disperse a cloud of gray mist that enveloped the area, obscuring vision and severing soul detection, while also corroding Dou Qi. "Child's play," the little medical fairy exclaimed, her voice sharp as the power of her poison surged forth, the vibrant poison mist clashing violently with the gray haze. The two toxic attributes eroded one another, producing a cacophony of sizzling sounds, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, Hun Sheng adeptly maneuvered along the edge of the toxic mist, seeking an opportunity. Given the gray-robed figure's formidable strength, likely at least 7 or even 8 stars in Dou Zone, confronting them head-on was not a viable option. Seeing that the toxic mist was ineffective against the little medical fairy, the gray-robed figure appeared somewhat impatient. They bit their tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of blood that mingled with the gray mist, causing it to boil and coalesce into countless grotesque faces that emitted piercing howls as they charged toward the little medical fairy. This shriek even contained a soul attack. The little medical fairy's expression tightened as she exerted her full force to resist, momentarily becoming constrained. Seizing the opportunity, the gray-robed figure darted toward Hun Sheng once more, this time extending both hands, their 10 fingers glowing ominously with gray light, clearly enraged, intent on slaying Hun Sheng on the spot. However, just as they were about to reach Hun Sheng, a cold smile of cunning flashed in Hun Sheng's eyes. He had deliberately feigned weakness, secretly laying down several strands of soul chains in the surrounding void. Chains. Hun Sheng's mind focused, and numerous invisible soul chains erupted from the void, coiling around the gray-robed figure's limbs and neck like serpents. Caught off guard, the gray-robed figure's body stiffened. Although they were powerful enough to shatter several chains instantaneously, that brief moment of restraint was sufficient. Now, Hun Sheng called out. The little medical fairy, already prepared, formed a mysterious hand seal, compressing the toxic energy to its zenith, transforming it into a thread as thin as a hair, yet glimmering with radiant, destructive light, which instantly traversed space and shot toward the gray-robed figure's brow. The toxic erosion line. This was the little medical fairy's ultimate technique, consolidating the power of her toxic body to its utmost. The gray-robed figure's pupils constricted as they sensed the looming threat of death. They struggled frantically, gray mist erupting from their surface. With a piercing sound, the toxic line ultimately pierced through their protective gray mist. Although it failed to completely penetrate their skull, it left a deep, charred hole in their brow, with the terrifying toxin rapidly infiltrating their brain. The gray-robed figure shrieked in anguish, rolling on the ground, their aura spiraling into disarray. Hun Sheng would not let this opportunity slip by. Utilizing heavenly phantom steps, he swiftly closed the distance, fully activating soul devouring technique, and slammed his hand down onto the figure's crown. No! The gray-robed figure screamed in despair, yet they could no longer muster the strength to resist. The terrifying force of absorption erupted, drawing in their pure Dou Qi soul essence, and that bizarre rotting aura into Hun Sheng's body. Moments later, the gray-robed figure disintegrated into ashes, dissipating into the ether. Hun Sheng stood still with closed eyes, his body trembling violently, his complexion alternating between red and pale. Absorbing a powerhouse of at least 7 stars in Dou Zone was an overwhelming influx of energy, and even with the capabilities of soul-devouring technique, he felt his meridians throb painfully, necessitating immediate refinement. The little medical fairy swiftly approached to protect him, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Hun Sheng sat cross-legged, channeling his energy with all his might. This process of refinement lasted an entire day and night. When he finally reopened his eyes, his aura had surged dramatically. He had ascended to 6-star Dou Huang, leaping 2 levels. His foundation was solid, devoid of any sense of superficiality. The might of soul-devouring technique had once again been vividly demonstrated. He rose slowly, feeling the surging power within him, his gaze becoming even more profound. It seems the hunters of Central State are far from just us. He turned to the little medical fairy. We must be even more cautious on the road ahead. The little medical fairy nodded gently, linking her arm with his. Wherever you go, I shall accompany you. Together, they gathered the spatial ring left by the gray-robed figure and set forth once more. After this battle, Hun Sheng's strength has notably increased. Yet he has also become acutely aware of the dangers lurking in the Central Plains. His journey through this realm is destined to be fraught with bloodshed and opportunity. Meanwhile, the clues regarding the hidden wind sovereign appear to lead toward a deeper vortex. Chapter 49. The storms of wind and thunder erupt, observed with cold eyes. In the tranquil valley, Hun Sheng's routine cultivation with the little medical immortal is interrupted by a subtle tremor from the soul palace token in his embrace. As he absorbs the latest intelligence transmitted from the northern domain branch, his gaze remains calm and undisturbed, only faltering slightly at the mention of a particular name. The intelligence reveals target Xiao Yan has recently arrived in the northern domain of the Central Plains and has engaged in a fierce confrontation with the northern pavilion of the Thunderwind Pavilion, one of the 4 major pavilions of the northern domain, due to possessing the profound skill of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, the 3,000 thunder movements. While the specific details remain unclear, it is noted that this youth, in the guise of 7-star Dou Huang, has managed to maneuver against the Northern Pavilion's master, the so-called Northern Thunder King, Fateful, an 8-star Dou Zong, and ultimately escaped through cunning and unique methods. The Northern Pavilion is now infuriated, issuing a substantial bounty, causing a stir throughout the northern domain. Phaeton, an 8-star Dou Zong, failing to capture him, does not elicit any surprise from Hun Sheng. Rather, it aligns seamlessly with Xiao Yan's usual penchant for evading peril while attracting trouble. Regarding the vague mention in the intelligence of Xiao Yan potentially acquiring clues concerning a higher-level 3,000 thunder illusion body, Hun Sheng merely glanced at it before dismissing it from his mind. The 3,000 thunder illusion body? A faint smirk graced his lips. For one must perfect the 3,000 thunder movements before they could even approach its threshold. Although the resulting clones possess a certain combat capability, they require the division of one's spirit and mind for control, ultimately rendering it an external technique fraught with significant risks. How could it possibly be compared to my soul-splitting technique? His soul-splitting technique, a gift from the system, delves directly into the essence of the soul. The soul clone he produces shares consciousness with his main self, allowing for seamless command without any hindrance, devoid of the drawbacks of requiring division of thought for control. It even permits long-distance identity swapping, its intricacy and potential far surpassing that of the 3,000 thunder illusion body. Thus, he holds no interest whatsoever in this technique that has attracted the envy of countless individuals in the Central Plains. It seems that his trajectory has not deviated significantly. Hun Sheng set the token aside, his tone calm. Enmity with the Thunderwind Pavilion and being pursued by high-ranking Dou Zongs present both pressure and nourishment for his growth. The little medical immortal inquired softly, "Is there anything we need to do?" "Not necessary," Hun Sheng replied, his gaze seemingly piercing through the void toward the distant southeast. "This is his path. Let him traverse it himself. We merely need to ensure he knows where to go and that he ultimately arrives at the destination we require." His concern has never been about what techniques or movements Xiao Yan acquires, but rather whether Xiao Yan, as a person, can follow the script he has predetermined, growing stronger step by step until he is pushed toward the fateful confrontation with the Soul Emperor. However, Hun Sheng's tone shifted slightly. The commotion he has caused has inevitably revealed his whereabouts. Phaeton of the Thunderwind Pavilion is no ordinary adversary. The pursuit by an 8-star Dou Zong is sufficient to keep Xiao Yan on the run, and he may indeed find himself in dire straits. While intervention is unnecessary, he must still grasp the general direction of Xiao Yan's movements to avoid any unexpected deviations. He once again utilized the channels of the Soul Palace to issue directives. There is no need to actively seek out Xiao Yan, but close attention must be paid to the movements of the Thunder Wind Northern Pavilion's large-scale forces, as well as any anomalies in the spatial wormholes throughout the northern domain, particularly those leading to the core areas of the Central Plains. The vast machinery of the Soul Palace began to operate silently once more. Soon, various pieces of information were consolidated. A considerable elite force from the Thunderwind Northern Pavilion, led by several elders, is gathering and searching in the vicinity of the Tianqing mountain range to the southeast. While the scrutiny of the spatial wormholes in several significant cities in that direction has intensified, The Tianqing mountain range. Indeed, it seems he is being pushed toward that direction. Hun Sheng, drawing upon his memories of the original text, quickly made a judgment. That area appears to be the general vicinity leading to the next pivotal plot point. Xiao Yan, we must also set forth, Hun Sheng declared as he rose, heading toward the vicinity of the Tianqing mountain range. There is no need to approach closely. Simply find a vantage point from which we can oversee the entire situation. His intention to venture into that area is not to search for Xiao Yan, but rather to select an optimal position from which to observe the unfolding drama as a detached spectator, ensuring that everything remains under control. Simultaneously, that area may also possess other resources suitable for his cultivation. The two departed the valley quietly, heading southeast toward the northern domain. Hun Sheng's aura remained restrained, his cultivation as a 6-star Dou Huang steadily honing itself as he progressed. The little medical immortal followed silently at his side, like the most loyal guardian and companion. Days later, they arrived at a lofty peak on the outskirts of the Tianqing mountain range. From this vantage point, they could faintly sense the energy fluctuations emanating from the depths of the mountains, along with the occasional presence of powerful thunder wind pavilion experts soaring through the sky. Hun Sheng stood at the mountain's summit, his black robe billowing in the fierce mountain winds, his gaze penetrating the depths of the mountain range. Fei Tian, unleash the full extent of your 8-star Dou Zone prowess. Do not disappoint me, he murmured to himself, as if savoring a drama in which he played no part. Xiao Yan, escape to your heart's content, struggle valiantly, and grow stronger under this pressure. Your value lies in how far you can ultimately ascend. He resembled a detached chess player, coldly observing the shifting clouds of conflict on the board. The enmity between Xiao Yan and the Thunder Wind Pavilion, in his eyes, merely constitutes a necessary step in advancing the pieces. His focus, however, remained primarily on solidifying his own cultivation and planning his next move. The Alchemist Guild in the core area of the Central Plains seems poised to host a grand event soon, which may very well become his next target. The mountain winds howled, carrying with them distant echoes of energy roiling. An intense chase unfolds within the mountains, and Hun Sheng stands quietly, waiting and calculating. His journey through the Central Plains remains resolute and unyielding in purpose. Chapter 50. Souls splitting in shadows, surprising secrets unfold. On the pinnacle of the solitary peak at the outskirts of the Tianqing mountain range, Hun Sheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his black robe billowing in the biting mountain winds. His gaze penetrated the depths of the mountain range, where the faint sounds of energy clashes and thunderous roars echoed. Even from a distance, he could sense the overwhelming fighting spirit and peril contained within. The might of an 8-star Dou Zone is indeed extraordinary, Hun Sheng mused. It appears that Xiao Yan's earth demon puppet has proven to be quite useful. He could perceive that, aside from Xiao Yan's own unique fire aura, there existed a robust, yet somewhat rigid energy cooperating with him, staunchly resisting Fei Tian's thunderous assaults akin to a tempest. The battle raged for approximately half an hour before the energy fluctuations from the depths became intensely violent, only to quickly diminish thereafter. Ultimately, a somewhat disheveled yet still fervent aura dashed away at an astonishing speed deeper into the mountains, while the formidable, thunderous energy, after wreaking havoc in a fit of rage, chose not to pursue further, seemingly harboring reservations. Has he escaped? It seems that death is not so easily attained. A smirk of anticipated satisfaction curled at the corners of Hun Sheng's mouth. Those endowed with the protagonist's fortune always manage to find a sliver of hope amidst dire straits. At that moment, he suddenly paused, then chuckled and shook his head. How foolish of me! Why rely on the delayed and potentially erroneous intelligence from the Soul Palace to deduce his whereabouts? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Hun Sheng's eyes. My soul-splitting technique is the optimal tracking tool. Previously, he had primarily engaged in actions or cultivation with his main body, not heavily relying on the technique of splitting his soul. However, with his thoughts now clear, he promptly activated the soul-splitting technique. As he manipulated the hand seals, the space beside him shimmered slightly, and a figure identical to his main body, albeit somewhat ethereal, began to coalesce. This clone's aura reached the level of a 4-star Dou Huang. Moreover, as his soul-splitting technique has been cultivated to perfection, the clone's gaze sparkled with vitality, sharing consciousness with his main self, operating as one entity, far surpassing that of an ordinary energy clone. Go, follow him. Concealing oneself, one must act only when absolutely necessary, merely transmitting his movements and encounters in real time. Hun Sheng issued commands to his doppelganger, who nodded expressionlessly. With a fleeting motion, The doppelganger vanished, as if merging with the gentle breeze, its ability to conceal its presence surpassing even that of many specialized assassins at the Dou Zone level. With his strength as a 4-star Dou Huang, he was capable of stealthily following the current 7-star Dou Huang, Xiao Yan, without drawing attention. Shortly after the doppelganger departed, an unexpected system notification echoed in Hun Sheng's mind. Ding! Detected that the host's soul division technique has reached a perfected state, granting the doppelganger sentience and unlocking the hidden feature, self-cultivation. Feature description: the doppelganger can autonomously absorb the energies of heaven and earth for cultivation, with the experience and energy gained proportionally transmitted back to the main body. Simultaneously, the main body's cultivation will enhance the doppelganger's powers. Ding! Proficiency in soul division technique has significantly increased. Reminder: upon reaching the grand perfection of soul division technique, a substantial amount of fortune value can be consumed to evolve it into the low-tier, heavenly secret technique 3 Souls Division Method. 3 Souls Division Method effect can create 2 independent doppelgangers with strengths identical to the main body. The doppelgangers can merge with the main body for a short time, during which the main body's power will receive a significant boost based on the degree of fusion. A torrent of notifications flooded Hun Sheng's mind, and even with his calm demeanor, he could not help but pale in astonishment, his eyes gleaming with incredulous brilliance. Self-cultivation, synchronous feedback, mutual enhancement between the main body and the doppelganger. Furthermore, the potential for evolution into a heavenly secret technique, the ability to create 2 fully realized doppelgangers, the fusion of 3 souls, leading to a surge in power. The potential of soul division technique was indeed terrifying. Even with Hun Sheng's composed nature, he found it hard to suppress this surge of excitement. He had initially believed that soul division technique was merely a commendable high-level Earth-grade doppelganger technique, suitable for aiding in combat and intelligence gathering. He never anticipated that its perfected form would possess such remarkable hidden features, even holding the potential for evolution into a heavenly grade. What did it mean to have 2 doppelgangers identical in strength to the main body? It was tantamount to conjuring 2 absolutely loyal, like-minded versions of himself out of thin air. Whether in a group fight or executing multiple tasks, this would provide an undeniable advantage. And the technique of 3 souls merging was nothing short of an ultimate trump card. Just envisioning the moment during a final confrontation with the Soul Emperor or Xiao Yan, unleashing power far exceeding his own level. This was practically a tailor-made, invincible cheat for him. It could become one of his greatest cards in facing the destined son, the Flame Emperor. What conditions are required to cultivate soul division technique to grand perfection? Hun Sheng suppressed his excitement and inquired solemnly. A soul realm upgrade to the spirit realm is necessary for the host, or 10,000 fortune values can be consumed to forcibly break through. Evolving to 3 souls division method requires a consumption of 50,000 fortune values. Spirit realm soul, 50,000 fortune values. The conditions were exceedingly stringent, yet the rewards were enough to drive anyone mad. With eyes ablaze, Hun Sheng was not deterred by the exorbitant price. Instead, an unprecedented fighting spirit and desire surged within him. It seemed imperative to expedite the accumulation of fortune values, and the cultivation of soul power must be prioritized. He had initially planned to seek opportunities to enhance his soul power. Now, this endeavor had become paramount. Gazing in the direction where the doppelganger had vanished, he felt a sudden clarity. With a doppelganger secretly tailing Xiao Yan, he could not only keep track of his movements, ensuring the story remained on course, but also free up his main body to focus on finding opportunities to elevate his soul realm and amass a considerable amount of fortune values. Zhongzhou, indeed, was a land of fortune for him. Taking a deep breath, Hun Sheng quelled the tumultuous emotions within him, his gaze regaining its calmness, though a more fervent fire burned deep inside. He turned to the ever-quiet and vigilant Xiao Yan beside him. It is time for us to depart. We shall head towards the core region of Zhongzhou, for there lies what we truly seek. Though Xiao Yan did not fully comprehend Hun Sheng's sudden exhilaration, she sensed his determination and smiled gently. All right. Hun Sheng cast one last glance into the depths of the Tianqing Mountains, his figure shifting as he and Xiao Yan soared away from the mountains. His objectives had become clearer: to elevate his strength, refine his soul, and acquire vast amounts of fortune values. Meanwhile, the matter concerning Xiao Yan would be handled by the doppelganger. A far greater storm was brewing within Hun Sheng's heart. The evolved three souls division method would serve as the most powerful lever to reshape the entire Dou Qi Continent's landscape. Chapter 51. Secrets of the Ancient City. Fragment of the Soul Technique. Hun Sheng and Xiao Yan left the northern border of the region, traveling southwest. His destination was clear: the ancient city of Zhonggu, located at the confluence of the western and northern regions of Zhongzhou. According to the intelligence from the Soul Palace, this city had a long and storied history, once serving as a significant battlefield in ancient times, with numerous relics buried underground. Artifacts related to soul cultivation frequently surfaced there. Perhaps within its depths lay the opportunity to elevate his soul realm. Seated cross-legged in the inn's room, Hun Sheng furrowed his brow. Having reached the pinnacle of 6-star Dou Huang, he was still a distance from Dou Zone, yet he was confident he could break through when Xiao Yan arrived at the blood pool in the heavenly lake. However, he was acutely aware that the true challenge lay in the realm of the soul. The completion of the mortal realm, while seemingly powerful, still stood before an insurmountable chasm separating him from the enigmatic spirit realm. Only through the metamorphosis of his soul could he better wield the greater power awaiting him. And it was also a prerequisite for cultivating soul division technique to grand perfection. His mind delved into the system space, focusing on the tattered alchemical formula he had obtained from the soul realm's treasure hall, the unknown soul metamorphosis pill formula. Its value was deemed exceedingly high by the system, yet its incompleteness was disheartening. System, how many fortune values are required to restore this formula? Hun Sheng inquired, harboring a glimmer of hope. Ding. The target formula is of excessively high grade, with a significant degree of incompleteness. Preliminary estimates indicate that complete restoration will require a consumption of 200,000 fortune values. 200,000. Hun Sheng's lips twitched slightly. This was an astronomical figure. After laboriously accumulating, he had barely surpassed a little over 10,000 fortune values. Was there truly no other way to quickly obtain a substantial amount of fortune values? Hun Sheng, unwilling to accept this, pressed further. While his cultivation could be enhanced through the devouring spirit technique, fortune values required tangible exchanges. According to database analysis, there exist very few special items in the Dou Qi Continent that hold no practical use for the beings of this realm, yet contain the power of world rules. These can be reclaimed by the system and transformed into a considerable amount of fortune values. Such items are typically referred to as fortune stones or fragments of rules, often found in ancient secret realms or areas of spatial turmoil. Scanning current regional history and energy fluctuations, a partially unopened entrance to an ancient secret realm has been detected deep beneath Zhonggu City, with an energy attribute that aligns with the characteristics of fortune stones at a 378 match. It is recommended that the host investigate. Fortune stones? Ancient secret realm? A gleam ignited in Hun Sheng's eyes. Indeed, heaven does not forsake those who strive. What is the specific location? He immediately inquired. The entrance to the secret realm is in an unstable state, and its precise coordinates cannot be accurately locked. However, based on energy dispersal, it is most likely located either in the black market beneath Zhonggu City or deep within certain ancient relics. The host must search for it personally. That was sufficient. Having a clear direction was far better than wandering aimlessly. Hun Sheng suppressed the excitement within him and briefly informed Xiao Yan of the situation. After a moment of preparation, they left the inn, blending into the bustling and chaotic throngs of Zhonggu City. Within Zhonggu, while the surface markets were lively, Hun Sheng's focus was resolutely directed towards the black market situated deep underground. These clandestine markets are often established within ancient mine shafts or partially unearthed subterranean chambers, where a chaotic mix of people and unspeakable items abound. After traversing several dimly lit corridors and paying a substantial entrance fee, Soul Shifter and the little medical sage entered a vast underground expanse. The atmosphere was shrouded in darkness, and the air was thick and murky, flanked by a multitude of stalls. With the incessant clamor of vendors hawking their wares and the sounds of haggling reverberating throughout, trading various mysterious and bizarre items of dubious origin. Soul Shifter, possessing a soul force at the pinnacle of the mortal realm, discreetly unleashed his spirit perception like the most sophisticated of detectors, sweeping across the various stalls. Most of the items appeared unremarkable or bore an aura of malevolence that did not align with his desires. Yet, upon passing a secluded stall, his steps faltered slightly. The stall was notably desolate, manned by a ragged, dozing old man who had carelessly arranged a few rusted metal fragments, some unidentified beast bones. and 2 or 3 tattered animal skin scrolls, all resembling refuse. However, Soul Shifter's soul sense detected an exceedingly faint yet exceptionally ancient and pure soul fluctuation emanating from those scrolls. This resonance was entirely distinct from any soul items he had previously encountered, more profound and restrained. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, he crouched down, casually inspecting a metal fragment while his gaze lingered on the scrolls. Ultimately, he picked up a particularly dark and worn black animal skin scroll, its edges even showing signs of insect damage. It felt cool to the touch and possessed a unique texture. "How much for these?" Soul Shifter inquired with feigned casualness. The old man lifted his murky eyes, casting a glance at him before wearily waving his hand. "Just a pile of worthless junk, 500 gold coins, take them all." A flicker of interest ignited within Soul Shifter. He restrained the impulse to agree immediately, pretending to scrutinize the other items with disdain before reluctantly conceding, "Very well. I shall consider this an opportunity to study some antiquities." He tossed 500 gold coins onto the stall and collected the items, including the black scroll. The old man accepted the payment and promptly closed his eyes again, as if nothing had transpired. With the items in hand, Soul Shifter swiftly exited the black market alongside the little medical sage, returning to their inn where he promptly set up multiple protective barriers. Eagerly, he unfurled the black animal skin scroll. The material was composed of an unknown substance, remarkably resilient, inscribed with densely packed ancient characters written in dark golden blood. Although much of the text was obscured, the initial few characters made Soul Shifter's breath quicken. Tai Chi Soul Formula Fragment. Merely recognizing these characters sent ripples through his ocean of souls, akin to a parched land rejoicing in the arrival of rain. He immediately commanded the system to conduct a scan. Scan complete. Item name, Tai Chi Soul Formula, Grade Assessment. Suspected to be a mid-tier, celestial-level soul cultivation method from the original technique. Value assessment. The fragment holds immense value. Although direct cultivation is not possible, the ancient soul mysteries it contains greatly benefit the host's understanding of the essence of souls, broadening the horizons of soul cultivation, significantly enhancing the efficiency of condensing soul formula, and providing crucial reference points for future breakthroughs into the soul realm. It may also be attempted to be completed. Can be exchanged for luck value, 20,000. A celestial tier soul technique. Waves of exhilaration surged within Soul Shifter. Although this was merely a fragment of a fragment, its worth was beyond estimation. Completing it would require 100,000 luck value, which, while still exorbitant, seemed hopeful compared to the 200,000 needed for the soul transformation elixir formula. Moreover, even without completion, merely contemplating this fragment would greatly elevate his soul realm. To his astonishment, he had indeed stumbled upon such a treasure. Soul Shifter could hardly contain his excitement. This ancient city was truly a fortuitous land for him. He carefully stored the scroll, his resolve now even more steadfast. Luckstone's Tai Chi Soul Formula, the soul realm, he murmured to himself, a clear path forming in his mind. He must first locate that secret realm to acquire enough luck value. At that point, both the completion of the soul formula and the restoration of the elixir formula would become feasible. He gazed out of the window at the ancient city, his eyes ablaze with fervor. An opportunity had emerged. The next step was to ardently seek the entrance to that ancient secret realm which might harbor the luck stones. Chapter 52. The secret realm opens, heroes compete. The depth of the ancient city was far more intricate and profound than he had imagined. Utilizing his perfected mortal realm soul perception and his keen sensitivity to that peculiar wave of rules, Soul Shifter spent several days and finally discovered an exceedingly concealed energy vortex at the deepest part of an abandoned ancient mine. The entrance to the vortex could barely accommodate a single individual and emitted a faint yet stable spatial fluctuation, connecting to the ancient secret realm detected by the system. However, just as Soul Shifter prepared to enter, he furrowed his brow slightly. He sensed several formidable presences rapidly approaching from various directions. Clearly, they were not the only ones to have discovered this place. "It appears we are not alone," Soul Shifter murmured to the little medical sage. Although the fluctuations at the secret realm entrance were faint, the ancient city was a place of hidden talents, and there were certainly those with special means who could perceive them. Soon, the sound of rushing winds filled the air as 4 groups of individuals arrived almost simultaneously at the depths of the abandoned mine. The first group consisted of 3 elderly men clad in matching gray attire, their auras sharp. The leader was a 5-star dozo, while the other two were 3-star Dozong. Their garments adorned with a mountain emblem, indicating they hailed from the local power, the Earth Spirit sect. The second group comprised 2 brawny men with bronze skin, radiating vitality. Both being 5-star Dozong, specializing in physical cultivation, from the renowned body refinement sect, the Gangsha sect of the northern region. The third group was a band of 5 individuals clad in black robes, exuding a chilling aura. Their leader was a 6-star Dozong, while the others were peaked Dohuan. Their eyes ferocious, evidently mercenaries or members of underworld factions accustomed to living on the edge. The final group featured a lone figure, a young man in luxurious attire with an arrogant demeanor, who also reached 3-star Dozong, accompanied by an enigmatic elder whose presence seemed to meld with the shadows, revealing a strength of 7-star Dozong. This combination clearly suggested an extraordinary background. The various factions warily scrutinized one another, their gazes eventually settling on Soul Shifter and the little medical sage, as well as the faint spatial vortex behind them. I didn't expect that besides our Earth Spirit sect, so many rats have scurried here, the 5-star Dozong elder from the Earth Spirit sect scoffed, his eyes scanning the others with malice. Ha, rare materials and treasures belong to the fortunate. Do you Earth Spirit sect intend to monopolize them? Sneered the leader of the black-robed mercenaries. The young man in luxurious attire waved a folding fan, proclaiming haughtily, such a secret realm should rightfully belong to me. All irrelevant parties should withdraw now to preserve their lives. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, with an electric charge of confrontation filling the mind. Soul Shifter observed coldly, remaining silent, while the little medical sage stepped forward slightly, her imposing aura as an 8-star Dozong subtly manifesting, causing the expressions of the factions to shift, their gazes now imbued with a hint of gravity and wariness. Everyone, Soul Shifter finally spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. The entrance to the secret realm lies before us, and the risks within remain unknown. Quarreling here would merely squander our strength. Instead, why not join forces to enter and explore the opportunities based on our abilities? His words temporarily eased the tense atmosphere. The leaders of the various factions exchanged glances, slowly nodding in agreement. They were not foolish and understood the wisdom in his suggestion. Very well, let it be based on our individual capabilities. The Earth Spirit sect elder replied solemnly. Having reached a brief consensus, the factions swiftly entered the spatial vortex one after another. After a moment of dizzying spatial transformation, Soul Shifter found himself in an unfamiliar realm. The sky was a peculiar shade of dusky yellow, the earth parched and cracked, and the air was thick with an aura of antiquity and desolation. In the distance, the remnants of ancient temples lay in ruins. Here, the celestial and terrestrial energies were extraordinarily thin, yet they contained a unique force of rules. System, scan the location of the fortune stones, ordered Hun Sheng in his heart. Scanning in progress. 3 miles southeast, 10 fathoms underground, there's a strong regulatory response. Northeast, 5 miles away, beneath a broken stone pillar, there's a faint reaction. Westward, the system promptly reported several coordinates. Hun Sheng's heart surged with joy. Sinner, follow me. Without hesitation, he seized the hand of the little medicine fairy and executed the Tianyu step, dashing towards the southeast direction, where the response was both the closest and strongest. Their swift movements immediately drew the attention of others. They found something of value. Follow them, a young man in splendid robes commanded, as he and an old man, cloaked in shadow, took the lead in pursuit. The others quickly reacted, each displaying their respective skills to give chase. Hun Sheng moved with remarkable speed, arriving at the designated location indicated by the system in the blink of an eye. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck the ground with a powerful fist. Boom! The cracked earth was blasted open, revealing a deep pit. At the bottom lay 3 fist-sized, translucent crystals that seemed to swirl with misty energies, gently emanating weak regulatory fluctuations. Fortune stones. Hun Sheng waved his hand, swiftly collecting the 3 crystals into the system space. Ding! Obtained 3 fortune stones, redeemable for 300,000 fortune points. 300,000. Hun Sheng's heart raced with exhilaration. He had struck gold. However, just as he gathered the fortune stones, the pursuers caught up from behind, hand over the treasures. The young man in splendid robes, his eyes brimming with greed, waved his folding fan, unleashing a sharp blade of wind toward Hun Sheng. The shadowy elder beside him melted into darkness, silently advancing towards the little medicine fairy. The members of the Earth Spirit sect, the Gangsha sect, and the Black Robe Mercenary Corps simultaneously launched their attacks. Dazzling techniques lighting up the air as they bombarded Hun Sheng and his companion, though they were unaware of the true nature of the crystals. Hun Sheng's urgency indicated that they were undoubtedly extraordinary treasures. Seeking death, the little medicine fairy's expression turned frosty. The aura of an 8-star Dou Qi erupting as a torrent of 7-colored poisonous mist surged forth like a tsunami, instantly forcing the shadowy elder into visibility and intercepting the attacks of the young man in splendid robes. Where the poisonous mist passed, the very space emitted a hissing sound of corrosion. Hun Sheng's gaze was icy. Instead of retreating, he charged forward to meet the overwhelming attacks. Tianyu step. His form flickered like a wraith, weaving through the storm of assaults. Spirit lock. Invisible chains ensnared a 5-star Dou Qi elder from the Earth Spirit sect, momentarily halting his movements. Soul annihilation finger. A bolt of soul energy accurately struck the forehead of a brawny man from the Gangsha sect. The man, trained in physical prowess but relatively weak in spirit, let out a muffled groan as his advance was thwarted. 10,000 poisons, heavenly sorrow. A dark and venomous palm clashed fiercely with an attack from a black robe mercenary, sending him reeling backward, spitting blood. Though merely a 6-star Dou Huang, Hun Sheng's peculiar movement and soul attacks were nearly impossible to counter, and with his formidable Ice Emperor poison body, he managed to hold his ground against several Dou Qi assaults while steadily moving towards the next Fortune Stone location indicated by the system. The little medicine fairy fought like a goddess of war, her 7-colored poison energy dominating the battlefield. Engaging the 7-star Dou Qi, shadowy elder, and the young man in splendid robes, and even gaining the upper hand. The terror of her accursed poison body was on full display. The melee erupted in full force. Various factions clashed fiercely to seize the treasures in Hun Sheng's possession, as well as other items occasionally discovered within the secret realm. Utilizing the system's guidance and his elusive movement, Hun Sheng discovered 2 more hidden locations of fortune stones, collecting an additional 5 stones. Fortune points, 500,000. Just as he rushed towards the 4th location, a sudden surge of intense energy waves and exclamations erupted from a partially collapsed ancient temple. A Dou Qi skeleton. There lies a complete Dou Qi skeleton. And a scroll. Is that a heavenly tier Dou technique? The exclamations instantly captured everyone's attention. Even those engaged in battle instinctively paused, their gazes ablaze with fervor directed at the ancient temple. In the center of the grand hall sat a crystal-clear skeleton, radiating a terrifying pressure even after years of death, clutching a dark golden scroll in its hand. With energy patterns that sent shivers down one's spine coursing across its surface. Dou Qi skeleton. Inventaire du technique. The value of these 2 items far surpassed all previous treasures. After a brief silence, a wave of frenzied greed and bloodshed ensued. "Seize it," someone shouted, and everyone surged toward the skeleton like a pack of wild animals. Hun Sheng's eyes glimmered with a spark of brilliance. The Dou Qi skeleton was an excellent material for crafting high-tier puppets, and the heavenly tier Dou technique was enough to drive any faction into madness. Yet, he did not lose his composure. System, scan the scroll. Scanning in progress. The scroll is indeed a low-tier heavenly Dou technique, great cracking wind palm, but it is imbued with a particularly malicious soul restriction. Forcing contact will result in a soul backlash. Only a spirit realm soul can dispel it. Hun Sheng instantly regained his composure. Even the greatest benefits must be sought with caution. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the fastest black-robed mercenary had already lunged for the scroll. However, just as his fingers brushed against the scroll, a chilling scream erupted from his throat, his body igniting as if engulfed in an invisible flame, his soul instantly consumed. And in the blink of an eye, he was reduced to ashes. This scene was akin to a cold shower, halting the mad rush of the crowd, their faces displaying horror. Yet the allure of the Dou Qi remains, and the heavenly tier Dou technique was too great to resist. Soon the chaos resumed. This time, everyone was more cautious, attacking one another while attempting to devise alternative methods to seize the treasures. Hun Sheng refrained from further involvement in the fray. His gaze fell beneath the Dou Qi skeleton. The system indicated that there was one final fortune stone there, the strongest in energy response. Seizing the opportunity while everyone's attention was fixated on the skeleton and the scroll, he quietly circled to the back of the ancient hall, executing Tianyu's step to its utmost, blending into the shadows as he slipped inside, avoiding the melee, and struck the ground beneath the skeleton. Boom! Debris flew as a head-sized, radiant fortune stone was revealed. The regulatory power contained within was tenfold that of the previous smaller stones. Without hesitation, Hun Sheng collected it into the system. Ding! Obtained Giant Fortune Stone 1, redeemable for 200,000 fortune points. 200,000. Coupled with the previous 800,000, a total of 1 million fortune points surged into his account. Hun Sheng's heart soared with joy. However, the noise from his collection of the Fortune Stone finally attracted the attention of a few individuals amidst the chaos. "Kid, how dare you steal the treasure?" The young man in splendid robes shouted fiercely, abandoning his pursuit of the scroll as a fierce energy blade shot toward Hun Sheng. The shadowy elder beside him extricated himself from the little medicine fairy's entanglement, viciously pointing a finger at Hun Sheng's back. Simultaneously, a 5-star Dou Zone from the Earth Spirit sect grinned menacingly as he attacked from the side. 3 Dou Zones simultaneously launched their assault, including a 7-star Dou Zone. Hun Sheng was plunged into a perilous predicament. Hun Sheng, the little medicine fairy, cried out in alarm, wishing to assist, but was firmly restrained by others. At this critical moment, Hun Sheng's eyes sharpened, and he faced the onslaught without flinching. Soul devouring, heaven swallowing. The soul devouring technique within him surged at an unprecedented speed, coalescing too deep. Dark whirlpools in his palms to meet the attacks of the young man in splendid robes and the Earth Spirit sect elder. As for the lethal finger strike from the 7-star Dou Zone behind him, he seemed prepared to withstand it with his Ice Emperor poison body. Bang! Hiss! 2 muffled sounds rang out nearly simultaneously. The young man in splendid attire and the elder of the Earth Spirit sect unleashed their fierce energy, which collided with the devouring vortex, only to be consumed and dissolved in a frenzied manner. Simultaneously, the gnarled fingers of the shadowy elder struck mercilessly at the back of Hun Sheng's heart. Yet, the anticipated scene of carnage did not materialize. Hun Sheng's body jolted violently, his complexion instantly pallid, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. However, while his clothing at the back was torn apart, the exposed skin shimmered with a blend of ethereal blue and dark purple, merely slightly indented, but not pierced through. The formidable resilience of the Ice Emperor's toxic physique far exceeded the elder's expectations. What? A look of disbelief flashed through the shadowy elder's eyes. In this fleeting moment of shock, soul extinction finger, double kill, Hun Sheng, gritting his teeth against his injuries, abruptly whirled around, unleashing 2 beams of condensed soul power that shot forth like lightning toward the foreheads of the shadowy elder and the Earth Spirit sect elder. At such a close range, and caught off guard, both felt an excruciating pain in their souls, their consciousness plunging into an instant void. Death! A murderous glint flashed in Hun Sheng's eyes as the devouring vortex reappeared, brutally imprinting itself onto their chests. The terrifying force of absorption erupted. No! The 2 emitted desperate howls, their cultivations akin to a dammed river bursting forth, being madly drawn into Hun Sheng's body. Witnessing this, the young man in splendid attire was already so terrified that his soul nearly fled his body, turning to escape. But a 7-colored poison needle, having been unleashed after a delay, instantaneously pierced through the back of his head. It was the little medical fairy, finally breaking free from her entanglement, delivering a lethal strike. In just a few breaths, the situation had reversed. 3 Dou Zone, 2 dead, 1 fled. The cave fell into a deathly silence. The remaining onlookers stared in horror at the seemingly demonic Hun Sheng and the cold little medical fairy, their hearts devoid of any greed. As they retreated in terror and fled the secret realm without a backward glance, Hun Sheng gasped for breath, acutely aware of the immense energy and injuries from absorbing the 2 Dou Zone, promptly sitting cross-legged to recuperate. The little medical fairy vigilantly guarded his side. After a lengthy pause, Hun Sheng slowly opened his eyes. Although his breath was still somewhat erratic, his gaze shone with unparalleled clarity. Having absorbed the 2 Dou Zone, his cultivation surged directly to the pinnacle of 7-star Dou Emperor, just a step away from the 8-star. More importantly, he had acquired 1 million fortune points. He glanced at the Dou Zune skeleton and the location of the perilous scroll, both of which had evidently been seized by other forces. Hun Sheng paid them no mind. The Dou Zune skeleton was of no use to him, and the heavenly tier combat skill was of the wind attribute, clearly unsuitable for himself. Moreover, with the system as support, he would undoubtedly not lack suitable heavenly tier combat skills in the future. He then observed the fleeing figures, choosing not to pursue them relentlessly. Let us go. This place is unsuitable for lingering. Hun Sheng grasped the little medical fairy's hand and swiftly departed the secret realm. This expedition had yielded far beyond expectations. Not only had he acquired a vast amount of fortune points and experienced a significant rise in cultivation, but he had also obtained a fragment of the Tai Soul Sutra. Returning triumphantly, his next plan was already vividly clear. Chapter 53. Completion of the Soul Sutra, Great Fulfillment of the Spiritual Realm. In the remote valleys of deep mountains, barriers upon barriers isolated the internal from the external. Hun Sheng sat cross-legged, his mind entirely immersed in the system interface. The staggering 1 million fortune points constituted the foundation for his impending breakthrough to the supreme realm of souls. System prioritized the restoration of the Tai Soul Sutra fragment. He commanded resolutely. Beep. Consuming 100,000 fortune points. Commencing restoration of the Tai Soul Sutra. Restoration in progress. A torrent of immense fortune points transformed into an invisible flood, surging into the ancient beast hide acquired from the black market of the ancient city. The blurred runes upon it, as if time were reversing, rapidly became clear and complete, the fractured meridian diagrams extending and completing themselves, forming a profound and intricate cycle. Delving deeper into the vast mysteries of soul principles, flooding into the depths of Hun Sheng's soul like a divine revelation. Moments later, the radiance withdrew. Beep. Restoration complete. Acquire the complete Tai Soul Sutra. A vast stream of ancient and profound information fully integrated with Hun Sheng's memory. Its content encompassed all, from a mundane realm to the spiritual realm, even touching upon the path to the heavenly realm, with innumerable techniques for soul offense and defense, refinement, transformation, and perception, far surpassing the intricacies of the Ninghun Sutra. Hun Sheng suppressed the impulse to begin cultivating immediately and commanded again. System, restore that unknown soul transformation elixir formula. Beep. Consuming 200,000 fortune points. Commencing restoration of the unknown soul transformation elixir formula. Restoration in progress. The fortune points diminished once more. As the broken elixir formula radiated a newfound brilliance, the missing core medicinal ingredients, intricate refinement methods, numerous taboos, and details gradually revealing themselves. Beep. Restoration complete. Acquired complete formula. 9th grade precious elixir, spirit god transformation elixir. This elixir must be guided by the soul power of the spiritual realm, integrating with the 10,000-year soul infant fruit, 7-colored spirit flower, dragon soul primordial chi, and a total of 81 rare soul-related medicinal ingredients, refined through special methods. Capable of facilitating a fundamental transformation of the soul, significantly enhancing the soul's realm, with a certain probability of awakening soul talents. Note, souls not at the spiritual realm cannot consume, otherwise backlash will ensue. 9th grade precious elixir. Hun Sheng's heart raced. No wonder the cost was so exorbitant. Without hesitation, he instructed, System, scan my collection, list the missing medicinal ingredients, and directly exchange the required amounts using fortune points. Scanning, missing primary ingredients, 10,000-year soul infant fruit, 7-colored spirit flower, dragon soul primordial chi, nether soul iron, totaling 27 items. Exchange requires fortune points, 250,000. Confirm? Confirm. Hun Sheng's gaze was resolute. The fortune points reduced by another 250,000, leaving him with 450,000. Instantly, a plethora of radiant treasures, exuding astonishing soul fluctuations, appeared in the system space, any one of which could incite a commotion in the outer world. Exchange for the spirit god transformation elixir finished product. Beep. Consuming medicinal ingredients and 50,000 fortune points. Exchange successful. Acquired 9th grade precious elixir, spirit god transformation elixir. A pill the size of a dragon's eye, resplendent in 7 colors, with patterns resembling a dragon coiling, quietly materialized. At the moment of its appearance, Hun Sheng's soul sensed a profound yearning, as if this item was destined to belong to him. Fortune points remaining, 400,000. Hun Sheng took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and first picked up the complete Tai Soul Sutra, immersing himself in its comprehension. The profundities of the heavenly tier cultivation method far exceeded expectations. Even with his complete mastery of the mundane realm's soul, understanding it proved obscure and arduous. Yet his will was as iron, fully dedicating himself, guiding his soul power to operate according to the principles of the Tai Soul Sutra. Time flowed quietly in the valley. The soul aura emanating from Hun Sheng grew increasingly pure and substantial, his consciousness seemingly transcending the physical body, soaring through the boundless sea of souls, deepening his understanding of the essence of the soul at an unprecedented speed. Unbeknownst to how long had passed, the incredibly solid barrier deep within his soul finally emitted a delicate cracking sound, followed by a thunderous collapse. Buzz, a wave of soul power, far more magnificent, agile, and imbued with spirit than before, awakened, gently yet irresistibly expanding like a tide. Within 100 miles, every detail was discernible, every movement of the world comprehensible. The clarity and precision of perception undergoing a qualitative leap. Spiritual realm soul. Initial stage. Hun Sheng opened his eyes, his gaze swirling with the essence of nebulae, deep and unfathomable. The world appeared anew through his perception, a sense of control over the very essence of existence blossoming within him. He did not pause, directly retrieving the spirit god transformation elixir. As the elixir manifested, seven-colored brilliance illuminated the valley, and a fragrant elixir, smelling of ethereal comfort, wafted through the air. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. The elixir transformed into a warm and sacred essence, as if it originated from the primordial source of souls at the dawn of creation, gradually merging with his soul. There was no violent impact, only an ultimate nurturing and sublimation. The soul of Hun Sheng felt as though it were returning to the womb, bathed in an endless glow of warmth and wisdom, with the myriad obstacles encountered on the path of cultivation suddenly becoming clear. The power of his soul surged and crystallized, undergoing a profound metamorphosis. He transcended the mid-stage of the spirit realm, progressed to the late stage, and finally reached the pinnacle. The potency of the medicinal essence continued to surge, propelling his soul towards the ultimate state of perfection, the great perfection of the spirit realm. Boom! It was as if a singularity in the universe had erupted. Hun Sheng's soul perception instantaneously shattered the ultimate boundaries, attaining a mysterious and profound state of perfection. In a radius of 1,000 miles, everything lay within his grasp, and even the subtle trajectories of the laws of heaven and earth were vaguely discernible. His soul power crystallized like divine gems, with a mere flicker of thought. He could manipulate reality. He slowly opened his eyes, all divine light receding, his gaze returning to the ordinary. It seemed to contain boundless galaxies, deep and vast. Every movement he made resonated with the rhythms of nature, blending seamlessly with the cosmos. The great perfection of the spirit realm, a monumental peak in the path of the soul, was thus achieved. The potency of the nine-tiered elixir gradually dissipated. Hun Sheng quietly contemplated the vast and flawless power of his soul, his heart as tranquil as a still pond, filled only with absolute confidence and serenity. Now, relying solely on his soul power, he could look down upon the Dou Zone and even pose a significant threat to the formidable Dou Zun. With the great perfection of the spirit realm attained, the next step was the celestial realm. He murmured to himself, his gaze seemingly piercing through the void to glimpse a more distant future. Beyond the valley, the heavens and earth stretched wide, as the winds of Central Continent stirred in his favor. Chapter 54. The separation of the three souls, the dark chess pieces set. Deep within the secluded valley, Hun Sheng sat cross-legged, his soul power, now in the great perfection of the spirit realm, resembled a gentle ocean, vast and profound, seamless and flawless. With a slight movement of thought, the system interface unfurled in his mind, the remaining 450,000 fortune points shimmering enticingly. The spirit realm had been attained, and the conditions for the great perfection of the soul separation technique had been met. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Hun Sheng's eyes. System. Evolve soul separation technique to 3-soul separation secret art. Ding. Host soul realm has reached the great perfection of the spirit realm, meeting the evolution criteria. Evolving soul separation technique to the low-tier celestial secret art 3-soul separation secret art will require fortune points. 50,000. Do you confirm? Confirm. Hun Sheng replied without hesitation. Fortune points. 50,000. Remaining 400,000. Evolution commencing. A force far more profound than the previous restoration of techniques or the exchange of elixirs surged forth from deep within the system. not injected into Hun Sheng's body, but directly acting upon the essence of his soul and all memories and experiences concerning the soul separation technique. Buzz. Hun Sheng felt his soul tremble violently, as if some invisible shackles had been shattered, and it was as though a great door to a new world had been violently flung open within his soul. Countless profound principles regarding soul separation, consolidation, and mastery cascaded into the sea of his consciousness like an inundating river of stars. Their intricacies and might far surpassing the scope of the soul separation technique. 3. Soul separation secret art. A celestial secret art. He closed his eyes in concentration, fully absorbing and digesting this sudden influx of vast information. The entire process lasted a full hour before it gradually subsided. When he opened his eyes once more, his comprehension and mastery over the soul had ascended to an entirely new level. He even felt that with a mere thought, he could perfectly sever his soul. Is this the power of a celestial soul secret art? Hun Sheng marveled at the leap of his soul's essence, feeling an indescribable shock within. In comparison, the previous soul separation technique seemed crude, akin to childish play. With a flicker of thought, he did not immediately create a new avatar, but instead initiated a soul connection to remotely communicate with the avatar that was tracking Xiao Yan from afar. At this moment, tens of thousands of miles away, hidden within the void and locking onto the direction of the blood pool of Tianshan, the avatar suddenly trembled. Its previously ethereal form solidified at a visible pace, becoming distinct. Its features, body, and even the spirit light in its eyes were indistinguishable from Hun Sheng's true self. Even more astonishingly, the Dou Qi fluctuations emanating from within began to surge wildly. Peak 4-star Dou Emperor, 5-star Dou Emperor, 6-star Dou Emperor, 7-star Dou Emperor. Ultimately, it stabilized at the pinnacle of the 7-star Dou Emperor level. The Dou Qi cultivation of the avatar was completely synchronized with that of Hun Sheng's true self. Indistinguishable from one another, the avatar incredulously raised its hands, clenched its fists, feeling the surging, tangible power within. Along with the same great perfection of the spirit realm soul realm as Hun Sheng, an unprecedented sense of strength and freedom surged within. Now, apart from absolutely obeying the will of the true self, it was virtually an independent Hun Sheng, possessing identical strength, memories, and thought patterns. It could even independently practice the soul devouring technique, with its acquired experiences and energy feeding back to the true self in real time. This sensation was truly marvelous. The avatar's lips curled into a smile mirroring that of the true self, its eyes glinting with wisdom and calmness. It continued the tracking mission, now with greater composure and confidence, with its current strength. Unless Fei Tian personally intervened, the other members of the Thunderclap Pavilion would find it nearly impossible to detect it. Within the secluded valley, Hun Sheng nodded in satisfaction. The synchronized enhancement of the avatar was anticipated. Next, he would condense a second avatar. Taking a deep breath, he formed the unique mystical hand seals of the 3 soul separation secret art. The soul power of the great perfection of the spirit realm flowed like a gentle tide, beginning to divide with his intent. This process was not a painful tearing of the soul, but rather a natural differentiation akin to the wondrous phenomenon of cellular division. He cautiously guided the essence of his soul, segmenting out approximately 1/3 of its volume, then mobilized the surging Dou Qi within to merge with it. Gradually before him, a vague silhouette began to coalesce. The figure became increasingly distinct, its appearance, stature, and aura indistinguishable from that of the true self. When the final trace of energy fused, the second avatar was fully formed. Its gaze instantly became vibrant, meeting Hun Sheng's gaze for a moment before nodding slightly. Its strength was, astonishingly, also at the pinnacle of the 7-star Dou Emperor. The soul realm was likewise shared in the great perfection of the spirit realm, another independent existence, fully identical to the true self. Hun Sheng gazed at the 2 avatars before him, each mirroring his own strength, soul, and memories. An immensely wondrous feeling surged within him. Henceforth, there existed 3 Hun Shengs in the world. He quickly made arrangements. Number 1, continue to follow Xiao Yan in the shadows, recording all his actions. Do not interfere unless absolutely necessary. But if he encounters a true life and death crisis, you may lend assistance at your discretion, ensuring he survives to that point. Hun Sheng instructed the distant avatar. Understood. The response from number 1 echoed through their soul connection. Hun Sheng then turned to the newly formed second avatar. Number 2, you are to set off immediately, return to the soul realm, and report to the three heavenly sovereigns. With your current strength and soul realm, you are more than capable of handling any inspections. Your task is to establish a foothold within the Soul Palace, steadily ascend, and acquire higher permissions and resources, becoming our deepest embedded agent within the Soul Clan. Unless I issue direct orders, you shall act according to the rules of the Soul Palace and strive to climb higher. Understood. Number 2 responded succinctly, its gaze cold and rational, perfectly embodying the traits of a covert operative. It possessed all of Hun Sheng's memories and abilities, naturally aware of how to survive and ascend within the Soul Palace. With arrangements made, Number 2 did not linger, giving a slight nod to both Hun Sheng's true self and the little medical sage before vanishing like a specter, heading towards the Soul Realm. From this moment forth, the Soul Palace welcomed a remarkably gifted and unwaveringly loyal new power, unbeknownst to all, merely a manifestation of a split body. Meanwhile, the first doppelganger, situated far beyond the blood pool of the Tian Shan Mountains, continued its covert observations. Within the depths of the valley, only the true body of Sol Sheng and the little medical fairy remained. Sol Sheng exhaled deeply, feeling an immense sense of relief wash over him. The return of the second doppelganger to the Soul Realm signified his complete liberation from the mundane affairs and surveillance of the Soul Palace, granting him absolute freedom. From henceforth, the vast sea would be open for fish to leap and the high skies for birds to soar. He could act entirely according to his own plans. While within the Soul Palace, there now existed an ally of rising stature, capable of providing vital intelligence and resources. Now we are utterly free, Sol Sheng remarked, casting a glance at the little medical fairy, his eyes glimmering with joy and an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Although the little medical fairy did not fully grasp the intricacies of the doppelganger technique, she could sense the authentic ease and delight radiating from Sol Sheng, prompting her to smile back. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Excellent. Sol Sheng's gaze burned with determination as he surveyed the vast expanse of the Central Continent. It is time we devised our own plans. Your toxic body requires further refinement, and I must hasten my cultivation of Dou Qi. The land of the Central Continent is replete with opportunities, serving as the perfect stage for our rapid growth. He wrapped his arm around the slender waist of the little medical fairy, and with a swift motion, they transformed into a shadow, darting out of the valley and vanishing into the boundless wilderness. The true journey was only just beginning. The pieces on the chessboard had been set. The hidden dragon was emerging from the depths, and the storms of the Central Continent would undoubtedly surge more fiercely because of him. With the acquisition of the three-soul divergence technique, a transcendent secret art, Sol Sheng's future brimmed with infinite possibilities. Chapter 55, at the Huaqing Pool, building the physical foundation. In the western region of the Central Continent, adjacent to the edge of the Dan region, lay an ancient city named Spring City. This city derived its name from the myriad of hot springs within, each possessing unique effects. Sol Sheng and the little medical fairy arrived here, intending to take a brief respite, only to overhear the local martial artists fervently discussing a momentous event. The legendary Huaqing Pool, located hundreds of miles beyond the city, was set to reopen once more. Upon further inquiry, Sol Sheng discovered that the Huaqing Pool was a place of extraordinary natural wonder. The waters, with an unknown source, had autonomously absorbed the energies of the surrounding world for centuries, providing exceptional benefits for refining the body and tempering the bones. Notably, every 10 years, the accumulated energy would peak, rendering the effects most potent at that time. However, this pool was shrouded in a peculiar natural mist, forming a special restriction that barred any strong cultivators at the Dou zone level or above from entering. Any who forcibly intruded would provoke a backlash from the mist, potentially leading to death. Thus, this opportunity fell into the hands of cultivators below the Dou zone rank. Each time the pool opened, it could only accommodate 10 individuals simultaneously. The management of the Huaqing Pool was jointly controlled by the three most powerful families in Spring City, with each family securing 3 slots. The remaining slot was contested through a public arena competition among scattered cultivators from various regions. Refining the body, Sol Sheng's mind stirred. Having reached the pinnacle of the spirit realm and attained the peak of the 9-star Dou Huang in his Dou Qi cultivation, he could even challenge higher-ranked Dou zone opponents with the aid of his techniques. Nevertheless, while his Ice Emperor toxic body was formidable, it was primarily focused on toxicity resistance and absorption. His pure physical strength remained a relative shortcoming, roughly equivalent to that of a newly initiated Dou zone. The Huaqing Pool presented an excellent opportunity to address this deficiency. I am determined to secure that final slot, Sol Sheng declared to the little medical fairy. She smiled gently. With your prowess, acquiring the slot will indeed be as easy as pie. I will cheer for you from here. Days later, at the periphery of the misty mountains, a cacophony of voices filled the air. The site of the Huaqing pool's reopening had been cordoned off by representatives from the three families. In the midst of a cleared space, a grand arena stood tall, surrounded by eager spectators and hopeful cultivators, the atmosphere electric with anticipation. The representatives from the three families took their seats, all elders at the peak of Dou Huang or low-star Dou Zone, displaying an air of calm, clearly unconcerned about their own slots. Instead, they observed the skirmishes of scattered cultivators with an almost voyeuristic interest. Xiao Yan submitted his registration fee and received a badge. Quietly blending into the crowd of scattered cultivators, his aura subdued and unassuming. The rules of the arena competition were straightforward and brutal, an elimination format through free-for-all combat. All registered scattered cultivators would ascend the stage together, with the last 10 standing advancing to a subsequent one-on-one elimination round, continuing until a final victor emerged. As the judge, appointed jointly by the three families, declared the commencement, nearly 100 scattered cultivators, ranging from Dou Wang to Dou Huang, surged onto the stage, plunging it into chaos. The arena erupted with the brilliance of Dou Qi, interspersed with shouts and cries of anguish. Xiao Yan navigated through the tumultuous fray like a fish in water, utilizing the sky phantom steps to effortlessly evade all attacks. He refrained from initiating any strikes, only responding to the occasional reckless challenger by casually deflecting them with a palm or a finger, sending them tumbling off the stage with ease. Though his movements appeared unhurried, he always positioned himself in the safest spot at the most opportune moment, as if he could foresee everyone's actions, a testament to the terrifying insight bestowed by his spirit realm's soul power. Soon, the number of participants dwindled dramatically. The remaining fighters, recognizing Xiao Yan's formidable presence, instinctively steered clear of him, redirecting their attacks towards one another. Within a short span, only 10 remained on the stage, aside from Xiao Yan. The other 9 were panting heavily, nursing injuries, and eyeing each other warily. After a brief respite, opponents were drawn at random. The one-on-one elimination round commenced. Xiao Yan's first opponent was an 8-star Dou Huang renowned for his brute strength, wielding a massive axe and launching a ferocious assault. Boy, with your delicate skin, why not jump down willingly, lest I lose control and cleave you in two? The giant axe wielder sneered as he charged forward. Xiao Yan maintained a stoic expression, even refraining from employing any Dou techniques. He merely threw a straightforward punch, arriving first to meet the descending axe blade with his own fist, seeking death. The brute's eyes flashed with malice, as if envisioning the moment his opponent's fist would be shattered. However, upon impact, bang, the collision produced a thunderous resonance. The advanced Xian-tier axe instantly became riddled with cracks before shattering explosively. Xiao Yan's fist continued its momentum, gently pressing against the giant's chest. Puff! The giant's eyes bulged, a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs erupting forth as his massive body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing off the stage, unconscious. A hush fell over the crowd. To shatter an advanced Xian-tier weapon with bare hands? What terrifying physical prowess was this? On the platform, the representatives from the three families straightened in their seats, astonishment evident in their eyes. The ensuing matches held no suspense. Regardless of whether the opponent was at the peak of Dou Huang or wielded peculiar Dou techniques, none could withstand Xiao Yan's overwhelming strength, falling within 3 moves. He rarely employed techniques beyond the sky phantom steps, often relying solely on a simple punch, palm, or finger to effortlessly dispatch his foes. His displayed strength was unfathomable, exuding an aura of invincibility beneath the Dou Zone level. In the final match, his opponent was a 9-star Dou Huang elder, on the verge of stepping into the Dou Zone realm. The elder, seasoned and cunning, practiced a soft water-based Dou technique, attempting to use gentleness to conquer strength. Yet, under Xiao Yan's insightful perception from the spirit realm, all of the elder's maneuvers were laid bare. Xiao Yan did not even grant him the opportunity to entangle, swiftly executing the soul extinction finger, infused with soul impact, which caused the elder to freeze momentarily before being casually waved off the stage. The arena fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into fervent cheers. Xiao Yan had claimed the final slot with an utterly dominating performance. The representatives of the 3 families exchanged glances. Ultimately, an elder from the Lin family rose and declared loudly, "This friend possesses extraordinary strength, truly commendable. Congratulations on obtaining the qualification to enter the Huaqing pool." Tomorrow morning, assemble outside the pool, and we shall enter together. Hun Sheng nodded lightly, leaped down from the arena, and joined Xiao Yan, disregarding the gazes of awe, envy, and flattery surrounding them, and departed directly. The following morning, deep within the Yunwu mountain range, a valley shrouded in dense, white mist welcomed 10 qualified young talents. Each of the 3 great families sent 3 of their most gifted young Dou Huang, all of whom regarded Hun Sheng, the sole solitary cultivator, with a mixture of curiosity and a barely perceptible wariness. A stern Dou Zong elder, appointed by the 3 families, solemnly outlined the rules. Within the Huaqing pool, one must rely on fate and refrain from conflict. Otherwise, all 3 families would unite to punish the offender. The immersion period was limited to 3 days. Once the time elapsed, regardless of their gains, they must exit immediately, lest a miss close and bear the consequences. The group nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, that Dou Zong elder, along with 2 others, joined forces to cast profound seals, causing the thick white mist to roll and gradually part, creating a gap wide enough for one to pass. Enter. 10 figures immediately surged through the opening. As Hun Sheng stepped into the mist, he was instantly enveloped by an overwhelming surge of celestial energy, mingled with a peculiar substance that made every pore of his body involuntarily open. Before him lay a small pool, merely 100 zhang in diameter. The water was crystal clear, yet exhibited a strange hue of milky white and pale gold, radiating a halo of ethereal light and a comforting warmth. The entire pool was enveloped in a mystical mist, isolating it from the outside world. The 9 young talents, unable to contain their eagerness, leaped into the pool, each selecting an area to begin circulating their techniques and absorbing the energy. Hun Sheng also entered the pool, immediately feeling a gentle yet immense energy rushing through his pores, permeating his limbs, organs, and even his bones. This energy did not directly enhance his Dou Qi, but continuously nourished, tempered, and reshaped his physical body. He could distinctly feel his muscle fibers becoming more resilient, his bone density increasing, and his meridian walls growing broader and more elastic. Indeed, it was remarkably effective. Hun Sheng felt a surge of joy within and promptly settled into a cross-legged position, activating the devouring spirit technique. He was not devouring the pool's energy, but using it as a medium to more efficiently guide this energy to refine his own body. Simultaneously, his fully realized spiritual power delved within, meticulously controlling the absorption of every ounce of energy to ensure nothing was wasted and that the refinement was as thorough as possible. The other 9 soon entered a state of cultivation, displaying expressions of either comfort or agony. Time flowed slowly. Hun Sheng's body absorbed the pool's extraordinary energy like a parched seedling welcoming the rain. Beneath his skin, a faint golden light flickered, and the sound of his rushing blood echoed like distant thunder. The Ice Emperor's poison body also passively absorbed the energy, becoming increasingly translucent. As a day passed, the color of the pool seemed to lighten slightly. 2 individuals could no longer endure the continuous refinement and ascended prematurely, yet their gains were already substantial. After 2 days, half of the remaining participants emerged, their faces alight with joy, clearly having benefited greatly. By the 3rd day, only 3 remained in the pool: Hun Sheng, the Lin family's prodigious girl Lin Shui, and the young patriarch of the Lei family, Lei O. Lin Shui and Lei O were evidently gritting their teeth in perseverance, their bodies trembling slightly under immense pressure. In contrast, Hun Sheng remained calm, as if the pool's energy was still insufficient for him. He sensed that his physical strength was rapidly advancing towards the mid-stage Dou Zone, even high-stage Dou Zone levels. The invisible barrier that had long hindered his physical progress was gradually loosening. Finally, on the evening of the 3rd day, as the pool's energy became nearly transparent, a soft hum resonated within Hun Sheng's body, and his vitality surged abruptly, multiplying in intensity. An overwhelming sensation of strength filled him. The barrier of his physical body shattered. At this moment, driven solely by his physical prowess, he was capable of contending with 8 or even 9-star Dou Zone. His physical strength had reached an astonishing level. He slowly opened his eyes, 2 beams of tangible brilliance flickering and vanishing. The last remnants of energy from the pool were absorbed into his body. Beside him, Lin Shui and Lei O simultaneously reached their limits, scrambling onto the shore, collapsing to the ground. Though exhausted, their faces were filled with exhilaration. Hun Sheng rose with composure, relishing his transformed body, and felt immense satisfaction. The journey to the Huaqing pool had culminated in resounding success. The 3-day period had elapsed, and the mist passage reopened. The 10 individuals exited in succession, their gains varying, yet all gazes directed at Hun Sheng were laden with complexity, as they sensed that this mysterious solitary cultivator had undoubtedly reaped the greatest rewards. Hun Sheng reunited with Xiao Yan, not lingering, and swiftly departed from this place of strife. After this encounter, the last gap in Hun Sheng's potential was thoroughly filled. Chapter 56. Poison Pill Fusion. Twin stars shine together. Having left the mountain range where the Huaqing pool was situated, Hun Sheng and Xiao Yan did not retreat far, but instead sought a more tranquil and secluded valley nearby, setting up multiple protective barriers. Since departing from the Huaqing pool, Xiao Yan's aura had fluctuated dramatically, her toxic energy oscillating between surges and restraint, evidently indicating that after a prolonged stagnation at the pinnacle of 8-star Dou Zone, she was finally on the verge of a breakthrough. Sienna, how do you feel? Hun Sheng inquired with concern, his fully realized spiritual power capable of clearly sensing the immense toxic energy within Xiao Yan, which was nearly overflowing and seeking a breakthrough. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged, beads of fine sweat forming on her smooth forehead as she slightly furrowed her brow. The toxic energy has accumulated sufficiently, but it seems I lack a catalyst to completely breach that barrier. Moreover, the previously absorbed Qiang poison ginseng's fire poison seems to be somewhat restless. The advancement of her Inan poison body always accompanied significant risks, requiring meticulous control. Otherwise, if the toxic energy spiraled out of control, the consequences would be dire. Hun Sheng pondered for a moment, a glimmer of resolution flashing in his eyes. He immersed his consciousness into the system interface. System, scan the exchange list, filtering for pills or items that can stabilize and guide the Inan poison body's power, assisting in a smooth breakthrough, while also neutralizing the foreign toxic energy within. Scanning. Filtering complete. Recommendation: 9 Nether Fusion Poison Pill. Crafted from 9 extreme cold poisons as primary materials, supplemented with various harmonizing spiritual herbs. It can greatly soothe restless toxic energy, guide it to erupt in an orderly manner, assist the Inan poison body in breaking through its bottleneck, and effectively neutralize the internal Yang attribute toxins. Required luck value: 8,000. Current luck value: 400000. Exchange. Hun Sheng declared without hesitation. Xiao Yan's breakthrough was of utmost importance. Exchange successful. Luck value: 8,000. Remaining: 392000. Obtain 9 Nether Fusion Poison Pill. A pill the size of a longan, entirely pitch black with countless ice blue intricate patterns adorning its surface, appeared in Hun Sheng's hand. Upon its emergence, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop several degrees, and a pure yet chilling medicinal aroma permeated the air. Sienna, take this pill, I shall protect you, Hun Sheng said, handing the pill to Xiao Yan. Trusting Hun Sheng without reservation, Xiao Yan accepted the pill, took a deep breath, and swallowed it whole. As the pill entered her abdomen, it instantly transformed into an extremely cold, yet immensely powerful torrent of dark toxic energy, surging into her limbs and bones. This force did not rampage chaotically, but instead carried a peculiar sense of order, swiftly merging with her inherent Inan toxic energy, guiding the previously restless energy to gently yet resolutely assault the barrier of 9-star Dou Zone. Xiao Yan immediately focused her mind, fully activating the Inan poison scripture, directing this newfound power. As Soulborn stood vigil by her side, his ethereal essence meticulously monitored every subtle shift within her being, ever poised to intervene. The process of breakthrough commenced with remarkable ease, guided by the 9 Nether Fusion Poison Pill, with the little healer's venomous aura flowing like a docile river, relentlessly eroding the barriers of her realm, which began to yield gradually. However, at the most critical juncture of her ascension, an unforeseen anomaly erupted. Perhaps the violent fluctuations of energy during the breakthrough stirred the latent, searing toxicity of the crimson sun poison ginseng, hidden deep within her meridians. This scorching yang fire poison, in stark contrast to the icy coldness of the 9 Nether Fusion Poison Pill, collided violently within the little healer's body. Ice clashed with fire, and the harmony of yin and yang was thrown into disarray. With a sudden gasp, the little healer expelled a mouthful of blood, the crimson liquid a fiery red on one side and a chilling blue on the other. Her exquisitely beautiful visage transformed, half flushed with the hue of flames and half pallid as ice. her body quaking violently as the toxic energies spiraled out of control, clashing and annihilating one another, inflicting immense agony. This is dire. Soulborn's expression shifted. The situation exceeded all expectations. The conflict of these two extreme toxins threatened to shatter her meridians and collapse her poison body if not promptly redirected. Without a moment's hesitation, Soulborn made a decisive move. He swiftly supported the little healer, placing both hands against her smooth back, pouring forth his soul power, honed to perfection, alongside his own celestial frost poison fighting spirit. Unreservedly into her being, his foremost task was to stabilize the impending eruption of these two extreme toxic forces. Concentrate and guard my intent. Guide my power. Soulborn intoned, his voice imbued with a soothing resonance. The little healer, enduring the excruciating pain, complied. Soulborn's soul power acted like the most precise surgical scalpel, expertly intervening at the core of the clash between the ice and fire toxins, forcibly separating them momentarily. His celestial frost poison fighting spirit swiftly enveloped the tumultuous crimson sun fire poison, suppressing and guiding it with its shared icy attributes. Yet, the crimson sunfire poison proved extraordinarily tenacious and had entwined deeply with the little healer's own toxicity, rendering complete separation a daunting task. With the little healer's breath growing increasingly feeble, her body faltering under the torment of the dual extremes, a glint of determination flashed in Soulborn's eyes. There was no other choice. He focused his thoughts, activating the soul-devouring art. However, his target for consumption was not the little healer's intrinsic toxic power, but rather the uncontrollable external crimson sun fire poison. This was an exceedingly perilous maneuver. It required mastery over soul power and fighting spirit to reach the pinnacle. Otherwise, a misstep could lead to the consumption of the little healer's essence or a backlash from the fire poison against himself. Soulborn concentrated wholly, his soul power sharply focused, transforming his consuming force into countless minute whirlpools that precisely latched onto the crimson sun fire poison, delicately peeling it away from the little healer's meridians and drawing it into his own body. The process was slow and agonizing. Both the little healer and Soulborn bore immense pressure. The little healer suffered from the torment of forcibly stripped toxicity, while Soulborn endured the searing agony of the rampant fire poison invading his body and the exhausting demands of maintaining control. Time trickled by. The crimson sun fire poison within the little healer gradually diminished, her complexion slowly returning to normal. Meanwhile, within Soulborn, it felt as if he had swallowed an entire volcano. The crimson sun fire poison rampaging violently, scorching his meridians. Yet, he valiantly suppressed and refined this foreign fire poison, leveraging his perfected soul power and the formidable resilience of his Ice Emperor poison body. The soul-devouring art operated with fervor, converting it into pure energy. After an indeterminate duration, as the final vestige of the crimson sun fire poison was absorbed and refined, tranquility finally returned to the little healer's body. The medicinal potency of the 9-nether fusion poison pill reclaimed dominance, gently guiding the purified calamity poison in a final charge against the last barrier. Boom! As if the outcome was preordained, the formidable barrier shattered upon impact. The little healer's aura surged dramatically, akin to an ancient poisonous beast awakening from slumber. A torrent of venomous energy erupting like a tsunami, enveloping the valley's flora in a grayish-purple hue before swiftly retracting, becoming harmonious and profound. 9-star Dou Zone. Success. She slowly opened her eyes, her grayish-purple irises shimmering with radiant light, exuding an alluring charm, her joy at the successful breakthrough evident. Meanwhile, Soulborn let out a muffled groan, settling into a meditative posture, his complexion shifting between shades of red and white. Within him, the overwhelming energy derived from refining the crimson sun fire poison relentlessly battered against the barrier of his 7-star Dou Emperor peak. He immediately activated the soul-devouring art, directing this energy to assault the barrier, already possessing a substantial accumulation. This residual energy, equivalent to a high-level Dou Zone strike, propelled the barrier to the brink of collapse. 8-star Dou Emperor. His aura surged rapidly, ultimately stabilizing at the 8-star Dou Emperor level. A blessing in disguise. After a considerable time, Soulborn gradually opened his eyes, exhaling a breath laden with scorching energy. A pair of cool, delicate hands promptly supported him, her beautiful eyes brimming with concern, gratitude, and an unbreakable bond of affection. Soulborn, are you all right? Thank you. The little healer's voice quivered with emotion. She was acutely aware of the peril they had just faced. Soulborn had risked his own safety to ensure her well-being and breakthrough. Soulborn shook his head, offering a gentle smile. It's no matter. In fact, it has turned to my advantage. I'm just glad you were safe. He tenderly wiped the remnants of blood from her lips, his touch gentle. After this life-and-death ordeal, the bond between them deepened immeasurably. The little healer was wholly devoted, and within Soulborn's heart, his feelings of compassion and protectiveness for this woman, who was willing to sacrifice everything for him, flourished. Congratulations, Xianer, on achieving 9-star Dou Zone, Soulborn said with a smile. The little healer beamed in response. Snuggling beside him, yes, from now on, I can assist you even better. Within the valley's barrier, the crisis dissipated, leaving only warmth and the joy of elevation. The two took a moment to recuperate, solidifying their newfound realms. Soulborn, feeling the prowess of an 8-star Dou Emperor and the enhanced strength of his physique, cast his gaze once more into the distance. Chapter 57. The Blood Pool's Fate Sealed, the Secret Realm's Starry Radiance. In the tranquil valley, Soulborn and the little healer radiated a harmonious and restrained aura, their powers of 8-star Dou Emperor and 9-star Dou Zone resonating with unparalleled stability. Suddenly, a ripple of thought coursed through Soulborn, as his first clone, located tens of thousands of miles away, conveyed a message through their soul connection. Upon connecting, Soulborn perceived that Xiao Yan had arrived at the Tianshan platform enveloped by a peculiar spatial barrier, gathering alongside Feng Qing'e, Mu Qinglian, and other elite disciples from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, and other factions. A conflict over the blood pool quota appeared imminent. The atmosphere charged with tension. Everything unfolded as anticipated, and Soulborn remained unfazed. Although the Tianshan blood pool possessed the capacity to cleanse marrow and strengthen bones, facilitating breakthroughs, its energy level offered limited enhancement for an 8-star Dou Emperor like him. He understood that Xiao Yan's greatest opportunity on this journey lay not within the blood pool itself, but rather in the transaction with the guardian of the Shijinshi. The golden stone, to remove the deeply ingrained fire poison from his marrow in exchange for aiding his ascension to Dozo. The Shijinshi of the Golden Mouse clan had essentially tailored a splendid opportunity for Xiao Yan. Soulborn's lips curled into a slight smile, harboring no intention to intervene. This was a chance preordained for Xiao Yan. To forcibly seize it would be unseemly and unbeneficial to his own plans. He severed the connection with his clone, content to observe the unfolding narrative. At that moment, another, even more clandestine wave emanated from the depths of his soul, originating from his second clone, lurking within the core of the soul realm. The second clone did not transmit urgent news, but instead relayed a confidential message, circulated through secret channels of the Soul Palace's upper echelons. Anomalous disturbances had occurred at the depths of the Meteorite Mountain Range, located at the junction of the southern region of Central State and the Beast Domain, where an entrance to an ancient relic appeared to have manifested unexpectedly. According to preliminary investigations, the energy emanating from this secret realm possesses an ancient and domineering quality, imbued with a rare devouring characteristic. It is highly likely linked to the remains or legacy of a formidable ancient beast that thrived on devouring energy. Speculation suggests that within it lies a tremendous opportunity to aid individuals in transcending to the Dozone or even the Dozun realm. However, the entrance is marked by extreme spatial instability, with violent energy currents and natural prohibitions obstructing access. To date, no one has been able to penetrate its depths, with news tightly sealed by the Soul Palace, known only to a select few high-ranking officials. An ancient secret realm infused with devouring characteristics, aiding the ascent to Dozone, or even Dozun. A fierce brilliance erupted in Hun Sheng's eyes. This was, without a doubt, a place perfectly tailored for his devouring spirit technique. Its value far surpasses that of the Tianshan blood pool, should he acquire its inheritance or core treasures. Not only would his breakthrough to Dozone be imminent, but could also play a pivotal role in assisting Xiao Yixian in her pursuit of the seemingly unattainable Dozun realm. Xianer, I have made a decisive choice, Hun Sheng declared, his gaze radiant. The Tianshan blood pool holds little significance for us now. A far more suitable secret realm has just come to light. He conveyed the detailed information regarding the secret realm relayed by his second doppelganger to Xiao Yixian. Upon hearing, ripples stirred in her grayish-purple eyes. After reaching the 9-star Dou Zone, Every step forward became exceedingly arduous, and the Dou realm appeared as a chasm. If such an opportunity existed, it would undoubtedly save them countless efforts. Indeed, I trust your judgment, she replied softly, her faith in Hun Sheng's decision unwavering. There is no time to lose. We must set forth immediately toward the Meteor Mountain Range. Acting with resolute determination, Hun Sheng waved his robe, dispelling the protective barrier surrounding them. Two streaks of light surged from the valley, tearing through the clouds and racing at an astonishing speed towards the intersection of the southern region of Zhongzhou and the Beast Domain, leaving the tempest of the Tianshan platform far behind. Along the way, Hun Sheng continuously received the latest intelligence regarding the Meteor Secret Realm through special channels from his second doppelganger. Although the Soul Palace exerted great effort to suppress the news, it was evidently impossible to keep it hidden from the top-tier forces and ancient beings of Zhongzhou, and many powerful individuals were already on the move. With clandestine currents surging toward the southern region, it seemed that a fierce battle for dominance was inevitable. After several days of relentless travel, traversing numerous mountains and vast lakes, a landscape of peculiar terrain gradually came into view, resembling a shattered mountain range that had endured countless meteor strikes. Above the mountains, energy clouds swirled chaotically, and spatial fluctuations were highly unstable, with dark spatial rifts flickering ominously, emanating an aura of danger. The Meteor Mountain Range had been reached. Following the intelligence, the pair ventured deeper into the mountains, heading straight for the core area where the energy fluctuations were most violent and chaotic. The further they went, the more terrifying the energy currents became, necessitating the constant circulation of Dou Qi for protection. Along the way, they encountered numerous signs of battle and the remnants of magical beasts, clearly indicating that earlier adventurers had clashed here. Ultimately, at the base of a vast canyon that appeared to have been cleaved by a colossal weapon, Hun Sheng beheld their target, a swirling spatial vortex nearly 100 feet wide, continuously twisting and emitting a kaleidoscope of destructive auras, resembling a gaping wound embedded in the heart of the canyon. The space surrounding the vortex was exceedingly distorted, with slender black cracks writhing like venomous serpents, radiating a disquieting devouring power. The violent energy currents, potent enough to rend ordinary Dou Zong apart, gushed forth, eroding the flanking cliffs into a state of disrepair. That was the entrance to the newly emerged ancient secret realm. At that moment, dozens of figures had already congregated in the vicinity of the entrance, their strengths varying, yet none were weaklings, with the lowest among them being peak Dou Huang and Dou Zong experts in abundance. Among them stood 4 or 5 powerful auras, akin to lurking abyssal dragons, their depths inscrutable, unmistakably the presence of Dou Zun warriors. They stood in separate factions, each on guard, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. The arrival of Hun Sheng and Xiao Yan instantly captured everyone's attention. Xiao Yan's imposing aura as a 9-star Dou Zong, combined with Hun Sheng's inscrutable depth, despite appearing as an 8-star Dou Huang, elicited expressions of surprise and scrutiny from all factions. Hun Sheng's gaze flickered like lightning, sweeping across the assembly, absorbing their reactions, and he inwardly smirked. The news had indeed leaked, which was advantageous. The murkier the waters, the greater the opportunities to fish. He did not rush to approach the perilous spatial vortex, but instead chose a large rock slightly distanced from it with Xiao Yan, observing coldly, waiting for the change. The contest for the secret realm was about to commence. Hun Sheng's objective was to reach the depths of the secret realm where the essence of devouring potentially existed. This would be a crucial step for him toward Dou Zong and in planning his grand aspirations for the future. Hun Sheng mused that according to the original narrative, Xiao Yan required 2.5 months to break through to Dou Zong, and during this time, with the existence of this secret realm, he was confident he could also achieve a breakthrough to Dou Zong. Now, as an 8-star Dou Huang with a complete mastery of spiritual power, he felt unperturbed when facing those below Dou Zun. If he were to break through to Dou Zong, would he be able to contend with the seasoned star Dou Zun, Feng Zun? How exhilarating indeed. Chapter 58. The soul-devouring ruins pressuring the multitude. In the depths of the Meteor Mountain Range, before the distorted 7-colored spatial vortex, the atmosphere was as tense as iron. Various factions were on high alert, yet no one dared to approach the entrance, radiating destructive waves. The stalemate did not last long. An elder clad in gray robes, exuding the presence of a Dou Zun, seemed to lose patience, scoffing coldly. A mere secret realm entrance dares to obstruct me? I shall shatter it. No sooner had he spoken Then his figure transformed into a streak of light, surging towards the spatial vortex. The Dozun's oppressive aura was unleashed without reservation, attempting to forcibly tear apart the entrance. However, just as he was about to touch the seven-colored aura, a resounding hum echoed. The spatial vortex trembled violently, revealing countless densely packed ancient runes on its surface. And an invisible yet remarkably resilient and powerful prohibition was triggered in an instant. The gray-robed Dozun's figure collided with an unseen ancient divine mountain, producing a dull thud as he was repelled at a speed even greater than before, barely stabilizing himself in midair, his complexion shifting between pale and green, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Damn it, this prohibition can repel powers above Dozun. He gritted his teeth, evidently having suffered a covert setback. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. A Dozun expert was actually barred from entry? This secret realm possessed such peculiar restrictions. Originally, some Dozong and Do Huang harboring the mindset of fishing in troubled waters suddenly found their eyes brightening with hope. If Dozun could not enter, then did that not present an opportunity for them? After a brief silence, someone shouted, "If Dozun cannot enter, what are we waiting for? Charge!" The crowd surged into a flurry, dozens of figures darting like locusts toward the spatial vortex. Indeed, this time, the Do Huang and Do Zong experts slipped effortlessly into the seven-colored aura, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the Dozun experts could only remain behind, their faces ashen, helpless. Hun Sheng and Xiao Yan exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. "Let us go." They both moved simultaneously, blending into the crowd as they rushed toward the entrance of the secret realm. As they passed through the layer of seven-colored aura, Hun Sheng distinctly felt a powerful scanning force sweep over him, as if assessing his bone age and energy level. But its intensity was trivial in comparison to his fully realized spiritual realm. With a mere thought, he easily concealed his past. Xiao Yan also passed through without hindrance. After a disorienting sensation of spatial transmission, their feet once again touched solid ground. The scene before them opened up dramatically. But it was not the idyllic paradise of birdsong and fragrant flowers they had imagined, but rather a desolate, crumbling wasteland suffused with an ancient, lifeless aura. The sky was a somber shade of dark yellow, the earth cracked and parched, with the remnants of collapsed palaces, shattered colossal pillars, and half-buried bones scattered throughout. The air was permeated with a pure, yet extraordinarily ferocious energy of heaven and earth, intertwined with a faintly discernible devouring characteristic, causing the fighting spirit within the human body to stir restlessly. Those who had entered before them had already dispersed, akin to sharks detecting the scent of blood, rushing towards the dilapidated structures that seemed to harbor treasures, with the sounds of conflict and contention erupting intermittently. Hun Sheng and the little medical sage remained stationary, not hastening to act. Hun Sheng's soul power, having reached the pinnacle of the spiritual realm, spread forth like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping a vast expanse of several dozen miles. In that moment, the fighting emperors and sovereigns, engaged in their frantic quests, found their bodies abruptly stiffening, an indescribable terror, seemingly emanating from the deepest recesses of their souls, suddenly descended upon them. Faced with this overwhelming pressure, they felt as insignificant as ants, their very souls trembling, nearly gasping for breath. Some of the relatively weaker peak fighting emperors turned pale, spitting blood and fright, their eyes filled with boundless terror. Who is it? Such a terrifying soul pressure. We must flee. No one knew the source of this oppressive force. But the absolute suppression stemming from a higher realm of existence extinguished any thoughts of resistance within them, compelling them to escape in horror, rolling and crawling away from the core area enveloped by Hun Sheng's soul perception, as if fleeing from a plague towards the edges of the secret realm. In an instant, centered around Hun Sheng and the little medical sage, the vicinity became eerily tranquil. Standing beside Hun Sheng, the little medical sage felt the vast, abyss-like soul power, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Such is the might of the perfected spiritual realm. It is clear now, Hun Sheng murmured, retracting the outwardly projected soul pressure, focusing on his perception. Within his soul vision, the topography of the ruins, the flow of energy, and even some hidden faint fluctuations became vividly discernible. He discovered that remnants of various objects lingered throughout the ruins, such as broken weapons, jade slips, and even some alchemical pills that had not entirely decayed, yet to him, their value was minimal. The true core was likely to be found deep within these ruins. "Follow me." Hun Sheng set his sights on a particular direction. where the energy fluctuations were most peculiar and the devouring characteristic was most pronounced. The two of them deployed their agility, avoiding the useless ruins, and swiftly pressed deeper into the secret realm. Along the way, Hun Sheng's soul perception swept over, uncovering several rare medicinal herbs thriving at unique energy nodes, each possessing astonishing potency. He deemed them unworthy of collection, merely noting their locations. After advancing for about several dozen kilometers, a silhouette of a relatively well-preserved, massive architectural complex emerged at the end of their vision. The closer they drew, the clearer the devouring power became. Ultimately, they halted before a colossal, dilapidated mountain gate constructed of some black monolithic stones. Though the gate had partially collapsed, one could still envision its former grandeur. A large broken plaque lay askew on the ground, inscribed with 3 ancient characters, which, despite being weathered by time, still exuded a chilling aura. Soul devouring sect. Beside the mountain gate stood a relatively intact black stele, densely inscribed with numerous characters. Hun Sheng and the little medical sage approached to scrutinize it closely. The inscriptions on the stele recounted the origins of the soul devouring sect, an ancient sect renowned for its esoteric techniques in devouring souls and energy, which had once dominated its region during its peak. The sect was divided into 3 pavilions. The outer pavilion, which provided living quarters and training for outer disciples. The inner pavilion, housing inner disciples and core inheritances, further subdivided into the scripture pavilion, alchemy pavilion, task pavilion, and the main pavilion, a retreat for the sect's elders and the sect master where ordinary disciples were forbidden entry. Upon reaching the conclusion, Hun Sheng's gaze sharpened. The stele also mentioned that beyond the main pavilion lay a forbidden zone, where the supreme elder of the sect would enter seclusion. And when the time came for each generation's sect master, they would also need to enter this forbidden zone to attain enlightenment. The inscription vaguely alluded to the fact that while the sect's techniques could yield rapid advancement, enabling nearly every sect master to reach the pinnacle of the fighting sovereign level, they bore a fatal flaw that rendered no one in the sect capable of breaking through to the level of fighting saint, leading to the sect's gradual decline and eventual obliteration from history. Devouring souls and energy, the pinnacle of fighting sovereign, yet unable to transcend to fighting saint, Hun Sheng murmured, a glimmer of wisdom sparking in his eyes. It appeared that the true treasures lay within the inner pavilion, main pavilion, and ultimately the forbidden zone. The inheritance of the soul-devouring sect bore striking similarities to his own soul-devouring technique, potentially offering immense benefits and even inspiration. Moreover, the flaw that had shackled the sect masters throughout history piqued his intense curiosity. Let us proceed in order, starting with the outer pavilion. Hun Sheng suppressed the fervor within him, his tone regaining its calmness. The more they ventured into this ancient sect's ruins, the more cautious they needed to be. The two stepped through the crumbling mountain gate, officially entering the domain of the outer pavilion of the soul-devouring sect. What unfolded before their eyes was a denser cluster of dilapidated structures, with streets crisscrossing, faintly revealing the once thriving sect. The devouring power that hung in the air seemed to intensify slightly. The exploration had formally commenced. True opportunities and dangers perhaps lay hidden within these seemingly ruined remnants. Chapter 59. Ordinary in the outer pavilion, winds rise in the inner pavilion. Upon entering the outer pavilion area of the soul-devouring sect, an even more profound sense of desolation and silence assailed them. Amidst the crumbling walls, one could barely discern the outlines of former disciple residences, training grounds, and lecture halls, now all in utter ruin, cloaked beneath thick layers of dust and the scars of time. Hun Sheng's soul power, perfected to the utmost, swept through every inch of land like invisible tendrils. He could distinctly sense 2 peculiar energies permeating the air. One was exceedingly faint, yet carried a familiar devouring characteristic, seemingly a weak remnant of the sect's techniques, while the other was a subtle, colorless gas, emanating from certain crevices and depths of the ruins. This toxic gas caused Hun Sheng to frown slightly, as it evoked a faint sense of familiarity, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before. The toxicity was not particularly potent, posing little threat to those at or above the fighting emperor level. It was likely due to either poisonous substances or formations having leaked over the years since the sect's downfall. He paid it little heed, as both he and the little medical sage possessed a formidable resistance to toxins, rendering such gas as gentle as a breeze. His sole perception focused primarily on seeking out valuable items. However, after a thorough investigation, the results were disappointing. The outer pavilion area evidently held the lowest status within the sect, having been ravaged by time and possibly multiple rounds of plundering, leaving behind only remnants of refuse. Occasionally, you might find a few lifeless weapon fragments, some barely legible low-tier technique scrolls, or remnants of pills that had long lost their potency. To ordinary fighting emperors or low-tier fighting sovereigns outside, these items might have been treasures, but to Hun Sheng, who possessed the soul-devouring technique, Tai Chi soul technique, and the ability to exchange through the system, they were akin to mere rubbish. The little medical sage couldn't even be bothered to glance at them. It seemed that valuable items would not be found in such a place. Hun Sheng shook his head, directing his gaze deeper into the ruins, where a relatively intact architectural complex, surrounded by taller black walls, stood. At the entrance of the walls was a more magnificent yet closed black stone door, inscribed with two ancient characters. Inner Pavilion. That was the core area of the soul-devouring sect. The two no longer wasted time in the outer pavilion. With a swift motion, they arrived before the massive black stone door. Before the door, a dozen figures had gathered, those earlier fleeing from Hun Sheng's soul pressure, yet unwilling to depart. Stronger fighting sovereigns who had evidently also discerned the lack of treasure in the outer pavilion and set their sights on the inner pavilion. However, the tightly shut stone door barred their entry. Upon the door, runes glimmered, exuding powerful energy fluctuations, evidently fortified with formidable seals. Let us strike together. Break it open. A 3-star fighting sovereign bellowed. The crowd nodded in unison, gathering their fighting spirit, various colors of combat techniques shimmering, prepared to unleash a joint assault on the stone door. However, just as their attacks were about to be released, with a creaking sound, the heavy black stone door unexpectedly slid open slowly to either side. Instead of the anticipated grand hall, a deep and shadowy passage lay beyond. Even more disconcerting were the 5 towering figures, rigid and forged from some dark metallic substance, their eye sockets pulsating with a crimson glow, standing sentinel at the threshold of the passage like guardians. The energy fluctuations emanating from them unmistakably reached the level of 5-star Dou Zone. Guarding puppets, someone exclaimed in astonishment. The 5 puppets seemed to have been activated by the sound of the door opening, their scarlet gaze instantly locking onto the crowd outside, and without any flourish, they simultaneously launched their assault. The winds of their fists, the imprints of their palms, and beams of energy, all imbued with a chilling intent to kill, surged towards the crowd in overwhelming force. Block them. The expressions of the dozen or so Dou Zone at the entrance changed dramatically as they hastily employed their techniques to defend. An explosive roar erupted at the stone door, energy ripples expanding outward. These 5-star Dou Zone puppets, devoid of pain and fear, with formidable defenses and equally potent attacks, forced the crowd at the entrance into a frenzy, making it difficult for them to break through. Hun Sheng and the little medicine fairy stood at a slight distance, observing the chaotic battle with cold detachment. 5-star Dou Zone puppets. The soul-devouring sect certainly possesses some depth, Hun Sheng remarked, his tone unperturbed. Such puppets, before my soul in the spirit realm, are riddled with flaws. Even in a direct confrontation, I am confident I could dismantle one in a short time. The little medicine fairy's expression was even more indifferent. If her 9-star Dou Zone poison potency were to fully erupt, these metallic monstrosities would likely not withstand corrosion. At that moment, while the Dou Zone and puppets were embroiled in fierce combat and unable to break through, Hun Sheng made his move. He did not directly attack the puppets, but instead executed the Tianyu step to its utmost, transforming his figure into an almost invisible shadow, akin to a wraith. Slipping through the gaps between the two attacking puppets and the chaotic melee of Dou Zone with incredible agility, narrowly penetrating into the shadowy passage. Almost simultaneously, the little medicine fairy transformed into a radiant streak of 7 colors, moving even faster, effortlessly crossing the defensive line. Their actions were so swift and unexpected that by the time the battling Dou Zone and puppets reacted, they had already vanished deep within the passage. Brutes! They've gone in. Quickly! Don't bother with those puppets. Charge inside. The crowd at the entrance erupted in shock and fury, unleashing their full strength in an attempt to escape the puppets and rush in. Meanwhile, the 5 puppets clung tightly to them, the battle growing even more intense. The passage was not long, and soon Hun Sheng and the little medicine fairy emerged, revealing a breathtaking vista. The scene of the inner cabinet was starkly different from that of the outer cabinet. Although the architecture here also bore an ancient quality, it was mostly well-preserved, with pavilions and halls arranged in a harmonious layout, and the air was thick with a more concentrated energy. the subtle power of devouring and faint traces of poison becoming markedly more pronounced. Directly ahead stood three of the most magnificent halls, their entrance plaques, though dusty, still discernible: Scripture Pavilion, Alchemy Pavilion, Task Pavilion. Before the three pavilions lay a vast square of blue stone. At that moment, 2 or 3 dozen individuals had already gathered on the square. These individuals had evidently entered the inner cabinet through other entrances or means, each emanating a robust aura. Their eyes, sharp and greedy, standing vigilantly against one another. Their gazes fervently concentrated on the tightly shut doors of the three pavilions. The sudden appearance of Hun Sheng and the little medicine fairy immediately drew the attention of everyone on the square. Dozens of eyes turned towards them, filled with scrutiny, surprise, and unabashed hostility. Another pair trying to stake their claim, and these two exude a peculiar combination, one at 8-star Dou Huang and the other enigmatic beyond measure. Hun Sheng scanned the square, his soul power instantaneously perceiving the situation. Most of those present were above 6-star Dou zone, with 5 individuals radiating the strongest auras, likely at the pinnacle of 9-star Dou zone, akin to the little medicine fairy. However, Hun Sheng felt no fear, setting aside his own perfected soul power in the spirit realm that rendered him invulnerable against those below Dou zone. The little medicine fairy's exceptional toxic body allowed her to effortlessly engage in cross-boundary battles. He smiled amiably at the crowd, choosing not to approach the three pavilions, but instead leading the little medicine fairy to a relatively secluded corner of the square, adopting an air of nonchalance, as if merely a spectator, not intending to contest with them. Yet, everyone understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. The three pavilions lay tantalizingly close, potentially housing the soul-devouring sex techniques, elixirs, and treasures. No one would genuinely relinquish their claim. The atmosphere in the space became increasingly delicate and tense with the arrival of Hun Sheng and the little medicine fairy. An invisible powder keg of tension permeated the air, and chaos was on the verge of eruption. Hun Sheng stood leisurely in the corner, yet his soul power in the spirit realm had already unfurled like an invisible net, quietly enveloping the entire square, awaiting the opportune moment to strike or for some individuals to lose their composure and act first. The treasure hunt within the inner cabinet had merely begun. Chapter 60, Treasure Hunt in the Inner Cabinet, Main Hall Threshold. The inner cabinet square was rife with murderous intent. The three tightly shut pavilions resembled 3 choice morsels, drawing a pack of wolves, their breaths heavy with anticipation. The brief stalemate shattered with a greedy roar. Attack. A hasty Dou zone was the first to strike at the Alchemy Pavilion's grandeur. Boom! The thunderous sound acted like a starting gun, igniting the fuse for chaos. Dozens of figures, eyes ablaze with desire, surged toward the three pavilions, various attributes of combat techniques colliding wildly. The square soon filled with screams, roars, and the explosive sounds of energy. Driven mad by the potential techniques, elixirs, people descended into frenzy. Yet Hun Sheng and the little medicine fairy stood like rocks amidst the torrent, observing with cold detachment. Hun Sheng's perfected soul power in the spirit realm acted as the most precise radar, scanning the entire scene instantaneously. The Alchemy Pavilion's defenses were the strongest, followed by the Scripture Pavilion and the Task Pavilion the weakest, but within the Task Pavilion there seemed to be something of interest. Hun Sheng's gaze narrowed as he honed in on the relatively inconspicuous Task Pavilion. He sensed a faint yet pure devouring aura emanating from deep within. To the Task Pavilion, the two figures darted like lightning, evading the chaotic battle, and in an instant, they stood before the Task Pavilion's door. At that moment, 2 3-star Dou zone were fiercely assaulting the already wavering barrier on the grand door. Get lost. This place belongs to us. The 2 Dou zone barked sharply at the newcomers, their attacks relentless. Hun Sheng's eyes turned cold. He needn't lift a finger. His perfected soul pressure descended like an invisible mountain, crashing down upon the two. The 2 3-star Dou zone felt their souls quaking as if being targeted by a primordial beast, an overwhelming fear instantaneously drowning their rationality. Their Dou Qi faltered, and they spewed out mouthfuls of blood, retreating in terror, no longer daring to approach even a fraction closer. Hun Sheng raised his hand, revealing a dark vortex in his palm, gently pressing against the barrier. As the soul-devouring technique activated, the energy of the already crumbling barrier was swiftly consumed. The grand door creaked open. The two slipped inside, reversing their motion to close the door, isolating themselves from the clamor outside. Inside, dust covered everything. Numerous jade platforms lay in ruins, and most scrolls recording tasks had succumbed to decay. Hun Sheng's soul power precisely sought the source of the devouring aura, leading him to a remarkably concealed hidden compartment in the wall. Breaking open the hidden compartment, a palm-sized token, entirely ebony and chilling to the touch, inscribed with countless intricate, devouring runes, quietly lay within. At the center of the token, an ancient character for devour faintly glowed. Just as Hun Sheng grasped the token, a fierce gust of wind suddenly surged from behind him. An ancient figure, whose presence had stealthily infiltrated the scene and reached the formidable level of the 9-star Dou Zone, flickered with avarice and ruthlessness in his eyes, aiming directly at the token in Hun Sheng's grasp. Boy, such a treasure is far beyond your reach. Hand it over. The ambush was executed with astonishing suddenness and malice. Yet, Hun Sheng appeared to possess a sixth sense, deftly employing the Tianyu step at the very brink of peril, his form twisting like a wraith, narrowly evading that lethal strike. Simultaneously, the petite physician beside him had long been poised for action, seeking death. The vibrant, poisonous mist erupted instantaneously, coiling towards the 9-star Dou Zone elder as if it possessed a life of its own. The ferocity of the toxic fog far exceeded the elder's expectations, rapidly corroding and dissolving his protective Dou Qi. The elder's visage changed dramatically as he hastily retreated, but the petite physician's assault was relentless, her jade fingers flicking, unleashing a barrage of exquisitely refined, colorful poison needles that sealed off all avenues of escape. Hun Sheng let out a cold snort, channeling his soul's power into an intangible hammer that struck fiercely at the elder's very essence. Caught between a rock and a hard place, the elder felt a searing pain in his soul, his movements distorted in an instant, and he was pierced by one of the poison needles through his shoulder. The elder let out a wretched scream, his wound instantly turning pitch black and rotting, the terrifying toxin surging violently into his body. Horror and fear flickered in his eyes as he abandoned all thoughts of the token, crashing through the window of the mission hall in a frenzied escape, not even leaving behind a harsh word. A 9-star Dou Zone, reduced to a state of heavy injury and retreat at the hands of two individuals in the blink of an eye. Hun Sheng paid no mind to the fleeing figure, his gaze fixated upon the black token in his hand. The devouring runes inscribed upon it seemed to pulsate with life, emanating an aura that resonated faintly with his own Shi Ju. Such pure devouring power. This was no ordinary token. Perhaps it was the key to unlocking some pivotal location. Hun Sheng carefully stowed the token deep within his spatial ring. At that moment, the chaos outside in the square was drawing to a close. The doors of the Dan Pavilion and the Scripture Pavilion were forcefully breached, the sounds of fiercer competition and furious curses emanating from within, clearly indicating that the treasures were enticing, and the internal conflict was growing ever more ferocious. Hun Sheng and his companion emerged from the mission hall. The square lay in disarray, with only a few survivors remaining, most of whom were injured, vigilantly seated to recuperate or inspect their gains. Upon witnessing Hun Sheng and the petite physician emerge unscathed from the mission hall, a deep sense of trepidation flickered in their eyes. Hun Sheng's gaze was drawn directly towards the depths of the inner pavilion. Amidst the clouds and mist, the imposing, pitch-black main pavilion exuded a disquieting pressure. At the end of the white jade steps leading to the main pavilion stood 3 puppets, reminiscent of metallic demigods, looming ominously, their dark golden bodies grotesque forms, and the terrifying aura they emitted surpassed that of any previous puppets. Standing at the threshold of a half-step Dou Zone, the 3 puppets formed a triangular formation, steadfastly guarding the entrance to the main pavilion. Behind each puppet, there was a small teleportation array capable of accommodating only 2 individuals, emitting faint spatial fluctuations. A latecomer, an uncomprehending 7-star Dou Zone, was overwhelmed by the allure of the main pavilion and attempted to force his way in. The central puppet merely raised its arm, launching a punch through the air. The fist's wind tore through space, and the 7-star Dou Zone had no time to react. His protective Dou Qi instantaneously collapsed. His chest caved in, blood erupting like a mist as he was sent flying, his fate uncertain. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. All greed evaporated in an instant, leaving only sheer terror. At that moment, an ancient rule materialized upon the shimmering barrier of the main pavilion. The main pavilion is a sacred ground. Entry is forbidden for the unworthy. 3 guardians, each defending a domain. Challengers must form pairs and select 1 puppet to confront. Defeating the guardian will activate the teleportation array, granting 2 the right to enter the main pavilion. Each array accommodates only 1 pair, with a time limit of 1 incense stick. The rules were cold and merciless. 2 individuals per group, challenging half-step Dou Zun puppets. This effectively announced the complete exclusion of all below the 9-star Dou Zone level. The remaining individuals exchanged glances. Their faces pale. At that moment, aside from Hun Sheng and the petite physician, there were precisely 5 remaining strong individuals, all of whom had survived or emerged victorious from the recent melee, their strength uniformly reaching the 9-star Dou Zone level. 7 individuals, 3 group slots, leaving 1 extra. The gazes of the 5 9-star Dou Zone involuntarily focused with malice upon the seemingly weakest Hun Sheng. What qualification did an 8-star Dou Huang possess to stand among them? Moreover, they had not witnessed the fate of the 9-star Dou Zone who had fled from the mission hall. Among them, a sinister-looking elder at the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Zone, his eyes flashing with cold light, unabashedly revealed his murderous intent as he stepped forward, speaking coldly. Boy, this is no place for someone of your cultivation. Self-destruct your arm and roll out, or face death. The other 4 9-star Dou Zone subtly closed in, their intentions unmistakable, aiming to eliminate this surplus and weakest competitor first. The petite physician's complexion turned icy as she stepped forward, her poison aura of the 9-star Dou Zone unrestrainedly emanating, the colorful mist swirling about her form, her tone frigid. If you wish to harm him, you must first contend with me. The sinister elder's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of wariness flashing within, but upon glancing at his 4 companions, his confidence swelled. Humph. What a 9-star Dou Zone. With our 5 combined, we need not fear you. Before he could finish his sentence, Hun Sheng gently grasped the petite physician's hand. He stepped forward, his gaze calm as it swept over the 6 9-star Dou Zone, and a peculiar smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Why complicate matters? As his words fell, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. The sole power of his perfected spiritual realm surged forth without reservation, not as a broad suppression, but coalescing into a singular force, akin to an invisible battering ram, fiercely crashing towards the most vociferous elder. Hun Mi Finger, ultimate assault. The sinister elder had not anticipated that an 8-star Dou Huang would dare to take the initiative, nor that the attack would come with such eerie terror. He felt as if his soul were pierced by countless steel needles, darkness enveloping his vision, consciousness plunging into an abyss, unable to emit even a scream. Blood streaming from all 7 orifices, his body stiffly collapsing backward, his vitality waning to its nadir. Although not dead, he had completely lost consciousness. Gravely injured and on the brink. Silence. A deathly stillness. The sinister smiles on the faces of the remaining 5 9-star Dou Zone froze, replaced by boundless shock and fear. They had not even seen what transpired, yet a peak 9-star Dou Zone had inexplicably fallen. What manner of power was this? The 5 retreated a few steps as if doused with ice water, their gazes towards Hun Sheng filled with trepidation, no longer daring to harbor any ill intentions. Hun Sheng nonchalantly withdrew his gaze, as if merely having accomplished a trivial task. He turned toward the 5 now silent 9-star Dou Zone. Now, the numbers aligned perfectly, just right for 3 groups. The 4 9-star Dou Zone, no longer daring to voice any dissent, nodded in unison, automatically dividing into 2 groups. Casting awed glances towards the 3 half-step Dou Zun puppets, Hun Sheng exchanged a glance with the petite physician, their eyes locking onto the leftmost puppet, which wielded a massive axe. The true challenge was only just beginning. 2 against half-step Dou Zun puppets. Chapter 61, Sect Master S Legacy, Devouring Life Technique. The 3 dark golden puppets stood resolutely, akin to 3 insurmountable peaks. The aura they exuded filled the entire white jade stone platform, suffocating all who dared to breathe. The central puppet, slightly larger than its flanking counterparts, was adorned with more complex and ancient runes upon its dark golden body, and within its lifeless eye sockets flickered a depth far beyond that of the other 2. Merely standing there, the surrounding space warped slightly, the oppressive force it emanated unmistakably reaching the pinnacle of half-step Dou Zun, seemingly just a step away from the true Dou Zun realm. Though the 2 puppets on either side were also at the threshold of Dou Zun, their aura was evidently weaker. Hun Sheng's gaze was instantly captivated by the strongest puppet in the center. An intuition derived from the devouring soul technique and the realm of spiritual souls informed him that this most formidable guardian was undoubtedly connected to the most vital inheritance. We shall select the one in the middle. Hun Sheng spoke with calmness, yet his tone carried an undeniable resolution. The little medical fairy nodded without hesitation, her trust in Hun Sheng's decision unwavering. Upon hearing this, the two groups of 9-star Dou Zone, who were preparing to choose their opponents, cast looks of disbelief, akin to that of fools. The ominous elder's previous misstep rendered them hesitant to mock, yet the derision and schadenfreude in their eyes were unmistakable. The terrifying aura emanating from the central puppet made their very souls tremble, causing them to instinctively recoil. Were these two truly seeking their own demise? They had been intoxicated by their previous victories. They are courting death. Good. This saves us the trouble of cleaning up. The two groups chuckled softly, swiftly opting for the puppets on the left and right as their adversaries. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted, the roar of energy reverberating through the heavens. Hun Sheng and the little medical fairy could not afford to divert their attention. All their focus was fixed upon the dark gold puppet in the center. Just as they stepped into its attack range, a hum echoed. The eerie light in the puppet's eyes flared dramatically, and a terrifying momentum, far mightier than that of the 9-star Dou Zone, surged forth like a tangible tsunami, crashing down upon the two. Under this pressure, the previously confident 9-star Dou Zone appeared as mere streams in the vast ocean. It moved, without employing any ostentatious Dou techniques. It simply unleashed a straightforward punch. The wind from the punch caused the very fabric of space to groan under the strain, distorting and collapsing, forming a visibly apparent vacuum imprint. This was pure power and energy compressed to the utmost. Hun Sheng's expression grew gravely serious, activating heavenly shadow steps to its limits. He transformed into numerous afterimages in a hasty retreat, while simultaneously executing soul-extinguishing finger, condensing the power of the spiritual soul into an invisible spike that struck fiercely toward the puppet's head. Yet that strike, capable of severely wounding a 9-star Dou Zone soul, merely caused the puppet's movement to falter slightly. The eerie glow in its eye dimmed for but a moment before returning to normal. It possessed an extraordinary resistance to soul attacks. The little medical fairy let out a delicate shout, unleashing a torrent of colorful toxic mist that coiled like a giant serpent around the puppet's arm. The corrosive poison clashed violently with the puppet's punch wind, producing a hissing, piercing sound, yet the ferocious punch wind dispersed most of the toxic mist. Boom! Although the two made every effort to evade and block, the residual force of the punch still swept over Hun Sheng. He felt as though he had been struck head-on by a mountain hurtling through the sky, his blood surging, a metallic taste flooding his throat, and his body uncontrollably sent flying, crashing against the distant light barrier. The cultivation of an 8-star Dou Huang appeared so feeble in the face of such overwhelming power. The disparity was immense. The gap between Dou Zone and the threshold of Dou Zun, though seemingly a mere step, was in reality a chasm. It was a realm that had begun to touch the power of space, where the very essence of strength underwent a transformation. Hun Sheng, the little medical fairy exclaimed, her beautiful eyes filled with worry and concern. I'm fine. Hun Sheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharpening with a wild intensity. We cannot confront it head-on. Sinner, I need time to prepare a soul impact to disrupt it and create an opportunity for you. You must use your most powerful methods. Understood. The little medical fairy nodded without hesitation, comprehending Hun Sheng's intent. In the face of such a monstrosity, one could only take bold risks. Hun Sheng took a deep breath, the consolidating soul technique within him operating frantically, the soul power of the perfected spiritual realm coalescing and compressing at an unprecedented pace. An invisible ripple of spiritual energy radiated around him, and his gaze deepened profoundly. The dark gold puppet advanced a step, raising its other arm, palm open, as a beam of dark golden energy capable of annihilating an ordinary 9-star Dou Zone began to coalesce. At this critical juncture, Hun Sheng abruptly lifted his head, a vortex seemingly exploding in his eyes. Soul-extinguishing finger, devouring 10,000 souls. This was not merely a single strike of energy. It was the unreserved release of his spiritual soul power, transforming into countless invisible soul spikes that surged toward the puppet's head like a torrential storm. This was a strategy that risked inflicting self-harm while wounding the enemy. Buzz. The dark gold puppet's energy-consolidating motion abruptly froze, the eerie glow in its eyes flickering violently, uncertain, its entire form trembling slightly. Hun Sheng's soul impact, surpassing his limits, finally caused a significant disturbance to it. Now, Xiao Yan. Blood flowed from Hun Sheng's 7 orifices, his face as pale as paper, as he shouted hoarsely. The little medical fairy was already prepared, She formed a peculiar ancient seal with her hands, her eyes instantly transforming into a pure spectrum of colors. Evil poison body, activate. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying poison force erupted from the little medical fairy's body like a dormant volcano, unleashing a thick, colorful toxic mist that transformed into a viscous, lifelike torrent of venom. The white jade slab beneath her feet was instantly corroded and dissolved, the surrounding air twisting with lethal toxins. At that moment, her aura surged uncontrollably, nearing the level of a half-stepped ozone. Toxicity reigned supreme. The little medical fairy pointed delicately, and a vast torrent of colorful venom morphed into a gigantic seven-colored phoenix, releasing a soundless shriek, carrying the terrifying poison force that could obliterate all, and fiercely collided with the dark gold puppet, which was still reeling from the soul shock. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded. The colorful toxic rays and the dark golden light intertwined and eroded violently, the shockwaves causing the entire platform to shake violently. As the brilliance gradually dissipated, the once mighty dark gold puppet was revealed to have a massive hole corroded into its chest, its runes dimmed, and the eerie glow in its eyes extinguished, standing motionless in place. However, the small teleportation array behind it glowed softly. We have one, albeit at a heavy cost. Staggering. Hun Sheng made his way to the little medical fairy's side, who had forcibly undone the majority of her seals, her complexion somewhat pale. Yet her eyes sparkled with joy upon seeing Hun Sheng unharmed. Without hesitation, the two stepped into the teleportation array. The spatial fluctuations enveloped them, and they vanished in an instant. It was only after their disappearance that the two groups of 9-star Dou, still embroiled in fierce combat with the puppets, returned to their senses, filled with trepidation and disbelief. Had they truly defeated the strongest puppet? A flash of white light later, Hun Sheng and the little medical fairy found themselves in an ancient chamber. The room was modestly sized and simply arranged, yet retained an unsettling air of authority. However, at this moment, the room was in disarray, with furniture broken as if it had endured a great battle. In the center of the room stood a stone table, engraved with a complex array pattern, but apart from that, it was devoid of anything else. This seemed to be the living quarters of the sect leader. The little medical fairy surveyed the surroundings, somewhat disappointed, as if there were nothing of value. Yet, Hun Sheng's gaze sharpened, feeling a slight warmth emanating from the storage ring on his finger. With a thought, the black token obtained from the mission hall flew out on its own. The token hovered in midair, the character Devour on its surface emitting a faint glow. A stream of eerie light shot forth from the token, precisely landing on the array pattern on the stone table. The array was activated, radiating a soft glow. A somewhat ethereal, yet supremely dignified figure of an elder gradually emerged from the array. The elder's gaze was weathered. He first swept over the little medical fairy, pausing for a moment on her still simmering toxic energy, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before his gaze settled on Hun Sheng. Upon sensing Hun Sheng's mere 8-star Dou Qi Cultivation, the face of the ethereal figure displayed evident astonishment. However, immediately, he sensed the ethereal yet inherently profound soul of Hun Sheng, albeit weakened, along with the devouring power circulating within him, which shared a common origin. An 8-star Dou Emperor, with a soul at the pinnacle of the spiritual realm, and having cultivated a technique akin to the soul-devouring art, the Phantom of the Elder, a remnant soul of the soul-devouring sect's leader, was filled with astonishment as he spoke. Little one, you truly surprise our sect. Junior Hun Sheng, I pay my respects to the sect master. Hun Sheng bowed, neither servile nor arrogant. Very well. The remnant soul of the sect master nodded in satisfaction. You are fortunate and have made the most prudent choice. The 3 puppets guarding the teleportation array lead to the great elder, the second elder, and the sacred inheritance site of our sect. Only by choosing the strongest guardians can one reach this place. Our sect's legacy is the town-protecting technique of the soul-devouring sect, soul-devouring art. The remnant soul's tone turned grave. This technique is immensely domineering. Practicing it requires formidable soul power and unwavering will, and must be accompanied by the soul-devouring pool within the sect's forbidden grounds to truly master it. The token you hold is the key to entering the forbidden ground. Just then, a long-lost, cold, and mechanical voice resonated within Hun Sheng's mind. Ding! Detected high-level earthly technique soul-devouring art. Detected that the host has already cultivated the high-level earthly technique soul-absorbing art. Conditions for fusion met. Fusion function activated. Soul-absorbing art, soul-devouring art, life-devouring art. Reminder: the singular soul-absorbing art or soul-devouring art leans towards devouring and plundering with a sinister attribute. Life-devouring art leans towards balance and completeness, converting all energies into personal use while simultaneously nurturing the vitality of the world. It can absorb the energy and vitality of others, and also output vitality to heal others or nourish all things. A surge of ecstatic waves erupted within Hun Sheng's heart. Imperial-level potential. The coexistence of devouring and nurturing. This was nothing short of a transformative rebirth. The sect master's remnant soul, unaware of the system's existence, continued. After acquiring the technique, you must proceed to the forbidden ground for cultivation. Before that, this remnant soul of our sect shall lend you one last assistance. Absorbing it will enable you to break through to the 9-star Dou Emperor. Having spoken, the remnant soul infused the cultivation method of the soul-devouring art into Hun Sheng's mind, gradually becoming more ethereal, transforming into an incredibly pure essence of soul power that drifted toward Hun Sheng. Seated cross-legged, Hun Sheng activated soul-absorbing art and gathering soul art, beginning to absorb this pure power. His aura rose at a visibly rapid pace, swiftly recovering the previous loss of soul power and striving toward a higher level. Beside him, the little medicine fairy safeguarded him, sensing Hun Sheng's increasingly potent aura. Her eyes filled with tenderness. Soon after, Hun Sheng's aura suddenly trembled, successfully breaking through the barrier and ascending to the 9-star Dou Emperor. He opened his eyes, brilliance radiating from them. At that moment, however, the little medicine fairy slightly furrowed her delicate brows, her beautiful eyes gazing curiously at what appeared to be an ordinary wall deep within the room, softly saying, "Hun Sheng, I seem to sense something calling me from behind it. It feels familiar, warm, yet tinged with sorrow." Behind that wall lay the forbidden ground mentioned by the sect master. Hun Sheng's gaze sharpened as he looked at the wall. The obsidian token in his hand began to emit a slight warmth once more. Chapter 62. Secrets of the Forbidden Ground. Essence of the Poison Body. Holding the black token inscribed with the character Devour, Hun Sheng and the little medicine fairy stood before the seemingly ordinary wall. The faint glow from the token resonated weakly with a certain spot on the wall as Hun Sheng slowly pressed the token against it. With a hum, the wall silently slid inward, revealing a narrow passage that could only accommodate one person. A far denser aura, mingling with ancient dust and strange energy fluctuations, rushed forth, tinged with a faint yet chilling toxicity. The passage extended downward, with Hun Sheng leading the way and the little medicine fairy closely following, both proceeding cautiously. After about the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, they emerged into a vast underground cavern. The ceiling of the cave was adorned with long-dimmed moonlight stones, casting a faint, pallid light. At the center of the cavern lay a colossal black pool, its waters thick as ink, silent and undisturbed, emanating an unparalleled devouring power. This must be the soul-devouring pool spoken of by the sect master. However, the most striking feature was the dozen or so complete human skeletons seated in meditation around the pool. These skeletons, having endured countless years, remained as lustrous as jade, even faintly radiating varying levels of energy pressure, clearly once formidable beings. They maintained their meditative postures, as if they were quietly transmuting their essence in this place. This was, indeed, the resting place of the past leaders of the soul-devouring sect. A solemn and desolate aura permeated the air. Hun Sheng's gaze swept over the skeletons, feeling a chill within. These were predecessors who had cultivated the soul-devouring art to profound heights. His eyes suddenly fixed upon one particular skeleton. Unlike the others, which were white as jade, this one exhibited an eerie purplish-gray hue. More startling still, wisps of faint purplish-gray, poisonous gas emanated slowly from within the chest cavity of the skeleton, as if it possessed a life of its own. The color and aura of this poisonous gas caused Hun Sheng's pupils to constrict, instantly recalling the strange toxic mist encountered in the outer pavilions that corroded Dou Qi and souls. So the source lay here. The little medicine fairy also sensed it. Her calamity-poisoned body reacted violently to this power, which was of the same origin yet of a different quality. Just as she turned her gaze toward the purplish-gray skeleton, an unexpected change occurred. The calamity poison within the little medicine fairy surged forth uncontrollably, as if responding to some supreme summons. A dense rainbow-colored toxic mist transformed into a torrent, actively rushing toward the purplish-gray skeleton, gently enveloping it. The rainbow mist and the purplish-gray poison gas emitted from the skeleton did not erode one another. Instead, they began to slowly merge, akin to raindrops converging into the sea. Hun Sheng's heart tightened as he was about to step forward. Yet he was halted by the unfolding scene before him. The purplish-gray skeleton, wrapped in the rainbow toxic mist, began to gather a faint purplish-gray glow at the head, gradually coalescing into an extremely ethereal image of a female remnant soul, seemingly on the verge of dissipating. Her features were blurred, yet hints of her former unparalleled beauty could be discerned. Her gaze fell upon the little medicine fairy first, filled with boundless sorrow, melancholy, and an indescribable sense of solace. After countless years, at last, she awaited another kindred spirit who could reach this place. The remnant soul's voice was ethereal and haunting, tinged with a hint of liberation. "Child, you too possess the calamity poison body, and you seem to have found a way to control it, unlike me." The little medicine fairy's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Filled with shock, "Senior, you are also a calamity poison body?" Upon hearing this, Hun Sheng's mind was struck by a lightning bolt of memory long sealed away. The original text, indeed, mentioned a female powerhouse who had cultivated the calamity poison body to an exceedingly high level, seemingly at the Dou Qi tier, yet ultimately could not escape the fate of backlash from her own body, leading to a great calamity in the central state before fading into obscurity. Could be this very figure before him? Indeed, I too am a bearer of this cursed constitution. The female remnant soul's voice carried a deep sense of lament and sorrow. I once cultivated it to nearly the level of a Dou Qi, yet ultimately could not withstand its backlash. As for why I am here, her remnant soul's gaze gently and remorsefully swept over the surrounding jade-white skeletons. Finally resting on the most towering skeleton in the center, her tone filled with pain and affection because he and I, the current leader of the soul-devouring sect, were deeply in love. Back then, I reached the half-saint level and prepared to break through to Dou Qi when the calamity poison body spiraled out of control. As the imminent eruption approached, he, in a bid to save me, unhesitatingly tapped into the profound resources of our sect, leading me into this core forbidden zone. He intended to harness the devouring power of the soul-devouring pool, along with the pure energy residuals left by past sect leaders after their demise, attempting to absorb the toxic force within me that could annihilate an entire realm to a level where I could regain control. Alas, he underestimated the vastness of the toxic power I possessed, which was nearly at the saint level, and overestimated his own limits. The voice of his remnant soul choked, and ultimately he was unable to succeed. Instead, he was gravely injured by the backlash of my toxicity. My toxic body also erupted uncontrollably in this place. Though he desperately suppressed it within this forbidden land, the escaping toxic gas still obliterated the entire sect's secret realm. It was I who had caused him harm, who had harmed all the disciples, an endless wave of remorse and sorrow enveloping the remnants of his soul. She gazed at Soulborn, her eyes reflecting a hint of complexity. "You are commendable, having inherited the soul-devouring art, and your partner also possesses the cursed toxic body. How eerily similar, yet fortunate, is this fate." Her words confirmed Soulborn's previous suspicions, that the unusual gaze from the remnant soul of the sect leader was indeed due to the recognition of the little medical fairy's constitution, recalling past events. Finally, her gaze once again focused entirely on the little medical fairy, becoming exceedingly gentle and resolute. "Child, since you have discovered the path to control it, I shall bestow upon you the last remnant of the cursed toxic body's origin that remains within this frail form. Absorb and refine it. Your cursed toxic body will undergo a complete evolution, breaking free from its inherent shackles. As for the form of the more powerful constitution it may evolve into, I cannot say. That will require your own exploration and comprehension in the future." As her voice fell, the purple-gray skeletal remains suddenly emitted a dazzling purple-gray light, a pure, ancient, and overwhelmingly vast source of toxic power, slowly peeling away from the bones, transforming into a slender stream of purple-gray light, akin to a fledgling returning to its nest, merging into the little medical fairy's brow. The little medical fairy trembled, her eyes instantly transforming into a pure purple-gray hue, an immense power erupting within her body, compelling her to sit cross-legged, fully channeling and absorbing this higher-level power of the same origin. Soulborn stood by, watching as the little medical fairy's aura surged, her body undergoing a profound metamorphosis, feeling joy for her while also reflecting deeply. This opportunity had evidently been predestined long ago. Chapter 63. Twin Stars Breaking Through. Within the soul-devouring pool, the little medical fairy sat cross-legged before the purple-gray skeletal remains, her eyes tightly shut, enveloped by a vast and ancient purple-gray energy. At times, this energy surged like a tidal wave, while at others, it flowed gently like a stream, slowly merging into her limbs and bones, intertwining and fusing with her own seven-colored cursed toxic force, undergoing a fundamental transformation. Her aura climbed steadily during this fusion process, having already surpassed the limits of the 9-star Dou zone, launching an assault towards the elusive Dou Zun realm. A fleeting shadow of pain occasionally crossed her exquisite features. Yet more prominently was a focus and tranquility immersed in the elevation of power. Soulborn stood quietly nearby, his soul strength at the pinnacle of the spirit realm, constantly perceiving the little medical fairy's state. 3 days passed in a blink. He confirmed that while the absorption process was immense, it was remarkably steady, with no signs of her losing control. However, this complete evolution and breakthrough would require considerable time. Clearly, Ciena's opportunity was extraordinary, necessitating a substantial duration. Soulborn's mind settled, and he turned his gaze towards the pitch-black soul-devouring pool at the cave center. The pool's water was deep and viscous as ink, emanating the purest devouring power. Simultaneously, the remnants of energy from the skeletal remains of past sect leaders, despite the passage of time, still faintly radiated their residual energy, permeating the entire forbidden zone, intertwining with the power of the soul-devouring pool, forming a unique and potent energy field. It was time. Soulborn's gaze sharpened, no longer hesitating. He stepped slowly to the edge of the soul-devouring pool and leapt into its depths. Splash! As his body submerged in the viscous waters, he did not experience the anticipated sensation of suffocation. Instead, he felt an icy yet profoundly harmonious power surging through his pores, flooding into his body. This force was domineering and pure, imbued with a potent devouring attribute, making it an exceptional aid for cultivating the soul-devouring art. Soulborn held his breath and focused, the essence of the soul-devouring art imparted by the sect leader surfacing in his mind. Having already cultivated the soul-absorbing art to perfection, both arts shared a common devouring attribute, and, at this moment, practicing the soul-devouring art came naturally, without any sense of obstruction. The vast devouring energy from the pool was effortlessly guided into his body, circulating through the channels as per the soul-devouring art's pathway. Within just a few hours, he successfully condensed a strand of pitch-black, ink-like, yet far more domineering and pure soul-devouring Dou Qi. This new Dou Qi did not conflict with the existing soul-absorbing Dou Qi. Rather, it resembled a meeting of sovereigns, with the soul-devouring Dou Qi naturally assuming dominance and greedily absorbing and transforming the soul-absorbing Dou Qi, causing its essence to leap to new heights. The soul-devouring art had successfully been initiated. However, Soulborn's aspirations extended far beyond this. System, fuse the techniques. He silently intoned. Ding. Detection indicates that the soul-absorbing art and the soul-devouring art meet the fusion criteria. Commencing fusion. Fusion successful. Acquired the heavenly tier advanced technique. Soul life art. A surge of even more profound and arcane information flooded into Soulborn's mind, far surpassing the sum of the soul-absorbing art and the soul-devouring art. The new technique began to operate autonomously, causing the nature of the Dou Qi within him to undergo a radical transformation. Originally leaning towards a dark, predatory, devouring attribute, it became more balanced and harmonious. Yet the devouring power grew even more terrifying, now imbued with nurturing and transformative properties. He felt as though he had become a conduit of energy, capable of violently consuming all energy, while also transforming it into pure vitality to be released. The moment the technique fusion was successful, Soulborn immediately sensed the difference. His perception of the surrounding energy and absorption efficiency soared exponentially. Now was the time. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Soulborn's eyes as he operated the soul life art with all his might. Simultaneously, he did not abandon the already perfected soul-absorbing art. Under his control, both techniques remarkably operated concurrently, creating a wondrous resonance. Boom! A massive energy vortex suddenly formed around Soulborn within the soul-devouring pool. The pure, devouring energy that had accumulated over countless years surged into his body like a deluge. At the same time, The residual energy from the skeletal remains of past sect leaders, which had permeated the air in the Forbidden Zone, was drawn by this immense suction, transforming into visible streams of energy, converging into the vortex, which Soulborn ravenously consumed and refined. His aura began to soar at an astonishing speed. The pinnacle of a 9-star Dou Huang, half a step into the Dou Zone. The barrier that had obstructed countless cultivators began to tremble violently under the onslaught of this vast energy, teetering on the brink of collapse. Soulborn steadfastly maintained his focus, directing the immense power toward a fierce assault on the Dou Zone realm. Within the Forbidden Zone, a peculiar silence enveloped the atmosphere, leaving only the hum of energy flowing. On one side, the little medical fairy, encased in a purple-gray energy cocoon, continuously elevated her aura, clashing against the Dou Zone realm. On the other side, the soul-devouring pool stirred an energy storm, assaulting the Dou Zone realm. One in stillness, the other in motion, both were undergoing crucial transformations and breakthroughs. This undoubtedly required a significant passage of time. Chapter 64. New Beginnings in a Blessed Land. The Grand Vision of a Sect. Time flowed silently. Within this secluded, forbidden zone of the soul-devouring sect, both Soulborn and the little medical fairy were immersed in profound transformations, and in the blink of an eye. 2 months passed quietly. Within the soul-devouring pool, the once tumultuous vortex of energy has long since calmed, revealing a profound ink-blue hue in the dark waters. Hun Sheng sits quietly at the heart of the pool, his aura as still as an ancient well. Yet a keen perception of the soul would unveil the volcanic power simmering within him, poised to erupt. His body resembles an unfathomable abyss. For 2 months, the soul-devouring technique and life-devouring technique have been operating in tandem, ravenously consuming the foundational devouring power that has accumulated in the soul-devouring pool over countless years. They have also plundered the pure energy particles that have dissipated into the air from the bones of past sect leaders. As a celestial-level advanced martial art, the profundity of the life-devouring technique is incomparable to any previous technique. It transcends mere plunder and consumption. It engages in a subtle transformation and refinement simultaneously. The energy flowing into Hun Sheng's body is meticulously refined by the workings of the life-devouring technique, purging impurities, neutralizing harmful malice and chill, ultimately transforming into the most refined, foundational, fighting energy and an extraordinary life force. This life force nourishes both his corporeal and spiritual forms, while another portion uncontrollably radiates outward, altering the surrounding environment. On this day, the fighting energy within Hun Sheng, which had already reached its zenith and was continuously compressed and refined, finally reached a critical point. A thunderous roar erupted from deep within his dantian, a sound only he could perceive, akin to the chaos of the universe exploding into existence. The formidable barrier of Dou Zone, which had thwarted countless talented cultivators, crumbled effortlessly before the unimaginable torrent of energy accumulated over 2 months, as fragile as a paper window. The oceanic force surged forth, unshackled, coursing through his limbs and bones, meridians and acupoints, down to the most minute cells. His body crackled with subtle sounds as bones reinforced, meridians expanded, and flesh was reborn. The overwhelming aura surged from his center, uncontrollably escalating, like an awakening ancient beast proclaiming the birth of a newly ascendant powerhouse. 1-star Dou Zone. The aura flowed smoothly, rapidly solidifying, and continued to surge upward. 2 stars Dou Zone. The torrent of energy slightly waned but steadfastly propelled his ascension. Early stage 3 stars Dou Zone. Mid-stage 3 stars Dou Zone. Peak 3 stars Dou Zone. Until he reached the consummate pinnacle of 3 stars Dou Zone. The galloping power finally began to settle, fully stabilizing. Hun Sheng slowly opened his eyes, which had been closed for 2 months. Deep within his gaze, a fleeting dark vortex vanished, transforming into a serene depth. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the majestic fighting energy within him, flowing like mighty rivers, filling his heart with an unprecedented sense of strength. A slight shift in his consciousness caused ripples in the surrounding space, a sign of his initial attunement to the power of space. Indeed, the realm of Dou Zone is fundamentally different. He murmured to himself, his voice tinged with a hint of satisfaction. At this moment, should he confront the 9 stars Dou Zone from that day, he is confident that he could contend directly, even without invoking the power of the soul. However, the surprises brought by his breakthrough do not end here. He soon noticed a dramatic transformation in the environment of the entire forbidden area. Previously, though abundant in energy, the place was pervaded by a chilling, deathly, and slightly corrosive aura due to the nature of the soul-devouring technique and the influence of the poisonous body of the ancient predecessor's remains, which could harm those who lingered too long. Yet at this moment, the discomforting aura had entirely dissipated, replaced by a fresh, humid energy fluctuation brimming with life. Wherever he looked, the formerly barren black rock walls were now covered with a layer of gentle green moss, and in the crevices, a few tender green spiritual herbs, faintly glowing, defiantly peeked out. The ground, once hardened like iron from the corrosive gases, had softened somewhat, with hints of burgeoning greenery. Even the waters of the soul-devouring pool, though still deep, no longer conveyed a sense of deathly silence. Instead, they resembled a pool brimming with infinite vitality. The entire forbidden area seemed to awaken from a prolonged, death-like slumber, radiating newfound vigor. Is this the power of the life-devouring technique? To consume death and transform it into life? Hun Sheng was profoundly shaken. He could distinctly sense that this area had now become an exceptional cultivation haven, where one could not only absorb pure energy, but also be nourished by the life force, yielding twice the results with half the effort. He gazed down at the black token in his hand, which now felt warm and increasingly connected to the entire forbidden area. To wield this token is to command the gateway to this newly revitalized land of fortune. An unprecedented, grand ambition, like a seed sown in fertile soil, took root and burgeoned within his heart. This place is the core forbidden area of the ancient soul-devouring sect, its legacy still intact. After my life-devouring techniques, nurturing transformation, the cultivation environment here is likely on par with some first-rate sect's secret realms in Zhongzhou. Once Xian emerges from her seclusion, leveraging the essence of the poisonous body, her strength is bound to soar, making her ascend to Dou Qi virtually a certainty. A Dou Qi powerhouse who commands an evolved unknown poisonous body within an ancient sect's relic transformed into a cave of fortune. Why not use this as a foundation? With Xian ostensibly at the helm, to establish a brand new sect? The more he contemplated, the clearer and more refined this plan became. The strength of the little medical fairy would serve as the pillar of the sect, instilling awe in all directions. Meanwhile, he himself possesses a mysterious system marketplace, martial techniques, fighting skills, pills, and an abundance of resources, more than sufficient to support the foundation of a large sect, attracting and nurturing powerful individuals with ease. In Zhongzhou, the prevailing power structure consists of one tower, one hall, 3 valleys, and the 4 pavilions. Should this sect be established, with its foundation and potential, given some time, it would be no mere fantasy for the 4 pavilions to evolve into 5. Ambition sparkled in Hun Sheng's eyes. This pursuit is not merely to possess his own power, but also to ensure that he has adequate capital and influence to confront the Soul Palace and even stronger adversaries in the future. Just as he was swept away in a tide of excitement, sketching the details of the future sect's blueprint, a slight tremor coursed through his mind as 2 familiar, yet significantly enhanced thoughts traversed endless space, clearly conveying their messages. Avatar 1, reporting to the main body. I have successfully broken through, current cultivation, 3 stars Dou Zone. Avatar 2, reporting to the main body. I have successfully broken through, current cultivation, 3 stars Dou Zone. Thanks to the miraculous 3-soul divergence technique, the avatars share the same source of soul and identical techniques. Their breakthroughs not only brought insights into their realms, but also a portion of pure foundational energy instantaneously relayed back to the main body, disregarding spatial distance. Just as Hun Sheng's aura stabilized at the pinnacle of 3 stars Dou Zone, the infusion of these 2 identical energies acted as a final catalyst, causing a sudden surge. Boom! 4 stars Dou Zone. And not merely at the initial stage. It surged directly to mid-stage 4 stars Dou Zone before finally stabilizing. Simultaneously, the 2 distant avatars also benefited, their auras rising in tandem, synchronously ascending to the level of 4 stars Dou Zone. Such unforeseen joy. Hun Sheng was overjoyed as he felt his internal power swell once more. The 3-soul divergence technique is far more potent than he had imagined. The avatars not only operate independently for training, but their cultivation results can be relayed back to the main body in real time, effectively doubling his cultivation speed without any risks. At this moment, Avatar 1 relayed more detailed information. Target Xiao Yan has emerged from seclusion 3 days ago, successfully breaking through to the level of 1 star Dou Zone. His aura is solid, seemingly due to another fortuitous encounter. Now, he has departed from the region of the blood pool in Tianshan, based on his conversation and direction of movement. It is inferred that his next destination is the Fenglei Eastern Pavilion, where the upcoming Xifeng Pavilion Conference will be held, aiming to take this opportunity to seek out the whereabouts of the Wind Elder. Hun Sheng's gaze flickered, momentarily withdrawing his thoughts from the construction of the sect. Xiao Yan's trajectory of growth remains remarkably rapid. The Xifeng Pavilion Conference is a grand event for the younger generation of the Central Continent, inevitably fraught with turmoil. He shall continue to track, concealing himself, and refrain from taking action unless absolutely necessary. The focus will be on the developments surrounding the Xifeng Pavilion Conference, particularly the conflict between Xiao Yan and the Fenglei Pavilion, as well as the reaction of the Wind Elder. Any significant developments must be reported immediately. Hun Sheng calmly issued his command. Understood, came the respectful response from his avatar before it vanished. Hun Sheng took a deep breath, momentarily setting aside matters of the distant future. He turned his gaze towards the radiant, purplish-gray cocoon enveloping the little medicinal fairy. The energy emanating from the cocoon grew, increasingly vast and profound, subtly exuding a disquieting air of noble pressure, indicating that the little medicinal fairy's transformation had reached a critical juncture. He sensed the formidable power within him. The mid-stage of the 4-star Dou Zone, alongside the nascent plan for the sect forming in his mind. Strength, territory, foundation, and the potential for future peak combat power were all in place. A confident smile graced Hun Sheng's lips, with everything prepared. He awaited Sienna to emerge from her cocoon and ascend to greatness. At that time, this land of tumult in the Central Continent shall also belong to me, Hun Sheng, no, to us. Chapter 65. The Profound Techniques and the Poison Sovereign Emerges. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Hun Sheng sat cross-legged in the vibrant sacred ground, his aura harmonious and restrained, akin to a polished jade, with brilliance concealed within. He meticulously consolidated the power gained from his breakthrough, thoroughly solidifying his mid-stage 4-star Dou Zone cultivation, each fragment of Dou Qi responding to his will with grace and ease. The operation of the devouring life technique became increasingly fluid. With a mere thought, he could effortlessly switch between the modes of devouring and nourishing, profoundly intricate. However, the enormous purplish-gray energy cocoon beside him remained steadfast, radiating an unsettling energy. The little medicinal fairy's transformation was evidently not yet complete. As Hun Sheng's thoughts stirred, the long-lost system attribute panel quietly unfurled in his mind. Host, Hun Sheng, Realm, 4-star Dou Zone, Technique, Devouring Life Technique, Secret Art, Soul Condensation Technique, Dueling Techniques, Celestial Shadow Step, Poison Palm, Soul Extinguishing Finger, Ghostly Lock, 10,000 Poison Celestial Sorrow, Phantom Clone, Soul Realm, Great Perfection of Spiritual Realm, Fortune Value, 394,000, Special States, Blood Fiend Resistance, Frost Resistance, 3 Souls Differentiation Technique, Special Item, Token of the Master of the Devouring Sect. Upon seeing the Techniques section display Devouring Life Technique, a surge of curiosity and a desire for exploration welled up within Hun Sheng. This newly birthed celestial level technique held many mysteries regarding its specific powers and applications that he had yet to uncover. System, please elaborate on the specific effects and applications of the Devouring Life Technique, he silently intoned. The cold system prompt immediately responded, ding. The celestial level advanced technique Devouring Life Technique has been analyzed for the host. The Devouring Life Technique is derived from the plundering nature of the soul devouring technique and the consumption aspect of the devouring soul technique, refined to eliminate the superfluous, merging and transcending towards the path of energy circulation. The core effects are as follows. 1. Devour all, capable of consuming the energy of heaven and earth, Dou Qi, soul power, and even the essence of flora and minerals, transforming nearly all forms of energy into the purest devouring Dou Qi for the host to absorb. The efficiency and conversion rate far exceed the techniques preceding the merger. 2. Nurture life. The energy obtained through devouring, once channeled through the technique, can refine pure life essence. This essence nourishes the host, accelerates injury recovery, delays aging, strengthens both body and soul, and can also be released to nourish all things, improve the environment, enlighten spiritual plants, and even heal others' injuries, replenishing their life essence. 3. Devour and bestow life. This is one of the core mysteries. It can unilaterally plunder the life, essence, and cultivation of the target, or conversely, Inject one's own life essence or Dou Qi into a designated target, healing them, prolonging their life, or even temporarily enhancing their state. Note: large-scale life bestowal on others will consume the host's own cultivation. 4. Energy purification. The mixed energies, toxins, and malevolent energies devoured can be gradually refined and purified through the technique's operation, transforming into pure nutrients, significantly reducing the risk of deviating from the path. 5. Growth potential. The devouring life technique possesses immense growth potential. As the host increases the quality and quantity of devoured energy and deepens their comprehension of life principles, the technique's level can autonomously evolve, with the potential reaching imperial level. Application suggestions. It can be employed in combat, cultivation, alchemy, healing, nurturing medicinal materials, and crafting blessed lands, among many other fields. Upon absorbing the system's detailed explanation, a gleam of brilliance flashed in Hun Sheng's eyes, and he was overwhelmed with astonishment. The efficacy of the devouring life technique is nothing short of miraculous. It not only boasts a terrifying speed of devouring and cultivation, but also possesses the capabilities of creation and healing. This utterly subverts his previous impressions of devouring techniques, elevating it from a mere plundering dark art to an unparalleled method of seizing the very essence of heaven and earth, bestowing life upon all. The coexistence of devouring and nurturing lays the foundation for a grand endeavor, with this technique to heal and cultivate disciples. How could the sect not flourish? Hun Sheng became increasingly exhilarated as he contemplated this. His original plans, now bolstered by the existence of the devouring life technique, had transformed into something more feasible and magnificent. Suppressing the urge to immediately explore the profundities of the technique, Hun Sheng rose, deciding to venture outside first. He activated the passage to the sacred ground using his token, returning once more to the plaza before the main pavilion. The plaza still bore the remnants of past battles. The 3 defeated half-step Dou Zone puppets lay scattered like abandoned metal statues upon the stone steps, their bodies marred with cracks and pits, devoid of luster. As Hun Sheng's gaze swept over these formidable puppets, a thought suddenly struck him. The devouring life technique can consume energy and also bestow life. I wonder if this life-giving power can restore such energy-driven puppets? With that thought, he proceeded. He approached the severely damaged giant axe puppet in the center, extending his palm and gently pressing it against its cold, dark golden torso. The devouring life technique activated, however. This time was not for consumption, but for a reverse output, pure and gentle life essence, mingled with his unique devouring Dou Qi, flowed like a gentle stream into the puppet's body. A miracle occurred. The previously dull and fragmented runes began to flicker back to life upon contact with this life-infused energy, as if parched earth were meeting nourishing rain, gradually rekindling a glimmer. The cracks on the puppet's body healed at a slow, yet visibly discernible pace. Indeed, it was effective. Hun Sheng was overjoyed. This life essence could activate the residual energy imprints within them and repair the damage. He immediately increased the energy output, applying the same operation to the other 2 half-step Dou Zone puppets, as well as the 5 5-star Dou Zone puppets discovered later in the Pavilion Plaza. The entire process consumed nearly 70% of his Dou Qi, but when the last 5-star Dou Zone puppet's eyes reignited with brilliance, Hun Sheng felt that all the expenditure was worth it. 8 fully restored puppets stood in neat rows before him, the terrifying aura of the half-step Dou Zone intertwining with the formidable pressure of the 5-star Dou Zone, forming an overwhelming force that was almost suffocating. They stood silently, awaiting the commands of Hun Sheng, the bearer of the sect master token. Ha ha ha! Heaven is aiding me! Hun Sheng could not contain his exuberant laughter. 3 half-step Dou Zone and 5 5-star Dou Zone. This was nothing short of a puppet army capable of sweeping through any first-rate power, an excellent support for his future establishment of a sect and the protection of the Mountain Gate. However, just as he was swept away in excitement, a terrifying wave of energy suddenly erupted from the direction of the sacred ground behind him. Boom! Even across corridors and vast expanses, Soulborn could distinctly perceive an overwhelming force surging skyward, stirring the energies of heaven and earth. Above the forbidden ground, a colossal energy vortex suddenly materialized, ravenously consuming the celestial energies within a 100-mile radius. At the vortex's core, a majestic pressure radiated, sending shivers through the soul, accompanied by a peculiar venom that seemed capable of obliterating all existence. She succeeded. Soulborn was both astonished and elated, immediately gesturing to temporarily retract the 8 puppets into his spatial ring, and with a flash of movement, he dashed back into the forbidden zone. There, at the center of the forbidden ground, the immense violet-gray energy cocoon had vanished. Little medical fairy floated in mid-air, exuding a brilliant and mysterious glass-like radiance. Her aura was as vast as the ocean, unfathomable, having directly transcended the threshold of Dou, soaring to a realm that left Soulborn utterly astounded. 4-star Dou. The formidable pressure gradually receded as little medical fairy slowly opened her eyes. Those once clear orbs now seemed to contain the infinite cosmos in their depths. They occasionally shimmered with the purity of glass or the profundity of a toxic abyss, naturally exuding an unprecedented aura of nobility and power. She gracefully descended, standing before Soulborn, and with a charming smile, the very heavens seemed to dim in her presence. Soulborn, I have succeeded. Her voice was ethereal, imbued with a hint of magnetism, melodious and enchanting. Soulborn suppressed his astonishment, keenly attuning himself to her state, and curiously inquired, Fairy, congratulations. To leap directly to 4-star Dou is nothing short of miraculous. It appears your eerie poison body has undergone a fundamental transformation. Little medical fairy raised her jade-like hands, observing the swirling energy at her fingertips. Now transformed from a spectrum of colors to a chaotic glass-like hue of venom. She smiled. Indeed, having fused with the essence left by my predecessor, my eerie poison body has completely evolved, breaking free from past shackles. I shall call it the 10,000 eerie poison glass body. 10,000 eerie poison glass body? Soulborn savored the name thoughtfully. Yes, little medical fairy explained, her tone tinged with excitement. The previous eerie poison body, while powerful, was difficult to control, often backfiring with its overwhelming toxicity. However, the 10,000 eerie poison glass body has undergone a qualitative enhancement, becoming more concentrated and pure, even acquiring a hint of divine purification characteristics. With a flick of her fingertip, a stream of glass-colored venom shot forth, striking a nearby rock. Rather than eroding it, the rock was instantaneously transformed into a translucent glass sculpture, its internal structure crystal clear, as if all impurities had been instantaneously purified and reshaped. It still possesses formidable toxicity, yet I can now control it flawlessly, wielding at will. It can annihilate all things or refine them into the purest energy or materials. She paused, an unusual glint flashing in her eyes. Moreover, I sense it can absorb various toxic energies from the world, miasmas and malevolent auras to enhance itself, converting them into a higher-grade poison glass source energy. This source energy is a great boon for me, yet for others, it possesses formidable corrosive and assimilative powers. Furthermore, after my ascension to Dou, my mastery over spatial forces far surpasses that of ordinary Dou. Combined with the 10,000 eerie poison glass body, my strength should exceed that of others of the same star level. Soulborn listened, his heart racing with anticipation. This evolved physique was indeed immensely powerful, controllable, and full of potential. Excellent. Fairy, with this, the success of our planned endeavor is even more assured. He grasped her hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement and ambition. Little medical fairy gently returned the grasp, nodding resolutely. No matter what you wish to pursue, I shall stand by your side. The two exchanged smiles, an invisible yet potent aura radiating from them. With little medical fairy now a 4-star Dou wielding the 10,000 eerie poison glass body, alongside Soulborn, who commanded the puppet legion through the soul-devouring art, their alliance had already acquired the initial capital to stir the winds and clouds of the central region. Chapter 66. The emergence of the glass, the souls return to their roots, and the sword points in all directions. Within the forbidden ground, vitality flourished. With little medical fairy's successful emergence, her powerful 4-star Dou aura was smooth and harmonious, and the unique qualities brought forth by the 10,000 eerie poison glass body made her appear as if she had stepped out of a painting, a celestial being of poison, both ethereal and imbued with a disquieting majesty. Soulborn gazed at her, filled with joy and pride, and began to articulate the plans that had long occupied his thoughts. Fairy, you have now ascended to Dou, your strength sufficient to command respect in any realm. I observe that the remnants of the soul-devouring sect, having been transformed by my soul-devouring art, have become a paradise of opportunity. Moreover, we possess several powerful puppets and numerous resources. I propose that we establish a sect of our own based in this location. Would you be willing to serve as the public sect master? He paused briefly to elaborate. You have led the poison sect and possess ample experience. It is most fitting for you to take the lead. I shall remain in the shadows, providing resources and support. Our sect shall not be confined to this small corner. The landscape of the central region is due for a change. Upon hearing this, little medical fairy's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. She had never imagined Soulborn harbored such grand ambitions, but upon reflection, given their current capabilities and potential, it was far from mere fantasy. She recalled the years spent managing the poison sect in the Outcloud Empire. Although arduous, it had brought a profound sense of accomplishment. Now, the prospect of building a greater legacy alongside her beloved filled her heart with boundless yearning and vigor. I am willing. Little medical fairy nodded without hesitation, her tone resolute. Wherever you are, I shall be. If you wish to establish a sect, I shall be your sect master and the lady of the sect. Her words carried a playful undertone, yet were imbued with unwavering support. Upon hearing little medical fairy's agreement, Soulborn felt a deep sense of assurance, smiling. Excellent. Our foremost task is to bestow our new sect with a resounding name. After a moment's contemplation, he looked tenderly at the glimmering glass-like radiance enveloping little medical fairy and declared, You bear the 10,000 eerie poison glass body. The term glass symbolizes your rebirth and strength, embodying clarity, resilience, and the brilliance within. How about we name it the Glass Pavilion? Glass Pavilion, little medical fairy softly repeated, growing increasingly fond of the name. She had not anticipated that Soulborn would be so thoughtful, naming their sect after the characteristics of her evolved physique. Her heart swelled with sweetness and gratitude. Her eyes shimmering with emotion. Yes, let's call it the Glass Pavilion. This is the most beautiful name I have ever heard. With the name of the sect established, the two of them eagerly commenced planning the specifics. Soulborn took the initiative, soaring into the air above the inner courtyard, fully activating the soul-devouring art. This time, it was not about devouring, but rather about exerting full force to release and transform. A vast and majestic source energy surged forth like a green tide, enveloping the dilapidated remnants of the sect with gentle grace. Miracles unfolded in its wake. The filth and gloom clinging to the ruins were swept away, and the shattered stones appeared to heal and restore as if time itself rewound. On the ground, spiritual herbs and celestial flowers burst forth from the earth at a visible speed, rapidly spreading to transform the desolate land into a vibrant green carpet. The lingering malevolent aura was completely purified, replaced by an extraordinarily fresh atmosphere, infused with pure energy. In less than half an hour, the entire sect's ruins were revitalized. While the architecture retained its ancient charm, the sense of decay had vanished, resembling an ancient paradise that had just awakened from a long slumber. The Pill Pavilion, Mission Pavilion, and Scripture Pavilion, the three main edifices, had been completely restored, standing tall and majestic. Little medical fairy gazed upon this miraculous transformation, her eyes sparkling with wonder, deepening her understanding of the marvels of the soul-devouring art. Subsequently, Soulborn communicated with the system. System exchanged for several high-grade, Earth-level combat techniques, suitable as treasures for our sect, with no restrictions on attributes, but requiring formidable power and alignment with the righteous path. Ding! 200,000 points of fortune value deducted. Successfully exchanged for the following high-grade, Earth-level combat techniques. 1. Glaze Purification Technique, a martial art of light attributes, when cultivated to perfection, can unleash the glazed, purifying flame that cleanses the impurities of the world. It possesses formidable restraining power against malevolent entities, toxins, and restless spirits, and can also be employed in alchemy and artifact crafting, aiding in cultivation. Its might is immense, radiating righteousness. 2. Nine Nether Jail-Keeping Palm, a martial art of dark attributes. It harnesses the essence of the Nine Nether to forge the jail-keeping palm. The force of the palm is weighty and profound, imbued with the power to suppress and seal. Those struck by it feel as though they have plummeted into the Nine Nether, their fighting spirits sluggish, their bodies and souls both under subjugation. 3. Tidal Sword Art of the Phantom Sea, a martial art of water attributes. Its sword strikes forth like the tides of a vast ocean, with an endless offensive that intertwines reality and illusion. It harbors the power to disturb the soul, rendering defenses nearly impossible. When mastered to its zenith, it can summon the vapors of heaven and earth to form a domain. 4. Indestructible Body of Stone, a martial art of earth attributes for body refinement. It draws upon the power of the earth to temper the self. Once perfected, the body becomes as resilient as metal and stone, possessing immense strength and formidable defense that is difficult to breach at the same rank, and it boasts remarkable self-healing capabilities. Looking at the 4 advanced martial arts of the earthly tier that emerged in his mind, Hun Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Each of these techniques boasts distinct attributes and immense power, and they do not seem to encompass any malevolent or sinister arts, making them perfectly suited as the foundation for a new sect. He produced 4 blank jade slips, channeling his soul power to imprint the cultivation methods of the glazed purification technique, 9 nether jail-keeping palm, tidal sword art of the phantom sea, an indestructible body of stone into them. Subsequently, he also inscribed the soul devouring technique and the spirit devouring technique. He solemnly presented these 6 jade slips to the little medical fairy, saying, "Xianer, these 4 advanced martial arts of the earthly tier, along with the soul devouring technique and the spirit devouring technique, will serve as the foundational techniques and martial arts for our glazed pavilion in its initial stages. How to allocate their use is for you to decide." Taking the jade slips, the little medical fairy lightly scanned them with her soul power and was immediately struck by the profound content within, especially resonating with the glazed purification technique, which seemed to harmonize faintly with her own constitution. She understood the immense value of these techniques, sufficient to incite a frenzied competition among the foremost powers of the continent. With such a foundation, how could the sect not thrive? Her confidence soared. Hun Sheng added, "The sect's defenses must not be neglected." He once again communicated with the system. Exchange for a powerful protective array for the sect, capable of withstanding the full force attacks of any below the 3-star battle saint. Ding! 50,000 points of fortune value deducted. Successfully exchanged for the Celestial Star Guardian Array. This array operates on the power of the Earth's veins and celestial stars, featuring formidable defensive capabilities. It can autonomously absorb energy to maintain itself and can also rebound a portion of incoming attacks. The core array disk has been dispatched to the system's space. Hun Sheng retrieved a compass-like array disk adorned with celestial trajectories and informed the little medical fairy of its activation method. Once the main hall's location is selected, this powerful shield can be established. At that moment, the little medical fairy recalled something and said, "When I left the poison sect of the Outcloud Empire, there were several loyal elders and disciples by my side, all of whom can be trusted. I can write to them, inviting them to come as the first batch of our glazed pavilion's foundation." That sounds splendid. Hun Sheng concurred. Having reliable personnel on hand would spare them countless troubles in initial training. The little medical fairy promptly took out a specially crafted poison jade, inscribing the message with her soul power. The jade transformed into a wisp of ghostly light, soaring through the air towards the Outcloud Empire. With the preliminary arrangements in place, the two were about to discuss the next steps when Hun Sheng suddenly sensed a communication from his first avatar. Main body. The 4-square pavilion assembly will commence in 10 days at the Wind Thunder Eastern Pavilion. Xiao Yan has arrived in Tianbei City, and there seem to be signs of conflict with the Wind Thunder Northern Pavilion. During the assembly, it is highly probable that the heads of the 4-square pavilion will make an appearance. A glint of brilliance sparkled in Hun Sheng's eyes. The 4-square pavilion assembly, a grand gathering for the younger generation of the Central Plains, where talents converge, is the perfect opportunity to make a name for oneself. He turned to the little medical fairy, saying, "Xianer, the construction of the sect is not a task that can be completed in a day. The 4-square pavilion assembly 10 days from now is a splendid stage for our glazed pavilion to make its debut in the Central Plains and establish our reputation. We must personally attend." The little medical fairy, of course, had no objections. She too was eager to witness the so-called genius gathering of the Central Plains. However, with the sect newly established, many matters required management. Hun Sheng's thoughts raced, and he suddenly recalled another mysterious aspect of the 3-soul divergence technique. "Xianer, please wait a moment. I shall attempt a secret method." Taking a deep breath, he silently chanted, 3 souls diverge, 1 soul returns." Hundreds of miles away at the Wind Thunder Eastern Pavilion, the first avatar, engaged in covert reconnaissance, suddenly became ethereal before dissipating like smoke. In that moment, all the power, memories, and insights gathered during this time surged back to the main body across space. Boom! Hun Sheng's body jolted violently, and overwhelming and pure power flooded through his limbs and bones. His aura skyrocketed, as if propelled by a rocket. 5-star battle zone, 6-star battle zone, 7-star battle zone. Finally, it stabilized at the pinnacle of the 7-star battle zone. Moreover, The power felt extraordinarily harmonious, as if it was naturally derived from his own arduous cultivation, devoid of any sense of superficiality or discomfort. The experiences and insights of the first avatar seamlessly merged into his memory. What a marvelous sensation! Hun Sheng savored this state, feeling his power surge, yet completely under control, with his soul unburdened. According to the technique's information, this state of fusion could last about 5 hours, which was ample time. 5 hours would suffice to handle most high-intensity battles. With my current trump cards at the 7-star battle zone level, combined with the spiritual realm and various methods, I could contend with even the 2-star or 3-star battle sovereigns. He willed again, divergence. The recently returned power separated once more, coalescing into the form of his first avatar, which still retained the strength of a 4-star battle zone. Meanwhile, Hun Sheng's main body instantly dropped back to the mid-level of 4-star battle zone. Yet there was no sign of weakness or aftereffects. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. The application of this 3-soul divergence technique in actual combat is far more potent than I had imagined. An instantaneous boost in strength with no side effects. It's almost more outrageous than Xiao Yan's heavenly fire transformation. Hun Sheng's heart brimmed with joy. He summoned the first avatar before him and instructed, "You shall remain at the sect to oversee the preliminary construction. Once the individuals from the Outcloud Empire's poison sect arrive, assist the little medical fairy in accommodating them, and begin planning the layout of the sect, familiarizing yourself with the protective array. All matters can be decided upon our return from the Wind Thunder Pavilion." Understood, main body. The first avatar respectfully accepted the command, its gaze indistinguishable from that of the main body. With arrangements in place, Hun Sheng and the little medical fairy exchanged smiles. "Let us go, Sienner, to meet the heroes of the Central Plains and let the world know that our glazed pavilion has emerged." As Hun Sheng wrapped his arm around the slender waist of the little medical fairy, the two figures transformed into streaks of flowing light, dashing out of the ruins towards the Wind Thunder Eastern Pavilion. Gazing at the distant horizon, Hun Sheng's heart surged with excitement. The Central Plains landscape, a hall, a tower, 3 valleys, and 4 squares. It won't be long before this 4-square pavilion transforms into a 5-square pavilion. And within that hall, my second avatar lies in wait, silently accumulating power, destined to stir the pot from within in the future. The 4-square pavilion assembly will be the first thunderclap heralding the arrival of the glazed pavilion upon the stage of the Central Plains. Chapter 67. Temporary respite in Tianbei. The Soul Hall's Dark Chess. 3 days later, in Tianbei City. As one of the major cities near the Wind Thunder Eastern Pavilion, the city was already bustling with excitement. Filled with cultivators from all corners of the Central Plains, all eager to witness the grandeur of the upcoming 4-square pavilion assembly. The air was thick with excitement and restlessness, with inns and taverns packed to capacity, making a room a rare commodity. 2 streaks of light descended from the sky, landing in a relatively secluded area outside the city, revealing the figures of Hun Sheng and the little medical fairy. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the little medical fairy had already suppressed her astonishing battle sovereign aura, revealing fluctuations around the 5-star battle zone level. Even so, their exceptional demeanor and cultivation still drew the attention of passersby. What a lively Tianbei city. It far surpasses the capital of the Gamma Empire in terms of prosperity. The little medical sage gazed at the incessant flow of people, softly reflecting on the vastness and strength of the Central Plains, which was evident in this scene. Soulborn nodded, and with a subtle sweep of spiritual energy, he scanned the entire city, quickly grasping a general understanding of the distribution of powerful individuals within. There were as many Dou emperors as there were blades of grass, and numerous Dou Zong experts as well. There were even faint, obscure auras that hinted at the presence of some elder powerhouses from significant factions who had arrived ahead of time. Let us find a place to settle first. The 2 figures flickered, avoiding the most congested thoroughfares, and after a brief search within the city, they finally located a relatively elegant inn with an independent courtyard. Although the price was steep for Soulborn, who possessed a substantial fortune, it was but a trifling expense. Once settled, Soulborn erected a simple soul barrier. Immediately, his expression became slightly serious as his consciousness plunged into his inner self. Utilizing the enigmatic connection of the 3-soul differentiation technique to traverse endless space and communicate with his second avatar residing within the Soul Palace. In a certain dark and eerie subchamber of the Soul Palace, the second avatar sat cross-legged in a training room shrouded in black mist. The energy here was suffused with a chilling aura and fragments of souls, which would be toxic for ordinary cultivators, Yet for the second avatar, who had practiced the soul-devouring technique, it was a fine supplement, easily transmutable into pure, fighting energy through his cultivation method. Suddenly, the second avatar felt a stirring in his heart, sensing the summoning from his main body. He immediately held his breath and focused, sinking his consciousness deep into his soul. Main body, the thoughts of the second avatar convey their respect, came the message. How have things been of late? Soulborn inquired through his consciousness, reporting to the main body. All is proceeding smoothly, even exceeding expectations, the second avatar replied with a hint of excitement. As you have continuously broken through, my strength as an avatar has concurrently risen to the 4-star Dou Zone level. This has caused quite a stir within the subchamber. The second avatar detailed his report. Achieving the 4-star Dou Zone realm at my age is considered top tier, even within the Soul Clan. The elders of the subchamber regard me as a rare prodigy, with immense potential, and they hold me in high esteem. Several days ago, I was formally promoted to a second-level inspector, significantly increasing my authority and resource allocation. More importantly, the second avatar's tone grew solemn, due to my demonstrated potential. The palace has assigned an elder to be my direct protector and guide, though he is merely a low-ranking elder at the early stage of 1-star Dou Zone. This signifies my official entrance into the mid to high ranks of the Soul Palace, granting me the authority to recruit and form my own team. During missions, this elder will secretly accompany me for protection. Upon hearing this, Soulborn felt a surge of joy in his heart. This elder, sharing the same surname as the Protector Wu, was indeed a fortuitous alignment. This progress was even faster than he had anticipated. Having a powerful elder ostensibly protecting him would greatly facilitate the second avatar's activities within the Soul Palace, enhancing his safety significantly. Excellent. What is the disposition of this elder? Have you had the opportunity to showcase your strength before him? Soulborn pressed for details. The elder possesses a rather reclusive personality, taciturn in nature. Yet he seems to value exceptionally gifted juniors, which is why he is willing to act as my guide, the second avatar analyzed. I once inadvertently displayed an earth-level Dou technique before him and resolved a tricky task target using my soul power. Though he did not speak much at the time, there was a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Well done, Soulborn commended. Remember, your advantage lies not in your current absolute strength, but in your age and potential. The young lords of the Soul Clan, those top-tier talents, may currently surpass you in cultivation, yet most are at least 10 years your senior. You must demonstrate to Elder Wu and others that achieving 4-star Dou Zone at your age means your future accomplishments will not only match theirs, but may even exceed them. I understand, the second avatar replied solemnly. I will seek opportunities to appropriately showcase my cultivation speed, soul power, and comprehension of advanced Dou techniques, without exposing my trump cards. This will lead Elder Wu to see investing in me as an exceptionally promising venture, thus genuinely supporting me and laying a preliminary foundation within the Soul Palace. That is indeed the right approach, Soulborn affirmed. The internal factions of the Soul Palace are numerous, and competition is fierce. You need to quickly establish your own support base, starting with those you're authorized to recruit as a second-level inspector. Choose individuals who are discontented yet possess potential, or those who have grievances with existing major factions, and offer them benefits to cultivate them gradually. At the same time, strive to maintain a good relationship with Elder Wu to gain his further support. Our goal is to secure the qualifications and power to compete for the position of clan leader in the future. Yes, rest assured, main body, I know what to do. The second avatar replied with determination. As an avatar, he shared the same wisdom, ambition, and means as Soulborn, fully aware of the long-term significance of this task. Your safety must always come first. In case of emergencies, notify me immediately through our soul connection. Soulborn concluded with a final reminder. Understood. Severing the connection with the second avatar, Soulborn's consciousness returned to the in-room, his eyes glimmering with profound light. The little medical sage quietly observed him from the side. Although she had not heard the specifics, she sensed his buoyant mood and gently inquired, "Is everything going smoothly?" "Indeed, it has surpassed my expectations." Soulborn replied with a slight smile, briefly informing the little medical sage of the second avatar's progress within the Soul Palace. A foothold had already been tentatively established. Given time, it might yield remarkable results. A flicker of astonishment crossed the little medical sage's eyes as she realized that Soulborn's avatar was thriving in such a formidable establishment as the Soul Palace. She softly remarked, "That is certainly good news. Shall we observe the developments over the next few days?" "Precisely," Soulborn stated as he moved to the window, gazing toward the direction of the Wind and Thunder East Pavilion. his eyes seemingly penetrating through space to behold the colossal structures looming atop Thunder Mountain, where the storm clouds gathered ominously. The upcoming conference of the Four Directions Pavilion in 7 days would undoubtedly be a spectacular event. And he turned to face the little medical sage, his smile radiating unparalleled confidence and anticipation, will be the most unexpected variable of this grand gathering. This vast stage of the Central Plains was finally poised to welcome their entrance. Chapter 68. The conference's turmoil, Soulborn takes action. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. On this day, atop Thunder Mountain, where the Wind and Thunder East Pavilion was located, the air buzzed with excitement, reaching a fever pitch. The Four Directions Pavilion Conference, a grand assembly for the youth of the Central Plains, had finally arrived as scheduled. In an expansive square, throngs of people surged like a dark tide, with representatives from various factions of the Central Plains and countless wandering cultivators gathered, the noise echoing to the heavens. At the center of the square stood a gigantic arena constructed from solid blue steel, its surface shimmering with runes, clearly protected by formidable defensive formations. On the high platform to the north of the arena, four magnificent golden chairs were prominently displayed. The four individuals seated upon them radiated an aura that could naturally subdue the clamor of the crowd below. These four were none other than the illustrious leaders of the Four Directions Pavilion, the Starfall Pavilion, Elder Feng, whose essence flowed like the wind, his demeanor refined and his gaze profound. The Wind and Thunder Pavilion, Elder Lei, a towering figure with flickering bursts of lightning surrounding him, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. The Myriad Swords Pavilion, Elder Jian, whose posture was as straight as a sword, his eyes sharp enough to pierce the hearts of others. The Yellow Springs Pavilion, Elder Huang, whose aura was shadowy, his complexion slightly pale, and a faint, enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The simultaneous appearance of these four Dou Zun powerhouses elevated the atmosphere to a climax. The conference commenced in a chaotic free-for-all format. Young talents from various factions eagerly leaped onto the arena, unleashing their fighting energies, with vibrant and colorful techniques clashing fiercely, eliciting waves of cheers and gasps. While the scene was exhilarating, the four elders on the high platform mostly maintained calm expressions, clearly unimpressed by these displays. Among the crowd, Soulborn and the little medical sage concealed their auras, blending in as ordinary spectators, quietly observing the unfolding events on the arena. The gaze of the Soulborn fell predominantly upon an inconspicuous young man clad in black robes at the edge of the arena, Xiao Yan. Indeed, as reported by the Avatar, and in accordance with the original narrative, Xiao Yan had no intention of participating in this chaotic battle. However, upon witnessing his old friend Lin Yan, who now represented the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, being cornered by the ruthless Wang Chun of the Yellow Spring Pavilion, with death imminent, Xiao Yan was compelled to act. A shadow flitted onto the stage like a specter, wielding an unadorned yet formidable weapon that disrupted Wang Chun's lethal strike, thus saving Lin Yan, who dares to intervene in this grand tournament. Wang Chun glared coldly at the suddenly appeared young man in black. I merely cannot stand idly by, Xiao Yan replied, his voice calm, yet imbued with an unwavering resolve. In an instant, conflict erupted. Xiao Yan, possessing the cultivation of a one-star Dou Zone, faced off against Wang Chun, who was a half-step Dou Zone with insidious tactics. The outcome was predictable, with the tumultuous power of his and fierce techniques. Xiao Yan ultimately triumphed with a singular, devastating strike of the flame-splitting wave, sending Wang Chun crashing off the stage. The audience erupted in astonishment. Yet, before they could fully appreciate the prowess of the young man in black, Fei Tian, the master of the Wind and Thunder North Pavilion, abruptly rose, his gaze locking on to Xiao Yan with fierce intensity. It is you, Xiao Yan, the thief who killed an elder of my Wind and Thunder North Pavilion and stole the 3,000 Thunder movement technique. How dare you show your face here? With his identity exposed, a sudden silence enveloped the arena, all eyes fixed upon Xiao Yan, unfazed by Fei Tian's accusations and the overwhelming aura of hostility. Xiao Yan took a deep breath, turned, and bowed deeply to the elegant Wind Elder on the high platform. I am Xiao Yan, here on the behest of my master to pay my respects to the Wind Elder. The Wind Elder furrowed his brow. And who is your master? Xiao Yan raised his head, his voice resonating throughout the venue. My master is Yao Chun. What? The Wind Elder's previously composed demeanor transformed dramatically. He sprang from his seat, disbelief and excitement flooding his features. You say Yao Chun is alive? What proof do you have? Without further ado, Xiao Yan flicked his finger, and a sphere of icy white flame surged forth, radiating a unique aura of chilling heat. Bone spirit, cold fire. Simultaneously, he revealed a seemingly ordinary black ring on his finger, causing the Wind Elder's pupils to constrict in shock. Bone spirit, cold fire in this ring. The Wind Elder's voice quivered with conviction, joy, and complexity surging forth. Good, good, good. So the old fellow is indeed still alive. He abruptly turned, his gaze sharp as he addressed the Thunder Elder. Thunder Elder, this young man is the sole disciple of my late friend, the Medicine Elder. Should anyone harm him, it would be tantamount to declaring war against my Wind Pavilion. My Starfall Pavilion shall stand in solidarity. The Thunder Elder's countenance darkened considerably. The strength of the Wind Elder surpassed his own, and the overall might of the Starfall Pavilion was not inferior to that of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Engaging in conflict over Xiao Yan would be an unwise decision. Nevertheless, allowing this to pass would tarnish the dignity of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. His gaze flickered before he coolly stated, Wind Elder, it is a fact that this youth killed an elder of our pavilion and stole the foundational technique. While he may escape death, he cannot evade punishment. At this, Fei Tian stepped forward. Elder, you have fought Xiao Yan once. Should he prevail, we shall cease our pursuit of the 3,000 Thunder movement and forbid its dissemination. If he loses, he must forfeit his cultivation and return both techniques in their entirety. Thunder Elder, Fei Tian is an 8-star Dou zone. How can such a disparity be deemed a fair contest? The Wind Elder retorted angrily. In the midst of this stalemate, a proud and aloof young woman clad in a colorful skirt, Feng Qinger, slowly rose. Her beautiful eyes swept across Xiao Yan, a glimmer of scrutiny and battle intent evident within. Master, if the Wind Elder deems this unfair, then allow Qinger to represent Pavilion Master Fei in this contest. A battle among peers should be beyond reproach. No? Xiao Yan regarded Feng Qinger, sensing her aura, no less formidable than his own, even exuding a subtle pressure. His battle spirit surged as he proclaimed, very well, I accept. Thus, yet another fierce battle commenced. Xiao Yan faced off against Feng Qinger. Both were prodigious talents of the younger generation, unleashing their full arsenal. Xiao Phoenix wings, sonique combat technique, and terrifying weaponry. The ferocity of their clash transcended any previous contest, leaving the spectators in awe and trepidation. After hundreds of perilous exchanges, Xiao Yan, through sheer determination and an array of innovative techniques, narrowly defeated Feng Qinger. Yet, just as he took a moment to catch his breath, his energy nearly depleted, the ring on his finger suddenly trembled violently. The drop of ancient Tian, Yao Phoenix blood within, sensing the defeat and aura of Feng Qinger's pure bloodline, became frenetically active, aggressively straining against the confines of the ring. Xiao Yan's expression shifted as he hastily summoned the dwindling bone spirit cold fire to suppress it, veins bulging on his forehead. Feng Qinger, already incensed by her defeat, keenly sensed the fleeting yet profoundly pure aura of her bloodline. She abruptly pointed at Xiao Yan, exclaiming to the Thunder Elder, Master, he possesses something in his ring. That is the aura of my clan's blood. He must have stolen something of great importance from the Tian Yao Phoenix clan. The Thunder Elder's eyes turned frigid instantaneously. If it were merely a matter of sect grievances, there might be room for negotiation, but involving the Tian Yao Phoenix clan altered the situation entirely. He swiftly turned to Fei Tian. Fei Tian, seize him. Inspect the ring. Fei Tian, unable to contain himself, surged forward, unleashing the formidable aura of an 8-star Dou zone towards the already exhausted Xiao Yan, his hand reaching directly for the ring. The Wind Elder's expression changed dramatically. He was about to intervene when someone moved faster. Just as Fei Tian's hand was about to touch Xiao Yan, a shadow appeared before him, as if teleporting. The newcomer didn't even turn around, casually striking out with a single palm. That palm, seemingly light and devoid of force, triggered no significant energy fluctuation. Yet Fei Tian, propelled by overwhelming momentum, collided with an invisible wall, his face paling as he was sent reeling backwards, tumbling through the air for several rotations before barely regaining his balance. A bitter taste of blood rising in his throat, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. An instant silence enveloped the arena. All gazes converged upon the black-robed youth who had appeared so suddenly. He had effortlessly repelled an 8-star Dou zone with a mere gesture. What kind of strength was this? On the platform, the 4 elders' expressions turned grave, fixating intently on this uninvited guest. Soulborn stood with arms crossed before Xiao Yan, his gaze sweeping over the Thunder Elder and Fei Tian, his voice tranquil, yet laced with icy derision, resonating throughout the venue. Ha! The esteemed Wind and Thunder Pavilion conducts itself in such a despicable manner. Engaging in a wheel battle and taking advantage of others is one thing. But to have the illustrious North Pavilion Master, an 8-star Dozong, personally attempt to forcibly seize a Junior S ring? Today, the dignity of the 4 great pavilions of the Central Continent has been utterly tarnished by your Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Chapter 69, The Glorious Glaze. The pinnacle of the 5 pavilions? The atmosphere remained hushed. A pin drop could be heard. All eyes were fixed on the suddenly appeared black-robed youth, shock, confusion, and disbelief intermingling on countless faces. That palm strike, seemingly casual, concealed an unfathomable power and subtlety that had caused the formidable Fei Tian to suffer such a substantial setback. Such was no ordinary tactic, and as Soulborn ceased to restrain himself, fully unleashing the aura of a 4-star Dozong, the uproar among the crowd reached a fever pitch. For a 4-star Dozong, at such a young age, examining his bone age, one might conjecture he is scarcely past the tender age of 20. A 20-year-old 4-star Dozong? Which formidable faction has nurtured such a prodigy? To repel an 8-star Dozong with a mere palm strike? Am I ensnared in a dream? The prowess to engage in such transcendent combat is simply astonishing. Countless gazes, ablaze with intensity, scrutinized the remarkably youthful visage of Hun Sheng, endeavoring to uncover any signs of disguise. Yet the conclusion drawn left them even more astounded. This was indeed his authentic age and cultivation. Fei Tian steadied himself, his internal vitality still churning restlessly. He fixed his gaze upon Hun Sheng, his complexion a grim shade of ashen, his eyes brimming with astonishment and a subtle hint of trepidation. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he spoke in a voice that was low and frigid. "Esteemed one, may I inquire as to your identity? Even with your formidable strength, to so brazenly insult my Wind and Thunder Pavilion, you must provide us with an explanation." At that moment, the Wind Elder had also swiftly appeared beside Xiao Yan, shielding him from harm. Xiao Yan suppressed the tumultuous energy within him and the restless essence in his spatial ring, and with solemnity, he clasped his fists before the imposing figure clad in black robes. "I am profoundly grateful for your assistance, noble one. Might I inquire your esteemed name? This favor shall be forever etched in my heart." Hun Sheng slightly tilted his head, casting a glance at Xiao Yan. In this close proximity, the indomitable spirit of Xiao Yan, who rises in the face of despair, became even more palpable, perhaps due to the transformation of his mindset brought forth by the devouring life technique. The shadow of insatiable ambition that once loomed over him had dissipated considerably, replaced by a broader and more tranquil outlook. He suddenly felt that opposing this individual, scheming to manipulate his fortunes, might not be the sole or most prudent option. In the original narrative, although Xiao Yan had amassed countless enemies, he also gathered numerous true friends and allies willing to lend their aid. This charisma was not to be underestimated. Now that he had established the Liuli Pavilion, fostering benevolent connections was imperative. Cultivating a good relationship with this future Emperor Yin could prove far more advantageous than seizing his opportunities. Moreover, should his presence provoke a significant deviation in the storyline, leading to Xiao Yan's premature downfall due to the loss of the invaluable support from Xiao Yixian, it would indeed be a case of losing far more than one could gain, for both personal and pragmatic reasons. Extending a hand to preserve him and forge a friendly bond appeared to be the more prudent course of action. Amidst this contemplative turmoil, Hun Sheng's initially playful demeanor subtly shifted toward sincerity. He offered Xiao Yan a light chuckle, his voice imbued with a trace of soul energy. Whispering only to Xiao Yan's ears, "I am your friend, and you shall soon discover why." This seemingly nonsensical declaration momentarily stunned Xiao Yan. A friend? He scrutinized Hun Sheng's silhouette for any semblance of recognition, yet found none. However, the benevolence in his smile and his willingness to assist were unmistakable. His heart brimmed with curiosity, yet he slightly relaxed his vigilance. Having conveyed his message, Hun Sheng turned back to face Fei Tian and the increasingly sour-faced lay elder atop the platform. His smile remained, albeit tinged with unmasked arrogance. "Ha! The Wind and Thunder Pavilion? Is it truly remarkable?" His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear, laced with an insufferable disdain. "Your pavilion master is merely a 2-star Dozong. Words are but words. What can you truly do against me?" A collective gasp of shock echoed throughout the arena. "A mere 2-star Dozong? Such brazen audacity. To the vast majority present, a Dozong was a legendary figure, a titan to be revered. Fei Tian trembled with rage, pointing an accusing finger at Hun Sheng. Arrogant whelp. Above, the lay elder's countenance darkened to an almost palpable degree, the very air around him crackling with uncontrolled lightning, a terrifying pressure unfurling like a storm cloud overhead. Yet Hun Sheng appeared oblivious, continuing to speak languidly. Curious about my name, are you? Very well. I shall generously divulge it today, so you may know who it is that will make you suffer in the future. He paused for effect, then declared loudly, You may call me Hun Sheng. Hun Sheng. The name was peculiar and unfamiliar. No one in attendance had ever heard it before. However, what followed next was akin to a stone cast into a still lake, creating ripples of monumental proportions. I am a disciple of the Liuli Pavilion. Our pavilion master is honored as the Liuli Elder. Hun Sheng's voice escalated, exuding boundless confidence and pride. In my view, from this day forward, this central state can no longer be referred to as the 4 pavilions. It shall be the 5 pavilions. Moreover, his gaze swept over the 3 elders atop the platform, finally settling on the lay elder. As he enunciated each word deliberately, our Liuli Pavilion not only aspires to be one of the 5 pavilions, but we shall also claim the title of the foremost among them. Such insolence, such arrogance, such ignorance of one's limitations. As these words left his lips, not only did the members of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion react, but disciple from the Wanjian Pavilion, Huang Quan Pavilion, and even some from the Xingyan Pavilion could not help but voice their indignation. The 4 pavilions had stood tall in the central state for many years, steeped in profound heritage. How could an obscure Liuli Pavilion dare to insult them, to audaciously claim to be the foremost among the 5 pavilions? The lay elder could no longer contain his fury, springing to his feet. The terrifying aura of a 2-star Dozong descended like a mountain upon Hun Sheng in the arena. The temperature of the entire square plummeted as if the very air had turned frigid. Those of lesser cultivation struggled to breathe, trembling uncontrollably. You insolent child! I have never heard of your Liuli Pavilion, nor do I recognize your Liuli Elder. To speak such nonsense here, provoking the dignity of the 4 pavilions, is tantamount to seeking death. The lay elder's voice boomed like thunder, laced with unrestrained anger. Today, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson. With that, he prepared to strike, a colossal hand of silver lightning materializing from the void, radiating a destructive aura as it descended upon Hun Sheng. When a Dozong raged, the heavens themselves seemed to change. Xiao Yan's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently called out, Brother Doru, be careful. His Dou Qi surged wildly within him. Even knowing he was outmatched, he resolved to fight to the bitter end. The Wind Elder furrowed his brow, a gentle breeze swirling around him as he readied to intervene. Regardless of the circumstances, this young man had just aided Xiao Yan. However, in the face of this thunderous hand capable of obliterating ordinary Dozongs in an instant, Hun Sheng remained unfazed, his expression serene, his smile undiminished. He did not even glance at the impending attack, instead directing his gaze toward a specific spot among the crowd, nodding slightly, just as the thunderous hand was about to strike down. Boom! A presence far more majestic, profound, and capable of sending shivers through the very souls of all present erupted from the crowd, as though an ancient behemoth had awakened without warning. This aura was both sacred and noble, yet bore a peculiar dignity that seemed capable of annihilating all existence. It was not violent. Rather, it surged like an invisible tide, sweeping across the entire square and effortlessly dissipating the oppressive, thunderous pressure. The thunderous hand trembled violently, as if it had encountered its nemesis. And with a faint glimmer of Liuli light, it crumbled and disintegrated into countless flickering arcs of lightning that vanished into the ether. What? The lay elder's pupils constricted, a look of shock finally crossing his face as he abruptly turned to gaze at the source of this overwhelming force. All eyes in the arena, as if drawn by an unseen magnet, swiveled toward that direction. From the throng emerged a captivating figure clad in a simple white gown, gliding forth like a vision. Her silhouette was graceful, her beauty unparalleled, and an ethereal, Liuli luminescence enveloped her, as if she held within her eyes the vastness of the cosmos and the depths of the abyss. With each step she took, the ground beneath her shimmered with fleeting Liuli brilliance. The terrifying aura that had caused all present to shudder radiated from her being. Its intensity was undeniably beyond that of the 2-star Dozong lay elder. The little medicine sage, or more appropriately referred to as the glazed ruler at this moment, cast a serene gaze across the high platform, ultimately settling upon the drastically pale-faced Thunder Ruler. Her crimson lips parted, and an ethereal yet authoritative voice resonated throughout the venue. "You dare to harm those of the glazed pavilion, Thunder Ruler? How do you wish to meet your demise?" Chapter 70. The Glazed Ruler's Might, the Puppet's Astonishment. The little medicine sage, now worthy of her title as the Glazed Ruler, moved gracefully amidst the multitude of shocked gazes. Her steps light as she shimmered with a radiant, glass-like aura. She ascended into the air with the elegance of a celestial maiden, landing effortlessly beside Soulborn. Standing shoulder to shoulder, one exuded an aura of refined elegance and profound depth, while the other, clad in a billowing black robe, though slightly inferior in cultivation, radiated an imposing presence. Together, they formed an undeniable force, captivating all attention. A little medicine sage. Below, Xiao Yan, having finally caught his breath, was rendered utterly speechless upon recognizing her visage, as if struck by lightning. The delicate features etched in his memory now emanated an overwhelming pressure that sent tremors through his very soul. How can it be you? You have broken through to the Dozun realm. This revelation shocked him even more than witnessing Soulborn repel Fateful with a single strike. Back in the Jiama Empire, the little medicine sage's cursed physique had been a source of great concern. Yet now, she appeared to have mastered her condition and had ascended to the pinnacle of the continent as a formidable Dozun. The circumstances surrounding this transformation were beyond Xiao Yan's comprehension. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's exclamation, the little medicine sage turned her head slightly. Her exquisite face graced with a gentle yet familiar smile, and nodded softly. "Xiao Yan, it has been a long time. This tale is lengthy, and once this matter is concluded, I shall find a place to discuss it with you in detail." Her voice retained the tenderness of old, yet now carried an undeniable authority and confidence. With that, her gaze shifted back to the high platform, the softness transforming into a chilling sharpness that locked onto the increasingly distressed Thunder Ruler. "Thunder Ruler." Her voice was ethereal and frigid, echoing clearly across the silent square. "Did you intend to strike in my glazed pavilions, people, just now?" The Thunder Ruler squirmed under her piercing gaze, as if targeted by an immensely dangerous primordial beast. Yet, his dignity as a formidable figure compelled him to maintain composure as he replied in a deep voice, "Glazed Ruler? It matters not who you are. This child provoked my wind and thunder pavilion first, and only after did he insult me. I am merely administering punishment. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with that?" The little medicine sage echoed softly, a chilling smile curving her lips. "Let me inform you, he is of my glazed pavilion. To harm him is to provoke my glazed pavilion." She slightly raised her jade-like chin, her tone calm, but laced with an overwhelming dominance. "Should you harm even a single hair on his head today, your wind and thunder pavilion shall no longer have any reason to exist. I speak with conviction." A cacophony erupted throughout the crowd, as all present were rendered speechless by such audacious words. To annihilate the Wind and Thunder Pavilion? The Wind and Thunder Pavilion was one of the 4 great pavilions of the Central State, with profound roots and numerous branches. Not even a high-ranking Dozun would dare to speak of its obliteration. Who was this glazed ruler, so audacious as to make such a claim? The Thunder Ruler's countenance turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead as lightning crackled around him, clearly pushed to the brink of fury. He glared at the little medicine sage, his voice icy. "Glazed Ruler, I concede that your strength is formidable, but do you believe that with only yourself, you can infiltrate the ranks of the 4 pavilions of the Central State, even daring to claim the position of the 5th pavilion? You underestimate the deep-seated legacies of our 4 pavilions, which have endured for hundreds or even thousands of years." He scanned the audience, his voice rising as he sought to rally the other 2 pavilions. "Moreover, your glazed pavilion has only recently been established, has it not? Besides you, who else is strong within your ranks? Do you rely solely on that 4-star Dozone brat? As for our 4 pavilions, aside from the ambiguous stance of the Starfall Pavilion, my Wind and Thunder Pavilion, the Myriad Sword Pavilion, and the Yellow Spring Pavilion all boast a long heritage, countless disciples, and numerous Dozone elders, not to mention a plethora of Dohuang. Such depth is not something a nascent force like yours can compare to." Fei Tian seized the opportunity to chime in sharply. "Indeed, the ruler speaks the truth. You boy merely took advantage of sneak attack. Do you truly believe my Wind and Thunder Pavilion cannot deal with a mere 4-star Dozone? What other strong figures does your glazed pavilion possess besides the glazed ruler?" In the face of this barrage of skepticism and overwhelming pressure, Soulborn stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with the little medicine sage. His expression still adorned with that infuriatingly relaxed smile. "Oh, you wish to compare the number of strong figures?" Soulborn feigned cleaning out his ears, as if he had heard something amusing. "Aside from you few pavilion masters who are Dozuns, your underlings are likely only at the peak of 8 or 9-star Dozone, correct? Is that truly impressive?" Arrogance. Ignorant youth. Elders from Fateful and the Yellow Spring Pavilion erupted in indignation. Yet, Soulborn paid them no mind, merely smiling slightly as he proclaimed, "Since you wish to see, allow me to show you what true depth looks like." Before his words had fully settled, he waved his arm, with a resounding hum. Brilliant lights erupted from the storage ring in his hand, crashing down upon the arena like falling stars. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy thuds resonated continuously, causing the entire arena to tremble. As the dust settled, 8 figures, resembling metallic titans, emerged before all eyes. 5 of them, entirely dark gold, bore a fearsome appearance and radiated the powerful fluctuations of 5-star Dozone. The other 3 were even larger, their dark golden bodies inscribed with ancient, intricate runes. Their eye sockets glowing with an emotionless light. Simply standing there, they distorted the surrounding space, exuding the aura of half-step Dozun. 5 5-star Dozone puppets, 3 half-step Dozun puppets. The powerful energies converged, forming a suffocating, terrifying pressure that swept through the entire venue in an instant. That chilling aura of slaughter even caused the dignitaries on the high platform to change color slightly. In that moment, the entire arena fell into an extreme silence. All present stared with wide eyes and agape mouths, as if they had been throttled by an unseen hand, unable to utter a sound. Their gazes were fixated on the 8 suddenly appearing puppets, particularly those 3 exuding the aura of half-step Dozun. Their eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. 5-star Dozone puppets were already incredibly rare, each worth a fortune, and those half-step Dozun puppets were almost the stuff of legend. The difficulty of their creation and the materials required were unfathomable. Possessing even one would significantly enhance the foundation of a first-rate power. Yet now this previously unknown glazed pavilion, represented by a mere 20-year-old 4-star Dozone youth, had summoned 5 5-star Dozone and 3 half-step Dozun puppets with a simple wave of his hand. What on earth was this glazed pavilion? Had some reclusive, ancient sect resurfaced? Faitian's complexion turned ashen, his lips trembling, unable to utter another word in rebuttal. The Thunder Ruler, Sword Ruler, and Yellow Spring Ruler's expressions also grew exceedingly grave, their eyes flickering, clearly overwhelmed by this sudden display of power. Soulborn reveled in the effect he had created, surveying the now silent square, before finally resting his gaze on the troubled Thunder Ruler, smiling as he asked, "Thunder Ruler, do you now believe that the number of strong figures in my glazed pavilion is sufficient? Do we have the qualifications to claim the position of the 5th pavilion, or even the foremost position among the 5 pavilions?" No one responded. Those 8 cold and powerful puppets were the best answer. At that moment, the little medicine sage spoke once more. Her gaze remained tranquil as she addressed the Thunder Ruler. "Thunder Ruler, your earlier intent to strike at my pavilion's disciple cannot simply be overlooked. I offer you and all present an opportunity. We shall determine the victor through a best-of-3 series. Should my Lioli Pavilion emerge triumphant, the 5 pavilions of Zhongzhou shall coexist, with my Lioli Pavilion taking the lead, and you will be required to offer a formal apology to Sol Doloa. Conversely, if we fall short," Xiao Yan paused, gesturing towards the 3 half-step Dozone puppets, "declaring that these puppets shall belong to you, and my Lioli Pavilion will withdraw immediately, never to mention the matter of taking the lead in Zhongzhou again. What say you? 3 half-step Dozone puppets. Such a wager cannot be deemed trivial. Even Master Feng is stirred by it. This temptation is sufficient to drive any faction to madness." The 3, Master Lei, Master Jian, and Master Huangquan, exchanged furtive glances, each discerning the other's intrigue and resolve. The value of those 3 half-step Dozone puppets is incalculable. Moreover, they did not believe they would face defeat. Master Lei suppressed his avarice and spoke gravely. "Very well. However, since it is a best-of-3 format, if the combatants face you, Master Lioli, to ensure fairness, I, Master Jian, and Master Huangquan shall jointly test your esteemed skills." At this proclamation, the audience erupted once more in astonishment. 3 venerable Dozone warriors joining forces against a newly ascended Dozone. This is the height of shamelessness. Master Feng's expression darkened, and he immediately interjected. Master Lei, are you three truly going to join forces against Master Liuli alone? Have you no shame? Yet, Master Lei remained unfazed, responding with a cold smile. Master Feng, your Xingyan Pavilion has long been flirtatious with them, naturally favoring their cause. Master Liuli's strength is unfathomable. As you all have sensed, she far surpasses us. Our collaboration is merely a precaution. Where is the question of shame? Furthermore, he turned to Xiao Yan, provokingly asking, I wonder, Master Liuli, do you dare to accept? All eyes converged upon Xiao Yan's breathtaking visage, eager to witness how she would respond to this near-insulting onslaught. Yet, her reaction once again exceeded all expectations. Upon hearing his words, she not only refrained from anger, but instead smiled softly, her smile akin to the thaw of ice and the bloom of spring flowers, stunningly beautiful, yet imbued with an absolute confidence that looked down upon the world. Her silken hair danced gently, the radiance of Liuli flowing slowly from her being. She parted her crimson lips, her voice soft yet imbued with unparalleled dominance and resolve, clearly resonating in every ear. All three esteemed warriors together. So what? I shall accept. As her words fell, a more terrifying aura than before erupted from within her, surging skyward. The battle was imminent. Chapter 71. 1 against 3? 4 stars battle 8 stars. Xiao Yan's audacious acceptance of the staggering wager to fight against 3 esteemed warriors had tautened the atmosphere of the Fenglai Square to its utmost limit. All gazes were fixed upon the heavens, anticipating a battle that would surely be etched into the annals of Zhongzhou history. However, according to the rules of best of 3, the first match would not be a contest of the esteemed. Hun Sheng stepped forward, his black robe billowing without wind, his gaze sweeping towards the Fenglai Pavilion, Huangquan Pavilion, and Wanjian Pavilion, ultimately pointing at 3 individuals. The first match shall be mine. His voice was calm, yet carried a disquieting confidence. As for the opponents, Fei Tian, along with the 2 from Huangquan Pavilion and Wanjian Pavilion, do not hide. Come forth. The ones he named were indeed Fei Tian, and an elder cloaked in gray from Huangquan Pavilion, exuding a chilling aura, alongside a cold-faced middle-aged man from Wanjian Pavilion, bearing a heavy sword. Both were, without question, of 8-star Dozong strength. A smirk graced Hun Sheng's lips as he uttered words that plunged the audience into another silence. I shall also grant you an opportunity. The 3 of you may come at me together. Following a brief stillness, the crowd erupted like a volcano. What did he just say? 1 against 3? His opponents are 3 8-star Dozong. Madness. He is but a 4-star Dozong. Even if he had just repelled Fei Tian, that was largely a surprise attack. Was it not? Arrogant. This is perhaps the most audacious claim I have ever heard. Does he believe himself to be a Dozong? Gasped doubts, and jeers surged like a tide. Everyone wondered if this youth, claiming to be Sol Doloa, had lost his mind. To challenge 3 with 4 stars is already astonishing. To do so while pitting against 3? That is sheer folly. Upon the platform, Master Jian and Master Huangquan wore grim expressions. For the other party's actions were undeniably a blatant affront. Master Lei huffed in irritation. Fei Tian's face flickered between shades of blue and white, enraged to the point of laughter. Good, good. One arrogant young pup. You merely succeeded in a surprise attack. Do you truly believe I, Fei Tian, fear you? Since you seek your own demise, do not blame us for joining forces against you, this reckless lad. Though to employ 3 against 1, especially 3 8-star Dozong against a mere 4-star, would sound disgraceful, they cared little for such considerations at this moment. Should they seize the opportunity to thoroughly incapacitate this peculiar youth, not only would they restore their dignity, but they would also deal a blow to the brashness of Liuli Pavilion. The gray-robed elder from Huangquan Pavilion and the stoic swordsman from Wanjian Pavilion exchanged glances, each recognizing a hint of ruthlessness in the other's eyes. Their figures moved in unison, joining Fei Tian as they descended upon the devastated arena below, where Xiao Yan and Feng Qing'er had previously clashed, forming a triangular confrontation against Hun Sheng. Young man, you shall pay for your arrogance. The gray-robed elder hissed, his voice raspy like a serpent's hiss. The stoic swordsman remained silent, slowly gripping the hilt of his heavy sword, a fierce sword intent beginning to coalesce. Amidst the ruins, Hun Sheng stood facing the 3 malevolent 8-star Dozong, his expression still calm, even taking a moment to adjust his sleeves. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Let the battle commence. As his words fell, ferocity ignited in the eyes of Fei Tian and his companions, and they unleashed their attacks simultaneously. 3,000 thunderclaps. Huang Quan finger. Myriad swords split the mountain. Fei Tian transformed into a bolt of lightning, his speed unparalleled, closing in with a thunderous clap in his palm. The gray-robed elder pointed, sending forth a massive gray-black energy finger, imbued with a venomous aura capable of corroding the soul. The stoic swordsman drew his heavy sword, unleashing a formidable yellow sword chi that cleaved through the earth with ferocity. The combined fury of these three 8-star dozong was potent enough to obliterate mountains in an instant. Even before the energies reached him, the overwhelming pressure had sealed the space surrounding Hun Sheng, leaving him no avenue for escape. The audience erupted in gasps, many even shutting their eyes, unable to bear witness to the imminent obliteration of the black-robed youth. However, confronted with this lethal onslaught, a glimmer of brilliance crossed Hun Sheng's eyes. Ethereal steps, he inwardly chanted, executing the earth-level low-grade movement technique to perfection, his form seeming to transform into a true phantom, leaving behind an almost lifelike afterimage. While he deftly weaved through the narrow gaps between the three attacks, his speed rivaled that of Fei Tian, who had just unleashed his 3,000 thunderclaps. What? The trio, witnessing their combined assault miss its target, were taken aback. Such an eerie movement technique. Soul shock. Hun Sheng would not grant them the luxury of time to react. The soul power, perfected to the pinnacle, coalesced into an invisible spear, splitting into 3 torrents, silently crashing into their souls. Ugh. Humph. Fei Tian and his companions felt as though their heads had been struck by a heavy hammer, darkness clouding their vision, their souls in excruciating pain. The gathered Dou Qi spiraling into chaos. Their movements momentarily halted, particularly for the gray-robed elder and the stoic swordsman, whose soul power paled in comparison to Fei Tian's. They groaned, a trickle of blood escaping their lips. Such terrifying soul power. On the platform, Master Feng's eyes glimmered with astonishment. Seizing this opportunity, Hun Sheng sprang into action. He did not choose to strike at the strongest, Fei Tian. Instead, he flashed like a specter, appearing behind the gray-robed elder from Huang Quan Pavilion, who had been most affected by the soul shock. Soul bind, an earth-level intermediate technique. A multitude of pitch-black chains, forged from pure shadow energy, slithered forth like venomous serpents, ensnaring their target with breathtaking speed. Not only did they bind his movements, but they also burrowed deep within, obstructing the flow of energy. The elder in gray robes was struck with sheer terror, frantically channeling his energy in a desperate bid for freedom. Yet those chains proved extraordinarily resilient, imbued with a strange, devouring force that rendered his energy increasingly sluggish. "How dare you?" roared Fei Tian and the cold, stoic swordsman, charging forth once more. The sound of thunderous sword energy howled through the air. However, Hun Sheng remained undeterred, his left hand maintaining the spectral chains to suppress the elder, while his right hand suddenly pointed forth, the soul destruction finger, though still an advanced technique of the profound tier. Its power had undergone a qualitative transformation under Hun Sheng's fully realized spiritual prowess and the infusion of devouring energy. A meticulously condensed dark wind surged forth, striking with uncanny precision at the vulnerable side of the swordsman's formidable sword energy. Boom! What appeared to be an overwhelming sword energy was deflected by this singular strike, crashing down onto the ground beside, leaving behind a deep gorge. Seizing this opportunity, Hun Sheng deftly maneuvered, skillfully evading Fei Tian's lightning strike. The entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, as if it had all been meticulously calculated. Striking the strong with the weak, leveraging force against force, he executed his moves with pinpoint accuracy and ruthless finesse. Damn it! His combat awareness is terrifying. Fei Tian's heart raced with dread. Their adversary consistently exploited even the most minute vulnerabilities in their combined efforts, neutralizing threats and countering with minimal cost. "First, save Elder Huang Quan," the cold swordsman shouted, swinging his heavy sword, unleashing waves of sword energy to seal Hun Sheng's retreat. Fei Tian also summoned a lightning serpent, launching an assault from the side. Hun Sheng's gaze turned icy. He would no longer hold back. Devouring technique, consume. With a single thought, every pore on his body transformed into countless minuscule whirlpools, unleashing a terrifying force of absorption. The energy from the surroundings, including that which had dissipated from Fei Tian and the swordsman's attacks, surged into him like rivers converging into the sea. The energy he had just expended was swiftly replenished. Simultaneously, he stomped his foot, 10,000 Poisons Heavenly Grief, an advanced Earth Tier technique. Although he lacked a poisonous constitution, imbuing it with devouring energy still unleashed a fearsome might. A dense, ink-green toxic fog erupted from his center, rapidly enveloping nearly half of the training grounds. The noxious mist not only possessed a potent corrosive quality, but also interfered with spiritual perception. This is bad. Retreat. Fei Tian and the swordsman's expressions shifted dramatically as they hastily fell back, holding their breath and reinforcing their bodies with energy to withstand the encroaching poison. Meanwhile, the elder, ensnared by the spectral chains, let out a wretched howl as his protective energy was swiftly eroded, the poison invading his body, turning his complexion a ghastly green. Now is the moment. Hun Sheng, like a shadowy predator in the night, disregarded the toxic fog and lunged forward, exploiting the swordsman's momentary disarray caused by the poisonous haze. Poisonous Death Palm, an advanced technique of the profound tier, perfectly timed for this very instant. With a strike, he aimed directly at the critical juncture of the swordsman's energy flow. The swordsman hastily raised his sword to block. Bang! The clash of palm and sword sent Hun Sheng swaying slightly. Yet the swordsman felt an eerie force surge through his weapon, causing his blood to boil and making his hand tremble with numbness. Alarmed, he realized that the quality of Hun Sheng's energy far surpassed that of a high-ranking dozone. Let end. Hun Sheng's voice was frigid. Rather than pursue the swordsman, he vanished once more, reappearing above the elder, who was wholly focused on expelling the toxins and utterly defenseless. Down you go. He executed a downward kick, the devouring energy coalescing beneath his foot, descending like a mountain crashing down. Boom! The elder had no chance to evade, struck squarely on the back, his protective energy shattered, letting out a scream as he plummeted like a meteor into the ruins below, losing consciousness and completely forfeiting his combat ability. In the blink of an eye, one of the three had fallen. Fei Tian and the cold swordsman exchanged horrified glances, both recognizing the shock and determination reflected in each other's eyes. They could no longer hold back, unleashing their energy without reservation. Fury of the Thunder God. All swords returned to the sect. The most potent techniques were being conjured, as lightning and sword shadows flooded the arena, vowing to annihilate Hun Sheng in a single strike. Hun Sheng took a deep breath, preparing to confront this overwhelming onslaught. His hands slowly formed seals, merging his spiritual power with devouring energy in perfect harmony. Very well, let me test my limits against you. Devouring Annihilation Wave. He thrust his palms forward, unleashing a dual-colored energy beam of pitch black and emerald green, roaring forth like a furious dragon, boldly meeting the oncoming storm of lightning and sword shadows. This was not a technique exchanged through the system, but one he had independently crafted, drawing from the characteristics of the devouring technique. Fusing absorption and destruction, thunderous explosions resounded, shaking the heavens. The shockwaves of energy ravaged the already chaotic training grounds once more. As the brilliance faded, onlookers rushed to observe. There stood Fei Tian and the stoic swordsman, tattered and bloodied, half kneeling on the ground, propped up by their weapons, eyes wide with disbelief and terror. Opposite them, Hun Sheng remained standing calmly, his black robe slightly tattered, his breath slightly hurried, yet his gaze remained sharp and clear. He gradually withdrew his hands and spoke with a dispassionate tone. Thank you for the match. He had only utilized roughly 60% of his true power and had not even tapped into the fusion force of the Three Souls Dissolution technique. The arena fell into a profound silence. The sound of falling pin could be heard. Everyone's expressions were frozen in place, resembling statues. Only the unconscious elder amid the ruins and the disheveled, half-kneeling Fei Tian and swordsman silently conveyed the outcome of that fierce battle. A 4-star dozone, defeating 3 opponents single-handedly, victorious. Chapter 72, Liuli Purification, Soul Dominance of the 5 Pavilions. Xiao Yan stood transfixed, gazing at the figure clad in black robes, proud and resolute at the center of the training grounds. The tumultuous waves of astonishment within him took a long time to settle. A mere 2 or 3 years younger than himself, yet a 4-star dozone had single-handedly defeated 3 renowned 8-star dozone with such ease. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, it seemed he had not even exerted his full strength. Xiao Yan pondered, if he were to unleash all his hidden powers, the might of the Buddha's wrath fire lotus would indeed be cataclysmic. Perhaps, if those 3 had positioned themselves closely, victory might have been within reach. But at an immense cost, even risking backlash. There was no way he could appear as effortlessly dominant as this Hun Sheng, crushing his opponents one by one. Indeed, the Central Plains harbored hidden dragons and crouching tigers, with talents emerging in droves. Xiao Yan inhaled deeply, suppressing the sense of pride that had arisen from his rapid ascent. The world was vast, and he still had a long journey ahead. His gaze shifted to the figure standing beside the little medical fairy, and the trust and warmth that inadvertently shone through her gaze as she looked at Hun Sheng, deepening his intrigue. What was the nature of their relationship? The little medical fairy and he were undoubtedly friends, yet he had never encountered this individual before. However, he had just referred to her as a friend. Could it be that their fates were intertwined? Xiao Yan's keen mind swiftly connected the two, noting their expressions indicating a bond that was anything but ordinary. Could it be? A thought flickered, and Xiao Yan momentarily froze, only to be followed by a knowing smile. Hun Sheng possessed extraordinary talent, far surpassing his peers, and at such a young age had already attained 4-star Dozong status, with limitless potential for the future. The little medical fairy was fortunate to find such a match, and he should feel happy for her. As he mused, thoughts wandered to Sun'er, who awaited him in the ancient clan, and to Medusa, the fiery queen of the Gamma Empire, who assisted him in supporting the Flame Alliance, now carrying his child. How to broach the subject of Medusa with Sun'er. The tangled web of emotional debts weighed heavily on Xiao Yan, leaving him with a headache. He could only helplessly shake his head, resigning himself to the belief that every obstacle would find its resolution in time. As Xiao Yan's thoughts drifted into a whirlwind, the atmosphere high above had grown undeniably tense. The little medical sage had accepted the wager of facing 3 adversaries alone, a commitment that transcended merely the ranking of the Lioli Pavilion. It was a matter of her dignity against that of Soulborn. The 3 formidable opponents, Thunder Lord, Sword Lord, and Underworld Lord, surrounded her in a triangular formation. The unrestrained might of these seasoned Dou Zuns surged forth, with flickering lightning, soaring sword intent, and a suffocating aura of death enveloping the scene. The disparate yet potent realms sought to intertwine and suppress the seemingly delicate figure at their center. Yet, the faintly shimmering aura of jade-like light surrounding the little medical sage stood as an impregnable fortress, steadfastly repelling their overwhelming force without yielding an inch. Suspended in the air, her elegant gown billowed, her beauty unparalleled, and her gaze remained as tranquil as a placid lake, as if she faced not 3 fearsome Dou Zuns, but merely 3 whispers of the wind. "Be cautious, Lioli Sage," the Thunder Lord urged, fully aware of her elusive nature, and struck first with lethal intent. 9 Netherwind and Thunder technique. He formed a seal with his hands, summoning the tempestuous might of wind and thunder, which coalesced into ominous black whirlwinds, crackling with silver lightning, resembling ferocious thunder dragons that tore through the sky, converging upon the little medical sage from all directions. Simultaneously, the Sword Lord pointed his fingers like a blade, executing a swift attack, silencing Sword Qi, a slender yet exquisitely refined sword aura, dark as twilight and seemingly capable of devouring light itself, silently pierced through the fabric of space, aimed directly at the little medical sage's brow. This strike was rapid, precise, and merciless, embodying the essence of annihilation, designed to shatter all defenses. The Underworld Lord, with a sinister chuckle, waved his sleeve. Underworld Corpse River, a turbulent stream, composed of inky death energy and countless ghastly specters, materialized from thin air, exuding a malevolent force that corrupted souls and tainted Dou Qi, sweeping towards the little medical sage like a river from the nether realms, intent on dragging her into an abyss of eternal death. The 3 Dou Zuns had coordinated their assault flawlessly. The Thunder Lord's ferocious area attack served as a distraction, while the Sword Lord executed a precise single-target strike. And the Underworld Lord unleashed an insidious wave of corrosion. Such a formidable onslaught could easily leave even a 3-star Dou Zun in disarray, with even the slightest misstep leading to grievous injury or certain demise. The crowd below held their breath, hearts racing in their throats. However, facing this earth-shattering siege, the little medical sage finally moved. She slowly lifted her jade-like hands, and from her fingertips, a dreamlike, jade-hued radiance flickered to life. 10,000 evils poisoned Lioli body. Lioli pure domain. Her ethereal voice seemed to carry the weight of some fundamental law. Centered around her, a hazy yet sacred jade light domain suddenly expanded. As the ominous black winds and thunder entered the Lioli light domain, The tempestuous energy and deathly aura swiftly dissipated and purified, akin to snow melting under the sun. Their potency diminished drastically. The silencing sword Qi, upon piercing the light domain, visibly slowed, the annihilating sword intent being washed away and fragmented by the jade brilliance. Meanwhile, the tainted underworld corpse river collided with the edge of the light domain, emitting a hissing sound as numerous deathly specters were directly purified and evaporated, unable to advance. What? A domain-type ability? It can purify energy? The expressions of the Thunder Lord and his companions shifted dramatically, their voices choked in disbelief. This capacity was utterly unprecedented. Your attacks shall be returned to you. The brilliance in the little medical sage's eyes intensified, and with a change of hand seals, the weakened and purified forces of wind and thunder, the silencing sword intent, and remnants of the underworld's death energy began to whirl around her, blending with her unique 10,000 evils poison Lioli force, coalescing into a dazzling and perilous jade torrent that surged back towards the three adversaries. An eye for an eye. Look out. Quickly defend. The three were taken aback, hastily employing their defenses. Boom! The energy erupted in the heavens, causing the Thunder Lord and his companions to reel from the impact of their own combined forces with that of the little medical sage. Blood surging within them as they staggered back, their faces etched with horror. This woman is treacherous. We must not hold back. The Sword Lord barked, finally drawing the heavy sword from his back. All swords returned to origin, sword prison. Countless sword energies cascaded down like a torrential downpour, weaving into a colossal sword Qi prison that enveloped the little medical sage, relentlessly seeking to shred her. Each strand of sword energy harbored the sharpness to rend all asunder. The Underworld Lord, biting his tongue to draw blood, shouted, Underworld's wrath. A massive, grotesque specter of a demonic head materialized, opening its gaping maw to unleash a silent yet soul-piercing roar. The sound waves rippled through space, causing it to buckle under their force. The Thunderlord, with hands raised to the heavens, summoned the thunderous fury of the skies. Thunder God's hammer, a colossal war hammer, entirely forged from silver lightning, descended with the might of annihilation. Confronted with this intensified onslaught, the little medical sage's gaze sharpened. She pressed her palms together, the jade radiance around her swelling. 10,000 evils poison Lioli indestructible body. Clink, a sound akin to delicate jade striking echoed, as her form transformed into a translucent vision. As if sculpted from the purest jade, radiant and impervious to all forms of attack. The sword energies clashed against her, scattering sparks but leaving no mark. The soul-shattering roars crashed upon her, yet were met with the unwavering brilliance of her jade light, unable to disturb her essence in the slightest. At the same time, she extended a slender finger towards the descending Thunder God's hammer, gently tapping it. Poison Veil Finger. A pinpoint of chaotic jade light flickered at her fingertip. A highly concentrated essence of her 10,000 evils poison Lioli. The fingertip met the hammer's tip. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a disconcerting, sizzling sound. The massive Thunder God's hammer began to dim at the point of contact, shattering into fragments, ultimately disintegrating like eroded stone, transforming into the purest particles of energy which were absorbed into the little medical sage's radiant aura. The Thunder Lord, connected to the hammer's consciousness, felt the backlash and immediately spat a mouthful of blood, terror filling his eyes. It is time to conclude. The little medical sage's voice remained calm, yet resonated with finality. She looked upon the pale-faced trio, her hands gradually forming a complex and ancient seal before her chest. As the seal solidified, the entire Lioli pure domain trembled violently, an infinite radiance converging between her palms, unleashing a terrifying wave that made heaven and earth quiver. 10,000 evils poison Lioli, pure world sacred lotus. A perfect, immaculate, and translucent giant lotus of jade slowly blossomed in her palm. Within the lotus resided the ultimate power to purify all and obliterate all. As they sensed the annihilative energy within the jade lotus capable of threatening their very lives, despair finally etched itself upon the faces of the Thunder Lord, Sword Lord, and Underworld Lord. We concede. The three cried in unison, their voices laced with dread. If they continued to fight, they would likely meet their demise here. Upon hearing this, the little medical sage gently closed her hand, and the nearly fully blossomed pure world sacred lotus gradually dissipated into scattered jade light particles that merged into her being. The surrounding Lioli pure domain also withdrew in tandem. She hovered in the air, her aura steady, as if the fierce battle had not drained her strength in the slightest. Her gaze swept over the three, who appeared ashen and shaken, ultimately settling on the Thunderlord. Is the wager still valid? The Thunderlord's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, and under the scrutiny of all present, he reluctantly lowered his head, his voice dry as he spoke. It is valid. From this day forth, the Central Continent shall have 5 pavilions. The Lioli Pavilion shall be the foremost among them. The prior offense against you, young friend soul fighter, was the fault of my Fonlay Pavilion, and I sincerely apologize. As these words left his lips, a momentary silence enveloped the arena, which was then shattered by an uproar of astonishment and discussion. From this day forth, the landscape of the Central Continent would be irrevocably altered. A formidable new force known as the Lioli Pavilion is set to rise, asserting itself as the foremost amongst the 5 pavilions. The unparalleled grace of the Lioli sovereign, who has triumphed over 3 revered figures, alongside the enigmatic soul warrior capable of single-handedly confronting 3 opponents at the level of a 4-star Dou, will undoubtedly reverberate throughout the central state. The Lioli Pavilion shall make its name and establish its legacy. Xiao Yan gazed up at the radiant silhouette in the sky, as well as the equally resplendent young man in black robes beside her, his heart brimming with emotions, yet he sincerely felt joy for the little pharmacist. The soul warrior, Hun Sheng, floated beside the little pharmacist, exchanging a knowing smile. The first step of their plan had been flawlessly accomplished. Chapter 73. Welcoming Talents. Lioli declares itself. In the lofty heights, the brilliance of Lioli gradually dimmed, as the little pharmacist, clad in flowing garments, appeared almost celestial. Her gaze calmly swept over the crowd below, who remained in profound astonishment, and the 3 sovereigns on the platform, their expressions pallid and their spirits waning. The Thunder Sovereign's admission of defeat had drawn the curtain on this earth-shattering wager. The era of the 4 pavilions in the central state has come to an end. From this day forth, the 5 pavilions shall coexist, with the Lioli Pavilion ascending to the pinnacle of strength. After a brief silence, a tumultuous wave of astonishment and discussion surged forth, akin to a tsunami. Countless gazes were fixated upon that extraordinary figure and the young man in black robes, filled with awe, curiosity, and an indescribable fervor. The little pharmacist exchanged a glance with Hun Sheng, nodding slightly. The moment had arrived. She took a step forward, her voice cold yet authoritative, imbued with the profound spiritual power of a Dou, resonating clearly in the ears of all present, like the solemn tolling of bells echoing in their hearts. Today, as events have concluded, seizing this opportunity, I have an important announcement for all the heroes of the Central State. Instantly, the venue fell into silence, every ear perked up, eager to discern what this newly appointed leader of the 5 pavilions, the Lioli Sovereign, intended to proclaim. The little pharmacist surveyed the crowd and slowly began. The Lioli Pavilion, newly established, is at a pivotal moment of recruitment. Today, we shall widely open our doors to welcome talented individuals from all directions. With these words, the crowd erupted into commotion, as many wandering cultivators and powerful figures from smaller factions exhibited gleaming eyes. A burgeoning dominant force possessing a Dou powerhouse, freshly victorious over the 3 Pavilion Alliance, was now inviting talent. This was undoubtedly an unparalleled opportunity. The little pharmacist continued, her voice clearly delineating the conditions. We are currently recruiting Dou powerhouses who may serve as elders of the outer pavilion. Those at the peak of Dou, upon assessment, may advance to inner pavilion elders. Anyone with a cultivation level of Dou Ling or above may participate in the disciple assessment, with selections made based on merit. Upon hearing these conditions, the crowd was abuzz with excitement. The bar was set high, yet the potential rewards were enough to entice countless individuals. However, it was the subsequent declaration by the little pharmacist that truly sent the assembly into a frenzy. Anyone who passes the assessment and joins the Lioli Pavilion shall receive corresponding skills and techniques based on their status. She proclaimed, outer disciples may choose 1 advanced Earth-level fighting technique for study. Inner disciples may select 2 advanced Earth-level fighting techniques. Core disciples may choose 2 advanced Earth-level fighting techniques, plus 1 advanced Earth-level skill. Outer Pavilion elders may select 1 advanced Earth-level fighting technique and 1 advanced Earth-level skill. Inner Pavilion elders may choose 2 advanced Earth-level fighting techniques and 1 advanced Earth-level skill. Advanced Earth-level, and not just 1 or 2, but nearly open to all tiers. Such a generous offer would send shivers down the spines of not only the wandering cultivators, but also the Thunder Sovereign, Sword Sovereign, Yellow Spring Sovereign, and even the Wind Sovereign upon the platform, all of whom felt their eyelids twitch and drew in sharp breaths. Advanced Earth-level skills and techniques, even within the time-honored 4 pavilions, were treasures of the highest order, accessible only to the most elite disciples and elders who had rendered significant contributions. Yet here was the Lioli Pavilion, presenting them as entry-level benefits? What an astonishing foundation and audacity. Could she truly be serious? Advanced Earth level, and the choices were unrestricted. Am I dreaming? It's madness. What exactly is the Lioli Pavilion? The crowd erupted into a fervor. Countless wandering cultivators trembling with excitement, their eyes ablaze, breaths quickening, as if they could see the broad path to becoming a powerhouse laid out before them. To validate her assertions, the little pharmacist waved her delicate hand. Buzz, 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 buzz. 4 radiant orbs of light shot forth from her sleeves, hovering in midair. Their brilliance swirling and emanating powerful, unique energy fluctuations. These were the 4 advanced Earth-level fighting techniques that Hun Sheng had previously entrusted to her. Although the specific contents were obscured, the extraordinary material of the jade slips, coupled with the profound Tao rhythms and intense energy pulses emanating from them, served to affirm their authenticity to all present. The sanctity of the Lioli purification technique, the weight of the 9 nether suppression palm, the transformations of the phantom sea tide sword technique, and the robustness of the immovable body of stone. Soon after, 2 more jade slips, exuding an even more ancient and profound aura, materialized, though the devouring power inscribed upon them was intentionally suppressed by the little pharmacist. The distinct flavor of the techniques still sent shockwaves through the hearts of countless powerhouses. There could be no doubt that these were advanced Earth-level skills. This is merely a sampling of the available skills for selection. The little pharmacist's voice remained calm, yet was like cold water being poured into boiling oil, causing the entire venue to explode with excitement. Anyone who deems the skills and techniques of the Lioli Pavilion suitable for themselves may, 1 month from now, proceed to our sect's location to participate in the assessment. She paused, transmitting the detailed address of the sect through her soul power as a stream of information into the minds of every Dou Huang cultivator present. This was the site of the soul-devouring sect, now transformed by Hun Sheng into the Lioli Pavilion's headquarters, nestled deep within the mountains. 1 month from now, the gates of the Lioli Pavilion shall be wide open, eagerly awaiting the arrival of all heroes. As her words fell, the entire Feng Lei Eastern Pavilion Square plunged into unprecedented frenzy. Lioli Pavilion. I must join the Lioli Pavilion. Advanced Earth-level fighting techniques. I've been stuck at the peak of Dou Huang for decades. With advanced Earth-level techniques, breaking through to Dou Zong is just around the corner. What are we waiting for? Hurry and prepare. A month from now, I'll do whatever it takes to pass the assessment. Long live the Lioli Pavilion. Long live the Lioli Sovereign. Cheers, cries, and ecstatic roars reverberated throughout the air as countless wandering cultivators, invigorated like they had been electrified, gazed at the little pharmacist above with fervent admiration, as if they beheld a divine figure of faith. Even some scions of smaller families began to stir, contemplating whether to leave their clans and join the promising Lioli Pavilion. Upon the platform, the expressions of the Thunder Sovereign, Sword Sovereign, and Yellow Spring Sovereign were beyond difficult to describe. They were ashen and grim. This move was akin to undermining their very foundations. One could only imagine how many exceptional talents that might have otherwise joined their 3 pavilions would be lured away by the Lioli Pavilion's straightforward and formidable offerings. Yet they found themselves powerless to stop it. Their recent crushing defeat had stripped them of all authority. The Wind Sovereign observed this scene, his eyes sparkling with admiration, internally lamenting, what a masterstroke! What audacity! This Lioli Pavilion is truly destined to soar to great heights. The apprentice of that old coot, Yao Chun, has indeed befriended some extraordinary allies. With matters here concluded, the little pharmacist and Hun Sheng chose not to linger. In an instant, they appeared before the still-stunned Xiao Yan and the Wind Sovereign. Let us go, the little pharmacist said to Xiao Yan with a gentle smile, her warmth returning. We must find a tranquil place. There are matters regarding my experiences over the years, as well as him. She cast a glance at Hun Sheng beside her, that I must detail to you. Xiao Yan, regaining his composure amidst the overwhelming influx of information, looked at the little pharmacist. whose demeanor had transformed yet retained a sense of familiarity, and nodded earnestly. All right. The Wind Sovereign, recognizing the close relationship between the little pharmacist and Xiao Yan, smiled and nodded. In that case, allow me to treat. I know of a quiet tea house nearby. Several individuals ceased to pay heed to the still boisterous square behind them, their figures darting away like rays of light, directly departing from the confines of the Fonlei East Pavilion and gliding towards a refined locale within Tianbei City. From this day forth, the name of Liolage would, with the force of thunder, resonate throughout every corner of Zhongzhou. Furthermore, the landscape of Zhongzhou would unfurl a new chapter owing to the emergence of these youthful figures. Chapter 74. Identity Revealed. Arch-nemesis approaches. In Tianbei City, atop an elegant tea house overlooking the lake, the Wind Elder evidently frequented this establishment, as the proprietor respectfully ushered the group into the most serene lakeside chamber. Outside, the shimmering lake reflected the sunlight, while inside, the fragrant aroma of tea wafted gently, creating an atmosphere starkly contrasting with the tense ambience of the Fonlei Pavilion Square. The little medical sage delicately raised her hand, and an imperceptible yet pure energy radiated, shimmering with a sacred glass-like luster, enveloping the entire chamber as if encased within a transparent glass bowl. All external sounds were instantly muffled, and even the light appeared to bend slightly, effectively nullifying any possibility of eavesdropping. This was the manifestation of her evolved poison glass body, demonstrating her mastery over energy. Once the barrier was established, the little medical sage turned her gaze towards the still astonished and perplexed Xiao Yan, speaking softly. Xiao Yan, I understand that you harbor many questions in your heart. Firstly, her gaze softened as she looked at her companion, Hun Sheng. Gently taking his hand, I would like to formally introduce you to my beloved, Hun Sheng. Hun Sheng smiled slightly at Xiao Yan, nodding in acknowledgement. The little medical sage continued. Years ago, after our parting in the Outcloud Empire, my cursed poison body began to manifest increasingly frequent episodes, and my temperament often swayed unpredictably due to its influence. Even more frightening was the fact that anyone who came into contact with me would inevitably succumb to the deadly poison, unable to escape death. That period marked the darkest chapter of my life. Her voice carried a tinge of bittersweet reminiscence, soon replaced by warmth, until I met him. He transformed my destiny. Not only did he help me gain complete control over my cursed poison body, but he also took me on journeys across Zhongzhou, exploring various ancient relics and seeking opportunities to eradicate the hidden dangers of my condition and transcend to the Dou Zone level. Heaven rewards the diligent. In an ancient relic, we discovered not only the opportunity for me to break through to Dou Zone, but also induced a fundamental evolution in my cursed poison body. It has transformed from the dark, death-laden essence it once was into what he describes as a form more akin to light and sanctity, my current poison glass body. Without him, the person I am today would never have existed. Xiao Yan felt a surge of emotions. Astonished by the trials the little medical sage had endured and genuinely delighted by her eventual fortune and transformation. His gaze towards Hun Sheng was imbued with newfound gratitude and intrigue. After a brief pause, the little medical sage's tone took on a subtle nuance. Moreover, Xiao Yan, perhaps you are unaware, but throughout many of your perilous paths leading up to your breakthrough to Dou Zone, he has always been there, watching from the shadows. What? Xiao Yan exclaimed in surprise. There were moments when you seemed to be on the brink of disaster, yet on several occasions had he not intervened quietly behind the scenes. You may not have escaped so effortlessly, the little medical sage explained slowly. The reasons for his actions, from my perspective, stem from your friendship. He cares for you. As for his own motives, she glanced at Hun Sheng and gently shook her head. I cannot fathom. Xiao Yan stood utterly dumbfounded, his mind racing through past experiences where he had inexplicably emerged unscathed. Could it be? At that moment, Hun Sheng stepped forward, his gaze earnest as he addressed Xiao Yan. Greetings, Xiao Yan. Allow me to formally reintroduce myself. My true name is Hun Sheng. As for my lineage, I hail from the Soul Clan. The Soul Clan? Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, the name evoking a sense of eerie familiarity, as though he had encountered it before. Yet it remained elusive, making it difficult to connect it to any specific faction. However, upon hearing the mention of the Soul Clan, the Wind Elder's expression shifted dramatically, nearly shattering the teacup in his grasp. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes brimming with incredulity, exclaiming, "The Soul Clan? Young man, are you referring to that clan? One of the 8 ancient families renowned alongside the ancient clan." Hun Sheng regarded the Wind Elder, calmly nodding. "Indeed, Elder Wind, your knowledge is extensive. The wind elder gasped, his astonishment lingering. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his internal turmoil, and turned to the bewildered Xiao Yan, explaining gravely, Xiao Yan, what you may not know is that the world believes Zhongzhou is governed by a palace, a tower, 3 valleys, and 4 pavilions, now 5 pavilions. Yet, unbeknownst to many, beyond these prominent factions exist 8 ancient families of colossal stature, referred to as the ancient 8 clans. They are the Xiao clan, Ancient clan, Soul clan, Flame clan, Thunder clan, Medicine clan, Stone clan, and Spirit clan. The Wind Elder enunciated each name with profound weight, for these 8 clans trace their lineage back to ancient times, with ancestral figures said to have once reached the realm of Dou Qi. Xiao Yan and the little medical sage exclaimed simultaneously, their faces alight with astonishment. That was a pinnacle of existence, a realm said to exist only in legends. The Wind Elder nodded solemnly, precisely. The depth of these 8 clans and their might surpass imagination. Each clan possesses the power to easily obliterate a palace or a tower, even uniting all visible factions. They are the true sovereigns of this continent, seldom revealing themselves to the ordinary populace. He continued, among these clans, the Xiao clan has mysteriously declined and perished, leaving only 7 clans. Among these, the Ancient clan and the Soul clan stand as the most formidable, regarded as twin titans. The Soul clan, in particular, remains the most enigmatic of them all. The Wind Elder's tone conveyed a deep-seated apprehension. Xiao Yan's heart raced, as if a portal to a new world had swung open. The ancient 8 clans, the bloodline of Dou Qi. Instantaneously, many thoughts coalesced. His family bore the surname Xiao, Sun'er hailed from the ancient clan. The mention of the Tua, she ancient emperor's jade by her father, and the possibility of his father's disappearance being linked to some mysterious power. All these threads seemed to entwine at this moment. Could it be that the Xiao family was indeed descended from the now extinct Xiao clan? The little medical sage's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Hun Sheng. While she had suspected Hun Sheng's origins were extraordinary, she had never imagined his background could be so formidable, the strongest among the ancient 8 clans. With Hun Sheng's talents and capabilities, he must surely be a paragon within his clan, enjoying immense respect and admiration, surrounded by countless exceptional women vying for his attention. Yet, he had always treated her with utmost kindness and consideration, never once displaying any sense of superiority, even going so far as to utilize clan resources to assist her. At this realization, an overwhelming tide of gratitude and affection washed over her, deepening her attachment and resolve towards Hun Sheng. Hun Sheng observed their reactions, internally acknowledging, it seems Elder Yao had often shared these secrets of the continent with the Wind Elder during his lifetime. He looked at the still-dazed Xiao Yan, offering a gentle smile before casually dropping another bombshell. What Elder Wind has stated is entirely accurate. While you may not have previously heard of my Soul clan, there is one faction you are undoubtedly familiar with. He paused, locking eyes with Xiao Yan, and continued. The Zhongzhou Soul Palace is one of the factions supported by my Soul clan. Soul Palace. The mere mention of these words pierced through Xiao Yan's mind like the sharpest of ice picks, shattering all his thoughts. In that instant, all astonishment, confusion, and speculation erupted, overwhelmed by a tidal wave of hatred and fury. The humiliation of his father, Xiao Zhan, being captured, the enmity of his family nearly being obliterated, the torment of Yao Lao's physical body being destroyed and his soul captured. The myriad hardships he has endured over the years can, upon closer examination, be traced back to the ever-looming specter of the Soul Palace. And it is revealed that the Soul Palace is, in fact, a power supported by the Soul clan. This individual before me, the Soulborn, hailing from the Soul clan. So it turns out you are one of them. Xiao Yan abruptly lifted his head, his eyes transforming into a crimson hue akin to blood. A tempestuous aura of murderous intent amalgamated with the verdant glazed lotus heart flame, and the intangible fallen heart flame erupted uncontrollably, shattering the tea table before him into splinters. His gaze was fixed on the Soulborn, his teeth grinding audibly, his voice hoarse from unrestrained fury. Little medical sage, you must comprehend the true nature of the Soul Palace. They have inflicted suffering upon countless lives, slaughtering innocent souls, committing heinous acts without remorse. My father remains missing to this day, and my master, Medic Elder, has been left as naught but a remnant of his soul due to their malevolence. Although I may not be able to defeat you today, with a sudden, sweeping gesture, Xiao Yan summoned the immense Xuanzhong ruler, which appeared from thin air, its weighty presence cutting through the air as it aimed directly at the Soulborn, flames of unusual fire swirling around it, exuding an overwhelming intent to kill. Little medical sage, if you continue to stand by his side, aiding the people of the Soul Palace, then from this day forth, we shall be adversaries. The atmosphere within the attic plummeted to a freezing point, tension palpable. The Wind Sovereign wore a grave expression, a gentle breeze swirling around him as he stood protectively beside Xiao Yan, vigilantly observing the Soulborn and the little medical sage. A flicker of urgency and complexity crossed the exquisitely beautiful face of the little medical sage. Instinctively, she stepped forward, subtly shielding the Soulborn behind her. Yet, the Soulborn, confronted by the pointed Xuanzhong ruler and the overwhelming aura of murder, did not lose his smile, which merely deepened into an inscrutable expression. He regarded the enraged Xiao Yan with a calm demeanor, as if he had anticipated this very moment. Chapter 75, Candor and Alliance formed. At the apex of the tea house, the air seemed to solidify into ice. Xiao Yan's blood-red eyes were fixed unwaveringly on the Soulborn. The unusual flames upon the Xuanzhong ruler surging with murderous intent that had almost solidified. The Wind Sovereign, enveloped in a gentle breeze, remained on high alert as he guarded Xiao Yan, his expression grave as he scrutinized the Soulborn and the little medical sage. Simultaneously, the little medical sage, almost instinctively, stepped forward as Xiao Yan erupted, her slender figure resolutely positioning itself in front of the Soulborn. A faint light of glazed brilliance danced around her, and though she did not actively unleash any pressure, her silent stance unmistakably signified her allegiance. She would not permit anyone to harm the Soulborn, not even her former friend Xiao Yan. This unspoken standoff eloquently conveyed the nature of their relationship more clearly than any words could. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, the Soulborn's calm voice emerged from behind the little medical sage, shattering the suffocating silence. "Oh, you intend to make an enemy of me?" His tone betrayed no emotion, as if merely posing a simple question. "Xiao Yan, have you truly contemplated the consequences of opposing me?" He gently patted the little medical sage's shoulder, signaling her to remain calm, and then stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, his gaze meeting Xiao Yan's filled with hatred and rage with serene composure. "If a confrontation were to occur here and now, with your and the Wind Sovereign's combined strength," the Soulborn's eyes swept over the Wind Sovereign before returning to Xiao Yan, his tone still measured, yet imbued with an unsettling chill. "How confident do you believe you are in leaving this tea house alive?" The threat in his words was unmistakable. A 4-star Dou Zun level glazed sovereign, coupled with a Soulborn whose capabilities were shrouded in mystery, alongside the terrifying and enigmatic Soul clan backing them. This formidable force would instill despair in anyone. Xiao Yan's grip on the ruler tightened, knuckles whitening from strain. Yet he could not deny that the Soulborn's words, though harsh, were indeed reality. In a moment of impulsiveness, he might disregard his own life, but he could never endanger the Wind Sovereign. Observing the flicker of struggle in Xiao Yan's eyes, the Soulborn shifted his tone, now laden with complexity. "Xiao Yan, there is something I have long wished to convey to you. Each individual's origins are beyond their control. However, you cannot condemn an entire clan based solely on the actions of a few, deeming all those born into the Soul clan as the malevolent fiends you speak of." He paused, elevating his voice slightly, mingling self-deprecation with inquiry. "I, the Soulborn, though of the Soul clan, ask you this. Have I ever committed any act against you, your family, or even your master, Medic Elder, since we became acquainted?" Xiao Yan was taken aback, instinctively reflecting upon their past interactions, only to realize there had been none. On the contrary, the Soulborn did not afford him time to ponder, continuing to unveil one weighty truth after another. On the contrary, when the Protector of the Cloud, Mist Sect, seized your master's soul, you were unconscious. Had I not disregarded the risk of exposing my identity and commanded the Protector to take your master's soul away, informing him that I would handle the aftermath? Do you truly believe that, armed only with the strength of the Queen Medusa, you could have defeated the Protector who absorbed the soul of Yinshan? You would have perished countless times over. What? Xiao Yan felt as if struck by lightning, his body trembling violently. That memory was an eternal ache in his heart. He had always believed it was the result of Lady Medusa's luck that allowed him to survive, never realizing the hidden truth behind it. Furthermore, the Soulborn continued, maintaining his tone. "The one who defeated Medusa and deliberately released you after humiliating you is also my disguise. Had I not acted so decisively, leaving you with such a tremendous shame and pressure with your temperament at that time, upon awakening, you would have likely succumbed to the endless pain and guilt of losing your master, descending into utter despair. And how could you then aspire to rescue your master or search for your father? Each word struck Xiao Yan's heart like a hammer. The crimson hue in his eyes rapidly faded, replaced by profound shock, confusion, and a hint of shame. It turned out that those experiences he deemed as the utmost humiliation, which spurred him to grow stronger, concealed such a truth, that this soul-born had been secretly safeguarding and motivating him. His once tempestuous aura deflated like a puncture balloon, and his grip on the Xuanzhong ruler lost its strength, clattering heavily to the ground. He staggered back a step, his face a tapestry of complexity and turmoil. Noticing Xiao Yan's emotions settling, the soul-born's tone softened, imbued with sincerity. I was born into the Soul Clan, raised in the Soul Realm. Yet, I can assure you, the Soul Clan is not the bloodthirsty demons you envision. Within the Soul Realm, there are tens of millions of ordinary clansmen who have not awakened their Dou Emperor bloodlines. They live there for generations, oblivious to the outside world, leading lives no different from ordinary folk. His voice resonated with reminiscence and resolve. As for me, I was born with mediocre talent, enduring relentless bullying in a clan that reveres bloodlines and strength. I bore it in silence, yet I never surrendered. I vowed that if one day I were to gain power and stand at the pinnacle of the Soul Clan, I would fundamentally alter the cold and brutal rules and order that have persisted for centuries. I shall eradicate those who employ vile means, harm innocent lives, and extract souls to enhance their strength. His words rang with conviction and an unwavering sense of purpose. The Wind Sovereign was moved, and the little medical sage gazed at the soul-born with admiration and affection. Perhaps the heavens have heard my plea, the soul-born continued. Years ago, my abilities inexplicably surged, catapulting me from a mere fighter to a 4-star dozong in just a few short years. I believe that, at my current pace, reaching the zenith of the Soul Clan is merely a matter of time. He fixed his fervent gaze upon the now calming Xiao Yan. I have always aided you, not solely because you're Sienna's friend, but also for my own ulterior motives. I am acutely aware that, given your talent and circumstances, you are destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the Dou Qi Continent. A confrontation between you and the leader of my Soul Clan is inevitable. Before you reach your full potential, I shall do everything within my power, utilizing the resources and status I have gradually amassed within the clan, alongside the strength of the Lioli Pavilion, to covertly assist you. For instance, I will help you ascertain the precise location within the Soul Palace where your teacher is being held captive, deploy individuals to safeguard your father's safety, and provide intelligent support whenever you require it, among other things. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan abruptly lifted his head, his eyes igniting with urgency and hope. Is this truly the case? Can you genuinely uncover my teacher's precise place of confinement? Protect my father? However, his gaze sharpened, locking onto Hun Sheng. You are so ardently aiding me, even at the risk of betraying certain factions within your clan. What is it that you ultimately seek? After enduring so much, he was no longer the naive boy who easily trusted others. Hun Sheng nodded in appreciation, as expected of Brother Xiao. You have touched upon the crux of the matter. What I desire is quite simple. He inhaled deeply, articulating each word with gravity. When you have acquired sufficient strength to defeat the leader of my clan, I ask that you deliver his corpse to me for disposal. Furthermore, when I am consolidating the Soul Clan and purging its ranks, I hope you will support me in ascending to the position of a new clan leader. Simultaneously, I wish for you and your future allies to spare the innocent common members of my Soul Clan. As for those heinous individuals, their hands stained with blood. Hun Sheng's gaze turned frigid. I will personally take action to cleanse the ranks, providing closure to all those who have been harmed by the Soul Palace and the Soul Clan. How do you find this? He regarded Xiao Yan with sincerity and intensity. This was a transaction, as well as a commitment. Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned. He stared at Hun Sheng, captivated by his clear and resolute eyes. As a tempest of emotions surged within him, far exceeding the initial shock he felt upon learning the truth. He was moved, ashamed, shocked, and incredulous, all these emotions intertwining. He felt gratitude for Hun Sheng's unwavering support and good intentions throughout. He felt shame for his earlier impulsiveness and narrow-mindedness, having dismissed Hun Sheng solely based on his background. He was astonished by Hun Sheng's grand vision and remarkable courage, daring to single-handedly overturn the vast Soul Clan. He found it hard to believe that the conditions proposed were so simple, even aligning entirely with the side of justice. Merely seeking an opportunity to rectify the chaos and reshape the Soul Clan. The scale of his ambition, the purity of his heart. and the depth of his planning left Xiao Yan feeling profoundly inadequate. Thud! Xiao Yan suddenly knelt on one knee, deeply cupping his fist toward Hun Sheng, his voice trembling with excitement and shame. Brother Hun Sheng, I apologize. It was my impulsiveness and ignorance that led me astray. You are right. One's origin does not determine their morality. My thoughts were extreme, blinded by a single leaf. I am forever grateful for your silent assistance and good intentions along the way. This debt of gratitude, Xiao Yan will never forget. He raised his head, his gaze now imbued with sincerity and resolve. From this moment forth, I, Xiao Yan, vow to regard you, Hun Sheng, as one of my dearest brothers. Should your words prove true, and you genuinely assist me in rescuing my teacher and safeguarding my father, when I possess the strength to defeat your clan's leader, I will surely hand over his corpse to you for disposal. I will exert every effort to help you cleanse the Soul Clan of its disgraceful members, enabling you to ascend to the position of clan leader, thus forging a brand new Soul Clan. I believe that under your leadership, Brother Hun Sheng, the Soul Clan shall surely rise above its past stigma, gaining acceptance from the world. Hun Sheng gazed at the kneeling Xiao Yan, a genuine smile finally gracing his face. He stepped forward and personally helped Xiao Yan to his feet. Brother Xiao, please rise. It is well that the misunderstanding has been resolved. From this day forth, you are recognized as my brother. The two locked eyes, and in that moment, all prior barriers and suspicions dissipated, giving birth to a brotherhood founded on shared goals and mutual recognition. Xiao Yan stood, eagerly inquiring, Brother Hun Sheng, what about my teacher and my father? Hun Sheng's expression grew serious. Rest assured, Brother Xiao, I shall do my utmost as promised. However, your foremost task now is to swiftly enhance your strength. Once you possess the capability to confront an ordinary Dou Zun directly, I shall reveal to you the precise location of Master Yao Lao's confinement. As for Uncle Xiao Zhan's safety, you need not worry. Until the Soul Clan acquires the Dou Qi Ancient Emperor Jade from you, he will remain unharmed. Upon hearing the words Dou Qi Ancient Emperor Jade from Hun Sheng's lips, Xiao Yan's pupils constricted, his heart trembling once more. He was acutely aware of the secrecy surrounding this matter, and Hun Sheng's knowledge of it only reinforced his trust in him. If Hun Sheng had malicious intent, he would have reported it to his clan, and the Xiao family would have already faced disaster. Hun Sheng's concealment of this matter was the best testament to his sincerity. The last thread of doubt in Xiao Yan's eyes evaporated, leaving only trust and gratitude. He refrained from probing further into how Hun Sheng had come to know this. Simply nodding earnestly, all right, I understand. I will work diligently to enhance my strength. Hun Sheng nodded in appreciation. That is excellent. With this matter resolved, I and Siener must swiftly return to our sect to prepare for the mountain opening examination in a month's time. Brother Xiao, Elder Feng, we part ways here. Take care. Both Xiao Yan and Elder Feng clasped their fists in farewell. Hun Sheng and the little medical fairy exchanged a smile, saying no more, as their figures transformed into two streaks of light, darting from the tea house toward the Liuli Pavilion, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. Inside the loft, Xiao Yan gazed in the direction of their disappearance, lost in thought, his heart brimming with unprecedented complexity and surging motivation. Elder Feng patted his shoulder, exclaiming, who would have thought things would develop this way? Xiao Yan, if you can truly gain such formidable assistance. The hope of rescuing that old fellow Yao Chun has increased manifold. However, the path ahead remains arduous. Do not grow complacent. Xiao Yan clenched his fists firmly, his eyes ablaze with determination. Elder Feng, rest assured, I know what must be done, for my teacher, for my father, and to honor the bond forged with Brother Hun Sheng today. In the skies of Zhongzhou, the winds and clouds converged, heralding the quiet commencement of a new alliance and journey. Chapter 76, The Starfall Secret Realm, The Inheritance of the Pill Conference. Leaving the temporarily tranquil tea house in Tianbei City, Xiao Yan followed Elder Feng as they hastened toward the Starfall Pavilion. Elder Feng's pace was remarkably swift, yet he maintained a speed that Xiao Yan could barely keep up with. They traversed through towering mountains and swept over vast forests, eventually halting in a seemingly ordinary, mist-shrouded mountain range. Elder Feng, is this truly the Starfall Pavilion? Xiao Yan hovered in midair, surveying the landscape below with a puzzled expression. As far as the eye could see, only undulating mountains and dense fog were visible, devoid of any signs of sect buildings, and even the energy fluctuations were exceedingly sparse, far removed from the grandeur one would expect from one of the four pavilions. Elder Feng observed Xiao Yan's bewilderment, stroking his beard with a slight smile, a glimmer of pride and reminiscence in his eyes. Do not be anxious. Appearances can be deceiving. The Starfall Pavilion is not easily discovered by just anyone. With that, his expression grew solemn, and he slowly raised his hands, forming an intricate seal. As his hand gestures shifted, a torrent of majestic wind attribute, Dou Qi, surged forth from within him, not dispersing, but precisely directed into what appeared to be empty space ahead. Buzz! A faint sound resonated through the air. Immediately, Xiao Yan was astonished to see the space ahead ripple like water, with waves rapidly expanding, distorting and transforming the original mountain and fog scenery. It was as if a colossal painting was being gradually unveiled, and the scene before them underwent a dramatic transformation. An immensely grand mountain gate, seemingly constructed atop the clouds, materialized out of thin air. The gate was fashioned from unknown azure stones, exuding an ancient and dignified aura, with 3 robust characters intricately carved upon it. Starfall Pavilion. The script contained an ethereal and agile sword intent, instilling a sense of reverence in all who beheld it. Beyond the mountain gate lies not the imagined pavilions and towers, but a vast and wondrous realm. Countless peaks of varying sizes float amidst the clouds, where celestial cranes soar and spirit monkeys frolic. Streams of radiant light dart between the mountains, the disciples of the Starfall Pavilion traversing the skies. Cascading waterfalls spring from the hovering summits, dissipating into ethereal mist in midair, nourishing this extraordinary space. The dense energy of heaven and earth has almost transformed into a tangible haze. A single breath invigorates the spirit, subtly enhancing one's cultivation. The entire expanse is shrouded beneath a gentle starry glow, as if a portion of the night sky has been captured and refined into this world. Xiao Yan stood in awe, utterly overwhelmed by the breathtaking and ingeniously crafted scenery of this self-contained sect. Such a grand endeavor. The Wind Elder, observing Xiao Yan's astonishment, smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, this is the very foundation of our Starfall Pavilion, a spatial secret realm discovered and solidified by myself and that old rascal, Yao Chun. Even ordinary passers-by would be oblivious to its existence. Come, follow me inside. As they stepped through the colossal mountain gate, it felt as if they had passed through a warm membrane of water, officially entering the secret realm of the Starfall Pavilion. Upon entry, the immense and pure energy of heaven and earth surged forth, causing Xiao Yan's pores to instinctively open as he greedily absorbed it. Vice Pavilion Master. We pay our respects to the Vice Pavilion Master. Along their path, disciples of all ranks, be it the Dou Wang or Dou Huang treading upon the void, or the young ones soaring on swords, immediately halted, bowing respectfully upon seeing the Wind Elder, their eyes brimming with genuine reverence. Their address of him stirred something within Xiao Yan. Vice Pavilion Master? Then who is the Pavilion Master? The Wind Elder merely nodded, leading Xiao Yan directly towards the deepest and highest floating main peak of the secret realm. Upon landing on the plaza of the main peak, several elders, their auras deep and robust, at least at the Dou Zone level, approached respectfully. Vice Pavilion Master. You have returned. Their curious gazes fell upon Xiao Yan, assessing him. The Wind Elder nodded, saying little, and directly ushered Xiao Yan into the magnificent main hall. Once the attendants were dismissed, only the Wind Elder and Xiao Yan remained within. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Xiao Yan finally asked, Elder Wind, why do they address you as Vice Pavilion Master? Who, then, is the Pavilion Master? Turning to Xiao Yan, the Wind Elder regarded him with deep, solemn eyes, his tone imbued with gravity and a hint of melancholy. Since the inception of the Starfall Pavilion, there has only ever been one name for the Pavilion Master, Yao Chun. Despite his suspicions, hearing the answer sent a jolt to Xiao Yan's heart. The Wind Elder continued, even after all these years, that old fellow has been silent. His fate unknown, yet I have always reserved this position for him. It has never changed. There has never been a second Pavilion Master in the Starfall Pavilion. He looked at Xiao Yan, his gaze softening with expectation. And you, as his sole disciple, inheritor of his bones, spirit, cold fire, and convictions. From the moment you stepped into the Starfall Pavilion, you are its rightful young Pavilion Master. Young Pavilion Master. These 3 words struck Xiao Yan like a hammer, overwhelming him with a complex mix of emotions, pride, gratitude, and a heavy sense of responsibility. Even in absence, his mentor had left him with such a monumental legacy and profound expectations. Observing Xiao Yan's excited, yet somewhat bewildered expression, the Wind Elder smiled and changed the subject. Enough of this. What are your plans moving forward? Now that you are aware of Master Yao's whereabouts, a strategy is necessary. Taking a deep breath to steady his tumultuous emotions, Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened with resolve. Elder Wind, I plan to first visit the Pill Tower. The Pill Tower? The Wind Elder raised an eyebrow. Yes, Xiao Yan affirmed. I've heard that the Pill Tower is about to host a pill conference, with one of the top 10 rewards being information on the 3,000 flame of Yans, and there's even a possibility to directly tame it. He did not request the Wind Elder to immediately help him remove the demonic poison mark within him. Through his recent explorations, he discovered that utilizing the existing Green Lotus Earth Heart Fire and Fallen Heart Flame, albeit slowly, could indeed refine the energy of the demonic poison mark bit by bit, even promoting his own cultivation. Furthermore, should he acquire the 3,000 flame of Yans, with its renowned regenerative properties and inclusiveness, it would undoubtedly expedite or even completely refine the demonic poison mark, leading to a significant leap in strength. The Wind Elder's eyes flickered with surprise before dawning comprehension. I see, you have your sights set on the 3,000 flame of Yans. TSK. You certainly have the audacity befitting Yao Chen's disciple. Very well, should you succeed, your power will undoubtedly soar. Pausing, a knowing smile graced his face. In that case, you shall participate in this pill conference, and not only participate, but return with the championship. Champion? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. Though he was confident in his alchemical skills, the pill conference attracted the continent's finest young alchemists. Securing the championship would not be an easy feat. What's wrong? Lacking confidence? The Wind Elder cast a sidelong glance at him. Do you not know that your master, Yao Chun, was the champion of the previous pill conference? His title as the pill master was largely established through that victory. Master was the champion of the last pill conference. Xiao Yan was once again taken aback, the revelations about his mentor growing more astonishing by the moment. He could almost envision his master standing atop the pill conference, revered by the masses in his prime. A surge of ambition and a sense of duty filled his chest as Xiao Yan clasped his fists heavily, his voice resolute. Rest assured, Elder Wind, I will exert every effort, ensuring I do not tarnish my master's illustrious name. Excellent. Such spirit. The Wind Elder laughed heartily, then his expression turned serious. Xiao Yan, remember, enhancing your strength is the paramount objective. I have a premonition that should you truly succeed in obtaining the 3,000 flame of Yans, your power will experience a tremendous surge, and you may finally qualify to embark on the mission to rescue your master. His gaze drifted towards the hall's exit, as if envisioning a distant future in the coming days. I too will depart from the Starfall Pavilion to seek out some of the old acquaintances your master had deep ties with. After all these years, I wonder how many will still honor me and be willing to confront the Soul Palace for Yao Chun. Sighing, the Wind Elder handed Xiao Yan a smooth jade talisman. When you feel your strength is sufficient, or if you encounter an insurmountable crisis, shatter this talisman. No matter where I am, I will sense it and hasten to your side. He patted Xiao Yan's shoulder, his tone grave yet filled with hope. As for that kid, Hun Sheng, though he seems sincere, one must always remain vigilant. For now, we can only take a gamble. Let us hope he is as he claims. Xiao Yan took the jade talisman, clutching it tightly in his palm, feeling the spatial fluctuations it contained. He raised his head, his eyes filled with sincerity and determination. Elder Wind, I believe in Brother Hun Sheng. His gaze is genuine. This path is destined to be arduous. But with you and my friends by my side, I, Xiao Yan, shall not waver. Good, go forth. The Wind Elder smiled approvingly, his expression filled with recognition and anticipation for his late friend's disciple. Without further ado, Xiao Yan deeply bowed to the Wind Elder and turned to stride out of the main hall. Upon reaching the edge of the plaza, he inhaled deeply the abundant energy of heaven and earth within the secret realm of the Starfall Pavilion, leaping into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he surged out of the secret space, racing towards the central region of the continent, towards the Pill Tower. Gazing at the vanishing silhouette of Xiao Yan in the horizon, the smile on the face of the Wind Sovereign gradually transformed into a cold, chilling intent of murder and resolution. He turned his gaze towards the distant northwestern region of Zhongzhou, the approximate location of the Soul Palace's main hall, murmuring to himself, Old man, this time your insight has proven to be correct. You have indeed taken in a remarkable disciple. Soul Palace, just wait. I shall settle this score with you sooner or later. To death, to the bitter end. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Hun Sheng and the little healing fairy traversed mountains and rivers, returning to the ancient ruins of the Lioli Pavilion, now teeming with life. A new storm was brewing, and the predetermined fate was subtly shifting due to the emergence of unforeseen variables. Chapter 77. The System's Generous Bestowal, Liuli's Foundation. Hun Sheng and the little healing fairy passed through an invisible barrier of space, once again arriving at the revitalized site of the Liuli Pavilion. As their feet touched the square paved with white jade slabs, an overwhelming surge of pure energy, far denser than that of the outside world and brimming with vitality, enveloped them, invigorating their spirits and causing every pore to instinctively open, greedily absorbing the essence. Surveying their surroundings, both individuals displayed expressions of delight and astonishment. In merely half a month, under the diligent guidance of Hun, the entire sect had undergone a remarkable transformation. The lingering aura of desolation and dread from the former soul-devouring sect had been completely eradicated, replaced by an atmosphere of antiquity, grandeur, and vibrant life. All structures have been thoroughly renovated and restored. The flying eaves and bracketed roofs, intricately carved beams and painted pillars, retained their ancient charm while radiating brilliance. The once barren rocks and ground were now blanketed with lush, spiritual herbs and ethereal flowers, with spiritual springs gurgling and mist swirling. As the rich energy of heaven and earth coalesced into a gentle, spiritual fog, weaving through the peaks and palaces. Thanks to the continuous revitalization from the devouring life technique, this place had truly become a paradise, an idyllic retreat for cultivation, surpassing even the core regions of many first-rate forces in Zhongzhou. Thank you for your hard work. Honey, Hun Sheng looked at the approaching doppelganger, nodding with satisfaction. With memories synchronized between the doppelganger and the original, he was acutely aware of the immense effort he had expended over these past weeks. It was my duty, Hun, he replied calmly, exuding the same aura as his original self. Just as Hun Sheng was immersing himself in the invigorating atmosphere of the sect and envisioning future plans, a long-forgotten, cold, and mechanical system notification abruptly echoed in the depths of his mind. Ding! The main architectural complex of the Liuli Pavilion has been fully renovated. The sect's defensive array has been deployed, and the core inheritance has been recorded. The foundational functions of the sect are complete, and the ecological environment has met optimization standards. Congratulations, host! The initial construction phase of the Liuli Pavilion is officially complete. Rewards are being dispensed. Reward 1, Liuli Qualification Testing Stone X1. Reward 2, Liuli Cleansing Pool X1. Reward 3, Devouring Life Tower X1. A series of notifications momentarily stunned Hun Sheng, before an overwhelming wave of joy surged within him. The system actually provided rewards for sect construction. He instantly focused his mind, delving into the detailed information regarding the 3 rewards conveyed by the system. Liuli Qualification Testing Stone, a special structure that, when placed in the sect square, automatically absorbs the energy of heaven and earth to maintain its function. Those wishing to enter the Liuli Pavilion must place their palm upon the stone and infuse a trace of fighting aura. The stone will display a spectrum of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet light based on the individual's root bone, comprehension, soul strength, and elemental affinity, indicating their overall potential. Red signifies the ordinary, while violet denotes a prodigious genius, with the highest potential detectable being that of aspiring to become a Dou Qi. Note: qualification is not absolute and only represents a current potential assessment. Liuli Cleansing Pool, a special structure that must be placed in an area abundant in energy. The pool water contains miraculous energy that can cleanse meridians and temper bones, fundamentally improving one's cultivation constitution. Mediocre individuals entering the pool have a high probability of enhancing their qualifications to exceptional levels. The pool's energy gathers every 3 years, allowing for a single cleansing ceremony each time, limited to 15 individuals. Note: each person may only benefit once in their lifetime. Multiple uses are ineffective. Devouring Life Tower, a core special structure composed of 9 levels. The 9th level at the top serves as the core array area, where the essence of the Devouring Spirit technique and Devouring Life technique must be condensed into special runes and placed within the core array. The initial activation requires the host's fighting aura from the Devouring Life technique as a catalyst. Once activated, the 2 sets of technique runes will continuously operate and merge under the array's influence, producing Devouring Life energy equivalent to 1/5 of the Devouring Life technique's effect, and will continuously condense Devouring Life pearls. The Devouring Life energy will fill the 1st to 8th levels of the tower, with concentration increasing on each subsequent level. This energy can accelerate disciples' cultivation and stabilize their foundations. The devouring life pearls can be directly absorbed for replenishing fighting aura or serve as cultivation aids. Each level from 1 to 8 is equipped with varying numbers of independent cultivation chambers. Disciples wishing to enter the chambers must consume a corresponding number of devouring life pearls as keys to draw the devouring life energy from that level into the chamber for absorption. The higher the level, the denser the devouring life energy and the better the cultivation effect, but the required consumption of devouring life pearls also increases. Recommended cultivation levels. The 1st to 3rd levels are suitable for Dou Ling and below, the 4th to 6th levels for Dou Wang disciples, the 7th for Dou Huang, and the 8th for Dou Zong. The 9th level is a forbidden area, strictly prohibiting any disciples from approaching, necessitating the establishment of a powerful barrier for sealing. After digesting this information, Hun Sheng's heart raced with exhilaration. These 3 rewards were indeed the cornerstone tailor for the rise of the Liuli Pavilion. The qualification testing stone could accurately screen for talent, preventing resource wastage. The cleansing pool could transform qualifications en masse, expanding the base of outstanding disciples. And the devouring life tower would consistently generate cultivation resources while providing an extraordinarily superior environment for cultivation, creating a perfect virtuous cycle. He took a deep breath and turned to the little healing fairy, who was puzzled by his sudden daze. Deciding to no longer conceal the truth, he grasped her hand, gazing sincerely into her stunning eyes, and said, "Xianer, there's something I've never told you. My rapid rise and the ability to provide those techniques and skills are not solely due to fortunate encounters, but because I possess a mysterious existence within me known as the system that aids me." He briefly explained the existence of the system to the little healing fairy, detailing the 3 rewards he had just obtained and their functions. Upon hearing this, her lips parted slightly, and her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment. She finally understood the source of Hun Sheng's seemingly boundless foundation. A system? Such an unheard-of entity had chosen Hun Sheng, and Hun Sheng had unreservedly shared such an earth-shattering secret with her. A profound sense of trust enveloped her in an instant, moistening her eyes. She firmly grasped Hun Sheng's hand, nodding vigorously, her voice slightly choked. "I understand now, Hun Sheng. Thank you for trusting me so deeply. This matter, I shall keep it close to my heart and never mention it to a third party." Gently wiping away the moisture from the corner of her eye, Hun Sheng smiled and said, "Foolish girl, between us, there is no need for thanks. Come, let us properly place these cornerstones." Without hesitation, Hun Sheng focused his thoughts, communicating with the system. First, in the central square of the outer pavilion, a stone tablet, approximately 1 person high and entirely transparent, resembling exquisite Liuli jade, materialized out of thin air and landed steadily. The surface of the tablet was smooth as a mirror, with a faint rainbow glow swirling upon it. It was the Liuli qualification testing stone. In the future, all who wish to enter the Liuli Pavilion must undergo its examination. Next, beside the entrance to the forbidden area, in a region particularly rich in energy, a pool emanating a milky white spiritual mist and exuding an enticing fragrance quietly appeared. The water within the pool resembled melted divine nectar, radiating astonishing life, energy, and purifying power. It was the Liuli cleansing pool. It shall become a miraculous pool that transforms the destinies of countless individuals. Ultimately, at the very heart of the cabinet region, an ancient and enigmatic 9-story black tower descended with a thunderous crash. The tower, forged from an unknown material, was inscribed with innumerable arcane runes, emanating a peculiar aura that both devoured and nurtured all things. Above the tower's entrance, a plaque bore 3 grand characters in an elegant script: the Devouring Life Tower. The space surrounding the tower subtly warped, revealing the immense energy contained within. Hashing, accompanied by the little medicine sage and his doppelganger, Hashing Yi, entered the tower. Indeed, the interior space was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside, with each level delineating dozens of independent cultivation chambers. The higher they ascended, the more pronounced the invigorating, vibrant essence of life became. They made their way directly to the 9th level. Here, the space was modest, dominated by an extraordinarily intricate core formation. Hashing seated himself cross-legged and, following the system's guidance, cautiously condensed the foundational essence of the Devouring Spirit technique and the Devouring Life technique into 2 dark runes, embedding them into the formation's core. "Devouring Life technique, activate," he exclaimed, pressing his hands against the formation as pure devouring life energy surged forth. With a resonant hum, the entire devouring life tower trembled. All the runes on the tower illuminated instantaneously. At the core of the formation, the two technique runes began to rotate slowly, merging, as waves of even more refined and potent life essence began to emanate from within, cascading down towards the 8 lower levels of the tower. Simultaneously, at the very center of the formation, beads the size of longan fruits, dark and lustrous, radiating pure energy, began to coalesce. These were the devouring life pearls. The formation successfully activated, setting into motion an unceasing cycle. Hashing then established a formidable soul barrier and energy seal at the entrance of the 9th level, ensuring no one could intrude. Having completed these tasks, Hashing turned to the little medicine sage and said, "Sinner, this devouring life tower is of utmost importance. In the future, we must assign absolutely trustworthy elder from the cabinet to periodically collect the accumulated devouring life pearls from the 9th level. These pearls will no longer merely serve as cultivation resources." A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in his eyes. "I intend to use them as the internal currency of our Lioli Pavilion. In the future, when our sect's mission hall issues tasks, rewards will no longer be given in gold coins or other miscellaneous items, but uniformly in devouring life pearls. Disciples will receive varying quantities of pearls based on the difficulty and level of tasks completed. They can exchange these pearls for techniques, pills, and weapons, and most importantly, to pay for access to the cultivation chambers within the devouring life tower. In this way, the devouring life pearls will become the core driving force behind the operation of our entire sect. This will not only motivate disciples to actively complete tasks, but also ensure a rational distribution of the precious cultivation resources of the devouring life tower, creating a perfect cycle." The little medicine sage listened with wide, admiring eyes, her gaze towards Hashing filled with reverence. She had never imagined that managing a sect could encompass such an exquisite and intricate model. Without hesitation, she nodded. "All right, I will follow your lead. Once the subsequent personnel are in place, I will arrange everything immediately." Hashing nodded, calculating the time. "The journey from the Cloud Empire to this place is quite lengthy. Your poison sect's trusted subordinates will likely take about 10 more days to arrive. Once they do, and we have our first batch of reliable personnel, we can begin to meticulously plan the public recruitment assessment scheduled for a month from now." Gazing at the nascent yet profoundly deep-rooted sect before them, Hashing and the little medicine sage exchanged smiles, filled with boundless anticipation for the future. The gears of the Lioli Pavilion had already begun to turn slowly, ready to unleash a force that would reverberate throughout the central continent. Chapter 78. The Old Guard returns. Lioli establishes its foundation. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Beyond the imperceptible spatial barrier of the Lioli Pavilion, 20 streaks of light, slightly weary yet undeterred in speed, approached with precision, coming to a halt just outside the mountain gate. Leading the group were 3 figures with robust and profound auras, unmistakably peaked Dou Emperor level experts. Behind them, 17 figures emanated a mixture of Dou Emperor, Dou King, and Dou Spirit energies, representing the loyal old guard brought from the poison sect by the little medicine sage. Among the 3 leaders, the central figure was a tall, stalwart middle-aged man named Yu, with a countenance marked by resolve and eyes as steady as granite. To his left stood a man clad in the robes of an alchemist, with a fair complexion and an air of reserved sharpness characteristic of his profession, named Yao Chinzi. To the right was a slightly grizzled elder, whose wise gaze and profound aura exuded depth, named Wen Yuan. Just as they hesitated on how to knock upon the mountain gate, the space ahead rippled like water, and 3 figures quietly emerged. It was Hashing, the little medicine sage, and the doppelganger Hashing E, who had sensed the disturbance and come to greet them. "We pay our respects to the sect master." With Yu, Yao Chinzi, and Wen Yuan at the forefront, the 20 individuals swiftly suppressed their fatigue from the long journey, kneeling on one knee in unison, their voices resonant as they paid their respects to the little medicine sage. Sensing the spatial power radiating from her, which only a Dou Zun level expert could possess, the 3 exclaimed in astonishment, "Sect Master, you have broken through to Dou Zun?" "It was merely fortunate," the little medicine sage nodded. Their awe-filled gazes swept over her, as well as the extraordinary aura of Hashing and the icy demeanor of Hashing E, instilling within them a sense of reverence. The little medicine sage regarded her travel-worn yet fervent old guard, and a genuine smile graced her cool features. "Please rise. You have all worked hard on your journey." In unison, they responded, It is our honor to follow the sect master. It is no hardship at all. They stood. Yet as they followed the little medicine sage and her companions, the moment they crossed the spatial barrier and stepped into the territory of the Lioli Pavilion, everyone appeared as if they had been struck by a spell of paralysis, standing frozen in place, their expressions utterly transformed by unparalleled astonishment. What lay before them completely shattered their preconceived notions. The imagined sect, perhaps a grand edifice built upon the ruins of the poison sect, was now revealed as a legendary celestial realm. Countless peaks of varying sizes floated mysteriously amidst the clouds and mist, auspicious cranes flitting between them, emitting melodious calls. Majestic palaces and pavilions, ancient yet grand, were built against the mountains, shrouded in ethereal mist, exuding an aura of age and mystery. Enormous waterfalls cascaded like the Milky Way from the floating peaks, only to be dispersed in midair by an invisible force, transforming into nourishing spiritual rain that fell gently. The ground beneath was not mere soil, but was blanketed with a thick layer of luminous moss and exotic flowers never before seen. Each step taken felt as though pure energy surged into their bodies from beneath their feet. Most astonishing was the intensely rich energy of heaven and earth. It had almost transformed into a milky white mist, and with every breath, torrents of energy surged into their meridians, rendering any deliberate cultivation unnecessary, as their cultivation barriers subtly loosened. The energy concentration and quality here far surpassed any place they had ever inhabited, including the core secret locations of the poison sect. This is the Lioli Pavilion? Heavens, am I dreaming? The energy here, one day of cultivation, might equal a month of arduous effort in the outside world. Sectmaster, this is nothing short of a miracle. Exclamations and cries of awe echoed among those who had fought their way out of the Cloud Empire. Those who had previously harbored a flicker of homesickness and trepidation about the unknown were now thoroughly washed clean by an overwhelming wave of surprise, shock, and ecstasy. To join such a sect was truly a blessing accrued over several lifetimes. As everyone gazed at the little medicine sage and Hun Sheng, their eyes brimmed with deeper respect and fervent loyalty. The little medicine sage and Hun Sheng observed the crowd's reactions, exchanging smiles. Hun Sheng spoke. This place has been transformed by us into a cultivation paradise. Now that you have entered the Lioli Pavilion, you may devote yourselves to your training here without worry. The crowd, slowly emerging from their astonishment, promptly bowed again. We shall heed the Deputy Pavilion Master's command. They have discerned the identity of Hun Sheng from the earlier address. Xiao Yan's expression turned solemn as she commenced the announcement of appointments. From this day forth, you shall be the founding elders of my Lioli Pavilion. Shuriwei, Yao Chenzi, Wen Yuan, step forward to receive your orders. The three immediately advanced a step, bowing in readiness. Shuriwei, Xiao Yan gazed upon the composed middle-aged man and spoke. Your character is resolute, dealings fair, and your perspective broad. I hereby appoint you as the deputy head of the mission pavilion, responsible for the issuance of sect tasks, their review, the assessment of contributions, and the execution of rewards and punishments. This is the very linchpin of the sect's operations. I trust you will proceed with utmost caution. Your subordinate accepts the command. I shall not betray the trust of the sect master and the deputy head. Shuriwei responded in a deep voice, the flame of responsibility igniting in his eyes. Yao Chenzi. Xiao Yan then turned her gaze towards the esteemed alchemist, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. Your talent in alchemy is exceptional, and after my departure, you have remarkably managed to break through to the realm of a 6th-tier alchemist, which is indeed rare. I appoint you as the deputy head of the Dam Pavilion, overseeing all affairs of the Dam Pavilion, including the cultivation of spiritual herbs, the refining and distribution of medicinal pills, as well as the training and management of alchemists. The supply of medicinal pills for the sect rests upon your shoulders. Yao Chenzi could hardly conceal his excitement and pride. Being a 6th-tier alchemist, even in Zhongzhou, he held a revered status. Taking a deep breath, he respectfully declared, "Thank you for your trust, sect master. I shall do my utmost to bring glory to our Lioli Pavilion's Dam Pavilion." Wen Yuan, Xiao Yan finally turned to the wise elder. You are well-read, experienced, meticulous in thought, and steady in temperament. I appoint you as the deputy head of the Scripture Pavilion, responsible for the collection, authentication, preservation, borrowing, and safeguarding of all martial arts, combat techniques, texts, and secret lore of the sect. This is the foundation of our sect's heritage, as weighty as a mountain. It must not falter. Wen Yuan stroked his beard and slightly bowed, his tone calm, yet resolute as iron. Rest assured, sect master, as long as I am here, the scripture pavilion shall endure. I will safeguard the sect's millennia-old foundation. With the appointments of the 3 core pavilion heads concluded, Xiao Yan pointed to the 2 5-star Dou Huangs, assigning them as external elders to assist with daily affairs. The remaining 15 young disciples were all incorporated into the inner cabinet disciple ranks, designated as key training prospects. Moreover, Xiao Yan's tone grew serious. At the end of each month, you 3 must jointly proceed to the 9th level of the Shisheng Tower in the inner cabinet to collect the Shisheng pearls that have coalesced during the month. This item is vital to the sect's lifeblood, and the collection process must be handled with absolute caution, ensuring no leaks occur. I will elaborate on the remarkable uses of the Shisheng pearls later. To ensure utmost security, Hun Sheng's mind stirred, and a puppet, entirely dark gold and exuding a chilling aura of a half-step Dou Zun, silently materialized before everyone. Guard the 9th level of the Shisheng Tower. Any who intrude without my or the sect master's token shall be killed. Hun Sheng commanded, his voice cold. The puppet's eyes flickered with a ghostly light, bowing slightly before vanishing like a shadow. The fleeting coldness and overwhelming power displayed sent shivers down the spines of Shuriwe and the others, deepening their understanding of the sect's profound foundation and the weight of their responsibilities. After arranging the positions, it was time for resource distribution. Xiao Yan produced 3 jade bottles and handed them to Shuriwe, Yao Chenzi, and Wen Yuan. These are the Pizone pills. In 20 days, the sect will open its gates wide to gather talents from Zhongzhou. At that time, I will need you 3 to officially take charge of the 3 pavilions as true Dou Zongs. Is that feasible? The 3 inhaled sharply, their eyes fixated on the jade bottles, their bodies trembling with excitement. Having been trapped at the pinnacle of Dou Huang for so long, they understood all too well what this pill signified. Absolutely. We shall break through to Dou Zone within 20 days. They almost shouted in unison, cautiously accepting the pills as if they were rare treasures. Subsequently, Xiao Yan presented 2 Huangji pills to the external elders, aiding them in enhancing their abilities. Finally, she addressed the 15 inner cabinet disciples. 3 days hence, you may proceed to the Liuli cleansing pool adjacent to the forbidden area for your baptism. This pool possesses the miraculous ability to transform one's foundation, enhancing your innate qualities. I hope you seize this opportunity and do not squander it. Following this, at Xiao Yan's gesture, Hun Sheng waved his hand, and streams of light flew towards everyone, consisting of the martial arts and combat technique jade slips, prepared in advance according to their positions and potential. As the powerful aura of the high-grade earth-tier techniques emanated from the jade slips, everyone's eyes turned red, particularly the young disciples, who were nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Earth-tier high-grade, a treasure that could incite bloodshed and chaos outside. Yet here, it was merely a welcoming gift. A tremendous sense of happiness and belonging flooded over everyone, and they once again fell to their knees, their voices trembling with excitement. Thank you, sect master and deputy head, for your generous gifts. We vow to serve the Liuli Pavilion with our lives, unyielding even in death. With the initial arrangements for the old guard settled, Hun Sheng and Xiao Yan swiftly summoned the 5 core members to the main hall to discuss in detail the grand ceremony plan for 20 days hence. Hun Sheng set the tone first for this recruitment. The sect master and I shall personally oversee the process, primarily responsible for the recruitment and final assessment of the elder-level candidates. Routine reception, guidance, registration, and maintenance of order shall be managed by all inner and outer cabinet disciples. The testing of the Liuli aptitude stones will be presided over by you 2 external elders, ensuring absolute fairness and impartiality. Xiao Yan then declared the core standards, her voice resonating throughout the hall. The recruitment goals are as follows. External elders. Recruit 30 individuals, requiring a cultivation level of 5-star Dou Huang or above, with thorough checks on temperament and background. Internal elders. Recruit 20 individuals, requiring a cultivation level of 3-star Dou Zone or above, with practical assessments and loyalty evaluations. Additionally, a position for the Grand Elder will be established, requiring a cultivation level above Dou Zone peak, possessing both virtue and talent, and enough esteem to command respect. Positions for the 2nd and 3rd elders will require a cultivation level of 7-star Dou Zone or above. Furthermore, Xiao Yan turned to Yao Chenzi and added, the Dam Pavilion is an important auxiliary pavilion of the sect. For this recruitment, Yao Chenzi, you must pay extra attention to recruit 10 4th-tier alchemists, 5 5th-tier alchemists, and 2 6-tier alchemists. You shall lead the assessments, with standards being appropriately flexible, but temperament and loyalty must be paramount. Yao Chenzi, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. This was an excellent opportunity to strengthen the Dam Pavilion. He immediately bowed. I understand. I will ensure a rigorous selection process to attract talents for the Dam Pavilion. All aspiring candidates, whether for the position of elder, alchemist, or disciple, must first undergo the Liuli Aptitude Stone test. Those who show no reaction from the testing stone are deemed to possess no potential for cultivation and will be eliminated directly. For disciple recruitment, the acceptance will be determined by the brilliance of the testing stone. Those exhibiting red, orange, or yellow hues will be registered as outer cabinet disciples. Those with green or blue hues will be inner cabinet disciples, while those with blue hues will be core disciples. Eligible to be accepted as direct disciples by any pavilion head or elder. Should any display purple hues. Xiao Yan paused briefly, exchanging a glance with Hun Sheng, and announced with a hint of anticipation in her voice. Then, the deputy head Hun Sheng shall personally accept them as the first direct disciple of the newly established sect, dedicating resources and nurturing them with utmost care. Purple aptitude, a direct disciple of the deputy head. The crowd felt a chill in their hearts, understanding the significance of this. With all matters arranged, the assembly dispersed. The entire Liuli Pavilion began to operate with the precision of a well-oiled machine, accelerating into action. Shuriwei, Yao Chenzi, and Wan Yuan eagerly announced their seclusion, striving to break into the coveted realm of Dozone. The two external elders promptly made their way to the square to familiarize themselves with the operation of the aptitude testing stones, preparing the registration processes and venue. The 15 inner cabinet disciples were brimming with enthusiasm, dreaming of the cleansing pool's baptism in 3 days, while busily preparing the sect for the upcoming grand event. Hun Sheng and Xiao Yan remained at the helm, their consciousness enveloping the entire sect, coordinating the overall situation and addressing any oversights. Within the sect, a scene of fervent activity and orderly progression unfolded. The rich energy of heaven and earth brimmed with vibrant vitality and boundless anticipation. Everyone awaited the grand opening ceremony of the Liuli Pavilion, destined to sweep through Zhongzhou in 20 days. Chapter 79. The first cry of Liuli, startling all four. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the 15 chosen disciples of the cabinet, filled with excitement and anticipation, were guided by an elder from the outer cabinet to the side of the forbidden area, where the glazed cleansing pool lay. The water of the pool shimmered like melted celestial nectar, enveloped in a milky white spiritual mist, exuding a life force and purifying aura that brought unparalleled comfort. Without further ado, the 15 approached the pool with reverent hearts, entering it one by one as instructed. As they stepped into the pool, the pure and gentle energy enveloped their bodies like countless warm hands, gently penetrating through their pores into their very beings. Initially, they were engulfed in a sensation of bliss, as if all fatigue had been washed away. However, this was soon followed by a more intense feeling: refinement. The energy began to wash through their meridians, broadening and strengthening them, seeping into their bones to render them more resilient, and integrating into their flesh to expel minute impurities. This process bore a hint of soreness and prickling pain, yet all persevered, for they could distinctly perceive their talents undergoing a transformative metamorphosis. 5 days later, the energy fluctuations of the cleansing pool gradually subsided. One by one, the 15 figures emerged from the pool. Their auras had undergone a profound transformation compared to 5 days prior. The previous sense of superficiality had entirely vanished. Their foundations now remarkably solid, with each individual's cultivation level having surged by 1 to 2 stars. Those disciples who had previously hovered at the pinnacle of the Battle King realm seized this opportunity to break through their bottlenecks, successfully advancing to the Battle Emperor tier. A majestic aura involuntarily emanated from their bodies, resonating softly with the energies of heaven and earth. Standing by the pool, they reveled in the powerful force surging within them and the unprecedented clarity they experienced, their eyes shimmering with ecstasy and disbelief. They exchanged glances, recognizing the same excitement and gratitude reflected in each other's eyes. I feel that my cultivation speed has at least tripled. My meridians are far more robust than before. The barriers I once feared to challenge now feel effortlessly surmountable. Thank you, Sect Master. Thank you, Deputy Pavilion Master, for this rebirth. Uncertain who initiated it. One disciple bowed deeply toward the main hall, and the others immediately followed suit, their voices choked yet filled with determination. Thank you, Sect Master and Deputy Pavilion Master. For this rebirth, we pledge our undying loyalty to the Glazed Pavilion. Through this baptism, the loyalty and sense of belonging of these 15 elder disciples reached an unassailable height. As time continued to flow, on the eve of the grand opening ceremony, deep within the sect, 3 powerful energy fluctuations erupted almost simultaneously, invoking the energies of heaven and earth to form 3 significant energy vortices. In their secluded chambers, Shi Yu, Yao Chunzi, and Wen Yuan sat cross-legged, their faces flushed, their battle chi surging mightily. The effects of the breaking sect pill had been thoroughly refined, and the formidable barriers that had confined them for years finally shattered under the onslaught of overwhelming energy. Boom, boom, boom. 3 auras, now exponentially more potent than before, soared into the heavens, successfully stabilizing at the first star of the battle sovereign tier. As the energy vortices gradually dissipated, the 3 opened their eyes simultaneously, their gazes alight with an indescribable excitement and joy. Is this the power of a battle sovereign? Shi Yu clenched his fists, feeling the profound battle chi within him and a clearer perception of the energies of heaven and earth, a newfound confidence swelling within him. He recalled his diligent days under the small medical fairy and looked at the present self who now presided over a pavilion. Having ascended to the sect level, it felt like a lifetime ago, and his sense of belonging to the glazed pavilion reached its zenith. Yao Chenzi turned inward, surveying the more condensed and vigorous battle chi in his dantian, along with the subtly enhanced soul power from his breakthrough, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. As a 6th-grade alchemist, coupled with the cultivation of a battle sovereign, he now possessed the true foundation to stand firm even in the central continent. All of this was bestowed upon him by the Glazed Pavilion. He silently vowed to elevate the Alchemist Pavilion, living up to the sect master's great expectations. Elder Wen Yuan, feeling the surging power within him, could not hide his own excitement in his wise eyes. The oldest among them, he had once thought it impossible to reach the battle sovereign tier in this lifetime, yet here he was unexpectedly granted this opportunity in his twilight years. He gently stroked the token of the acting head of the Scripture Pavilion, a strong sense of mission to safeguard the sect's legacy swelling within him. An old steed in the stable still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. Sect Master, I shall guard this treasure trove of knowledge for you. The emergence of these 3 newly ascended battle sovereigns undoubtedly added substantial weight to the upcoming grand opening ceremony. During this time, however, Hun Sheng had not remained idle. Utilizing the extraordinary cultivation environment of the Glazed Pavilion and the pure life energy emanating from the Devouring Tower, his own cultivation advanced seamlessly, breaking through from the mid-4-star battle sovereign tier to the early 5-star battle sovereign tier, strengthening his prowess further. At last, the highly anticipated day of the grand opening ceremony dawned. In the early morning, as the first rays of sunlight cascaded upon the mountain gates of the Glazed Pavilion, the area outside was already abuzz with activity, throngs of people converging from all directions like a tidal wave, filling the vast plaza before the mountain gates to capacity. The sounds of chatter, gasps of awe, and fervent discussions coalesced into a massive clamor that soared into the sky. The newly established 5th pavilion of the central continent, the Glazed Pavilion, renowned as the foremost among the 5 pavilions, had long been the talk of the town. The allure of high-level Earth-grade cultivation techniques and the formidable reputation of the Battle Venerable, who triumphed over 3 Venerables, attracted countless free practitioners, scions of minor families, and even powerful figures from medium-sized factions hoping to test their luck. However, the most captivating spectacle was the 4 powerful beams of light racing toward the horizon. As the radiance faded, 4 figures with profound auras emerged. These were the Thunder Venerable from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, the Sword Venerable from the Myriad Sword Pavilion, the Yellow Spring Venerable from the Yellow Spring Pavilion, and the Wind Venerable from the Starfall Pavilion. The arrival of these 4 battle venerables incited an even greater uproar. The small medical fairy and Hun Sheng had sensed their approach long before, and with a flicker of their figures, they appeared outside the mountain gates to greet them. The grand opening ceremony of the Glazed Pavilion is a momentous event in the central continent. We have come to offer our congratulations, a token of our goodwill. The Thunder Venerable said, his smile not quite reaching his eyes, as he presented a gift box. The Sword Venerable and the Yellow Spring Venerable also offered their subdued bows, presenting their gifts, yet their gazes inevitably scrutinized Hun Sheng and the small medical fairy, as well as the faintly discernible spatial barrier behind them. Only the Wind Venerable wore a genuinely sincere smile, cupping his hands and saying, "Congratulations to the glazed venerable and young friend Hun. The Starfall Pavilion has prepared a modest gift, wishing the glazed pavilion success in attracting talented individuals and flourishing." He cast a knowing glance at Hun Sheng. His eyes filled with friendly regard. The small medical fairy and Hun Sheng, both perceptive, recognized that aside from the wind venerable, the other three were merely using the pretext of congratulations to probe for information. They chose not to expose this, graciously accepting the gifts with appropriately measured smiles. "Thank you for your kind gestures, esteemed pavilion masters. Please follow us inside to witness the ceremony." With that, the small medical fairy waved her delicate hand, and the invisible spatial barrier parted like a flowing curtain. When the Thunder Venerable, Sword Venerable, and Yellow Spring Venerable stepped across the threshold of that barrier, truly entering the glazed pavilion, the four smiles on their faces froze almost instantaneously, their pupils contracting sharply, as if they had beheld something utterly astonishing. Even the Wind Venerable, who had prepared himself, was momentarily taken aback with deep surprise. What struck them first was the overwhelming, almost suffocating surge of energy emanating from the surroundings. The purity and magnitude of this energy far surpassed that of their respective sect's core areas. Cultivating here would likely yield efficiency several times greater than in the outside world. What kind of foundation did a newly established sect possess to warrant such depth? As they surveyed their surroundings, the floating celestial mountains, flowing spiritual springs, exotic flowers and plants dotting the landscape, and the ancient yet magnificent halls intertwined to form an unreal, perfect tapestry of an otherworldly realm. Especially the towering black giant tower in the distance, exuding a unique aura of both devouring and vitality, sent shivers down their spines, leaving them utterly unable to fathom its depths. This is far from a nascent, bustling scene one might expect from a newly established sect. It is evidently the manifestation of an ancient sanctuary, steeped in profound legacy and tradition, that has endured for countless years. The Thunder Sovereign felt an overwhelming shock. What, then, is the true nature of this Liuli Pavilion? Such a blessed ground may even surpass the core thunder pool of my Wind and Thunder Pavilion. How could they have possibly cultivated this in such a short span of time? The Sword Sovereign's gaze was sharp as a blade, attempting to pierce through the illusion. Yet tumultuous waves surged within his heart. A self-contained space, energy materialized in a mist, spiritual plants flourishing everywhere. Such grand schemes. This is far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary Dozun. Could it be that the Liuli Sovereign is backed by an even more formidable force? The Yellow Spring Sovereign's countenance darkened further, cursing silently. "I've miscalculated. I initially thought this was merely a lucky newcomer Dozun, but the depth of their foundation is truly alarming. That black colossal tower emanates an aura of danger." Even the Wind Sovereign sighed inwardly. That old coot, Yao Chun, has indeed taken on an extraordinary disciple, and his acquaintances are increasingly enigmatic. The rise of the Liuli Pavilion is now an unstoppable tide. The subtle changes in expression among the four sovereigns did not escape the notice of Hun Sheng and the little medical fairy, though both were aware of their intentions. Witnessing their barely concealed astonishment filled their hearts with a genuine sense of pride and accomplishment. This is the foundation they have painstakingly built and are about to expand. The little medical fairy and Hun Sheng calmly guided the four sovereigns to the main peak observation platform, which had been meticulously prepared. The view from this vantage point was exceptional, allowing them to overlook the bustling recruitment square below. Standing on the platform, gazing down at the throngs of people and the cacophony of excitement, as well as the ethereal sight of the sect in the distance, the four sovereigns were overwhelmed with emotions, each lost in their own thoughts. The little medical fairy exchanged a glance with Hun Sheng and nodded slightly. Then, stepping forward, her voice, cold yet commanding, imbued with the immense spiritual power of a one-star Dozun, resonated throughout every corner of the Liuli Pavilion, instantly silencing all commotion. "I am the master of the Liuli Pavilion, and I express my gratitude to all present today for witnessing this occasion." Her gaze swept over the multitude of eager, expectant faces below, then briefly regarded the four sovereigns on the platform, her lips curving into a faint smile. "I extend a warm welcome to the four esteemed pavilion masters for gracing us with your presence. Below," she proclaimed, "I hereby announce," her voice rising suddenly, akin to the cry of a phoenix soaring to the heavens, "that the Liuli Pavilion is officially commencing its recruitment." Boom! Outside the mountain gate, The waiting crowd erupted into thunderous cheers and applause, the sound surging like a tsunami, echoing throughout the valley and reaching the skies. The era of the new hegemon of Zhongzhou, the Liuli Pavilion, was officially unveiled with this declaration. Chapter 80. The Appearance of the Purple Star, a Grand Recruitment. The little medical fairy's cold and authoritative voice, resonating as if imbued with a certain force of law, echoed in everyone's ears, consolidating all the noise and anticipation around the impending qualification test. Her gaze swept over the vast, dark throng of people below as she continued to announce the rules, her voice traveling far and wide. Today, we shall first recruit disciples. All individuals under the age of 30, with cultivation below 5-star Dou Huang, may proceed to the registration desk to enlist their names. Upon completion of registration, you will sequentially approach the qualification testing stone located in the center of the square for assessment. She slightly raised her hand, pointing to the crystal-clear stone radiating with a spectrum of colors at the square's center. This testing stone is a treasure of the Liuli Pavilion, capable of assessing an individual's root bone, comprehension, and spiritual potential, among other comprehensive qualities. The resulting colors range from 7 hues, from lowest to highest: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Red indicates ordinary talent. Orange is slightly better. Yellow denotes good aptitude. Green signifies excellent ability. Blue is indicative of a genius. And violet represents an extraordinary prodigy, rarely found in the world. Her voice rose slightly, carrying an air of undeniable gravity. Should one evoke a violet glow from the testing stone, it signifies a peerless talent of unparalleled potential, with the possibility of reaching the legendary peak of Dou Sheng. A hush fell over the crowd at her words. Even the 4 sovereigns on the high platform focused intently. This indicates that such an individual possesses an extraordinary gift, with the potential to ascend to the mythical heights of Dou Sheng. She paused, her tone resolute. The rules are as follows. Those who elicit no response from the testing stone, regardless of their current cultivation, will be eliminated. Those with red, orange, or yellow hues will be recorded as outer sect disciples. Green and blue hues will be recorded as inner sect disciples. Those with blue will become core disciples, receiving personal instruction and dedicated cultivation from the inner sect elders. Finally, her gaze subtly shifted to Hun Sheng beside her, her voice laced with a meaningful undertone. As for those rare individuals who can ignite the violet light, they shall become my Liuli Pavilion's vice master, and a direct disciple of Hun Sheng. Surely, you have heard of the recent event at the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, where the vice master at the 4-star Dou Zone level single-handedly battled and defeated 3 8-star Dou Zone. Engaging in battles beyond his level is as commonplace for him as daily life. To have the opportunity to study under him, receiving personal guidance, what heights of power might one achieve in the future, I believe I need not elaborate further. This proclamation ignited a powder keg. The crowd below erupted into even more fervent discussions and glances. The name of Hundo Luo had already spread throughout Zhongzhou following the confrontation at the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, with countless anecdotes regarding his fearsome combat prowess and his extraordinary ability to surpass levels, becoming a topic of fascination. To be able to take such a monstrous figure as a mentor is indeed a dream come true for all young cultivators. This is all I wish to convey. The little medical fairy raised her jade-like hand to quell the rising tide of voices, and below, the recruitment of disciples for the Liuli Pavilion officially commenced. Boom! The deafening cheers echoed once more, as the crowd surged like a flood toward the 15 designated registration points. The disciples of the Liuli Pavilion were already well prepared, methodically beginning the registration process, noting names, ages, origins, and current levels of cultivation. Those who completed their registration, filled with a mix of nervousness, anticipation, and trepidation, formed long queues, awaiting their fate to be decided by the test. The testing began. The first to step forward was a young man of about 27 or 28 years, with a 3-star Dou Ling cultivation. He nervously placed his palm on the cold stone tablet, channeling his Dou Qi. The testing stone trembled slightly, emitting a faint red glow. Red, outer sect disciple. Next, announced the recording elder of the outer sect in a loud voice, his tone matter-of-fact. The young man's face flashed with disappointment, yet he sighed in relief. At least he had been selected. Following this, red and orange accounted for the vast majority, with the occasional yellow eliciting small gasps of envy and admiration. Look, green. It's green. A stir rippled through the queue as a seemingly frail youth placed his palm on the testing stone, which radiated a bright green light. Very well, green, intersect disciple. What is your name? The elder's tones softened slightly. I'm Lin Hao, the boy exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. The testing continued, with the appearance of blue light becoming increasingly rare. Each time it appeared, it would evoke awe and attention, signaling the arrival of a true genius. Blue. Another blue. This time it was a young woman. A spirited girl clad in tight-fitting attire, bearing a long spear, stood before the stone, and blue light burst forth. Her expression was calm, yet her eyes shone with a sharp brilliance. Lu Qing, intersect disciple, she stated, announcing her name with poise. Blue light was even more elusive. After half a day had passed, with tens of thousands tested, it had only manifested a few times. Each emergence of blue light sent shockwaves through the crowd. The four sovereigns on the platform turned their attention to these prodigies. As long as they did not falter, those with blue qualifications were almost guaranteed to become Dozun, with possibilities of reaching Dou Sheng. Hun Sheng and the little medical fairy watched quietly, their expressions serene. This outcome was within their expectations. After all, true geniuses are a rarity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the testing neared its conclusion. The immense queue gradually shortened. After a rigorous selection and statistical analysis, the disciple recruitment concluded with the following results. Outer sect disciples, 3,000 individuals. Inner sect disciples, 500 individuals. Core disciples, 10 individuals. The names of these 10 remarkable individuals have been duly recorded. Xiao Qian, Li Mu'er, Sun Kuang, Zhou Fan, Wu Hao, Zheng Tong, Wang Shui, Feng Lin, Chen Feng, and Chu Yu. Each of them incited considerable excitement and was regarded as a pillar of the sect in the future. Just when everyone believed that the day would conclude with such brilliant accomplishments, a petite figure at the end of the line captured everyone's attention. It was a girl who appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years of age, clad in a simple purple dress, her delicate features reminiscent of a porcelain doll. Her large, sparkling eyes radiated a blend of timid curiosity and extraordinary clarity. Her cultivation was modest, merely an 8-star Great Dou Master, rendering her rather inconspicuous amidst this assembly of prodigies. When it was her turn, she rose on her tiptoes to barely place her small hand upon the testing stone, which towered above her. Initially, the stone showed no reaction. The elder responsible for recording the results shook his head slightly, preparing to announce her elimination. The girl seemed anxious. Her little face flushed with determination, and she instinctively concentrated harder. Suddenly, the testing stone trembled violently. A slender yet exceedingly pure purple beam of light erupted from the base of the stone, swiftly ascending like a raging inferno. Buzz! The dazzling and regal purple radiance erupted from the testing stone, akin to a miniature purple sun, illuminating the entire square in a breathtaking splendor. That light was pure and blinding, surpassing all previous blue hues. The square was instantly enveloped in an eerie silence. Everyone widened their eyes and gaped in disbelief at the stone exuding overwhelming purple light, as well as at the equally astonished girl in the purple dress before it. Purple. Purple. My heavens. The legendary purple qualification, potential of a Dou Saint, it has truly manifested. Following the silence, a frenzy erupted akin to a volcanic eruption. Gasps, shrieks, and incredulous shouts nearly tore the heavens asunder. On the high platform, the Wind Sovereign abruptly rose, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. The Thunder Sovereign, Sword Sovereign, and Yellow Spring Sovereign all displayed profound changes in expression, their pupils contracting as their bodies involuntarily leaned forward. Purple qualification. They understood all too well what this signified. Such a genius had indeed appeared at the recruitment event of the Lioli Pavilion. Hun Sheng and the little medicine fairy exchanged glances, each seeing surprise reflected in the other's eyes. Hun Sheng smiled slightly, his figure moving like a wraith, suddenly appearing before the still somewhat bewildered girl in the purple dress. He suppressed his aura, gazing kindly at the petite girl, nodding with satisfaction, his voice resonating clearly for all to hear. What is your name? The girl lifted her head. Looking at the formidable vice pavilion master she had heard of, her small face reddening further, she timidly replied, Esteemed sir, my name is Zi Linger. Zi Linger. Hun Sheng repeated the name, smiling. Excellent. Zi Linger, do you wish to take me as your master and become my personal disciple? Zi Linger blinked her large eyes, gazing into Hun Sheng's gentle yet powerful gaze, her trepidation dissipating significantly, replaced by immense joy and excitement. She vigorously nodded her small head, her voice clear and bright. I am willing. Linger is willing. Please accept my bow, master. Saying this, she prepared to kneel and bow. Hun Sheng lightly waved his sleeve, a gentle force supporting her. No need for such formalities. Simply follow me in your cultivation from now on. Yes, master. Sie Ling Top. Her small face beaming with a radiant smile, as if she had received the most precious treasure. Thus, the first disciple recruitment of the Lioli Pavilion concluded triumphantly with the emergence of an extraordinary talent possessing purple qualifications. This outcome left countless unsuccessful candidates and onlookers below envious and red-eyed, while the four sovereigns on the high platform felt a mixture of emotions. Astonished by the allure and fortune of the Lioli Pavilion, the little medicine fairy stepped forward at the opportune moment, her cool voice once again calming the fervor of the crowd. Today's disciple recruitment is concluded. All those who have passed the assessment shall henceforth be members of the Lioli Pavilion. Now, follow your 15 senior brothers and sisters to enter the sect, where they will arrange accommodations and distribute sect clothing and identity tokens to you. Tomorrow, after the elders and alchemists complete their recruitment, you will all receive your entrance rewards. Tomorrow, assessments for elder level and alchemist positions will be conducted. Those who meet the criteria should prepare themselves. With that, she and Hun Sheng slightly bowed to the high platform, then turned to lead their newly accepted disciple, Zilinger, into the ethereal gates shrouded in mist. Behind them surged a torrent of 3,510 excited new disciples, accompanied by countless complex, envious, and astonished gazes. The foundation of the Lioli Pavilion had been firmly established. Meanwhile, the four sovereigns stood on the observation platform, gazing at the figures disappearing into the mist and the fervent crowd below, their hearts resonating with a single thought. The heavens of Zhongzhou are truly about to change. Chapter 81, Stellar Spirit, Bountiful Gifts from a System. After settling the four sovereigns, each with their own thoughts, the little medicine fairy and Hun Sheng returned to the serene and imposing main pavilion. The newly accepted disciple, Zilinger, was summoned to this place, standing somewhat apprehensively below, her small hands nervously twisting the hem of her garment, while her clear eyes, akin to purple crystals, could not help but curiously survey her surroundings. Filled with wonder at everything, the more Hun Sheng observed this little girl, the more he was charmed by her, just as he was about to gently inquire a few questions. The long-forgotten cold mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding. Detection of the host accepting the first personal disciple. Initiating deep potential scanning protocol. Scan complete. Analysis conclusion. Disciple. Zilinger. Potential assessment. Ultra Emperor level. Physique identification. Stellar spirit body. Note: the Lioli qualification testing stone is limited by the material and rules of this dimension, with a detection ceiling of potential reaching the peak of Dou Saint, thus unable to fully decipher the mysteries of the stellar spirit body, hence only displaying the highest tier purple. Ultra Emperor level. Stellar spirit body. Hun Sheng's heart trembled, exhilaration crashing over him like a tsunami. Although he had anticipated Zilinger's exceptional qualifications, he never expected them to be so exaggerated. Potential surpassing that of a Dou Emperor. Additionally, this unprecedented unique physique. Amidst his excitement, a powerful curiosity compelled him to inquire within his heart. System, since you can detect Linger's potential, can you also tell me about my potential? As well as that of Xiao Yan, Medusa, Xiao Sunner, and Sienna? Request received, beginning correlation analysis of target potential, analyzing. Analysis complete. Host, Hun Sheng. Potential assessment. Unlimited due to system binding. Xiao Yan. Potential assessment. Ultra Emperor level. Queen Medusa. Potential assessment. Emperor level. Xiao Sunner. Potential assessment. Emperor level. Little Medicine Fairy. Potential assessment. Ultra Emperor level. This string of data left Hun Sheng feeling his scalp tingle, exclaiming in his heart, "Goodness, have I fallen into a den of geniuses?" Each of them possesses such monstrous potential. The system coldly supplemented. Potential assessments are determined based on the current dimensional cognition and comprehensive factors of individual physique, bloodline, and soul origin. Ultra Emperor level signifies the potential and foundation to transcend the limits of this dimension and adapt to the rules of higher-level worlds. Higher-level worlds? The vast universe. Hun Sheng's mind surged with excitement, his thoughts soaring far and wide. He recalled the shadows enveloping the vast universe, the extraterritorial evil tribes, and the terrifying half-step sovereign-level demon, the celestial evil god. In the original narrative, it was Mu Chun who broke through to the sovereign level to turn the tide. But in this lifetime, since he, Hun Sheng, had arrived and had the system's assistance, why shouldn't he vie for the position of the savior? If both Sienna and Linger can flourish smoothly, with their extraordinary potential reaching the level of the Supreme Emperor upon arriving in the vast world. It is highly probable that they will attain the pinnacle of the saintly celestial sovereign and even touch the celestial ranking, striving towards the legendary realm of dominion. The mere thought of possibly possessing two formidable allies at the dominion level fills Hun Sheng with an exhilarating sense of triumph against the malevolent forces from beyond. His blood surging with fervor, he suppressed the tumult of emotions within him and recalled the system's usual generosity, unable to resist half-jokingly urging in his heart, "System, seeing the remarkable potential of my disciples, is it appropriate for you, as their grandmaster, to merely present a certification report? Surely, you ought to make a gesture befitting your esteemed stature." After a brief silence, the cold system responded in a tone that seemed almost human. As if reminded, "I almost forgot the main matter. It is the host's disruption of this system's reporting process that to blame. Hun Sheng." The system continued, "In light of my direct disciple Xielinger's extraordinary potential, unparalleled throughout the ages, a bespoke gift package is hereby bestowed upon her. 1. Celestial Spirit of the Stars. A low-tier heavenly technique that evolves automatically with the practitioner's strength and their absorption and refinement of the celestial essence. Practicing this method allows one to invoke the power of the celestial bodies to cleanse the physical form, refine the soul, and condense celestial spirit flames within the body, merging the vast eternity of the stars with the purity of the sacred spirits, a harmonious blend of offense and defense, impervious to all malevolence. Upon reaching its zenith, one transforms into the cosmos of stars, where a single thought can birth or extinguish worlds. 2. Starry Illusion of 1,000 Retreats. An advanced earthly combat technique that enhances with the progression of the method and the comprehension of celestial laws. This ultimate technique manifests as a meteor streaking across the sky, conjuring countless illusions imbued with stellar power, blurring the line between reality and illusion, bewildering the mind. When speed reaches its peak, one can temporarily merge with starlight to perform ultra-short-range spatial leaps, a supreme skill for survival and ambush. Hun Sheng was overjoyed. These techniques were perfectly tailored for Xielinger's celestial spirit body. Not only were they limitless in potential, but their names and qualities seamlessly aligned with the vast celestial energy concealed beneath her charming and lively exterior, pure and mysterious. He strained to maintain a serious expression while observing Xielinger, who was tilting her little head, curiously watching the changes in his expression. "Effecting a grave demeanor." He cleared his throat. "Linger," Hun Sheng began, his voice gentle. "Since you have joined my tutelage, I shall bestow upon you a token of our first meeting. This is the most suitable foundational technique and combat skill I have procured for you, perfectly aligned with your innate constitution. Today, I shall impart them to you." With an unchanging visage, he presented the 2 jade tablets, shimmering with brilliant starlight, to Xielinger. The characters Celestial Spirit of the Stars and Starry Illusion of 1,000 Retreats glittered like stars, exuding a profound and alluring aura. Xielinger, with her innate sensitivity and keen perception, immediately sensed the profound and expansive laws contained within these jade tablets, resonating with the power within her, a truly invaluable treasure. Overcome with immense joy, the little girl could hardly believe that her master would bestow such a perfectly suited and powerful gift on her on the very first day. She gingerly accepted the jade tablets, as if cradling 2 miniature stars, her small face flushed with excitement, her amethyst-like eyes sparkling with vibrant starlight. "Thank you, master. You are the best," Xielinger exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy. In a moment of unrestrained delight, she dashed forward and hugged Hun Sheng's arm, nuzzling against him like a playful kitten, expressing her inner joy and affection. Startled by her sudden display of affection, Hun Sheng was momentarily taken aback, but a warm current surged within him, and he smiled as he gently tousled her soft purple hair. "All right, go and ponder diligently. If you encounter any confusion, feel free to ask me at any time. Your room has been arranged in the main pavilion side hall. Linga remembers. I will strive to cultivate diligently and will never disappoint Master's expectations." Xielinger nodded honest to El Upsilon, tightly clutching the jade tablets like treasures, and skipped away from the main pavilion, eagerly searching for her new abode, watching her lively and adorable figure disappear at the door. Hun Sheng's smile grew even warmer. He turned to face the serene and smiling little medical sage beside him. "Sienner." Hun Sheng took her hand and shared the system's evaluation of everyone's potential without reservation. When the little medical sage learned that she too possessed extraordinary emperor-level potential, ranking alongside Xiao Yan and Xielinger, A look of astonishment surfaced on her exquisite features. She had always believed that being able to control her toxic body in advance to the Dou Zun level was a tremendous fortune, never daring to dream of reaching such unimaginable heights in the future. Once the shock subsided, it transformed into profound comfort and tenderness. She gazed at Hun Sheng, her eyes soft as flowing water. To be by your side is my greatest fortune. I do not impose expectations on where the future may lead us. I only wish to stand by you and lend you my strength. With a gentle smile, she added, genuinely pleased for Hun Sheng. However, I must congratulate you on acquiring such a talented and clever disciple. It is clear to me that she genuinely respects and loves you as her master. Hun Sheng embraced her tenderly, smiling. Indeed, she is a wonderful child. Our future is destined to be extraordinary. The two held each other close, whispering softly as they envisioned the blueprint for their future. Outside the main pavilion, the inky night was gradually fading, revealing a hint of dawn on the horizon, heralding the arrival of a new day. Today marks the second day of the founding ceremony of the Lioli Pavilion, a momentous occasion, as it is also the critical time for the selection of elders and alchemists. This will determine the framework and foundation of the sect's elite combat power, making it of utmost importance. Hun Sheng and the little medical sage exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes gleaming with confidence and anticipation. The time is nearly upon us, Siener. We should meet the powerful figures and alchemists from the Central Continent. Chapter 83, Selection of Elders, a Gathering of Heroes. As the rising sun cast its golden glow over the floating peaks and palaces of the Lioli Pavilion, the atmosphere in the main square had transformed dramatically from the previous day. Whereas yesterday had been bustling with noise and throngs of people, today bore a solemn and grave demeanor. In the center of the square, a massive combat arena, reinforced by formations and spanning an expansive area, had already been erected. Though the number of attendees was only about 20% of yesterday's crowd, each individual exuded a robust aura and keen gaze, with the lowest among them reaching the 5-star Dou Huang level. Among them were even figures of Dou Zong's strength, and a few emanated obscure and profound energies, difficult to perceive. An invisible pressure filled the air, the natural result of the energy fields of powerful beings intertwining. Hun Sheng and the little medical sage walked side by side into the square. The 4 pavilion masters had already taken their seats at the observation platform, nodding in acknowledgement as the two arrived, though each harbored differing thoughts beneath their smiles. The 4 pavilion masters had indeed arrived early. It is my pleasure to have kept you waiting, Hun Sheng. The little medical sage's voice was cool, carrying the authority befitting a sect leader, as she inclined her head slightly. Revered Wind, the Wind Master chuckled. The selection of elders at the Lioli Pavilion is a grand event, naturally worthy of our observation and learning. The Thunder Master, Sword Master, and Yellow Spring's Master nodded in agreement, their gazes instinctively sweeping over the throng of strong individuals below, a sense of solemnity settling in their hearts. If this power were genuinely absorbed by the Lioli Pavilion, its foundational strength would surge to an alarming level in an instant. The little medical sage and Hun Sheng exchanged glances, then stepped forward. Her gaze swept over the multitude of strong individuals, her voice resonating clearly throughout the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the day of the Lioli Pavilion selection of elders. We sincerely thank all of you heroes for your presence. She paused briefly before continuing. Next, we will proceed with the selection of the outer and inner pavilion elders. The specific rules will be explained by the Vice Pavilion Master, Hun Sheng. Confusion rippled through the crowd. Isn't the Vice Pavilion Master named Hound Dilu? Who is Hun Sheng? Amidst the murmurs of curiosity, Hun Sheng stepped forward, his figure standing tall like a pine tree. He did not deliberately exude an aura, yet the intangible confidence and authority born of countless battles naturally radiated from him, instantly captivating the attention of every individual present. He surveyed the surroundings, his voice steady and powerful, resonating like the beat of war drums. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Hun Sheng, the Vice Master of the Lioli Pavilion. Soul Fighter is merely another name I bore in the outside world. Furthermore, it is an honor to behold so many formidable figures from Zhongzhou who regard the Lioli Pavilion with esteem and are willing to join us in establishing a foundation together. He shifted his tone, his words suddenly sharp as a blade, his gaze piercing as it swept over the crowd. However, let me be clear, I, Hun Sheng, declare beforehand that the elders we seek are not merely those with brute strength. Those with ulterior motives shall not be accepted. Those whose conduct is unworthy, who tarnish our reputation, shall not be accepted. Those who engage in corruption after joining abusing their power for personal gain, shall not be accepted. What I desire are individuals who can unite their peers, prioritize the interests of our sect, and set an exemplary standard for our disciples. Anyone who feels they do not meet these criteria may leave voluntarily. The Lioli Pavilion shall not obstruct nor pursue them. As his words echoed, silence enveloped the venue. Countless gazes converged with Hun Sheng's, some resolute, others flickering with uncertainty. Yet, as minutes passed, not a single person moved to depart. In the eyes of nearly all present, there sparkled a yearning for higher realms, a longing for superior resources, and a steadfast sincerity to uphold the rules. Hun Sheng observed this with a slow nod, his tone softening yet still carrying an air of solemnity. Excellent. I'm very pleased with your performance. But consider this a precaution. I've already issued my warning. Should anyone violate the aforementioned principles after joining the Lioli Pavilion, regardless of their strength or status, I, Hun Sheng, solemnly vow to take matters into my own hands, to purge the ranks without mercy. The chilling finality of his words sent a shiver through many hearts, extinguishing any flicker of complacency. Very well. Hun Sheng's imposing demeanor softened as he declared, since no one has chosen to withdraw, let us proceed with the selections. The rules are simple. I, Hun Sheng, favor practical combat and hold the strong in high regard. Thus, this selection will disregard backgrounds and histories. It shall be determined solely by one's fists. The competition will unfold through a free-for-all to establish who prevails. All candidates rank between 5-star Dou Huang and 3-star Dou Zong. Please enter the arena. The final 30 who remain will become the external elders of the Lioli Pavilion. Following that, those ranked between 4-star Dou Zong and 7-star Dou Zong, please enter the arena. The final 20 who remain will become the internal elders. As for the positions of Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Third Elder, Hun Sheng's lips curled into a knowing smile. The rules for those will be announced after the selection of the internal and external elders. Now, let the first round of external elder selection commence. Candidates step forward. Boom! The crowd surged. Over 70% of the powerful figures, approximately 200 silhouettes, transformed into streams of light, rushing into the vast arena. In an instant, a torrent of battle energy surged forth, varying in color and attribute. Its immense pressure causing even the newly initiated disciples at the edges of the square to struggle for breath. A transparent energy barrier rose around the arena, isolating the chaos within. With a command from Hun Sheng, the selection ignited like a powder keg. The 200-strong contenders moved as one. There were no alliances, no teammates. Each person was a rival. Boom! Almost immediately after Hun Sheng's words fell, a thunderous explosion of energy erupted within the arena. Countless battle techniques exploded like fireworks, resplendent in color yet harboring lethal power. A burly man, wielding a massive axe, roared as earthy-hued energy erupted forth. With a single swing, he cleaved 2 unsuspecting Dou Huang contenders in half, sending them reeling backward in a spray of blood, clearing a small area for himself. On the other side, a slender figure clad in black, moving like a specter, brandished dual daggers with astonishing speed, darting through the throng. With each flicker, an opponent fell, groaning in pain, as their wounds glimmered with a sinister black energy that eroded their battle spirit. A woman in red cried out, her whip dancing like a fiery serpent, radiating intense heat that compelled those nearby to retreat in haste, unwilling to confront its searing edge. The melee was brutal and chaotic. Individuals were continually struck by powerful techniques, sustaining grievous injuries, while disciples from the Lioli Pavilion stationed at the periphery swiftly removed the wounded for treatment. Some astute contenders attempted temporary alliances, but these were often swiftly dismantled amidst the greater turmoil. Hun Sheng and the little medical fairy stood at the edge, their gazes calm as they observed the fierce struggle within. The 4 pavilion masters wore grave expressions, recognizing that many of those fighting desperately for a position as external elder possessed considerable strength, capable of holding significant roles within their own pavilions. As time passed, the number of combatants dwindled rapidly. From over 200, it fell to 100, then to 70 or 80. Those who persisted to this point were undeniably formidable or possessed unique abilities. Among them, a pair of nearly identical twin brothers caught Hun Sheng's eye. Their cultivation was at the peak of 9-star Dou Huang, yet they had not broken through to Dou Zong. Nevertheless, their synergy was impeccable, functioning as one, adeptly defending against Dou Zong's attacks and even managing to counterattack, putting some careless 1-star Dou Zong contenders on the back foot. Additionally, A one-eyed man wielding lightning energy exhibited a ferocity in combat. Despite being only a one-star Dou Zong, his battle prowess was comparable to that of a two-star. His lightning javelins were thrown with breathtaking precision. A striking woman utilizing ice energy enveloped her surroundings in a bone-chilling cold, significantly slowing her opponents. Often, they were wounded by her ice spikes before they could even approach her. Ultimately, when only 30 remained in the arena, the tumultuous battle came to an abrupt halt. All participants were panting heavily, bearing wounds, and eyeing each other warily. Yet more predominant was the exhilaration and pride of having survived. Among these 30, 28 were Dou Zong powerhouses, ranging from 1-star to 3-star. Only the twin brothers, with their peak Dou Huang cultivation, had managed to reach the end, their bodies battered and bruised, yet their eyes shone with unwavering determination. Hun Sheng waved a hand to withdraw the energy barrier, his voice resonating throughout the arena. Congratulations to the 30 of you. From this moment forth, you shall be the external elders of the Lioli Pavilion. Thank you, Vice Master. The 30, including the twin brothers, bowed in unison, their voices imbued with excitement, especially the twins, who trembled with elation. They had carved a path through a sea of Dou Zong, validating their worth and securing this precious position alongside future resources. Hun Sheng's gaze swept over them, nodding in acknowledgement before turning his attention to the remaining powerful figures below, eager to compete. Next, the selection for internal elders. All those ranked between 4-star Dou Zong and 7-star Dou Zong, please enter the arena. As his words fell, approximately 50 figures transformed into streams of light, descending into the arena. The aura emanating from these 50 was far more terrifying than that of the previous 200. The overwhelming pressure intertwined, causing even the newly appointed external elders to feel a sense of trepidation. Begin. The second round of chaos erupted instantaneously. The intensity and peril far surpassed that of the first. The battles among Dou Zong powerhouses were louder, the manipulation of energy more exquisite. Deafening explosions echoed throughout, warping the very fabric of space itself. An elder of 5-star Dou Zong, brandishing a feather duster, waved it lightly, conjuring a massive tornado of azure wind blades that swept across the arena. A 6-star Dou Zong brute, seemingly practicing a technique to enhance his physical form, unleashed colossal force with each punch and kick, relentlessly pursuing a 5-star Dou Zong adversary. A captivating beauty, a member of the 7-star Dou Zong, emanated a bewitching laughter. Yet her strikes were as ruthless as they were swift. With delicate, slender fingers, she flicked away pink petals that danced through the air, appearing beautiful but concealing a venom potent enough to corrode the very soul, rendering defenses futile. The battles escalated in both speed and efficiency. The lower-ranked Dou Zong were swiftly eradicated. Ultimately, the remaining 20 individuals were, without exception, formidable warriors of 5 stars or above. Among them, 6 were astonishingly from the 7-star Dou Zong. This formidable assembly caused even the esteemed observers in the stands to involuntarily flinch at the corners of their eyes. The strength of the Elder Council of the Lioli Pavilion was now on par with, if not surpassing, that of their own esteemed councils. Congratulations to the 20 of you. Henceforth, you shall be the elders of our Lioli Pavilion, announced Hun Sheng with a resonant voice. The newly appointed inner cabinet elders bowed respectfully, their breaths somewhat uneven, yet their faces bore expressions of pride and satisfaction. To emerge victorious from such a fierce melee was a testament to their strength. Hun Sheng's gaze swept across the spectator stands, capturing the complex and inscrutable expressions of the Lei, Jian, and Huangquan elders, a smirk forming in his heart. In contrast, the Feng elder stroked his beard with a smile, his eyes shimmering with a hint of gratification and anticipation. Disregarding the onlookers, Hun Sheng turned his attention to the last few figures below, who had remained still and enigmatic, their auras notably profound and inscrutable. These individuals were the true highlight of the day. Taking a deep breath, his voice resonated once more, clear and imbued with an unprecedented gravity and challenge. Lastly, I invite the 8-star Dou Zong and above to step forward. As Hun Sheng's words fell, the atmosphere in the arena tightened to an extreme. Whoosh! 10 figures descended almost simultaneously, akin to falling stars, landing at the center of the vast arena. Merely standing there, the overwhelming pressure they radiated caused the newly appointed inner and outer cabinet elders, who had just endured a fierce battle, to feel a sudden constriction in their breath, their expressions shifting. All 10 were undeniably warriors of 8-star Dou Zong or higher. Among them, Several exuded a depth that hinted at the threshold of the revered level. Hun Sheng's soul power, perfected to its utmost, spread like an invisible tide, sweeping over the 10 individuals with precision. His gaze ultimately settled upon an unassuming elder clad in gray linen, whose visage appeared withered, while the others predominantly boasted 8-star and 9-star dozone prowess. With 3 nearing the dozone level, this elder's aura was exceptionally subdued, yet to Hun Sheng's perception, it resembled a dormant abyss, a true pinnacle of dozone, perhaps concealing even deeper secrets within. The peak of dozone, intriguing indeed. Hun Sheng mused inwardly, sensing the arrival of a significant contender. The stronger the opponent, the greater the benefit for our Lioli pavilion. Recollecting his thoughts, he announced the rules with clarity, ensuring his voice reached every ear. The selection for the 3 elder positions begins now. The rules are as follows. First, the 10 will draw lots to face each other in pairs. The victors will advance to the next round. 5 winners will draw lots again, with 1 individual receiving a bye, automatically qualifying for the final competition for the 3 elder positions. Luck, too, is an indispensable facet of strength. The remaining 4 will face off in pairs to determine the final 2 victors. Ultimately, the bye recipient will engage in a chaotic battle with these 2 victors. The first to be eliminated will take the title of 3rd elder. The second out will become the 2nd elder. And the last standing will be our pavilion's Grand Elder. With the rules declared, the arena fell into a profound silence, all present holding their breath in anticipation. These rules, straightforward yet laden with variables and challenges, tested not only strength but also luck. The final melee would be the ultimate test of comprehensive ability. Now, let's commence the first round of drawing lots. 10 luminous energy tokens hovered in the air as the 10 champions each employed their unique methods to select one. The matchups were quickly announced, and the arena was temporarily divided into 5 zones, each hosting simultaneous confrontations. Those who had attained 8-star dozone status were all seasoned warriors, adept in their arts. The battles ignited with fervor, the clash of energies producing thunderous roars that nearly engulfed the entire arena. Among them, one particular duel drew significant attention. The gray-clad elder faced a formidable opponent, a peak 8-star dozone renowned for his ferocity. The moment the match commenced, he unleashed his signature move, the Mountain Splitter, a colossal wave of energy capable of cleaving mountains, hurtling towards the elder. However, the elder merely lifted his eyelids, his gnarled hand seemingly casually extending forward. There was no cataclysmic burst of energy, nor were there dazzling displays of combat techniques. The ferocious Mountain Splitter dissipated upon contact with his palm, vanishing as swiftly as snow under the sun, without even a ripple. The attacking 8-star dozone, struck as if by an unseen force, paled, letting out a muffled groan as he was sent flying out of the arena, his eyes wide with disbelief. The entire sequence unfolded with breathtaking speed. The elder hadn't even shifted his stance. What exquisite control of energy, what profound mastery of Dou Qi. The foam elder couldn't help but exclaim in hushed admiration. The lay elder and others wore solemn expressions, reflecting on their own abilities, even if they suppressed themselves to the peak of dozone. Defeating an 8-star dozone so effortlessly would be no simple task. This elder was undoubtedly exceptional. Hun Sheng observed everything keenly, solidifying his conclusions. The other matches concluded in quick succession. The 3 half-step dozone warriors decisively bested their opponents, while another advancing fighter was a 9-star dozone who narrowly triumphed over his adversary with an extraordinary water-based combat technique. 5 champions emerged. The second round of drawing lots commenced. 5 luminous energy tokens reappeared. After the 5 participants selected their tokens, murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd as the results were revealed. The bye token had fallen to the gray-clad elder. This meant he would directly enter the final chaotic battle, fresh and ready. The remaining 4 consisted of the 3 half-step dozone and the 9-star dozone, with the matchups as follows: the red-clad beauty against the stoic man and the brawny swordsman against the 9-star dozone. The battles erupted once more. The clash between the red-clad beauty and the stoic man was nothing short of monumental. Armed with a pair of flaming rings, the beauty unleashed a torrent of fiery assaults, scorching the arena into charred remnants. The stoic man, moving like a specter, launched vicious and cunning attacks, creating dark afterimages that sought to exploit every gap in the beauty's offense. His shadowy Dou Qi carried an eerie, corrosive effect on both mind and spirit. The 2 fought fiercely for over 200 exchanges, the tension palpable. Eventually, it seemed the red-clad beauty was provoked by the relentless shadow assaults. With a fierce cry, She channeled her Dou Qi entirely into her rings. Phoenix flames dance, rings break the sky. The pair of flaming rings soared forth, expanding into two colossal fire phoenixes. Entwined and screeching, their overwhelming might engulfing the entire battlefield, forcing the stoic man to abandon his evasion and take the full brunt of the onslaught. With a thunderous explosion, the shadows were forcibly dispelled by the flames, and the stoic man was sent sprawling, blood spewing forth as he crashed heavily to the ground, clearly suffering severe internal injuries. Meanwhile, the red-clad beauty's complexion paled, her breath quickening. This final move had nearly drained her Dou Qi, but in the end, she emerged victorious. The other match was devoid of suspense. The half-step Douzun swordsman, with merely 3 strikes, shattered the 9-star Douzong's watery defense, sending him flying and securing an effortless advancement. Ultimately, the two who qualified for the final chaotic battle alongside the gray-clad elder were the red-clad beauty and the brawny swordsman. At this moment, the woman in red, despite her considerable exhaustion, retained a fierce glint in her eyes, exuding the spirit of a victor. The burly man wielding the heavy sword emanated a robust aura, his fighting intent soaring high. Both of them cast a glance at the elderly man in tattered robes, who sat on the sidelines with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. A fleeting shadow of solemnity crossed their faces. It was overshadowed by a simmering anger at being underestimated and a confidence born from their status as half-step Douzun. They did not believe that an old man, who had to rely on luck to avoid combat, could pose a challenge to their united strength. Hun Sheng observed the situation and smiled slightly. The final melee begins. Gentlemen, please. The elderly man slowly opened his eyes, which, despite appearing murky, now sparkled with an inner brilliance. He ambled into the center of the arena, standing in opposition to the two formidable half-step Douzun. The heavy, sword-wielding man, impatient, bellowed like a thunderclap. Old man, you seem fortunate. Why not concede and become the third elder? It will save you from unnecessary suffering. The woman in red remained silent. Yet the flames of her twin rings reignited with fervor, clearly intent on concluding the battle swiftly. In response to their taunts, the elderly man chuckled lightly, his voice hoarse, yet imbued with an indescribable grandeur and confidence. He shook his head and beckoned with his fingers. To save time, both of you, come at me together. What? The moment these words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the arena. Everyone believed they had misheard. An elderly man, seemingly on the brink of death, dared to challenge two vigorous half-step Douzun simultaneously. This was sheer madness. Even the 4 elders in the viewing area frowned, deeming the old man excessively presumptuous. The heavy sword-wielding man, infuriated, let out a laugh tinged with rage. What an arrogant old fool. If you seek death, so be it. The woman in red's eyes gleamed with cold light, and she hesitated no longer. Only Hun Sheng, with a knowing smile gracing his lips, nodded discreetly. As the heavy sword-wielding man raised his massive sword, and the woman in red summoned her fiery twin rings, an indescribable and terrifying pressure erupted from the elderly man, akin to a volcano awakening from a millennia-long slumber. The boundless energy of the heavens surged towards him, transforming his hunched frame into one of towering stature, while his once withered visage radiated astonishing brilliance. No longer did he exude the aura of a mere Douzun. He now commanded the true might of a Douzun, a presence that transcended all beings. A 1-star Douzun, a Douzun. He was indeed a Douzun powerhouse. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd, akin to a tidal wave sweeping over them. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief at this sudden turn of events. In the viewing area, the 4 elders rose almost in unison. The Wind Elder's eyes sparkled with intensity, while the Thunder, Sword, and Netherworld Elders wore expressions of utter disbelief and terror. A Douzun, a living Douzun, had come to participate in the elder selection of the Lioli Pavilion, and he had concealed his strength so deeply. What did this signify? It meant that from this moment forth, the Lioli Pavilion not only boasted Xiao Yan as its 4-star Douzun leader, but also possessed a 1-star Douzun as its Grand Elder. Their high-end combat power had unequivocally eclipsed every other pavilion in the realm. The Thunder, Sword, and Netherworld Elders felt their minds whirl. All previous contempt, schemes, and hesitations were crushed in an instant, leaving behind a singular, crystal-clear thought. They must, without fail, forge an alliance with the Lioli Pavilion. They could not afford to be enemies. In the arena, the 2 half-step Douzun experienced the most immediate and terrifying sensation. Under the immense weight of Dou Zun's overwhelming aura, their movements froze, and the flow of their Dou Qi became sluggish, their faces pale with horror. They finally understood that their opponent was not merely arrogant. He possessed absolute strength. Exchanging a glance, they each recognized the gravity and determination reflected in the other's eyes. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. They could only fight to the death. Together, the woman in red cried, releasing her fiery twin rings, which transformed into two massive fire spirit birds, enveloping the elderly man from both sides with searing heat, blocking any avenue of escape. The heavy sword-wielding man roared, channeling all his Dou Qi into his sword, which erupted with a blinding ochre light. A formidable sword wave, imbued with colossal power, surged forth like a falling star, cleaving directly toward the elderly man. This was his all-out strongest strike. In the face of the desperate combined assault from the two half-step Dou Zun, the elderly man's expression remained tranquil. He did not wield any weapon. He merely raised both hands slowly. As the terrifying sword wave approached, he slightly curled the fingers of his left hand and pressed forward gently. In an instant, the space before him seemed to solidify, and the overwhelming sword wave, laden with crushing force, suddenly slowed as if ensnared in an invisible mire. Its powerful energy rapidly stripped away and dissipated. Simultaneously, his right hand extended like a sword, pointing at the two fire spirit birds. Disperse. A seemingly feeble, yet remarkably focused finger wind shot forth, precisely striking the core nexus where the energies of the two fire spirit birds intertwined. Bang! Bang! With two soft sounds, the formidable fire spirit birds burst like punctured balloons, instantly scattering into a myriad of sparks, vanishing into the air. The woman in red, drawn by the backlash of energy, staggered slightly, her complexion paling further. In that fleeting moment, when the elderly man neutralized their assault, he moved like a specter, appearing before the heavy, sword-wielding man. The burly man, still reeling from the shock of his attack, being inexplicably thwarted, suddenly felt a seemingly desiccated hand lightly press against his chest. The heavy sword-wielding man felt an irresistible surge of overwhelming power penetrate his body, his protective Dou Qi collapsing instantaneously, as if his internal organs had been displaced. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his massive frame hurtling backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. He struggled a few times but found himself unable to rise. Eliminate one first. After swiftly defeating the heavy, sword-wielding man, the elderly man's gaze shifted to the pale-faced woman in red. Realizing there was no retreat, a flicker of resolve crossed her eyes as she formed a seal with her jade hands and spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto her twin rings. Blood Phoenix. Incinerate the heavens. The twin rings vibrated with a resonant hum, erupting with blinding blood flames, the temperature soaring once more as if to incinerate space itself. Transforming into a meteoric streak of blood flames, it charged toward the elderly man with a fierce momentum. The elderly man raised an eyebrow. This time, he did not evade but slowly extended a finger. At its tip, an exquisite gray light coalesced, seemingly containing the power to extinguish all existence. Extinguishing finger. He gently pointed, and the gray light collided thunderously with the blood flame meteor. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a disconcerting sizzling sound that made one's teeth ache. The terrifying blood flame meteor dimmed rapidly, shrinking visibly as its fiery energy was ruthlessly annihilated and consumed by that single gray point. In merely 2 or 3 breaths, the blood flame completely dissipated, and the spiritually depleted twin rings emitted a mournful cry as they flew back. However, the elderly man's finger continued unabated, connecting with the protective Dou Qi surrounding the woman in red. The woman in red felt as though struck by a heavy hammer to the chest, blood spewing forth as she staggered backward, ultimately kneeling weakly on one knee, unable to summon even a flicker of Dou Qi. She had been defeated, having only held out for over 20 exchanges despite exhausting her trump cards. The arena fell into an eerie silence. From a moment, the elderly man unleashed his Dou Zun strength to completely vanquish the two half-step Dou Zun. Only a brief span of time had elapsed. The sheer magnitude of his overwhelming power and effortless combat style left every onlooker profoundly shaken. Hun Sheng smiled faintly, stepping forward, his voice shattering the silence. I hereby declare the selection for the 3 Grand Elders concluded. He accepted the list handed to him by his disciple and turned to present it to the little medicine fairy. She received the list, her gaze sweeping over the 3 individuals present as her cold and authoritative voice resonated through the air. following the assessment, I hereby officially announce the position of the Grand Elder of the Liuli Pavilion will be assumed by the 1-star Dou Zun, Lord Xiao Yan. The position of the 2nd Elder will be held by the half-step Dou Zun, Elder Yinji. The 3rd Elder will be the half-step Dou Zun, Elder Yingang. Congratulations to the 3 Elders. Hun Sheng proclaimed loudly, congratulations to the Grand Elder. Congratulations to the 2nd Elder. Congratulations to the 3rd Elder. Below the stage, all the new and old disciples of the Liuli Pavilion were filled with respect and admiration, erupting into thunderous applause that shook the heavens. At this moment, the highest combat power framework of the Liuli Pavilion was officially established, its prestige reaching an unprecedented peak. Chapter 85. The Battle of Authority, Devouring Life and Astonishing the Respect. The little medicine fairy's icy voice still echoed in the square, announcing the decision that Lord Xiao Yinji, and Yingang would become the newly appointed elders of the Liuli Pavilion. The crowd roared with enthusiasm, countless gazes of awe and envy fixated on the 3 newly promoted elders, especially the profoundly deep Lord Xiao Yan. However, Hun Sheng's perception, honed to perfection, was astutely aware. At the very moment the little medicine fairy concluded her announcement, he distinctly sensed that the newly appointed Grand Elder, Lord Xiao Yan, while bowing in respect, displayed not merely reverence, but a flicker of disdain and arrogance buried deep within his lowered gaze. Hun Sheng's heart sank in realization. Indeed, Lord Xiao Yan was a peak 1-star Dou Zun, a solitary cultivator accustomed to freedom, were it not for the irresistibly enticing conditions offered by the Liuli Pavilion. He would never deign to serve as an elder. In his eyes, he likely regarded Hun Sheng, the 5-star Dou Zun Vice Pavilion Master, and the Little Medicine Fairy, the newly promoted 4-star Dou Zun Sect Master, as hardly worthy of his true respect. The strength of a peak 1-star Dou Zun was sufficient to dominate a region and establish a sect beyond the ancient families in the central continent. This old fellow clearly looks down upon me, Hun Sheng mused inwardly. Yet who could blame him, considering I am merely a 5-star Dou Zun on the surface? It is commonplace for newcomers to be arrogant, but if they cannot be tamed, future troubles are inevitable. An idea swiftly formed in Hun Sheng's mind. It was the perfect opportunity to showcase his strength in front of all the new and old disciples, as well as the 4 esteemed guests. Not only would this suppress the old man's arrogance and ensure his dedication to the Liuli Pavilion, but it would also intimidate the audience, solidifying his own authority, while simultaneously igniting further ambition in the 4 pavilion masters and thoroughly establishing the Liuli Pavilion supremacy among the 5 pavilions. Truly a case of hitting 3 birds with 1 stone. With this thought, Hun Sheng stepped forward, his gaze calm as he addressed Lord Xiao, who was preparing to withdraw. His voice rang out clearly, reaching every corner of the venue. Grand Elder Xiao Yan, please stay. Xiao Yan paused, turning around, his murky yet insightful eyes locking onto Hun Sheng. His tone bland yet tinged with an imperceptible distance. What further instructions does the Vice Pavilion Master have? Hun Sheng offered a slight smile, saying, I do not presume to give orders. However, according to the customs of our Liuli Pavilion, a newly appointed Grand Elder must accept a special challenge. Oh, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What kind of challenge? Please, Vice Pavilion Master, do enlighten me. He regarded it as a mere formality, dismissive of its significance. Hun Sheng's smile remained unchanged, yet his voice resonated with the force of thunder. You shall challenge me. If the Grand Elder prevails, I shall relinquish my position as Vice Pavilion Master and allow you to take it. Should I fortuitously emerge victorious, then please take your seat with peace of mind and assist the Sect Master diligently to strengthen our Liuli Pavilion. What say you? As soon as these words left his lips, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. All eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Hun Sheng in astonishment. A 5-star Dou Zun was daring to challenge a peak 1-star Dou Zun, and the wager was the position of Vice Pavilion Master. This was nothing short of madness. Upon hearing this, Lord Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, but then his aged eyes erupted with an astonishing brilliance, mixed with an uncontrollable greed and elation. He had been lamenting the lack of an opportunity to showcase his strength, and now, unexpectedly, the young Vice Pavilion Master had delivered himself to his doorstep. The position of Vice Pavilion Master? This signified greater authority, more resources, and closer proximity to the core of the sect. He could hardly fathom losing to a 5-star Dou Zun. Is this for real? Xiao Yan's voice rose slightly, infused with excitement and urgency. With all eyes upon them, The four pavilion masters, serving as witnesses, could not allow for any deception. Hun Sheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone calm, yet brimming with confidence. The little medicine fairy observed quietly from his side, fully aware of Hun Sheng's hidden cards and strength, understanding the deeper implications of his actions. She did not intervene to stop him, but instead cast a glance of trust and support towards him, nodding slightly. Very well. If that is the case, I shall not stand on ceremony. Please, Vice Pavilion Master, enlighten me. Zhang Yuan, fearing a retraction from Hun Sheng, immediately agreed. His form already darting to the center of the duel arena, a powerful Dou Qi aura once again enveloping the space. Hun Sheng smiled faintly, his steps unhurried as he made his way into the arena, standing opposite Zhang Yuan. A confrontation of disparate strengths, yet one that captivated the hearts of many, was about to commence. Please, please. As the words fell, Lord Zhang Yuan was the first to launch an attack. He did not underestimate his opponent merely due to Hun Sheng's 5-star Dou Qi status. His initial strike was a fierce killing blow, aiming for a swift resolution to establish his supreme authority. With a swift motion, his withered palm extended, fingers curling like claws, as he unleashed a powerful grasp towards Hun Sheng from afar. Wind-rending claw. Swoosh. 5 sharp, gray wind blades materialized out of thin air, tearing through the atmosphere with a piercing shriek, attacking Hun Sheng from 5 devious angles and sealing off all his escape routes. The initial application of spatial power by a Dou Qi was already encapsulated within. Hun Sheng's gaze sharpened, and he instantly executed the heavenly ghost step to its utmost limit, his form twisting like a wraith, narrowly evading 4 of the wind blades, while simultaneously delivering a punch enveloped in devouring life Dou Qi, colliding with the last blade. Boom! The wind blade shattered, causing Hun Sheng to stagger slightly, retreating a half-step, with a faint white mark appearing on his fist. Indeed, he possesses some skill. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Zhang Yuan's eyes. The opponent's movement technique and the quality of his Dou Qi far surpassed that of an ordinary 5-star Dou Qi. Nevertheless, he pressed on, his form darting like lightning as he closed in on Hun Sheng, his palms flying, unleashing a torrential downpour of condensed gray palm strikes. Each strike contained the terrifying power to shatter mountains. Hun Sheng's expression grew grave as he combined heavenly ghost step and soul lock, his form flickering throughout the arena, at times elusive like a ghost, at others unleashing dark chains to deflect and absorb force. He opted not to engage in a straightforward brawl, but rather exploited his agility and soul power to continuously maneuver, seeking opportunities. Boom! 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 The sound of energy explosions filled the air. Within the arena, 2 figures darted rapidly, gray and black energies colliding and annihilating one another. Though Hun Sheng appeared to be at a distinct disadvantage, each clash left him reeling, yet he consistently managed to evade lethal attacks at the critical moments, occasionally forcing Zhang Yuan to defend against counterattacks from soul, extinguishing finger, or venomous palm. 50 exchanges, 100 exchanges, 150 exchanges. In the blink of an eye, the two had battled for over 200 exchanges. The entire audience fell into a hushed silence, all holding their breath, wide-eyed and agape, as they beheld the unbelievable spectacle. A 5-star Dou Qi was actually enduring over 200 exchanges against a peak 1-star Dou Qi without defeat. This utterly subverted their understanding. This Vice Pavilion Master Hun Sheng is simply extraordinary. His movements are so enigmatic. Moreover, his soul power enables him to anticipate Elder Zhang Yuan's attacks with uncanny accuracy. A 5-star Dou Qi directly facing a Dou Qi. I have truly witnessed something remarkable today. The 4 esteemed masters on the stage also wore expressions of profound gravity. In the eyes of the Wind Sovereign, a myriad of colors danced, while the expressions of the 3 Thunder Sovereigns darkened considerably. The last remnants of their defiance evaporated entirely, replaced by a profound sense of trepidation. Should this youth mature, he would be utterly formidable. As the battle unfolded, the Zhang Yuan sovereign grew increasingly alarmed and agitated. He had anticipated an effortless victory, only to discover that his opponent was as slippery as an eel, displaying remarkable resilience, which left him unable to secure a triumph and resulted in a significant loss of face before the onlookers. Boy, is evasiveness all you can do? Zhang Yuan bellowed in frustration, intensifying his assault, although his mindset began to waver. Yet, Hun Sheng remained composed in his response. Despite the immense depletion of his internal fighting spirit and the new wounds adorning his body, his gaze shone ever brighter. At last, after approximately 230 exchanges, Song Yuan's patience reached its breaking point. To force me to resort to this technique, you have every reason to take pride. He abruptly stepped back, his hands forming intricate seals as the energies of heaven and earth surged wildly around him. Song Xuan's annihilation seal, a colossal gray handprint coalesced above his head, upon which countless tiny whirlwinds seemed to howl, emanating a destructive aura that caused the protective barrier of the arena to tremble violently. This was one of his trump cards, a high-level Earth-tier combat technique. Upon sensing the terrifying power contained within that handprint, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. This strike was potent enough to severely injure or even kill an ordinary 2-star Dou Zun. Vice Guild Master, be careful. Numerous disciples of the Lioli Pavilion cried out in alarm. Xiao Yan tightened her grip, her faith in Hun Sheng unwavering yet tinged with concern. In that critical moment, a fierce light ignited in Hun Sheng's eyes. Now is the time, he thought, whispering internally. 3 souls divide, 1 soul returns. Far within the sect, his avatar, Soul 1, transformed into an ethereal form, and in the next instant, traversed space to merge with Hun Sheng's main body. Boom! A surge of energy, far more magnificent than before, erupted from Hun Sheng's being. His power soared like a rocket. 6-star Dou Zun, 7-star Dou Zun, 8-star Dou Zun. Ultimately, it stabilized at the pinnacle of the 8-star Dou Zun level. The force was harmoniously complete, devoid of any sense of emptiness. This sudden, unprecedented upheaval left everyone present, including the 4 great sovereigns and the astonished Xiao Yan about to unleash his lethal strike, utterly speechless. What? His power has skyrocketed. What kind of secret technique is this? How can it elevate one's strength by over 3 stars in an instant? Such a heaven-defying technique has never been heard of. Song Yuan's pupils constricted, a tempest of shock and disbelief surging within him, causing even the imminent annihilation seal to falter momentarily. And this was precisely the moment that Hun Sheng awaited. With his power surging, he faced the descending annihilation handprint without flinching. He took a deep breath, fully activating the devouring life technique. His pores seemed to transform into countless black holes, voraciously absorbing the surrounding energies of heaven and earth, even drawing in some of the destructive energy emitted by the annihilation seal, forcibly converting it within his body. His right fist clenched tightly. The immense energy he had absorbed fused perfectly with his own 8-star Dou Zun's devouring fighting spirit. Atop his fist, a chaotic and profound radiance shimmered, embodying both the dominance of devouring all and the vitality of nurturing life. Contradictory, yet unified. Devouring life, annihilation fist. He roared, delivering a powerful punch. There was no grandiose display, only an essence of pure, concentrated simplicity. The fist imprint collided fiercely with the enormous annihilation handprint. The expected cataclysmic explosion did not occur. The terrifying force of the annihilation handprint, upon contact with Hun Sheng's fist, seemed to encounter its nemesis, rapidly devoured, disassembled, and transformed by that chaotic glow. The standoff lasted less than a breath. Crack! Cracks spread across the annihilation handprint, which then collapsed with a resounding crash. Meanwhile, Hun Sheng's diminishing fist force penetrated the turbulent energy flow, solidly imprinting itself on its Song Yuan's chest, which had faltered in defense due to shock. Uft! Song Yuan staggered as if struck by lightning, a mouthful of blood erupting forth, his form reeling backward, his face a canvas of disbelief and bewilderment. He had lost. He had been defeated by a youth who had attained 8-star Dou Zun through a mysterious secret technique. Yet, as he was propelled backward, his body invaded by that peculiar fist force, his turbulent blood energy was suddenly calmed by a pure, gentle, and life-filled energy that surged quietly into his body along the remnants of the fist force, swiftly soothing his agitated blood energy and healing his internal injuries, even revitalizing his sluggish meridians due to age. What is this power? Song Yuan was utterly bewildered. Simultaneously, after delivering his punch, Hun Sheng did not pursue but slowly retracted his fist. As the devouring life technique continued to operate, a far more substantial life force emanated from him, gently spreading like a green wave, instantly enveloping the entire Lioli Pavilion Plaza. All those touched by this life force, whether injured, fatigued, or merely spectators, felt a warmth enveloping them, as if bathing in a hot spring, an indescribable sensation of comfort and ease, even loosening their cultivation bottlenecks. This power feels so delightful. My hidden injuries seem to have improved significantly. The Vice Guild Master, not only can he devour, but he can also release such pure vitality. The crowd fell once again into a profound state of shock. The impact Hun Sheng delivered today was a relentless series of waves, each more intense than the last. That bizarre fusion secret technique, that overwhelmingly powerful yet life-renewing technique, all of this far exceeded their comprehension. The four great sovereigns were already beyond astonished, exchanging glances, their minds united by a single thought. The Lioli Pavilion is invincible. We can only befriend them. They must lead. Hun Sheng slowly approached the struggling Xiao Yan, who wore an expression of deep complexity, extending his hand. Xiao Yan looked into Hun Sheng's calm, yet unfathomable eyes, sensing the lingering pure vitality within his body, and ultimately, all his arrogance and resentment transformed into bitterness and submission. Cheers erupted from the disciples and elders present, chanting the Vice Guild Master's prowess. Xiao Yan managed a wry smile, extending his hand to grasp Hun Sheng's, rising to his feet. He then bowed deeply to Hun Sheng and to Xiao Yan on the platform, his voice hoarse yet filled with utmost sincerity. Vice Guild Master, your divine abilities are unparalleled. I, Xiao Yan, am wholeheartedly convinced. From this day forth, I shall devote myself to being a good elder of the Lioli Pavilion, assisting the Sect Master and Vice Guild Master. Should there be any disloyalty, may the heavens smite me. Thus concluded the battle that established Hun Sheng's authority, perfectly sealing his reputation. The prestige of the Lioli Pavilion reached its true zenith through his fist and that vast vitality. Chapter 86. Alchemical Debates Among Heroes. The four pavilions stand down. The midday sun poured down unreservedly upon the Lioli Pavilion Plaza, dissipating the traces of the earlier battle and its tense atmosphere, enveloping everything in a warm and resplendent golden hue. Following a series of heart-stirring selections, the atmosphere remained charged, heightened by the anticipation of the forthcoming events. At that moment, the petite figure of Xialinger darted towards Hun Sheng like a fledgling swallow returning to its nest, her large, amethyst-like eyes sparkling with adoration, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Master, Master, you're incredible, so handsome, Xialinger exclaimed, gripping the hem of Hun Sheng's robe and bouncing with enthusiasm. That old man was so formidable, yet you defeated him. I've made up my mind. I will become as powerful as you in the future. Hun Sheng gazed at his pure and vibrant disciple, his heart softening as the fierce aura from his earlier confrontation with Xiao Yan transformed into a gentle spring breeze. He gently ruffled Xialinger's soft purple locks, smiling as he replied, "Good, you have ambition. Accompany your master and your master's wife in diligent cultivation, with your innate talent. Surpassing your master is merely a matter of time. Now, off you go to your master's wife. I have important matters to attend to." Indeed, Lingia nodded vigorously, obediently releasing her grip and bouncing over to the little medicine immortal, playfully sticking out her tongue, which brought a smile to the little medicine immortal's face as she gently drew the girl close. At that moment, Hun Sheng's thoughts stirred slightly, quietly dissolving the merged state of the three souls separation technique. A figure of Hun, who was handling affairs far away in the sect, gradually solidified, resuming his work. Hun Sheng did not immediately summon him back. Maintaining the independence of the two avatars would prove more efficient. He inhaled deeply, savoring the air imbued with sunlight and vitality, his gaze sweeping across the entire scene. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon him, filled with reverence, admiration, curiosity, and anticipation, a tapestry of emotions interwoven. Hun Sheng's voice rang out clearly, resonating in every corner. We shall now proceed with the final evaluation for the recruitment of new members to our Lioli Pavilion. He paused slightly, directing his gaze toward the side of the square where figures clad in various alchemist robes had long been waiting. May I invite alchemists of the 4th rank and above to enter? As soon as the words fell, the alchemists, unable to contain their excitement, adjusted their robes, standing tall as they strode confidently into the center of the square. Their number was approximately 100, though their cultivation levels varied. Each bore the distinctive pride and aura of an alchemist. A 4th-rank alchemist, no matter where they were, was considered a personage of significance. Thus, their gathering here created a magnificent spectacle. Hun Sheng's gaze swept over the 100 alchemists as he continued to announce the rules. This time, our Lioli Pavilion's Alchemy Hall will recruit 30 alchemists of the 4th rank and above. The rules were straightforward and direct, yet they instantly ignited fierce competition below. A 1 in 3 chance. The regulations are as follows. To the best of your abilities, concoct the pill you believe to be of the highest grade, the greatest difficulty, or the one that best reflects your alchemical prowess. Materials are to be prepared by yourselves. Once the pills are successfully refined, they will be evaluated by the head of our alchemy hall, the 6th rank alchemist, Yao Chunzi, and myself, the vice hall master. Those whom we both deem worthy shall directly become members of our alchemy hall, under the jurisdiction of Hall Master Yao Chunzi. Now, the evaluation begins. The venue is not restricted. You may choose your own place to refine. Boom! As Hun Sheng's voice echoed, the 100 alchemists immediately sprang into action. They swiftly found suitable spots, and with a sweep of their hands, a variety of exquisitely crafted and exceptional quality cauldrons resounded as they landed heavily, producing a deep thud. Soon after, rare medicinal materials were extracted, and in an instant, the entire square was enveloped in a fragrant aroma of herbs, invigorating the senses. The refining officially commenced. Crimson flames, azure flames, snowy white flames, earthy yellow flames, various hues of fighting spirit flames or beast flames surged beneath the cauldrons, causing the temperature to rise dramatically. The alchemists were fully focused, pouring forth their soul power, meticulously controlling the heat as they carefully introduced each medicinal ingredient into the cauldron for refinement and fusion. The scene was indeed magnificent, with 100 cauldrons refining simultaneously, flames soaring, and the mingling scents of herbs creating a striking tableau. Everyone surrounding the square held their breath, captivated by the rare spectacle of such grand alchemical activity. Hun Sheng, the little medicine immortal, and Yao Chunzi stood to the side, quietly observing. Yao Chunzi's gaze was sharp, constantly scanning the techniques, heat control, and the changes in the medicinal solutions of each alchemist, beginning to form preliminary evaluations in his mind. As time passed, the temperature in the square escalated, and the fragrance of herbs intensified. Suddenly, from the northeast corner, a white-haired elder's cauldron emitted a clear, melodious phoenix cry. The lid of the cauldron trembling as radiant light burst forth. It's done. The pinnacle 4th rank pill, the phoenix cry pill. The elder's face lit up with joy as he carefully placed a pill surrounded by a faint phoenix-shaped glow into a jade vial. As if heralding the beginning, soon after, various phenomena of successful pill concoction began to emerge. To the west, a middle-aged man conjured a small cloud above his cauldron, and a gentle rain of pills began to fall, each droplet infused with pure energy. Pill rain, condensation. It was a low-level 5th rank pill, the clear soul pill. To the south, a beautiful woman-esque cauldron erupted with a brilliant green light, transforming in the air into a delicate energy green snake that coiled and hissed. Transforming pile manifestation. A mid-level 5th rank pill, the green spirit pill. The occurrences of successful pill concoction were numerous, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Naturally, many faced failure as well. The scent of burning herbs wafted from their cauldrons, leading them to exit in disappointment. After approximately an hour, most of the alchemists had completed their refining process. The successful ones held jade vials, their faces a mix of confidence or trepidation, while the unsuccessful ones shook their heads in sighs, quietly retreating to the sidelines. In the end, about 60 individuals successfully refined pills, awaiting the final evaluations. Hun Sheng and Yao Chunzi exchanged nods before stepping into the arena. The evaluation began. As the lead evaluator, Yao Chunzi first picked up the first jade vial, pouring out the pill and carefully examining its color, smoothness, and pill patterns. He then brought it to his nose for a delicate sniff, and finally, he even used a hint of soul power to sense the energy and medicinal properties within. 4th rank high grade, Fire Cloud Pill. The refining technique is seasoned, the heat control precise, and the pill's quality is excellent, retaining over 90% of its potency. Passed. Yao Chunzi calmly announced the result. The alchemist's joy was evident. Next was the second candidate. 4th rank mid-grade, Rock Pill. The pill is acceptable, but during refinement, one auxiliary ingredient was slightly overcooked, resulting in a minor impurity in the pill body and a loss of half its potency. Not passed. The alchemist's face turned pale as he dejectedly withdrew. Hun Sheng, observing from the side, did not intervene excessively. However, his soul power had already enveloped each pill being evaluated by Yao Chunzi. His perception was far more formidable, allowing him to see all the details Yao Chunzi mentioned clearly, and even detect some minute flaws or highlights that Yao Chunzi had overlooked. Occasionally, he would send a thought to Yao Chunzi, offering a few crucial comments that would often leave Yao Chunzi enlightened, his gaze toward Hun Sheng filled with increased reverence. The evaluation proceeded methodically. 4th rank pills constituted the vast majority, while 5th rank pills were considerably rarer. When Yao Chunzi picked up a seemingly ordinary jade vial, and poured out a pill the size of a dragon's eye. Exuding a faint mist, with what appeared to be a galaxy swirling within, his expression turned gravely serious. "This is a low-level 6th-rank pill, the Nebula pill," Yao Qinzi exclaimed in astonishment, and, after careful inspection, confirmed without a doubt. He looked toward the inconspicuous elder, who had remained silent. "With newfound respect, you managed to refine a 6th-rank pill?" The elder bowed slightly. "I was fortunate to succeed." Yao Qinzi, filled with excitement, turned to Hun Sheng. Hun Sheng nodded slightly, his soul power sweeping over the pill, stating calmly, "The pill's quality is superb, and the medicinal properties are perfectly fused. Though just entering the 6th rank, its potential is remarkable." Past. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The first 6th-rank alchemist had emerged. Before long, another middle-aged beauty successfully refined a pinnacle 5th-rank 3-pattern green spirit pill, with 3 distinct pill patterns and a surge of medicinal power, which also caused a stir, securing her advancement. The evaluation continued for nearly half an hour. Ultimately, all 60 pills were thoroughly examined. Hun Sheng and Yao Qinzi whispered briefly before Hun Sheng announced the results. "After my assessment and that of Hall Master Yao Qinzi, we have decided to recruit 30 alchemists in this evaluation. Among them, 2 6th-rank alchemists, 10 5th-rank alchemists, and 18 4th-rank alchemists. Congratulations to the 30 masters mentioned above for joining our Liyuli Pavilion's Alchemy Hall." With the results announced, some rejoiced while others were disheartened. The selected candidates were overjoyed, while those not chosen felt a deep sense of loss, but also acknowledged the fairness and transparency of the evaluation process at Liyuli Pavilion, leaving no room for complaint. At this moment, the unprecedented grand recruitment event at the Glazed Pavilion has finally drawn to a close. The little medicine fairy stepped forward at the opportune moment, her cool voice marking the conclusion of this momentous occasion. "I hereby declare that the recruitment for the Glazed Pavilion has officially ended. All newly initiated disciples, elders, and alchemists may, within 3 days, proceed to the Scripture Pavilion, bearing their identity tokens, to receive the corresponding techniques and combat benefits from the Lord of the 1 Yuan Pavilion. I hope that all of you will diligently cultivate and contribute to the glorious future of the Glazed Pavilion. Obey the command of the Sect Master." A resounding chorus of agreement erupted, and the faces of all present radiated with excitement and anticipation for the future. The crowd began to disperse in an orderly fashion under the guidance of various department heads, still immersed in the overwhelming thrill of the occasion. At that moment, however, Hun Sheng turned his gaze towards the observation platform, where the 4 esteemed elders had quietly observed the entire event, and spoke loudly. "Esteemed Pavilion Masters, please hold on." A subtle smile graced his face, yet his tone left no room for refusal. "I have some matters I wish to discuss with the 4 of you, privately." The departing Lei Zun, Jin Zun, and Huang Quan Zun paused in their tracks, while Feng Zun also turned to face him. The 4 exchanged glances, each understanding that the main event was likely just beginning. From Hun Sheng's demeanor, they perceived a gravity that pertained to the future landscape of Zhongzhou. Chapter 87. The 5-Region Celestial Abode, the Alliance in its infancy. Hun Sheng and the Little Medicine Fairy invited the 4 distinguished pavilion masters to a refined and tranquil salon adjacent to the main pavilion. The fragrant tea wafted through the air, yet the atmosphere was far more serious than the aroma of the tea suggested, teeming with unspoken undercurrents. Once the host and guests were seated, Hun Sheng did not rush into the main topic, but rather personally poured the spirit tea for the 4, then smiled and casually inquired, "Esteemed pavilion masters, having observed the entire recruitment process today, what are your thoughts?" Feng Zun took a gentle sip of tea, his eyes betraying unreserved astonishment and admiration, and was the first to respond, his voice warm yet distinctly clear. "My young friend Hun Sheng, the Glazed Pavilion Master, to speak candidly, what I witnessed today can only be described as nothing short of shocking." He set down his teacup and enumerated. "Firstly, the location of your sect is truly a celestial paradise, a self-contained space, with energy that is abundant and pure, far surpassing our Starfall Pavilion. It is indeed an unparalleled sanctuary for cultivation. Secondly, the disciples recruited this time possess exceptional talent. Having been selected through that miraculous testing stone, they are indeed the cream of the crop, with a solid foundation that our 4 pavilions can scarcely aspire to match. Thirdly, the formidable strength of your elders is astonishing. Not to mention the internal and external elders. The last 3 elders include 2 at the semi-Dozun level, and 1 who is a peak Dozun, hidden from view. Such elite combat power is enough to sweep through any region." His gaze swept over Lei Zun and the other 2, finally resting on Hun Sheng and the little medicine fairy, his tone growing exceedingly serious. What astonishes me most is still the strength of the glazed pavilion master, as well as my young friend Hun Sheng. Unfathomable trump cards and potential. Forgive my bluntness, but even if the four of us were to confront you alone, it is likely we would not fare well. In summary, the overall strength of the glazed pavilion, especially its top-tier combat power, has far surpassed that of any of our pavilions. The position of the foremost among the 5 pavilions in Zhongzhou rightfully belongs to the glazed pavilion and is beyond dispute. Feng Zun's candid remarks, while somewhat elevating the glazed pavilion, caused the expressions of Lei Zun and the others to become somewhat awkward. Yet they could not refute his words, for he spoke only the truth. However, Feng Zun then shifted his tone, his gaze fixed intently on Hun Sheng and the little medicine fairy, uttering words that took everyone by surprise. Moreover, it seems to me that my young friend Hun Sheng has called us here not merely for flattery, but rather to discuss the prospect of an alliance. The mention of an alliance struck the room like thunder, reverberating throughout the salon. Lei Zun's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly shouting, Feng Xian, are you mad? En alliance? You speak so lightly of it. Our 4 pavilions have legacies spanning hundreds, even thousands of years. How could we easily ally with others and submit ourselves to them? His agitation was palpable, with lightning flickering around him. Although Jian Zun and Huang Quanzun did not immediately voice their dissent, their furrowed brows and flickering gazes revealed their inner reluctance and doubt. An alliance implied a division of power, a surrender of autonomy, something difficult for those accustomed to being at the top, dominating their realms, to accept. Yet, Feng Zun remained unyielding, meeting Lei Zun's gaze with intensity, his voice rising slightly. Lei Zun, please heed my words. It is an alliance, not a takeover. Our legacies will remain under our own control. The essence of an alliance lies in mutual support, resource sharing, and collectively confronting the crises and opportunities that may arise in the future. The situation in Zhongzhou appears calm, yet beneath the surface lies a tumultuous tide. The Soul Palace harbors ambitions, the Pill Tower remains aloof, and the 3 sects wield immense power. If our 4 pavilions continue to fight separately, we will inevitably be marginalized one by one, or even swallowed whole. Only through unity can we attain true influence. At that moment, Hun Sheng slowly rose to his feet, still wearing that enigmatic smile, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable force that instantly captured everyone's attention. What Feng Zun had articulated was precisely what Hun Sheng had wished to discuss. He scanned the 3 esteemed elders, Lei, Jian, and Huang Quan, before continuing, Esteemed elders, are you truly content with the status quo, willing to remain forever beneath the dominance of the 1 palace, 1 tower, and 3 sects, content to occupy a corner of the world? Pausing, his tone grew increasingly fervent. What I propose as an alliance is not to usurp your hard work. On the contrary, it is to ensure that our legacies endure longer and flourish greater. Imagine, if our 5 pavilions were interconnected through spatial wormholes, sharing resources and intelligence when one faces adversity. The others could provide immediate support. What formidable power this would manifest. Lei Zun scoffed, his voice laced with skepticism. Such eloquent words. But after the alliance, who would lead? Who would follow? How would interests be distributed? Do you expect my Fenlei Pavilion to heed the orders of your glazed pavilion? Within the alliance, there will be equality. Hun Sheng replied with composure. We can collectively elect a leader to oversee the coordination of the greater picture. However, the internal affairs of each pavilion will remain in the hands of their respective elders, with the alliance exerting no interference. As for the distribution of benefits, it will naturally be determined through negotiation based on contributions. His eyes sparkled with confidence as he presented a carefully prepared, irresistible proposition to demonstrate our sincerity. Should the alliance be established, the glazed pavilion is willing to open 5 slots annually for each of the other 4 pavilions, allowing disciples to come to our glazed pavilion to study high-level Earth tier techniques and combat skills, and to enter the soul devouring tower for a period of training. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 4 esteemed elders instantly brightened. High-level Earth tier techniques and combat skills, and the mysterious and unfathomable soul devouring tower that could accelerate cultivation. The allure for their core disciples was nothing short of fatal. But the surprises did not end there. Hun Sheng continued to raise the stakes. Furthermore, our glazed pavilion opens the glazed wash marrow pool once every 3 years, which has a total of 15 slots. Should the alliance be formed, I can additionally offer 8 slots, 2 for each pavilion. This will be a gift to you, aimed at enhancing the foundational qualifications of your most promising disciples. The glazed wash marrow pool. This time, even the most composed Feng Zun and the most somber Huang Quan Zun could not help but exclaim, their breaths quickening. They had heard that those 15 disciples, after undergoing the baptism, had undergone a complete transformation, each breaking through to new heights. Such an opportunity to enhance qualifications was beyond measure in monetary terms. For forces that aspired to eternal legacies, the temptation was even greater than that of Earth-tier techniques. The salon fell into a deathly silence. The fury on Lei Zun's face dissipated, replaced by intense struggle and deliberation. Jian Zun unconsciously tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if calculating the pros and cons. The sovereign of the Yellow Springs lowered his eyelids, obscuring his expression. Yet the turbulent aura surrounding him revealed an inner turmoil. The prospect of immense benefits lay before him, and the overall enhancement of strength brought by the alliance was undeniably evident. To refuse would mean risking marginalization and missing a monumental opportunity. To acquiesce would entail relinquishing a portion of power and accepting a new order. As time gradually slipped away, the fragrance of tea began to cool. Ultimately, the Sovereign of Thunder let out a heavy sigh, as if shedding a tremendous burden, and spoke solemnly, "Very well. If, as you say, the alliance is founded on equality and shared interests, and if we can secure those coveted positions, then my Wind and Thunder Pavilion shall consent to the alliance." The Sword Sovereign lifted his head, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. With both benefits and risks at play, my 10,000 Swords Pavilion is also willing to join the alliance for a trial. All eyes turned to the previously silent Sovereign of the Yellow Springs. He slowly raised his head, revealing a somewhat rigid smile. Such an auspicious affair. If my Yellow Springs Pavilion does not participate, would that not be a self-imposed exile from the future? I too consent. Excellent, exclaimed Sol Sheng, clapping his hands with a smile, a weight lifted from his heart. Since that is the case, let us declare that the alliance of the 5 pavilions is tentatively established today. The little medical sage also smiled at the opportune moment, softly suggesting, with the alliance formed, we ought to adopt a name to signify our unity. Sol Sheng nodded. You speak wisely. Might I inquire if anyone has suggestions? After a moment of contemplation, the Wind Sovereign chuckled. Since we are the alliance of the 5 directions, might we call ourselves the alliance of the 5 extremes? It symbolizes our unity, like the 5 cardinal points of the universe. The Thunder Sovereign grimaced. 5 extremes? It sounds like 5 old pillars. It lacks grandeur. The Sword Sovereign remarked calmly. What of naming it the alliance of the 5 swords? The Sovereign of the Yellow Springs replied ominously. Perhaps the 5 sects of the Netherworld would be more fitting. The little medical sage smiled gently, her voice ethereal and melodious. Our alliance aims for mutual benefit and shared success, striving for the pinnacle, rather than conquest. The realm of our sect is akin to a celestial paradise. Why not call it the celestial abode of the 5 directions? This not only highlights our unity, but also suggests that our alliance is like a celestial dwelling, transcendent and boundless in resources. The Wind Sovereign pondered the name, gradually revealing admiration in his eyes. Splendid. This name is both grand and elegant, inclusive with profound implications. I find it most agreeable. The Thunder Sovereign, Sword Sovereign, and Sovereign of the Yellow Springs reflected for a moment, ultimately agreeing that this name surpassed their previous ideas, nodding in consent. Thus, our alliance shall be officially named the Celestial Abode of the 5 Directions, declared Sol Sheng with finality. Next, they deliberated on the specific structure and rules of the alliance. It was ultimately decided the alliance would have a single leader held by the most powerful individual, the initiator of the alliance, the little medical sage of the Glazed Pavilion, who would oversee coordination among the 5 parties and represent the alliance externally. The leaders of the other 4 pavilions would serve as core elders of the alliance, forming a council of 5 elders alongside Sol Sheng. Any matters concerning the overall interests of the alliance, external actions, and resource allocation would require deliberation and voting by the 5 core elders, with execution contingent on majority agreement. Internal affairs of each pavilion would remain free from interference by the alliance. Details regarding spatial wormhole connections and quota distribution would be managed by designated personnel for follow-up. As everything was preliminarily settled, the sun began to set outside, casting golden rays through the window, stretching the shadows of the 5 individuals long. Sol Sheng raised the teacup, refilled to the brim, and proclaimed, Let us toast with tea instead of wine to our celestial abode of the five directions, that from henceforth we may work together in harmony for our future. The little medical sage, wind sovereign, thunder sovereign, sword sovereign, and sovereign of the yellow springs all raise their cups in unison to the celestial abode of the five directions. The five teacups gently clinked together, symbolizing the formal establishment of a new power structure in the central continent, although each may harbor their own calculations and reservations on the surface. A formidable alliance centered around the glazed pavilion had undeniably been born. Its future would surely stir the winds and clouds across the central continent. Chapter 88. Abundant gifts from the abode, contemplation, and mastery. The setting sun bathed the glazed pavilion in a warm tangerine hue, and the lingering aroma of tea had not yet dissipated as the initial framework of the celestial abode of the five directions was firmly established. Xiao Yan envisioned a grand blueprint for the future of the alliance, contemplating how to gradually integrate resources, when suddenly the familiar and chilling system notification resonated in his mind, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of delightful surprise. Ding! Detection of host successfully facilitating and establishing the celestial abode of the Five Directions Alliance, significantly enhancing personal influence and potential power. Issuing phase rewards. Reward 1. 5 spatial teleportation arrays. These arrays are specially crafted by the system, requiring no human maintenance for energy, as they autonomously absorb the energies of heaven and earth for operation. The 5 arrays can be permanently designated as coordinates, achieving instantaneous and precise teleportation. Maximum single transport capacity, 100 individuals. Preparation and completion time for each teleportation, 1 minute. Note: the arrays possess high concealment and defensive qualities. Unauthorized users cannot utilize or destroy them. Reward 2. A low-level celestial ranked personal combat skill. Reincarnation of the devouring realm. Skill explanation. This combat skill perfectly aligns with the core principles of devouring life as decay. When executed, it can instantaneously create a miniature devouring domain in the palm or designated area, possessing an overwhelming devouring force capable of forcibly siphoning energy, vitality, and even soul strength from targets within a range. The siphon power is not used for direct attacks. Instead, it undergoes rapid transformation through devouring life as decay, with a portion replenishing the host as consumption to enhance cultivation, while another portion is converted into the purest life essence for storage or for instantaneous healing of the host and designated allies. A dual-purpose skill. It embodies both devouring and nurturing in an endless cycle. As the host as strength increases and understanding of devouring life as decay deepens, this combat skill can evolve automatically. Reward 3. 200,000 luck points. The system's voice resonated like celestial music, causing Xiao Yan's heart to race with exhilaration, nearly overflowing with joy. This reward was remarkably timely and bountiful. The spatial teleportation arrays far exceeded his current understanding of spatial wormholes. Not only were they fully automated, eliminating the need for human and material resources for maintenance, but the astonishing efficiency and capacity of teleportation were paramount. 1 minute for 100 individuals. This implied that the speed of support among the celestial abode of the five directions would reach an extraordinarily terrifying level, truly realizing a strategic concept where aid arrives in seconds when one side is in distress. This undoubtedly served as the strongest bond to solidify the alliance and enhance cohesion. Moreover, the celestial ranked combat skill reincarnation of the devouring realm resolved his urgent dilemma. His current combat skills were merely advanced earth-ranked, and as the enemies grew increasingly powerful, they had begun to feel somewhat inadequate. This newly tailored celestial ranked combat skill, perfectly merging the characteristics of devouring life as decay, maximized the potential of devouring and nurturing. Akin to adding wings to a tiger, Xiao Yan felt absolute confidence that once he successfully cultivated this skill, even without relying on three souls divergence, he would be more than capable of defeating the sovereign of the deep abyss head-on. As for the 200,000 luck points, they represented a vast fortune, enabling him to exchange for more urgently needed items in the system's shop in the future. Just as Xiao Yan immersed himself in overwhelming joy, the Wind Sovereign, Thunder Sovereign, Sword Sovereign, and Sovereign of the Yellow Springs rose to take their leave, preparing to return to their respective sects to convene the higher-ups regarding the specifics of the alliance. Young friend Xiao Yan, Sovereign of Glazed, today's matters have been settled, and we shall take our leave to make early arrangements, said the Wind Sovereign with a smile. clasping his hands in farewell. Do take care, and I trust you will exert great effort in the matters of the alliance. The little medical sage nodded slightly. Just as the four turned to depart, Xiao Yan suddenly called out, "Esteemed leaders, please hold on a moment." Their steps halted, and they turned back in confusion. The Thunder Sovereign, the most impatient among them, directly asked, "Young friend Xiao Yan, is there something else you wish to discuss?" They presumed Xiao Yan had additional conditions or details to clarify. With a sincere smile gracing his face, Hun Sheng flipped his palm, revealing 5 peculiar talismans, each roughly the size of a hand, neither gold nor jade, yet shimmering with a silver hue and emanating subtle spatial ripples. "Gentlemen, do not be hasty in departing," Hun Sheng remarked with a smile. "As the initiator of this alliance, my Liuli Pavilion must first demonstrate its sincerity by presenting something tangible, thus solidifying our bond of fellowship." He presented 4 of the talismans to the 4 esteemed elders. The elders, perplexed, accepted the talismans, feeling their coolness and sensing the intricate yet stable spatial power contained within, though they had never encountered such an object before. The Wind Elder inquired curiously, "Young friend Hun Sheng, what exactly is this item?" Hun Sheng glanced at Xiao Yan, who understood immediately that this was undoubtedly another creation of his system. With a knowing smile, she remained silent. Unfazed, Hun Sheng continued with his premeditated explanation. "This item is known as the Arbitrary Teleportation Array Talisman, which I fortuitously acquired in an ancient relic many years ago. It is likely a creation of an ancient powerhouse and is quite marvelous. Within it is sealed a complete Arbitrary Teleportation Array." Arbitrary Teleportation Array? The Sword Elder furrowed his brow, pondering this unfamiliar term. "Indeed," Hun Sheng affirmed, elaborating as the name suggests. "This array differs from the labor-intensive and slow spatial wormholes. You need only to take the talismans back to your sect, find a secure location, and activate them to form a stable teleportation array. This array requires no human energy input to maintain and can autonomously absorb energy from heaven and earth to operate." He paused momentarily before revealing the most crucial information. Most importantly, these 5 teleportation arrays can be permanently designated as coordinates for each other. In other words, once all 5 arrays are complete, we can achieve instantaneous point-to-point teleportation among our 5 pavilions. Each activation can accommodate up to 100 individuals simultaneously. And from activation to arrival at the other end, the entire process takes merely 1 minute. What? Instantaneous teleportation? 100 people? 1 minute? Autonomous energy absorption? No maintenance required? Hun Sheng's words struck the 4 esteemed elders like thunderbolts, leaving them utterly astounded. Even the most composed Wind Elder and the notoriously grim Yellow Spring Elder displayed signs of complete loss of composure, their eyes wide open as they fixated on the seemingly unremarkable talisman in their hands, their breaths quickening. The Thunder Elder nearly dropped the talisman, his face a canvas of disbelief. They were all leaders of significant factions and understood precisely what this meant. It signified absolute mobility. It implied invulnerability to fragmentation and assault. It represented a true bond of solidarity. Imagine, should any pavilion face a formidable enemy attack within just 1 minute. Elite warriors from the other 4 pavilions could descend like divine reinforcements, numbering in the hundreds. What a terrifying speed of support and capacity for force projection this entailed. This gift was overwhelmingly substantial. So substantial that their previous minor calculations and grievances seemed utterly laughable and insignificant in comparison. The arrogance and doubt that once adorned the Thunder Elder's face vanished entirely, replaced by a complex mixture of excitement and gratitude, his voice trembling slightly. "Young friend Hun Sheng, is this truly the case? Does this array possess such miraculous efficacy?" "Rest assured, there is no exaggeration," Hun Sheng affirmed with a nod. "You shall know the truth once you return and experiment with it. The activation method is quite simple. You need only inject a touch of fighting spirit into the talisman. At that moment, the 5 arrays will resonate, and we shall be free to traverse between them." The Sword Elder inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumult within him. He caressed the talisman in his hand as though it were a peerless treasure, solemnly stating, "This gift is overwhelmingly significant. Young friend Hun Sheng, we have truly sensed the sincerity of Liuli Pavilion." His earlier mercenary intentions regarding the alliance had now morphed into a genuine bond of shared fortunes and destinies. The Yellow Spring Elder, whose face had long been shrouded in shadows, managed to muster a rare, heartfelt smile. With this divine array, our Wufang Tianfu is indeed a solid unit. Young friend Hun Sheng, I am thoroughly impressed. The wind elder sighed deeply, reflecting, alas. In comparison to the audacity of young friend Hun Sheng and Lioli Pavilion, I find myself rather petty. With this array in place, the foundation of our alliance is unassailable. Thank you. The four esteemed elders held tightly to the teleportation array talismans, as if clutching the very future and development of their sections. They bowed solemnly to Hun Sheng and Xiao Yan, this time conveying heartfelt gratitude and acknowledgement. There is no need for such formality. As allies, this is only to be expected. Hun Sheng and Xiao Yan replied with smiles. Overwhelmed with joy and astonishment, the four elders did not linger, hastily transforming into four streaks of light as they departed from Lioli Pavilion, eager to return to their sex and promptly establish this treasure of a teleportation array. After bidding farewell to the four, only Hun Sheng and Xiao Yan remained in the side hall. Xiao Yan, her beautiful eyes sparkling, gazed at Hun Sheng and softly inquired, "Is this yet another masterpiece of your system?" Hun Sheng smiled, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, and nodded. "Indeed. With this, our alliance will be truly fortified. Now, I must swiftly enhance my own strength." He then informed Xiao Yan about receiving the heavenly tier combat skill, Devouring Cycle. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes lit up with delight. Heavenly tier combat skill? That's wonderful. Perfectly suited to your current needs. For now, I will handle sect matters with the elders. You may focus on your secluded training. Thank you for your hard work, Siener, Hun Sheng said, gently kissing her smooth forehead. After a moment of tender intimacy, Hun Sheng no longer delayed, swiftly making his way deep into the forbidden area. He sought a place of absolute tranquility and abundant energy to cultivate the long-awaited heavenly tier combat skill, Devouring Cycle. Arriving at the core of the forbidden area, beside the soul-devouring pool, the energy here, transformed by the devouring life technique, was exceptionally rich and pure. Hun Sheng sat cross-legged, calming his mind as his consciousness delved into the sea of awareness. The brilliant orb containing the information of Devouring Cycle began to rotate slowly, emanating alluring waves of law. Heavenly tier combat skill. Let me witness the extent of your power. Hun Sheng inhaled deeply, resolutely reaching out with his soul power. An immense torrent of information surged into his mind, flooding him with countless profound runes, meridian operation pathways, energy transformation methods, and the intricate concepts of devouring and rebirth, all indelibly imprinted within him. Secluded cultivation officially commenced. The future of Zhongzhou awaited a powerful being who wielded the powers of devouring and reincarnation to emerge from seclusion. Chapter 88 Summary continues. Character panel information. 1. Hun Sheng, Identity, Deputy Master of Lioli Pavilion, Core Elder of the Wufang Tianfu Alliance, Member of the Hun Clan, System Host. Affiliated Force, Lioli Pavilion, Wufang Tianfu Alliance. Realm, Early 5-star Dozong, capable of temporarily merging with a clone to reach the peak of 8-star Dozong, but has not yet performed simultaneous fusion with 2 clones. Soul Realm, Great perfection of the Soul Realm. Physique, no special physique. Core Cultivation Method, Devouring Life Technique. Core Cultivation Method, combining the ability to devour energy from all things and nourish life. Condensing Soul Technique, method for cultivating soul power. Mastered Combat Skills, Heavenly Ghost Step, Poisonous Palm, Soul Extinguishing Finger, greatly enhanced by Soul Amplification. Ghostly Lock, 10,000 Poisons Heavenly Grief, Phantom Clone, Devouring Cycle, newly acquired. Creates a miniature devouring domain, absorbing the target's energy, vitality, and soul power, partially returning it to oneself and partially converting it into life source energy for healing or storage. It serves both offensive and defensive purposes. Special abilities and status. Blood Fiend Resistance, Frost Resistance. 3 Soul Divergence Technique, a core secret method that can bifurcate 2 independent avatars, whose strength is synchronized with the original entity. Avatar 1, 5-star Dozong, permanently stationed at the Lioli Pavilion to manage affairs. Avatar 2, 5-star Dozong, concealed within the Soul Palace, serving as a secondary inspector, guiding the elderly and secretly expanding influence. The avatars can temporarily merge to enhance strength without any side effects. Relationships. Lover, Xiao Yan, Master, Nun, Disciple. Zilinger, Allies and Brothers. Xiao Yan, Subordinates. Song Yuan, Yin Ji, Yin Gang, Shiyu, Yao Chenzi, Wen Yuan, etc. Alliance Role. Core Elder of the Wufang Tianfu Alliance, possessing significant voting rights on major matters. Current Objective. Cultivate devouring world reincarnation, elevate strength. Develop the Liuli Pavilion and the Wufang Tianfu Alliance, and covertly assist Xiao Yan in overthrowing the Soul Clan's order. Zilinger, identity, direct disciple of the Soul Master. Core member of the Liuli Pavilion. Affiliated force, Liuli Pavilion, Wufang Tianfu Alliance. Realm, 8-star Great Dou Master. Soul Realm, unknown. Physique, starry spirit body. Possessing potential surpassing that of a Dou Emperor. Core cultivation method, starry Holy Spirit technique. Gifted by the system, it harnesses the power of the stars, condensing starry spiritual fire, combining vastness and sanctity within Dou Qi. Mastered Dou techniques, Star Mirage 1000 shifts, gifted by the system. An ultimate movement technique that creates starry phantoms and allows for short-distance spatial jumps. Special abilities and status, boundless potential, with exceedingly high prospects for future growth. Relationships, Master, Soul Master, Mistress, Xiao Yan, fellow disciples. Nun, Alliance role. Member of the Liuli Pavilion, enjoying Alliance resources. Current objective, diligently cultivate and absorb the techniques imparted by her master. Xiao Yan, identity, sovereign of the Liuli Pavilion, Alliance leader of the Wufang Tianfu Alliance. Affiliated force, Liuli Pavilion, Wufang Tianfu Alliance. Realm, 4-star Dou Zone. Soul Realm, Spirit Realm. Physique, 10,000 Calamity Poison glazed body. Evolved from the Calamity Poison body and entirely controllable. Her toxicity has transcended, capable of annihilation and purification of all things. Absorbing the energy of poisons from the world and transforming it into poison-glazed source chi. Core cultivation method. Main cultivation method unknown. Master techniques. Soul devouring technique. Soul absorption technique, expanded versions. Master Dou techniques. Command over her own poison-glazed power with diverse techniques. Also possesses some Dou techniques provided by the Soul Master. Special abilities and status. Potential surpassing that of a Dou Emperor. Relationships. Lover, Soul Master, close friend, Xiao Yan, subordinates, Song Yuan, Yin Ji, Yin Gang. Shiyu, Yao Chunzi, Wen Yuan, etc. Alliance role. Leader of the Wufang Tianfu Alliance, responsible for coordinating alliance affairs and representing the alliance externally. Holding significant influence within the Elder Council. Current objective. Manage and develop the Liuli Pavilion and the Wufang Tianfu Alliance, facing future challenges alongside the Soul Master. Summary of relationships. Core relationships. The Soul Master and Xiao Yan are a couple, jointly establishing and managing the Liuli Pavilion, forming the absolute core of the alliance. Zilinger is the Soul Master's disciple. Alliance structure. Xiao Yan serves as the alliance leader, while the Soul Master, Wind Sovereign, Thunder Sovereign, Sword Sovereign, and Yellow Springs Sovereign comprise the core elders, making decisions on major matters through voting. Territorial influence. Led by the Liuli Pavilion, in union with the original 4 pavilions. Forming the Wufang Tianfu Alliance, its strength and influence rapidly expanding, establishing itself as a formidable new power in the Central Continent. Potential aid. Ally Xiao Yan and the Soul Master's second avatar lurking in the Soul Palace. Chapter 89. Complex Pavilion Affairs, Alchemy, Tower Turmoil. Deep within the Forbidden Area. The Soul Master has been in seclusion for 3 days. Beside the soul devouring pool, his energy fluctuates, at times devouring all like an abyss, and at other times transforming into a warm current nurturing all. The profound essence of reincarnation is continuously being comprehended and refined, indicating that mastery of the destined heavenly rank, Dou, technique, devouring world reincarnation still requires time. Outside, however, the Liuli Pavilion has not faltered in the slightest due to the Vice Pavilion Master's seclusion. On the contrary, having just undergone an unprecedented recruitment, the entire sect operates like a finely tuned machine, beginning its rapid functioning and adjustment. Sovereign Xiao Yan, too, finds no moment of respite. The influx of new forces brings boundless potential, but also a myriad of management tasks. In the main hall of the sect, Xiao Yan sits with composure, while the newly appointed 3 elders and 20 cabinet elders stand below. These individuals, all formidable figures of at least 5-star Dou Zone, now restrain their auras, respectfully listening to the sovereign's directives. Esteemed elders, Xiao Yan's voice is cold, yet carries an undeniable authority. With the establishment of our sect and the influx of disciples, it is imperative to stabilize their hearts and impart teachings. The outer sect comprises 3,000 disciples, while the inner sect has 500. all of whom are being systematically assigned and provided with foundational instruction by the outer sect elders and various officials. However, the 10 core disciples, along with the Vice Pavilion Master's direct disciple, Zilinger, are extraordinary talents and the future pillars of our sect, deserving of exceptional attention. Her gaze sweeps across the assembly. Therefore, I decree that the esteemed inner cabinet elders and above shall selectively accept them as direct disciples for diligent instruction, lest these pearls remain obscured. Upon hearing this, many elders' eyes glimmer with eagerness. Those 10 core disciples have undergone rigorous testing and possess blue aptitude, potential candidates for future Dou Zuns or even Dou Saints, who would not desire to take them under their wing. Moreover, the legendary purple aptitude direct disciple of the Vice Pavilion Master is particularly coveted. The Grand Elder, Song Yuan, speaks first, his voice hoarse yet imbued with undeniable authority. In that case, the lad named Xiao Yan possesses stable roots and a resolute disposition, quite to my liking. I shall take him as my disciple. He directly points to the calmest young man among the 10. The second elder, Yin Ji, with sparkling eyes, chuckles lightly. Then I shall claim the little girl named Li Muer. Her skills in manipulating fire reveal her to be an excellent alchemy material, perfectly complementing my techniques. She selects a young girl who exhibited outstanding flame control during the selection. The third elder, Yin Gang, bursts into laughter. I, old Yin, am a straightforward man who appreciates directness. That lad named Sun Quang fights fiercely, just to my taste. I want him. He chooses a young man who demonstrated exceptional bravery in the chaos. With the 3 great elders having claimed their picks, the remaining cabinet elders soon follow suit, swiftly dividing the remaining 7 core disciples among them. Each core disciple selected feels exhilarated. Becoming a disciple of a minimum 5-star Dou Zone signifies access to superior guidance and resources. As for Zilinger, she is the Vice Pavilion Master's cherished disciple, and no one dares to covet her. Once the allocation of core disciples concludes, Xiao Yan continues. Among the remaining cabinet and outer sect disciples, there are also unrefined gems. Esteemed elders are encouraged to pay close attention and observe. Should you find anyone with commendable disposition and aptitude, you may accept them as named or direct disciples for careful cultivation. The future of our sect rests in the hands of all, complying with the sovereign's decree. The elders respond in unison, each with their own plans, determined to return and thoroughly sift through their disciples. Having concluded her affairs with the elders and core disciples, the little medicine fairy hastened to a secluded valley outside the gates of the Lioli Pavilion. She retrieved a shimmering talisman inscribed with silver spatial ripples. The teleportation talisman bestowed upon her by Soulborn. With a graceful flick of her jade hand, she infused the talisman with her fighting spirit. Instantly, the talisman radiated a dazzling silver light, detached from her palm, and hovered in midair. Countless enigmatic spatial runes flowed forth, as if animated by life itself, imprinting themselves upon the void and the earth, delineating a complex circular formation approximately 10 zhong in diameter. The moment the formation took shape, it quietly vanished, leaving behind only a faint trace of spatial fluctuations. The little medicine fairy could distinctly sense that this array was autonomously absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to sustain its operation, resonating subtly with 4 other formations located in distant, unknown realms. To ensure absolute security, she personally established several powerful concealment and protective barriers around the teleportation array. Unless one possessed a specific token or surpassed her in strength, discovering or disrupting this array would be virtually impossible. With all tasks completed, the little medicine fairy let out a slight sigh of relief, a hint of fatigue gracing her exquisite features, but more prevalent was a sense of contentment. The bonds of the alliance had been forged, and the framework of the sect was gradually coming into focus, with everything unfolding in a positive direction. However, while the little medicine fairy busied herself with the consolidation of the sect, and Soulborn immersed himself in secluded cultivation, their friend Xiao Yan, far away in the central state Espil domain, was undergoing a harrowing trial. Since parting ways at the Starfall Pavilion, Xiao Yan relentlessly pursued avenues to enhance his strength and procure rare flames. He first arrived at the Burning Flame Valley, where, utilizing his exceptional alchemical skills, he successfully concocted a remedy for the daughter of the Valley Master, who was afflicted by the erosion of a foreign flame, thereby averting disaster. In return, he was granted the coveted continuation of the Heavenly Fire Transformation technique, elevating his power and explosive potential to new heights. Subsequently, He pressed onward to the sacred ground of pill alchemists, the Pill Tower in the Central State. Here, he faced numerous trials, and under immense pressure and fortuitous opportunities. His soul power finally broke through a long-standing bottleneck, transitioning from the complete realm of mortals to the initial stage of the spirit realm. This represented a qualitative leap, signifying that he had truly attained the qualifications to vie for the title of high-ranking alchemist. Soon after, the highly anticipated Pill Conference commenced. This grand event, which gathered the continent's most elite young alchemists, was marked by fierce competition. The most daunting variable was the arrival of the elder Mu Gu from the Soul Palace. Not only was he an 8th grade alchemist, but he also held the status of a respected elder within the Soul Palace, possessing formidable strength and ruthless methods. In the climactic final round, Elder Mu Gu successfully concocted an 8th grade pill that elicited the 4-color pill thunder, instantly capturing the spotlight and seemingly securing victory. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan's blood-refining pill could only invoke the 3-color pill thunder. Just when everyone believed the outcome was sealed, a glimmer of madness and determination flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. He resolutely unleashed his master's unique technique, the Ascension Method, drawing upon his own soul power. He forcibly elevated the pill's spiritual essence. Ultimately, he succeeded. The spiritual essence of the blood-refining pill surged, and the pill thunder it attracted soared from 3 colors to 5. The overwhelming 5-colored thunderclouds astonished all present. With the formidable support of his earth demon puppet, Xiao Yan successfully endured the 5-color pill thunder. And when the dazzling 5-colored pill floated in his palm, the victor was clear. The championship of the Pill Conference belonged to Xiao Yan. Elder Mu Gu's face turned ashen. His schemes had unraveled. Yet, the storm was far from over. According to tradition, the champion of the Pill Conference was granted the opportunity to attempt subjugating the 3,000 Flames of Yans. Ranked 9th on the Foreign Flame list, and known as the Eternal Flame, its power was immense and indelible. As Xiao Yan and other qualified candidates entered the starry space sealing the 3,000 Flames of Yans, hoping to subdue this flame, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Elder Mu Gu, undeterred, colluded with powerful figures from the Soul Palace to forcibly breach the seal, awakening the slumbering 3,000 Flames of Yans. Their intent was not subjugation, but to ignite this terrifying foreign flame, sowing chaos and potentially devastating the Pill Tower. The seal was torn apart, and the accumulated fury and power of the 3,000 Flames of Yans erupted violently, engulfing the entire starry sky in a terrifying purple-black inferno. The other candidates, terrified beyond measure, scrambled to escape the obliteration zone with every ounce of strength they could muster. However, as the Pill Tower's formidable cultivators furiously counted heads, they discovered that only one person had not emerged, Xiao Yan. He remained trapped within the starry expanse. Now fully awakened and seething with rage from the 3,000 Flames of Yans, his fate uncertain. Outside the Pill Tower, the winds of change were brewing, a tempest ignited by the foreign flames. Yet, this unfolding turmoil remained unbeknownst to the secluded soul-born and the industrious little medicine fairy. Chapter 90. Emergence and Skill Testing. The space begins to reveal itself. Time flew by, and a month had swiftly passed since the Lioli Pavilion's grand ceremony to recruit new disciples. During this month, the vast sect awakened like a colossal beast, beginning to operate in a well-ordered manner. The 3,000 disciples of the outer sect, under the guidance of senior brothers and sisters from the inner sect, as well as elders from the outer sect, engaged in fundamental cultivation and learning the sect's regulations. Each morning, the resounding shouts and vigorous waves of fighting spirit in the square became a commonplace occurrence. Most of the 500 disciples in the inner sect entered a state of seclusion, digesting their newly acquired skills and striving to reach higher realms. The devouring life tower became the most popular and rapidly depleting resource, with disciples queuing daily to enter, the abundant life-absorbing energy within allowing their cultivation speed to accelerate dramatically. Although the Lioli cleansing pool had yet to open, its miraculous effects had become widely known, making it a coveted goal for all disciples striving to excel. The elders dutifully executed their respective roles. Under the management of Shiryu, the task hall began issuing various levels of tasks, ranging from simple herb gathering and/or mining to escort missions, hunting specific magical beasts, and even perilous explorations of ancient ruins, all designed to motivate disciples to contribute to the sect while earning cultivation resources. The Pill Hall, presided over by Yao Chenzi, commenced pill refining. with fragrant medicinal aromas frequently wafting through the peaks. The scripture hall, managed by Hun Yuan, was orderly and systematic, allowing disciples to borrow previously unimaginable powerful techniques and skills using their identity tokens and contribution points. The Grand Elder Sang Yuan, Second Elder Yanji, and Third Elder Yin Gang began instructing their chosen core disciples, occasionally showcasing their skills within the sect, inspiring countless disciples to admire and aspire to their greatness. The entire Liuli Pavilion was infused with a vibrant atmosphere of prosperity and growth. For the past month, the little medicine fairy had been tirelessly managing the overall situation and handling various affairs, yet she found joy in her work, filled with a sense of accomplishment as she witnessed the sect flourishing under her guidance. However, during the stillness of the night, she often gazed towards the direction of the Forbidden Land, her eyes reflecting a mix of longing and anticipation. One day, while reviewing the documents submitted by various departments in the main hall, her delicate figure suddenly trembled, and she abruptly lifted her gaze towards the Forbidden Land. From deep within the forbidden area, a colossal pillar of energy surged skyward without warning, piercing the clouds. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth instantly turned tumultuous, as if summoned by some supreme force, wildly converging towards the light pillar to form a visibly massive energy vortex. At the vortex's center, a tall figure could be faintly discerned, soulborn. In that moment, the little medicine fairy's beautiful eyes erupted with brilliant joy. He was emerging from seclusion, unable to contain her excitement. She transformed into a streak of light and instantly appeared at the entrance of the Forbidden Land, her gaze fixated intently on the center of the energy vortex. Within the Forbidden Land, Soulborn slowly opened his tightly shut eyes after a month of seclusion. As he did so, the aura that had been meticulously restrained within him erupted like a volcano unsealed, soaring to new heights. Mid-stage 5-star Dou Zone, peak 5-star Dou Zone, 6-star Dou Zone. In the early stages of the 7 stars Dou sect, and subsequently progressing to its mid-phase, the surging aura finally began to stabilize, ultimately achieving a state of complete solidity. Yet, the changes transcended mere stabilization. As his aura steadied, the space surrounding him started to exhibit extreme instability, rippling like the surface of water, with subtle distortions and folds emerging. This marked the initial mastery of spatial power. Soulborn felt the overwhelming Dou Qi within him, which had multiplied several times over compared to a month prior, as well as an unprecedented clarity and control over the surrounding space. A satisfied smile gradually graced his lips. To his surprise, the cultivation of the devouring realm rebirth had refined his control over energy to such an extent that his comprehension of spatial power flowed naturally, allowing him to take this significant step ahead of time. With a newfound understanding, he slowly raised his right hand and gently sliced through the void ahead. With a soft hiss, a pitch-black rift in space emerged, as if cut by an invisible blade through silk, its edges glimmering with a dangerous yet alluring ethereal light. Soulborn smiled slightly and stepped into it, his figure vanishing in an instant. Outside the forbidden area, the little medical sage, who had been awaiting intently, suddenly sensed a faint yet remarkably stable fluctuation in the space beside her. Startled, she focused her gaze. She beheld the space nearby gently parting like a curtain, revealing the familiar figure clad in a black robe stepping forth, none other than Soulborn himself. "You!" The little medical sage's beautiful eyes widened, her lips parting slightly. Disbelief etched across her exquisite features. "You have actually grasped the power of space. Your aura has reached the mid-phase of the 7 stars Dou sect. In just a month of seclusion, you not only advance 2 levels, but also master a power that typically requires a Dou Zun level to even approach. This utterly defies the norms of cultivation." Soulborn, observing the adorable shock on her face, chuckled. "It was merely a stroke of luck in my insights. My gains during the seclusion have indeed exceeded my expectations." After a brief pause, he inquired, "How long have I been in seclusion, Sienna?" Suppressing her astonishment, the little medical sage replied softly, "A full month." Her eyes brimmed with affectionate joy for him. "A month?" Soulborn's eyes flickered with understanding as he rapidly calculated in his mind. According to the original narrative, at this juncture, Xiao Yan should have already confronted and defeated the formidable Elder Mu Gu, who had devoured Han Feng's heart flame, thus claiming victory in the alchemist tournament. He must be attempting to tame the 3,000 flames in that starry expanse by now. He vividly recalled the details from the original work. Xiao Yan would first spend 5 months exhausting the power of the 3,000 flames, rendering it increasingly feeble. And then an additional 3 months to completely refine and absorb it, thereby breaking through to the 9 stars Dou sect. This implied that Xiao Yan would not emerge from seclusion for another 7 months or so. As Soulborn's gaze flickered, he realized that when Xiao Yan finally emerged, he would have to fulfill his promise and reveal to him the precise location of the division where Yao Lao was imprisoned. Until then, he must strive to enhance his own strength. At the very least, he needed to reach the peak of Douzone or even attempt to break through to Douzone. Only formidable power could adequately address any unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a glimmer of excitement danced in his eyes. Xiao Yan, come. Let us venture outside the sect for a moment. Outside the sect? For what purpose? The little medical sage inquired, puzzled. To test the might of my newly cultivated Dou technique, Soulborn replied, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The little medical sage initially froze, but then realized and shot him an exasperated glance. Oh, so you intend to use me as a sparring partner? Despite her words, curiosity ignited in her eyes. She, too, was eager to discover just how much Soulborn's strength had surged after this period of seclusion. I could not ask for more, she said with a radiant smile, readily agreeing. With a swift motion, the two transformed into streaks of light, soaring out of the sect's confines and arriving at a remote, desolate mountain range. They hovered in midair, facing each other across the expanse as the mountain winds rustled their robes. Sinner, be cautious, Soulborn said, his expression turning solemn. Let them come. The little medical sage raised her delicate hand, her body radiating a shimmering aura as the powerful essence of a 4-star Douzone was unleashed, embodying the presence of a goddess. Excellent, Soulborn exclaimed, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight, not through speed, but by merging into the fabric of space for a short distance spatial leap. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the little medical sage and unleashed a powerful punch. The winds from his fist, imbued with devouring Dou Qi, bore an overwhelming force. Though taken aback, the little medical sage remained composed, twisting her slender waist and countering with an elegant palm strike. The glass-like poisonous energy met his punch in a fierce clash. Boom! The energy ripples expanded, leveling the summit of a nearby mountain. Soulborn retreated after his strike, seamlessly melding back into the space to launch another attack from a different angle. He combined heavenly shadow steps with his newly grasped spatial power, making his movements unpredictable, rendering defense nearly impossible. He alternated between bold frontal assaults and cunning side strikes, forcing the little medical sage to respond with her utmost effort. The two engaged in a fierce aerial duel, their speeds reduced to mere flickers of light. The resonance of their energies echoed through the air, with poisonous energies swirling and the glass-like brilliance colliding against the devouring darkness, producing thunderous roars. The mountains below suffered greatly, crumbling and shattering under the onslaught of terrifying energy, leaving the earth pockmarked with deep pits and fissures. In the blink of an eye, over 200 exchanges had occurred. Though Soulborn found himself at a disadvantage, shaken by the vast power of the little medical sage, he persevered through his enigmatic movements and formidable defensive capabilities, even managing to catch her off guard with occasional counterattacks. That should suffice. A gleam of determination flashed in Soulborn's eyes. He understood that conventional methods would not truly test the power of his new Dou technique. He retreated 100 paces, his hands forming a complex and profound seal at his chest. As the seal materialized, an incomprehensibly terrifying, devouring force erupted from within him. In the center of his palm, a miniature black vortex, seemingly capable of consuming light, suddenly manifested. Sienna, receive my move. Devouring Realm Rebirth. The instant that miniature black hole emerged, the little medical sage's expression shifted drastically. She felt her Dou Qi and even her very vitality threatening to slip from her grasp, forcibly drawn towards that black vortex. A primal instinct from the depths of her soul compelled her to act with utmost seriousness. Without delay, she cried out, summoning the full might of her poison glass body, glass purification domain, glass purification technique. A pure and vast domain of glass-like light expanded rapidly around her, attempting to purify and isolate that horrific devouring force. Simultaneously, she directed her hands, channeling the refined toxic glass essence into a colossal glass beam, akin to a purifying light, that surged toward the miniature black hole in Soulborn's palm. The black devouring vortex and the sacred glass beam, opposites in nature, yet both brimming with destructive power, collided midair with a resounding crash. Instead of the anticipated cataclysmic explosion, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The moment the glass beam made contact with the devouring vortex, its energy was visibly stripped away at a frenzied pace, consumed entirely. The black vortex, having absorbed such immense energy, did not expand but instead deepened in its rotation, its color growing ever darker, as if it were an unfathomable abyss. Yet simultaneously, the little medical sage's glass purification domain continued to purify and erode the vortex's power. A brief stalemate ensued between the two forces, with both energies rapidly depleting. For approximately 10 breaths of time, they remained locked in this standoff. Boom! Ultimately, the devouring vortex seemed to reach a critical threshold, abruptly collapsing inward before erupting with a chaotic wave of energy, a tumultuous blend of consumption and vitality. Surging outward in a frenzied expansion, both Hun Sheng and the little medicine fairy emitted muffled groans, propelled backward by the formidable shockwave, each gliding through the air for several hundred meters before managing to stabilize themselves. At this moment, both were gasping for breath, their faces slightly pale, clearly indicating the immense toll that last clash had taken. As the residual energy gradually dissipated, the little medicine fairy gazed at the equally breathless Hun Sheng from a distance, her beautiful eyes not reflecting the slightest hint of annoyance, but rather brimming with profound joy and astonishment. Hun Sheng, your combat technique, her voice quivered with excitement, is astonishingly powerful. It can forcibly devour my poison luminous origin chi. Had it not been for the unique attributes of my purifying domain, I fear I would have suffered a severe loss from that last strike. After a moment of careful perception, she confidently declared, with your current strength, unless you utilize that secret method of merging with your clones, your innate prowess combined with this enigmatic fighting technique is sufficient to defeat an ordinary 4-star, or even 5-star Dou Qi. If you were to merge with your 2 clones, the little medicine fairy took a deep breath, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. I fear that even a 7-star Dou Qi might not stand a chance against you. Congratulations, Hun Sheng, your strength has truly surpassed mine. She floated beside Hun Sheng, her tone imbued with a hint of playful dependence, and chuckled, from now on, it will truly be you who protects me. Hun Sheng quelled the tumultuous surge of his blood, his gaze softening as it fell upon the enchanting maiden before him, an overwhelming tenderness and vigor swelling within his heart. He extended his hand, gently caressing the little medicine fairy's silky hair, his eyes steadfast and profound. Yes, Xiao Yan, I will protect you from now on. Whoever dares to harm you, even slightly, must be prepared to endure the wrath of my devouring realm reincarnation. His voice, though not loud, resonated like a vow, echoing through the desolate mountain range, infused with undeniable strength and resolve. Chapter 91. The Luminous Sacred Heart, a Profound Gift. Hun Sheng clasped the little medicine fairy's hand, and together they soared above the ravaged mountains, reminiscent of celestial lovers, returning to the luminous pavilion. Passing through an invisible barrier of space, the sights of the sect unfolded before them. In the distance, disciples practiced their foundational combat techniques in unison, their spirited shouts filling the air with vitality. Between the peaks, streaks of light whizzed past, busy attendants and disciples emerging from secluded meditation to catch their breath. The bustling task pavilion, alchemy pavilion, and scripture pavilion thrived with order and energy. An exuberant and flourishing atmosphere enveloped them. Observing this scene, Hun Sheng felt a surge of genuine gratification and pride. He turned his gaze towards the woman beside him. In just 1 month, the sect had swiftly regained its footing, becoming meticulously organized, largely due to the little medicine fairy's immense contributions. Not only was she formidable in strength, but she also possessed exceptional management skills and dedication. He tightened his grip on her delicate hand, the soft warmth at his fingertips stirring a gentle tenderness within him. Sensing the increased pressure of his grip and the focused, gentle gaze upon her, the little medicine fairy seemingly understood his thoughts. 2 delicate blushes blossomed on her exquisite profile, yet she did not withdraw her hand, merely lowering her head slightly, allowing him to lead her as they soared towards the main pavilion. Her heart felt as sweet as if she had consumed honey. Upon returning to the tranquil main pavilion, Hun Sheng guided the little medicine fairy to sit upon a jade chair, yet he did not release her hand, continuing to hold it gently as if cherishing a precious treasure. The little medicine fairy, feeling somewhat bashful under his gaze, playfully chided, "Why do you keep holding my hand? Haven't you seen enough? Hun Sheng chuckled softly, suddenly recalling something important, and asked earnestly, Xianer, speaking of which, since you evolved into this myriad catastrophes, poison luminous body, the formidable combat techniques you have demonstrated, such as the luminous purifying domain, poison annihilation finger, and the final purifying sacred lotus, what rank do they specifically fall under? Their power seems far beyond the norm of high earth rank. The little medicine fairy pondered for a moment before responding, my physique is unique, and thus the combat techniques I derive are also exceptional. They do not adhere to fixed ranks, but evolve and strengthen as my power increases and I delve deeper into the essence of my physique. As of now, aside from the luminous purifying technique that you placed in the scripture pavilion, which is genuinely a high earth rank, the techniques I have derived personally roughly lie between high earth rank and low heavenly rank. Perhaps they could be termed as half a step into the heavenly rank. Hun Sheng nodded in understanding, reassured, I see. It seems I need not worry about your combat techniques. Your very physique is the strongest inheritance suited for you. Nevertheless, a thought crossed his mind. If combat techniques can evolve autonomously, what about cultivation methods? What is the primary cultivation method you are currently focusing on, Xianer? I do not recall hearing you elaborate on it in detail. If there exists a top-tier cultivation method more suited to your physique, it would undoubtedly expedite your training and amplify your strength. With this in mind, he silently called out in his heart, System. The cold, mechanical voice promptly responded, Ding. What is your command, host? System, please investigate if there exists a cultivation method exceptionally suited for the little medicine fairy's myriad catastrophes, poison luminous body. The requirement is at least high heavenly rank and possesses the potential for evolution. The higher the potential, the better. Hun Sheng articulated his request directly. The system seemed to pause momentarily before replying with a slightly teasing electronic tone. Ding. It detects that the host criteria are rather stringent and is currently selecting the most compatible cultivation methods tailored for the host's wife. Searching. Ding. A suitable cultivation method has been found. Luminous Sacred Heart Technique. Details of the cultivation method. High heavenly rank, possessing the potential for evolution. This method has been optimized and generated by the system based on the characteristics of the host's wife's myriad catastrophes, poison luminous body. To cultivate this method, one must draw upon pure toxic power and boundless vitality to condense the luminous sacred heart within a body. Core effects. 1. Sacred Heart Dominion. Upon completion of a luminous sacred heart, it can perfectly dominate all powers of the myriad catastrophes poison luminous body, completely eliminating any risk of energy backlash, and maximizing the efficiency of conversion between toxic and vital forces. 2. Myriad Poisons Converging. Greatly enhances the capacity to absorb, refine, and control various toxic energies, miasma, and malevolent forces, with an exponential increase in absorption range and speed, transforming them into superior luminous sacred source chi. 3. Purifying Sacred Radiance. While the technique is in operation, the luminous sacred heart naturally emanates a purifying sacred radiance, providing passive protection against all evils, with toxins retreating in its presence. It can also actively release this radiance to purify all negative energies within its domain, heal injuries, and nurture the vitality of all things. 4. Law follows heart's motion. The technique is highly compatible with the physique, significantly enhancing the power of all combat techniques derived from it, with opportunities to comprehend deeper layers of innate sacred arts. This cultivation method is a perfect match with the myriad catastrophes poison luminous body. Upon reaching full mastery, it can transform a toxic domain into pure land with a mere thought, or instantly cause the vitality of the pure land to wither. Life and death fluctuating at one's command. Required fortune value for exchange, 200,000 points. Current fortune value of the host, 254,000 points. Seeing the introduction of the cultivation method and the required fortune value, Hun Sheng's heart soared with joy. This luminous sacred heart technique is precisely it. It is exquisitely tailored for the little medicine fairy, perfectly aligned to her essence. Exchange. Instantly exchange. Hun Sheng fervently declared in his heart without hesitation. Ding. Consume 200,000 points of fortune value. Successfully exchanged for the high heavenly rank, evolvable cultivation method luminous sacred heart technique. Remaining fortune value, 54,000 points. A stream of information and an ancient scroll radiating a warm, luminous sheen quietly appeared within Hun Sheng's system space. Exiting the system, Hun Sheng's gaze burned intensely as it fell upon the little medicine fairy beside him. The little medicine fairy felt a wave of discomfort under his suddenly fervent and focused gaze. her lovely face growing increasingly flushed. Unable to restrain herself, she waved her delicate hand in front of him, bashfully inquiring, "Why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Sol Sheng regained his senses, a radiant smile blossoming on his face as he sincerely exclaimed, "There is nothing. I merely feel that, Xianer. You are truly beautiful." The little medical fairy was momentarily taken aback by his seemingly nonsensical praise, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. Just as she was about to chide him, she saw Sol Sheng flip his palm, and a soft, noble glimmer of glazed light flashed by, revealing an ancient scroll neither made of silk nor fabric, cool to the touch, its surface seemingly flowing with a liquid-like luster, appearing in the palm of his hand. At the moment the scroll materialized, a flicker of resonance and excitement involuntarily surged within the little medical fairy's body, her wani poison-glazed body reacting instinctively. This, she thought, as her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, gazing at the scroll. Sol Sheng gently offered the scroll to her, smiling as he said, "A gift for you. A cultivation method that should suit you well." Without thinking, the little medical fairy accepted the scroll, and the moment her jade-like fingers brushed against its surface, the sensation of resonance intensified. Unable to resist, she probed a thread of her soul power into it. Instantly, a vast torrent of cultivation information surged into her mind. The glazed sacred heart art, a high-tier, celestial-level technique, capable of evolution. The fundamental principles of the cultivation method perfectly aligned with her constitution. The intricacies of its operation, the method of condensing the glazed sacred heart, and its astonishing effects opened a gateway to a new world for her. This cultivation method utterly shocked the little medical fairy, her red lips slightly parted, her enchanting eyes wide with disbelief and overwhelming joy. It was as if it had been custom-tailored just for her. How perfect it was! Sol Sheng, where did you acquire this? Her excitement rendered her somewhat incoherent. She abruptly raised her head, her eyes filled with boundless curiosity and gratitude as she looked at Sol Sheng. Sol Sheng smiled gently, feigning mystery as he replied, "It was an accidental acquisition. I felt it resonated so well with you that I kept it, intending to find the right moment to present it to you, and today, I finally remembered." The little medical fairy, ever so astute, naturally did not believe such a serendipitous finding could perfectly match her evolved constitution. Surely, such coincidences did not exist in this world. She understood that this must be the result of Sol Sheng's mysterious system, undoubtedly at a great cost. A profound sense of gratitude enveloped her heart, and she no longer asked questions. Instead, she lunged forward, tightly embracing Sol Sheng and bestowing her fragrant kiss upon him, her voice choked yet overflowing with deep affection. "Sol Sheng, thank you. Truly thank you." This kiss was laden with emotion. Sol Sheng wrapped his arms around her delicate waist, feeling her excitement and affection, a sense of contentment blossoming within him. He gently caressed her silky hair, whispering, "Silly girl, between us, there's no need for thanks. What is mine is yours, and what is yours is mine. We are already inseparable. As long as you need, and as long as I possess, what harm is there in giving everything?" The little medical fairy nestled her head deeply in the crook of his neck, nodding vigorously, greedily inhaling his reassuring scent. 1,000 words were conveyed without utterance. After a while, she finally lifted her head, her exquisite face still adorned with a captivating blush, tightly clutching the glazed sacred heart scroll, her eyes shimmering with determination and eagerness. Sol Sheng tenderly wiped away the slight moisture at the corners of her eyes, softly saying, "Go now, enter seclusion, and fully master this technique. I shall guard you." The little medical fairy nodded obediently, her voice sweet and mellow. The two exchanged a knowing smile, everything communicated without words. Then, Sol Sheng took her hand once more, rising to lead her deeper into the sacred ground, where the energy was most abundant and secure. The sunlight streamed through the hall's doors, elongating their intertwined shadows, harmonious and warm. Outside the sect, tumult may reign, but at this moment, within the glazed pavilion, there existed only mutual support and shared resolve. Chapter 92. The sacred heart begins to coalesce, vitality as the guide. Deep within the sacred ground, near the soul, devouring pool, the energy remained richly dense, thriving with vitality due to the long-term nourishment from the devouring life technique. Here, the atmosphere was vibrant yet imbued with the ancient and tranquil essence unique to the remnants of the soul-devouring sect. Sol Sheng and the little medical fairy sat, facing each other in a meditative posture. The little medical fairy took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes glimmering with determination and anticipation as she slowly retrieved the ancient scroll shimmering with glazed light, the glazed sacred heart art. Her jade-like fingers lightly touched the surface of the scroll, a thread of pure soul power gradually infusing into it. Buzz! The scroll seemed to be instantly activated, erupting in a radiant yet gentle sacred light, enveloping the little medical fairy entirely. A vast and unfathomable torrent of cultivation information surged into her consciousness. The information was immense and complex, containing countless incomprehensible ancient symbols, peculiar pathways of meridians, intricate methods of energy transformation, and at its core, the supreme secret technique for condensing the glazed sacred heart. The little medical fairy's delicate body trembled slightly, a flicker of pain crossing her stunning visage. But it was swiftly replaced by overwhelming joy. She dared not slacken her focus for an instant, immediately centering all her thoughts, immersing her consciousness in her mind's sea, striving to comprehend, digest, and practice this unparalleled cultivation technique that perfectly resonated with her constitution. Xiao Yan quietly watched over her, his soul power at the pinnacle of the spiritual realm, akin to the most precise radar, constantly sensing the slightest fluctuations of energy around the little medical fairy, ensuring that no external disturbances would interrupt her. Time slipped by unnoticed in this serene cultivation. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The little medical fairy's aura remained stable, a faint glaze enveloping her, at times pure, at times profound. She seemed to have entered a state of deep comprehension, oblivious to everything outside, entirely immersed in the mysterious world of the glazed sacred heart art. Her complexion flushed, her breathing steady. It was evident that her progress was exceedingly smooth. Xiao Yan felt a wave of relief wash over him, secretly affirming that this celestial-level technique indeed perfectly aligned with the little medical fairy's constitution. If things continued this way, upon her emergence from seclusion, her strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Thus, 10 days quietly passed. The sacred ground remained tranquil. Only the soft sound of flowing energy could be heard. Seeing the little medical fairy in a stable state, her aura even gradually increasing, Xiao Yan believed that the crucial phase of comprehension had passed, and the subsequent stages would require only patience, seemingly no longer necessitating his constant vigilance as her protector. However, just as he allowed his guard to relax slightly, an unexpected change occurred. The once stable glazed light surrounding the little medical fairy suddenly began to fluctuate violently. Following that, 2 starkly different yet powerful energies, both emanating from her very essence, surged dramatically from her crown. One energy presented itself in a deep, dark purple glaze, the purest toxic force originating from her Wan-E poison-glazed body, radiating a terrifying aura of annihilation and corrosion, utterly domineering. The other energy, however, manifested as a soft, bright sacred glaze, a life force generated from the operation of the technique, imbued with the pure, nurturing power of purification, gentle yet profound. According to the principles of the glazed sacred heart art, these 2 forces were meant to intertwine and balance, cycling like the yin-yang symbol, ultimately condensing into the glazed sacred heart at the Dantian's energy sea, impervious to all methods and dominative over all poisons. Yet at this moment, the situation was entirely contrary. The deep purple toxic force, as if a primordial beast freed from restraint, became wildly violent and greedy, ravenously compressing and devouring the comparatively weaker sacred life force. The life force faltered, its brilliance swiftly dimming, on the brink of being completely overwhelmed and consumed by the overwhelming toxic power. Not good. Xiao Yan's expression changed drastically, and he instantly grasped the crux of the issue. The system had long made it clear that cultivating this technique required both pure toxic force and abundant life force as guides. The little medical fairy's Wan-E poison glazed body was most abundant in pure toxic power, perhaps even excessively so due to her formidable constitution. However, within this forbidden realm, while the vitality is undeniably more intense than that of the outside world, it primarily stems from the environmental modifications brought forth by the devouring life technique. In terms of quality, it may suffice for the condensation of the glazed sacred heart, but in terms of quantity, it is utterly inadequate to contend with the accumulated potent toxicity of the primordial source. The balance has been disrupted. Should that toxic force continue to devour the life essence, not only would the condensation of the sacred heart fail utterly, but the little medical fairy would also face a terrifying backlash from her technique, resulting in shattered meridians at the very least, risking the complete ruin of her cultivation, or even her very life. This cannot be allowed to happen. A glimmer of determination flashed in Hun Sheng's eyes, without a hint of hesitation. He moved swiftly, appearing instantly before the little medical fairy, sitting cross-legged and forcefully pressing his palms against hers. The devouring life technique was unleashed with full vigor. Life was being devoured in reverse, vitality infusing. This time, he did not consume. Rather, he unreservedly projected forth. He poured forth his meticulously refined life essence, imbued with a unique vitality, through the devouring life technique. Like a dam bursting, continuously flooding into the little medical fairy's body. This external, pure, and magnificent life essence surged into the impending collapse of the sacred glazed energy like a long-awaited rain after a drought. The vitality, which was on the verge of extinguishment, was suddenly revived as if injected with a powerful stimulant, becoming resilient and vibrant once more. Though the little medical fairy was deeply engrossed in her cultivation, she instinctively sensed this extraordinarily harmonious and pure life force, causing her body to begin to greedily absorb it, guiding this power into the meridians of her technique, merging with the sacred glazed energy to jointly resist the furious primordial toxicity. With Hun Sheng's relentless infusion of life energy, the sacred glazed energy finally stabilized, ceasing its collapse, and began to stand firm against the violet glazed toxicity, creating a fragile equilibrium. Hun Sheng dared not relent in the slightest, maintaining a high-intensity output of life energy. His complexion rapidly paled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This reverse output of the devouring life technique was immensely taxing on his own being, not merely depleting his fighting spirit, but also draining his primordial vitality. Had it not been for his formidable soul power and meticulous energy control, along with the exquisite nature of the devouring life technique itself, he might have already succumbed. Time once again began to elapse, this time for Hun Sheng. Each moment felt excruciatingly prolonged and arduous. 1 day, 2 days, then 10 days. Throughout these 10 days, Hun Sheng remained motionless like a stone statue. His palms persistently pressed against the little medical fairy's hands, the pure life energy continuously flowing forth without pause. His complexion grew increasingly pallid, his lips lost their color, and his aura began to wane, yet his gaze remained steadfast, unwavering. Meanwhile, the two energies within the little medical fairy, supported by Hun Sheng's selfless sacrifice, gradually shifted from mere opposition to integration. The violet glazed toxicity ceased its rampant nature, while the sacred glazed vitality transformed from mere defense. The two began to intertwine in a spiral, entwined within each other, slowly converging towards the dantian, where a hazy, glazed heart-shaped outline was gradually taking form. On the 20th day at noon, the forbidden zone was unusually quiet, with only the faint humming of energy flow. Suddenly, the two colors of energy that had been clashing around the little medical fairy sharply converged inward, entirely vanishing into her body. In the next moment, an utterly sacred and boundless aura, capable of purifying all impurities in the world and nurturing the vitality of all living things, erupted from her like an ancient god awakening from slumber. Within her dantian, a perfect, flawless, translucent heart, pulsating gently, flickered into existence. Break! A soft exclamation, akin to a celestial melody, was gently uttered from the little medical fairy's slightly parted lips. Boom! Her aura soared like a rocket, skyrocketing through the ranks. 5-star Do Zun. 5-star Do Zun peak. 6-star Do Zun. Mid 6-star Do Zun peak. Ultimately, her cultivation stabilized at the pinnacle of 6-star Do Zun, merely a step away from 7-star Do Zun. A powerful surge of energy rippled throughout the forbidden zone, even stirring the energies of the outside world, creating a considerable disturbance. Those eyes, which had been closed for 20 days, slowly opened. Within them, the left eye resembled a violet glazed abyss of toxic flames, while the right eye radiated the purifying light of sacred glazed energy. The two distinctly different qualities harmoniously blended within her, ultimately transforming into a profound and tranquil glazed hue. Both noble and powerful, she had successfully emerged from her seclusion. Not only had she flawlessly mastered the glazed sacred heart technique, condensing the glazed sacred heart, but her strength had also surged 2 levels. However, the first sight that met her upon opening her eyes was that of a familiar face, now pale as paper, with an aura that was waning. Upon witnessing her successful breakthrough, A weight lifted from Hun Sheng's heart, and the tension he had held onto relaxed. He struggled to muster a smile, promptly switching the devouring life technique from its frenzied output mode back to its normal consumption mode, greedily absorbing the rich residual energy that permeated the surroundings due to the little medical fairy's breakthrough, along with the pure energy from the soul-devouring pool, in an attempt to replenish his nearly depleted reserves. After a considerable time, he felt a semblance of strength return, his complexion still pale, yet adorned with genuine joy as he softly said, "Sinner, congratulations on your emergence." The little medical fairy was no fool. She immediately sensed the lingering, pure life energy within her body that belonged to Hun Sheng, and, coupled with his current state, she comprehended everything. At her most perilous moment, it was Hun Sheng who had selflessly exhausted his own primordial vitality to forcibly pull her back from the brink of madness, aiding her in her triumph. A wave of profound emotion and heartache flooded her being, and her beautiful eyes became misty. She suddenly lunged forward, tightly embracing Hun Sheng, her voice choked with emotion, filled with endless concern. "You foolish one, who told you to push yourself so hard? What if something happened to you?" Hun Sheng, feeling the warmth of her soft body and the depth of her care, was enveloped in warmth. He gently returned the embrace, caressing her back, and smiled. "But now I'm fine, right? Just a bit exhausted. I'll rest a while. Your success is more important than anything." The little medical fairy buried her head in his embrace, shaking her head vigorously, tears streaming down her cheeks, soaking his clothes. She fully understood that the depletion of primordial vitality was no trivial matter. It could not be fully restored with mere rest. "You must never do this again." She raised her tear-filled face, her expression a mixture of fear and stubborn command. "All right, I will heed your words." Hun Sheng acquiesced readily, smiling as he wiped the tears from her face. "However, if you are ever in danger, I would still do the same." Upon hearing this, the little medical fairy felt both anger and gratitude, which ultimately blossomed into a torrent of affection as she held him even tighter. Within the Forbidden Realm, the two who had endured a silent crisis and sacrifice embraced one another, warmth enveloping them. Chapter 93. The Depletion of Primordial Source. The Sacred Fruit Mends the Heavens. Inside the Forbidden Zone, after a prolonged moment of tenderness, the little medical fairy reluctantly withdrew from Hun Sheng's embrace. She meticulously examined Hun Sheng's internal condition, her eyes, imbued with the radiance of the glazed saint, filled with concern. "Your aura still feels feeble, especially the primordial vitality." The little medical fairy's voice trembled slightly, her newfound sensitivity to vitality heightened by the condensation of the glazed sacred heart. In her perception, Hun Sheng resembled an ancient tree hollowed out from within. While he stood tall on the outside, his inner vitality was alarmingly dim. Hun Sheng smiled, attempting to reassure her. "No worries. You are well aware of the ferocity of the devouring life technique. It's merely excessive depletion. Once I circulate my technique to absorb the energy here, I'll recover swiftly." Having uttered these words, he no longer lingered, settling back into a meditative posture and forming a seal with his hands for cultivation. Devouring life art, engulfing the heavens and earth. With a soft exclamation resonating in his heart, Soulborn devoted himself entirely to the devouring life art. In an instant, an immense, invisible vortex formed around him, centered on his being. Within the forbidden ground, the energy, dense to the point of becoming tangible, surged towards him like countless rivers converging into the sea. The waters of the soul-devouring pool churned violently, as pure energy was forcibly stripped and extracted, transforming into wisps of grayish-white vapor that permeated the pores of Soulborn's body. The energy mist in the air visibly thinned at an astonishing rate. The entirety of the forbidden ground was frantically converging energy towards him. As a high-tier celestial technique, the devouring life art possessed a terrifying ability to consume. Soulborn's body resembled a bottomless abyss, greedily absorbing all forms of energy. Time flowed slowly, 1 hour, then 2. Soulborn's complexion gradually regained a hint of rosy hue, and a lethargic aura surrounding him began to rise steadily, becoming robust and substantial. The nearly exhausted sea of battle energy within him was being replenished at an astounding pace, roaring like tumultuous waves. However, just as his battle energy reached its zenith, surpassing even its previous state and approaching the threshold of the late 7-star battle sovereign, Soulborn's brow furrowed slightly. He distinctly felt that no matter how much energy he consumed, that profound sense of emptiness stemming from the very essence of life lingered incessantly. It was akin to a water bucket. Though filled once more, The bucket's walls bore cracks and wear, rendering it incapable of holding water as it once did. He delved into his inner thoughts, scrutinizing closely. Indeed, the battle energy had been fully restored, even seeing some improvement due to a fortunate turn of events. Yet this source of vitality, symbolized by the light of life, had only flickered to life faintly, a stark contrast to the previous vibrant state, like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. Roughly estimating, after a frenzied day of consumption, the vitality restored likely amounted to merely 1% of what had been lost. At this rate, complete restoration would require at least 3 months of uninterrupted, vigorous consumption. And this was under the circumstances of having the soul devouring pool, a treasure trove of energy. Truly, Soulborn sighed inwardly. The depletion of the source of vitality could not merely be compensated by ordinary energy. This delved into the core mysteries of life, where conventional techniques and energies were nearly powerless. Although the devouring life art could nourish vitality, its effects were more long-term, in the face of such short-term massive deficits. Its restoration capabilities appeared woefully inadequate. 3 months was far too long, with the alliance newly established and myriad affairs at hand. He could not afford to remain in such a weakened state for so long. Xiao Yan had been steadfastly by his side, holding her breath, not daring to disrupt him in the slightest. She saw Soulborn's aura strengthening and initially displayed joy, but upon noticing his furrowed brow and prolonged meditation, her heart, which had just begun to relax, tightened once more. "Soulborn, what is it?" She couldn't help but ask softly, her voice imbued with concern. Soulborn slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting look of helplessness crossing his features before being swiftly replaced by calm. He didn't wish for her to feel undue guilt, so he spoke in a light tone. "My battle energy has fully recovered, even seeing slight improvement. It's just that the restoration of the source of vitality is slower than anticipated." He paused, observing the guilt that washed over Xiao Yan's face, and gently added, "Don't overthink it. This is my own choice, and I shall bear the consequences. Moreover, it is not without solutions." With that, he hesitated no longer and silently instructed, "System, search for items that can rapidly replenish this source of vitality." Ding. Received host command. Querying database. The mechanical voice of the system responded promptly. Querying, matching related items, filtering optimal solutions. Ding. Query complete. Recommended exchange. Soul source fruit. Item name. Soul source fruit. Grade. 9-tier medicinal material. Effect. This fruit is a rare treasure of heaven and earth, containing the purest essence of soul vitality and life energy. It can significantly replenish and nourish soul strength, heal soul injuries, and greatly compensate for the depleted source of vitality, revitalizing the flame of life. It has remarkable effects on the host's current condition. Note, the life essence contained within is sufficient to completely restore the vitality lost this time, with a small surplus. Exchange requirement, 20,000 fortune points. Exchange. Soulborn commanded decisively, without hesitation. Fortune points could be earned again, but time and strength were paramount. Ding. Exchange successful. 20,000 fortune points deducted. Current remaining fortune points, 38,500. Item has been issued to system space. Please check host. A refreshing sensation washed over Soulborn's mind as he sensed within the system space a peculiar fruit, the size of a fist, heart-shaped, with a translucent, glass-like hue. The surface of the fruit bore naturally formed enigmatic patterns, subtly radiating a pulsation that stirred the soul and invigorated life. Soulborn felt a surge of certainty in his heart, and a genuine smile broke upon his face. Moments later, he opened his palm, revealing a fist-sized, heart-shaped, semi-transparent fruit adorned with intricate natural patterns. The fruit exuded a powerful wave that stirred the soul and invigorated life, its energy far surpassing that of any ordinary medicinal material. "What is this?" Xiao Yan's beautiful eyes widened. She could distinctly sense the essence of life within the fruit, purer and more expansive than what she had just absorbed, along with a cooling power that nourished the soul. 9-tier medicinal material, soul source fruit. Soulborn explained, "I obtained it from the system. It can rapidly replenish my depleted source of vitality and also nourish the soul." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's initial surprise turned into a frown, her eyes reflecting concern. 9-tier medicinal material, Soulborn. Exchanging for this must have come at a considerable cost, right? She understood the rarity of fortune points, aware of the system's existence and the precious nature of those points. Soulborn smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, it was merely 20,000 fortune points. We can manage this." As long as I can recover swiftly, this expense is worthwhile. Fortune points can be earned again. Time and strength are what truly matter. His tone was light, deliberately downplaying the gravity of the expenditure. Though Xiao Yan still felt that the cost was substantial, her heart was filled more with warmth and gratitude. She knew Soulborn always selflessly bore the burden for her. Biting her lip gently, she said softly, "Next time, do not take such risks again. If a similar situation arises, you must consult me." "All right, I will heed your advice," Soulborn replied with a smile. He carefully stored the soul source fruit, his expression turning serious. "Sienner, consuming this fruit requires focused refinement. I need to enter seclusion once more. This time it won't take long. At best 1 or 2 days, at worst 3 to 5 days, and I will be fully restored." Xiao Yan nodded immediately, resolutely stating, "You may enter seclusion without worry. I will handle everything in the sect." Soulborn nodded, continuing, "There's one more matter. If I am not mistaken, during my seclusion, once the 4 of them, Elder Feng and Elder Lei, complete the installation and debugging of that versatile teleportation array in their respective sects and experience its remarkable capabilities, they will undoubtedly be unable to contain their excitement and will come to visit our glazed pavilion once again." A smile played on his lips at that time. They will sincerely come to test the array's connectivity and express their heartfelt gratitude for the divine gift bestowed by our glazed pavilion. "Sienner, now that you have successfully emerged from your seclusion, I want you to display your peak 6-star battle sovereign aura as openly as possible when they arrive, without any need to hold back." Xiao Yan, possessing exceptional intelligence, immediately grasped his intent. "I understand. It is imperative that they perceive, with utmost clarity, the absolute power possessed by my Lioli Pavilion, a force sufficient to safeguard the Alliance and lead everyone forward. This will instill in them a greater confidence regarding the future of the Alliance, allowing them to serve with peace of mind. Correct?" "Indeed." Hun Sheng nodded in approval, acknowledging the pinnacle of a 6-star Dozuan. This level of strength, when gazed upon throughout the entirety of Zhongzhou, is already among the elite. Setting aside the Burning Flame Valley, which is under the command of a Dou Qi ancestor, the other 2 valleys, Ice River Valley, governed by the Ice River Sovereign, and the enigmatic Valley Master of the Sound Valley, are reported to possess strength around the 5-star Dozuan tier. As for other first-rate forces, such as the Tianming sect, their sect masters predominantly hover around this level as well. His tone carried a hint of pride and dominance. "In other words, based solely on your personal strength, you are more than capable of overwhelming both the Ice River Valley and the Sound Valley's master. When one considers your complete mastery over the immensely powerful Poison Glaze Body and the recently perfected Glaze Sacred Heart technique, you may very well hold your ground even against a 7-star or possibly an 8-star Dozuan, excluding the already established 5 Directions Heavenly Alliance. The strength of my Lioli Pavilion alone has undeniably ascended to the ranks of Zhongzhou's top-tier forces, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with those 3 valleys, or perhaps even surpassing them. The Wind Sovereign and others, being well-versed individuals, upon personally witnessing your astonishing rate of advancement and unfathomable potential, will find their sense of belonging and confidence in the Alliance reaching unprecedented heights. They will become unwavering in their support for the Alliance, as they will clearly perceive that by following in the footsteps of the Lioli Pavilion, the future of the Alliance will be boundless, and they themselves will reap benefits and security far beyond their previous experiences." The little medicine fairy listened intently, her eyes shining brighter with each passing moment. She was acutely aware of the dynamics within Zhongzhou and understood the significance of reaching the pinnacle of 6-star Dozuan. This was not merely a personal breakthrough, but a monumental elevation of the sect's status. She nodded vigorously, speaking with confidence and composure. "Hun Sheng, rest assured and focus on your seclusion. I know how to navigate this. I will ensure that our allies do not leave empty-handed, and that they are filled with an unprecedented confidence in the future of our 5 Directions Heavenly Alliance." Her tone was calm and assured, exuding an aura befitting a true powerhouse. Now, she was not only the cherished partner of Hun Sheng, but also the esteemed Lioli Sovereign, leading the Alliance. "Excellent." Hun Sheng felt entirely relieved, smiling as he said, "Then I shall leave everything in your capable hands, my esteemed Pavilion Master." The little medicine fairy playfully glared at him, her charm captivating. "Hurry along. Recover swiftly. There are many matters awaiting you in the sect." Hun Sheng laughed heartily, choosing not to say more, and turned to walk toward the secluded chamber deep within the forbidden grounds. Upon entering the tranquil room and activating the protective barrier, Hun Sheng settled cross-legged, retrieving this soul origin fruit. The fruit emanated an alluring wave of primal energy, invigorating his spirit. "Thank you, system," he silently expressed, and without hesitation, he consumed the extraordinarily precious ninth-rank spirit fruit. The fruit dissolved upon entering, not releasing the sweet juice he had anticipated, but transforming into two streams of remarkably distinct yet equally overwhelming torrents that surged into his body. One was as refreshing as water, clear and transparent, rushing directly to his mind's sea. This was the pure essence of soul origin power, making his fully realized soul realm feel immensely at ease. Akin to parched land receiving much-needed nourishment, as his soul's strength visibly solidified and invigorated. The other stream, warm and jade-like, exuded a rich emerald hue, brimming with indescribable vitality, instantly coursing through his limbs, permeating every inch of flesh, every meridian, and every cell. This was precisely the life essence he desperately needed. Wherever this life-giving torrent flowed, the profound sense of emptiness was swiftly filled. Withered meridians regained their luster and elasticity, dim organs radiated renewed vigor, and the previously dry spring of life began to surge forth with a refreshing flow. Hun Sheng immediately activated the devouring life technique and consolidating soul technique, guiding these two immense sources of primal power to efficiently integrate into himself, undergoing thorough repair and enhancement. The surface of his body began to emanate a faint glimmer of glazed light and vibrant green vitality, harmoniously intertwining. His aura grew increasingly profound and resonant, swiftly dissipating the weakness brought about by the depletion of life force, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fullness and strength. Outside the tranquil room, the little medicine fairy paused momentarily, sensing the gradually rising, stable, and vast aura emanating from within. Finally, she felt completely at ease. A gentle and confident smile graced her lips as she turned, stepping forward with resolute composure. The Lily Pavilion needed her, and the Five Directions Heavenly Alliance required her as well. Now, she possessed sufficient strength and confidence to greet their allies and solidify the foundation of this hard-won alliance. Her figure traversed the passage of the forbidden grounds, sunlight cascading upon her flowing glazed gown, refracting a noble and dazzling brilliance. Chapter 94. The four pavilions come to pay homage. The sacred might begins to unfold. After Hun Sheng entered seclusion, all affairs of the Lioli Pavilion once again fell upon the shoulders of the little medicine fairy. Thanks to the solid foundation laid previously and the efficient assistance of the three elders, Sungyin, Yinji, and Yingang, the entire sect operated like a meticulously crafted and colossal machine, running with impeccable order. In the outer sect area, every day, stewards led newly inducted disciples in basic training and the study of sect regulations, with the sounds of their spirited shouts ringing throughout the martial arts arena, brimming with vitality. The inner sect area, however, was far quieter, with disciples often engaged in secluded cultivation or perusing techniques in the scripture pavilion. Occasionally, exchanges of sparring would occur, yet they remained brief, fostering a positive atmosphere. The 10 core disciples, along with the personally taught Xiling, enjoyed the best resources, rapidly advancing under the guidance of their respective masters or the cultivation plans set forth by Hun Sheng. The little medicine fairy sat in the main hall of the pavilion, having completed a batch of matters requiring the pavilion master's decisions, feeling somewhat at leisure. She lounged against the back of her chair, delicately toying with a bead the size of a longan, perfectly round and exhibiting a peculiar gray-white luster. This was the unique resource produced by the sect's treasure, the devouring life tower, known as the devouring pearl. Since the establishment of the sect, though less than 2 months had passed, the devouring life tower had operated day and night, accumulating a considerable yield. Just a few days prior, the task pavilion master, Shuriwe, the pill pavilion master, Yao Chenzi, and the scripture pavilion master, Wen Yuan, had jointly ventured in the 9th layer of the devouring life tower, a realm accessible only to those with Dozone level strength for brief durations, successfully retrieving the first batch of mature devouring pearls, totaling approximately 200,000. This quantity was sufficient for the task pavilion to distribute as rewards for disciples completing various tasks in the foreseeable future. The little medicine fairy allowed a stream of pure, glazed Dou Qi to flow from her fingertips, gently probing into the devouring pearl. Instantly, a wave of pure and gentle energy surged back, containing a significant amount of Dou Qi energy, intertwined with a hint of extraordinary vitality. Indeed, it is wondrous, She murmured softly, her lips parting slightly. With her current realm and perspective, she could effortlessly discern the efficacy of this devouring pearl. The energy contained within was potent enough to restore a doling practitioner, drained of Dou Qi, to peak condition in an instant. Even for a Douang expert, it could replenish a significant portion of their Dou Qi. While it might not fully restore a Douang, it would undoubtedly prove invaluable in rapidly replenishing energy during intense battles, sustaining combat effectiveness over prolonged engagements. A glimmer of appreciation sparkled in her beautiful eyes. The treasures brought forth by Hun Sheng's devouring life tower were of immeasurable value for lower-tier disciples, capable of significantly enhancing the overall strength of the sect and the cultivation efficiency of its members. This undoubtedly laid a profound foundation for the future development of the Lioli Pavilion. Just as she was meticulously sensing the energy structure within the devouring pearl, her delicate brows suddenly arched slightly. She sensed that the randomly set teleportation array at the edge of the sect's square was currently transmitting a clear and stable wave of spatial energy. Have they arrived? A knowing smile curved at the corners of the little medicine fairy's lips. She remained motionless, yet the space around her subtly warped. In the next instant, her figure had vanished from the grand hall of the autonomous pavilion. In the sect's plaza, upon a colossal teleportation array, intricate runes began to illuminate in succession, radiating a brilliant silver-white luminescence. As the light gradually coalesced, over 20 silhouettes could be discerned emerging from within. When the brilliance dissipated, the scene upon the array became clear. The foremost 4 individuals possessed an extraordinary aura, exuding a palpable pressure. They were none other than the Wind Sovereign, the Thunder Sovereign, the Sword Sovereign, and the Nether Sovereign. Behind them stood 20 young disciples, both male and female. Despite their youth, each bore a sharp gaze and a composed demeanor, evidently selected as the elite disciples from the 4 pavilions, with the weakest among them having reached the pinnacle of great fighter, and some even exuding the aura of fighting spirits, with 1 or 2 appearing to have 1 foot firmly planted in the realm of fighter kings. It was apparent that the 4 sovereigns were experiencing this teleportation array for the first time, their faces still bearing traces of astonishment and admiration. The Thunder Sovereign, being the most impatient, stepped forward first, his booming voice laden with uncontainable excitement as he clasped his hands toward the already waiting little medical fairy. Alliance leader, I must say, the effect of your pavilion's teleportation array is simply extraordinary, unbelievable. He animatedly gestured. Just moments ago, we were sipping tea and chatting leisurely in Wind's old lair. The conversation barely finished, and as soon as this array activated, blink, we found ourselves here in your Lioli Pavilion. It's faster than mere speech. And when I think about the time-consuming, labor-intensive spatial wormholes we have at our residences, compared to your treasure, they're nothing but scrap. The laughter of the Thunder Sovereign was hearty and sincere, filled with admiration for this remarkable technique. The Wind Sovereign stroked his beard and chuckled. Thunder Sovereign speaks aptly. Alliance leader, the array gifted by Elder Hun Sheng is indeed a marvel of the world. Travel in the blink of an eye. Though Central State is vast, it feels as if one is merely strolling through a courtyard. This array holds tremendous significance for our alliance. His eyes shimmered with emotion and respect. The Sword Sovereign and the Nether Sovereign, though silent, nodded in agreement, their gazes toward the little medical fairy imbued with deeper reverence. The Thunder Sovereign seemed to suddenly recall something, turning to gesture at the 20 young disciples, their eyes wide with curiosity as they surveyed the ethereal surroundings. By the way, Alliance leader, you and Elder Hun Sheng previously agreed that each year we could send 5 core disciples from our 4 houses to your pavilion for exchange and learning. We are eager to bring them along. His tone was courteous, almost pleading, placing the Lioli Pavilion in a position of higher mentorship. Upon hearing this, the little medical fairy glanced over the 20 slightly nervous young faces, each of which displayed commendable potential, and nodded subtly. She parted her lips gently, her voice clear and calm. Elder Lei, you flatter us. Since we have formed an alliance, we shall progress together. I assure you, the commitments we have made will be honored by the Lioli Pavilion. With that, she flicked her jade finger, and a streak of light vanished into the void. In mere moments, the space at the plaza's edge rippled slightly, and the imposing figure of the Grand Elder, Xiao Yan, clad in gray robes and exuding a presence as solid as a mountain, appeared, striding swiftly to the little medical fairy's side and bowing respectfully. Pavilion Master, you summon me? Grand Elder, the little medical fairy nodded slightly, gesturing toward the 20 disciples. These young disciples are the elites sent by the 4 Alliance elders to exchange and learn at our sect. Please ensure they are properly settled. Arrange accommodations in the inner sect guest quarters and grant them the same treatment as our inner sect disciples. Also, inform Pavilion Master Wen Yuan that the first 3 levels of the Scripture Pavilion are open to them. Please extend a warm welcome and do not neglect their needs. Yes, Pavilion Master, rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements, Song Yuan replied earnestly. He turned to face the disciples, his expression serious yet gentle. Young friends, please follow me. The 20 disciples quickly bowed in farewell to their respective pavilion masters and the little medical fairy. Filled with excitement and curiosity as they followed Grand Elder Song Yuan into the inner sanctum of the Lioli Pavilion. As they walked, they were already awestruck by the rich energy and grandeur of the Lioli Pavilion, their hearts brimming with anticipation for this exchange and learning experience. After sending off the disciples, the Wind Sovereign's gaze returned to the little medical fairy. Having previously focused on the teleportation array and the disciples, he now scrutinized her closely and was taken aback as his pupils slightly constricted, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. He carefully sensed the seemingly inadvertent aura emanating from the little medical fairy and gasped in astonishment. Alliance leader, your cultivation level, could it be that you have broken through? At his reminder, the Thunder Sovereign, the Sword Sovereign, and the Nether Sovereign immediately collected their thoughts, scrutinizing the little medical fairy with newfound intensity. Previously captivated by the teleportation array and the novel environment, they had not taken the time to investigate. Now, as they focused their senses, they immediately recognized the difference. Before them stood the little medical fairy, still clad in her exquisite Lioli gown, a vision of unparalleled grace. Yet, as she simply stood there, the surrounding space seemed to subtly submit and distort, a pressure far deeper and more profound than before wafting through the air, causing even the 4 fighting sovereigns to feel a faint sensation of trepidation. This oppressive force was not something a 5-star fighting sovereign could possess. Noticing that they had finally discovered the truth, the little medical fairy smiled faintly, an air of nonchalance gracing her features as if she had merely accomplished a trifling task. Elder Phone, you have sharp eyes. I had a minor breakthrough during my recent seclusion and have fortuitously ascended to the 6-star fighting sovereign realm. 6-star fighting sovereign. And merely that. These 4 words struck the 4 sovereigns' minds like thunderclaps. Esteemed figures in Central State, they were now collectively taken aback, their faces etched with disbelief and astonishment. The Wind Sovereign inhaled sharply, his voice trembling slightly. 6-star fighting sovereign, Alliance leader, your pace of cultivation is astonishingly extraordinary. How long has it been? It has been less than 2 months since the 4 Pavilions Conference. You have leaped directly from 4-star fighting sovereign, breaking through 2 realms to reach the pinnacle of 6-star. He understood that at the level of fighting sovereigns, every single star's ascent was akin to ascending to the heavens, often requiring decades or even centuries of arduous effort and opportunity. Yet, the little medical fairy had achieved in such a brief period what they might never attain in hundreds of years. The Thunder Sovereign rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if doubting whether he was hallucinating. He gazed at the little medical fairy, his eyes igniting with fervent light, filled with ecstasy, reverence, and overwhelming relief. He clapped his thighs suddenly, his voice booming with excitement. Ha! I knew it. I knew following the Alliance leader would be the right choice. You are truly a prodigy. No, an unprecedented genius. At such a young age, with such cultivation, a breakthrough to the saint level must be just around the corner. While we old codgers have been practicing for years, still stuck at 2 or 3 stars, in comparison to you, we truly feel like we're living like dogs. Ha ha ha. Following the Alliance leader is our Wind and Thunder Pavilion's greatest fortune. Though his words were coarse, they authentically conveyed his inner excitement and complete surrender. In that moment, the little medical fairy's stature and his heart soared to immeasurable heights, even tinged with a hint of admiration. The usually stoic Sword Sovereign's face was also filled with shock and complexity. He took a deep breath and solemnly clasped his hands. Your talent is unparalleled, Alliance leader. Yin, voli convincit. The brevity of his words belied their monumental weight. The Nether Sovereign, whose expressions often bore a hint of coldness, now exhibited only admiration and awe. He rasped, the Nether Pavilion shall unequivocally follow the Alliance leader's lead. The little medical fairy absorbed the various reactions, each distinct yet equally filled with shock and submission, and understood fully. The outcome surpassed her expectations. Hun Sheng's judgment was utterly accurate. Strength is always the most direct and effective means of earning respect and loyalty. She felt a sense of satisfaction within, yet maintained an air of calmness and composure on her face, gracefully raising her hand in a gesture of modesty. Esteemed elders, your words are too flattering. This master is merely fortunate. United as an alliance, we must naturally support one another and strive for mutual advancement. In the future, the affairs of the alliance will rely on the formidable assistance of the four elders. Rest assured, alliance leader, Lord Lei boomed, thumping his chest with conviction. In the days to come, should you issue any command, the Wind and Thunder Pavilion shall comply without hesitation. Whether it be a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, it is but a word from you. I am willing to serve the alliance leader. Lord Feng, Lord Jian, and Lord Huangquan also bowed in unison, their demeanor more respectful and steadfast than ever before. At this moment, their minds were devoid of any other thoughts, save for one, to closely follow the Lioli Pavilion and this infinitely promising alliance leader. The future of the alliance is destined to be resplendent. The little medical sage nodded slightly, intending to offer further encouragement and arrange for the four elders to take a brief respite. Suddenly, an immense, pure, and vast surge of soul power erupted from the forbidden grounds, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening, sweeping through the entire Lioli Pavilion. This soul power gently yet unmistakably enveloped every disciple and elder, each experiencing a warmth and thrill emanating from the depths of their souls. As if bathed in the most gentle sunlight or refreshed by the clearest spring water, invigorating their spirits. The little medical sage immediately sensed this familiar soul fluctuation, her beautiful eyes sparkling with radiant surprise. She smiled enchanting as ever, addressing the still reeling four elders. Esteemed elders, it appears we are fortunate. Hun Sheng has emerged from seclusion. Chapter 95. The Realm of Souls Achieved, Wind and Thunder Tempering. Outside the Forbidden Grounds, the little medical sage and the four elders were bewildered by the sudden eruption and swift subsidence of the vast soul power, still recovering from the shock brought by the celestial realm soul. Suddenly, a rumbling sound resonated. An anomaly arose above the Forbidden Grounds. The originally clear sky darkened abruptly, heavy clouds converging like a tide of ink from all directions, layer upon layer, suffocating in their oppressive weight. Within the clouds, silver serpents danced wildly. Flashes of lightning illuminated the scene, and the deafening roar of thunder rolled forth, a sense of destructive pressure descending, locking onto a specific point deep within the Forbidden Grounds. Was this the Wind and Thunder Tribulation? Lord Feng, being the most knowledgeable, instantly recognized the origin of this celestial phenomenon, his face paling with horror. The breakthrough of the soul into the celestial realm had triggered the Wind and Thunder Tribulation. Elder Hun Sheng had truly taken that step. Lord Lei's eyes widened like bronze bells, gazing at the terrifying vortex of gathered thunder, his voice slightly dry. Celestial realm soul. This is the first time in my life I have witnessed someone triggering the Wind and Thunder Tribulation upon breaking through to the celestial realm. Elder Hun Sheng is simply a monster. Lord Jian and Lord Huangquan also bore grave expressions, instinctively retreating half a step, as if distancing themselves from the center of the tribulation clouds would grant them a measure of safety. The might of the heavenly tribulation instilled an awe that resonated deep within the soul of any practitioner. The little medical sage's delicate hands clenched slightly, a flicker of concern crossing her glass-like eyes, yet overshadowed by her absolute trust in Hun Sheng. She could sense that the newly born, immensely powerful soul within the Forbidden Grounds, though it had attracted the heavenly tribulation, remained steadfast as a rock, even radiating an exhilarating anticipation. Within the Forbidden Grounds, Hun Sheng slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his world had irrevocably changed. With a mere thought, everything within a radius of hundreds of miles was vividly reflected in his vast sea of consciousness, as boundless as a starry ocean. The veins of leaves, the rise and fall of dust, the subtle flow of energy as disciples trained in the main pavilion. Even the immense and sacred energy of the little medical sage within her body, along with the violently fluctuating auras of the four elders outside the door. All were unprecedentedly clear. His soul power had transformed, no longer misty or liquid, but coalesced into a magnificent, swirling gray-white crystal. The hallmark of a celestial realm soul, the core of the soul's essence. This was the perspective of the early celestial realm soul. A smile involuntarily crept across Hun Sheng's lips, a powerful sensation of mastery over all filling him. The transformation of the soul's level brought about a comprehensive and fundamental enhancement. However, the laws of heaven seemed unwilling to allow such defiant power to emerge easily into the world. Above him, the destructive pressure of thunder had reached its zenith. The wind and thunder tribulation? Hun Sheng raised his gaze to the swirling clouds of lightning, not a trace of fear in his eyes, but rather a flicker of passionate combativeness and intense anticipation. Just right. The newly broken celestial realm soul requires a vigorous tempering to solidify its foundation. And my devourer's art has not feasted on such high-level sustenance for quite some time. He rose to his feet, standing proudly beside the soul-devouring pool. A domineering aura surging forth, as if challenging the oppressive force of the tribulation. Devourer's art activated to its fullest. A colossal, gray-white vortex suddenly formed above his head, deep and seemingly connected to an endless void, exuding a terrifying gravitational pull that devoured all and refined everything. Boom! The first bolt of heavenly thunder, as thick as a python, tore through the darkened sky, accompanied by blinding silver light and an unmatched aura of destruction, crashing down fiercely. Hun Sheng did not flinch or evade. With a thought, the celestial realm's soul power precisely controlled the swirling vortex above his head, causing it to spin rapidly. That violent and ferocious thunderbolt was drawn into the gray-white vortex as if tossed into an abyss. The thunderous energy within the vortex was violently torn, disassembled, refined, and transformed into a pure and domineering torrent of energy, surging into Hun Sheng's body. Oof. As the energy entered his body, Hun Sheng's physique trembled slightly, a sharp burning and tingling sensation coursing through his meridians, but the devourer's art swiftly operated to subdue and absorb this foreign power. The fragments of the laws of heaven and the pure power contained within the thunder energy, instead, solidified his newly broken, somewhat ethereal celestial realm's soul even further, invigorating his fighting spirit significantly. Delightful. Bring on. The light in Hun Sheng's eyes flared, a surge of bravado igniting within him. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens seemed provoked by his defiance, as the second, third, and fourth bolts of heavenly thunder fell in succession, each thicker and more ferocious than the last. The silver light of the thunder illuminated the entire forbidden grounds, as if it were broad daylight, a destructive aura permeating the air. Were it not for the barrier of the forbidden grounds, the entire Liuli pavilion would likely have felt the heart-pounding tremors. Yet, the massive swirling vortex above Hun Sheng's head remained unchanged, like an ancient beast, impervious to the onslaught of thunder, welcoming all with open arms, devouring them whole. Utilizing the exquisite perception granted by his celestial realm soul, he precisely manipulated the operation efficiency and devouring rhythm of the devourer's art, perfectly decomposing, transforming, and absorbing every strand of the thunder's power. What would make an ordinary Dou Zun expert brace themselves, and even risk injury, in the face of the wind and thunder tribulation, had now become an exceptional resource for him to refine his soul and solidify his realm. The fifth, sixth, and seventh bolts. The thunder grew increasingly ferocious, its color gradually shifting from silver to a pale gold, its power multiplying exponentially. Each bolt that struck resonated through the entire forbidden grounds, causing the earth to crack. Hun Sheng's expression remained tranquil, yet the devouring power radiating from him became increasingly terrifying. The gray-white vortex appeared almost tangible, its profound runes flickering erratically, operating frantically, transforming this cataclysmic torrent of energy into the most nourishing sustenance. As the eighth bolt of heavenly thunder descended, it was as thick as a water barrel, shining brilliantly like the spear of the thunder god. At long last, Hun Sheng emitted a low, resonant roar, his feet slightly sinking into the ground as the devouring vortex reached an unparalleled velocity, producing a howling sound as if it were about to tear the very fabric of space. The frenzied golden thunder was forcefully torn apart, consumed, and refined. Finally, the ninth bolt of heavenly lightning, the ultimate judgment. This bolt had transformed into a pure and resplendent gold, resembling a world-devouring golden dragon roaring through the cosmos, embodying the final wrath and destructive intent of the celestial order, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Its might surpassed that of the previous 8 combined, capable of easily wounding or even annihilating a 1-star Dou Zun. It devoured the heavens and the earth. A fierce glint flashed in Hun Sheng's eyes as he thrust his hands upward in a sudden gesture. The massive devouring vortex surged against the odds, expanding dramatically as it actively welcomed the annihilating golden dragon. Boom! The deafening explosion seemed to tear one's very soul apart. The terrifying shockwave of energy instantly radiated outward, violently striking against the barrier of the forbidden zone, stirring up ripples across the sky. The golden lightning and the grayish-white devouring force intertwined chaotically, eroding and obliterating everything. The entire forbidden ground trembled violently. Outside the door, the little medical sage and the four venerable ones felt their hearts leap into their throats, their gazes fixated on the area engulfed by the terrifying energy. Moments later, the dazzling brilliance, bright enough to blind, gradually dissipated. The rampaging energy turbulence began to calm. Everyone hurriedly looked on, only to see Hun Sheng still standing proudly in place, his figure as erect as a pine tree. The devouring vortex above his head slowly vanished, and he exhaled a thick, murky aura crackling with golden lightning. The wind ceased. The thunder quieted, and the clouds dispersed. The sky regained its clarity. The tribulation of wind and thunder had been successfully traversed. Not only that, after fully absorbing the 9 bolts of heavenly lightning, especially the last one that contained a trace of the essence of the laws of destruction, a vast and profound pure energy surged back into Hun Sheng's limbs and meridians. His previously mid-stage 7-star Dou Zone cultivation broke through barriers like a bamboo shoot after rain, propelled by this formidable energy. 8-star Dou Zone. Ultimately, his cultivation stabilized at the initial stage of 8-star Dou Zone. Furthermore, his foundation was extraordinarily solid, and within his Dou Qi, there lingered a trace of the domineering and vigorous essence of thunder, while his physical body and meridians, refined by the heavenly lightning, became even more resilient and expansive. Ha ha ha! Excellent! What a splendid tribulation of wind and thunder! Hun Sheng felt the surging new power within him and could not help but burst into hearty laughter, elated beyond measure. Not only had this solidified his celestial realm soul, but it had also propelled his Dou Qi cultivation to the next level, reaching the 8-star Dou Zone. What a delightful surprise! The devouring life decision truly defies the heavens. At this moment, he felt better than ever. His life force essence was complete, his soul ascended to the celestial realm, and his Dou Qi cultivation had also broken through to the 8-star Dou Zone. His overall combat prowess had undergone a transformative change. With a slight movement of his soul power, he could clearly see at the entrance of the forbidden ground the little medical sage waiting alongside the 4 venerable ones, their expressions tinged with a hint of reverence. Hun Sheng smiled faintly, retracting his surging aura, preparing to step out to meet them. Just then, the familiar and melodious mechanical voice echoed once more in his mind. Ding! Host soul power has successfully broken through to the initial stage of the celestial realm, achieving the hidden milestone of transcendent soul. Calculating rewards. Rewards issued. 500,000 fortune points. Current total fortune points, 538, 500 points. Additional special reward, Celestial Level Advanced Soul Cultivation Combat Technique, Soul Devouring Extermination Technique, Soul Devouring Extermination Technique, Celestial Level Advanced Soul Combat Technique. This technique is not merely a method for cultivating the soul, but is also an exceedingly domineering and enigmatic attack secret art. It is divided into 3 realms. The first realm, Soul Piercing, allows the practitioner to condense soul power into formless and intangible soul spikes, specifically targeting the enemy's soul origin, making it nearly unavoidable with immense power, requiring the soul power to reach the initial stage of the celestial realm for cultivation. The second realm, Exterminate Saint's Thought. With a single thought, it can incite the opponent's inner demons, creating boundless illusions, and even directly condensing the thought of extermination to assault the opponent's soul. Those with lower cultivation or significant disparity in soul power will suffer severe soul injuries, or in severe cases, be obliterated on the spot. Requires soul power to reach the mid-stage of the celestial realm for cultivation. The third realm, Saint's Fall, the ultimate killing move. It burns a portion of the soul origin to condense a terrifying attack capable of threatening or even annihilating the soul of a Dou Saint. Requires soul power to reach the great perfection of the celestial realm for cultivation. Cultivating this technique will also continuously refine one's own soul, making it more aggressive and resilient. A series of system notifications rang out like celestial music, leaving Hun Sheng momentarily stunned. only to be engulfed by overwhelming joy akin to a tsunami. 500,000 fortune points. Moreover, an advanced celestial-level soul attack combat technique. Hun Sheng felt his heart racing and his breath quickening. This reward was undeniably bountiful, so abundant that it exceeded his wildest imagination. System, you are truly remarkable. So generous. Hun Sheng could not help but internally praise, his excitement spilling over. Following the system. Elevating you is a piece of cake, isn't it? The system's reply carried a hint of human-like pride and petulance. Hun Sheng felt somewhat speechless at the system's occasional whimsicality. Yet the gratitude and sense of security he felt were profoundly real. The system truly understands me. He sighed inwardly, a warm current surging through him. He had previously felt a slight pressure due to the dwindling 30,000 fortune points, fearing his reserves were nearing depletion. Little did he expect the system would swiftly deliver a windfall of 500,000. This was akin to a timely gift of coal in winter, no? It was as if he had been presented with a mountain of gold. Instantly, his sense of security soared. Even more exhilarating was the soul-devouring extermination technique. Now, that was a true treasure. Hun Sheng's consciousness delved into the description of the combat technique, his gaze fervent. All along, he possessed formidable soul power at the pinnacle of the soul realm, yet lacked suitable methods for soul cultivation and attack, resulting in his soul power's greatest utility in combat being perception and warning, at best, merely interfering with opponents, failing to deliver effective harm. When facing enemies of equal rank or those stronger, this advantage could not be translated into victory. But now everything had changed. This soul-devouring extermination technique was practically tailor-made for him. Not only did it perfectly align with the devouring characteristics of his devouring life decision, but its might was also terrifyingly unparalleled. From the insidious and peculiar soul-piercing to the area control and damage-dealing exterminate Saint's thought. And finally to the horrifying ultimate move, Saint's fall, which could slay Saints. With this, his celestial realm soul power would genuinely possess fangs. His combat strength was set to undergo an immeasurable enhancement. The resources for challenging higher tiers had become even more formidable. He must cultivate immediately. Master the first realm, soul-piercing. Hun Sheng made his decision in an instant. The sooner he mastered such a powerful combat technique, the sooner he could bolster his combat power. Moreover, having just broken through, his soul power was at its most active and sensitive stage, making it the ideal moment to cultivate soul combat techniques for maximum efficiency. However, Xiao and the four elders were still waiting outside. Hun Sheng pondered briefly, his celestial realm soul power subtly moving, as he sent a clear and gentle soul transmission that crossed space directly into the little medical sage's heart. Xiao, I have successfully emerged from seclusion. All is well. And I have gained significant rewards. However, I need to remain in close cultivation for another day to stabilize my cultivation and practice a newly acquired soul secret art. Please arrange for the four elders to rest in the guest quarters for now, as I will require their assistance upon my emergence tomorrow. At the entrance of the forbidden ground, the little medical sage, who is anxiously observing the chaotic scene within due to the thunder tribulation, suddenly heard Hun Sheng's gentle yet powerful voice resonating in her mind. She was momentarily taken aback, but soon a serene smile blossomed on her exquisite face. She inclined her head slightly towards the forbidden area and then turned to the four elders behind her, who were still somewhat dazed from the recent series of shocks. With a charming smile, she remarked, "Esteemed elders, Soulborn has transmitted a message to me. He requires one more day of seclusion to stabilize his realm. He has sensed your arrival and is exceedingly pleased, specifically instructing me to ensure you are well received. I kindly invite you to follow me to the guest quarters to rest, and we shall discuss everything further once Soulborn emerges tomorrow. Shall we?" Upon hearing this, the four elders had no objections. What they had witnessed today had already left them utterly astounded by the unfathomable depth of the Lioli Pavilion and the astonishing progress of its two core figures. They would willingly wait not just a day, but even 10 days or half a month, if necessary. "As you wish, Alliance Leader." The four of them clasped their hands in a gesture of utmost respect. The little medical fairy smiled with satisfaction, gracefully leading the four elders towards the elegant guest quarters prepared for distinguished visitors. Within the forbidden area, Soulborn sensed that the little medical fairy had taken the four elders away, and he felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. He took a deep breath, his gaze transforming into one of unwavering focus and fervor. His thoughts delved into the system space, where a scroll emanating a profound luminescence seemingly composed of countless soul runes, slowly materialized, the soul-devouring and holy slaying technique. Chapter 96. The initial form of soul-devouring, inviting battle with 3 elders. In the tranquil chamber of the forbidden area, Soulborn sat cross-legged, his mind thoroughly immersed in his consciousness sea. The scroll, forged from countless dark and profound soul runes, hovered quietly above the core of his soul's origin. Just before a grayish-white crystal, Soulborn, wielding the power of a newly ascended heavenly realm soul, cautiously probed into the scroll. Boom! In an instant, an overwhelming torrent of obscure information surged into his consciousness like a flood breaking through a dam. An array of analyses regarding the essence of the soul, the exquisite manipulation of soul energy, and various formidable and esoteric attack methods cascaded upon him, deeply profound and intricate. Had his soul, previously at the pinnacle of the spiritual realm, attempted to absorb such a vast amount of information, it would likely have resulted in immediate overload and excruciating headaches. Yet now, the might of his heavenly realm soul was manifesting in full glory. The core of his soul's origin began to rotate gently, emanating a soft and steady glow, akin to the most sophisticated processor, methodically categorizing, comprehending, absorbing, and digesting the information. He bypassed the overarching concepts and subsequent deeper content, concentrating all his mental faculties on the first level of the soul-devouring and holy slaying technique, soul-piercing. The cultivation methods for soul-piercing, the trajectories of energy operation, the techniques for condensing and compressing soul power, and the critical essence of breaking the soul were indelibly etched into the depths of his soul. Within the consciousness sea, Soulborn's soul entity commenced a simulation of practice. He summoned forth the vast soul power, attempting to compress and refine it according to the arcane methods of the soul-devouring and holy slaying technique. Initially, the soul power was like an untamed wild stallion. Difficult to tame, it would dissipate whenever it reached a certain level of concentration. However, Soulborn remained undeterred. The heavenly realm soul endowed him with unparalleled control and patience. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times he tirelessly endeavored, adjusting and perceiving. Time slipped by unnoticed in the depths of his cultivation. Outside, the sun and moon cycled, and soon a day had passed. By noon of the following day, the blazing sunlight streamed through the crevices of the tranquil chamber. Soulborn's tightly shut eyes suddenly sprang open. Deep within his gaze, no longer was there swirling chaos, but rather a glimmer of an almost imperceptible grayish-white light, sharp enough to pierce the very soul of a person. A confident and fierce smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. Success. Within his consciousness sea, a slender, dark gray, nearly transparent spike, merely an inch in length, quietly hovered. This spike, seemingly insignificant, contained nearly 30% of Soulborn's current heavenly realm soul power, compressed to an extreme, exuding an unsettling sharpness and eerie stillness, as if born solely to obliterate souls. The first level of the advanced heavenly soul combat technique, soul-piercing, had been initially mastered, though it was not yet thoroughly refined, and its power far from its peak. Its rudimentary form was established, capable of unleashing astonishing lethality. Soulborn rose to his feet, feeling the presence of that terrifyingly powerful soul spike within his consciousness sea. A surge of formidable confidence filled his heart. He was eager to find a suitable opponent to test the might of his soul-piercing. With a thought, the power of his heavenly realm soul spread like mercury, instantly enveloping the entire main hall of the Liuli Pavilion. The scene within the main hall vividly appeared in his perception. The little medical fairy sat regally at the head, exuding an air of noble grace. At the lower positions, the Wind Elder, Thunder Elder, Sword Elder, and Netherworld Elder were seated in succession, enjoying spirit tea and engaging in lively conversation. Suddenly, the booming voice of the Thunder Elder rang out, filled with admiration and envy. Alliance leader, you have no idea. In all my years, I have never encountered a cultivation environment as rich and pure as this. The training conditions here far surpass even the thunder pool of my Wind and Thunder Pavilion, tenfold at the very least. And that soul-devouring tower, the cleansing pool, oh, it truly makes me envious. The Sword Elder nodded slightly, rarely speaking more than a few words. But now he added, my disciples report that the collection in the Scripture Pavilion is astounding. Many long-lost combat techniques have been included. The depth of your sect is beyond measure. The Netherworld Elder, with a raspy voice, interjected, the The task pavilion system is well structured, and the rewards are generous. The disciples are exceedingly motivated. Over time, the sect's strength will undoubtedly soar. The Wind Elder stroked his beard and chuckled. The most astonishing aspect is that teleportation array. Having experienced it yesterday, I still find it unbelievable. With such a device connecting the Alliance, our cohesion will reach unprecedented levels, greatly enhancing our ability to confront any risks. He then shifted his gaze towards the little medical fairy, curiosity mingled with awe in his eyes. Alliance leader, with Elder Soulborn's recent seclusion attracting the heavenly tribulation. His power must have surged to an unimaginable level, right? I have long heard that once soul power transcends into the heavenly realm, it possesses strength comparable to the combat sovereigns. Is this true? Before the Wind Elder's words could fully settle, a clear, cheerful voice suddenly interjected within the hall. Oh? Elder Wind, you are quite curious, aren't you? How about we have all the elders spar with me? With this declaration, the space beside the main seat rippled like water. And Soulborn stepped forth with a smile, his gaze lingering especially on the thunder, sword, and netherworld elders for a moment. Space power. The four elders nearly simultaneously leaped from their seats, their faces etched with disbelief. Particularly the Wind Elder, whose eyes widened to saucers. Fixated on the still, unsettled ripples of space where Soulborn had just appeared, his voice trembling with astonishment. You traversed through space? This is an ability that only a combat sovereign can barely master. Elder Soulborn, you actually mastered it while still in the combat sect? Such talent is simply monstrous among monstrosities. This is unprecedented, absolutely unprecedented. He was so excited that his words stumbled. The other three elders exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock and awe in their eyes. The mastery of space power by someone at the combat sect level transcended their understanding. Soulborn was continuously redefining their perceptions of genius. The Thunder Elder suddenly smacked his thigh, his booming laughter reverberating through the hall. Ha! Excellent. With both the Alliance leader and Elder Soulborn, these two extraordinary prodigies, how could the Alliance not rise? How could it not flourish? I am utterly at ease regarding the future of our esteemed Five Directions Alliance. Ha ha ha! Though the Sword Sovereign and the Netherworld Sovereign have yet to utter a word, their resolute nods and the unwavering conviction reflected in their eyes speak volumes. With a subtle smile, Hun Sheng cupped his hands towards the four elders, apologizing for the slight delay in his training, and expressed his hope for their understanding. His demeanor was humble, yet the palpable aura emanating from him, a blend of the pressure of a transcendent soul and the formidable presence of an 8-star Dou Zone, instilled a sense of caution among the four sovereigns, prompting them to reciprocate with respectful gestures. Elder Hun Sheng, you are far too kind. It is we who intrude upon your time. Hun Sheng's gaze shifted to the Thunder Sovereign, the Sword Sovereign, and the Netherworld Sovereign, his smile broadening, though tinged with a flicker of eager combativeness. Esteemed elders, during the Four Directions Conference, I was deeply impressed by your exceptional skills displayed in your spar with Sienna. Regrettably, my own strength was insufficient at that time, and I missed the opportunity to learn from your esteemed techniques. It is a source of great regret for me. Pausing briefly, his tone turned earnest. Now that I have fortuitously broken through to the initial stage of the heavenly realm, my control over this newfound power is still lacking, and I am in dire need of practical experience. Might I request the honor of sparring with the three revered elders, to gauge just how far my soul power can take me? Only utilizing soul power? Upon hearing this, the Thunder Sovereign's eyes widened with intense curiosity and excitement. Elder Hun Sheng, are you truly serious? I have long wished to witness the might of a heavenly realm soul. However, he glanced at the Sword Sovereign and the Netherworld Sovereign, scratching his head. Are you suggesting a 1 against 3? Wouldn't that be a bit presumptuous? Though we may not be particularly talented, we are indeed bona fide Dou Zones. Would that not imply we are taking advantage of our numbers? Hun Sheng let out a hearty laugh, brimming with confidence. There is no need for any concerns, esteemed elders. This is merely a friendly exchange, meant to be lighthearted. I would be immensely grateful for your willingness to be my sparring partners. Feel free to unleash your full might. Seeing Hun Sheng's unwavering determination and abundant confidence, the Thunder Sovereign's initial reservations were swiftly replaced by a burning desire for battle. He laughed heartily. Excellent. Truly, Elder Hun Sheng, at such a young age, to possess such audacity and confidence. I am in admiration. Let us proceed, as you suggest. Old Jian, Old Nether, what say you? The Sword Sovereign maintained a stoic expression, yet his hand had already rested upon the hilt of his sword, coldly responding, agreed. The Netherworld sovereign let out a gravelly chuckle. To experience the might of a heavenly realm soul is a rare opportunity indeed. Satisfied with their responses, Hun Sheng turned toward the petite medical sage seated at the head of the hall, gently saying, Xian, I would trouble you to accompany Elder Feng to the Martial Valley outside the sect to await our arrival. I shall join the three esteemed elders shortly thereafter. The medical sage rose gracefully, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a smile as she looked at Hun Sheng, softly advising, Be careful, do not injure the three elders. Her words radiated absolute confidence in him. She then nodded slightly to Elder Feng. At that moment, Elder Feng, brimming with excitement and anticipation for this unprecedented spar, promptly responded, Alliance leader, please. The two of them harnessed the power of spatial energy, tearing through the fabric of space, and vanished from the Grand Hall. Within the hall, only Hun Sheng remained with the Thunder, Sword, and Netherworld sovereigns. Maintaining his smile, he gestured invitingly. Esteemed elders, shall we begin? The three sovereigns exchanged glances, each detecting the seriousness and intense battle spirit reflected in the other's eyes. Elder Hun Sheng, please. In the next instant, all four figures melded into space, disappearing without a trace. The great hall returned to silence, save for the lingering ripples of spatial energy and the impending aura of an extraordinary confrontation, heralding the onset of a remarkable contest beyond the sect. Chapter 97. Soul Pressure of the Three Sovereigns. Pill bestows unity of hearts. Outside the sect, in a vast valley. This location was a dedicated training ground established by the Lioli Pavilion, with the ground specially reinforced and surrounded by powerful protective barriers, capable of withstanding the aftermath of battles at the high-tier Dou zone level. The medical sage and Elder Feng had been awaiting their arrival. Dressed in a flowing Lioli gown, the medical sage stood gracefully atop a high slope, the mountain breeze caressing her skirt, making her appear as if she were a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Her exquisite visage adorned with a serene and confident smile. Elder Feng stood a short distance behind her, his expression serious yet filled with uncontainable anticipation. His gaze fixed intensely upon the center of the valley. As the space subtly rippled, for figures abruptly materialized. Hun Sheng, clad in pristine white, stood calmly with his hands clasped behind him, a tranquil expression gracing his face, the corners of his mouth curving into a barely perceptible smile, as if he were about to engage in not a fierce battle against three opponents, but rather a light-hearted game. Opposite him, the Thunder Sovereign, Sword Sovereign, and Netherworld Sovereign arranged themselves in a triangular formation. The Thunder Sovereign cracked his knuckles, silver lightning coursing around him with a ferocious energy, while the Sword Sovereign gripped his sword hilt, embodying a legendary blade poised to be unsheathed, an aura of sharpness slicing through the air. The Netherworld Sovereign was enveloped in a swirling mass of dark gray mist, within which anguished wails echoed, the eerie atmosphere unsettling. The three Dou zone powerhouses released their pressures simultaneously, causing the very air of the valley to nearly solidify, the oppressive force rendering even the most ordinary Dou zone unable to move forward. Elder Hun Sheng, be cautious. The Thunder Sovereign, known for his impulsive nature, shouted, shattering the tense silence. He understood the peculiarities of the heavenly realm soul and would not grant his opponent the luxury of a calm initiation. With a flash of lightning beneath his feet, he prepared to charge forward and close the distance. However, Hun Sheng was swifter. The moment the Thunder Sovereign's voice faded, Hun Sheng's gaze sharpened. Esteemed elders, I must apologize for any offense. Instead of a cataclysmic explosion of energy, what followed was an invisible yet immense and overwhelming pressure, akin to a dormant volcano erupting after millennia, or the relentless crashing waves of an infinite ocean, surging from Hun Sheng towards the three sovereigns with terrifying force. The power of the heavenly realm soul unleashed in full. Buzz, the Thunder Sovereign, caught off guard, felt as though an invisible hammer had struck his head violently. A deafening ringing filled his ears, and darkness engulfed his vision, the energy he had just summoned instantly spiraling into chaos. His forward momentum abruptly halted, and he stumbled momentarily. The Sword Sovereign's sharp sword intent, previously soaring high, flickered like a candle in the wind under the onslaught of this pure soul pressure, as if it might extinguish at any moment. He let out a muffled groan, his hand trembling on the hilt, struggling to draw his blade. The heavy sense of oppression from the soul realm made him feel as though he were attempting to wield his sword within a quagmire, immensely arduous. The Netherworld Sovereign's dark gray mist roiled violently, the wails within abruptly silenced as if someone had clutched their throats. His complexion paled as he sensed his soul laid bare under the scorching sun, the chilling aura being thoroughly suppressed by the overwhelming soul power. One extraordinarily potent soul pressure. Elder Feng, observing from the sidelines, felt his pupils constrict, a gasp escaping his lips. Though he stood outside the center of the combat, he could still faintly perceive the heart-stopping fluctuations. Merely imposing such pressure was enough to leave the three formidable three-star Dou Zongs in such a disarray. Indeed, the heavenly realm soul is as fearsome as rumors suggest. I cannot allow him to dictate the pace. Close the distance. The sword's sovereign gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort at the soul level, and barked out his command. He understood that the weakness of soul cultivators often lay in their physical bodies and close combat. Thunderclap fist. The Thunder Sovereign steadied his mind with great effort, roaring as silver lightning enveloped his fist, imbued with destructive power, and once more hurled himself towards Hun Sheng. Netherworld grasp. The Netherworld Sovereign waved his sleeve, summoning a gigantic ghostly hand formed from dark gray mist, tearing through the air as it reached for Hun Sheng. Shadowless blade. At long last, the Sword Sovereign seized the fleeting opportunity, drawing forth his longsword. The blade's radiance, akin to a venomous serpent emerging from its lair, glimmered with the faintest hint of starlight as it lunged directly towards the vital throat of Hun Sheng. Despite their extensive combat experience, the three Dou Zun warriors quickly regained their footing after the initial soul shock, instantly demonstrating a seamless coordination. Three formidable combat techniques assailed from different directions, effectively sealing off every possible escape route for Hun Sheng. Yet, in the face of this combined assault, capable of gravely injuring or even slaying a three-star Dou Zun, Hun Sheng's countenance betrayed not the slightest hint of panic. Just as the attacks were about to make contact, an enigmatic distortion rippled through the space surrounding him. Whoosh! The trio's strikes passed through Hun Sheng's form without resistance, crashing into the ground with a deafening roar, leaving behind three immense craters. A mere afterimage? The Lightning Sovereign exclaimed in astonishment. Above him, the Sword Sovereign felt an instinctive jolt, abruptly looking up. There, high above, Hun Sheng's figure hovered several dozen meters in the air, his garments billowing gracefully akin to a deity. He had ingeniously manipulated the subtleties of space to execute a short-distance leap at the critical moment, leaving behind a strikingly realistic spatial afterimage to confound his adversaries. Such mastery over spatial power. The Wind Sovereign was once again profoundly astonished. Typically, Dou Zun practitioners wield spatial energy primarily for travel or broad spatial confinement, but Hun Sheng's precise evasion in the heat of battle, devoid of any hint of smoke or fire, demanded an extraordinary comprehension and control over space. This utterly shattered his previous understanding. Soul shock. Hovering above, Hun Sheng's eyes glowed with a brilliant grayish-white light. A more refined surge of soul energy coalesced into an invisible tide, crashing in wave after wave against the minds of the three warriors below. Instantly, they were beset by excruciating headaches, their souls trembling, their previously summoned fighting spirit becoming sluggish once more, their movements delayed. Cursed be this insufferable soul power. The Lightning Sovereign roared in frustration, his body crackling with lightning as he desperately sought to dispel the pervasive soul interference. We must restrict his movements. Sword net strangle. The Sword Sovereign, suppressing his discomfort, wielded his long sword with fervor, unleashing countless piercing sword energies that whistled through the air, interweaving into a colossal sword net that enveloped Hun Sheng, blocking all avenues for his spatial leaps. Soul-binding chains of the Yellow Springs. The Yellow Springs Sovereign, exerting all his strength, conjured gray-black mist that transformed into several chains inscribed with runes, shooting towards Hun Sheng like venomous serpents. These chains were not mere physical attacks. They possessed the ability to subtly interfere with and bind the soul. Faced with this dual onslaught, Hun Sheng raised an eyebrow. With a mere thought, the power of the celestial realm's soul coalesced before him into an imperceptible yet formidable shield. Clang, clang, clang. Countless sword energies struck against the soul shield, producing a resonant sound akin to metal clashing, yet failing to penetrate even a fraction. The gray-black, soul-binding chains, upon colliding with the shield, merely caused it to ripple without gaining any ground. Such solidity in soul power. The Yellow Springs Sovereign gasped in disbelief. His soul chains, effective against spiritual entities, could hardly shake Hun Sheng's defense formed from celestial realm soul energy. You two assist me. Seeing the situation, The lightning sovereign knew he could no longer hold back. He roared, unleashing his fighting spirit without reservation, as silver lightning surged wildly, coalescing above him into a massive sphere that emanated a heart-stopping wave of destruction. Wind and thunder cataclysm cannon. The Sword Sovereign and the Yellow Springs Sovereign recognized the critical moment and simultaneously poured their immense fighting spirit into the Lightning Sovereign. The sphere swelled further, its hue shifting from silver to a dark golden shade, its contained power causing the Wind Sovereign, observing from afar, to pale in shock. Go! United. The three propelled the dark golden sphere, imbued with terrifying power, towards Hun Sheng. This strike had reached the zenith of a 4-star Dou Qi full might. They could scarcely believe that Hun Sheng could withstand it solely with his soul power. Hun Sheng regarded the oncoming dark golden sphere, which seemed intent on annihilating everything in its path. His expression finally turning serious. He slowly raised his right hand and extended his index finger. There was no grandiose display, no dazzling brilliance. All celestial realm soul energy surged inward at that moment, compressing and coalescing, following the arcane trajectory of the soul devouring and holy execution technique, ultimately transforming into an exceedingly refined grayish thread, the soul devouring spike. Soul devouring spike, go! Hun Sheng silently intoned. The grayish thread vanished in an instant. In the next moment, the trio of the lightning, sword, and yellow spring sovereigns, who were straining to maintain the wind and thunder cataclysm cannon, suddenly froze in place. Ugh! They simultaneously released agonized groans, as if their souls had been pierced by a searing steel needle. It was a pain beyond description, directly impacting the essence of their souls. Their faces turned ashen, and they could not contain the blood that erupted from their mouths. The surging fighting spirit within them dissipated abruptly, like a punctured balloon, and the dark golden sphere, which had gathered their combined might sufficient to obliterate mountains, lost its sustaining energy, violently fluctuated, and then exploded, scattering into a myriad of fading lightning sparks that slowly dissipated into the ether. Thud! 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 The three sovereigns, utterly drained, could no longer sustain flight. Collapsing from the sky, kneeling on one knee, barely supporting themselves as they gazed up at the figure clad in white, their eyes filled with shock, dread, and a hint of incredulous reverence. They had scarcely perceived how he had struck. They only felt a searing pain in their souls before their utter defeat. What a bizarre and terrifying attack. Silence enveloped the valley. The Wind Sovereign stood, dumbfounded, his back drenched in cold sweat. He could not fathom what had just transpired. He had witnessed his three companions conjure a formidable strike, only to simultaneously spew blood in a sudden collapse, as if possessed. The smile on the little medical fairy's face remained serene, as if she had anticipated this outcome all along. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with deep affection and pride as she gazed at Hun Sheng. Slowly descending from the air, Hun Sheng's aura was steady, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Approaching the three sovereigns, he extended a hand in a gesture of support, speaking sincerely, "Esteemed elders, I concede. In this spar, my victory was unmerited as I exploited your unfamiliarity with celestial realm soul techniques. Had you charged in recklessly from the outset, denying me the opportunity to deploy my soul powers, I fear the outcome would have been reversed." The three elders exchanged bittersweet smiles upon hearing his words. Recognizing Hun Sheng's gesture of courtesy, breathing heavily, the lightning sovereign shook his head in admiration, saying, "Elder Hun Sheng, there is no need to spare our dignity. Defeat is defeat, and we accept it wholeheartedly. That final strike of yours was simply unfathomable, utterly unavoidable. Even had we attacked with all our might from the beginning, the result would likely have been unchanged. Today, I have thoroughly understood the power of celestial realm soul. I humbly bow to your superiority." The Sword Sovereign, clutching his still aching forehead, managed to utter, "Elder Hun Sheng's strength is unparalleled. I am in awe." The Yellow Springs Sovereign nodded with difficulty, seemingly devoid of the strength to speak, clearly suffering significant soul damage. At that moment, the little medical fairy gracefully descended beside Hun Sheng. With a flick of her delicate hand, a warm jade vial appeared in her palm, the cork removed, and 3 round, translucent pills, exuding a rich vitality and medicinal fragrance, floated precisely before the 3 sovereigns. "You have all worked hard, esteemed elders. This is a 7th grade intermediate pill, the Soul Revival Pill, which is remarkably effective for healing soul injuries. Please take it promptly to avoid lingering hazards." The little medical fairy spoke gently, yet her voice carried an authoritative weight that commanded trust. The three esteemed elders sensed the overwhelming potency of the elixir, feeling a mix of gratitude and humility as they hurriedly expressed their thanks and consumed it. As the pill entered their bellies, a warm and soothing energy swiftly spread throughout, nurturing their wounded souls, and their countenances gradually improved. "This is not the place for conversation. Let us first return to the main hall," suggested the little medical sage. Naturally, there was no dissent among the group. In a flash, the six figures tore through the fabric of space, instantly reappearing in the grand hall of the Lioli Pavilion. Upon returning to the hall, the three elders who had taken the elixir immediately sat cross-legged, channeling their energies to disperse the medicinal properties and heal their injuries. The Wind Elder stood guard nearby, his gaze complex as he watched Hun Sheng engage in quiet conversation with the little medical sage. Although Hun Sheng appeared to be conversing, his mind had already delved deep into contemplation. "System, please check if there exists a pill that can safely elevate those below the 5-star Dou Zun to 2 or 3-star prowess, without adversely affecting their future cultivation foundations." He had long deliberated. While the alliance of the four directions had been established, the high-end combat power consisted mainly of the peak 4-star Elder Feng and the other 3-star Elder Dou Zuns, aside from the little medical sage and his unconventional prowess. Their strength was commendable among the top factions of Zhongzhou, yet it was far from sufficient to elevate the alliance to the upper echelons and confront future challenges. Their strengths must be enhanced swiftly. Undoubtedly, this was the most direct and effective means to solidify the alliance and win the hearts of the people. Beep. Command received. Querying the database. Searching, matching relevant pills, filtering for optimal options. Beep. Query complete. Recommended exchange. 8th rank intermediate pill. Zunji Pazhang Dan. Pill name. Zunji Pazhang Dan. Rank. 8th rank intermediate. Effects. This pill contains a fragment of the laws of heaven and earth, infused with immense pure energy. Specifically designed for Dou Zun experts. Those below 5-star Dou Zun can disregard bottlenecks, directly elevating their prowess by 2 to 3 stars, while slightly refining their Dou Qi and solidifying their foundations. There are absolutely no side effects, and it does not impact future potential. Exchange requirement, 20,000 fortune points per pill. Calculating swiftly in his mind, Hun Sheng decided to exchange for 6 pills. Beep. Exchange successful. 120,000 fortune points have been deducted. Current remaining fortune points, 418,500. The pills have been transferred to the system space. With a thought, an ancient and elegant jade box materialized in his hand. As he opened the box, an enchanting fragrance emanated, invigorating enough to stimulate the Dou Qi within, instantly capturing the attention of the 3 healing elders and the Wind Elder. Inside the box lay 4 pills the size of Longan, resting serenely. Their surfaces were as smooth as jade, exhibiting a profound starlit hue, with naturally formed patterns reminiscent of celestial movements, exuding an aura of mystery, accompanied by faint whispers of energy tides. The Wind Elder, standing closest, felt a surge of vitality in his Dou Qi, stimulated by the fragrance, and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Though unfamiliar with this pill, he recognized that its manifestations and effects far exceeded the 7th rank pill previously presented by the little medical sage. The 3 elders, Lei, Jian, and Huangquan, also momentarily set aside their injuries, their eyes fixed upon the 4 pills, their breaths growing heavier. Instinctively, they understood that these pills held immense benefits for them. Hun Sheng offered a subtle smile, presenting the jade box to the 4 elders, and declared, "Esteemed elders, this pill is known as Zunji Pazhang Dan, an 8th rank intermediate pill. Its effects may assist you in breaking through years of stagnation, elevating your prowess by 2 to 3 stars, with no adverse repercussions." What? An 8th rank pill, elevating by 2 to 3 stars, and with no after effects? Even the 4 elders, seasoned and composed as they were, felt their heads spin in disbelief at Hun Sheng's seemingly casual words, questioning whether they were hallucinating due to their injuries. An 8th rank pill, such a treasure was coveted by Dou Zun experts, and its effects were nothing short of miraculous. This gift was overwhelmingly generous. The lay elder's eyes widened like saucers, trembling with excitement as he suddenly lifted his head, his voice hoarse with emotion. "Hun Sheng Elder, is this truly the case? This pill can really help me advance further?" "I never speak lightly," Hun Sheng affirmed with a nod. "As the alliance stands united, we must progress together. With your strengths enhanced, the alliance of the 5 directions can firmly establish itself in Zhongzhou, unafraid of any challenges." With a resounding thud, the lay elder knelt on one knee, clasping his fists above his head, his voice booming and sincere. "Thank you, Elder Hun Sheng, for your generous gift. Am not eloquent, but from this day forth, both my wind and thunder pavilion will heed only the commands of the alliance leader and Elder Hun Sheng. Should I harbor any treachery, may heaven and earth punish me." The Jian and Huangquan elders also bowed deeply without hesitation, their demeanor filled with unprecedented respect and fervor. "Thank you, Elder Hun Sheng. This kindness shall be etched in our memories. We pledge our utmost loyalty to the alliance." The Wind Elder took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, casting a serious glance at Hun Sheng and the little medical sage. Before bowing profoundly, Alliance Leader Elder Hun Sheng, "I, Feng Xian, on behalf of the Xingyan Pavilion, express my heartfelt gratitude. I shall spare no effort for the alliance." The four elders understood that the value of this pill was immeasurable. It was not merely a boost in strength, but also a beacon of hope toward higher realms. The magnitude of this favor was beyond words, transforming their gratitude into unwavering loyalty to the alliance, to the Lioli Pavilion, and to these two youthful figures before them. "Please rise, esteemed elders," Hun Sheng urged, extending a hand in a gesture of support. "Though the pills are excellent, they must be refined promptly. You should return to seclusion now. The affairs of the sect and the alliance can be entrusted to us for the time being. I look forward to the day you emerge as pillars of strength for our alliance, commanding respect throughout Zhongzhou. Rest assured, we shall not disappoint the expectations of the alliance leader and the elders." The four responded in unison, their voices brimming with excitement and determination. They carefully accepted the life-altering pills from Hun Sheng, treating them as if they were priceless treasures. After bowing once more, they could hardly contain their eagerness as they tore through space, vanishing from the grand hall to return to their respective pavilions for seclusion. Observing their departure, Hun Sheng exchanged a knowing smile with the little medical sage. In a soft voice, she remarked, "Now they're truly bound to our Lioli Pavilion's chariot of war by your grand gesture." Hun Sheng wrapped his arm around her slender waist, smiling. "The strength of the alliance ensures the strength of the Lioli Pavilion. This investment is worthwhile." Glancing at the system panel reflecting his ample fortune points, he added, "After all, we are not lacking in resources." The four 8th-rank pills had subtly but irrevocably captured the hearts of the four elders. Thus, the foundation of this alliance had finally become as solid as a rock. Chapter 98. The pill bestowed upon Sun Yuan, heartfelt commitment to the path of discipleship. Within the main hall, tranquility returned momentarily following the hasty departure of the four elders, leaving only Hun Sheng and the little medical sage. The air still lingered with the remnants of the fierce energy fluctuations from their earlier spar and the excitement of the elders' departure. Hun Sheng cast a gentle gaze upon the enchanting woman beside him, flipping his wrist once more to reveal another ancient and warm jade box in his palm. This box mirrored the one that had housed the Zunji Pazhang Dan. He delicately opened the lid, and once again, an extraordinary fragrance wafted through the air, resonating with Dou Qi, as within the box lay yet another Zunji Pazhang Dan, shimmering with starlight and adorned with intricate patterns. A flicker of surprise crossed the little medical sage's beautiful eyes as she looked at Hun Sheng. Hun Sheng extended the jade box towards her with a smile, saying, "Xianer, please deliver this pill to Elder Sun Yuan." The young healer took the jade box into her hands, feeling the immense energy contained within the elixir. And with a hint of perplexity, she inquired, "Elder Sun Yuan? He is currently at the 1-star Dozun level, and this elixir would undoubtedly be of the greatest benefit to him. Yet, why have you chosen to grant him a singular pill?" Her keen intellect immediately sensed the deeper implications behind this move orchestrated by Hun Sheng. Hun Sheng nodded, elucidating. Elder Sun Yuan has been stagnating at the 1-star Dozun realm for decades, his foundation remarkably solid. Yet he is in dire need of a pivotal opportunity for breakthrough and sufficient energy to guide him. When he initially agreed to leave his secluded abode to serve as the Grand Elder of our Lioli Pavilion, it is likely that he harbored intentions of utilizing this platform and its resources to seek that elusive chance for advancement. He paused momentarily before continuing. This extreme barrier-breaking pill is akin to a long-awaited rainfall for him. With his years of accumulated strength, consuming this elixir would enable him to at least ascend to the 3-star Dozun level, and he may even aspire to challenge the 4-star threshold. Furthermore, this pill contains a fragment of the laws of heaven and earth. Its mild properties can expand his meridians and subtly enhance his cultivation aptitude. I believe that, Given sufficient future opportunities, he could leverage the foundation laid by this elixir to break through to the semi-saint realm without significant difficulty. At this point, Hun Sheng shook his head slightly, his tone imbued with an objective critique. As for the Dou Qi realm, based solely on his innate talents and roots, without a fateful opportunity to defy the heavens, it is unlikely that he will ever reach it in his lifetime. However, even achieving the semi-saint level would vastly exceed his initial expectations and dreams. He gazed intently at the young healer, his eyes shimmering with wisdom. Xianer, do you think that such a pill, capable of liberating him from his prolonged stagnation and bestowing upon him hope for ascension to greater heights, would be sufficient to ensure his unwavering loyalty to the sect? Upon hearing this, the young healer delicately caressed the smooth jade box with her slender fingers, lifting her crystalline gaze to cast a teasing glance at Hun Sheng, her voice laced with playful reproach. Ah, you are indeed meticulous in your calculations regarding human hearts. First, it was the 4 Elder Alliance members, and now it is Elder Xiao Yan. Each precious 8th-grade elixir you distribute paves the way for a cadre of future stalwarts, filled with potential and unwavering loyalty. Your cunning is truly awe-inspiring. She sighed softly, her tone rich with recognition and reliance, yet it is thanks to your strategic foresight that our Lioli Pavilion and the Wufang Tianfu Alliance have flourished so rapidly in such a short span, solidifying our foundation. However, her voice shifted as she leaned in closer, exhaling softly, a hint of mischief dancing in her smile. She whispered, "But tell me, with my unwavering devotion and compliance to you, have I unwittingly fallen into some kind of trap?" Hun Sheng's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, his gaze flickering as he instinctively touched his nose. Her words had inadvertently struck a chord deep within him, awakening a secret from the past. Back in the poisoned sect, to bind this future powerhouse burdened with a toxic body to his side, he had indeed employed the power of the system, utilizing a special item known as the love goo to subtly enhance the young healer's affection and reliance on him. However, after enduring countless trials and tribulations together, that initial fondness born from the love goo had naturally evolved into a profound and genuine love through their mutual support and honest exchanges. Unbeknownst to him, he had already fallen deeply in love with this gentle exterior concealing a resilient heart, a girl willing to give everything for him. The effects of the love goo had long since dissipated by the time their hearts had intertwined. In this moment, his feelings for Xianer were genuine and unadulterated. The fact that he had disclosed such a significant secret about the system to her was the best proof of his sincerity. Gazing at the young healer's beautiful visage adorned with a playful smile, Hun Sheng set aside his embarrassment, his gaze transforming into one of profound sincerity and affection. He reached out, gently grasping her delicate hand, and spoke softly, "Xianer, you have indeed fallen into my trap." The young healer was momentarily taken aback, not expecting him to acknowledge it. Yet Hun Sheng continued passionately, "But this trap is woven with genuine intent, and it is called a lifetime. You are the one I, Hun Sheng, have determined to protect and cherish with all my being. Would you be willing to remain in this trap forever?" This sudden, unabashed declaration of deep affection struck her like the sweetest honey, instantly reaching the softest recesses of her heart. Her cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple, and she instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand, only to find it held more firmly by Hun Sheng. Lowering her gaze, she bit her lip, her voice barely above a whisper, laced with shyness. "How naughty! Who would want to be trapped in your snare for a lifetime?" Despite her words, the slight tremor of her fingers and the lingering warmth in her eyes had already betrayed her true feelings. Hun Sheng, witnessing her coy demeanor, felt an overwhelming surge of affection and could not help but burst into laughter, the earlier awkwardness dissipating into thin air. After a moment of tenderness, Hun Sheng seemed to recall something and added, "By the way, Xianer, I have Tea prepared an extreme barrier-breaking pill for you." The young healer lifted her head, the blush still lingering on her cheeks, yet her usual composure and wisdom returned as she smiled. "What? Are you already showing favoritism, withholding good things from me?" Hun Sheng quickly waved his hands in protest, laughing. "How could I dare? My Xianer is the alliance leader. I would gladly give you the best of the world. However, this elixir, while potent, would yield minimal effects for those at the 5-star Dozuan level and above. You have just recently broken through to the peak of the 6-star Dozuan realm, and your foundation is not yet entirely stable. You need time to refine your Lioli sacred heart and acclimate to your surging power. At this moment, it is crucial to avoid hasty pursuits. Recklessly using elixirs to hasten your cultivation could destabilize your foundation and impede your future potential. The young healer understood this reasoning, recognizing that she had merely been jesting. She nodded, her voice soft. Rest assured, am I the type to disregard the bigger picture? I comprehend your intentions. Stabilizing my realm is indeed of paramount importance. Hun Sheng smiled with relief, feeling fortunate to have such a partner. The two engaged in tender conversation for a while, estimating that Elder Yuan must have finished his affairs. The young healer then utilized the sect's secret method to send a message to him. Before long, Elder Yuan, clad in a gray robe and exuding a solemn aura, entered the grand hall with quick strides, respectfully bowing to the two seated individuals. Pavilion Master, Deputy Pavilion Master, I wonder what summons you have for me. His gaze involuntarily swept over the jade box, still open in the young healer's hands, catching a whiff of the peculiar medicinal fragrance. A flicker of barely perceptible confusion passing through his eyes, yet he refrained from probing further. The young healer smiled gently, extending the jade box forward, her voice warm yet imbued with undeniable authority. Elder, this elixir is called the Extreme Barrier-Breaking Pill, a mid-level 8th grade elixir. In recognition of your diligent service and significant contributions to the sect, the Pavilion Master and I have decided to bestow this pill upon you. 8th grade elixir. Upon hearing this, Elder Yuan's body trembled violently, his eyes widening in disbelief, and his breath quickened. He gazed incredulously at the elixir, then turned to the young healer and Hun Sheng, his voice trembling with emotion. Pavilion Master, this is too precious. The young healer continued. This elixir may assist you in breaking through the bottleneck that has hindered you for years, elevating your cultivation from 2 to 3 stars, while also expanding your meridians and slightly enhancing your aptitude, with absolutely no adverse repercussions. Elder, you have been trapped at the 1-star Dou Qi realm for many years, and your profound foundation makes this elixir perfectly timed for you. Boom! The young healer's words struck Elder Yan like a bolt of thunder, leaving him utterly stunned. Elevate 2 to 3 stars. Expand my meridians. Enhance my aptitude. No adverse repercussions. An 8th grade elixir. Every single word struck him like a heavy hammer, forcefully pounding upon his heart, which had languished in silence for so many years due to an inability to transcend. He had been trapped at the level of a 1-star Dou Qi for far too long. So long that he had nearly relinquished all hope of progressing further, merely wishing to serve the sect in the capacity of the Grand Elder of the Liuli Pavilion, living a stable and uneventful life. The reason he emerged from seclusion was indeed a flicker of faint hope, but he would never dare to dream of obtaining a miraculous 8th grade elixir. A tremendous wave of joy and excitement crashed over him like a tsunami, inundating the tranquility of his heart, which had remained undisturbed for decades. Thud! With a muffled sound, Elder Yan suddenly knelt on one knee, his old body trembling violently with overwhelming emotion, his eyes instantly reddening, and murky tears cascading uncontrollably down his cheeks. With trembling hands, he accepted the exceedingly heavy jade box, his voice choked with emotion, tinged with a sob. Lord Pavilion Master, Vice Pavilion Master, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. This kindness is akin to a rebirth. I, Yan, vow here and now to serve the Pavilion Master and Vice Pavilion Master with unwavering loyalty, willing to shatter my very bones if necessary. I shall exert my utmost efforts to manage all affairs within the sect, ensuring neither of you experiences the slightest disappointment. Should I violate this vow, may heaven punish me, and may my soul be extinguished. His emotions surged, and he nearly shouted this oath, every word resonating with heartfelt gratitude and determination. Hun Sheng and the little physician hastily approached to assist him in rising. Hun Sheng spoke gently, Elder, you exaggerate. The sect shall rely heavily upon you in the future. Please, rise quickly and return to seclusion to refine the elixir. We look forward to the day you emerge as the pillar of our Liuli Pavilion. Yes. Thank you, Vice Pavilion Master. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Yuan nodded repeatedly, clutching the jade box tightly to his chest, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. He was so overcome with excitement that he felt somewhat flustered, bowing deeply once more to Hun Sheng and the little physician. Then, as if fearing the elixir might escape, he turned around, disregarding all notions of elder dignity and seniority, and practically dashed out of the main hall, moving with such speed that it belied his status as an elderly Dou Qi expert. Watching Yuan's unexpectedly comical departure, which starkly contrasted with his usual solemn demeanor, Hun Sheng and the little physician exchanged astonished glances before breaking into suppressed laughter, shaking their heads in resignation, smiles gracing their faces. To see a seasoned one-star Dou Qi lose composure so completely underscores the monumental impact and hope brought forth by this exceptional breakthrough elixir. The hall fell silent once more. Hun Sheng's smile gradually faded as he seemed to recall something important. He awkwardly scratched his head and turned to the little physician, his tone somewhat hesitant. Xian, how has my disciple, Xiling, been doing lately? I seem to have neglected her during my lengthy seclusion. The little physician shot him an exasperated look, scolding playfully. It's a wonder you remember you have a precious disciple. These days I've been the one teaching her. The little one possesses an astonishing talent. After practicing the celestial stage technique you bestowed upon her, the starry spirit art, and the earth stage movement technique, star mirage, fleeting steps, her progress has been nothing short of miraculous. In less than 2 months since her initiation, her cultivation has soared from an 8-star Great Dou Master to the pinnacle of 7-star Dou Spirit. Such speed is truly monstrous. She paused, her eyes reflecting admiration. Moreover, I've discovered that this child has an exceptionally rare soul talent. Although she has deliberately cultivated her soul, her innate soul power is remarkably strong, having already reached the perfect stage of mortal realm. I believe she is a prodigy with dual talents in both combat and alchemy. If you continue to neglect her, I, as her mentor, might just guide her toward the path of an alchemist. Upon hearing this, Hun Sheng was filled with uncontainable joy, his face radiating pride and excitement. Ha ha ha, excellent, truly splendid. She is indeed my first disciple. Her talent has not disappointed me. The starry spirit body, with its super-empirical potential, is truly as remarkable as rumored. He grew increasingly animated, grasping the little physician's hand. Xian, let us go. We must summon that girl at once. I have a perfect location in mind for her training, ideally suited to her current level. Not only will it sharpen her combat skills, but it may also lead us to an appropriate beast flame. Beast flame? The little physician arched an eyebrow. Why not consider the Waihu? With her potential and your capabilities, it wouldn't be impossible to procure a suitable for her future, would it? Hun Sheng shook his head, his gaze becoming contemplative. While it is undoubtedly powerful, acquiring it is exceedingly difficult and fraught with risk. It is not meant for those lacking great fortune. Furthermore, as far as I am aware, most on the continent have already found their destined owners. He continued, moreover, some of the finest beast flames possess formidable power and are relatively easier to obtain, making them more suitable for her current stage of mastery. First, we shall seek a strong beast flame to familiarize her with the power of fire, laying a solid foundation that will greatly benefit her in both alchemy and combat in the future. If an opportunity for a free should arise later, we can pursue it then. The little physician nodded in understanding. You always think ahead. In that case, we should not delay. Let us go find Xiling. Hun Sheng nodded, wrapping his arm around the little physician's slender waist. The two exchanged smiles, and the surrounding spatial energies began to ripple. In the next moment, their figures merged seamlessly with the air, quietly vanishing from the main hall. Only the faint fragrance of herbs and the residual spatial fluctuations remained, whispering of the events that had just transpired. Chapter 99, Training in the Ice Fields, Traces of the Illusory Fire Dragon. In the core disciple area of the Liuli Pavilion, outside a serene and energy-rich independent courtyard, the figures of Hun Sheng and the little physician materialized. Before they could knock, they sensed the vigorous fluctuations of starry Dou Qi emanating from within the courtyard, akin to the myriad stars in the night sky, both dazzling and imbued with a unique rhythm. This girl is indeed diligent in her cultivation. The little physician's lips curved into a smile of satisfaction. Hun Sheng nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with admiration. He flicked his fingers, sending a gentle wave of spiritual energy into the courtyard, ensuring it would not disturb the cultivation while clearly signaling their arrival. Inside the courtyard, Xiling, seated cross-legged, was channeling the celestial star power to refine her Dou Qi and meridians. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she gradually opened her eyes. In her violet, gemstone-like gaze, a flicker of confusion at being interrupted turned into overwhelming joy as she recognized the familiar and affectionate Oris. Master and mistress, she exclaimed, leaping to her feet. Disregarding the slight creases in her dress, like a joyful fawn, she bounded towards the door, flinging it open with a creak. Outside stood Hun Sheng in white garb, exuding an otherworldly aura, alongside the little physician in her resplendent azure dress. They stood together, smiling warmly at her. Master, mistress, you've finally come to see Xiling. She cheered, her delicate face radiating a brilliant, innocent smile, akin to sunlight melting away snow. I miss you both so much. She began to rush into the little physician's embrace, as she usually did. However, in that instant, both Hun Sheng and the little physician raised their eyebrows slightly, a look of surprise flashing across their faces. Their keen senses clearly detected that the Dou Qi fluctuations emanating from Xiling were far more robust and refined than the 7-star Dou spirit peak the little physician had mentioned just the day before. Xiling, have you broken through again? The little physician couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. It hasn't even been a day. The Soul Master gazed with an intense focus upon his esteemed disciple, marveling at her astonishing rate of cultivation, which even he, endowed with extraordinary abilities, found somewhat ludicrous. Upon hearing her mother-in-law's inquiry, Linger shyly stuck out her little tongue and nodded her head with a hint of pride in her voice. Yes, yes. In response to my mother-in-law, during my cultivation session late last night, I felt an extraordinary surge of celestial energy, and before I knew it, I had advanced to the 8th star Dou spirit. Soul Master and the little medicine fairy exchanged glances, both recognizing a trace of helplessness and astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Soul Master mused inwardly. This celestial spirit body is indeed remarkable. Its emperor-level potential is well-deserved. Coupled with the impeccable alignment of the celestial sacred spirit technique, her cultivation speed is nothing short of astonishing. At this rate, it won't be long before this little prodigy challenges the Dou Wang level. He affectionately ruffled Linger's silky purple hair, beaming, "Excellent. You truly live up to being my disciple. Even I, your master, must envy your rapid progress." Linger squinted her eyes in delight, akin to a pampered kitten, and cheerfully exclaimed, "It's all thanks to the techniques and combat skills you've given me, master. While I used to cultivate alone and was somewhat faster than others, I've never experienced such swiftness and fluidity before. It feels as if the celestial energy is eagerly penetrating my body." Soul Master and the little medicine fairy exchanged knowing smiles. The perfect synergy between her technique and physique yielded results that were not merely doubled, but exponentially greater. The path of cultivation requires both intensity and relaxation. Soul Master withdrew his hand and smiled. Endless seclusion and strenuous training are not the way to go. Gulme, today your master shall take you out for some fun and, at the same time, assess your recent progress in cultivation. Going out? Really? That's wonderful. Upon hearing this, Linger's violet eyes sparkled with excitement. Being a young girl at heart, she had grown weary from prolonged confinement within the sect. Ecstatic, she leapt joyfully in place. Cheering, "Let's go out and play. Master and mother-in-law are the best." Witnessing Linger's innocent and joyous demeanor, both Soul Master and the little medicine fairy couldn't help but smile warmly. "Let's depart." Soul Master took the little medicine fairy's hand with one hand, while extending the other towards Linger. She obediently grasped her master's hand. In the next instant, the spatial energy enveloped them, rendering their figures increasingly ethereal until they completely vanished from the courtyard entrance. In the central continent, vast and boundless with diverse landscapes, the northern regions grew increasingly frigid. There lay an expanse of ice known as the Tianyu ice field, perpetually blanketed in snow and seldom trodden by human feet, serving as a habitat for numerous cold-resistant magical beasts. Near the Tiana Valley, at the edge of the Tianyu ice field, the space rippled like water, distorting before 3 figures stepped forth, landing steadily upon the frigid, hard frozen earth. It was Soul Master, the little medicine fairy, and Linger, having traversed through a long-distance spatial passage. The choice of this location for their training was not a capricious decision by Soul Master. When he resolved to take Linger out for practice, he had inquired via Soul Connection about the situation of his avatar, Soul 2, who was covertly stationed within the Soul Palace. The information relayed back was quite satisfactory to him. Utilizing his innate talents, strategic acumen, and the plans laid out by Soul Master, Soul 2 had secretly amassed a formidable force within the Soul Palace. Among them were 2 warriors of the 3-star Dou Zun level. And with the protection of the esteemed Wu Zun, the combined combat prowess under his command had reached 3 in number. This strength was not to be underestimated within the vast network of the Soul Palace. Moreover, Soul Master took note of another crucial detail mentioned by Soul 2. Approximately 6 months hence, the Soul Clan would conduct a selection for candidates for the clan leader. Any young clan member possessing Dou Zun level combat power would be eligible to participate. The ultimate victor would not only earn the title of junior clan leader, but also gain an immensely significant qualification, representing the Soul Clan to venture into the enigmatic ancient clan, entering the legendary Tianmu. Soul Master was acutely aware of the significance of the Tianmu. It was an exceptional location for rapid strength enhancement, and the clan leader of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan, resided deep within the Tianmu. However, this individual harbored a profound animosity towards the Soul clan. Thus, he might have to rely on brother Xiao Yan once inside, lest he fall victim to Xiao Xian's blade. In their final conversation, when Soul Master mentioned the need to find a suitable training ground for his disciple and hoped to locate a powerful beast fire, Soul 2 promptly provided a key piece of information. Deep within the Tianyu ice field, there existed an important array established by the Soul clan in its early years. Through this array, the Soul clan covertly influenced and controlled some formidable magical beasts bred in the depths of the ice field, serving as a hidden line of defense and resource source. Among them was a powerful mirage fire scorpion dragon beast, possessing peak 7th tier strength. This beast likely harbored a peculiar beast fire known as mirage gold fire, which was exceptionally potent and, due to its attribute, easier to refine and control compared to other exotic fires, making it ideally suited for Linger at her current stage. Simultaneously, Soul 2 mentioned that the magical beasts surrounding the edge of the Tianyu ice field were generally of lower levels, primarily around the 4th or 5th tier, perfectly suitable for Linger, an 8-star Dou spirit, to engage in practical combat training with manageable risks. Considering all these factors, Soul Master decisively selected the Tianyu ice field as their destination for this excursion. As the trio stepped out of the spatial passage, an intense chill enveloped them, akin to countless fine ice needles attempting to pierce through their protective Dou Qi. The landscape before them was a vast expanse of white, with endless snow blanketing the earth. And in the distance, undulating glaciers and snow-capped ridges could be seen. The fierce wind whipped up ice shards, howling through the air with a mournful cry. The temperature was frightfully low, and one's breath turned to ice as a bone-deep chill permeated the atmosphere. Wow, it's so cold. Although Linger had already reached the 8th-star Dou spirit level, and her Dou Qi naturally shielded her, she still trembled at the sudden onslaught of cold. Instinctively drawing closer to Soul Master, her cheeks slightly flushed from the chill. The little medicine fairy emanated a shimmering light, effortlessly isolating the bone-chilling cold. She surveyed their surroundings and remarked softly, "The concentration of ice attribute energy here is remarkable. It's indeed a treasure trove for cultivating ice attribute techniques. What a pity it is counteractive to Linger's attributes." Soul Master nodded in agreement, as the ethereal power of his soul spread silently like a tide. Quickly perceiving the conditions within a radius of several dozen miles, he could see various cold-resistant magical beasts lurking or roaming within the snow, most of which were at the 4th or 5th tier, just as Soul 2 had indicated. The harsh environment was indeed an excellent place for training. Soul Master withdrew his soul perception and smiled at Ling. "From this moment on, unless you encounter danger that you cannot handle, your master and mother-in-law will not intervene lightly. You must learn to survive, fight, and hone your combat skills, as well as your application of celestial power on this ice field. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the playful expression on Linger's face faded, replaced by seriousness and determination. She nodded vigorously, her violet eyes sparkling with eagerness. "Linger understands. Master, please rest assured, I will not disappoint you or mother-in-law. Let us proceed, the journey begins." With a wave of his hand, a gentle aura of Dou Qi enveloped the three of them, shielding them from the majority of the biting cold as they began to move toward the icy boundary. The little medicine fairy tenderly patted Linger on the shoulder, and they walked side by side. The three figures gradually vanished into the snow-blanketed, fierce winds of the icy world. Chapter 100, The Initial Battle on the Ice Field. The Scorpion Dragon's Concealment. At the edge of the Tianyu ice field, the biting cold wind sliced through the air like a knife, whipping up a flurry of ice shards that produced a chilling howl. As far as the eye can see, a profound silence envelopes the expanse in a blanket of pristine white, with only the distant glaciers resembling the spine of a colossal beast, silently sprawled between the heavens and the earth. Hun Sheng, guarded by his fighting spirit, leads the trio cautiously through this frigid wilderness. His celestial soul power functions like the most sophisticated radar, constantly scanning the surrounding environment. Suddenly, he pauses briefly, his gaze directed towards a small hillock nearby, thickly blanketed in snow. At its base, an unassuming black opening, about the height of a person, emanates a faintly chilling and ferocious aura. Found it. A smirk plays at the corners of Hun Sheng's mouth. His soul power has already gleaned the situation within the cave with clarity. residing inside, is a formidable creature. At the pinnacle of the fourth tier, with one foot already poised at the threshold of the fifth tier, equivalent to a human half-step into the realm of a battle king. Furthermore, is a pure ice element magical beast. He turns to the eager Xialinger beside him and remarks, "Among those of the same rank, magical beasts are often more troublesome than human practitioners due to their robust physiques and ferocious strength. This creature's true combat prowess could rival that of an ordinary one-star battle king. It is perfectly suited for you to hone your skills." Upon hearing this, Xialinger displays no fear. Instead, her gem-like purple eyes ignite with an even fiercer battle spirit. Clenching her small fist with confidence, she declares, "Rest assured, Master, I will certainly bring it down." Hun Sheng nods with satisfaction, exchanging a knowing glance with the little medicine fairy. The space around them subtly distorts as their auras retract to the utmost degree, as if they have completely blended into the icy surroundings, rendering them nearly imperceptible to the naked eye and senses. "All right, Xialinger, now it's your turn to shine. Allow me to witness the fruits of your training over these past 2 months." Hun Sheng's voice resonates directly within Xialinger's mind. In that moment, only Xialinger remains in the field. Taking a deep breath of the frigid air, she strives to calm her excited heart. Approaching the mouth of the cave, she gazes into the dark passageway, tilting her head in contemplation. Then, she makes a move that nearly causes Hun Sheng and the little medicine fairy, concealed in the void, to stumble and reveal themselves. With her hands on her petite waist, she puffs out her nascent bosom and boldly calls into the cavern, channeling her fighting spirit. "Hey, you big fellow inside. Come out and fight me." Her crisp yet youthful voice, feigned with a hint of ferocity, echoes starkly across the silent, icy expanse, even overshadowing the howling wind and snow. In the void, Hun Sheng facepalms, a mix of amusement and exasperation etched across his features. The little medicine fairy stifles a giggle, shaking her head in resignation. This child, so innocent and naive, how could she be so direct in issuing a challenge? As expected, the cave falls into a profound silence, as though the beast within is momentarily bewildered by the sudden provocation. After several breaths, a thunderous roar erupts from the depths of the cave. Like a bolt from the blue, it reverberates, causing snow to cascade from the entrance above. Moments later, the ground trembles slightly as a massive white figure, exuding an overwhelming aura of ferocity, bursts forth from the cave like a flash of white lightning. It is a gigantic wolf, stretching over 2 meters in length, its body cloaked in thick, crystalline white fur that stands erect, shimmering with a chilling gleam. Its ice-blue eyes radiate brutality and hunger. The massive jaws part to reveal razor-sharp fangs, from which drool falls to the ground, freezing instantly upon contact. Its powerful limbs, with claws akin to forged steel, glint ominously in the light. This is a 4th-tier pinnacle magical beast, the Ice Spirit Wolf, renowned for its speed, lethal claws, and icy breath. It stands as one of the sovereigns of the icy terrain's fringes, clearly incensed by Xialinger's provocation. The Ice Spirit Wolf locks its icy blue gaze onto the petite purple-haired girl standing at the cave entrance, issuing a low, threatening growl, saliva dripping continuously. Upon seeing this behemoth, Xialinger feels the onslaught of its fierce aura and icy pressure, causing the relaxed expression on her face to vanish and be replaced by a serious and focused demeanor. She realizes that this wolf is far more terrifying than the training partners she faced at the sect. The Ice Spirit Wolf, however, will not grant her the luxury of contemplation. Driven by its hunting instincts, it propels itself forward with its powerful hind legs, its massive body unleashing astonishing speed that belies its size, transforming into a white blur as it lunges towards Xialinger, its sharp claws aimed directly at her head. This assault is swift, brutal, and precise, containing enough force to rend steel asunder. Hun Sheng and the little medicine fairy, hidden in the shadows, feel their hearts tighten. Yet, despite her lack of experience in life and death battles, Xialinger's extraordinary perception, bestowed by the Star Spirit technique, and the unparalleled speed granted by the Star Mirage technique manifest at this crucial moment. In the instant the wolf's claws are about to connect, Xialinger's feet execute a mystical maneuver, and her form flickers as if adorned with the subtle glow of stars. Star Mirage technique. Her figure becomes a blur, resembling a reflection in water, deftly slipping past the razor-sharp claws, leaving behind a fleeting starry afterimage. With a resounding crash, the wolf's claws strike the ground where Xialinger had just stood, tearing the frozen earth apart and leaving 3 gaping, bottomless claw marks, ice shards scattering in all directions. As the attack misses, a flicker of confusion crosses the ice spirit wolf's eyes, but its ferocity only intensifies. It abruptly whips its head around, its gaping maw opening wide as an intensely icy breath erupts like a high-pressure water jet, engulfing the recently emerged Xialinger in an instant. Star Shield. Xialinger remains unflustered, her hands deftly forming seals. A dazzling surge of starry fighting spirit bursts forth from within her, swiftly coalescing into an ethereal shield composed of countless shimmering, starlit particles. The chilling breath collides with the star shield, producing a sound that sends shivers down the spine. The shield quakes violently, its surface rapidly encased in a thick layer of frost, yet it ultimately holds firm. Seizing the opportunity, Xialinger's eyes sparkle with determination as she capitalizes on the brief stalemate following the ice spirit wolf's icy breath. With a fierce shout, she declares Starfist Seal. A radiant glow of starlight erupts from her petite fist, resembling a condensed nebula, imbued with the vast power of the stars. As she strikes with all her might at the wolf's flank, a dull thud resounds as the Starfist Seal strikes the ice spirit wolf's tough hide. The ice spirit wolf howls in pain, an enraged cry echoing through the icy expanse. Xialinger's punch, imbued with penetrating star power, though not lethal, sends its energy surging through the beast, scorching its side and igniting a smoldering black patch in its fur as traces of star power attempt to invade its body. The agony awakens the primal ferocity within the ice spirit wolf. It abandons its long-range breath attack, relying solely on its formidable physique and speed to launch a relentless close-range assault on Xialinger. Bite, claw, charge. The ice spirit wolf's attacks are simple yet savage, embodying the rawest and deadliest techniques of slaughter. Its speed is blistering and its power immense, with each lunge generating a piercing wind and a flurry of snow. Xialinger employs the Star Mirage technique to its utmost potential. Her form flickers across the icy plain, leaving behind dreamlike starry afterimages, akin to sprites in the night sky, always managing to evade lethal strikes by the narrowest of margins. Simultaneously, she continuously channels the Star Spirit technique, her starlit fighting spirit surging relentlessly. She chooses to evade rather than confront head-on, seeking opportunities to unleash various attacks. Meteor Finger, Starry Palm, Milky Way Fall, a barrage of attacks, composed of pure astral energy, rained down upon the ice spirit wolf like a meteor shower, although the majority were mitigated by its thick fur and sturdy bones. The unique penetrating power and vast nature of the starry essence continued to accumulate damage, eliciting furious roars from the beast as new charred wounds appeared upon its form. The battle had reached a stalemate. The ice spirit wolf was physically formidable, with astonishing speed and strength, yet its attacks were monotonous and its intelligence limited. In contrast, Xialinger moved with an enigmatic grace, her combat techniques exquisite, and her astral energy of exceptionally high quality, but she lacked a decisive finishing move, and her energy consumption was visibly greater than that of her opponent. Concealed in the void, Hun Sheng and Xiao Yan watched in silence. Hun Sheng's eyes glimmered with admiration. The astral spirit art is indeed formidable. Its energy quality far exceeds that of others at the same level, imbued with the vastness and penetrating qualities of the stars. Despite her lack of experience, Linger was able to hold her own against this half-step fifth-tier beast, gradually gaining the upper hand through her skills and agility. Her capability to engage in battles beyond her rank was indeed remarkable. Xiao Yan nodded slightly, softly adding, Linger possesses a kind heart. Though her strikes are fierce, she consistently avoids lethal blows. Such compassion is rare. In the midst of the fray, as the battle dragged on, a hint of anxiety crept onto Linger's delicate face. She sensed her energy dwindling while the wolf remained as vigorous as ever. This could not continue. A glimmer of determination flashed in her violet eyes. Just as she narrowly evaded another ferocious assault, she propelled herself backward, retreating a dozen meters, and swiftly formed a complex and arcane seal with her hands. As the seal shifted, all her astral energy surged toward her palms like rivers converging into the sea. A wave of energy far more terrifying than any previous strike erupted forth. The resplendent light of the stars illuminated the dim ice field, even momentarily overpowering the howling blizzard. The ice spirit wolf seemed to sense the imminent threat, a flicker of fear passing through its icy blue eyes. However, its ferocity was fully awakened. Instead of retreating, it roared and charged forward once more for a final stand. Astral spirit art, Starfall explosion. Linger cried out, forcefully propelling the compacted, destruction-infused sphere of astral energy toward the charging ice spirit wolf. This was a powerful killing move recorded in the astral spirit art, yet it demanded an immense amount of energy. The astral sphere, once released, fell like a true meteor, its speed astonishing, colliding with the oncoming ice spirit wolf in an earth-shattering impact. The deafening explosion echoed through the heavens. A blinding orb of astral light suddenly expanded, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that swept outward like a tsunami, uprooting layers of snow and revealing the blackened frozen ground beneath. The chilling howl of the ice spirit wolf, filled with despair, pierced through the brilliance. As the light gradually faded, the once ferocious ice spirit wolf lay scorched and defeated in a massive crater, its thick fur shredded, exposing multiple wounds down to the bone, blood gushing forth and freezing almost instantly. Its breath had dwindled to a mere whisper, clearly devoid of any combat capability. Linger's face paled as she panted softly. The starfall explosion had nearly drained her of half her energy. Gazing down at the wolf, barely clinging to life, a flicker of compassion crossed her eyes. She approached and, seeing the pain and fear lingering in the wolf's gaze, let out a gentle sigh. She retrieved some healing powder from her storage ring and carefully sprinkled it on the wolf's severe wounds, followed by some ordinary beast feed placed beside its mouth. "I'm so sorry, big fellow. I hurt you. Here are some medicines and food. Take good care of yourself," she uttered softly, completing her act of kindness before turning to leave. In the void, Hun Sheng and Xiao Yan revealed themselves. "Well done, Linger," Hun Sheng said with a smile of approval, impressed by her adaptability in battle and her final choice. Xiao Yan stepped forward, gently smoothing the slightly disheveled hair from her face and offering her a restorative pill. Linger took the pill, a hint of embarrassment gracing her smile. "I just consumed too much energy. I almost didn't win." "You performed admirably," Hun Sheng praised, his expression turning slightly serious as he turned to Xiao Yan. "Xiener, it appears this girl possesses remarkable capabilities in battles beyond her rank, and her foundation is quite solid. In the coming days, please take her to train along the edge of this ice field. It would be beneficial to find her a few genuine early-stage, fifth-tier beasts as opponents, allowing her to adapt to greater pressures." Xiao Yan nodded, her voice gentle. "Understood. You can rest assured. I will take care of Linger." Hun Sheng's gaze shifted toward the depths of the ice field, his expression growing contemplative. "I must venture deeper. There lies an important array set by my clan, housing some high-tier beasts, guarded by clan experts, preventing outsiders from approaching. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I must investigate alone and see if I can find a beast with beast fires suitable for Linger to absorb." "Be careful," Xiao Yan urged, concern flickering in her beautiful eyes. Hun Sheng smiled softly, bending down to plant a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. "I will return." Xiao Yan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to red plums blossoming upon the snowfield, vibrant and enchanting. She softly replied with an Hun Sheng laughed heartily, no longer hesitating, as the power of space surged around him, rendering his form nearly ethereal before he vanished completely. In the void, only the blushing Xiao Yan and the eagerly recovering Linger, her eyes alight with anticipation for the next battle, remained. The trials on the ice field had only just begun, while Hun Sheng ventured alone into the more perilous and mysterious depths of the ice realm. Chapter 101. The Array as Horror, the Scorpion Dragon as Stealth. Hun Sheng melded into the void, his form transforming into an almost imperceptible streak of light, racing at astonishing speed toward the depths of the celestial domain ice field. The expanse of ice was vast, seemingly endless. All around was a monotonous and lifeless white, with relentless winds howling, stirring up countless snowdrifts. The deeper he traveled, the more terrifying the drop in temperature became. Even a typical Dou Zong expert would struggle to maintain their protective energy here, risking a frozen demise. Occasionally, he sensed the presence of extremely powerful ice attribute beasts lurking beneath the snow or within the glaciers, their strength at least 6th tier or higher, equivalent to human Dou Huang or even Dou Zone levels. However, Hun Sheng repressed his aura to the utmost, and the power of his celestial soul emanated a subtle warning, prompting these formidable beings to wisely choose to remain dormant, wary of provoking this unfathomable passerby. Traveling at full speed consumed an entire day. When Hun Sheng tore through space once more, stepping forth from the void, the surrounding landscape had become even more desolate and extreme. Here, the glaciers loomed higher and more perilous, resembling colossal crystalline swords piercing the heavens. The air was laden with such dense ice attribute energy that it was nearly tangible. But it also bore a deeper sense of deathly silence and oppression. Based on the approximate direction and distance provided by Hun Air, he surmised that he was nearing the core region of the celestial domain ice field, though he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the fabled array of the Soul Clan. However, as Hun Sheng paused, a slight frown creased his brow. An inexplicable sense of unease, akin to minute ice shards, silently pricked at his heart. Something felt amiss. He hovered in midair, allowing the biting cold wind to scour his protective aura, producing a mournful sound as his gaze swept across the desolate ice expanse. An increasing sense of dissonance swelling within him. Soul 2's intelligence, the illusory fire scorpion dragon beast, pinnacle of the 7th tier, the heart of the Soul Clan's formation. He murmured softly, piecing together the fragments of known information in his mind, engaging in mental deductions. Suddenly, as if a frigid lightning bolt cleaved through the fog, his body stiffened abruptly, his complexion paling in an instant, thin beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. It struck him. In the original narrative, the depths of this icy domain, concerning the Soul Clan's array, held truths far more intricate than what Soul 2 had comprehended, far beyond merely confining a few magical beasts and establishing a secret defensive line. The locations of these formations scattered across the continent were all meticulously chosen nodes where the veins of heaven and earth converged. They were pivotal components of a vast and unimaginable scheme, the ancient array of heavenly refinement. Their primary purpose was akin to the most voracious leech, burrowing deep into the earth's veins, ravenously siphoning and gathering the spiritual energy of the entire continent. This was to facilitate the malevolent soul devouring array hovering above. The ultimate aim of it all was to furnish the Soul Emperor with the boundless energy necessary to concoct an imperial-grade pill capable of breaching the barriers of the Dou Emperor. This was a core element of the Soul Emperor's grand design, meticulously plotted over a millennium, crucial to his imperial aspirations. Should these vital formations be compromised, severing the spiritual energy of the Earth's veins, the entire ancient array of heavenly refinement would collapse like a tower bereft of its foundation, crumbling instantaneously. The soul-devouring array in the sky would falter due to insufficient energy supply, utterly thwarting the Soul Emperor's plan to refine the imperial-grade pill. Such a critical juncture, pivotal to success or failure, could not possibly be defended merely by confining a few magical beasts. It was evident that the defensive power here was horrifically formidable. Images of the descriptions regarding the guarding forces of these formations flashed through his mind. A vast number of puppets, devoid of pain, unafraid of death. At the level of Dou Saints, some of these puppets were the corporeal remnants of fallen Soul Clan powerhouses, preserved by the Soul Emperor through secret methods, nurtured and animated within this ancient array, while others were crafted by the Soul Clan through the hunting and ambushing of isolated Dou Saint powerhouses, refining them into puppets. Even the 4 elders of the Soul Clan, though they had perished in the battle with Xiao Yan a millennium prior, had their bodies retained by the Soul Emperor. Infused with vitality and battle consciousness, they could unleash terrifying combat prowess, even retaining some of their pre-death martial wisdom and awareness. They were the most formidable and vexing entities. The Soul Emperor had even personally struck in the southwest, forcibly refining 2 powerful Dou Saint Dragon Kings into puppets. Their physical forms were incredibly robust, capable of withstanding the bombardment of Dragon Emperor cannons, their punches capable of reducing a colossal city guarded by Dou Saints to ruins. Beyond these fearsome puppets, there must also be powerful soul beasts under the Soul Clan's secret control. Upon the death of these formidable magical beasts, their souls were captured by the Soul Clan, and, with the continuous infusion of pure energy and dark methods from the formations, they became even more powerful and bloodthirsty than in life. As for the internal members of the Soul Clan, such a critical location would undoubtedly have rigorously strict spatial passageways and identity sensing formations. There was no chance they would allow their clansmen to enter or exit at will. It was likely that apart from the Soul Emperor himself, the void devouring flame, and a select few core elders responsible for maintaining the formations, no other members of the Soul Clan had the authority to approach, and they might not even be aware of the true purpose of this place. All defensive mechanisms were designed to prevent external sabotage, while also strictly regulating internal personnel to avoid any unexpected incidents disrupting this monumental plan. Hiss! With these realizations dawning upon him, a chill coursed through his body. surging from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, colder than the ancient ice of this desolate expanse. Cold sweat instantly soaked his inner garment. The dread, an overwhelming dread. Just moments ago, he had intended to charge directly in, relying on the fact that he was also of the Soul Clan, banking on his spatial power and celestial soul. Absurd. It was nothing short of a death wish. Before those puppets and possibly existing guardians, which the Soul Emperor had personally arranged, starting from at least 4-star Dou Saints and potentially higher, his meager spatial power and celestial soul were utterly insignificant. One punch from them could likely shatter space. A single glance could disperse his soul. If he were discovered, there would be no opportunity for explanation. Those puppets and potential guardians would merely execute the commands preordained by the Soul Emperor. Any unauthorized individual approaching the formations would be met with lethal force. They wouldn't care whether you were a member of the Soul Clan or not. In the face of his grand design, all were expendable except for himself and the void devouring flame. Soul 2, oh Soul 2, you have truly almost brought your own demise. A bitter smile crossed his mind. Yet he understood that this could not be entirely blamed on Soul 2. Despite Soul 2's elevated status within the Soul Hall, the core secrets he had been privy to remained limited. Concerning the apex of the clan's ancient array plan, he likely only grasped the surface, aware of its importance yet oblivious to its terrifying depths. Even he himself had only recently unearthed these critical details from the recesses of his memory. Remain calm. One must remain composed. He forced himself to suppress the tumult within, his mind racing. According to Soul 2's intelligence, there might be an illusory fire scorpion dragon beast dwelling in the depths of the ice expanse. However, being at the pinnacle of the 7th tier, equivalent to a human Dou zone, its intelligence was surely not low, and its perception of danger would be acute. It would never dare to inhabit an area cloaked by countless Dou Saint puppets. That would be tantamount to seeking death. It must reside far from the core region of the formations. Moreover, being a fire attribute magical beast, it required a scorching environment. Therefore, the subterranean magma. Yes, it must be concealed within the subterranean magma world beneath the ice expanse. The thought crystallized instantly. Hun Sheng made a decisive resolution. He absolutely must not approach the direction of the formations. He had to circumvent them, seek out the potential subterranean magma regions. Taking a deep breath, he gradually manifested his form from the void, sitting cross-legged in midair. His hands formed a calming seal, and he slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, a shadow resembling his true self, yet composed entirely of pure soul energy, emerged from the crown of his head. The celestial soul, departing to explore. The soul entity was formless and intangible, its perceptive range far surpassing that of the physical body, and was more concealed, less likely to be detected. The soul entity drifted towards the depths of the ice expanse at astonishing speed, like an invisible specter, traversing vast distances in the blink of an eye. After probing approximately 500 kilometers ahead, the soul entity abruptly halted. Ahead, the texture of space felt entirely different, an invisible yet incredibly resilient barrier. Imbued with complex runes and terrifying energy, loomed like an inverted giant bowl, completely enveloping an expansive area. Within the barrier, energy fluctuations were obscure and fearsome. Faintly, it felt as if countless chilling gazes were surveying the area, harboring powers capable of rending the heavens and earth in silence. Merely perceiving it from a distance instilled a sense of terror in his soul, as if it were on the verge of freezing and being torn apart. The node of the ancient array of heavenly refinement, the Soul Clan's formation, was right here. The soul entity of Hun Sheng wavered, not daring to approach even a fraction closer, retreating a significant distance as if avoiding venomous serpents and scorpions. He exerted control over his soul entity, unhesitatingly veering eastward, striving to distance himself from the confines of that barrier while continuing his exploration. Cautiously, he advanced over 600 miles, deftly circumventing the area where the focal point lay. Suddenly, the soul entity of Hun Sheng halted once more, transmitting back a potent wave of elation. Deep beneath this region, he distinctly sensed an intense surge of energy, one that, despite being obscured by thick layers of ice and rock, could not be entirely concealed. A blazing energy pulse. He had found it. Hun Sheng was overjoyed. The soul entity immediately descended, penetrating the impervious layers of ancient ice and dense rock, continuing its descent deeper and deeper. At last, his vision expanded before him. a fiery world unfolded within his perception. It was a colossal underground magma lake. The crimson magma flowed like boiling blood, bubbling and rolling, with scorching bubbles incessantly erupting and bursting, radiating a terrifying heat. The entire subterranean expanse was bathed in a crimson glow, contrasting starkly with the frigid ice plains above, creating two worlds of extremes. At the center of the magma lake lay a massive, protruding black rock platform. Upon this platform lounged an enormous creature. Its form was vast, exhibiting an eerie blood-red hue, as if forged from solidified blood and magma. A pair of colossal dragon wings, measuring an impressive 10 yards in width, sprouted from its back, covered in fine blood-colored scales. The edges razor-sharp. Its body resembled that of a giant scorpion, but bore unmistakable draconic features, with a fearsome head and interlocking fangs. Most striking was the long, blood-red scorpion tail trailing behind it, the tip not a mere hook but akin to the sharpest of blood-colored spears, radiating a chilling, ominous gleam that seemed capable of piercing through any defense. This was indeed his target, the illusory fire scorpion dragon beast. Beside the adult illusory fire scorpion dragon beast, on the rock platform, lay a small, recently cracked dark red beast eggshell. A tiny illusory fire scorpion dragon beast, merely the size of an adult's arm, with a delicate pink hue and resembling the adult form, was clumsily attempting to crawl, emitting faint hissing sounds. Hun Sheng's soul power meticulously scanned the cracked eggshell, and a surge of exuberance overwhelmed him. Fortune favors the bold. Truly, fortune favors the bold. Within the dark red shell, he discerned a cluster exhibiting a radiant golden hue, akin to a mass of seething magma, with flames flickering in a peculiar dance, emitting a heat that was both intense and mesmerizing. The illusory golden fire. Moreover, it was the purest form, just birthed and yet to dissipate, the primal beast fire. The eggs of the illusory fire scorpion dragon beast were exceedingly unique. At the moment the young beast hatched, it would expel all the primal fire energy nurtured within the egg, leaving behind this distinctive illusory golden fire within the shell. This flame would protect the initially fragile young beast for a few days, but typically within 3 days, it would gradually burn out, reducing both the shell and the young one to ashes. The fact that the shell was still intact and the illusory golden fire still blazed indicated that this young beast had only just emerged. What splendid luck! Hun Sheng stifled his exhilaration, meticulously observing the adult illusory fire scorpion dragon beast. Its aura was formidable, indeed reaching the pinnacle of the 7th tier, equivalent to a human at the 9th star Dou level, and due to its beastly form and unique flame, its combat ability could rival that of a newly ascended Douzuan. A glint of cold determination flickered in Hun Sheng's soul entity's eyes. The illusory golden fire, I shall have it. If you are wise, I shall take the fire and depart without harm to you and your offspring. If you remain obstinate, a murderous intent had already begun to stir in his heart. For Ling Er, if necessary, he would not hesitate to claim the magical core of this 7th tier peak beast. That would be an invaluable treasure for Ling Er as well. With his resolve set, Hun Sheng's soul entity no longer lingered, silently retreating upward, eventually returning to his corporeal form. Sitting cross-legged in the icy expanse above, Hun Sheng suddenly opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance flashing within. He rose, his gaze sharp as he directed it towards the general direction of the underground magma, the spatial power around him surging once more. Illusory golden fire, I am coming. In a blink, he melded into the void, swiftly advancing towards his target. Chapter 102, Turning the Scorpion Dragon, an Elixir for True Hearts. After approximately 3 more hours, Hun Sheng's figure came to a halt deep within a concealed crevice surrounded by colossal glaciers. Guided by his soul exploration, the entrance to the underground magma realm lay here. He restrained his aura, silently slipping into a narrow fissure that barely allowed passage for a single person. The fissure descended steeply, initially constricted, allowing him to pass only after several hundred steps, whereupon the surrounding chill was abruptly replaced by a surge of scorching air emanating from deep within the earth. Before him, a grand vista unfolded. The scene that greeted his eyes mirrored precisely what his soul entity had perceived. An immense underground cavern. At its center lay the roiling and tumultuous crimson magma lake, radiating a terrifying heat. The searing air waves distorted the atmosphere, scorching the cave walls to a deep crimson hue. And on that massive black rock platform at the heart of the magma lake, the colossal illusory fire scorpion dragon beast lay quietly, its vast wings folded against its sides, while that haunting, blood-red scorpion tail swayed gently in unconscious rhythm. Beside it, the newly hatched, exceedingly delicate young beast was clumsily attempting to gnaw at something. Not far away, clusters of flames, resplendent and flickering like liquid gold, the illusory golden fire, burned quietly within the shattered dark red shell, radiating a scorching yet enchanting energy pulse. However, this tranquil scene shattered the moment Hun Sheng stepped into the domain. Almost simultaneously with Hun Sheng's emergence, the previously dozing illusory fire scorpion dragon beast abruptly lifted its fearsome head. Its immense eyes, ablaze with blood-red flames, instantly locked onto the unexpected intruder at the entrance, a young human clad in white, exuding an ethereal quality. Its massive form slowly rose, the heavy scales grinding against the rock, producing a sound that grated on the nerves. A fierce blazing comparable to that of a newly ascended dozon, surged forth like a tempest, crashing towards Hun Sheng. Upon sensing the energy emanating from Hun Sheng, which was merely at the 8th-star dozone level, a flicker of confusion crossed the beast's eyes, swiftly replaced by a profound disdain. It spoke in a deep, gravelly voice, imbued with the heat of magma and the arrogance characteristic of high-level magical beasts. Insignificant human, is this place one you can so brazenly trespass? Acknowledging your arduous journey to the 8th-star dozone, leave at once, and I shall pretend I have not seen you, sparing your life. Facing the overwhelming ferocity that would instill fear in any ordinary dozone, Hun Sheng displayed no sign of trepidation. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips as he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Thank you for your kind warning, Scorpion Dragon King. However, I have come uninvited with a request. The illusory fire scorpion dragon beast narrowed its enormous eyes, warily fixated on Hun Sheng. For reasons unknown, this human, whose aura was evidently inferior, instilled within it an inexplicable, profound pressure, as if beneath that calm facade lay a terrifying power capable of obliterating it. It growled low. What is it? Speak. Hun Sheng's gaze shifted towards the burning illusory golden fire within the shell. His tone calm yet infused with undeniable authority. I kindly request that you bestow upon me the illusory golden fire contained within the shell. If you consent to part with it, I shall take the fire and depart immediately, causing no further disturbance. What say you? What? Illusory golden fire? The illusory fire scorpion dragon beast was momentarily taken aback, only to erupt in fury. A surge of blood-red flames erupted violently around, scorching the surrounding air with a crackling intensity. Humans, you seek your own demise. How dare you covet the flames that my offspring has just shed? It roared with a deafening bellow, the reverberations causing the very cave to tremble, while the surface of the magma lake churned violently. This fire is unique to my scorpion dragon beast, a manifestation of my absorbed and refined essence for ascension, and I shall not allow you to lay a finger upon it. I grant you 3 breaths to flee. Otherwise, I shall rend you into fragments and reduce you to ashes. The smile on Hun Sheng's face gradually faded, replaced by a chilling resolve. In that case, I must take my leave. Before the last word escaped his lips, his figure flickered momentarily, as if merely an illusion. In the next instant, he appeared as if conjured from thin air, hovering above the magma lake center, less than 100 meters from the rock platform. It was as if he completely disregarded the distance. The art of spatial manipulation. Roar! The illusory fire scorpion dragon beast was momentarily startled by Hun Sheng's ghostly movement, yet its ferocity was ignited anew. With a powerful flap of its colossal wings, its massive form displayed an astonishing agility that belied its size. Darting towards Hun Sheng like a streak of crimson lightning, its claws, capable of rending mountains, sliced through the air, bringing with them a searing, bloody wind aimed directly at Hun Sheng's head. Unfazed, Hun Sheng retained his composure, his hands still placidly clasped behind him. At the very moment the claws were about to make contact, the space around him slightly distorted. Whoosh! The claw of the scorpion dragon beast, intent on claiming its target, passed through Hun Sheng's form as if it were a mere mirage, grasping at nothingness, a residual shadow. This technique again. The scorpion dragon beast was both astonished and enraged, wildly whipping its fearsome scorpion tail. The tail's tip, resembling a blood-red spear, tore through the air with a piercing shriek, thrusting towards Hun Sheng from an exceptionally cunning angle. Hun Sheng merely sidestepped with nonchalance. The venomous tail brushed perilously close, barely grazing the hem of his clothing, the fierce gusts causing his white robes to flutter. Human, is evasion all you can do? The illusory fire scorpion dragon beast roared repeatedly, its attacks growing ever more frenzied. It unleashed torrents of blood-red flames that not only burned with extreme heat, but also carried an entrancing power, sweeping towards Hun Sheng like a tidal wave of fire. Simultaneously, its claws, bites, tail strikes, and winged beats fell upon him like a tempest. Yet, Hun Sheng was like a solitary boat amidst a tumultuous sea, appearing to flirt with danger, but deftly evading all assaults at the crucial moments in an unfathomable manner. He did not strike back even once. Relying solely on the exquisite perception granted by his celestial realm soul and the masterful manipulation of spatial power, gracefully maneuvering in midair, his demeanor composed and even playful. The illusory fire scorpion dragon beast grew increasingly alarmed. It felt as though all its attacks were landing upon vacuity, its strength effortlessly dissipated by an understanding of timing and space that transcended its comprehension. The speed of its opponent was not significantly faster, yet the mastery displayed was nothing short of miraculous. Such prowess was beyond that of an 8-star Dou zone. Damnable human, you have forced my hand. After a prolonged stalemate, the illusory fire scorpion dragon beast finally succumbed to rage. It retreated a distance, its blood flames swirling wildly inward, all converging into its ghastly maw. A wave of destructive energy erupted, causing the entire magma lake to boil violently. Dragon Scorpion Poison Fire Wave. It unleashed a cataclysmic roar. A pillar of terrifying fire exceeding a yard in diameter, condensed to its utmost, dark red and nearly black, with sinister green glimmers interspersed, erupted from its mouth like the light of annihilation, tearing through space and enveloping Hun Sheng. This was its most formidable strike, harnessing the very essence of its power, capable of severely wounding or even killing a 1-star Dou zone. In the face of this apocalyptic onslaught, the playful smile on Hun Sheng's face finally dissipated. He slowly raised his right hand, his index finger pointing forward with a gentle motion. Space condense. Buzz. An invisible yet immense force of spatial power descended instantly. The roaring dark red fire pillar, upon nearing Hun Sheng within 10 meters, seemed to collide with an imperceptible yet unyielding barrier, its speed abruptly diminishing as if it were mired in a quagmire. The tip of the fire pillar twisted and became unstable due to extreme compression and obstruction. Soul impact. Hun Sheng silently intoned, the power of his celestial realm soul transforming into an invisible hammer, traversing space to strike fiercely at the essence of the illusory fire scorpion dragon beast soul. The illusory fire scorpion dragon beast, fully focused on maintaining the dragon scorpion poison fire wave, was caught off guard. Its soul felt as though it had been struck by a mountain, unleashing a harrowing wail of agony, its consciousness blurring instantly, causing the terrifying dark red fire pillar to fluctuate violently before erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! The cavern reverberated with the sound of a tremendous explosion, a scorching wave and chaotic streams of energy rampaging forth, sending the magma into towering waves that battered the cavern walls, dislodging countless stones. As the tumultuous aftermath and swirling dust gradually dissipated, the illusory fire scorpion dragon beast lay gasping for breath upon the rocky platform, its massive form marred by injuries from the backlash of its own energy and the abrupt cessation of its attack. Bloodied and utterly spent, it struggled to lift its head, gazing toward the epicenter of the explosion. There, Hun Sheng remained unscathed, suspended in midair, the space around him subtly undulating, shielding him from all the rampant energy remnants. Not a single shred of his clothing bore a mark of damage. How is this possible? The enormous eyes of the illusory fire scorpion dragon beast brimmed with an incredulous terror, astonishment, and utter despair. Its most powerful trump card had been so effortlessly countered by this opponent, and the other party had yet to truly launch an attack. In that moment, it finally comprehended that this human before it concealed unfathomable power. The true extent of his combat prowess likely far surpassed its imagination. Hun Sheng gradually descended from the air, stepping lightly toward the rock platform. His footsteps were gentle, yet each step felt as if it were pressing upon the heart of the illusory fire scorpion dragon beast, causing it to tremble with fear. Shall we converse properly now? Hun Sheng's voice was calm and unwavering, yet imbued with an irresistible authority. The illusory fire scorpion dragon beast gazed at the approaching Hun Sheng, then glanced at its trembling offspring, emitting helpless cries. A flicker of struggle crossed its eyes, only to be overwhelmed by boundless fear and maternal instinct. It laboriously lowered its head, its voice hoarse and weak, filled with supplication. And Master, your power is boundless. I was blind and have offended you. Please, take the illusory golden fire. I merely ask that you spare us, mother and child. I am willing to offer all the treasures I have amassed. Hun Sheng approached the shell of its carcass, extending his hand. A surge of attraction emanated, and the flickering liquid gold, illusory golden fire obediently settled into his palm, coalescing into a sphere. He carefully sensed the overwhelming fire attribute energy contained within, along with a faint yet exceptionally pure and noble dragon aura, feeling immense joy within. Indeed, it is a treasure. Such pure beast fire is likely on par with those ranked lower among the. It would serve as an excellent aid in combat or alchemy. Truly, this journey was worthwhile. Satisfied, he placed the illusory golden fire into a specially crafted jade container, sealing it and storing it in his spatial ring. Having accomplished this, he turned his gaze toward the prostrate illusory fire scorpion dragon beast, its eyes filled with fear and desperation. Hun Sheng paused for a moment, then flipped his wrist, producing 2 exquisite jade boxes in his hand. He tossed one casually, and it floated gently to the illusory fire scorpion dragon beast. This one is a 7th grade high-tier recovery pill, sufficient to replenish the energy you have just expended. Hun Sheng indicated one of the jade boxes, speaking with a detached calmness. Then he pointed to another jade box, which contained a 7th-tier pinnacle elixir, the transformation pill. Transformation pill? The illusory fire scorpion dragon beast suddenly raised its head, its enormous eyes widening in utter astonishment and ecstasy, to the extent that it seemed to forget the excruciating pain coursing through its body. Its voice, overwhelmed with excitement, became sharp and distorted. The transformation pill. 4 high-ranking magical beasts like it. This was an unparalleled divine elixir that they could only dream of. Once the transformation succeeded, not only would their cultivation speed increase dramatically and their potential soar, but they would also gain a better understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, paving a smooth path for their future. Its value was infinitely more precious than a mere illusory golden fire. My lord, is what you say truly sincere? This transformation pill, is it truly for me? Its voice trembled, almost unable to believe its own ears. Just moments ago, they had been mortal enemies. And now, this individual was offering such a grand gift? I speak with conviction, Hun Sheng replied with a calm demeanor. The illusory golden fire holds great significance for my disciple, and this pill shall serve as compensation for our exchange. We are now even. The illusory fire scorpion dragon beast trembled with excitement as it cautiously lifted the 2 jade boxes with its energy, as if cradling the most precious treasures in the world. Its gaze towards Hun Sheng had transformed completely from fear and pleading to boundless gratitude and reverence. Thank you, esteemed sir, for your generous gift. This favor weighs heavier than mountains. It surpasses even the illusory golden fire. In the future, should you require anything, as long as it does not harm my son, Huan, I am willing to serve you. It lowered its proud head, uttering the most sincere vow. Magical beasts tend to have straightforward minds, distinguishing clearly between gratitude and enmity. And Hun Sheng's actions had completely won its loyalty. Hun Sheng nodded slightly, having already formulated his plans. He spoke, after your transformation, you should be able to utilize the power of this pill to break through barriers and ascend to an 8th-tier magical beast. If you wish to venture into human territories for training or seek better prospects, you may come to the Liuli Pavilion in the northwest region of Zhongzhou. Mention my name, Hun Sheng, or present this jade slip. He flicked his finger, and a jade slip inscribed with the characters Liuli and a unique spiritual mark flew towards the illusory fire scorpion dragon beast, Huan. Should I happen to be absent from the sect, this jade slip will allow you to seek out the Grand Elder Xiao Yan, who will guide you into the pavilion and grant you a position as an elder. At that time, I may also provide further guidance. And it is not impossible for you to obtain a trace of pure dragon blood lineage, assisting you in your complete evolution. Hun Sheng's intentions were not whimsical. First, having fought together and with the favor of the transformation pill, the illusory fire scorpion dragon beast, Huan, had genuinely submitted and was worthy of trust. Second, after its transformation, its qualifications and potential would significantly enhance. And if it could merge with a trace of pure blood dragon lineage, its future achievements could be immeasurable. Breaking through to the 9th-tier pinnacle would not be out of reach. If such a powerful ally could be obtained, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset as a guardian magical beast for the Liuli Pavilion. Upon hearing this, A brilliant light erupted from the illusory fire scorpion dragon beast's enormous eyes. Not only would it have a place to settle and establish its existence, but it also had the prospect of acquiring pure dragon blood and achieving complete evolution. This was an opportunity it had never even dared to dream of. Huishuan expresses deep gratitude for your great kindness. Once I succeed in my transformation and stabilize my realm, I will certainly head to the Liuli Pavilion to pay my respects. It excitedly lowered its proud head once more, speaking with utmost sincerity, now referring to him as master. Hun Sheng nodded, choosing not to say more. His figure flickered slightly and then vanished silently into the heated underground cavern, leaving the illusory fire scorpion dragon beast, Huishuan, filled with excitement and infinite hopes for the future. Reverently gazing in the direction he had disappeared. Chapter 103. The Master of Ice River Valley, a deluded dream. Having acquired the illusory golden fire and unexpectedly tamed the highly promising illusory fire scorpion dragon beast, Hun Sheng felt quite elated. He no longer lingered, melding into the void, rapidly returning along the path he had come, towards the outskirts of the icy plains. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the icy plains, the little medical fairy was rigorously training with Xiao. In just a single day's time, under the meticulous guidance and protection of a 6-star Dozuan, Xiao had already experienced several life and death battles with different early-stage, 5th-tier magical beasts. Although she emerged each time covered in wounds and drained of energy, under such extreme pressure, her combat experience, mastery of the Starlight Sacred Spirit technique, and Star Mirage 1000 shifts, as well as her own potential were rapidly improving, and her aura was becoming increasingly solid and refined. Having just concluded a battle with a 5th-tier ice bear, Xiao sat cross-legged in the snow, consuming pills to restore her energy and injuries. The little medical fairy stood quietly beside her, her glass-like eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings to protect her. The cold wind of the icy plains howled, yet it could not disperse the faint scent of blood and the residual aura of starlight Dou Qi that lingered in the air. Suddenly, the little medical fairy's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she abruptly turned her head, her keen gaze piercing towards a point not far behind them in the void. There! A subtle but unmistakable fluctuation in space caught her perception. Space fluctuation? Someone is coming. The little medical fairy's heart jolted, and she immediately moved to stand protectively in front of the recuperating Xiao, her aura instantly rising to a state of vigilance. In the next moment, whoosh! The space in that area was forcefully torn open, creating a gash about 10 feet long. Following that, a powerful pressure, mixed with an icy chill and a sinister aura, emanated from the rift. 10 figures sequentially stepped out from the space rift. At the forefront was an individual clad in an ice-blue robe, appearing to be of middle age. With an unhealthy pallor on his face, his gaze cold and sinister, and his thin lips exuding a chilling aura akin to 10,000 years of frozen ice. His energy fluctuation unmistakably reached the pinnacle level of a 5-star Dozuan. Slightly behind him stood a stern-faced elder, his aura equally formidable, at the level of a 1-star Dozuan. Behind these two, 8 individuals dressed in matching ice-blue attire stood in formation, each exuding a solid and fierce aura, all possessing the strength of peak Duzongs. Such a lineup suddenly appearing in this desolate icy plain brought an overwhelming sense of pressure, one that was clearly beyond the capabilities of ordinary forces. A myriad of thoughts flashed through the little medical fairy's mind, yet her expression remained composed as she firmly shielded Xiao behind her. Her cold gaze swept across the group, and she spoke first, her voice ringing like a crystal-clear spring, clear yet carrying a hint of aloof authority. You have come uninvited. What is your purpose? I am a master of the Liuli Pavilion in the Northwest region, here to lead my disciples in training. She boldly revealed her identity, both to clarify her origins and to issue a subtle warning. The current Liuli Pavilion and the 5 Regions Alliance had gained considerable renown in Zhongzhou, and ordinary powers dared not provoke them lightly. The middle-aged man at the forefront, upon hearing her words, let his sinister gaze sweep over the little medical fairy, especially as he detected a similarly sourced, yet even deeper and more profound cold aura emanating from her. A flicker of astonishment and fervor flashed in his eyes, which he could not conceal. He forced a peculiar smile, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Oh, so it is the illustrious master of the Liuli Pavilion. I am truly honored. I did not expect to encounter you here in this desolate, icy plain. His words seemed courteous, yet his scrutinizing gaze made one feel extremely uncomfortable. I am a master of Ice River Valley, Binghe, he declared, his tone carrying a hint of self-importance. Ice River Valley, one of the three valleys in Zhongzhou, indeed boasted a strength and foundation far beyond that of the previous Four Directions Pavilion, enough to instill respect and fear in most forces. The little medical fairy's heart sank slightly. Indeed, it was someone from Ice River Valley, and it was the Valley Master himself. Her face remained tranquil. So, it is the Ice Valley Master. I have long admired you. May I ask what brings you and your entourage here? Bing had chuckled, his pale fingers gently stroking his chin, his gaze becoming even more unabashed as it roamed over the little medical fairy, as if attempting to see through her. Recently, I have been in seclusion within the valley, but suddenly I felt my inner strength being drawn by a source of power that seemed to resonate with me. It was even more pure and potent. Hence, I brought my people to investigate. His gaze was firmly locked onto the little healer, his tone unwavering and fervent. It appears that the source of this irresistible force is none other than yourself. Judging by the primordial aura radiating from your being, if I am not mistaken, you must also be afflicted with the primal poison body. Am I correct? The little healer's heart skipped a beat. How could he perceive the essence of her constitution? Although her primal poison body had long evolved into the far more formidable 10,000 calamities poison crystal body, its fundamental origin still remained the primal poison body. She never anticipated that this Ice River sovereign possessed such an uncanny ability to sense. Yet, she maintained an impassive facade and coldly retorted, "And if I am, is the Lord of Ice Valley also afflicted with the primal poison body?" She deliberately led him on, seeking to uncover more. Upon hearing this, the Ice River sovereign showed no suspicion. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter, his expression revealing a sense of vindication and a thrill of finding a kindred spirit. "It seems my assumptions were correct. What I cultivate is indeed the acquired primal poison body. Though powerful, it pales in comparison to your innate primal poison body's sheer dominance. No wonder my acquired body is drawn to your innate essence." Upon this revelation, the little healer's mind cleared up. So that was it. The Ice River sovereign cultivated an acquired poison body, allowing him only to vaguely sense the primal poison essence within her. But he could not detect the higher-level existence of her evolved 10,000 calamities poison crystal body. It was no wonder he had sought her out. Since there was a misunderstanding on his part, the little healer found no need to clarify. With a mere thought, she ceased to conceal her aura, slowly unleashing the overwhelming pressure of a peak 6-star Dou Qi, like a slumbering dragon awakening. A force far more formidable and profound than that of the Ice River sovereign instantly enveloped the surroundings. Boom! As the powerful aura surged forth unabashedly, everyone in the Ice River Valley, save for the Ice River sovereign, changed countenance, instinctively taking a step back, their eyes filled with astonishment. The 8-peak Dou Zone members felt as if a mountain had descended upon them, struggling to breathe. Even the Ice River sovereign himself felt his smile freeze, his pupils constricting in shock as he gasped, "A peak 6-star Dou Qi? How is this possible?" He stared incredulously at the little healer, his voice quivering with disbelief. "I never expected, truly unexpected. The leader of the Glazed Pavilion is such a young 6-star Dou Qi powerhouse. No wonder the Glazed Pavilion was able to ascend to the top of the 5 pavilions upon its establishment, commanding respect in the central continent." The astonishment in his eyes was swiftly replaced by an even more intense greed and fervor. An innate primal poison body, and possessing the cultivation of a 6-star Dou Qi. This was nothing short of a divine furnace bestowed upon him by the heavens. He forcibly suppressed the tumult within, once again donning a disconcerting smile, his tone becoming markedly more sincere. "Respected Glazed Sovereign, please do not misunderstand. I come with no malice. I merely sensed a shared aura and sought this meeting. To be frank, I have a proposition that would be immensely beneficial for both of us." The little healer's countenance turned icy, unperturbed. "Oh, what is it?" The Ice River sovereign stepped forward, his gaze fervent, his voice laced with temptation. "As you possess the innate primal poison body, you must know that while this constitution is powerful, the cultivation to a high level requires an immense amount of poison energy and is prone to backlash. My acquired poison body also necessitates pure poison sources to advance further." He paused, revealing his true intentions. "If we were to unite as husband and wife, merging our energies in dual cultivation, my acquired body could achieve completeness through your innate poison source, while your innate body could absorb the pure poison energy I have accumulated throughout my life, becoming even more perfect and powerful. At that time, our cultivation would surely skyrocket." and ascending to the Dou Qi realm would not be a mere fantasy. This is a match made in heaven. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if envisioning a glorious future. The Ice River Valley already holds a position above your 5 pavilions, with formidable strength. If you were to marry me, becoming the Ice River Valley's matron, the Glazed Pavilion could be absorbed into our ranks, sharing resources. Would this not be a splendid opportunity for both the Glazed Pavilion and ourselves? Such shameless and fantastical words instantly cloaked the little healer's delicate face in frost. And even the recently rejuvenated Ziling could not bear to listen. Bah! Where does this shameless old rogue come from? A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Ziling leaped up, her face flushed with anger, pointing at the Ice River Sovereign and scolding. My master is already taken. My master is 10,000 times more formidable than you. She does not need to dual cultivate with a villain like you. You better take your people and scram. Otherwise, when my master returns, she will flatten you all. The little healer extended her hand to restrain the agitated girl behind her. Her expression had completely darkened, and her glazed eyes flickered with icy, killing intent. The temperature in the surrounding air seemed to plummet sharply. Even the howling cold wind appeared to falter. She fixed her gaze on the Ice River Sovereign, her voice chillingly cold, enunciating each word. Ice River Sovereign, do you wish to seek death? The Ice River Sovereign's countenance darkened at Ziling's rebuke, and upon hearing the little healer's unrepentant, murderous words, the facade of a smile vanished entirely, replaced by a sinister and cold expression. He sneered, Glazed Sovereign, I advise you to reconsider. Do not refuse a toast, and instead ask for a penalty. Indeed, your cultivation reaches peak 6-star Dozun. This is beyond my expectations. But do you think that with just you alone, you can contend against 10 of us united? The elderly 1-star Dozun behind him and the 8-peak Dou Zong experts stepped forward simultaneously, their overwhelming auras converging like a chilling tide pressing toward the little healer. Although their individual strength was far inferior to hers, the combined might of 10 was still quite formidable. I will give you one last chance. The Ice River Sovereign's tone grew grave. Yield obediently and return with me to the Ice River Valley for marriage, or else this icy expanse shall become your burial ground. Even if I absorb and refine you, I can still evolve to the sacred level. The little healer ceased to respond. What answered the Ice River Sovereign was a sudden explosion of terrifying energy akin to a volcano erupting. Brilliant glazed light surged from her being, a perfect fusion of purification and annihilation. The power of the 10,000 calamities poison crystal body was displayed without reservation. A battle of 1 against 10 erupted explosively in this icy wilderness. Chapter 104. Glaze Purification, Ice River's Defeat and Retreat. On the icy plains, the battle erupted instantaneously. Faced with the combined pressure of 10 formidable foes, including the peak 5-star Dozun Ice River, the little healer's delicate face was frigid. Yet she did not immediately unleash her full strength. Her body shimmered with a glazed luminescence, darting gracefully like a butterfly through the onslaught of the 10. Her delicate hands either striking or tapping, unleashing waves of glazed Dou Qi imbued with both purification and annihilation toward attacks from all directions. Boom! Boom! Bang! The sounds of energy collisions resounded incessantly. The formation of the 8-peak Dou Zong experts from the Ice River Valley continuously spewed forth massive ice spears and frigid storms, attempting to restrict the little healer's movements. The 1-star Dou Zun elder wielded an ice crystal sword, his techniques sharp and ruthless, unleashing piercing icy sword energies that tore through the air, targeting the little healer's vital points. Meanwhile, the strongest, the Ice River Sovereign, hovered slightly outside the combat circle, forming seals with his hands, drawing upon the ice attribute energies of heaven and earth. Countless massive ice spikes coalesced around him, raining down upon the little healer like a tempest, each strike imbued with the extreme cold that could freeze souls and the overwhelming power of a peak 5-star Dozun. He did not rush in immediately. Clearly, he intended to first deplete the little healer's Dou Qi while searching for flaws. The figure of the little medical sage flickered. Her movements, while not as seamless as those of the soulborn who could meld with the power of space, possessed an extraordinary subtlety, allowing her to evade the most lethal of strikes at the last possible moment. Her radiant aura of glass-like energy was of exceptionally high quality, often effortlessly extinguishing the attacks of those at the pinnacle of Dou Zong. And she stood her ground against the sword energy of a 1-star Dou Zun elder without losing an inch. In response to the distant bombardment from the Ice River Elder, she either deftly dodged with her exquisite agility or fortified herself with a glass shield to withstand the blows. In that moment, the arena was a tempest of energy, snow swirling chaotically as the radiant glass light clashed with the icy blue chill, creating an intricate dance of offense and defense, seemingly locked in a stalemate. Oof. The Glass Elder indeed lives up to her reputation. The prowess of six-star Dou Zun is formidable. The Ice River Elder sneered coldly as he attacked, attempting to unsettle the little medical sage with his taunts. But how long can you maintain this? With the 10 of us joining forces, we shall surely exhaust your energy. When that time comes, I shall relish your downfall. Hee, at that moment, your perfect, innate poison body will be at my mercy. His words dripped with malevolent anticipation and greed. In the midst of her confrontation with a peak Dou Zong, from whom she had just forced a violent retreat, the little medical sage paused momentarily upon hearing his words. She slowly turned around, her glass-like eyes locking onto the Ice River Elder, now imbued not only with a frigid demeanor, but also a hint of scorn and mockery. You speak with some merit. Her voice rang clear and cold, resonating in the ears of all present. Since this is the case, I shall no longer waste time with you. Let this frog in a well witness what it truly means to possess an evolved, cursed poison body. As her words fell, an indescribable aura of terror erupted from within her, as if a primordial beast, long dormant, had awakened. A resplendent glass light shot skyward, illuminating her as if she were a goddess descending from the heavens. Yet beneath this sacred glow lay a force capable of withering all existence, instilling tremors in the very souls of onlookers. Her hair danced without wind, the tips appearing infused with a flowing glass hue. Her eyes held a dichotomy. The left a crystalline clarity, while the right transformed into a bottomless abyss, capable of devouring all light. Sacred and annihilating, these two opposing essences merged within her, crafting an unparalleled majesty that inspired both reverence and profound terror. 10,000 cursed poison glass body, fully unleashed. Was this aura an evolved cursed poison body? The sneer on the Ice River Elder's face froze, replaced by an overwhelming shock and horror. The innate cursed poison within him trembled before this superior, yet kindred source of pressure, showing signs of imminent collapse and backlash. He could acutely sense that the toxicity radiating from the little medical sage surpassed his comprehension in purity, dominance, and hierarchy. This was no mere innate cursed poison body. It was an existence of an unfathomable higher order. Impossible. How could the cursed poison body evolve? Yet, amidst this ultimate astonishment, a more frenzied greed surged forth, nearly drowning his reason. I must have her. I must possess her. If I can consume her essence, my poison body will undoubtedly undergo an unimaginable transformation. At that point, what could the One Palace and the Pill Tower do to me? The entire Central Plains shall bow before me at the foot of Ice River Valley. However, the little medical sage would not grant him further indulgence in his fantasies. Glass Sacred Heart Technique. She silently recited the essence of her technique, the crystal-clear glass Sacred Heart within her dantian, suddenly pulsing with fervor, as vast waves of glass-like energy surged forth like a tsunami. Glass Purification Domain. Radiating from her, a misty and sacred glass-colored luminescence swiftly expanded, forming a unique domain nearly 100 meters in diameter. Within this domain, the air's ice attribute energy was forcefully rejected and purified, while those from Ice River Valley felt as if ensnared in quicksand, their movements sluggish, even their Dou Qi severely suppressed and disrupted. In stark contrast, the little medical sage's aura surged, her control over this domain as natural as breathing. This is bad. It's a domain power. Quickly, combine forces to break free. The Ice River Elder's complexion shifted dramatically, his voice rising in urgency as he unleashed his full strength in an attempt to shatter the domain's confines. The others hastily summoned their Dou Qi in desperation. Sacred Purification Lotus. With her hands forming seals, an enormous, translucent lotus, with edges flickering with faint glass flames, erupted above her head. The lotus spun slowly, emanating a purifying aura, before countless petals, forged from the essence of purification and annihilation, rained down like a torrential downpour upon the outmatched individuals of Ice River Valley. Each petal contained terrifying might. Ice River Armor. Absolute Ice Protection. Ice River Mirror. The individuals of Ice River Valley were gripped by horror, unleashing their most potent defensive techniques. The Ice River Elder summoned an ancient, thick ice shield before him. Yet, the glass petals, suffused with purification and obliteration, exceeded their wildest expectations. The ice shields and armor erected by the peak Dou Zone warriors crumbled before the petals like mere paper, instantly pierced, purified, and annihilated. Ah, no! The air was filled with anguished cries. 6 peak Dou Zone warriors, either caught off guard or lacking sufficient defenses, were swiftly swallowed by the myriad of glass petals. Their bodies, as if corroded by a potent acid and yet sanctified by holy light, dissolved at a visible pace, disintegrating into nothingness in mere breaths, leaving no trace behind. Only the 1-star Dou Zone Elder, the Ice River Elder, and 2 others of slightly stronger prowess managed to narrowly withstand this wave of horrifying attacks, albeit all were wounded. Pallid, their eyes brimming with terror. Glass purification technique, poison annihilation finger. The little medical sage, seizing the moment, pointed her jade finger. A nearly imperceptible, yet lightning-fast, glass-colored beam shot forth, crossing space directly toward the 1-star Dou Zone Elder who had just barely deflected the petals and was still in shock. The Elder had no time to react. Thud! The beam effortlessly pierced through his forehead, leaving a minuscule hole. The Elder's movements froze, the light in his eyes swiftly dimming. Almost immediately, a strange glass hue spread from his wound, engulfing his entire body in an instant. He could not even utter a scream before his form crumbled like a weathered sand sculpture, dissipating into a cloud of ash, vanishing into oblivion. Yet another Dou Zone had fallen. In the blink of an eye, 7 out of 10 were gone. Only the Ice River Elder and 2 severely injured peak Dou Zone remained. The Ice River Elder gazed at the woman before him, akin to a celestial being, witnessing her effortlessly annihilate the majority of his elite forces with a mere gesture. The insatiable greed in his heart was swiftly replaced by boundless fear. He finally comprehended the magnitude of the terrifying force he had encountered. This was no innate cursed poison body. It was a monstrous entity beyond comprehension. Flee! We must escape. This thought instantly consumed his entire being. Quickly, let us go, he bellowed to his last 2 terrified subordinates, slapping his chest to expel a mouthful of blood onto an ancient jade talisman. The talisman erupted with intense spatial fluctuations, tearing open an unstable rift in space. Glass Elder, this time I concede, but remember this. The Ice River Sovereign stumbled into the spatial rift, casting a venomous glare over his shoulder as he bellowed. Once this body has recuperated, I shall unleash the full might of the Ice River Valley and trample your glazed pavilion into dust. I shall claim you, the evolved embodiment of the dreaded poison. Having uttered his threats, he, along with the 2 surviving peak Dou Zone, plunged into the spatial rift without a backward glance. Vanishing from sight, the rift swiftly sealed itself thereafter. The little medical sage made no attempt to pursue them, not from a lack of desire, but from inability to do so. At the very moment the Ice River Sovereign and his companions disappeared, the resplendent, glazed, holy light surrounding her rapidly receded, leaving her face pallid and a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She coughed gently, her breath noticeably diminished. With a wave of her hand, she cast a layer of glazed energy restraints to temporarily seal off the area before promptly sitting cross-legged, retrieving a healing pill rich in vitality from her spatial ring and placing it in her mouth, swiftly closing her eyes to meditate. The environment was exceedingly disadvantageous for her. The frigid expanse of the ice domain was bitterly cold. Although she was a 6-star Dou Zone, her Dou Qi was not of the ice attribute. Here, she felt a persistent sluggishness, managing to exert only about 80% of her full strength. In contrast, the denizens of the Ice River Valley practiced ice-based techniques, thriving in this environment and even surpassing their limits to achieve 120% of their combat prowess. In this ebb and flow of strengths, even after she had harnessed the true power of the 10,000 calamities, poisoned glazed body, and slain 7 of her adversaries with a thunderous strike, she still sustained some minor injuries and expended considerable Dou Qi while facing the Ice River Sovereign's desperate counterattack, along with the disturbances from the other 2. Nonetheless, the little medical sage was acutely aware that the injuries sustained by the Ice River Sovereign and his companions were far more severe than her own. The potency of the 10,000 calamities poison glazed body was overwhelmingly tyrannical, possessing both annihilation and corrosion traits, specifically designed to counter his acquired poison body. The Ice River Sovereign's forced use of secret methods to escape would undoubtedly come at a great cost. Without a prolonged retreat, and precious medicinal pills. Recovery would be nearly impossible. The residual glazed poison would relentlessly erode his foundation, akin to a malignant tumor. The Ice River Valley would not let this matter rest easily. A thought flickered through the little medical sage's mind before she focused her spirit, fully channeling her techniques to absorb the medicinal properties and recover from her exhaustion and injuries. Meanwhile, the already dumbfounded Linger cautiously approached, standing protectively beside her mentor, her small face a mixture of worry and dread, yet also filled with profound admiration for her mentor's previous display of might. The howling snowstorm continued unabated, yet it could not mask the thick scent of blood and the haunting aftershocks of battle that lingered in the air. Chapter 105. The Gathering of Dew Fruit and the Obstruction of the Demon Ape. Hun Sheng traversed the void, his heart yearning for home. His experiences deep within the ice expanse had proven fruitful, not only successfully procuring suitable beast fire for Linger, but also unexpectedly gaining a future beast lord of immense potential. He was now racing towards the periphery of the ice field to reunite with Xiaoyan and Linger, after nearly half a day's relentless travel. While the surrounding extreme cold remained piercing, it was slightly tempered compared to the deeper regions. Based on his estimations, he was now situated in the central area of the ice domain. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would reach the outskirts within a day. However, just as he stepped out of the void once more to confirm his direction, an unexpected occurrence transpired. His vast soul, having already reached the early stage of the heavenly realm, trembled gently without warning. It was as if an invisible thread from a distant point ahead was softly yet insistently tugging at his soul's perception. Hun Sheng promptly halted, his brows arching in surprise. The sensitivity of a heavenly realm soul was extraordinary. It would not stir without cause. There must be something unusual in this place that resonates with his soul. He immediately stood still, his eyes gently closing, as he extended his colossal soul power like mercury flowing, carefully probing towards the source of the disturbance. The perception of a heavenly realm soul was exquisitely detailed. Everything within a radius of several dozen miles, the thickness of the ice layer, the crystallization of snowflakes, the trajectory of the cold wind, and even the wriggling of ice worms deep beneath, was vividly reflected in his mind's lake. After a quarter of an hour, Hun Sheng's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened wide, an unmistakable look of elation igniting within them. It was indeed this object. Through his soul's perception, he discerned a cave partially buried in snow, about 10 miles away in a wind-shelter hollow. Deep within the cave lay a colossal ape, entirely covered in snow-white fur. Imanating a Shirinyoha. Its fierce presence was formidable, reaching the late stage of the 8th rank, equivalent to a 6- or 7-star Dou Qi human warrior. Not far from the giant ape, at the center of the cave, grew an extraordinary plant. This was no ordinary tree, but an ice tree entirely composed of pure ice attribute energy. The branches of the ice tree twisted and turned, crystalline and translucent, resembling a work of art. What captivated Hun Sheng's attention most were the 4 fist-sized, perfectly round fruits hanging from the ends of the tree's primary branches. The fruit's surface was cloaked in a thin layer of frost, shimmering like starlight, exuding an ethereal blue glow. Appearing as 4 diminutive stars of the cold night in the dim cave, both striking and mysterious. Upon closer inspection, intricate, arcane patterns that seemed to embody the laws of the universe subtly shimmered upon the surface of the blue fruit. Moreover, when Hun Sheng's soul power scanned the top of each fruit, he could clearly see that each bore a droplet resembling dew, yet exuding an intensely cold aura. The cold star dew fruit, and it was already fully matured. Hun Sheng exclaimed in his heart, his face alight with joy. He recognized this fruit. It had been mentioned in the original text, a rare treasure of heaven and earth that could only be nurtured over millennia in the most frigid of lands. Its physical characteristics and the unique fluctuations he sensed aligned perfectly with his knowledge. This fruit possessed numerous miraculous effects. It could significantly enhance the cultivation speed and power of ice attribute Dou Qi, widen meridians, assist in breaking through bottlenecks, temporarily amplify ice-based Dou techniques in battle, and even confer powerful freezing effects on Dou Qi. Furthermore, it nourished the soul, bolstered mental resilience, and provided resistance against soul attacks, offering tremendous benefits for soul cultivation. No wonder my heavenly realm soul resonated. The nourishing effect of this fruit is precisely what I need to solidify my early heavenly realm stage. Hun Sheng's heart surged with excitement. Additionally, this fruit could only be consumed once in a lifetime. Excess would be of no benefit. To find 4 fully matured fruits in this place was indeed a heavenly opportunity. The 8th rank snow spirit demon ape was evidently the guardian of this fruit. It lay coiled nearby, seemingly harnessing the fruit's chilling energy for its own cultivation while awaiting the moment when the fruit's efficacy peaked. Hun Sheng's gaze flickered with determination. While he could forcefully seize the fruits, he did not wish to harm the guardian. It would be best to discreetly take most of them, leaving one for the demon ape, thereby preserving a sliver of goodwill and avoiding enmity. With his mind made up, Hun Sheng's figure melded back into the void, silently approaching the cave. Upon reaching the entrance, he took great care to conceal all his presence, even suppressing his heavenly realm's soul power to the utmost. He enacted the shadow concealment technique, a method learned in his early years. Though not of high grade, under his current exquisite mastery of spatial and soul powers, its effectiveness was greatly amplified. His figure transformed into a faint shadow, adhering to the cave wall, perfectly blending into the surrounding shadows and chill as he stealthily ventured inside. The cave was quite deep, and the cold intensified further within. The snow spirit demon ape appeared to be engrossed in a profound state of cultivation, its breath steady and deep, oblivious to the stealthy intruder passing mere feet away. Hun Sheng smoothly arrived beneath the ice tree, experiencing the proximity. The ethereal blue glow and the refreshing fragrance emanating from the 4 frost star dew fruits were enough to elevate one's spirit and soothe the soul. He dared not linger. With the swiftness of lightning, he carefully plucked 3 of the fruits and immediately placed them into the meticulously prepared frost jade box, sealing their essence and storing them in his spatial ring. The entire process was silent, swift as a specter. However, just as he extracted the 3rd fruit and prepared to withdraw, an unforeseen event unfolded. The unique energy field emitted by the frost star dew fruit diminished significantly the moment it was harvested. This alteration instantly alerted the snow spirit demon ape, which had been in a state of cultivation. The beast's massive eyes, previously shut, suddenly sprang open, revealing a pair of crimson orbs filled with ferocity and icy coldness. Locking onto the faint figure attempting to retreat beneath the ice tree, their gazes met. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. In his heart, Soulborn silently cursed. This is bad. I've been exposed. With no hope for reconciliation, Soulborn resolved to abandon concealment. As he retreated, he forced a smile as amicable as possible and, with a bow, addressed the infuriated giant ape. Brother demon ape, please do not be angered. Nature's treasures are meant for all who behold them. I have left one for you, ample enough for your needs. Farewell. With that, he surged forward, transforming into a streak of light, rushing toward the cave entrance. Roar! You insignificant human insect dare to steal my treasure. Leave it behind. The snow spirit demon ape was utterly enraged. It had guarded this fruit for countless years, and just as it was about to reach full maturity, a human had the audacity to steal 3 of them. This was akin to tearing out its very heart. It emitted a roar that shook the entire cavern, its colossal form rising to stand on 2 legs, mouth agape, unleashing a terrifying beam of energy condensed to the utmost. A deep blue radiance exuding a chilling aura capable of freezing souls, erupting forth like a volcanic blast towards Soulborn's retreating back. The wrathful strike of an 8th-tier magical beast was earth-shattering. Wherever the beam passed, the very fabric of space cracked with fine black fissures. Soulborn sensed the lethal attack approaching from behind, fully aware that mere speed would not suffice to evade it. With a fierce determination, a glint of resolve flashed in his eyes. If battle is what you seek, then let us engage. He suddenly pivoted, facing the roaring deep blue ice beam, and activated the devouring life technique with unprecedented speed. Cycle of devouring realms, he shouted, forming a massive gray-black vortex before him, as if capable of consuming all light. Boom! The deep blue ice beam crashed into the gray-black vortex. The terrifying energy erupted but did not disperse. Instead, it was violently torn apart, devoured, and refined by the vortex. Roar! The snow spirit demon ape, seeing its strike thwarted, grew even more furious. It stomped its massive foot, causing the cavern to tremble violently. And with agility that belied its size, it lunged at Soulborn, its gigantic fist covered in a hard, icy armor and as large as a grinding stone, hurtling toward Soulborn's head with a deafening rush of wind. Close-quarters combat. This was the preferred method of battle for magical beasts. Bring it on. Soulborn's fighting spirit ignited. He did not choose to confront its strongest point head-on. Employing the heavenly phantom step to its utmost, he evaded the fatal fist by a hair's breadth, while simultaneously, his fingers sharpened like blades, the gray-white energy of the devouring life technique coalescing at his fingertips. Unleashing a soul-extinguishing finger aimed at the vulnerable area beneath the ape's ribs. Swish! The piercing strike, imbued with a strange power that devoured life, instantly penetrated the magical beast's icy armor, leaving behind a charred puncture. Roar! The ape howled in pain, retaliating with a sweeping claw, its sharp nails slicing through the air like 5 icy blades. Soulborn evaded once more, darting through the ape's frenzied attacks like a fish in water, narrowly avoiding each strike, while occasionally countering with techniques such as soul, extinguishing finger, and venomous palm. Though he could not inflict fatal wounds, he continuously provoked the ape's wrath, leaving new wounds upon its body. The battle was extraordinarily fierce. Inside the cavern, energy roared, ice shards flew, and rocks were hurled. The two figures, one human and one ape, became blurred images colliding, intertwining, and separating. The ape's strength was boundless, its defenses remarkable, and its ice-based assaults overwhelmingly dominant. Meanwhile, Soulborn's movements were elusive, his techniques cunning, and the devouring life technique allowed him to continually absorb the energy of the ape's attacks, growing ever more formidable. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. The ape, unable to gain the upper hand, found itself increasingly battered, its wounds accumulating. Though they were merely superficial, the devouring life energy's unique property drained its vitality, leaving it feeling weaker and more irritable. Human, you have enraged me. The ape suddenly stepped back, furiously pounding its chest with its massive arms, deep blue cold energy compressing inward around it. And a complex ice pattern suddenly illuminated upon its forehead. It was about to unleash its primal power. Now is the moment. Soulborn's eyes sparkled with intensity. He had awaited this very instant when the opponent's old strength waned and new power had yet to arise. Celestial soul, soul-piercing spike. He poured his energy into a sharp, formless spike of soul power, instantly traversing the space to pierce the snow spirit demon ape's third eye. Roar! The process of the ape channeling its ultimate move was violently interrupted, and the excruciating pain from its very soul felt as if it had been ripped apart, prompting a wretched scream from the beast. Its massive form stiffened abruptly, the terrifying energy fluctuations evaporating in an instant, blood seeping from its 7 orifices. It clutched its head, writhing in anguish upon the ground, creating deep craters. A soul injury is far more dreadful than physical wounds. Soulborn would not let such an opportunity slip away. He swiftly appeared above the ape, his right fist infused with gray-white, devouring life energy, compressing into a pitch-black void that seemed capable of swallowing light itself. Devouring fist. With a powerful strike, he smashed down on the ape's vital spot. Bang! A muffled thud reverberated. The ape's colossal body was forcefully driven into the ground, creating a massive crater. It spewed forth a large mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments, its breath faltering to the brink of collapse, unable to rise again, only able to emit pained groans. Soulborn gradually descended, standing at the edge of the pit, gazing at the gravely injured, near-death ape, breathing heavily. He did not deliver the final blow. Instead, he cast a cold glance at the lone remaining frost star dew fruit, then looked back at the gasping ape, stating indifferently, "Had I known it would come to this, why act otherwise? I spare your life. Take heed of it." With that, he did not linger, turning into a streak of light, swiftly exiting the cave, vanishing into the vast, snow-laden wilderness. Inside the cave, only the snow spirit demon ape's faint, anguished roars remained, filled with pain, resentment, and a hint of terror from surviving a calamity. Once far from the cave, Soulborn slowed his pace, savoring the cool essence emanating from the 3 frost star dew fruits in his spatial ring, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The harvest from this venture was truly unexpected. These frost star dew fruits would solidify my soul realm at the initial stage of the celestial realm, and perhaps even facilitate a slight enhancement. As for the remaining 2, one shall be given to that girl Linger to nurture her soul, greatly benefiting her future cultivation of soul power and alchemy. The other. Soulborn's gaze flickered slightly as he thought of that comrade, still absorbing the 3,000 flames at the pill tower. It shall be left for Brother Xiao Yan. His path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, and he will require every resource available to support him. This fruit should prove to be of great benefit to him. I imagine he will be quite delighted upon receiving such a gift. With his spirits lifted, Hun Sheng quickened his pace, his heart racing eagerly towards the direction where Xiao Yan and Linger were located. However, unbeknownst to him at that moment, while he was deep in the icy plains acquiring his fortune and battling the demon ape, the one he yearned for, Xianer, had just endured a perilous battle and was now nursing her light injuries in seclusion amidst the frigid wilderness. Chapter 106. The Emergence of Evil. The Alliance aims at the Ice River Valley. A day later, at the edge of the Tianyu ice plains, the biting wind continued to howl, stirring up snowdrifts. The petite figure of Linger was fiercely engaged in combat with a massive, fanged fifth-tier initial stage magical beast, the Ice Magic Wolf. After 3 days of life and death trials, Linger had shed her initial naivety and panic. Her movements were agile, akin to a violet star leaping across the ice fields. Her mastery of the star mirage thousand shifts growing increasingly refined, allowing her to deftly evade the frenzied attacks of the Ice Magic Wolf. Simultaneously, the Star Spirit's sacred technique flowed unceasingly, vast starry energy coalescing in her palms, occasionally transforming into formidable starry fist imprints, and at other times morphing into piercing meteor fingers, striking accurately against the Ice Magic Wolf. Despite the disparity in their realms, the dominance of the heavenly tier technique and the potential of her super-empirical physique were on full display at this moment. The Ice Magic Wolf, possessing only brute strength and a powerful physique, found it difficult to truly threaten the elusive Linger, who instead unleashed attacks imbued with the penetrating force of the stars, causing the beast to roar in agony as new wounds continually marred its body. Ultimately, Zeitzing an Opportunity, Linger shouted, channeling her star energy into a more potent star sphere palm, delivering a crushing blow to the Ice Magic Wolf's vulnerable abdomen. With a thunderous impact, the Ice Magic Wolf emitted a piercing wail, its massive form sent careening through the air, struggling for a moment before it succumbed, its breath rapidly fading. Panting, Linger's delicate face paled slightly, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Engaging in a battle beyond her realm had taken a significant toll on her energy and spirit. Not daring to linger, she swiftly moved to a relatively safe spot to sit cross-legged, retrieving a medicinal pill to restore her vitality. Xiao Yan stood nearby, her glass-like eyes attentively observing the battlefield while vigilantly scanning her surroundings. After a day of recuperation, her previous minor injuries had completely healed, and her aura had become even more harmonious and restrained due to the stimulation from the battle, solidifying her position at the pinnacle of the 6-star Dozun realm. At that moment, the space not far in front of Xiao Yan began to ripple, as if disturbed by a stone cast into a lake. A familiar figure clad in white stepped silently from the center of those ripples, tall and ethereal, with a gentle smile gracing his face. None other than Hun Sheng. Linger, I have returned. Hun Sheng's gaze immediately fell upon Xiao Yan, and upon seeing her rosy complexion and steady aura, he felt a sense of relief. He then turned his attention to the meditating Linger, perceiving the solidified, even slightly advanced 8-star Dou Qi Cultivation within her, as well as the refined essence shaped by her combat experiences, satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Indeed, quite impressive. It appears that your training over the past few days has borne significant fruit, Hun Sheng remarked with a warm smile. His sudden appearance startled Ling, who had just concluded her battle and was beginning to relax. The little girl opened her eyes wide in astonishment upon spotting Hun Sheng, her violet, gem-like orbs sparkling with immense joy. She momentarily forgot her recuperation, leaping to her feet like a fledgling bird, eager to rush towards him. However, the next instant, as if recalling something grievously unfair, her expression fell, her lips pouting, and her eyes turning red as she rushed to Hun Sheng, clutching his sleeve with a quivering voice filled with grievance. Master, you're finally back. During the days you were gone, I and Master Madam were bullied. It was that nasty one from the Ice River Valley. They came with so many people, and they were so fierce. Master Madam got hurt while protecting me. What? The smile vanished from Hun Sheng's face, replaced by an icy fury that erupted from within him like a tempest, suffused with a terrifying rage. The temperature plummeted sharply around him, the howling wind seemingly frozen by his wrath. He stepped forward, grasping Xiao Yan's delicate shoulders, anxiously scanning her from head to toe, his voice trembling imperceptibly. Xianer, are you hurt? Were you injured? Is it serious? Let me see. What on earth happened? I was gone for only 3 days. How could this witnessing the sudden shift to a stormy, anxious expression on Hun Sheng's face coupled with the unabashed pain and fury in his eyes. Xiao Yan felt a mix of sweetness and helplessness in her heart. She quickly grasped Hun Sheng's slightly cold hand, soothingly assuring him, "Do not heed Linger's exaggerations. I am perfectly fine. It was merely a trivial injury, and I've already recuperated. See, I'm all right now." She gently shook his arm, attempting to calm him. "It was just a minor conflict, which has already been resolved. Look, it turned out for the best. My cultivation has stabilized entirely." Yet Ziling, seeing Master Madam's attempt to downplay the severity, immediately protested, jumping up and exclaiming, "No, Master Madam is wrong. Master, it was not a mere conflict at all." Her little face puffed in indignation as she quickly recounted it was the Ice River Valley's leader, that villain named Bing He. He cultivates some postnatal calamity poison body and somehow sensed Master Madam's aura. So he came. He thought he could court Master Madam. He claimed she was a congenital calamity poison body and wanted to take her away to merge with her physique. He even said he wanted Master Madam to be his Valley Lord's wife and to cultivate together. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's stunningly beautiful face flushed crimson, especially at the mention of cultivating together, rendering her utterly embarrassed. She hurriedly covered Linger's mouth, whispering in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, "Linger, do not speak nonsense. Stop talking." However, Linger nimbly evaded her grasp and continued her agitated recounting. When Master Madam refused, that big bad guy tried to force her. There were 10 of them, and an elder Dou Zun along with 8 formidable Dou Zone peak experts. But Master Madam is incredibly powerful. She single-handedly defeated them. She killed 7 of them. That elder Dou Zun was turned to ash with a mere finger. In the end, that Bing He villain and 2 of his subordinates were severely injured and fled. As the little girl animatedly recounted the tale, her excitement palpable, she suddenly struck a pose. Mimicking the venomous tone of the Ice River Elder, that big bad guy, as he fled, even made threats, saying that once he recovered, he would bring people to flatten our Lioli Pavilion and capture Master Madam. "Master, do you think they are utterly wicked? How despicable!" Silence. An oppressive quiet enveloped the air. With Linger's words, Hun Sheng's expression darkened visibly, resembling a thundercloud ready to burst. The atmosphere, previously frozen by his fury, now thickened with a suffocating pressure, as if the air itself had transformed into a millennial-old ice. He slowly turned his head, his profound gaze fixated on Xiao Yan, his voice unervingly calm, yet laden with a foreboding tension. "Siener, is what Linger said true?" Xiao Yan met Hun Sheng's gaze, which concealed a volcano poised to erupt beneath its placid surface. Knowing she could no longer conceal the truth, she could only nod gently, whispering, "Yes, it is mostly accurate. However, he is unaware that my physique has evolved into the poison Lioli body, misidentifying it as the congenital calamity poison body. Thus, despite their united efforts, the 10 of them could not harm me. Instead, they suffered a crushing defeat and fled in disarray. I assure you, I'm truly unscathed." She endeavored once more to emphasize her well-being, yet Hun Sheng had already ceased to heed her subsequent explanations. Ha! What a splendid Ice River Valley. What a magnificent glacier. Suddenly, Hun Sheng erupted into laughter, yet within his mirth lay a chilling intent to kill and a madness born of fury. "I did not seek trouble with you, yet you dare to provoke me. You even had the audacity to injure my Sien-er. Indeed, you have even birthed such despicable and vile thoughts. Excellent. Truly splendid." The laughter abruptly ceased, and Hun Sheng's gaze sharpened like a blade, as if it pierced through the endless void, directly gazing upon the distant Ice River Valley. He turned to the little medic fairy, his tone resolute and unyielding, imbued with undeniable determination. "Sien-er, why wait for the Ice River Valley to recover and come seeking trouble? We shall return to the Lioli Pavilion at once. Immediately, in the name of the Alliance leader and the core elders, send word to the other 4 pavilions, commanding all high-ranking members to proceed to the Lioli Pavilion's conference hall without delay." On the day the 4 elders successfully emerged from their seclusion, Hun Sheng's voice resonated like the chilling ice of the abyss, imbued with overwhelming killing intent. "That shall be the moment of the Ice River Valley's annihilation. I will ensure that the Ice River Valley becomes the first top-tier power to be obliterated after our 5 Directions Heavenly Alliance firmly establishes itself in the Central Continent. Furthermore, I intend to use this opportunity to convey to all powers within the Central Continent." He reached out, gently caressing the little medic fairy's slightly warm cheek. His eyes filled with an earnest and domineering intensity. "Those who dare to touch the woman of Hun Sheng shall face dire consequences." listening to Hun Sheng's declaration. Born from her humiliation and injury, filled with both protectiveness and dominance, the little medic fairy felt an indescribable warmth and sense of security wash over her heart. All grievances and fears seemed to dissipate in that moment. Unable to contain her inner tumult any longer, and disregarding her apprentice still nearby, she rose on tiptoe, wrapping her delicate arms around Hun Sheng's neck, and boldly kissed his tightly pursed lips, infused with fury. Hun Sheng was momentarily taken aback, but soon the hostility in his eyes melted away into tenderness. He reciprocated the kiss, which, though slightly cool, was undeniably sweet. After a long moment, their lips parted. The little medic fairy's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her eyes shimmering as she shyly buried her face in Hun Sheng's embrace. Meanwhile, the previously ignored Xiao had covered her eyes with her small hands, yet peeked through her fingers. Upon witnessing their separation, she immediately exclaimed, "Ah, master, mistress, you two are utterly shameless. There's still a child present. I'm just a baby." Hun Sheng could not help but chuckle. The murderous intent and fury within him somewhat alleviated by the little girl's interruption. He gently ruffled Xiao's silky purple hair and remarked, "Little ones can be quite mischievous. What do you know?" Having said this, he took the still blushing little medic fairy by one hand and grasped the complaining Xiao with the other. "Let us return home. Then we shall prepare to bestow a grand gift upon those nearsighted forces." With a ripple of spatial power, the three figures gradually vanished from the icy expanse, leaving behind only the biting cold winds, as if heralding the impending storm of bloodshed. Chapter 107. The recognition of illusory gold and the ascension of the spirit battle king. 2 days later, within the main hall of the Liuli Pavilion, as the space shimmered slightly, Hun Sheng, the little medic fairy, and Xiao stepped quietly back into their sect. Everything within the sect remained as usual. Disciples were either cultivating or undertaking tasks, orderly and efficient. Without delay, Hun Sheng led the little medic fairy and Xiao to the main hall, simultaneously sending out a rapid soul transmission. In but a moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. The elders, Zheng, Yinjie, and Yin Gang, who had received the urgent summons, swiftly entered the hall. As they stepped inside, they felt an exceedingly oppressive and grave atmosphere, alongside the faint yet disquieting chill emanating from Vice Leader Hun Sheng. The three elders dared not tarry, quickly approaching, bowing respectfully to the seated Hun Sheng and the standing little medic fairy. "We pay our respects to the Vice Leader and to the leader." They were somewhat astonished, for in previous instances, it was typically the leader, the little medic fairy, who occupied the main seat, while the Vice Leader, Hun Sheng, remained at her side. Today, however, Hun Sheng sat in the main seat, his countenance darkened, clearly indicating that a matter of utmost importance and severity had arisen. Hun Sheng's gaze swept over the three elders, not permitting them to rise, and instead issued an irrefutable command in a solemn tone. "Transmit my orders. Henceforth, within the sect, all elders and deacons of the fighting sovereign level and above shall conclude all seclusion and external assignments, remaining on standby within the sect. Be prepared for battle at any moment within the month. The necessary elixirs and supplies shall be fully guaranteed by the Pill Pavilion and Mission Pavilion, without fail. Battle preparations?" The three elders felt a simultaneous shock, their faces revealing expressions of bewilderment. What kind of enemy necessitated the mobilization of all fighting sovereign-level powers within the entire Liuli Pavilion, and to maintain a state of combat readiness for an entire month? Yet, looking upon Hun Sheng's icy demeanor, no one dared to voice any inquiries. Hun Sheng's gaze turned to Elder Tsungyin, continuing, "Elder Tsungyin, you shall personally oversee this matter. Furthermore, you are to set off immediately to visit the Fenglei Pavilion, Huangquan Pavilion, Wanjin Pavilion, and Xingyin Pavilion. The four pavilion leaders are likely still in seclusion, striving to break through to higher realms. You need not disturb them. Simply convey to the senior members or elders acting in their stead, after the four pavilion leaders successfully emerge. They must personally arrive at the conference hall of the Liuli Pavilion without delay to discuss matters of grave importance concerning the survival and rise or fall of the alliance. No excuses shall be entertained. After your return from the four pavilions, you shall also commence seclusion to absorb the elixirs I have provided for you. The leader and I shall not leave the sect for the time being. This matter is of great significance and cannot afford any errors. Do you understand?" Hun Sheng's tone was exceedingly grave, imbued with a weight previously unseen. Elder Tsung Yuan felt a tremendous shock within his heart, though he was unaware of the specifics. The phrase concerning the survival and rise or fall of the alliance already indicated the severity of the situation. He promptly suppressed all questions and, alongside the other two elders, replied in unison, "Yes. Vice leader, we shall obey your orders. We will not disgrace our mission. Very well, you may all go and prepare." Hun Sheng gestured with his hand. The three elders dared not linger, bowing once more before hastily exiting the hall, their minds filled with astonishment and confusion as they busied themselves. Once the three elders departed, only Hun Sheng, the little medic fairy, and Xilinger remained within the hall. The cold, somber expression on Hun Sheng's face softened slightly, yet the chill deep within his gaze did not dissipate. The Ice River Valley had already been marked for obliteration. He took a deep breath, momentarily suppressing his murderous intent, and turned his gaze toward Xilinger, who was blinking her large eyes, looking at him with both curiosity and a hint of fear. With a flick of his wrist, a specially crafted jade container appeared in his hand. Within it lay a cluster of flames, radiant like liquid gold, flickering and shimmering, exuding a dual wave of scorching heat and mesmerizing allure, quietly burning. This was none other than the illusory gold fire, obtained from the illusory fire scorpion dragon beast. Xilinger. Hun Sheng's voice softened considerably. This fire is known as the illusory gold fire, acquired from a peak 7th-tier illusory fire scorpion dragon beast. Its fire attribute is exceedingly domineering and formidable. What is more, it is infused with a hint of pure dragon essence. Its power is so great that it can rival those lower-ranked exotic fires, whether used in battle or for alchemy. Its efficacy is unparalleled compared to ordinary beast fires or even some mundane flames. Upon hearing this, Xilinger's amethyst-like eyes instantly sparkled with delight, akin to a child who has just spotted their most cherished toy. She gazed unblinkingly at the golden flames within the jade box, her small face brimming with awe and yearning. She could distinctly sense the overwhelming energy and the extraordinary spirit contained within those flames. "Thank you, Master. You are the best," the little girl exclaimed, her excitement leading her to leap into Hun Sheng's embrace, tiptoeing to plant a kiss on his cheek, leaving a damp mark behind. Both Hun Sheng and the little healer found themselves in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Hun Sheng helplessly wiped his face, affectionately ruffling her hair. "You're no longer a little girl. Why are you still so impulsive?" Though the fire was magnificent, absorbing and refining, it was perilously dangerous. One misstep could lead to being consumed by the flames and reduced to ashes. The little healer gently reminded her, "You must adhere to your master's guidance. Never be reckless." "I know, teacher. I'm the most obedient," Linger affirmed, nodding vigorously, though her gaze remained fixated on the illusory golden fire. "Let us proceed to the forbidden ground. There, the energy is most potent and secure. Your master and I shall personally safeguard you." Hun Sheng rose, taking Linger's hand. The trio swiftly arrived at the sect's forbidden zone, beside the soul-devouring pool. The energy here was thick and vibrant, enveloped in an absolute stillness, free from disturbances. Hun Sheng placed the jade box containing the illusory golden fire before Linger, his demeanor turning solemn. He then retrieved a jade vial from his storage ring, pouring out a pill the size of a longan, perfectly round and exuding a mist of icy blue. "This is the 6th-grade pinnacle pill, the Ice Heart Pulse Guarding Pill, which will protect your heart and primary meridians during the absorption of the illusory golden fire, shielding you from burns and neutralizing some of the fire poisonous erosion." Hun Sheng handed the pill to Linger, emphasizing the formidable challenge of absorbing a fire as powerful as a beast fire, warning her of the excruciating process akin to soul forging, and advising her to be mentally prepared. Next, Hun Sheng meticulously explained the steps and key points for absorbing and refining the illusory golden fire. First, consume the pill to activate its medicinal properties, allowing the icy essence to permeate your meridians, forming a protective barrier. Then, gently coax the illusory golden fire using your soul power, drawing it in gradually. Remember, do not be greedy or hasty, progress step by step. Once the fire enters your body, immediately activate your starry spirit formula, wrapping it in starry energy to guide it along the prescribed pathways, while continuously soothing the violent thoughts within the flames with your soul power, striving for communication and acceptance rather than resistance. This process will be immensely painful, as if both your body and soul are being scorched by the flames. You must maintain clarity of mind and steadfastness. Any lapse in consciousness could lead to failure. Once you successfully refine the first flicker of flame, Merging it with your star energy, you may gradually increase the amount absorbed, repeating the process until all the flames are thoroughly refined for your own use. Hun Sheng detailed every potential risk and its countermeasures to Linger. See Lingya. Having stowed away her playful demeanor, listened intently, her small face radiating seriousness as she committed each word to memory. Did you remember everything? Hun Sheng inquired at last. Yes, Master, I've remembered it all. Linger nodded emphatically, her violet eyes filled with determination. Very well, let us begin. Rest assured, with your master and mistress here, nothing will go awry. Hun Sheng offered her an encouraging glance. The little healer softly added, Linger, you can do this. Linger took a deep breath and sat cross-legged at the edge of the soul-devouring pool. She first placed the Ice Heart pulse-guarding pill into her mouth. It melted instantly, a refreshing chill akin to a spring-s water coursing through her limbs, wrapping her meridians in a delicate layer of icy mist, providing waves of soothing coolness. Once the medicinal effect fully spread, her gaze hardened as she focused on the illusory golden fire in the jade box. Cautiously, she extended her soul power to touch the flickering golden flames. Buzz! The illusory golden fire seemed to sense the intrusion, erupting in agitation as the flames surged, radiating a sense of resistance and searing heat. Linger, recalling her master's teachings, refrained from forceful absorption. Instead, she gently and slowly engaged with the fire using her soul power, akin to soothing a frightened creature, emanating a sense of friendliness and need. Simultaneously, she activated the starry spirit formula, allowing pure star energy to flow steadily within her, radiating vast and sacred waves. Perhaps due to the unique nature of the star energy or the innate purity of Linger's soul, the agitated illusory golden fire gradually began to calm. Seizing the moment, Linger carefully coaxed a slender wisp of golden flame, guiding it slowly into her body. Sizzle. Despite the protection of the Ice Heart pulse-guarding pill, the moment that delicate wisp of illusory golden flame surged into her, an indescribable searing pain erupted violently. It felt as though a red-hot wire had pierced her meridians. Linger's face turned ashen, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead, her body trembling violently as she bit down hard, letting out a suppressed groan of agony. Steady your mind. Guide it. Refine it. Hun Sheng's calm voice resonated in her ear, acting as a stabilizing force that momentarily quelled her chaotic thoughts. Enduring the excruciating burn, she devoted herself to operating the starry spirit formula, wrapping the delicate flame with her immense star energy, steadily guiding it along the specified meridian paths. This process was agonizingly slow and arduous. The wisp of flame was fiercely rebellious, thrashing about violently, striving to escape the confines of the star energy, scorching her meridians, with waves of pain crashing over her nerves like relentless tides. Additionally, the faint dragon aura within the flames was unruly, exerting a natural pressure that challenged her will. Linger maintained her mental clarity, using her formidable soul power to continuously soothe and communicate, transmitting the vastness and sanctity of the starry spirit formula to the flames. Time trickled by. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, the minuscule flame ceased its struggle, seemingly acknowledging the star energy enveloping it, beginning to fuse slowly. When the first flicker of illusory golden fire was successfully refined and transformed into a strand of golden-tinged star energy merging into her energy sea, Linger felt an immediate lightness in her burden, coupled with a surge of formidable power. She did not dare to hesitate, immediately guiding the second, slightly larger flame. The cycle continued. The pain persisted, yet with the success of the first attempt, Linger's resolve grew even more steadfast. Her body became a battlefield, as the star energy and illusory golden fire clashed and fused continuously. Beside the soul-devouring pool, Hun Sheng and the little healer stood guard, their eyes fixed intently on Linger, observing the distorted yet resolute expression on the little girl's face, contorted from the excruciating pain yet determined. Both were filled with compassion, but more so with pride and admiration. This was a profound test of willpower. Finally, when the last wisp of illusory golden fire was drawn into her body, and after a prolonged tug-of-war, it was successfully refined. Boom! Linger's delicate form jolted violently. The star energy within her, which had previously manifested in a deep purple hue, now appeared to be adorned with a brilliant golden edge, becoming even more refined, more expansive, and more domineering. An overwhelming aura, reminiscent of a slumbering volcano, erupted from within her. 8-star Dou Spirit Pinnacle, 9-star Dou Spirit Dou spirit pinnacle. The bottleneck was effortlessly pierced like thin paper. 1-star Dou Wang, 2-star Dou Wang, 3-star Dou Wang. Her cultivation, under the profound influence of the illusory golden fire, surged forth with an unstoppable momentum, ascending directly to the realm of a 3-star Dou Wang before gradually coming to a halt. Moreover, the quality of her Dou Qi underwent a remarkable transformation. After integrating the power of the illusory golden fire, her stellar Dou Qi not only retained its original vast and sacred essence, but also acquired a fervent explosiveness and a touch of draconic majesty. Its potency was beyond comparison. Linger slowly opened her eyes, and within her violet irises, 2 flickers of golden flames seemed to dance momentarily. She felt the new, tumultuous power surging within her, her small face brimming with incredulous joy and excitement. Instinctively, she raised her right hand, her thoughts stirring. With a soft puff, a cluster of resplendent golden flames, flickering with celestial sparkles along its edges, radiated a searing and enchanting aura, soaring instantly from her palm, causing the surrounding space to shimmer and distort with heat. The flames danced playfully in her palm, obedient to her will, as though they were an extension of her own being. It was the boundless, formidable, illusory golden fire. Master, Mistress, I have succeeded, Linger exclaimed, leaping into the air, the illusory golden fire in her palm, swaying joyfully, illuminating her sweat-drenched yet radiant smile. Hun Sheng and the little medical fairy exchanged a glance, both displaying smiles of immense relief and profound satisfaction.